In my past life, I failed my tribulation, dying with hatred in my heart. My sister was reduced to a plaything, and my entire family was wiped out. In this life, I was reborn the very second I was being buried alive. Since I'm back, I won't be polite. I opened my mouth and, in a single second, sucked dry all the spiritual energy on earth. From this moment on, I am the only god on this planet. The Qin family? The Kunlun War Department? Hidden sects? In the face of absolute power, you don't even have the qualification to kneel. Yo, you kid have a hard life. Took 3 whacks with a shovel and still not dead? Above the deep pit, Lumatzi grinned hideously, raising his iron shovel to smash my head again. The smell of mud mixed with the metallic scent of blood drilled into my nose. I snapped my eyes open, a trace of shock flashing through them, followed immediately by monstrous ecstasy. I didn't die under the siege of the 5 immortals of the spirit realm. I'm back. Back to being 20 years old, back to this day that caused me a lifetime of regret. In my past life on this day, the Qin family plotted to seize our assets, forced my sister Xiao Chirui to marry that beast Qin Hao, and buried me alive here. After I narrowly escaped, I learned that my sister died after suffering endless torture, and my childhood sweetheart, Xinxingxue, was eaten alive by vicious dogs. Although I later cultivated to become a tribulation stage almighty expert, this blood feud became my heart demon, causing my body and Tao to perish. Since I am reborn, the grudges of my past life will be repaid 100-fold. I took a deep breath and circulated the heavenly emperor scripture. In an instant, the vegetation within 100 miles withered. The sparse spiritual energy on earth seemed to receive an imperial summons, rushing frantically into my body. The western sanctuary, the northern snow plains, the depths of Kunlun, powerhouses all over the world raised their heads in horror at this second, sensing that Earth's spiritual energy had dried up. And I, flooded with spiritual energy, saw my cultivation base smash through barriers in less than a second, rushing straight to the 12th level of Qi refining, known in the Earth's martial arts world as the late stage of the land immortal. This is Earth's limit, but to kill these ants, it is enough. You're looking for death. Facing the falling shovel, I reached out with one hand, clamping onto the shaft like an iron pincer, and tugged lightly. Lumatzi cried out and fell into the pit. Before he could crawl up, I kicked out, shattering his mouth full of teeth, snatched the shovel, and swung it backhand. Put! His head fell to the ground, blood spraying wildly. The 2 men above the pit were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. I leaped out of the deep pit, blocking their path like a ghost. With 2 swings of the shovel, their brains burst. Only one remained, wetting his pants in terror and kneeling to beg for mercy. Master Xiao, it was Qin Jinan and his son who sent us. Please spare my life. Qin Jinan, a dog my father raised when he was alive, now biting the hand that fed him. My sister is only 16. Thinking of the hell my sister was about to face, killing intent boiled in my eyes. I cut this last man in 2 with the shovel. I looked up toward the city. The wedding was about to start, there was still time. My figure flashed, turning into a stream of light, carrying the wrath of burning skies as I rushed straight for the Qin family mansion. The Qin family mansion was decorated with lights and festoons. Outside the main gate, Xinxingxue was surrounded by several tattooed burly men. She had come to find Chirui but was stopped by the Qin family's watchdogs, who were speaking filth and harboring ill intentions. Tie her up. Well, I'll have some fun with her later. A tattooed man reached out with a lewd grin. Poof! I snorted coldly, my figure appearing. Xiao Feng, you're not dead? The tattooed man was stunned, then grinned savagely. Perfect. It's even more exciting to play with your girlfriend right in front of you. I raised my hand, shooting out 4 invisible bursts of energy. Bang bang bang. The foreheads of the 4 men exploded, and they instantly fell to the ground. Xiao Feng? Xinxingxue covered her mouth in horror, unable to overlap this decisive, murderous man with the gentle childhood friend in her memory. Xingxue, long time no see. I looked at her softly. A regret in my past life, I will not fail you in this one. Wait for me here. I'm going to bring Rue home. But killing people, the Qin family deserves to die. The law can't handle them, so I will. I kicked the Qin family's heavy gate to pieces. In the inner courtyard, the wedding march was playing cheerfully. On the high platform, Qin Hao was pinching my sister's arm with a face full of malice. What are you crying for? If you don't smile, you'll have your brother buried alive. My sister, Xiao Chirui, dressed in white gauze, trembled in despair like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I do. For my sake, she was about to say those words. I do not. I roared, my voice like thunder, hurting the eardrums of all the guests. Xiao Feng? Qin Hao looked at me as if he'd seen a ghost. How is it possible that you're still alive? I crawled back from hell to claim your lives. I walked toward the high platform step by step. With every step, my killing intent grew thicker. Qin Hao, your hands shouldn't have touched her. The head of the Qin family, Qin Jinan, immediately jumped out, trying to suppress me with his status as an elder. Xiao Feng. Today is a joyous occasion, don't make a scene. If you have any issues, shut up. I scanned the guests in the venue. Irrelevant people, get out within 3 breaths, or I will kill without mercy. The guests looked at each other. Some sneered, some were disdainful. A bald man, trying to curry favor with the Chin family, grabbed a wine bottle and rushed at me, cursing, "You little bastard, it'll teach you a lesson." I flicked my finger lightly. A chopstick turned into a stream of light, instantly piercing his left eye and pinning him to the round table. The entire venue went dead silent. A second later, screams exploded, and the guests fled like madmen. Before long, only the direct line of the Chin family remained in the inner courtyard. "Attack! Kill him for me!" Chin Jinnan roared in terror. Dozens of armed guards rushed out, bullets raining down like hail. I stood motionless. My protective true energy opened up a barrier of light. The bullets hovered in midair, unable to advance an inch. "Giving them back to you." I waved my hand, and the bullets flew back. Blood mist exploded. The guards, along with the core members of the Chin family, instantly fell in droves. Second Master Chin tried to sneak attack, but I punched him into blood dregs. Ah! Chin Jinnan collapsed to the ground in fright. Chin Hao still wanted to use my sister as a hostage. Just as he raised his hand, I moved my mind, and a wind blade slashed past. Ah! Chin Hao screamed as both his hands fell off at the wrists. I teleported onto the stage, shielded my sister behind me, and covered her eyes. "Rue, don't look. Brother is here. Brother!" My sister hugged me tightly. I turned around, stepped on Chin Zenon's head, and directly performed the soul-searching technique. Amidst shrill screams, I learned that my father's cause of death had nothing to do with the Chin family, but they still deserved to die. Crushing Chin Zenon's skull with a stomp, I walked toward Chin Hao. After a soul search, I learned that behind him was an evil cultivator named Xianjinzi, who coveted my sister's special Nining body and intended to refine her into a human cauldron. Quite the ambition, Xianjinzi. I kicked Chin Hao apart and used true fire to ignite the Chin mansion. Amidst the soaring flames, I carried my sister on my back, took Xinxingxue by the hand outside the door, and left. After taking the 2 girls to a safe place, I immediately went to Xin Zenzi's Hideo Yuta hillside villa under Chin Hao's name. In the basement, Xianjinzi was healing his injuries using poisonous insects. "Disciple, has the cauldron been delivered?" He didn't even turn his head. "The person sending you on your way has arrived." I delivered a chop with my hand. Spiritual energy materialized into a blade, slicing this Grandmaster-level evil cultivator directly in half at the waist. He looked in horror as his lower body separated, trying to beg for mercy. I couldn't be bothered to talk and searched his soul again. I learned he had just snatched a Azure Dragon amulet, one of the keys to opening the ancient Mount Tai secret treasury. Just as I took the Azure Dragon amulet, 5 pursuers from the 5 poison sect arrived to kill. "Kid, hand over the treasure." These 5 were all at the late stage of the transformation realm, considered overlords in the mortal world. But in my eyes, they were nothing but 5 ants. "Noisy." I slapped down with a backhand. The air was compressed into a giant tangible palm. With a boom, the 5 men, along with the basement floor, were all turned to powder. Murder and arson bring wealth. I burned the villa down and made a trip to Mount Tai. Unfortunately, without all 5 amulets, I couldn't open the treasury, so I had to return. When I got home, I found my own manor heavily surrounded. Countless red laser dots were aimed at me. "Xiao Feng, you are suspected of a massacre. Hands on your head and squat down immediately." The law enforcement captain shouted sternly. I hovered in midair and slowly landed. "I want to see people from the Kunlun War Department," I said indifferently. "You have no right to make conditions." Fire. Gunshots rang out. I raised my hand and made a grasping motion. The sky full of bullets, along with the guns in their hands, were instantly sucked away by a massive force and crumpled into a ball of scrap iron in my palm. This display of dragon capture art left everyone dumbfounded. Do I have the right now? 10 minutes later, an armed helicopter roared in. A woman, valiant and heroic but full of arrogance, jumped off the plane. Yi Hongling, the great-granddaughter of the old war god Yi Sanglong of the Kunlun War Department, an early-stage grandmaster, claiming to be a genius. "You are Xiao Feng? Surrender, or should I break your 4 limbs?" Yi Hongling raised her chin slightly, her eyes disdainful. "I want a Kunlun token." I ignored her provocation. "In exchange, I can cure the poison in your aunt, Yi Wuxuang." Shameless boasting. Are you even worthy of mentioning my aunt? Yi Hongling was furious and flew at me with a kick, the wind from her leg fierce. I stood in place, raised my hand, and delivered a slap. Smack! Yi Hongling was sent spinning away like a top, half her face swelling high, completely dazed. "You dare hit me?" She screamed and rushed up again. Smack! Another backhand slap. This time she flew more than 10 meters, spitting out a mouthful of bloody teeth. I walked over, grabbed her by the neck like lifting a chick, and looked coldly into her terrified eyes. I have no patience to play house with you. Tell your great-grandfather, if he wants Yi Wuxuan to live, bring the Kunlun token tomorrow. Also, don't let these ants bother me again. After speaking, I casually threw her to the ground and turned to walk into the manor. Behind me, there was dead silence. Yi Hongling covered her face, the arrogance in her eyes finally turning into deep fear. Inside the house, Xin Xingxue and my sister were hugging and crying. Seeing me enter, they were both surprised and happy. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine, just dealt with a few flies. Dinner was warm, but my mind was heavy. My father's death was strange. I had to go to Jiang City to ask my father's sworn brother, Linyu, for clarity. After paying respects to my father, I took Xin Xingxue and flew straight to Jiang City. The atmosphere in the Lin family was solemn, filled with weeping. I pushed the door open and saw Uncle Lin with weak breath, his internal organs all shattered. It was Xue Daigui. Uncle Lin spat blood as he spoke. Years ago, he and my father joined forces to send this bully to prison. Now the man had returned with a body full of poison skills for revenge. Chainer, you run quickly. He asked me to duel at Swallow Lake tonight. If I don't go, he will wipe out the Lin family. Uncle, don't worry. I'll treat you. Ignoring everyone's obstruction, I used the rejuvenation hand, pouring spiritual energy into him. In moments, his internal organs were repaired. Seeing Lin Yu jump off the bed full of vigor, everyone in the room dropped their jaws in shock. Uncle, I'll go with you tonight. No, it's too dangerous. I've already hired an expert, Lei Lai. Just as he spoke, a burly man pushed the door open and entered. This was Lei Lai, mid-stage transformation realm, looking arrogant. Hearing that I was going too, Lei Lai turned his nose up to the sky, bringing a burden? If he dies, I won't be responsible. To intimidate me, he pressed a palm print into the wall. Kid, look clearly. This is called Kung Fu. I almost laughed out loud. This kind of flowery fist and embroidered leg deserves to be called Kung Fu? But I didn't speak. Tonight, someone would naturally teach him how to behave. Swallow Lake, an isolated island, a dark and windy night. Xue Daigui came treading on the waves, his aura imposing. Lei Lai was originally full of confidence, but after exchanging less than 3 moves, both his arms were broken, and he knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Don't kill me. I'll give you money. 500 million. Xue Daigui took the money, turned his gaze to us, and smiled cruelly. Lin Yu, it's your turn. And this kid, is he your bastard son? Perfect for you to hit the road together. Lin Yu stood in front of me, ready to die. Chainer, run. Run? No one can run. Xue Daigui lunged forward with a hideous grin. I sighed and took a step forward. Noisy. I swiped my finger lightly in the void. Put. Xue Daigui's sprinting legs were suddenly severed at the knees. His body flew out due to inertia, slamming heavily onto the ground, blood spraying wildly. Ah, my legs. Who sneak attacked? Lei Lai and Lin Yu looked around in terror, unable to believe it was me. It was me. I walked up to the screaming Xue Daigui and looked down at him. You, who exactly are you? Xue Daigui was horrified to the extreme. Brother, save me, he suddenly shouted toward the lake surface. Boom! The lake water exploded, and an even more tyrannical aura shot into the sky. Xue Daigui's older brother, Xue Dafu, an early-stage grandmaster, attacked violently. Dare to hurt my brother. Die! Xue Dafu struck a palm from midair, the energy force overwhelming like overturning seas and mountains. Even Lei Lai peed his pants in fright. Grandmaster. Grandmaster? Just an ant. Expressionless, I didn't even look him in the eye. Simply waving out a wind blade. A golden light flashed. In midair, Xue Dafu's figure stagnated, then broke neatly from the waist. 2 sections of his corpse fell to the ground with a splat, internal organs spilling all over. The entire scene was dead silent. Lei Lai opened his mouth wide, his eyes almost popping out. Lin Yu looked at me as if he were looking at a celestial being. I stepped on the remaining half of Xue Daigui's body and lowered my head to ask, now, can we chat about who ordered you to kill my father? The evening breeze gently stirred the ripples on the lake's surface. On the deserted island, screams echoed incessantly. Do you think that just because you've learned a few tricks, you can dance around in front of me? What if you're a master? If I want to kill, I will. Xiaofeng said indifferently, looking at Xue Dafu, who was struggling and wailing on the ground, exuding an overwhelming aura. Who exactly are you? Xue Dafu, filled with fear and dread, dared not meet Xiaofeng's gaze. He was horrified. He had thought he was strong enough after reaching the master level, but in front of Xiaofeng, he didn't even have a chance to react before being cut in half. I am the son of your enemy, Xiao Jiangwo. Xiaofeng introduced himself. Upon learning his identity, Xue Dafu's heart sank completely. He had just been thinking that he had no major grievances with Xiaofeng, and that if he begged for mercy, perhaps Xiaofeng would spare the 2 brothers. However, Who would have thought that the other party was the son of his enemy? There was certainly no room for negotiation. Today, it seemed that the two brothers were doomed to die. Shue Daigué, who had lost his limbs and become a cripple, was now in utter despair. He deeply regretted not investigating the enemy's son beforehand. Had he known how terrifying the other party's son was, he would never have entertained thoughts of revenge and thus would not have ended up in this predicament. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiaofeng suddenly made his move, employing the dragon capture technique to draw the Shue brothers closer, pressing his palms onto their heads. He intended to use the soul-searching technique to probe their memories. Although his father's death was likely unrelated to them, he was still unwilling to let it go and prepared to investigate personally. Better to kill wrongly than to let go. Don't kill me, I don't want to die yet, I haven't lived enough. No, I won't accept this. Shue Dafu, captured by Xiaofeng, was acutely aware of what awaited him and screamed in terror. Shue Daigué, on the other hand, was so frightened that he wet himself and fainted. However, he was soon jolted awake by the pain. The suffering endured by those subjected to soul-searching was something even the toughest of men could not withstand. Amidst the heart-wrenching wails, Xiaofeng continuously extracted their memories. Before long, the soul-searching came to an end. Xiaofeng was greatly disappointed. These two indeed had no connection to his father's death. However, there were other gains. From the memories he extracted, he learned that the Shue brothers, after being released from prison 10 years ago, found the slow earnings from working in a factory unsatisfactory and thus turned to a life of crime, robbing passers-by. As a result, they were wanted by the law enforcement team. Not wanting to return to prison, they fled everywhere, eventually escaping into a mountain on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. By chance, they discovered a hidden cave in the mountain which contained a manual, a vermilion bird talisman, and several miraculous pills. After consuming the pills, their physiques changed dramatically and their powers increased significantly. They had cultivated according to the manual for 10 years and only recently emerged from the mountain. Since Shue Dafu was the older brother and had consumed more pills at the time, his cultivation was stronger. Xiaofeng squeezed hard, crushing Shue Daigué. Then, freeing his hand, he searched Shue Dafu's pocket and pulled out an object shaped like a vermilion bird. It was indeed the vermilion bird talisman, a treasure that could incite countless people to fight over it upon its emergence. Xiaofeng had not expected this pleasant surprise. With this, he had easily obtained 2 talismans today. Once he gathered the remaining 3, he could head to the top of Mount Tai to see if the legendary ancient treasure truly existed. Boom! The barely alive Shue Dafu was also crushed by Xiaofeng, reduced to nothing but scraps. Not far away, Lei Lai, like a startled bird, had long been terrified. Now, witnessing Xiaofeng's brutal and terrifying methods, he was even more frightened to the point of losing his mind. Reflecting on his previous actions towards Xiaofeng, he wanted to cry but had no tears, cursing himself for being such a fool. What was he thinking, provoking this god of death? What was the difference between this and digging his own grave? When he saw Xiaofeng's gaze directed at him after dealing with the Shue brothers, Lei Lai trembled violently, terrified to the extreme. Sir, I was blind and offended you without meaning to. I beg you to overlook my small faults. Lei Lai knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. Uncle, should this person be killed or spared? Xiaofeng ignored his pleas for mercy and inquired about Lin Yu's thoughts. After all, Lei Lai was invited by Lin Yu, and killing him outright would be disrespectful to Lin Yu. He had always respected this uncle, which is why he asked. Of course, the main reason was that aside from being foul-mouthed and showy, Lei Lai didn't seem to have any enmity with him. Such a person could be killed or spared. Shaner, Senior Lei has suffered greatly today to help me. One should spare those who can be spared, so let's not make things difficult for him. Lin Yu, who had been in a state of shock, came to his senses and spoke a good word for Lei Lai. The latter was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, nearly bowing down to Lin Yu in gratitude. Then let it be as uncle wishes, spare his life. Xiaofeng nodded. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. But suddenly, Xiaofeng's voice rang out, causing him to tense up again. His heart racing as he dryly asked, Sir, but what? You can escape the death penalty, but not the living one. You need to transfer the 500 million funds you were preparing to give to Shue Daigué to Uncle Lin's account by tomorrow afternoon. Consider it your ransom. Do you have any objections? Xiaofeng was not some saint who could easily let go of those who offended him. No objections. Lei Lai replied painfully. If you dare to go back on your word, whether in the heavens or the underworld, I will capture you and personally execute you. Xiaofeng patted Lei Lai on the shoulder, warning him. I wouldn't dare. I will definitely do as you say. Lei Lai quickly waved his hands. You can leave now. Xiaofeng issued the order to dismiss him. Finally able to leave, Lei Lai was overjoyed. Olju, send me the bank account number when you have time. After saying this, he disregarded his injuries and, enduring the pain, rushed towards the lake. Splashing through the waves for a while, His internal energy was insufficient and he fell into the water. After splashing around a few times and gulping down some water, he adjusted his breath and continued to wade through the waves. When he reached the shore, he used all his strength to run wildly, fleeing in a panic. Although Xiaofeng had said he wouldn't kill him, who knew if the other party would suddenly change his mind? It was safer to run far away. "Shaner, where did you learn such incredible skills?" Once Lei Lai was far away, Lin Yu curiously asked. He finally understood that Xiaofeng's words at home were not just boasting, he truly had remarkable abilities. He had misjudged and failed to believe his nephew. Self-taught. Xiaofeng smiled. "I see, it must be that your mother left behind martial arts manuals and you secretly practiced them, which is why you suddenly have such skills. Am I right?" Lin Yu had a look of realization. Xiaofeng shrugged, offering no further explanation. Then he asked, "Uncle Lin, can you tell me about my mother? I don't even know her name." As a child, he had asked his father about his mother many times, but each time his father would show a pained expression and refuse to talk about her, forbidding him to ask further. "Your mother." Lin Yu fell into distant memories, and after a long while, he began to recount all the little information he knew. Xiaofeng's mother was named Jiang Linghuan, her identity mysterious and her origins unclear. She was one of the rare extraordinary women in the world, not only beautiful but also skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, medicine, and martial arts. 21 years ago, Xiaofeng's father went missing for several months, and when he returned, he had a beautiful woman by his side who was Jiang Linghuan, and she was already pregnant with Xiaofeng at that time. Xiao Jiangwo and Jiang Linghuan had a low-key wedding, only inviting Lin Yu to attend. Later, Jiang Linghuan gave birth to Xiaofeng. It was on that day that an accident occurred. A group of powerful men in black stormed into the hospital, taking advantage of Jiang Linghuang's weakness after childbirth, intending to kill the mother and son. Fortunately, Jiang Linghuang was highly skilled and managed to fend off the strong enemies, but it also came at an extremely heavy cost. He suffered irreparable injuries and spent a year recuperating in bed. Not only did his condition fail to improve, but it also worsened. Later, Xiao Jiangwo took Jiang Linghuang to the Shangguan family in Jiangcheng, and a few days later, Jiang Linghuang miraculously recovered. It was during that time that the betrothal between Xiaofeng and Shangguan Fian was also established. Xiao Jiangwo and Jiang Linghuan lived a few years of peaceful and happy life until after the birth of their daughter, Xiao Chirui, when Jiang Chuwan left a letter and suddenly disappeared without a word. After that, there was no news of her, as if she had evaporated from the world. No one knew where she had gone. Xiaofeng listened intently. This was the first time he had a rough understanding of his mother. It turned out that his mother was so exceptional. How did she come to choose his father? Where did his mother come from? Why did that group of men in black want to kill the two of them? Why did his mother leave without saying goodbye? Was it possible that his father's death was related to that group of men in black? Why did his mother's injuries heal upon arriving at the Shangguan family? At that moment, many questions flashed through Xiaofeng's mind, but he was unable to confirm them and could not find answers for now. Perhaps, when he finds his mother in the future, everything will be revealed. "Shaner, there might be a photo of your mother in the safe in your father's room. You can look for it when you go back," Lin Yu reminded. "Okay, I got it." Xiaofeng nodded and said, "Uncle, it's getting late. I'll take you home." "All right." After experiencing several emotional roller coasters tonight, Lin Yu felt extremely tired and wanted to go home and sleep early. But there was still more than an hour's drive, which made him a bit distressed. However, just as he had this thought, he found himself in the air. Xiaofeng was holding his arm and flying him up. "Shaner, are you really at the late stage of being a land immortal?" Lin Yu looked down in surprise and asked. Xiaofeng nodded. Lin Yu felt greatly relieved by this affirmative answer. "Jiangwo, my good brother, your son has made it. You can rest in peace now." Lin Yu sighed. Soon, Xiaofeng took him back to the Lin family. The family members were overjoyed to see the two return safely. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Xiaofeng left and hurried back to Fengcheng overnight. At this moment, far away in the belly of a mountain, was the headquarters of the Five Poisons sect. In the conference hall, all members of elder rank and above were present. The sect leader, the Black Widow, sat in a high position and said in a deep voice, "I have gathered everyone here tonight to announce some bad news. Elderly and the others have gone missing in Fengcheng." The elderly she mentioned was one of the 5 who had been killed by Xiaofeng in Qin Hao's private villa during the day. The hall immediately erupted in discussions. Among them, a short and stout middle-aged man, resembling a toad, asked, "Weren't elderly and the others chasing after Xianzhenzi to seize the Qinglong talisman? If they went missing at this time, could it be that they got the Qinglong talisman and wanted to keep it for themselves, hiding away somewhere?" "No, they were killed by someone," the Black Widow said firmly. She had the life poison insects of those 5 in her hands, and through the abnormalities of the life poison insects, she concluded that all 5 were dead. "Who killed them? Could it be Xianzhenzi?" That shouldn't be. How could he possibly be a match for Elderly and the others alone? It's likely that Xianjinzi hired a master from the witch sect. We can't rule out the possibility that the killer is someone else. If that's the case, Xianjinzi might also be dead, and the Qinglong talisman has fallen into the hands of the killer. Everyone expressed their opinions and shared their speculations. Silence. The Black Widow stopped the noise and said, "No matter the circumstances, anyone who kills members of my 5 poison sect must die. And the Qinglong talisman is of great importance, it must be retrieved. Who among you is willing to take on this task?" She scanned the crowd, and everyone lowered their heads, no one responding. No one wanted to take on such a thankless task. The Black Widow was not in a hurry. She had plenty of ways to make her subordinates eager to carry out the mission. With a charming smile and an enticing tone, she said, "Whoever completes the task can cultivate with me for 3 months." As soon as these words were spoken, the male warriors present were all stirred up. Each one gazed at her with greedy, fiery eyes, and many were swallowing hard. The Black Widow was extraordinarily alluring, and few men could resist her temptation. Anyone who had cultivated with her would find the experience unforgettable for a lifetime. More importantly, the Black Widow was a 5-poison spirit body. Martial artists who practiced poison techniques would gain significant benefits from cultivating with her, possibly advancing their skills further. As the saying goes, if I don't enter hell, who will? I'll go. For the revenge of my fallen comrades, for the revival of the 5 poison sect, am willing to take the lead. Don't fight with me, let me go. The high-ranking members argued incessantly, their faces flushed and nearly coming to blows. Everyone shut up. Poison Tooth, Spike, this task is entrusted to you. I await your good news. The Black Widow selected 2 of her strongest subordinates. Both were latest-stage masters and ranked among the top 10 experts of the 5 poison sect. With them executing the task, it should be a sure thing. Master, we will not let you down, Spike and Poison Tooth said excitedly. The others looked on with unwillingness, filled with envy and jealousy. This is the life poison of Elderly and the others. It can guide you to their place of death. The Black Widow casually tossed 5 poison insects into their hands. She also had them each swallow a specially made poison pill to prevent them from becoming greedy after obtaining the Azure Dragon talisman and not returning to report. Once everything was arranged, Poison Tooth and Spike set off. Their minds were filled with images of cultivating with the master, completely disregarding the task at hand, believing they could complete it easily. Thus, the 2 made their way to Maple City under the cover of night. At 10 o'clock that night, Xiao Feng returned home. His sister, Xiao Chirue, was already asleep, and only Xin Xingxue remained in the living room. "You're back. I should go to bed too." Xin Xingxue yawned, her voice thick with sleepiness. She had been worried since Xiao Feng hadn't returned late at night and had waited here for him. Now that she saw he was safe, she felt relieved. "All right, they'll see you home." Xiao Feng carried her through the air, quickly ensuring she arrived home safely. After returning home, he entered his father's room. The furnishings were just as they had been during his father's lifetime, and seeing them brought a wave of desolation to Xiao Feng's heart. Approaching the bedside safe, he didn't know the password and had to force it open. With a gentle tug, the sturdy safe door swung open. Inside the large safe were only a few photos of his mother. This was the first time he had seen his mother's face. She resembled his sister somewhat, both being rare beauties. He committed his mother's appearance to memory for future reference. The night passed without a word. The next morning, while Xiao Feng was having breakfast with his sister, a figure rushed in. "Captain Liu, what brings you here?" Xiao Feng was quite surprised. Captain Liu had led the enforcement team to try to arrest him yesterday. "Mr. Xiao, I'm here on orders." Captain Liu felt quite fearful upon seeing Xiao Feng. "Whose orders?" Xiao Feng asked. "The Kunlun War Department. The old war god has agreed to meet with you. You need to go to the hidden dragon abyss as soon as possible." Captain Liu reported truthfully, handing over a map with a red circle marking the location of the hidden dragon abyss. Since Yi Hongling didn't have Xiao Feng's phone number, she had sent him to deliver the message. "That girl works pretty efficiently. You go back and tell them to meet in an hour." The girl Xiao Feng referred to was Yi Hongling. "An hour so soon?" Captain Liu was taken aback. The distance to the hidden dragon abyss was 1,500 kilometers. Even by plane, Xiao Feng wouldn't make it in an hour. Although he knew Xiao Feng could fly, he had no idea how fast he could actually go. "Just do as I say," Xiao Feng said lazily, unwilling to explain. "All right, they'll take care of it right away." Captain Liu didn't dare to ask more. He arrived quickly and left just as fast. Xiao Feng finished his breakfast in a hurry and said to his sister, "Stay at home and behave, I'll be back soon." "Brother, be careful." Xiao Chu Rue nodded. Qianlongjian is the headquarters of the Kunlun War Department, located in the southwestern region of Longhua, precisely at the head of a massive dragon vein. Due to the terrain, spiritual energy gathers here, making it an excellent place for cultivation. However, the spiritual energy suddenly vanished yesterday, and the reason has yet to be determined. At this moment, in a cave within Qianlongjian, there was an ice bed that constantly emitted a chilling aura. A beautiful woman, poised and graceful, lay on it, her eyes tightly closed and completely still. Her skin was a patchwork of colors, a result of the deadly poison within her. If it weren't for the faint pulse, she would almost resemble a corpse. The woman's name was Yi Wushuang, the most beloved granddaughter of the old war god Yi Sanglong, the #1 female war god in Longwa, the youngest terrestrial immortal. In Longwa, she held immense prestige and fame. However, she was poisoned, and even the well-informed Yi Sanglong could not eradicate it entirely. If the poison could not be removed quickly, barring any accidents, Yi Wushuan would perish in half a month. This outcome was unacceptable to Yi Sanglong and the entire war department. At this moment, the over-a-century-old Yi Sanglong, with his white hair and youthful appearance, exuding an air of immortality, stood before the icebed, gazing at his granddaughter with deep concern etched on his face. I hope Xiao Feng inherited his mother's medical skills and can cure Wushuang, Yi Sanglong murmured. Yesterday, Yi Hongling had told him that Xiao Feng claimed he could eliminate the toxins from his aunt's body. Initially, Yi Sanglong did not believe it. After all, Xiao Feng was just over 20 years old, and he thought of him as just a boastful young man. However, when his subordinate delivered Xiao Feng's information to him and he learned that Xiao Feng was the son of Jiang Chuwan, he immediately changed his mind. He had met Jiang Chuwan 18 years ago and knew how extraordinary she was. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows, sensing something, and murmured, "He's here." Just as he said, he arrived within an hour. It seems he has some skills. Yi Kanglong's figure flickered and vanished from the spot, appearing outside the cave, where he called out to the sky. "Friend Xiao has arrived, welcome, welcome." In the sky, a figure dove down, landing in front of Yi Sanglong. The two regarded each other closely. "Oh!" Yi Sanglong exclaimed in surprise. With his experience, he couldn't discern Xiao Feng's cultivation level. In contrast, Xiao Feng saw through him completely. He was at the 12th level of qi refinement, which was the late stage of a terrestrial immortal. Moreover, his internal energy was robust and continuous, with faint signs of a breakthrough, indicating he was half a step into the foundation establishment stage. Unfortunately, due to environmental factors, Yi Sanglong had been stuck at this level for many years, unable to take that final step. Not only that, but whether due to national fortune or other reasons, Xiao Feng exhibited dragon energy, which could serve as a powerful trump card and form an unbreakable protective true energy. It could be said that with this dragon energy, Yi Sanglong had already secured an invincible position in the late stage of a terrestrial immortal. No wonder he could become a leader in martial arts in Longwa, suppressing all other martial artists. However, even so, Xiao Feng was still absolutely confident that he could defeat Yi Sanglong in one move. Of course, Xiao Feng would not do so lightly. After all, this man was the pillar of Longwa, the white jade column supporting the sky, the purple gold beam spanning the sea. Longwa could not do without him, just as the West could not do without Jerusalem. His importance to Longwa was beyond words. Junior pays respects to the old war god. Xiao Feng had heard his father speak of Yi Kanglong's deeds many times and held great admiration for him, performing a gesture of respect. "No need for formalities, friend Xiao. Are you truly confident you can cure my granddaughter?" Yi Sanglong got straight to the point. "Of course," Xiao Feng said with a firm voice, "with your words, I can rest assured. Wu Shuang is inside the cave, please come in quickly." Yi Sanglong appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with excitement. "No rush, let's first discuss the matter of the Kunlun order. If I cure Yi Wu Shuang, can I receive a Kunlun order?" Xiao Feng wanted to negotiate the terms before deciding on the next steps. The Kunlun order is not easily granted, it is only considered for those who have made extraordinary contributions to the country multiple times, possess exceptional martial prowess, and have upright character. You should know that only 3 have been issued in the past several years. Even if you cure Wu Shuang later, it cannot be given to you just like that, further assessments are required. Precisely because of this, the Kunlun order is exceedingly precious. I hope you can understand my difficulties. Yi Sanglong spoke frankly, not hiding his thoughts. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment, nodded, and seemed to agree with the other's statement. The Kunlun order is akin to an ancient golden ticket for immunity from death combined with a sword of authority, granting immense power to act first and report later, free from any sanctions. It is understandable that Yi Sanglong treats the issuance of the Kunlun order with such seriousness. "Alright, let's save the person first," Yi Sanglong said. Under his guidance, Xiao Feng entered the cave and approached the icebed. "Xiao Daoyu, can you identify which kinds of strange poisons are affecting Wu Xuan?" Yi Sanglong inquired. "I can't tell." Xiao Feng observed carefully for a while and shook his head in response. There are countless poisons in the world, numbering in the tens of thousands. How could Xiao Feng recognize them all? He only knew of 3 types of poison within Yi Wuxuang. One was extremely cold, another was exceedingly domineering, and the last was very peculiar. No wonder no one in the Dragon Kingdom could cure it. If I don't know the origin of the strange poison, how can I treat it? Yi Sanglong felt somewhat disappointed by this answer. In his understanding, detoxification requires targeted treatment. Not knowing the poison means there is no way to detoxify. Whether I recognize it or not doesn't matter, it won't stump me, Xiao Feng said confidently. Oh, Yi Kanglong's spirits lifted, seeing Xiao Feng so certain reignited his hope. Now I will begin the treatment, do not disturb me, Xiao Feng instructed. All right, Yi Sanglong nodded. Meanwhile, at the residence of Yan Nantian, the second strongest of the Kunlun War Department, Yi Hongling was diligently helping him with a back rub. Grandpa Yan, you have no idea how despicable Xiao Feng is. He is not only arrogant but also lacks compassion. He almost killed me yesterday. He bullies me like this. You must stand up for me, Yi Hongling said, feeling wronged. Proud and somewhat petty, she had suffered greatly at Xiao Feng's hands and was very dissatisfied. Thus, she sought out Yan Nantian, who doted on her the most, to complain and seek his help. Yan Nantian, 55 years old, had a square face and an air of heroism. He sported a long beard that reached his chest, reminiscent of the legendary Guangong. Behind him was a large black sword weighing 350 pounds, which looked very imposing. Yan Nantian was the adopted son of Yi Sanglong, with astonishing martial talent. Earlier this year, he had broken through to the late stage of the Earth Immortal realm, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts on Earth. Over the years, he had fought countless battles for the War Department, earning numerous military achievements, and was Yi Kanglong's right-hand man. Hearing Yi Hongling's grievances, Yan Nantian smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, whether Xiao Feng cures Wu Shuang or not. I will personally have a word with him to vent your anger. Grandpa Yan, you are too good. You spoil me, unlike my ancestor, who not only refused to help me teach Xiao Feng a lesson but also lectured me." Yi Hongling was overjoyed. In her heart, Yan Nantian was the strongest person in the world after her ancestor. With him stepping in, she was sure he could make Xiao Feng cower. Even though Xiao Feng was strong, he should not be a match for Yan Nantian. Imagining Xiao Feng crying and begging for forgiveness in front of her made her smile from ear to ear, feeling completely at ease. About half an hour later, "It's done." Xiao Feng tidied up Yi Wuxuang's clothes and said lightly. Yi Sanglong was overjoyed. He saw that his granddaughter's complexion had returned to normal, her vitality greatly improved, along with the foul-smelling toxic liquid scattered on the ground. This toxic liquid had seeped from Yan Wuxuang's fingers and the soles of her feet. "Thank you, Taoist Xiao, for your help. But why hasn't Wuxuang woken up yet?" Yi Sanglong asked. "She has just recovered from a serious illness. Her body is still quite weak. She will wake up in a few more minutes," Xiao Feng said confidently. "I see." Yi Sanglong agreed wholeheartedly. "Let's go outside and not disturb her rest," Xiao Feng suggested. "Yes, please." Yi Sanglong extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation. As the two exited the cave, not long after, Yi Wuxuang, who had been in a coma for years, gently moved her fingers. Just as Xiao Feng and Yi Sanglong arrived outside the cave, 2 people approached them. It was Yi Hongling and Yan Nantian. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, Yi Hongling shot him a fierce glare and revealed a gloating smile, as Yan Nantian had promised to take revenge for her. She quickly ran to Yi Kanglong's side, linking her arm with his, and asked, "Grandpa, is Auntie better?" "Almost recovered," Yi Sanglong replied with a smile. "Really? I want to see Auntie," Yi Hongling exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. She was happy that her dear aunt was finally better, but shocked that Xiao Feng could actually cure the poison in her aunt's body. It was simply unbelievable. In an instant, she realized that she didn't seem to dislike Xiao Feng as much anymore. Yan Nantian was also beaming with joy. Regardless of Yi Wuxuang's importance to the Kunlun War Department and even the Dragon Kingdom, he genuinely hoped for her swift recovery due to their familial bond. Unexpectedly, countless renowned doctors had been helpless, yet Xiao Feng had cured her. Naturally, he developed a favorable impression of Xiao Feng. "Wuxuang has just recovered from a serious illness and hasn't woken up yet. Don't disturb her rest." Yi Sanglong stopped her. "Auntie hasn't woken up? This guy can't be a fraud, deliberately fooling us to obtain the Kunlun order, can he?" Yi Hongling questioned. In her limited understanding, whether her aunt was healed depended entirely on whether she had woken up. "Be quiet, stop talking nonsense," Yi Sanglong scolded her. He was well aware of his granddaughter's condition and was certain that Xiao Feng was not deceiving them. One must not doubt their benefactor. That would be no different from being ungrateful. Yi Hongling shrank her neck, feeling quite wronged. She had been scolded by her grandfather twice in the past 2 days, both related to Xiao Feng. Just as she had begun to change her impression of Xiao Feng, she found herself resenting him again. She quickly gave Yan Nantian a look, urging him to teach Xiao Feng a lesson. The latter understood and stepped forward, cupping his fists and saying, "Mr. Xiao, I've heard that your cultivation is quite impressive. I would like to learn a thing or two from you, may I?" "You?" Xiao Feng shook his head. "You are not my opponent." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those present changed. Yi Tsanglong immediately perked up. He had yet to gauge Xiao Feng's depth and was eager to see what abilities he possessed to dare to look down on his adopted son. It should be noted that among the entire Dragon Kingdom, Yan Nantian was ranked among the top 5 experts, possibly even in the top 3. Even he might not be able to defeat Yan Nantian within 100 moves. Yet Xiao Feng casually claimed that Yan Nantian was not his opponent. Was Xiao Feng boasting, or did he truly possess extraordinary skills? Yi Tsanglong leaned more towards the former. "Arrogant fool, Grandpa Yan is at the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Stop bragging here, or you might get struck by lightning." Yi Hongling laughed in anger, glaring at him, her heart filled with cold amusement. As the person involved, Yan Nantian also felt a bit angry. Was he being looked down upon? Originally, he had approached Xiao Feng for a spar at Yi Kanglong's suggestion an hour ago, mainly to test Xiao Feng's martial strength, serving as an assessment. If he did not meet a certain level of strength, even if Xiao Feng cured Yi Wuxuan, he would not be awarded the Kunlun order. Without solid strength, it is impossible to protect the precious and rare Kunlun order. Sooner or later, it will be taken by those with ulterior motives. As for helping Yi Hongling vent her anger, that is just a side issue. Although I, Yen, may not be the best in the world, I am confident I have some strength. Whether or not you are my opponent can only be determined after we fight. Please don't refuse. Yan Nantian said firmly. You're not afraid, are you? I knew you were just bragging. Seeing Xiao Feng not responding, Yi Hongling quickly fanned the flames, mocking him. Alright, since you insist, then let's do it. Xiao Feng did not want to offend the Kunlun War Department, but the situation did not allow him to back down. The power of a land immortal is too great. Let's go to the underground arena, Yi Tsanglong suggested. If the two of them fought, they might end up collapsing the Qianlong abyss, which he did not want to see. The underground arena is reinforced with formations, so there's no need to worry about the surroundings being affected. Xiao Feng and Yan Nantian had no objections and followed Yi Tsanglong to the underground arena. In the cave, Yi Wuxuan listened to the conversation outside clearly. She was quite curious about Xiao Feng's strength and wanted to go see for herself just how capable he was. But she felt too embarrassed to face him, so after thinking it over, she decided against it. Deep underground, on the arena, the two stood facing each other. Mr. Xiao, fists and feet are silent. If you can't withstand my attack later, you can signal to stop the fight, Yan Nantian said with cupped fists. You too, Xiao Feng replied. What the hell? Even though Yan Nantian was experienced and his emotions wouldn't easily be disturbed by others, Xiao Feng's dismissive attitude, which showed he didn't regard him at all, almost made him curse out loud. Please. Unable to hold back, Yan Nantian bowed and took the initiative to strike. He wanted to teach this arrogant young man a good lesson. His body shot towards Xiao Feng like a cannonball, delivering a powerful palm strike. Xiao Feng stood still, waiting for him to get close before casually waving his hand. Boom! The two palm forces collided violently, and the terrifying residual force spread outwards. Even though there were formations protecting the arena, some residual force still leaked out. Yi Hongling, watching from near the arena, was nearly blinded by the released energy. If Yi Tsanglong hadn't acted in time, she would have been seriously injured. The destructive power unleashed in a battle between land immortal realm warriors was not something she could withstand. When Yi Hongling opened her eyes, she was horrified to find that her once proud Yan Nantian was actually lying on the ground, his palm trembling and a look of pain on his face. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng remained standing in place, unmoving like a pine tree. What happened? Why is it like this? Yi Hongling asked, filled with confusion. Yi Tsanglong beside her did not answer, his expression grave. He had witnessed the entire battle process and could tell from that one move that Xiao Feng's strength was unfathomable. However, that did not mean Yan Nantian was going to lose. Yi Tsanglong was well aware of how strong his disciple's trump card was. Very well, that was just a warm-up, now I will use my full strength. Yan Nantian got up and said solemnly. He had previously been afraid of injuring Xiao Feng and had only used 40 of his power. Who would have thought the other party would be so formidable that he had no choice but to go all out? Feel free, use whatever skills you have. Xiao Feng still maintained an indifferent attitude. This greatly angered Yan Nantian. Sky-splitting palm. Yan Nantian's energy surged, carrying the force to split mountains and shatter rocks as he struck again at Xiao Feng. The might of this palm could even crush a small hill. Bang! The two palms collided once more, shaking even the solid arena. Having learned from the previous experience, Yi Hongling quickly hid behind Yi Tsanglong, her eyes fixed on the arena without blinking. Suddenly, she saw a flash, and a figure was sent flying out, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood as it soared over the arena. Yan Nantian lay on the ground, taking several seconds to regain consciousness. He actually fainted from the shock. Seeing this scene, Yi Kanglong's expression changed, becoming more serious. Yi Hongling, hiding behind him, turned pale, unable to believe this was real. Cough, cough. Yan Nantian coughed violently. After taking a palm strike from Xiao Feng, he felt utterly uncomfortable. He forcibly suppressed the chaotic energy within him and said with embarrassment, "I lost." Yan Nantian was an upright person, fully aware that when he lost consciousness just now, Xiao Feng could have continued to attack, but he did not take advantage of the situation. Even so, he knew he had lost. However, he added, "I never expected you to be so strong that I underestimated you and didn't use my strongest strike, so losing doesn't feel entirely unjust. Then I'll give you another chance to strike." Xiao Feng maintained his indifferent attitude. "Thank you," Yan Nantian said sincerely, no longer angry but filled with admiration for Xiao Feng. He slowly drew the heavy sword he always carried on his back and said, "This sword of mine can move mountains, sever rivers, and open the heavens. I never draw it lightly. When I do, blood must be shed, so you better be careful." With a whoosh, the heavy sword was unsheathed. At that moment, Yan Nanshan's entire aura transformed. The sword energy surged around him, overwhelming and fierce. He seemed to be the sword, and the sword was him. He had reached the realm of unity between man and sword. No wonder he claimed this was his most powerful strike. In the past 20 years, Nantian has fought hundreds of battles, facing many strong enemies, and no one has ever forced him to draw his sword. Who would have thought that the sword intent cultivated for 20 years would finally show its edge today? "I am very much looking forward to the upcoming battle," Yi Sanglong said with deep emotion. "Grandpa Yan will definitely win. Apart from the ancestor, no one can withstand his heaven-defying sword." Yi Hongling still refused to accept it, believing Yan Nantian could win. Yi Sanglong smiled slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with her words. "Go!" Yan Nantian moved, shouting loudly as the sword came out like a dragon. In an instant, the entire underground space was enveloped in swordlight. The fierce sword energy carried a shocking power, cleaving towards Xiao Feng. Throughout it all, Xiao Feng remained calm. To others, the power of Yan Nanshan's sword seemed terrifying to the extreme. But to him, it was as trivial as child's play. His mastery of the sword path far surpassed Yan Nanshan's by countless times. Xiao Feng extended 2 fingers, lightly pinching forward, and caught the sword's edge that was slicing through the air. No matter how hard Yan Nantian tried, he could not pull the heavy sword, weighing over 300 pounds, from Xiao Feng's fingertips. Moreover, the sword intent that had been boiling around the heavy sword in Yan Nanshan's body retreated like a tide the moment it touched his fingers. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Yan Nanshan's eyes widened, as if petrified, standing still for a long time. His heart was filled with shock, extremely unsettled. Yi Hongling and Yi Sanglong were equally stunned, both silent for a long time, unable to believe it. No wonder he is Jiang Lingawang's son, he truly defies the heavens. His strength probably far exceeds mine, Yi Sanglong exclaimed in awe. From that moment on, he knew the title of the strongest in Long Country would have to be given to Xiao Feng. After a long while, Yan Nantian finally came to his senses, his gaze filled with desolation and sorrow. "You are right, I am not your opponent. How ridiculous it is that I thought you were boasting. It turns out I was the arrogant one. Mr. Xiao, thank you for sparing me. I am far inferior to you, and losing to you. I am convinced. From now on, I will no longer use a sword," Yan Nantian said with a heavy heart, and after saying this, he seemed to age 10 years. His lifelong pride in swordsmanship was easily defeated by Xiao Feng, a blow too great, shattering all his confidence. He even began to doubt whether he was suited to wield a sword. "Grandpa Yan, you need to pull yourself together." Seeing that Yan Nanshan's emotions were off, Yi Hongling anxiously comforted him. "Victory and defeat are common in battle. You don't need to give up on yourself." Yi Kanglong's expression was worried. He was very concerned about his adopted son's state. "If this battle led to a mental demon, it would be disastrous. Losing to me is quite normal. There's no need to be despondent. For those who cultivate the sword path, the most important thing is to have a firm heart. Because of this, your sword appears weak and powerless, making it difficult even to kill a chicken," Xiao Feng added. The most arrogant sword, described by Xiao Feng as weak and powerless, unable to even show killing intent, made Yan Nantian smile bitterly, yet he knew he had no right to refute. In the hands of the opponent, he truly was weak and posed no threat. "Considering you are someone with potential, I will teach you a couple of moves so you can see what true swordsmanship is. Watch closely, I will demonstrate only once. As for how much you can comprehend, that depends on your own fortune." After saying this, Xiao Feng held a heavy sword. A thrust, a slash, a flick. The simple 3 moves were already the end of the demonstration. Yi Hongling was momentarily stunned, unable to see any marvel in it. This was too perfunctory. She thought Xiao Feng was just toying with Yan Nantian. Indignant, she was about to criticize Xiao Feng but was frightened into swallowing her words by a glance from Yi Sanglong. While she couldn't see the intricacies, Yi Sanglong and Yan Nantian could. Especially Yan Nantian, who had delved deeply into swordsmanship, was astonished, falling into a state of wondrous comprehension. Xiao Feng's seemingly plain 3 moves contained the true essence of the sword path, returning to simplicity. Every subtle movement was beyond words. This enlightened Yan Nantian, clearing his mind like parting the clouds to see the blue sky. As long as he could grasp even 1% of the profound meaning, it would be enough to benefit him for a lifetime, and his martial arts would advance further. Let's go, don't disturb him in his enlightenment. Xiao Feng flew down from the arena and said to Yi Sanglong. The latter nodded. Xiao Feng glanced at Yi Hongling, who immediately darted behind Yi Sanglong like a startled rabbit, not daring to look at him. Although she was quite displeased with Xiao Feng, the strength he displayed was undeniable. Previously, she had dared to disrespect Xiao Feng and speak insolently because she felt safe with Yan Nantian and Yi Sanglong around. But now, with Yan Nantian defeated by Xiao Feng, and it seemed the latter hadn't even exerted himself much, she didn't dare to act recklessly in front of him anymore. Back on the ground, Yi Sanglong led Xiao Feng into a secret chamber. Yi Hongling ran to the cave to see Yi Wuxuan. She actually wanted to follow into the secret chamber, but the ancestor told her to stay put. Xiao Daoist, you have passed part of the assessment, but you have not yet met the conditions to obtain the Kunlun order. If you agree to 2 things, I will immediately present it to you. Yi Sanglong said with a smile. What are they? Xiao Feng thought it was troublesome and patiently asked. The first thing is, I would like to ask you to protect someone. Yi Kanglong's voice echoed in the secret chamber. As a bodyguard? I don't have that kind of time. Xiao Feng's expression darkened, clearly displeased. His focus was on avenging his father and finding his mother's whereabouts. Time was very precious. Besides, what was his status to do such servant work? Don't be so quick to refuse. Perhaps once you know the identity of the person to be protected, you will change your mind. Yi Sanglong said mysteriously. Who? Xiao Feng became interested. The proud daughter of the Shangwan family in Jiancheng, Shangwan Fian. Yi Sanglong said. Her? What a coincidence. Are you doing this on purpose? I can't do this. You should find someone else. Xiao Feng decisively refused without a hint of hesitation, feeling quite surprised. What was so special about Shangwan Fian that even a figure of Yi Kanglong's caliber would personally seek a bodyguard for her? He planned to find an opportunity to dissolve the engagement with Shangwan Fian soon. If he went to be her bodyguard, it would complicate things further. Isn't she your fiancé? Now that she is in danger, you should agree to protect her. Yi Sanglong knew that the two had a marriage contract and originally thought that Xiao Feng would surely agree upon hearing the other person's name. He never expected such a straightforward refusal. This caught him off guard. To be honest, I am very opposed to this marriage and do not want to have too much interaction with him, Xiao Feng simply explained. She's so beautiful, and you actually oppose it? Yi Sanglong was speechless. As a man, how could one not be moved by a stunning beauty like Shangwan Fian? Even someone like him, who wasn't particularly interested in women, would have been infatuated with Shangwan Fian if he were a few decades younger. After a long pause, Yi Sanglong finally spoke. Regardless, I still hope you can agree to protect her. Consider this a request from me. You only need to protect her for 7 days and ensure her safety. Xiao Feng remained silent. Seeing him quiet, Yi Sanglong added. Shangwan Fian once saved your mother's life. Now that she is in deep trouble, protecting her is equivalent to repaying the favor of saving your mother. Why not do it? When did she save my mother? Xiao Feng was surprised, wondering what capabilities Shangwan Fian had to save her mother. She has the bloodline of the phoenix flowing in her veins. Years ago, after your mother gave birth to you, she was attacked and suffered unimaginable injuries. After a long time of ineffective treatment, she was fortunate to receive a vial of light golden blood from the 1-year-old Shangwan Fian, which was refined into a healing elixir, allowing her to gradually recover. You could say that without Shangwan Fian's blood, your mother would have long since perished. Yi Sanglong revealed this long-held secret. Xiao Feng suddenly understood the reason behind it all. He was also shocked to learn that the other party actually had phoenix blood. He had originally thought that his sister's 9-inch body was rare enough, but it turned out that Shangwan Fian's constitution was even more extraordinary. One couldn't help but marvel at how the world was full of hidden talents. If it weren't for the thin spiritual energy and the current age being unsuitable for cultivation, everyone present could potentially become world-renowned powerhouses. It's just a pity that they were born at the wrong time. Who wants to harm Shangwan Fian? Tell me the details, Xiao Feng asked. Yi Sanglong did not hide anything and explained the whole story to him. Both Shangwan Fian and Xiao Feng's mother, Jiang Linghuan, had mysterious backgrounds. About 20 years ago, Yi Kanglong's capable subordinate, Shangguan Mu, was on a mission and, while passing through a desolate mountain, discovered a battle between strong opponents. Upon closer inspection, he found several men in black killing a woman and attempting to harm the baby girl in her arms. As a member of the Kunlun War Department, he could not stand by and watch. Shangguan Mu decisively intervened, engaging in a fierce battle with the men in black, and with all his might, he managed to slay them all. He suffered heavy losses himself, not only losing all his cultivation but also losing an arm. After that, Shangguan Mu retired early. The rescued baby girl was brought home by him and raised like a granddaughter. He thought they would live in peace forever. However, 3 days ago, a group of mysterious individuals suddenly appeared, forcing Shangguan Mu to hand over Shangguan Fian, or else the entire Shangguan family would face death. Fortunately, Yan Nantian happened to be in Jiangcheng at the time, and after receiving Shangguan Mu's distress call, he rushed over and drove the men in black away. The fact that they could retreat unscathed from Yan Nantian shows how terrifying their strength was. Shangguan Mu was worried that the enemy would return, so he sought help from his old leader, Yi Tsanglong, asking him to send experts to protect Shangguan Fian. Yi Tsanglong had deep feelings for this old subordinate and had no reason to refuse. The original plan was for Yan Nantian to stay with the Shangguan family to ensure their safety. Unfortunately, there was a major task that required Yan Nantian to execute personally, so he couldn't be spared. Yi Tsanglong had to look for someone else and ultimately chose Xiao Feng. I didn't expect Shangguan Fian to have such a bizarre background. If I'm not mistaken, she, my mother, and those who want to kill them all come from the same place. Senior Yi, with your knowledge, you should know their origins, right? Xiao Feng asked. If he knew where his mother came from, he could go directly to search for her. It's embarrassing to say, although I have been in charge of the War Department for many years and have an information network spread across the world, I still don't know where they are from. Yi Tsanglong shook his head. The other party was too mysterious, with no trace to follow. Even after investigating for many years, he still had nothing to show for it. Xiao Feng stared at Yi Tsanglong for a long while, trying to discern whether the other truly didn't know or was unwilling to tell him. After some analysis, it seemed to belong to the former, and he felt an indescribable disappointment. Could my father's death be related to those men in black? He asked again. I can only say that this possibility cannot be ruled out. I haven't paid attention to this matter, but I will send someone to investigate thoroughly, and I will inform you as soon as there is news. Yi Tsanglong, being in a high position, focused on major issues. The death of someone like Xiao Feng's father was just the passing of a minor character, without a special reason he couldn't possibly pay attention to if didn't have that much energy. Alright, then I thank you in advance. Xiao Feng clasped his fists. With the assistance of the Kunlun War Department, finding the murderer of his father would be much easier. No need to be polite, this is what I should do. Yi Tsanglong waved his hand and suddenly smiled. Actually, maybe you won't need me to investigate. With your own abilities, you might quickly figure out who killed your father and where your mother is. What do you mean? With his reminder, Xiao Feng seemed to understand something. That's right, just as you think. In the next few days, those mysterious men in black will likely make a move against Shangguan Fian. If you agree to protect her, you'll have the chance to meet those men in black. If you can capture one or two and interrogate them severely, the answers to the questions you want to know will naturally come to light. Yi Tsanglong stroked his not-so-dense beard, smiling as he spoke. After going around in circles, his goal was still to get Xiao Feng to agree to protect Shangguan Fian. Xiao Feng didn't rush to answer, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Clearly, he was somewhat resistant to contacting Shangguan Fian, mainly because it would be hard to explain to Xinqing Xue. However, the benefits were numerous. Not to mention obtaining the Kunlun order and repaying the debt of saving his mother back then. Just the opportunity to investigate the mysterious men in black and find out the murderer of his father and the whereabouts of his mother was something he couldn't refuse. After careful consideration, Xiao Feng ultimately agreed and curiously asked, by the way, why only let me protect Shangguan Fian for 7 days? Is there any significance to this? Because those men in black can only stay on Earth for 10 days. Beyond that, it will be very difficult for them to return. 3 days have already passed, and I suspect they can only stay on Earth for another 7 days at most. Yi Tsanglong explained his analysis. Oh, so they come from somewhere outside of Earth? Xiao Feng pressed on. That should be the case. I heard your mother mention it casually back then, and when I tried to ask more, she smiled and fell silent, unwilling to say more. Yi Tsanglong said truthfully, alright, I will ensure that Shangguan Fian is safe during these 7 days. Now tell me what the second matter is? Xiao Feng was very confident. With his protection, no one could harm Shangguan Fian in the slightest. A month from now, multiple countries will hold a martial arts tournament that occurs once every 10 years. I hope you can represent the Dragon Country as a martial artist under 30 and defeat your opponents. This won't be for nothing. If you win against the representatives from other countries under 30, you will gain an opportunity, Yi Sanglong said with a serious demeanor. What opportunity? Xiao Feng asked. It's a secret for now, you will know when the time comes. Yi Sanglong smiled. Xiao Feng pouted. He was still keeping secrets from me. He didn't ask further and said, alright, I agree. Glad to hear it. With your support, it's settled. Yi Sanglong laughed heartily, turned, and walked to a black box, taking out a blue token. It was engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and in the center were 3 powerful characters, Kunlun Order. The holder of this order is as if I am personally present. You can do anything within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, without any restrictions. I'm handing this over to you in advance, and I hope you will keep it safe and use the power of the token to do good deeds. Yi Sanglong solemnly presented the Kunlun token to Xiao Feng. The latter took the token, and a weight finally lifted from his heart. From now on, whoever he wanted to kill would no longer bring any subsequent troubles. Most importantly, no matter whom he wanted to kill, he would not be at odds with the Dragon Kingdom. This was also the reason he went through so much trouble to obtain the Kunlun token instead of simply snatching it. After all, he loved this country dearly. Rest assured, I am not one to kill innocents indiscriminately. I only kill those who offend me and the truly wicked. I won't misuse the token, Xiao Feng said sincerely. Good. I trust you to do your work. Yi Sanglong smiled happily as the other's words dispelled his concerns. I'm off. See you in a month. With the Kunlun token in hand, there was no need to linger. Xiao Feng exited the secret chamber and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye from Qianlong Abyss. So fast. Even I can't keep up with that flying speed. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. The world will be his in the future. Yi Sanglong sighed, confirming that Xiao Feng had gone far. He turned and headed back to the cave to see if his granddaughter had awakened. At this moment, inside the cave, the powerful consciousness of Yi Wuxuang also sensed Xiao Feng's departure, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The man who had made her feel humiliated and angry had finally left. She no longer pretended, sitting up from the ice bed. Aunt, you're awake. Yi Hongling, who had been there for a while, was overjoyed to see her aunt suddenly wake up. Who won the match between that man and Uncle Yen? Yi Wuxuang asked curiously. She had heard the conversation outside and knew the two were going to compete in the underground arena. She was very interested in this matter. How do you know he competed with Grandpa Yen? Yi Hongling questioned. Don't ask so much, just answer me. Yi Wuxuang said with a stern face. Xiao Feng won. Yi Hongling said the result of the match without thinking much. Mentioning this, Yi Hongling felt a bit gloomy. When she first met Xiao Feng yesterday, she had a sense of superiority and didn't take him seriously. Who would have thought that he would defeat the powerful Yen Nantian today? This huge psychological gap made it hard for her to let go even now. What? How could this be? Yi Wuxuang's big watery eyes were filled with disbelief. Yen Nantian was considered her half-master, providing her with great help on her martial arts path, and she had a deep understanding of how strong he was. However, even someone as strong as Yen Nantian was defeated by Xiao Feng. Her level of surprise was unimaginable, feeling it was simply absurd. After several seconds of intense shock, Yi Wuxuang finally regained her composure. The reason Uncle Yen lost to him must be that he was worried about hurting him and didn't use his strongest moves. Am I right? She comforted herself. He did use them. Uncle Yen's first 2 attacks were both repelled by Xiao Feng in one move. In the second attack, he even briefly lost consciousness from Xiao Feng's palm technique. When he attacked with his sword the 3rd time, he was still defeated by Xiao Feng with a casual move. Although Yi Hongling held a grudge against Xiao Feng, she had to admit that he was indeed formidable. Yi Wuxuang was left dumbfounded. Her emotions, which had just calmed down, surged again. After Grandpa Yen was defeated, he was deeply affected and gave up on himself, declaring he would never use a sword again. Yi Hongling said, how could this be? Uncle Yen is devoted to the sword path, valuing the sword more than life itself. If he doesn't use a sword, he will be completely useless. No, I have to go persuade him. Yi Wuxuang was anxious upon hearing this bad news. Don't, Aunt, don't be anxious. Grandpa Yen is fine. When Xiao Feng saw him giving up on himself, he casually demonstrated 3 sword techniques, saying it was to let Grandpa Yen contemplate properly. After seeing that, Grandpa Yen fell into a state of enlightenment. Grandpa said that if he comprehends even a small part of the profound truths, his strength will advance even further. Yi Hongling, straightforward and talkative, couldn't keep secrets and shared everything she had seen and heard. Is there really such a miraculous event? Yi Wuxuang felt relieved upon hearing that Yen Nantian was not only fine but had also turned misfortune into fortune. In her shock, she suddenly became very interested in Xiao Feng. Besides his exceptional medical skills, his martial arts were also incredibly extraordinary. She was eager to explore such a remarkable man further. At 9 in the morning, the Shangwon family in Jiangcheng. Shangwon Mu, who had been in a state of anxiety lately, transformed completely after receiving a call from his former leader, his face glowing with joy. "Grandpa, what's making you so happy?" In the living room, Shangwon Fian, who was doing aerobics in front of the television, asked curiously. She was tall, standing at 174 centimeters, and looked very outstanding. With her curvaceous figure, perfectly balanced between being too fat and too thin, paired with her stunning beauty, she had captivated countless men. In a metropolis like Jiangcheng with a population of over 10 million, if she claimed to be the second most beautiful, no one would dare to claim the first. She was undoubtedly the first beauty of Jiangcheng. Perhaps due to being praised since childhood, combined with her own impressive assets, she had developed a habit of having high standards, believing that very few men in the world were worthy of her. Therefore, she was quite averse to the arranged marriage her family had set up for her and constantly thought of ways to cancel it. She had asked her grandfather several times to help dissolve the engagement, but he seemed to be under some spell, refusing to agree and even scolding her a few times. Thus, she inexplicably grew to dislike Xiao Feng. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have this arranged marriage, which restricted her freedom to love. This was similar to those who were forced into blind dates by their families, instinctively rejecting any contact with the other party. Privately, Shangwon Fian had hired a private investigator to look into Xiao Feng's background. Aside from his wealthy family, it seemed he was lacking in every other aspect, far from the husband she envisioned. The man she, Shangwon Fian, wanted to marry must be a dragon among men, not an ordinary person like Xiao Feng. Good news is coming. An important guest will visit our home at noon today. Fian, hurry and take a shower, change into something nice, and make sure to dress up well, Shangwon Mu said with a smile. What guest is so important that it requires such a grand occasion? Shangwon Fian asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. Just make sure to look as beautiful as possible, Shangwon Mu said mysteriously. Got it, why so mysterious? Shangwon Fian thought little of it, finished her aerobics, and returned to her room on the second floor. Shangwon Mu hummed a tune as he went to the backyard to water the flowers and plants he had planted. Ever since he retired due to injury, he had distanced himself from the martial world and had been living a carefree life, quite content. Shangwon Mu was a man of deep feelings and loyalty. After making an engagement with Xiao Feng's mother, he had never wavered in his intention to uphold the marriage. However, his granddaughter seemed very opposed to this marriage, which gave him a headache. But now, things were looking up. The old leader had specifically arranged for Xiao Feng to protect his granddaughter, and with the two spending time together, they might develop feelings over time. This was what he hoped to see. After leaving Qianlongjian, Xiao Feng headed straight home. His sister and Xinxingxue were both there. Xiao Feng, do you like the new phone I bought for you? Xinxingxue excitedly waved the new phone in front of Xiao Feng. Recently, Xiao Feng had been imprisoned by Qin Hao's subordinates, Lu Matzi and others, and his phone had long been taken and thrown away. He happened to need a phone, and unexpectedly, Xinxingxue had bought one for him. Of course I like it. As long as it's from you, I like anything. Xiao Feng smiled. Xiao Chirue giggled, thinking her brother was being too cheesy. Xinxingxue, on the other hand, wore a smile. He'll be out for 7 days on business, so I probably won't have time to come back. You two take good care of yourselves at home, Xiao Feng said. Ah, it's been so long, what have you been up to? Thinking about the long separation, Xinxingxue was unhappy and asked with concern. Xiao Feng was at a loss for words, unsure how to answer. If he told Xinxingxue that he was going to protect Shangwon Fian, he was afraid his jealousy would flare up again. Some things were better left unsaid. Forget it, I won't ask. Just remember to video chat with me every night. Seeing his troubled expression, Xinxingxue, understanding, didn't press further. I know to video chat with you even without you saying. If I don't video chat with you for a day, I get anxious. Xiao Feng grinned, saying it with complete sincerity, without a hint of joking. Stop saying such embarrassing things, Rue is still here. Xinxingxue blushed and playfully punched Xiao Feng in the chest. Bro, sis-in-law, you two carry on, I'll just step out for a bit. Xiao Chirue realized she was being a third wheel and, wanting to avoid interrupting her brother and sister-in-law's flirtation, cheerfully ran upstairs. It's all your fault, making Rue see a joke. Xinxingxue pretended to be angry. What's there to be shy about? Rue would love it if we were affectionate. Xiao Feng was thick-skinned and didn't feel embarrassed at all. After a bit of sweet talk, Xiao Feng entered his father's collection room. Xiao Jiangwo was not only a wealthy man but also a collector, having amassed many rare antiques. Xiao Feng selected 2 pieces of high-quality jade. He was about to leave and was concerned about the safety of his sister and girlfriend. He planned to craft 2 talismans for their protection. With fingers like knives, he inscribed complex runes onto the jade. As a top-tier artifact master in his past life, crafting such simple talismans was a piece of cake for him. In less than 10 minutes, he was done. The two jade pendants were translucent, covered in dense runes, looking exquisite. Wearing them would help his sister and girlfriend each withstand 3 lethal attacks. Additionally, he left a mark on the talismans, so if an accident did occur, he could locate them immediately. He handed the 2 jade pendants to Xin Xingshui and Xiao Chirui, both of whom cherished them greatly. Make sure to wear them and never take them off, Xiao Feng reminded them before bidding farewell. He left the house under their reluctant gazes, flying towards Jiangcheng. When Xiao Feng set off, a surprise guest arrived at the Shangwan residence. This person, named Yun Hong, was the butler of the Yun family, one of the 5 prominent families in Jiangcheng. Miss Shangwan, you look truly beautiful today, Yun Hong sincerely complimented. Thank you. What brings you to my home? Shangwan Fian, aware of Yun Hong's identity, inquired. I was sent by the young master to invite you to the high society ball tonight. Yun Hong explained his purpose. The young master, Yun Wu, had long admired Shangwan Fian's beauty and had been pursuing her. However, Shangwan Fian always kept her distance from him, which made Yun Wu, used to women throwing themselves at him, feel a strong sense of conquest and pay special attention to Shangwan Fian. Not long ago, Yun Wu had called Shangwan Fian to invite her to the ball, but she didn't answer. Thus, he came in person to extend the invitation. I'm not feeling well today, I can't make it tonight. Please apologize to Yun Wu for me. Shangwan Fian didn't like Yun Wu and even felt a bit repulsed by the playboy. She had politely rejected his advances several times. But Yun Wu was like a stubborn gum that wouldn't come off. Considering Yun Wu's prominent status, she didn't want to confront him directly, so she made up an excuse about having a fiancé and not being able to accept other people's pursuits. Upon hearing this, Yun Wu was furious. After some investigation, he learned that Xiao Feng was Shangwan Fian's fiancé. He then sent his subordinate, Yun Wei, to pressure Xiao Feng into breaking off the engagement. That was how yesterday's incident unfolded. What puzzled him was that Yun Wei had gone to the Xiao family yesterday, and it was as if he had evaporated from the world, with no news whatsoever. Miss Shangwan, you must be joking. I see your face is flushed, your complexion is excellent. Where is there any sign of discomfort? My young master is infatuated with you and sincerely invites you to the ball, so please don't refuse. If you refuse again, the young master will be very angry, and the consequences will be severe, Yun Hong said with a forced smile. He had received the young master's strict order to use any means necessary to get Shangwan Fian to agree to the invitation. Therefore, his last sentence carried a hint of threat. I really can't go, so please don't make it difficult for me. Besides, we have a distinguished guest at home today, my accompanying guest, Shangwan Fian said helplessly. What distinguished guest could be more esteemed than my young master? Just as Yun Hong was about to question Shangwan Fian, the gate of the courtyard was knocked on, and a loud thud echoed. Is he here? Upon hearing the sound, Shangwan Mu immediately put down the watering can, took 2 steps at a time, and hurriedly ran to greet the guest. The family members also heard it and, seeing the old man so eager, followed him out. Shangwan Fian's gaze was fixed on the gate, wanting to see who had arrived that made her grandfather so important and enthusiastic. Creak the door to the front yard opened. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a tall and imposing man strode in with a commanding presence. When they saw that the visitor was Xiao Feng, the expressions of the crowd varied. Why is it him? This was Shangwan Fian's first meeting with Xiao Feng, but she recognized him at a glance from the photos she had investigated. Thinking that this ordinary-looking man was her fiancé, with whom she would share a bed next month, she felt an indescribable annoyance. According to the agreement between both families, the wedding would be held when they both turned 20. Xiao Feng was a few months older than her and had already celebrated his 20th birthday, and the 8th of next month was her birthday. That day would also be their wedding date. As the wedding date approached, she had been troubled by this matter, racking her brain to find a proper solution. Who would have thought that Xiao Feng would visit today, which made her quite resistant. If she had known it was him coming, she shouldn't have listened to her grandfather and dressed up, she should have dressed down instead. Perhaps if Xiao Feng saw her looking unattractive, he would have been scared off. Yun Hong had also seen the photos of Xiao Feng that young master Yun Wu had investigated and recognized him. Upon seeing that the visitor was Xiao Feng, his expression changed unpredictably. It turned out that Shangwan Fian had dressed up to accompany Xiao Feng. She had refused the young master's invitation just to accompany Xiao Feng. How infuriating! Who did this person think he was to steal the young master's woman? Yun Hong clenched his fists tightly, feeling quite angry, and was thinking about whether he should teach Xiao Feng a lesson to vent the young master's frustration. Shaner, how I've missed you. After years apart, you've become a handsome young man, quite resembling your father in his youth, Shangwan Mu said enthusiastically, his face full of smiles. A few days ago, he had gone to Feng City to pay respects to Xiao's father, but at that time, Xiao Feng had been captured by Lu Matzi and he hadn't been able to see him. He had even sent someone to inquire about Xiao Feng's whereabouts but unfortunately found nothing. The last time they met was 10 years ago. However, that time Xiao Feng had come to visit with his father and Shang Wanfian happened to be absent, so they did not meet. "Old man, you haven't aged a bit, you're still so vigorous," Xiao Feng replied politely, but his gaze was directed at Shang Wanfian. He wanted to investigate and see if she was indeed what Ji Sanglong had said, someone with the bloodline of the Phoenix clan flowing within her. He was shocked when he found out Shang Wanfian's physique was actually the true Phoenix sacred body, and indeed, she had the blood of the Phoenix flowing within her. This unique physique was something even he envied. Those with such a physique, once their bloodline awakened, would cultivate at an astonishing speed. Not only that, but she would also master various supernatural abilities of the Phoenix clan. It could be said that Shang Wanfian was a favored child of heaven. Unfortunately, the other party's bloodline was still in a dormant state and it was uncertain when it would awaken. Perhaps a chance encounter would trigger it, or it might never awaken in a lifetime. It all depended on fate. Shang Wanfian noticed that Xiao Feng had been staring at her since he entered, making her feel quite uncomfortable. How rude. Is it really appropriate to look at someone so intently? He looks like a lovesick fool. Oh no, I must have dressed too beautifully and captivated him. What should I do? Shang Wanfian was filled with inner turmoil and regretted listening to her grandfather. At the same time, she had a bad premonition. Why did this guy suddenly come to visit? No one visits without a reason. Could it be that he's here to propose? At this thought, her breathing became rapid, and she didn't know what to do. She certainly didn't want to marry Xiao Feng. "What are you doing at my house?" Shang Wanfian asked tentatively. If he really was here to propose, she needed to think of an excuse to refuse quickly. "Fian, Shainer is here specifically to protect you. You two need to get along well for a while." Shang Wanmu answered her question. "Protect me? I don't want that. Grandpa, those bad guys have already been chased away by Uncle Yin. There's no need to find me a bodyguard. Besides, he's as weak as a chicken and not as strong as I am. If danger really comes, who will protect whom?" Shang Wanfian was at the mid-stage of her internal strength cultivation, and according to the information she had gathered, Xiao Feng had never practiced martial arts. Therefore, she believed that her grandfather's intention in having Xiao Feng be her bodyguard was a cover for something else. "Yeah, old man, why choose this waste as Miss Shangwan's bodyguard? How about this? Let my young master provide 24-hour close protection for Miss Shangwan, acting as her flower protector to ensure her safety." Yun Hong volunteered, signing up for young master Yun Wu. 24-hour protection was a plan that was clearly calculated. Everyone understood his ulterior motives. "No, I don't need anyone to protect me." Shang Wanfian rejected Xiao Feng, but she rejected Yun Wu, the playboy, even more. "You have to, don't refuse. My young master is much stronger than this waste, at least in Jiancheng. Everyone has to give him some face. With him around, no one would dare to harm you." Yun Hong wanted to secure the beautiful job of bodyguard for his young master, and once the other party agreed, the young master could take the opportunity to get close to Shang Wanfian. "Who is this idiot?" Xiao Feng's expression darkened. This person kept calling him a waste, which infuriated him. "Who are you calling an idiot? Listen well, waste. I am the steward of the Yun family. And Yun Wu is my young master. From now on, in Jiangcheng, you'd better kneel when you see me, or I'll break your legs. Do you hear me?" Yun Hong said arrogantly. He wanted to humiliate Xiao Feng in front of Shang Wanfian so that she would know what kind of person Xiao Feng was. Slap! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Xiao Feng slapped Yun Hong across the face from a distance, sending him crashing to the ground. "Who hit me? Which bastard hit me?" Yun Hong lay on the ground, howling, unable to see who had attacked him. Xiao Feng strode over to him, stepping on his face, and said from a high vantage point, "So you're also a dog of the Yun family. No wonder you and Yun Wei are cut from the same cloth, both looking for death." "Yun Wei? What have you done to him?" Yun Hong knew that Yun Wei was missing. "Killed him," Xiao Feng said lightly. At this, everyone was shocked. Shang Wanmu and Shang Wanfian were both astonished. Especially Shang Wanfian, who was incredulous. Did Xiao Feng really have the guts to kill even the servants of the Yun family? Damn it, I wondered why I couldn't get in touch with Yun Wei and the others. Turns out they were killed by you. Very well, your death is imminent. Get your foot off my face. Yun Hong shouted angrily. You're such an idiot, still acting tough when death is right around the corner. I'll kill you first. Xiao Feng pressed down hard with his foot, instantly flattening Yun Hong's face a bit. Ah, my handsome face. Yun Hong was still lamenting his looks. Just as his head was about to be crushed, Shang Wanmu rushed over and said, Shainer, don't be impulsive. Do me a favor and don't kill him. Shang Wanmu had good intentions. He knew just how powerful the Yin family was. Although Yun Hong was just a steward, he held a significant position in the Yin family and was highly valued by the family head, Yun Xiaotian. If Xiao Feng killed Yun Hong, the consequences would be severe. and it could very well provoke Yun Xiaotian. He didn't want Xiaofeng to get entangled with such a powerful family. Xiaofeng sneered. Yun Hong had angered him, so how could he spare the guy's life? Today, he was determined to kill. However, he still had to give face to some people, like Lin Yu and Shangguan Mu. He originally intended to kill someone like Yun Hong directly, but considering he had just arrived at the Shangguan family and was about to kill someone in their house, it felt somewhat inappropriate. So, he decided to wait until Yun Hong left the Shangguan family before killing him outside. Get lost! Xiaofeng kicked Yun Hong out of the courtyard. Struggling to get up from the ground, Yun Hong was terrified of Xiaofeng. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses, so he quickly fled. Once he was far enough away, the first thing he did was take out his phone, open the front camera, and upon seeing his almost flattened cheek, he paused for a moment. Why do I feel like I look much more handsome than before? He was actually quite ugly, and Xiaofeng's kick had disfigured him, but to him, disfigurement felt like a makeover. Remembering the humiliation he just suffered, he had no time to admire his newfound looks and angrily said, Xiaofeng, just you wait, I'll get my revenge. He then dialed young master Yun Wu's number, saying pitifully, Young master, Miss Shangguan rejected your invitation. She wants to accompany her fiancé today. Also, Yun Wei and the others were killed by Xiaofeng, and I just got beaten by him. He even called you useless. Young master, you must avenge Yun Wei and me. On the other end of the line, Yun Wu was extremely furious. Xiaofeng, huh? Just wait until I get back to Jiang City this afternoon. I will definitely castrate him and then slowly kill him. Yun Wu had been enjoying himself in Sanya these past few days, participating in a vulgar feast hosted by a group of elite socialites. He was having a great time with activities like deep-water bombs and Russian roulette. He wouldn't be able to return to Jiang City until the afternoon. Young master, Xiaofeng can kill Yun Wei and the others, which shows his strength is not to be underestimated. An ordinary person probably can't deal with him. Yun Hong reminded him. The middle-aged man who went to the Xiao family with Yun Wei yesterday was no ordinary fighter, and if he could be killed by Xiaofeng, it was clear that Xiaofeng had some skills. No worries, I'll have my father send a master to accompany me to find Xiaofeng, Yun Wu said dismissively. After hanging up, Yun Hong chuckled to himself, Xiaofeng, this afternoon will be your death day. Let's see if you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me then. No need to wait until the afternoon, you won't live that long. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Startled, Yun Hong dropped his phone. Xiaofeng, what do you want? Yun Hong said in panic. To kill you. Xiaofeng grabbed him by the neck. I'm the steward of the Yun family, do you dare to kill me? Are you tired of living? I warn you to let go. Yun Hong shouted, his bravado faltering. Just a dog, what are you barking about? Go die. Xiaofeng squeezed lightly, a powerful force surged into Yun Hong's body, directly exploding him. Then he unleashed a flame, turning the remaining flesh and blood to ashes. He had just come out on a whim to kill Yun Hong. Afternoon, huh? Then I'll wait for you to come and deliver yourself to your death, Yun Wu, Xiaofeng said disdainfully before turning to leave. When he returned to the Shangguan family, Shangguan Fian was in a daze. Xiaofeng's kick just now sent Yun Hong flying over 10 meters. It doesn't seem like the strength of someone who hasn't trained in martial arts. This is a bit different from the information I've gathered. Ah, it doesn't matter. Even if Xiaofeng is trained, he can't be that strong. He's still not my type. The person I want to marry must be a great hero, not an ordinary person like him. Shangguan Fian had taken in the scene of Xiaofeng hitting Yun Hong and was secretly pondering. Then, she said in a spoiled tone, Grandpa, I really don't need a bodyguard, please send him back. No way, I've made up my mind, so stop being willful. Shangguan Mu said sternly. He had always been a man of his word at home, and his family dared not go against his wishes. Shangguan Fian had listened to him since she was young, and seeing his serious tone, she pouted but ultimately acquiesced. However, a plan began to form in her mind. At noon, to welcome Xiaofeng's arrival, Shangguan Mu had the servants prepare a large feast to entertain him. Shangguan Fian excused herself, claiming she felt unwell, and went back to her room to rest. After a few rounds of drinks and a hearty meal, Shangguan Mu arranged for Xiaofeng to stay on the second floor, with a room directly across from Shangguan Fian's. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaofeng lay on the bed, contemplating how to dissolve the engagement with Shangguan Fian without hurting anyone. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Xiaofeng opened it to find Shangguan Fian, who looked around sneakily and asked, What are you doing here? After checking the corridor for anyone, she entered the room and closed the door behind her. Taking out 2 sheets of paper and a pen from her pocket, she said, After careful consideration, I still feel that we are not suitable for each other. Today is our first meeting, so don't blame me for being blunt. My impression of you isn't very good, and I won't develop any feelings for you. If we get married next month without any emotional foundation, our marriage won't last long. So, I think it's better to dissolve the engagement, it's more responsible for both of us. As she spoke, She placed the paper and pen in front of Xiao Feng and continued, "This is the engagement dissolution agreement I wrote at noon. I've already signed it, so if you agree with me, please sign it quickly." Such a good thing. This girl really understands me. Xiao Feng felt overjoyed inside. He picked up the agreement and scanned the contents, worried about any omissions, hoping it was detailed enough to make the agreement effective. Seeing that he hadn't picked up the pen after several seconds, Shang Wanfian mistakenly thought he was refusing. She then said earnestly, "I know it's hard for you to accept signing this right now. After all, I must be quite dazzling in the eyes of men, and you probably like me and don't want to sign. But a forced marriage is not sweet. To be honest, you're not my type, you're worlds apart from what I like, so I hope you can fulfill my wish." Shang Wanfian kept talking, making Xiao Feng's head hurt. At first, her words were somewhat pleasant. But as she continued, they became increasingly grating. "Stop, stop, stop. Don't say any more, I'll sign." Xiao Feng quickly interrupted her, scribbling his name on both copies of the agreement. He handed one copy to Shang Wanfian. The latter was momentarily taken aback by his promptness, unsure of what to say. "Actually, you have an overly good opinion of yourself. I don't like you, you're not my type, and I have no feelings for you. Moreover, I have someone I like, and she's much better than you. I've wanted to dissolve our engagement for a long time and never considered marrying you. So, please don't flaunt your pathetic sense of superiority in front of me in the future, okay?" Xiao Feng said seriously. He was quite annoyed by Shang Wanfian's earlier attitude and retorted without holding back. Little did she know, while Shang Wanfian's words were harsh, his were even more piercing. Shang Wanfian's face turned bright red, filled with shame and anger. "Xiao Feng, you are an absolute jerk, I hate you." She picked up the agreement and turned to leave. "Your pen," Xiao Feng called out. Bang! The door slammed shut. Shang Wanfian's reaction left him bewildered, feeling utterly confused. There was no need to be this angry, right? He had no idea that this was a common issue for many women. Just like some women who clearly want to break up with their boyfriends. After bringing it up, if the boyfriend immediately agrees without any hesitation, with an exceptionally firm attitude, even saying he had wanted to break up for a long time, then the woman who initiated the breakup feels a sharp sting in her heart, extremely displeased. Shang Wanfian's mood was just like those women. The engagement was thus dissolved, and Xiao Feng felt quite good about it. He happily strolled to the front yard and saw Shang Wanmu drinking tea in the pavilion, so he approached and started a game of Go with him. "I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, Xiao Feng. You are such a bastard. You infuriate me. How could you say I'm too self-satisfied?" In her room, thinking of what Xiao Feng had said, Shang Wanfian was fuming. When a woman gets angry, she wants to shop, using consumption as a way to vent her frustration. She picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to her best friend Su, inviting her to go shopping in the afternoon. Her friend readily agreed. Not long after, Su arrived in a red Maserati. "Grandpa Mu, good afternoon." Su was not very tall, about 1.6 meters, and had a cute and playful demeanor, dressed in a JK uniform, with black shoes and knee-high white stockings, exuding youthful vibrancy, giving off a neighborly sister vibe. She was the jewel of the Su family, one of the 5 prominent families in Zhangcheng. She had always had a good relationship with Shang Wanfian, and they were close friends. "Little Su is here, Fian is upstairs," Shang Wanmu said with a smile while playing Go with Xiao Feng. Being fond of her polite and sensible demeanor, he doted on this little girl. "Okay, I'll go find her." "Oh, is this handsome young man your guest? He looks so handsome." Su's gaze lingered on Xiao Feng, curiously asking. "Yes." Shang Wanmu nodded. "Hello, handsome, my name is Su. Su greeted him warmly, as she did with everyone. "Hello, I'm Xiao Feng." Seeing such a lively and adorable girl, a smile appeared on Xiao Feng's face. "Ah, so you are Xiao Feng. I've heard your name for a long time." Su exclaimed in surprise, as she had known for a long time that her best friend's fiancé was named Xiao Feng. Their wedding was next month. Was Xiao Feng here to discuss wedding matters? Instantly, her curiosity was piqued. Just as she was about to inquire further, Shang Wanfian emerged from the room with a designer handbag. Su, what's there to talk about with him? Let's go shopping." After saying that, Shang Wanfian shot a cold glance at Xiao Feng and grabbed Su's hand, running out of the house. "Grandpa Mu, handsome, I'm leaving." Su didn't forget to wave goodbye. "Shaner, look at this." Shang Wanmu considered that it wasn't safe outside and wanted to stop his granddaughter from going out, but since Su had come to find her, he felt it was inappropriate to say anything. "It's okay, I'll follow them. I won't let anything happen to them." Xiao Feng stood up and followed them out. Su, that annoying guy is coming after us, hurry up and drive." In the red Maserati, Shang Wanfian saw Xiao Feng in the rearview mirror and hurriedly urged. "Aren't we taking him with us?" Su asked in confusion. "Don't take him, just go." Shang Wanfian continued to urge. Su pressed the accelerator and the powerful engine roared to life as the car sped away. After a while, seeing that they had lost Xiao Feng, Shang Wenfian revealed a triumphant smile. Finally, I don't have to see that annoying guy anymore. Fian, why do you dislike him so much? I think he's quite nice, he's handsome and very polite driving, Su asked. If you think he's good, then why don't you marry him? Shang Wenfian teased. I don't want to. He's still young. Su deliberately puffed out her chest. You're still young? I really want to put those 2 lumps of flesh on my body. It's been a long time since I've touched them. Let me see if they still feel the same. Shang Wenfian joked, reaching out to grab. That's inappropriate. You lewd girl, stop messing around, I'm driving. Su shrieked. Shang Wenfian, afraid of causing an accident, had no choice but to retract her hand reluctantly. By the way, why is that young man coming to your house? Su asked. He's here to protect me. I don't know what Grandpa is thinking, letting him be my bodyguard. It's driving me crazy. Shang Wenfian said, feeling quite frustrated about it. Wow. A beautiful woman's personal bodyguard, plus you want to break off the engagement with him? Isn't that a plot from a novel? According to the content of the novel, he might be a hidden master, and after he saves you a few times, you'll fall in love with him. Su said with a look of surprise. She usually had nothing to do and liked to read online novels. Many novels had such cliched plots, but they were still quite enjoyable to read. Have you gone silly from reading novels? He has some skills, but he's definitely not a hidden master. Besides, even if I were blind, I wouldn't fall in love with him. Shang Wenfian pouted and said firmly. More than 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the Hanjiang Road pedestrian street, the most bustling shopping center in Jiangchang. Once they arrived, all of Shang Wenfian's unhappiness was thrown aside. However, as soon as she got out of the car, the smile on her face froze, because she saw a familiar figure not far away. When did you follow me? Shang Wenfian exclaimed as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. She clearly remembered shaking off Xiao Feng. Even if he took a taxi to follow her, it wouldn't be this fast. After all, Su was driving a Maserati, which was very fast. Moreover, she had been paying attention to the vehicles behind her and confirmed that no one was following her. So, she was quite puzzled. I just came like this. Xiao Feng said. Whatever, I can't be bothered to ask. Shang Wenfian was still angry about the earlier incident and pulled Su towards the shopping plaza across the street. Noticing Xiao Feng following behind, she was annoyed and took a selfie, capturing Xiao Feng in the frame as well. She posted it on her social media, saying she encountered a nuisance today. The Yun family mansion, located on an island in Donghu, looked grand and expansive from a distance. This was a true big family, with deep roots that ordinary families could not compare to. At this moment, Yun Wu, who had just returned from Sanya, was complaining to his father. Dad, that Xiao Feng not only killed Yunwei and the others but also beat up Yun Hong. What's worse, he called me useless. I can't swallow this anger. Send someone strong to help me get my revenge. Yun Wu said indignantly. He couldn't figure out Xiao Feng's background and didn't dare to seek revenge easily. As for the experts in the family, he had no authority to command them. He needed his father to speak up personally. Speaking of Yun Hong, where is he? Yun Xiaotian, the head of the Yun family, countered. As the chief steward of the Yun family, Yun Hong usually busied himself in front of him, but today it seemed unusual that he hadn't been seen. I'll give him a call. Yun Wu dialed Yun Hong's number, but it showed no answer. This made him sense something was off. Yun Hong never misses my calls. He wouldn't have been killed by Xiao Feng, would he? Yun Wu said, puzzled. Xiao Feng has such audacity to kill my Yun family's subordinates. He's seeking death. Yun Xiaoshan's anger began to rise. Dad, what are we waiting for? Hurry and send a master with me to kill Xiao Feng. Yun Wu urged. Gong Laosan, go with my son and teach that lawless guy a lesson, regardless of life or death. Yun Xiaotian instructed his subordinate outside. This subordinate is very discreet in his actions. Every time he kills someone, he leaves no trace and cannot be caught by others. Yes, master. Gong Laosan replied with a bow. He is Yun Xiaoshan's personal bodyguard at the mid-level of the Grandmaster realm. Among the many experts in the Yun family, he ranks quite high. Yun Xiaotian trusts his ability to handle matters, and to be honest, sending him to deal with Xiao Feng feels like overkill. However, he is too lazy to call anyone else. Uncle Gong, help me teach that bastard Xiao Feng a good lesson later, but don't kill him outright. I want to slowly torture him to death. Yun Wu was overjoyed. He had just been worried that his father would casually send someone to deal with Xiao Feng, fearing they wouldn't be able to handle it. But now, he no longer had to worry. With Uncle Gong stepping in, Xiao Feng was nothing, easily suppressed. I will follow the young master's orders, Gong Laosan said lightly. He was absolutely confident in dealing with an unknown nobody. Let's go get him, I know where he is. Yun Wu said excitedly, unable to contain himself. He had recently seen a post from Shang Wanfian on social media and knew very well that Xiao Feng was at the Hanjiang Road pedestrian street. Su, does it look good? Inside a high-end international women's clothing store, Shang Wanfian stepped out of the fitting room in a new outfit, asking her best friend's opinion. It looks great, you look good in anything. Su praised extravagantly. You just know how to be perfunctory, I won't ask you anymore. Although Shang Wanfian knew she was being insincere, she was still very happy and decisively bought the clothes. After leaving the boutique, she glanced at Xiao Feng standing outside, her lips curling up, and turned to browse another store. Wherever they went, Xiao Feng followed. After more than an hour, he felt exhausted, more so than after battling a strong opponent. Shopping with women is truly not a man's job. Kid, I finally found you. Just as Xiao Feng was feeling bored, an unpleasant voice came from his left. He turned his head and saw the aggressive Yun Wu, along with Gong Laosan beside him. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Yun Wu. Xiao Feng asked indifferently. You have some insight, you recognize this young master. You dare to steal my woman and kill my family's servants? No one can save you today. Yun Wu said viciously. No one can save you, that's more like it. Xiao Feng scoffed. It was ridiculous for them to think they could take revenge on him just by bringing a Grandmaster-level fighter. You're about to die. Yet you're still putting on airs in front of me. Now I'll give you two choices. 1. Kneel down and apologize, calling me grandpa, and crawl through my legs. 2. They'll have Uncle Gong cripple you and then deal with you slowly. Yun Wu said mockingly. He not only wanted to take revenge on Xiao Feng but also to humiliate him. That would be more interesting. Xiao Feng's expression gradually turned cold. He looked around. This was a bustling area with too many people, not a good place for killing, as it would cause unnecessary panic. However, since the other party was so aggressive, he had no choice. Speak quickly, don't play dumb. Which one do you choose? Yun Wu urged when he saw Xiao Feng hadn't answered for a long time. I choose to kill you, Xiao Feng said lightly. Haha, kill me? You don't have that ability. Since you refuse to drink the wine offered and choose the punishment instead, he'll choose for you. Uncle Gong, cripple him. Yun Wu waved his hand dramatically, exuding confidence. As you command. Gong Laosan stepped forward, grinning as he approached Xiao Feng. Fian, quickly tell Yun Wu to stop Gong Laosan, he's very strong, and Xiao Feng will be at a disadvantage. Inside the store, Su and Shang Wanfian were startled by the commotion outside. Su recognized Gong Laosan and knew he was extremely powerful. And Xiao Feng, being so young, clearly wasn't his opponent. She had a good impression of Xiao Feng and was worried for his safety, urging her best friend to help. Because she knew Yun Wu was pursuing her best friend, he would likely listen to her. It won't work. If I speak, it will only add fuel to the fire and make Yun Wu even angrier. Shang Wanfian shook her head, fully aware of why Yun Wu hated Xiao Feng so much, a significant part of it being her fault. It was best not to speak, otherwise, it would have the opposite effect. While the two were talking, Gong Laosan had already approached Xiao Feng. He extended his right hand like a claw, swiftly reaching out. This eagle claw technique had been cultivated by Gong Laosan for over 20 years, and he had already mastered it to perfection, capable of slicing through iron like mud, with immense power. With one strike, he could easily pierce through steel plates. Therefore, he was confident that one move would leave Xiao Feng crippled. However, just as his sharp fingers reached halfway, still half a meter away from Xiao Feng, he trembled all over and then stood frozen in place, as if time had stopped for him. Bang! In an instant, Gong Laosan, whose eyes bulged and still held an attacking posture, collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Until his death, his eyes were filled with confusion. This was because Xiao Feng had struck too quickly, so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. A powerful force burst forth, piercing through his forehead like a withered tree being uprooted, killing him instantly. The moment he was hit, Gong Laosan almost lost consciousness immediately. Thus, before he died, he displayed confusion, not understanding how he had suddenly met his end. Gong Laosan's body fell right at Yun Wu's feet, his head striking against Yun Wu's foot. The sudden turn of events made Yun Wu forget his pain, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at the corpse. Uncle Gong, how could this be possible? Yun Wu was struck by lightning, dazed, repeatedly muttering the words, how could this be possible? The shock was too great, causing him to momentarily lose his sanity. Shang Wanfian and Su were equally frightened, both covering their mouths in shock. They couldn't comprehend how the fierce Gong Laosan had died just like that. Was he killed by Xiao Feng? But they hadn't seen Xiao Feng make a move. Now, it's your turn to go down and keep him company. Xiao Feng's voice, cold and piercing, devoid of any emotional tone, reached the stunned Yun Wu's ears. The latter shivered, snapping out of his daze, hurriedly retreating while shouting, I am the young master of the Yun family. If you kill me, the Yun family will never let you off. Heh, if a mere Yun family truly dares to provoke me, I wouldn't mind wiping out the entire Yun family. Xiao Feng said nonchalantly. Don't kill me. Fian, save me. Yunwoo saw Shangwon Fian as if he had grasped the last straw for survival, shouting desperately, "Xiaofeng, the Yin family is not to be trifled with, just let it go." Shangwon Fian hesitated for a moment before speaking up to dissuade him. In her view, the gap between Xiaofeng and the Yun family was too vast. If he killed Yunwoo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although she didn't particularly like Xiaofeng, she also didn't want him to die at the hands of the Yun family's experts in the future. However, Xiaofeng ignored Shangwon Fian's advice, raising his hand. And a hole appeared in Yunwoo's throat from over 10 meters away, blood gushing out. Gurgle. Yunwoo's frantic retreat came to an abrupt halt. He pressed his hands against his throat, trying to say something, but nothing came out. The breath of death enveloped him in an instant, filling him with dread and an overwhelming sense of fear. He widened his dead fish eyes, staring fixedly at Xiaofeng, filled with resentment and unwillingness. As the young master of the Yun family, with a bright future ahead, he had been so abruptly ended by this opponent. He was filled with hatred, yet he had no way to retaliate against Xiaofeng. He could only scream in his heart, "The Yun family would surely demand blood for blood from you." Yunwoo's pupils quickly dilated, soon losing their luster. His body fell backward, completely lifeless. A murder. Help! Run! There's a killer here! In the large shopping mall, screams erupted one after another. Customers, having seen or heard about the murder, scrambled chaotically to escape. Some pulled out their phones to report the incident, while a few, connected to the Yun family, hurriedly informed their people about what had happened. The scene descended into chaos, a complete mess. Such a commotion was hard to miss for the nearby law enforcement teams. Killing in broad daylight is already an extremely serious criminal case. With the deceased being the esteemed young master of the Yun family, it has drawn the attention of the law enforcement team. A large group rushed to the crime scene. Bang! At the Yun family mansion. Upon learning of his son's death, Yun Xiaotian was furious, shattering a purple clay teapot worth millions in his hands. "Whoever killed my son must be killed. Bring me the martial artists above the master level from the mansion, all of you come with me to avenge my son." Yun Xiaotian roared loudly, his voice echoing throughout the Yun family mansion. In an instant, the winds rose and dark clouds gathered. Powerful auras surged from various parts of the mansion. A total of 15 masters, along with 3 powerful warriors at the human king level. Among them, 2 were in the early stages of the human king realm, and 1 was in the mid-stage. This person was currently the strongest expert in the mansion. Gathering so many powerful individuals at once, only the 5 great families in Jiangqing could achieve this. This is the foundation of a century-old family. Set off! Tear Xiaofeng's body into pieces. I want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Yun Xiaotian roared in anger. With a clamor, a group of powerful individuals charged towards Hanjing Road pedestrian street. "Xiaofeng, do you know what you've done? Why didn't you listen to the advice? What status does Yunwoo have that you can kill him so casually? By doing this, not only will you bring disaster upon yourself, but you will also implicate our family in Yun's revenge." Shangwon Fian felt as if the sky had fallen upon seeing the gruesome scene of Yunwoo's death. Xiaofeng was her bodyguard, and now that he had killed Yunwoo, their family could hardly escape the consequences. The Yun family would definitely hold them accountable. In Jiangcheng, the Shangwon family was just an ordinary wealthy family, incomparable to the behemoth that is the Yun family. If the Yun family saw trouble with them, their entire family would be doomed. With Yunwoo dead, she could almost imagine that soon, the wrath of the Yun family would sweep across Jiangcheng. Everyone related to this would not have a good ending. Calm down, it's just killing a Yunwoo. What's the big deal? Not only will I not die, but your family will also be fine, Xiaofeng said nonchalantly. You're in deep trouble, and you're still being stubborn here. Not to mention the powerful Yun family, you won't even get past the law enforcement team. Shangwon Fian said irritably. Little brother, why don't you find a place to hide? Although I know you are very capable, even able to kill the mid-stage master Gong Laosan, the Yun family has many martial artists stronger than him. You are no match for them. At this moment, Su Su spoke up kindly. However, as soon as she said this, she forced a bitter smile. Xiaofeng was in Jiangcheng and had incurred the wrath of the all-powerful Yun family. How could he possibly hide? No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Xiaofeng was in a situation where he was bound to die, with no way out. No hiding. If you run and hide, the Yun family will unleash all their anger on my family. Shangwon Fian immediately stopped him. Hide? You're overthinking it. The ones who should hide are the Yun family. Xiaofeng sneered. Shangwon Fian and Su Su exchanged glances, both feeling speechless. Thinking this guy was about to die and was still putting on airs. Bang bang bang, a group of armed law enforcement team members rushed over. Captain Hu glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground, one of whom was Yunwoo. Did you kill him? His gaze locked onto Xiaofeng. Since the people in the mall had all fled, only Xiaofeng and the 2 others remained. Yes. Xiaofeng nodded. Arrest him. Captain Hu wasted no time, waving his hand to command his subordinates to apprehend him. Everyone disperse, let's see who dares, Xiao Feng said coldly. Upon hearing this, the law enforcement team members nearly laughed out loud. You are a murderer. Killing someone means you must face the law. It is only right to arrest you. What is there to be afraid of? Captain Hu said with an unfriendly tone. Open your eyes and see what this is. Xiao Feng took out the Kunlun order from his pocket and threw it out. Captain Hu held the token in his hand and focused his gaze. When he saw the 3 characters on it, he was so startled that his wrist trembled, nearly dropping the token to the ground. He was well aware of the significance of the Kunlun token. The person who possessed this token held the power of life and death. Not to mention killing a Yunwu, even wiping out the entire Yun family, they would have no right to question it. What kind of identity did this person have, and why did he possess such a treasure? Captain Hu actually had some doubts about the authenticity of the Kunlun token. After all, Xiao Feng was too young and had no reputation, and he didn't seem to have the qualifications to obtain such an item. However, the reputation of the Kunlun token was too great, and even if he had doubts, he didn't dare to voice them. I now command you to disappear from my sight within 1 minute, and also notify the Kunlun Battle Division station in Jiangcheng that from now on, no matter what I do in Jiangcheng, do not question it. Xiao Feng's tone was filled with authority. Shang Wanfian curled her lips, finding it amusing. Who did he think he was, ordering the law enforcement team and the Kunlun Battle Division? He must be crazy. Su Su looked astonished, sharing the same feeling, staring at Xiao Feng as if he were a fool. However, Captain Hu's reaction nearly dropped their jaws in shock. Understood, I will definitely relay your words to the Kunlun Battle Division. Captain Hu saluted, trotting over with a flattering smile, and handed the Kunlun token to Xiao Feng with both hands. Then, in the blink of an eye, he and his subordinates vanished without a trace. This Shang Wanfian and Su Su gaped, both dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, both looking bewildered. Little brother, what is that you're holding? Su Su couldn't contain her curiosity and stretched her neck to peek at the token in Xiao Feng's hand. Guess. Xiao Feng smiled faintly, putting the Kunlun token into his pocket. This thing was still quite useful. It was worth the effort he put in to obtain it. I can't guess. Little brother, just tell me. Su Su pouted, speaking in a spoiled tone. This was her secret weapon. Very few men could resist it. Being spoiled doesn't work on me, and also, don't call me little brother. It sounds uncomfortable. Just call me by my name. Xiao Feng refused to answer. Now I finally understand why Fian dislikes you. You have no sense of fun at all. Su Su sulked. What should we do next? Shang Wanfian asked with a worried expression. They had stirred up a huge trouble with the Yun family, and it was neither feasible to go home nor to stay away. She was at a loss, without any ideas. She could only ask the culprit, Xiao Feng. Wait. Xiao Feng replied succinctly. Ha! Both of them were puzzled, expressing their confusion. Wait for the Yun family to come over and deliver themselves to death, Xiao Feng added. What? The two were driven mad by his pretentiousness. They had never seen someone so fond of showing off. When the Yun family came to kill, it would be him who died, not them. Outside the shopping mall, the experts from the Yun family, led by the family head Yun Xiaotian, had already arrived. They happened to run into Captain Hu and the others at the entrance. Isn't this little Hu? Where's the murderer? Why haven't you caught him? Did he escape? Yun Xiaotian questioned with a grim expression. Captain Hu was taken aback, not expecting the other party to recognize him, a mere nobody. He quickly replied, Yun clan leader, the murderer is still inside. Then why did you come back empty-handed? Yun Xiaotian retorted. Yun clan leader, the murderer possesses a Kunlun token, and I have no authority to capture him. Captain Hu reported truthfully. What? Xiao Feng has a Kunlun token? Yun Xiaotian was taken aback, incredulous as he asked. The experts behind him also changed their expressions dramatically. The Kunlun token was too significant. Every martial artist in Long Country knew about it. It can't be a counterfeit, right? Are you sure you saw it clearly? Yun Xiaotian asked, filled with suspicion. My experience is limited, and I can't tell its authenticity, but it looks almost identical to the images in the internal documents, Captain Hu said, wiping the sweat from his face. Speaking cautiously, beside him stood a group of masters and even kings, and under the immense pressure radiating from the other party, he was nearly suffocated. Useless trash, you can't even tell the real from the fake, get lost. Wait, this matter is confidential. Anyone who dares to leak a word will be killed without mercy. In a fit of anger, Yun Xiaotian, unable to extract any useful information, vented his frustration on Captain Hu, kicking him and warning him. The latter dared not utter a word of complaint. Quickly got up, bowed, and left. What do you all think? Yun Xiaotian turned to ask. The incident had caught him completely off guard. He never expected that Xiao Feng would possess the Kunlun order, disrupting his revenge plan. Although he wanted to rush in and kill Xiao Feng immediately, the existence of the Kunlun order forced him to treat the situation with caution. The Dragon Kingdom has only issued 3 Kunlun orders, and those 3 individuals are all well-known figures. What qualifications does Xiao Feng have to possess this token? I suspect it's fake. That's a fallacy. Who in the world doesn't know that forging a Kunlun order is a death penalty offense? It would put you on the top wanted list of the Kunlun War Department. No one would dare to fake it. That makes sense. It is said that Gong Laosan was killed by Xiao Feng in one move, which shows that this person is not ordinary. There is a slight possibility that he recently obtained the Kunlun order. And the news hasn't spread yet, which is why we are unaware. To be safe, I suggest we avoid offending him for now and send someone to investigate. We can make a decision once we have results. I agree with this viewpoint. If Xiao Feng's Kunlun order is real, we are likely not his match. If we anger him, the Yun family might fall into an irretrievable abyss. The powerful figures shared their thoughts, contributing to the discussion. Yun Xiaotian, as the head of a prominent family, was quite astute. Gradually calming down from his hatred, he considered the matter carefully and decided to heed the majority's advice and refrain from seeking revenge for the time being. There was no way around it. Although he couldn't swallow this anger, even with 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to offend someone holding the Kunlun order. Anyone wielding the Kunlun order could easily wipe out the Yun family without breaking a sweat. Old 7. Don't you have an informant in the Kunlun War Department? Find a way to contact him and have him help uncover the truth. Yun Xiaotian instructed one of his subordinates. He'll take care of it right away. Old 7 turned to leave. Since he was an informant, he couldn't contact him directly via phone. He needed to use a more discreet method, or else the Kunlun War Department would catch wind of it. Everyone, come with me inside to collect my son's body and, while we're at it, probe into Xiao Feng's true capabilities. Yun Xiaotian was the first to step through the entrance of the mall. On the 3rd floor, Xiao Feng leaned against the railing, looking quite relaxed. Next to him, Shang Wenfian was nearly burning with anxiety. Su Su was contacting her father, asking him to keep an eye on the Shangwan family, just in case. The Su family and the Yun family were both part of the 5 great families of Jiangcheng. If her father was willing to protect the Shangwan family, the Yun family would have to think twice. Unfortunately, the head of the Su family flatly refused. He didn't want to tear his face with the Yun family over such a trivial matter. They're here. Seeing a large group of people appear downstairs, with Yun Xiaotian at the forefront, Shang Wenfian's face turned pale. The inevitable had finally arrived. She prepared to explain that it was Xiao Feng who killed Yun Wu and that it had nothing to do with the Shangwan family, pleading with them not to take their anger out on her family. As for Xiao Feng's fate, she had no ability to intervene. She only wanted to protect the Shangwan family. As the experts from the Yun family stepped closer to the 3rd floor, both Shang Wenfian and Su Su were extremely tense. In contrast, Xiao Feng maintained an indifferent expression, as if nothing were amiss. In this regard, the 2 girls admired him. At least his mental fortitude was strong. However, in their eyes, having a strong mental fortitude was useless. In the end, he would still die. This had become a foregone conclusion, and no one could change it. When the 2 sides were only 10 steps apart, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly shifted, becoming extremely oppressive and suffocating. Shang Wenfian and Su Suxin both felt a lump in their throats, not daring to breathe, thinking that the Yun family would strike down on Xiao Feng at any moment. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Yun Xiaotian silently squatted down to pick up his son's corpse, while another person lifted up Gong Laosan's body, and then they turned to leave. Throughout it all, they didn't even glance at Xiao Feng. There was not the slightest intention to attack him. It was as if nothing had happened. It was filled with absurdity and strangeness. What's going on? They're just leaving? Aren't they going to take revenge? This isn't the Yun family's style. Countless questions swirled in Shang Wenfian and Su Su's minds. Both confused by this strange situation, even thinking they were hallucinating. Xiao Feng was also surprised. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. He thought they were coming to fight him. I killed Yun Wu. Aren't you going to do something about it? Xiao Feng asked. What the hell? Do you want to die faster? Everyone else is leaving, not holding you accountable, and you bring up killing someone else's son. Isn't that asking for death? Shang Wenfian and Su Su were stunned by Xiao Feng's outrageous behavior. They had never seen someone so foolish. Yun Xiaoshan's body stiffened, and after a moment, he relaxed and said, My son offended you, he deserved to die. This is not your fault, blame me for not teaching him well. Yun Xiaotian said in a deep voice. At least you know your place. Xiao Feng had originally intended to go on a killing spree, wiping out the entire Yun family. But the other party's attitude made it difficult for him to act. His principle was, if others do not offend me, I do not offend them. If they offend me, I will destroy their entire family. Su Su, I'm a bit confused. I can't understand what just happened. Shang Wanfian pressed her hand against her head, unable to figure out the bizarre interactions between Xiao Feng and Yun Xiaotian. It all seemed abnormal. I'm confused too, Su Su whispered. What they had witnessed today felt like a fairy tale to them. Yun Xiaotian and the others made a lot of noise but left quickly. Once outside, he said to everyone, just now, facing so many masters, Xiao Feng not only showed no signs of panic but also appeared very confident, which shows he is not ordinary. Of course, we can't rule out that he is a paper tiger pretending to be calm. If it's the latter, it won't be too late to kill him. Everyone nodded in agreement, sharing the same view. Xiao Feng's calm demeanor made them further believe that his Kunlun order was genuine. Therefore, they dared not act recklessly even when collecting the bodies. They did not dare to show hostility towards Xiao Feng. Are we leaving? Su Su, I'm not dreaming, am I? After a while, Shang Wanfian finally recovered from her shock. She rubbed her eyes hard, confirming that the Yun family had really left, and let out a long sigh. I feel like I'm dreaming too. So strange, it's hard to believe. Su Su sighed and leaned closer to her best friend's ear, saying, I joked before that Xiao Feng might be a hidden master, but now it seems that joke might have turned true. No way? In my opinion, just as the clan leader of the Yun family said, it was Yunwu who provoked him first, so he doesn't hold it against him. The clan leader of the Yun family is really magnanimous. Shang Wanfian dismissed her friend's view and expressed her own opinion. After listening, Su Su thought for a moment and felt there was some truth to it. But she still felt something was off. Are we still going shopping? Xiao Feng heard their quiet conversation clearly and made no explanation. No more shopping, let's go home. The mall was empty, and with the murder incident causing a stir, Shang Wanfian had long lost her interest in shopping. This suited Xiao Feng just fine. Accompanying women shopping was too exhausting, especially when it was with a woman he disliked. It was simply torture. Just like when they arrived, Shang Wanfian urged Su Su to hurry up and drive without waiting for Xiao Feng to get in the car. Seeing that Xiao Feng had been shaken off far away, she was quite happy. Su Su, I'm so annoyed. I have to be with Xiao Feng for the next few days, and just seeing him makes me angry. If this goes on, I'm afraid he'll have a hormonal imbalance. Think of a way to save me. Shang Wanfian complained to her best friend. That's easy. Let's secretly go abroad for a trip. He won't be able to find us. Su Su said. Good idea. Where should we go? Shang Wanfian thought this plan was feasible. If I run abroad, Xiao Feng definitely won't find me. How about Siam, Thailand? Su Su asked. Sure, it's settled. Shang Wanfian excitedly pumped her fist. The only challenge now was how to shake off Xiao Feng's surveillance without anyone noticing. The Maserati sped for more than 20 minutes and the two returned to the Shangwan residence. Hee, this time we finally shook him off. Shang Wanfian looked around and, not seeing Xiao Feng, immediately broke into a victorious smile. She hadn't interacted much with Xiao Feng but had suffered several defeats in front of him. At this moment, she felt a sense of triumph, finally able to hold her head high. But her joy didn't last long. As they walked into the courtyard hand in hand, they found Xiao Feng and Shang Wanmu drinking tea. You, how long have you been back? Shang Wanfian's expression turned sourer than if she had eaten a rotten egg upon seeing Xiao Feng. Just arrived. Xiao Feng focused on his tea, not looking at her. I'm so mad. Shang Wanfian stormed upstairs. Shaner, I heard you killed Yunwu. Shang Wanmu was quite well informed, and when he learned this news, he was shocked and worried about Xiao Feng and his granddaughter's safety. Xiao Feng nodded. The Yun family didn't cause you any trouble? Shang Wanmu asked again, as he hadn't received any news on that front. They didn't have the guts. They collected the bodies in front of me and left. Xiao Feng replied. Shang Wanmu was extremely surprised. He had heard from his old leader Yi Sanglong that Xiao Feng was very capable, but the specifics had not been disclosed. However, from their brief conversation, he concluded that Xiao Feng might be even stronger than he had anticipated. Feng City, halfway up Maple Leaf Mountain. Outside the villa that had been burned to ashes, two figures appeared. They were the high-ranking members of the Five Poisons sect, Zue Zi and Duya. Guided by the life-threatening poisonous insects of the deceased, they found this place. Moreover, by analyzing the surveillance footage from the opposite villa, they identified the appearance of the murderer. We need to find out this person's identity as soon as possible, kill him early, and seize the Qinglong talisman on him to report back. Zue Zi said, looking at the surveillance video of Xiao Feng on his phone, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. No problem, I have some connections in Feng City. It won't take long to find this person. Dia patted his chest in assurance. The two left the site to investigate the information about the person in the video. By evening, they learned that the murderer was named Xiao Feng and even figured out his residence. With the situation developed to this point, Zue Zi and Duya felt much more relaxed, as the most challenging part of the mission was already completed. Killing Xiao Feng would pose no difficulty for them. They were quite confident in their own strength. Without wasting any time, they headed to the Xiao family estate to entertain Xiao Feng. Shang Guanmu prepared a lavish feast again that evening. Xiao Feng picked up his chopsticks, ready to eat. Suddenly, he frowned, stood up abruptly, and hurriedly walked outside. "Chainer, what's wrong?" Shang Guanmu asked in confusion. "I have an urgent matter to attend to, I'll be back as soon as possible." After saying that, Xiao Feng stepped out the door and disappeared into the night. Before he left this morning, he had crafted a magical artifact for his sister and Xinxue, each bearing his mark. If either of them were attacked, he would sense it immediately. Just now, he had felt it. His sister and Xinxue were the most important people to him, and he couldn't let anything happen to them. At this moment, he was burning with anxiety, pushing his speed to the limit, racing home like the wind. At the same time, a terrifying rage radiated from him. No matter who was trying to harm his sister and Xinxue, he would make them pay dearly. On the second floor, in a fragrant pink boudoir, Shang Wenfian was straining to listen to the commotion downstairs. When she heard Xiao Feng say he had urgent business and needed to leave, she nearly laughed out loud with joy. This was a perfect opportunity to get rid of Xiao Feng, and she couldn't let it slip away. She immediately sent a text to her best friend Su Su, asking her to quickly buy 2 tickets to Siam and come pick her up. Shang Guanfian quickly packed her bags, turned up the volume on her speaker to the maximum, creating the illusion that she was still in her room. Then, while her grandfather and the others were eating, she nimbly jumped out of the window and swiftly left the Shangguan residence. Although the phoenix bloodline within Shang Guanfian had not yet awakened, she had trained under her grandfather's guidance since childhood, and her strength was considerable, having reached the midstage of internal energy. Jumping down from the second floor posed no difficulty at all. Xiao Feng was eager to save people, his thoughts entirely focused on his sister and his beloved, completely oblivious to Shang Guanfian's escape. Just a few kilometers away from the Xiao family estate, his phone rang. It was a video call from his sister. Pressing the answer button, 4 figures appeared on the screen. Xiao Chirui and Xinxue were bound and lying on the ground, unable to move. "You must be Xiao Feng, right? If you don't want these 2 beauties to meet a tragic end, come back immediately," the needle said viciously through the screen. "I'll give you an hour and a half. If you're not back by then, their fate will be very miserable." The poison tooth had a snake coiled around each of his arms, waving them in front of Xinxue and Xiao Chirui. The snakes flicked their crimson tongues, emitting a nauseating stench that made both women pale and break out in goosebumps. "Brother, please save me, woo woo woo, I'm so scared." Xiao Chirui, who was terrified of snakes, said with tear-filled eyes. "Rui, don't be afraid, I'm coming home right now. If you dare to harm a single hair on them, I will make sure you have no place to die, just wait for me." Seeing that the 2 were still alive for the moment, Xiao Feng finally felt a bit of relief. "Oh really? I'm so scared, then hurry back and kill us, I can't wait," the needle said with a laugh, completely disregarding Xiao Feng's threats. Slap! He hung up the video call, and Xiao Feng accelerated with all his might, his gaze icy. Inside the Xiao family estate. "Needle, why do I feel like that kid was just floating in midair?" Poison Tooth asked. Slightly puzzled, as he clearly noticed that the environment where Xiao Feng answered the call was off. "Maybe he was standing on the rooftop, don't overthink it," the needle replied. Poison Tooth nodded, feeling he might have been overthinking it. However, the next moment, bang! Xiao Feng kicked the door open and appeared in front of the 2. Seeing that his sister and Xinxue were unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, you scared me. You got here really fast. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you that," the needle said, raising an eyebrow and speaking viciously. "You've got some guts, killing my people from the 5 Poisons sect and stealing the Azure Dragon talisman. You're simply asking for death." Poison Tooth sneered from the side. "So you come from the 5 Poisons sect, huh? Good, not only will you die, but the 5 Poisons sect will also cease to exist," Xiao Feng said coldly, his killing intent boiling within him. "With just you? You don't have that capability. Kid, come and take your life." The needle flashed forward, already attacking Xiao Feng. Poison Tooth moved in response, following closely behind. The 2 flanked Xiao Feng from left and right, an unstoppable force. Both Poison Tooth and the needle were at the late stage of the Grandmaster level, ranking among the top 10 experts in the 5 Poisons sect, and together they could contend with early-stage King Realm experts. Therefore, they believed Xiao Feng was undoubtedly doomed, with no chance of surviving their combined assault. Boom! But the next moment, the needle and Poison Tooth realized they had been too naive. As the screams echoed, the 2 were slapped out of the room by Xiao Feng, flying through the air like kites with severed strings for quite a distance before finally crashing outside the manor. This visually shocking scene left Xinxue and Xiao Chirui dumbfounded. Although they knew Xiao Feng was powerful, they were still taken aback. "You 2 stay here. I'll be right back." Xiao Feng's fingers sliced through the air, severing the ropes binding the 2. Xin Xue and Xiao Churui nodded repeatedly, secretly relieved that Xiao Feng arrived in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Having a powerful older brother is great, Xiao Churui thought to herself. Having a boyfriend who is all-powerful and exudes a sense of security is quite nice, Xin Xue secretly rejoiced, feeling like she had struck gold. Xiao Feng was unaware of their thoughts, otherwise, he would have felt quite pleased. With a push of his toes, he left behind a trail of afterimages and swiftly made his way outside. The two, Zuizi and Duya, lay on the ground, continuously spitting blood, their insides shattered. After suffering such a violent attack, their bones and tendons were broken and their organs were in ruins. They could only lie on the ground, howling in pain, lacking even the strength to crawl away. They could never have imagined that Xiao Feng's strength was so terrifying. A casual strike had nearly taken their lives. Little did they know, Xiao Feng had only used a small fraction of his power, not wanting to kill in front of his two relatives. Otherwise, with a full force strike, they would have been reduced to nothing. Please, don't kill us. Zuizi, seeing Xiao Feng approach, was terrified and quickly begged for mercy. Do you still doubt my ability to kill you and wipe out the 5 poison sect? Xiao Feng looked down at the two with a cold gaze, asking disdainfully. No. It was our mistake for not recognizing your greatness, we beg you for a chance to live. Zuizi said, trembling in fear, hoping to exchange his life for mercy. Next life, keep your eyes open. Xiao Feng remained unmoved, pointing a finger, and a brilliant light struck Zuizi, turning him into a pile of mush. Duya, witnessing this scene, was so scared he lost control of himself, writhing and trying to escape. Xiao Feng gave him no chance, placing his right hand on his head and using the soul-searching technique. He needed to find out where the 5 poison sect's lair was, to conveniently eradicate the sect and eliminate the threat, preventing such incidents from happening again. Soon, the soul search ended. He had learned all the information he needed. Black Widow, huh? You brought this upon yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Feng tightened his grip, crushing Duya's head. He then unleashed 2 flames, incinerating the bodies on the ground completely. After finishing this, Xiao Feng returned to the room. At this moment, Xiao Churui and Xin Xue had recovered from their shock. Xiao Feng, when did you have a grudge against the 5 poison sect? Xin Xue asked. Yesterday, I'm sorry for scaring you, Xiao Feng said apologetically. In his past life, he hadn't protected them well. If he failed to do so in this life as well, he would never forgive himself. Don't say such things, we're all in this together, Xin Xue replied, displeased, as Xiao Feng's words felt too distant. Alright, no more of that. You two hurry and pack your things, come with me to Jiang City for a few days. Xiao Feng needed to protect Shangguan Fian and couldn't spare time to deal with the 5 poison sect. He was worried that in the coming days, the sect would come looking for trouble with Xin Xue and her sister. The best solution was to send them to stay temporarily at Uncle Lin Yu's house. The Lin family was not far from the Shangguan family, only about 2 kilometers in a straight line. If the two encountered danger again, he could reach them in the shortest time possible, making it almost no different from staying by their side. Okay, well, pack right away. Xin Xue didn't ask further. Since Xiao Feng said so, there must be a reason. And she would just follow his lead. This morning, she learned that Xiao Feng would be leaving for a while, leaving Xiao Churui alone at home. Worried that Xiao Churui might be scared, she decided to move in to keep her company, with her luggage already in the room. When the two of them went to tidy up, Xiao Feng picked up 2 broken jade talismans from the floor. It was easy to imagine that the drill and venomous fangs had attacked them 3 times before, causing the talismans to run out of energy and become useless. To ensure their safety in the future, Xiao Feng planned to take some time to silently write down 2 sets of cultivation methods for them to practice. At the same time, he would look for better materials to help them refine higher-grade talismans for self-defense. In just over 20 minutes, the luggage was packed. He locked the manor's main door. Carrying one in each arm, Xiao Feng flew them to the Lin family in Jiangcheng. Chainer, Xiao Rui, you're here. Who is this? Lin Yu personally came out to greet them, showing great enthusiasm. Xin Xue, my girlfriend. Xiao Feng introduced. Good. You really are a match made in heaven, Lin Yu praised. Uncle, I have something to discuss. I'd like for Rui and Xingxue to stay at your house for a few days. I hope it won't be a bother. Xiao Feng explained his intentions. How could it be a bother? You're welcome. They can stay as long as they want, I have plenty of rooms, it's no problem. Lin Yu readily agreed, not mentioning his deep friendship with Xiao Feng's father but referring to how Xiao Feng saved him last night, making it impossible to refuse. Then it'll trouble you, uncle. Xiao Feng smiled. Lin Yu had the servants arrange rooms for Xin Xue and Xiao Churui while he chatted casually with Xiao Feng. Uncle, has the 500 million from Lei Lai been transferred to your account? Xiao Feng asked. Lei Lai had been rude to him multiple times last night, and finally, At Lin Yu's request, he let the matter go, on the condition that Lei Lai would pay 500 million for his life. To save himself, Lei Lai had promised to transfer the money before this afternoon. Not yet. Lin Yu shook his head. Daring to play tricks on me. Xiao Feng sneered. He had left a mark on Lei Lai's shoulder last night, and through that mark he could track him down. If it weren't for needing to protect Shangguan Fian, he would have gone straight to Lei Lai to settle the score. Sigh, I really shouldn't have taken on the bodyguard task, it's too much of a hassle. Xiao Feng felt regret again. Otherwise, tonight the 5 poison sect would have been wiped out, and Lei Lai would have to die. After chatting with Lin Yu for a while, Xiao Feng bid farewell to everyone and hurriedly headed to the Shangguan family a few kilometers away. He had been out for a while now, hoping that Shangguan Fian was safe. In just a few breaths, he arrived outside the Shangguan house. Xiao Feng's expression darkened as he sensed no trace of Shangguan Fian. He rushed into the house and saw Shangguan Mu and his family watching TV. Where is Shangguan Fian? Where did she go? Xiao Feng asked. Isn't Fian in her room listening to music? Shangguan Mu countered, as the music from his granddaughter's room could be heard on the first floor. Not there, Xiao Feng said firmly. That's impossible. Shangguan Mu quickly walked to his granddaughter's room, calling out several times, but there was no response. He pushed the door and found it locked from the inside. He had no choice but to break in. Inside the room, there was no sign of his granddaughter. It was only at this moment that Shangguan Mu realized the seriousness of the situation. His blood surged, and he sat down heavily on the ground. Although Shangguan Fian was not his biological granddaughter, she was like one to him. Now that she had suddenly disappeared, he couldn't express how anxious and worried he was. Does anyone know where Fian has gone? Shangguan Mu's voice became hoarse as he asked the relatives and servants gathered at the door. Everyone shook their heads in confusion. Could she have been taken away by those men in black without anyone noticing? Shangguan Mu asked again, which was his greatest fear. Those mysterious individuals wanted to kill Shangguan Fian, and if she fell into their hands, it would be dire. Old man, it's my fault. Don't be too anxious. Give me something that Shangguan Fian has used recently, and I will find her and bring her back safely. Xiao Feng said calmly. Shangguan Mu immediately instructed the servant, who quickly found a pile of items. There were Shangguan Fian's unwashed underwear, socks, and a pink hairpin. Xiao Feng picked up the hairpin, took a deep sniff, and memorized the scent left by Shangguan Fian. Then, he closed his eyes and performed the great tracking technique, discerning the residual breath of the other person in the air. Just wait for my news. Xiao Feng suddenly opened his eyes, threw a sentence to the crowd, and leaped out of the window following the scent. Along the way, he wasn't too worried about Shangguan Fian's safety, as he sensed no strong presence near the Shangguan residence. This meant that Shangguan Fian must have left on her own. As long as she wasn't dead, there was still room for recovery. Yay, finally free. Su, let's have a great week in the kingdom of Siam Sian, and by the time we come back, Xiao Feng will probably have left my house, and I won't have to see him again. How wonderful. The plane slowly took off, and Shangguan Fian said excitedly. Originally, they weren't supposed to board the plane. The reason was that the time until the flight was too short, and ticket sales for that flight had already stopped. But Su was the eldest daughter of the Su family. She personally took action, and even without tickets, the airport authorities had to find a way to get her 2 seats. Moreover, her Maserati had a clear path all the way, driving directly into the airport without any checks. Because of these privileges, the two were able to board the plane in such a short time. This is the benefit of privilege. Fian, do you have some misunderstanding about Xiao Feng? Besides liking to show off, he doesn't have many annoying traits. Why do you dislike him so much? Su asked. I don't know, I just hate him. Shangguan Fian asked herself, and she couldn't really say why she disliked Xiao Feng, but she felt angry just seeing him. Perhaps it was because women can be petty. Alright. Su didn't continue to dwell on the topic to avoid affecting her best friend's mood. They were about to arrive at their travel destination, and the 2 friends were still very happy, chatting excitedly on the plane. Unbeknownst to them, a fierce-looking man in the seat behind was watching them with a cold gaze, harboring ill intentions. He even secretly took photos of the 2 with his phone and sent them out. The population in Jiangcheng was simply too large, with people everywhere on the streets, and the air was too mixed. This added considerable difficulty to Xiao Feng's tracking. Ultimately, it was still due to his low cultivation level, which prevented him from unleashing the true power of the great tracking technique. If he were at the golden core stage, he could almost directly lock onto Shangguan Fian's location. After some effort, Xiao Feng arrived at the airport. He wasn't sure if she had taken a flight out. He continued tracking for a while, eventually looking up at the sky, where he caught the scent of Shangguan Fian high above. It seemed she had already gone far. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue tracking. He just needed to find out which flight she took and where she was headed, and he could go directly to the destination. He took out his phone to search for flights within the last 2 hours and found several planes departing from this airport. There was no other way. He had to find the airport staff to investigate Shangguan Fian's boarding information. Unfortunately, they were uncooperative and refused to disclose passenger privacy. Xiaofeng could only resort to force half an hour later. Xiaofeng soared into the sky, flying towards the capital of Siam. With a loud roar, the plane landed steadily at the capital airport of Siam. Shangguan Fian and Su disembarked with the crowd, and as they reached the exit, several taxi drivers approached to solicit passengers. The two chose one of the taxis, preparing to go to the hotel to rest. They were completely unaware that danger had quietly descended. "Follow them," said the man who had taken the same flight as Shangguan Fian to the other taxi drivers. He had already set his sights on the two beauties on the plane, sending their photos to his accomplices, instructing them to wait at the exit for their prey to appear. These drivers are all his accomplices. No matter which taxi Shangguan Fian and Su get into, they will fall into their trap. "Fian, do you smell something strange?" After the taxi had driven for a while, Su began to feel uncomfortable, dizzy, and very sleepy. "There is a strange smell." Shangguan Fian wrinkled her nose and noticed it too. But she didn't think much of it and said, "The environment in Siam isn't as good as back home. Some smells are normal." After saying that, she yawned. Turning her head, she found that her best friend had already fallen asleep. She still didn't think much of it, assuming Su was just too tired. However, gradually, she sensed something was off. "Driver, this route isn't going to the hotel I booked. Where are you taking us?" Shangguan Fian had traveled to Siam several times and often booked the same hotel, so she knew the way. "Beautiful lady, that road is under repair. We need to take a detour to reach it," the driver explained. "That's not right. The navigation shows that road isn't under repair." "You're lying. Stop the car now." At this moment, Shangguan Fian was quite sharp. "Ha, only now do you realize something's wrong? It's too late. You've all inhaled a large amount of sleeping gas. Just close your eyes and sleep peacefully." The driver dropped the act, revealing his true colors. "Bastard, you want to harm us? No way." Shangguan Fian struck the driver's neck with a knife hand strike. He didn't expect that not only was she not knocked out by the sleeping gas, but she also had such strength. He instantly lost consciousness. Shangguan Fian lunged into the driver's seat, pressing down on the driver's thigh and stepping on the brake. Then, she helped the unconscious Su out of the car. However, just as they got out, 7 or 8 taxis drove up from behind, surrounding them completely. More than 10 armed men approached the two. "What do you want?" Shangguan Fian questioned coldly. "These two beauties are decked out in designer brands. We can definitely extort a large sum from their families and then sell them as sex slaves. With their looks, there will definitely be many buyers eager to get them, and we can sell them for a high price." A fierce-looking man did not answer Shangguan Fian's question but instead discussed the deal with his companions, treating them as merchandise. "You guys think you can harm us? Dream on." Shangguan Fian placed Su on the ground, ready to fight this group. But before she could make a the members of the scam group are mostly from the Dragon Country. And their victims are all citizens of the Dragon Country. A taxi drove into the industrial park and stopped in the square. A fierce-looking man got out, whistled at the armed men around him, and said proudly, "Brothers, we have a big deal coming." "Brother Cohen, who did you kidnap this time? Look at how happy you are." 2 armed men approached, curious. "You'll see for yourselves." The man, referred to as Brother Cohen, opened the car door and boasted, "Damn, this is top-notch, and there are 2 of them. If we sell them to Europe and America, we'll be rich." One of them said excitedly. "Of course, we're going to make a fortune this time." Brother Cohen laughed along. Over the years, they had kidnapped many women from the Dragon Country. The ugly ones were forced into phone scams to extort money. If they failed to complete their tasks, their organs were harvested and sold. The average-looking ones were coerced into selling themselves to make money for them, and once they lost their value, they too would have their organs taken. As for the beautiful ones, they had all become slaves to the powerful and wealthy. Anyone who entered the industrial park would meet a grim fate. At this moment, Shangguan Fian and Su felt the effects of the drugs in their bodies wear off, and they woke up from their stupor, but their hands and feet were bound with ropes. Hearing the conversation of the group, they were filled with anxiety and despair. "Whoa, Fian, what should we do? I'm so scared, I just want to go home." Su cried pitifully. "Don't panic, it'll get you out of here." Shangguan Fian scanned the surroundings through the car window, seeing so many armed men around, and felt uncertain. However, she decided to fight back desperately. Otherwise, there would be no chance left. "Take them to the boss office, let the boss check the goods," Brother Cohen said to the 2 armed men. He held a significant position in this scam group, being a mid-level leader with considerable power. "Yes, Brother Cohen." The 2 men each grabbed one, dragging Shangguan Fian and Su out of the car. "Hee, the beautiful lady smells so good, just smelling you makes my mouth water. I'll take good care of you later." The man dragging Shang Wenfian said, leaning close to her ear with a laugh. Get lost. Shang Wenfian spat at his face. Suddenly exerting her strength, the ropes binding her hands and feet snapped apart. A few strands couldn't restrain a mid-level martial artist. With her limbs free, Shang Wenfian kicked hard, sending the man beside her flying several meters away. Then, she threw punches, hitting Brother Koan and the man next to Su Su squarely in the face, causing both to bleed from their noses and stagger backward. Su Su, come with me. After instantly repelling 3 enemies, Shang Wenfian wasted no time and shoved Su Su into the back seat. She then dashed to the driver's seat, slammed the accelerator, and sped toward the exit. Everything happened so quickly. The entire process was smooth and fluid, without any hesitation. They caught Brother Koan and the others off guard. By the time the surrounding armed men reacted, the taxi had already started. They quickly raised their firearms, aiming at the taxi to shoot. Don't shoot, if you kill them, they won't be worth anything. They can't escape. Brother Koan wiped the blood from his nose and hurriedly stopped them. Inside the taxi, seeing that no one was shooting, Shang Wenfian breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, she was dumbfounded. In front of the gate, the heavy iron door was tightly shut. There were several steel plates on the ground, with many sharp spikes protruding from them. With such heavy obstacles, the car couldn't break through. But for the sake of survival, they had to take a desperate gamble. Su Su, hold on tight. Shang Wenfian reminded, driving the car at full speed with a determination to fight for their lives. She charged toward the gate. The speeding car drove over the steel plates filled with sharp spikes, puncturing the tires, drastically reducing speed, but it continued forward for several meters due to inertia, finally crashing into the iron gate. Boom! The deafening sound of the impact echoed, the airbag deployed, and Shang Wenfian was knocked dizzy. Su Su was not feeling well either. Her head hit the car window, and her forehead was bleeding. Shang Wenfian's escape plan had failed. Damn it, you thought you could run after coming here? What a delusion! A furious Koan rushed over, grabbed Shang Wenfian by the hair, dragged her out of the car, and slapped her beautiful face several times. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Shang Wenfian wanted to fight back, but with 2 AK-47s pointed at her head, she dared not make a move. Falling into the hands of villains again, her heart turned to ashes, knowing that her life was completely over. Koan Gu. This woman is disobedient. Lock her in the torture room first and let her know our power, suggested an armed man. Sure. Wait, hold on. Suddenly, Koan Gu raised an eyebrow, staring at the corner of Shang Wenfian's mouth, and said in surprise, Look, why is this woman's blood a light golden color? Yeah, how strange. Could she not be human? The others nearby, reminded by him, also noticed that Shang Wenfian's blood was abnormal. Get out of here, don't talk nonsense, you're the one who isn't human. I once heard the Fire Cloud Master say that anyone with strange blood flowing in their body has a special constitution. The Fire Cloud Master also specifically instructed me that if we encounter such a person, we must report to him immediately. Lock them up first, he'll contact the Fire Cloud Master, Koan Gu said with a serious expression. The Fire Cloud Master was one of the protectors of their scam group, terrifyingly powerful. It was precisely because of his protection that their group could grow larger and remain unshaken. Several men dragged Shang Wenfian and Su Su toward the office building. Koan Gu ran aside to make a phone call. Don't take my kidney, give me 3 more days, and I will definitely complete the performance IO, scamming enough for 500,000. What were you doing earlier? Since you can't complete the task, just sell your organs for money. As they passed a room filled with the smell of potions, Shang Wenfian and Su Su heard voices inside. They glanced in and saw a man with his upper body naked, tied to a huge block of ice. A doctor stood beside him, holding a sharp scalpel, directly cutting open the man's waist without administering anesthesia. Seeing this terrifying scene, Shang Wenfian and Su Su turned pale with fear. This is the consequence of disobedience. If you dare to escape again, you will end up worse than him, an armed man said viciously. The two did not dare to respond, terrified to the core. Dragged by the armed men, they passed many rooms, each with different situations. Some rooms were filled with people, enticing those on the phone to send money. Other rooms were live streaming, with female hosts posing in front of the camera to lure fans to the industrial park. There were also rooms filled with screams, where those who disobeyed or failed to complete tasks were being brutally beaten. As they walked through, Shang Wenfian and Su Su were scared out of their wits, their bodies going weak. Finally, they were thrown into a small dark room. With a bang, the door locked, completely isolating them from the outside world. Fian, are we going to die? Su Su cried sadly. No, someone will come to save us. Shang Wenfian hugged her best friend, comforting her. Who? Su Su asked. Xiao Feng. Shang Wenfian didn't even believe herself. She was just trying to reassure her friend not to be so desperate. Don't joke around, Zhangchang is thousands of kilometers away from here. Xiao Feng doesn't even know where we are, how can he save us? Susu was clearly not so easily fooled, letting out a long sigh. It's a pity our phones were taken by those bad guys, otherwise, I could call my dad and he would send someone to rescue us. Shangguan Fian had no words to respond, only able to wait quietly, waiting for her misfortune to arrive. In a presidential suite of a five-star hotel in the capital of Siam, the Firecloud man was meeting with several high-ranking officials from Siam who were the protectors of their scam group, and they were in a cooperative relationship. Hearing his phone ring, the Firecloud man stepped outside the suite to answer the call. After listening to Brother Kun's account, he felt a surge of excitement. Like golden blood? You're not mistaken? No, it's absolutely true. Alright, you'll be there right away. Make sure she doesn't escape. You can rest assured, they'll keep a close watch on her. After hanging up, the Firecloud man, with his wild, fiery red hair, flickered his eyes a few times and muttered to himself, as far as I know, there are 3 types of special physiques that possess light golden blood. Whichever it is, it's extremely rare. Whether used for refining human pills or as a furnace, the benefits are unimaginable. I didn't expect to come across one. Truly, heaven is helping me. Ha ha ha. At the end, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. The Firecloud man was currently at the midstage of the human king realm, and with his strength, he could almost walk unimpeded across the countries of the South Seas. But he was not satisfied with his cultivation and wanted to advance further. However, his talent was limited and resources were scarce. He had been stuck at this level for 10 years without making any progress, which drove him crazy, yet he had no way out. But now, a woman with a special physique possessing light golden blood had been captured by his subordinates, and he knew that his opportunity to break through had come. He even fantasized about using her to help him reach the earth immortal realm. Returning to the presidential suite, he told the high-ranking officials that he had something to attend to and hurriedly left, racing towards the industrial park. A step too late. Just then, Xiao Feng arrived at the capital airport. He used the great tracking technique again to trace the whereabouts of Shangguan Fian and found that she had already left. She runs really fast, protecting her is such a hassle. Xiao Feng felt helpless. After all, he had brought this upon himself by agreeing to Yi Kanglong's request. He could only patiently track towards the industrial park. Fian, if we can survive this time, I promise I won't go abroad again. It's much safer within our dragon country. Su Su murmured softly. I won't be willful anymore. I'll listen to Grandpa, Shangguan Fian said, but inside she was bitterly laughing. Falling into the hands of this group of ruthless thugs was like being sentenced to death. There was no chance of returning alive. Creaked, the door of the small black room opened. Blinding light flooded in, making it hard for the two who were used to the darkness to open their eyes. Firecloud man, it's her. Brother Kuan pointed at the haggard and disheveled Shangguan Fian. The Firecloud man stepped forward, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up, scrutinizing her closely. This person clearly has an unusual identity. If I capture him and use him as a hostage, who knows? Shangguan Fian's mind raced. She was still unwilling to sit and wait for death, becoming a fish on the chopping block for others to slaughter. Even if she found the slightest opportunity, she would try. Despite her annoying demeanor, her courage was still admirable. Now, when all of the Firecloud man's attention was focused on her, Shangguan Fian knew the opportunity had come. She suddenly struck out, extending 2 fingers quickly towards his eyes. She aimed to blind him first and then control him. However, she was too naive. When her fingers were just 1 centimeter away from the Firecloud man's eyes, they could advance no further. They were blocked by his protective true energy. Ha, this little girl is quite clever, but you're still too young to play tricks in front of me. A cunning character like the Firecloud man would certainly have sensed Shangguan Fian's little move in advance. He simply couldn't be bothered to stop her. I don't believe I can't poke your eyes out. After another failed attempt, Shangguan Fian lost her rationality and kept thrusting her fingers forward. But it was all in vain. Seeing her not knowing her place, the Firecloud master let out a cold snort and released a powerful aura. Feeling the terrifying pressure that came at her like an abyss, Shangguan Fian trembled all over, her very soul quaking. So powerful. The last glimmer of hope shattered, and the light in her eyes dimmed significantly. Faced with such a formidable opponent, she could no longer entertain any thoughts of resistance. Her mental defenses crumbled, and she surrendered, resigning herself to her fate. After observing her for quite some time, the Firecloud master still couldn't discern anything. He extended his sharp fingernail and sliced open Shangguan Fian's fair wrist, letting the pale golden blood flow out. He tasted a bit of the blood on his fingertip, still unable to identify her physical constitution. However, from that faint blood, he sensed a robust energy flowing into his body, leaving him feeling immensely satisfied. This girl's blood is incredibly nourishing. If I drink all of it, my cultivation will surely improve. But that would be a waste. It's better to refine her into a human pill. Now that would be a true supplement. The Firecloud master muttered to himself. Limited by his experience and unable to uncover the origins of Shangguan Fian's constitution, he decided to take the easy route and simply refine her into a human pill. Shang Wanfian heard his words clearly, feeling a chill run down her back, the fear of death enveloping her entire being. She had considered the consequences of falling into the hands of this group, but she never expected it would lead to this outcome. She was actually going to be refined into a human pill. This was too terrifying. The Fire Cloud Master acted swiftly, doing what he thought of immediately. He picked up Shang Wanfian and left the small dark room, heading to the alchemy chamber. Master, how should we deal with this girl? Brother Koan asked, holding Su Su. Do as you wish. The Fire Cloud Master, uninterested in women, mainly due to his old age, nearly 100 years, had no interest in them. All right. Brother Koan grinned wickedly at Su Su, scaring the little girl into retracting her neck. Let's first send her to the boss office. Brothers, let's line up outside the office. Brother Koan waved his hand to the armed men beside him. I'll be third in line. I'll be fourth. I'll be 18th. Hearing these numbers, Su Su just wanted to bang her head against a wall. Unfortunately, they wouldn't let her have her way. In the underground space of the industrial park, in a dimly lit secret room, there stood an alchemy furnace over 2 meters tall in the center. Nearby, a considerable amount of precious herbs was piled up. The Fire Cloud Master threw Shang Wanfian onto the ground. He poured a large amount of unknown liquid into the alchemy furnace and then ignited it to heat the furnace. Next, he went to prepare the herbs. This was all in preparation for refining the human pill. Shang Wanfian lay helplessly on the ground, watching the busy Fire Cloud Master, filled with nothing but despair and endless fear. At that moment, she thought of Xiao Feng. He was the strongest martial artist she knew. How strong exactly, she wasn't sure, only knowing that he had killed Master Gong San with a casual strike. Therefore, the only person she could think of to save her was Xiao Feng. As the Fire Cloud Master's preparations neared completion, Shang Wanfian's sense of fear intensified. At this moment, all she wanted to do was cry. Tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks, falling to the ground, evaporated clean by the high temperature emanating from the nearby alchemy furnace, leaving nothing behind. Moved by the scene, she felt like that drop of tear, soon to leave nothing behind in the near future. Growing increasingly sad and distressed. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Feng had already arrived outside the industrial park. How did she end up here? She must have encountered misfortune and was captured. Xiao Feng didn't know where this place was. But seeing armed men inside and the resentment floating above the park that was invisible to the naked eye, it was evident that this place was abnormal, with many people having met a tragic end here. Get lost, outsiders clear out. The guard at the gate saw Xiao Feng standing outside and not leaving, driving him away in the language of Siam. Was Shang Wanfian captured by you guys? Xiao Feng asked. Oh, you're from the dragon country, this is a self-inflicted trap. Brothers, we've got a hapless fool here, grab him and take his kidneys. The guard at the gate said excitedly. Their scam group had a principle of specifically targeting people from the dragon country, leaving others alone. At first, he thought Xiao Feng was from Siam, but upon hearing his language and realizing he was from the dragon country, it felt like a pie falling from the sky. The guards at the entrance immediately surrounded him, ready to take action. Take his kidneys? Xiao Feng instantly recognized their profession and couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, he had seen many compatriots fall victim to these people, and he had been furious, wishing he had the strength to eradicate this evil force. Little did he expect that today, by chance, he would encounter them. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He had to eliminate this group and eradicate a source of trouble. Yes, we are the kidney takers, scared now? But it's too late for you, get down. The earlier speaker laughed heartily. The others joined in the laughter. Bang! There was no need to say anything to these people, killing them was the only option. With a single slap, Xiao Feng turned the speaker into a pile of meat paste. Oh no, this is bad, we've hit a hard nut. The smiles on the faces of the remaining few instantly turned to fear. They had never encountered someone who could turn a person into meat paste with a single slap, and they were terrified. Turning to flee into the compound. Bang bang bang! Xiao Feng shot out several fireballs from his palm, accurately landing on them. In an instant, he turned them to ashes. Boom! With a kick, he shattered the 20-centimeter thick iron door into pieces. Enemy attack. The armed men inside became alert, brandishing their firearms and indiscriminately shooting at Xiao Feng. Ch. Xiao Feng unleashed his understanding of the invincible sword path, and sharp sword energy howled out from his body, spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 armed men were all killed by the sword energy, with none surviving. The bullets they fired caused him no harm. Dong dong dong. After hearing the commotion, many armed men from several buildings in the compound rushed out. Upon seeing the scattered bodies of their comrades, they were dumbfounded. Bro, we have no grievances with you, there's no need for this. A middle-aged man with a bald head and a vicious scar on his face stared intently at Xiao Feng, asking coldly, He was the boss of this industrial area, and his own cultivation was not bad. At the late stage of the transformation realm, in the group headquarters, he would be considered a mid-level manager. Do I need a reason to kill? Xiao Feng retorted. You're going too far. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Shoot him. The bald man was enraged and issued a death order to his subordinates. Da-da-day. The gunfire erupted, deafening. However, in less than a second, the sound vanished. The reason was that the dozens of armed men around them had been killed by the sword energy surging from Xiao Feng's body in the blink of an eye. The man called Brother Koan also died among them. Under Xiao Feng's indiscriminate attack, they had no chance to resist. Dead men can't shoot. Naturally, the gunfire ceased. Who the hell are you? The bald man hid behind a pillar, cold sweat pouring down, feeling like he was facing a great enemy. Witnessing Xiao Feng instantly kill dozens of his armed subordinates, he felt a surreal sense, as if watching a mythological story. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have become a corpse by now. Dead men don't need to know so much, he'll send you on your way. Xiao Feng raised his palm, gently pinching towards the bald man from over 30 meters away. No, after a piercing scream, the bald man was instantly crushed, turning into a mist of blood. After killing, Xiao Feng glanced at a certain spot on the ground. At close range, he could directly lock onto Shang Wanfian's position. She was deep underground at the spot he was looking at. Boom! With a punch, the ground cracked. He leaped into the opening. The water has boiled, and the herbs have been added. Come on, be a good girl and take off your clothes, then go into the alchemy furnace. In the alchemy room, the Fire Cloud Master smiled at Shang Wanfian. Everything ready. The soundproofing here was excellent, and he had been focused on preparing the herbs earlier, not noticing the commotion above. No. Shang Wanfian tightly covered her clothes with both hands, biting her lower lip hard. You have no say in this. If you want, take them off, then I'll help you. The Fire Cloud Master tore at her sleeve, ripping it away to reveal her delicate, fragile wrist. Just as he was about to tear more of her clothing, a loud crashing sound came from above. What happened? The Fire Cloud Master frowned, his face filled with displeasure. Being interrupted while refining pills was truly infuriating. Boom! Another loud noise followed. In the next moment, a figure jumped down from the hard concrete above. Who are you, interrupting my alchemy? Are you looking for death? The Fire Cloud Master was furious, watching the newcomer warily. Xiao Feng? Shang Wanfian exclaimed in shock as she recognized the figure. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that this was real. Once she confirmed she wasn't mistaken, she felt an overwhelming shock. She never expected Xiao Feng would actually find this place. Did he come all this way to protect me out of concern for my safety? For some reason, at that moment, she felt an indescribable affection for Xiao Feng. Seeing her safe, Xiao Feng felt a significant sense of relief. In truth, he didn't care about Shang Wanfian's life or death, he was just a man of his word. He had promised Yi Sanglong to protect her, and he intended to keep that promise. At the very least, during the 7 days he was to protect her, he couldn't let Shang Wanfian come to harm. As for the Fire Cloud Master beside him, he completely ignored him. A mere king-level martial artist was not worth his attention. Xiao Feng? Never heard of you. You've interrupted my good fortune, you're dead. The Fire Cloud Master was furious, his arms crossed as he quickly formed seals. A brilliant, illusory handprint suddenly shot out, heading straight for Xiao Feng. Be careful. Seeing the Fire Cloud Master make a move, Shang Wanfian felt extremely anxious and hurriedly warned him. It was only then that she snapped back to reality from her surprise, recalling the terrifying pressure emanating from the Fire Cloud Master, indicating how formidable he was. She wondered if Xiao Feng could handle it. If he couldn't, not only would she be turned into a pill, but Xiao Feng would also die. However, in the next moment, her worry turned into shock. Boom! Xiao Feng casually unleashed a strike, a dazzling sword energy shooting out, shattering the Fire Cloud Master's illusory palm print as easily as cutting tofu. The residual force of the sword energy struck the astonished Fire Cloud Master in the chest like lightning. Unable to withstand the tremendous impact, he was sent flying, crashing into the solid wall and leaving a human-shaped imprint. Who on earth are you? And how do you possess such terrifying strength? The injured Fire Cloud Master asked in fear. Not dead? Xiao Feng was quite surprised. He had only used 1% of his strength, which should have been enough to kill the opponent. Yet, the Fire Cloud Master was merely heavily injured and still alive. Soon, he learned the reason. It turned out the Fire Cloud Master was wearing a piece of treasure armor that had absorbed part of the sword energy's power. In the alchemy room, Shang Wanfian stood frozen like a statue, her expression particularly vivid. Just moments ago, she was worried that Xiao Feng wouldn't be able to defeat the powerful Fire Cloud Master and had been anxious for him. But now it seemed she had been overly concerned. Xiao Feng's strength far surpassed that of the Fire Cloud Master, and she didn't need to worry at all. At that moment, she finally felt safe, having survived a disaster, and couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Xiao Feng, thank you, Shang Wanfian said sincerely. This was the first time she genuinely expressed her gratitude to Xiao Feng. Meeting you, I must have been incredibly unlucky for 8 lifetimes. You really want to thank me? Then for the next few days, just stay at home and don't cause any trouble, Xiao Feng said with a stern face. He had put in a lot of effort to find Shang Wanfian, so he had no patience for such woeful behavior. What kind of attitude is that? I thank you with kind words, and not only do you not appreciate it, but you also mock me. What kind of person are you? Shang Wanfian was displeased, her lips pouting high. The slight fondness she had just developed for Xiao Feng vanished in an instant, and she was so angry that she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, the Fire Cloud Master struggled to emerge from the wall, coughing violently and spitting blood. Looking down at the tattered armor on his chest, he was both horrified and pained. This armor was a gift from the strongest master in the Nanyang countries, Saint Tua, meant for self-defense, impervious to water and fire, and able to withstand a full-force strike from an early-stage Earth Immortal warrior. Yet, this rare defensive treasure had been effortlessly destroyed by the young man before him, reduced to scrap. This left him feeling a chill of fear, forcing him to suspect that the opponent's cultivation was above that of an early-stage Earth Immortal. But looking around the world, there couldn't be such a young Earth Immortal, right? Where on earth did this person come from? Sir, I didn't know you were acquainted with this lady. If I had known, even with 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts about her. Ignorance is no crime. Let's just let today's matter go, shall we? The Fire Cloud Master said with a face full of apologies. He had witnessed Xiao Feng's power and knew that the other's strength far surpassed his own. Fighting him would be like striking a stone with an egg. Therefore, it was better to yield. He hoped that a few soft words would convince the other to let him off. Your group specializes in harming the citizens of my dragon country, a heinous crime, and you still want me to forgive you? No way. Xiao Feng was not buying it at all. He hated everyone in the kidney gang and would spare not a single one. Do you really want to push me to my death? To be honest, I am the brother-in-law of Saint Tua. For his sake, how about you let me go? When soft words failed, the Fire Cloud Master had to resort to hard tactics, bringing up his powerful backing. Saint Tua's reputation in Nanyang was as renowned as Yi Kanglong's in the Dragon Country, both feared far and wide. He believed that upon hearing Saint Tua's name, Xiao Feng would reconsider the consequences of killing him. Saint Tua? What kind of thing is that, to deserve my respect? Xiao Feng said mercilessly. You have some nerve to insult Saint Tua. Don't you fear that he will tear you to pieces in his rage? The Fire Cloud Master was extremely furious. Saint Tua was recognized as the strongest in the Nanyang countries, a divine figure in the hearts of Nanyang warriors, not to be disrespected. The Fire Cloud Master held great admiration for Saint Tua, so it was no wonder he was so angry upon hearing Xiao Feng's disrespectful words. Is that so? You better hope I don't find him, otherwise, I'll wipe him out too. Enough with the nonsense, I'll send you on your way. With a shake of his arm, Xiao Feng was about to strike. You think killing me is that easy? It's you who will die. The Fire Cloud Master's gaze was cold, showing no fear of Xiao Feng's impending attack. Bang! He slapped a certain area of the wall behind him. Crack, crack, crack. It sounded like some kind of gears turning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, a large amount of red mist gushed from the walls of the alchemy room. In an instant, the room was filled, the smoke swirling around. Ha! You've fallen for my carefully concocted Yamasaro poison. Both of you will die, and no immortal can save you. In the smoke, the Fire Cloud Master laughed wildly. This alchemy room was one of his strongholds, with mechanisms installed in the walls. Once activated, the hidden poison would spew forth. He had been stalling for time while talking to Xiao Feng, each time subtly shifting his feet closer to the button that would activate the mechanism. The moment he approached the button, he knew victory was within his grasp, with a great chance to turn the tables on Xiao Feng. The plan had succeeded, and the Fire Cloud Man was extremely pleased. His face adorned with a victorious smile. With such childish poison, how dare you show off? Xiao Feng's voice rang out, nearly scaring the soul out of the Fire Cloud Man. You're poison, and you can still talk? That shouldn't be possible. The smile on the Fire Cloud Man's face vanished, replaced by panic. The poison he concocted was called King Yansaro, and as the name suggests, even the King of Hell would be troubled by it, indicating just how toxic it was. He believed that even if he couldn't kill Xiao Feng, he could at least incapacitate him. However, Xiao Feng seemed completely unaffected. A bad premonition washed over him as he leaped, attempting to escape to the ground from where Xiao Feng had entered. Behave yourself. Xiao Feng slapped him down from midair, shattering his bones and leaving him howling in pain on the ground. Disperse. Xiao Feng's true energy surged, dispersing the red smoke in the room within seconds. Glancing sideways, he noticed that Shang Wanfian was already lying on the ground, her breath faint. Her skin had turned blood red, the toxins she inhaled rapidly corroding her body. In less than half a minute, she would succumb to the poison. Sigh. Xiaofeng sighed, realizing his oversight. He hadn't expected the Fire Cloud Man to have this trick up his sleeve, resulting in Shangguan Fian's poisoning. He walked over and sealed several acupoints on her body to stop the spread of the toxin. Then, he cast a menacing glance at the Fire Cloud Man lying on the ground. So this poison is called King Yan's sorrow. I once saw it in Yi Wuxuan's body, so you were involved in the siege against Yi Wuxuan back then? Xiaofeng asked coldly. This was an unexpected discovery. No, I'm only at the mid-stage of the human king realm, while Yi Wuxuan is at the early stage of the earth immortal realm. I had no right to participate in the siege against her. The Fire Cloud Man shook his head repeatedly, desperately trying to distance himself from the matter. Then how do you explain Yi Wuxuan being poisoned by King Yan's sorrow? Xiaofeng inquired. Generally speaking, such a peculiar poison is a proprietary formula, not to be shared. Because of this, Xiaofeng was certain that the Fire Cloud Man was related to that incident. It was an old friend who borrowed a vial of King Yan's sorrow from me, the Fire Cloud Man said. Who? Xiaofeng asked. I can't betray him unless you promise not to kill me, then I will tell you. The Fire Cloud Man bargained, seeing Xiaofeng's displeasure, and hurriedly added, as a condition of exchange, I can also help detoxify your companion and save her from danger. You should know that the toxicity of King Yan's sorrow is extraordinary. Without my treatment, she won't last long. Bargaining with me? You don't have that right. Xiaofeng decisively refused. How could he possibly let this man go? You better think it through. If you kill me, you'll never find out the identity of my old friend, and your companion is as good as dead. The Fire Cloud Man threatened, his fierce demeanor hiding his inner fear. This was the only self-preservation method he could think of, hoping the other party would fall for it. You still don't know, do you? The various deadly poisons in Yi Wuxuan's body have already been completely cleared. Do you think King Yan's sorrow can defeat me? Xiaofeng said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The poisons in Yi Wuxuan were far more numerous than those in Shangguan Fian, and the toxins had been in her body for too long, making it even trickier. Yet, even so, he had managed to cure her. Therefore, helping Shangguan Fian detoxify was not a challenge for him. What? Yi Wuxuan has recovered? The Fire Cloud Man found it hard to believe. This was impossible. King Yan's sorrow was a poison he had developed himself, and there was no cure. He could only temporarily suppress its effects. Just moments ago, to avoid being poisoned himself, he had pressed the mechanism button while also swallowing an antidote pill. Considering all this, he had reason to suspect that Xiaofeng was lying. I forgot to tell you, I can perform the soul search technique. Even if you don't speak, I can easily find out the identity of your friend by searching your soul. Xiaofeng's words struck the Fire Cloud Master like a bolt of lightning, causing him to tremble all over. The soul search technique was only mentioned in a few ancient texts from the primordial era, and there had been no reports of anyone mastering this spell. Yet Xiaofeng claimed he could do it, which was astonishing. According to the ancient texts, the soul search technique was extremely cruel. Anyone whose soul was searched would suffer unimaginable pain. Go! The Fire Cloud Master swallowed hard and said, You're trying to trick me, right? How could someone like you possibly master such a divine technique? Don't think you can fool me. Xiaofeng was too lazy to argue. Since the other party was not being honest, he had to take matters into his own hands. He stepped in front of the Fire Cloud Master and placed his large hand on the top of his head. What do you want to do? Soul search. No, I'll tell you everything. As soon as his head was pressed down by Xiaofeng, the Fire Cloud Master felt his soul surge upward, as if it were about to be pulled away. At that moment, he believed that Xiaofeng really could perform the soul search technique. Not wanting to endure the pain of having his soul searched, he quickly changed his tune. I gave you a chance, it's too late. Xiaofeng increased the pressure in his hand, gripping the other man's soul. Please just kill me. The Fire Cloud Master howled in despair, crying out in agony. He regretted questioning Xiaofeng. Now he was suffering this inhumane torment. At this moment, he only hoped Xiaofeng would kill him to end his suffering. Before long, the soul search was complete. The Fire Cloud Master had completely lost his value, and Xiaofeng crushed his head, turning it to ash with a burst of flame. From the other man's memories, he obtained very little useful information. Originally, he intended to kill the Holy Master mentioned by the Fire Cloud Master to eliminate the threat completely, ensuring that the man wouldn't reappear in the future. However, that person's whereabouts were erratic, and no one knew his movements, not even the Fire Cloud Master, who was his brother-in-law. Xiaofeng didn't have the time to specifically track down the man's location, so this matter was left unresolved. The King of Hell's Woe had no antidote, and the Fire Cloud Master didn't know how to detoxify it. As for the person who borrowed the King of Hell's Woe from the Fire Cloud Master, his name was Wu Sanju. a prominent figure in the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom and the leader of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance. Xiao Feng had some impression of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance. The man he killed yesterday at the Qin family estate, Lord Hong, claimed that his master, Hong Jiannan, was an elder of this alliance. At that time, Lord Hong had tried to use Hong Jiannan to intimidate him into sparing the Qin family, but he was wiped out on the spot. Besides this information, Xiao Feng also learned the location of the headquarters of the Golden Triangle scam group, where a latest-stage human king was stationed. He planned to safely escort Shangguan Fian back to the Shangguan family and, when he had some free time, personally visit the headquarters to eliminate all the villains there. Doing so would also be a way to rid the people of harm. Xiao Feng had a strong sense of justice and was very patriotic. He didn't mind taking action for the Dragon Kingdom. After all, he had wanted to do this in his previous life but lacked the strength to do so, only able to think about it. It's a pity there's no antidote. My method of detoxifying her is somewhat intimate. I hope she doesn't misunderstand. Xiao Feng looked at the unconscious Shangguan Fian, feeling a bit troubled. The king of hell's woe poison, once inhaled, clung to the bones like maggots, making it difficult to remove with ordinary means. He could only use the miraculous rejuvenation technique, a healing art. However, there was a drawback to using this technique. He had to strip the poisoned person's clothes off to achieve maximum effectiveness, just like he did when detoxifying Yi Wuxuan yesterday. Because of the broken engagement, he instinctively resisted any intimate physical contact with Shangguan Fian. But he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. After all the hardships he endured to find her, he couldn't let her succumb to the poison. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Feng extended his hands and placed them on Shangguan Fian, preparing to use his miraculous technique to detoxify her. Bastard, you're taking advantage of me. Get your dirty hands off me, or I'll fight you. A few minutes later, as most of the poison was expelled from her body, Shangguan Fian woke up and found Xiao Feng's hands on her. Unaware of the truth, she mistakenly thought Xiao Feng was bullying her while she was unconscious. She had always maintained her purity, valuing her chastity above all else. Now, discovering Xiao Feng's inappropriate behavior, she was as furious as a puffed-up kitten. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. I'm helping you detoxify, not taking advantage of you, Xiao Feng explained. Pa, shameless. How can you detoxify like this? You clearly have ulterior motives. Shangguan Fian, with disbelief written all over her face, reached out to scratch Xiao Feng's face, but he held her down with one hand, rendering her immobile. I think you're overestimating yourself. With a figure like yours, I'm not interested. Xiao Feng spoke the truth. Compared to his beloved Shen Qingxue, Shangguan Fian was nothing special. You insult me. I'll kill you. The truth is often hard to accept, and Shangguan Fian was on the verge of exploding with rage. Xiao Feng's comments about her figure struck a nerve. Since reaching adulthood, she had been satisfied with herself in every aspect, except for that one. With only a pitiful C-cup, she felt deeply troubled and inferior, enviously eyeing her best friend Susu's D-cup. Now that Xiao Feng pointed it out, she felt her blood boil, even thinking of killing him. In reality, she had no reason to feel inferior. In Manhwa, a C-cup was already better than many. Shut up. Are you done? I told you I'm detoxifying you. Don't you know if you're poisoned? All this poison on the ground came from your body. You still have residual toxins. If you don't clear them out soon, you'll be dead within half an hour. Xiao Feng was also getting angry. It was only after his reminder that Shangguan Fian calmed down. Her body indeed felt indescribably uncomfortable. Glancing at the ground, she saw a lot of foul-smelling liquid that had corroded the floor. Recalling the sudden burst of red smoke in the alchemy room, she began to believe Xiao Feng's words a little. However, she would remember the insult about her being flat-chested. Once a woman holds a grudge, it often lasts a lifetime. Adding to that was his previous comment about her feeling good about herself, making it 2 grudges she would hold for 2 lifetimes. Xiao Feng just wanted to finish the detoxification quickly, speeding up his movements and applying his miraculous technique to the fullest. Feeling the warmth of Xiao Feng's palms, Shangguan Fian felt a mix of shame and anger. She tried several times to stop him, but fearing for her life, she could only close her eyes and let him do as he pleased. Fortunately, this torturous process didn't last long. Xiao Feng soon stopped, ran to the corner by the medicine cabinet, and packed up the precious herbs that Master Hui Yun had accumulated over the years. These herbs were of no use to Xiao Feng. He planned to take them back for his sister in Xinxingxue to help improve their health. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shangguan Fian adjusted her clothes. Reflecting on the earlier events, she felt quite depressed. Let's pretend today never happened, and don't think about it, Shangguan Fian warned. What's there to think about? When I'm treating you, I'm focused. To me, you're no different from a pink skeleton. Xiao Feng wasn't that talkative. Shangguan Fian, her chest heaving with anger, huffed and turned her head away, not wanting to talk to him anymore. Angry as she was, she suddenly remembered something. Oh no! Su Su is still in the enemy's hands and could be in danger at any moment. Xiao Feng, you have to save her. Shang Wanfian, belatedly realizing, became worried about her best friend's safety. Are you ordering me or asking me? Xiao Feng countered, intending to deflate her arrogance. Please, I'm begging you, Xiao Feng, it was my fault earlier. I misunderstood your good intentions. Just save Su Su. If anything happens to her, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Shang Wanfian was so anxious she was about to cry. That's more like it. Xiao Feng packed all the herbs he found into bags, filling 3 large bags. Unfortunately, without a Qianquan ring, carrying so much stuff was too troublesome. Xiao Feng missed the days in the spirit realm when he had countless Qianquan rings at his disposal. Grabbing Shang Wanfian's arm, he gently leaped upward, and the two returned to the ground. What is this? Under the moonlight and the surrounding lights. Seeing the corpses scattered all over the ground startled Shang Wanfian, and instinctively, she dove into Xiao Feng's embrace, seeking support. What do you mean by this, trying to take advantage of me? Xiao Feng pushed her away with a look of disdain, patting his clothes as if she had dirted them. You jerk, I wouldn't eat your stinky tofu. Shang Wanfian was furious. Then please behave yourself. Men and women shouldn't be too close. Don't just throw yourself into my arms. I'm a serious person. Xiao Feng said. Shang Wanfian rolled her eyes, pressing her finger against her philtrum to keep herself from fainting with anger. She couldn't talk to Xiao Feng anymore. She was afraid that if she didn't get killed by the Fire Cloud Master, she would die from anger. What does he mean by being a serious person? Is he implying that I'm not serious? Xiao Feng ignored her and soared into the air, flying towards the top floor of the nearby building. Through his senses, he determined that Su Su was right there. He left Shang Wanfian alone, feeling flustered. Xiao Feng, don't go. Take me with you. She raised her head and shouted with a trembling voice. Having never killed anyone, being surrounded by so many corpses at night terrified her. Especially with many bodies torn apart, their innards and blood splattered everywhere. Taking a few steps could mean stepping on intestines, which was both disgusting and horrifying, making her legs weak and her whole body uncomfortable. Not daring to look, Xiao Feng paid her no mind and soon arrived in an office on the highest floor. Su Su was tightly bound, her mouth taped shut. Earlier, the boss here, that bald man, was about to assault Su Su when he heard Xiao Feng's rampage outside and hurriedly ran out to meet his death, missing the chance to harm her, thus escaping a calamity. Seeing Xiao Feng suddenly appear before her, Su Su's expression was exactly the same as Shang Wanfian's when she saw Xiao Feng descend in the alchemy room. It was filled with disbelief and shock. Xiao Feng tore off the tape from her mouth and untied the ropes binding her. Little brother, oh no, Xiao Feng, how did you come here? Su Su asked excitedly. She remembered Xiao Feng had solemnly told her he didn't like being called little brother, so she corrected herself in time. Aren't you happy to see me? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. No, I'm very happy. It's really great that you came. Su Su quickly waved her hands and then asked, what about Fian? Did you find her? I found her, she's downstairs. Xiao Feng grabbed her arm and rushed out of the building. Hovering in the air, he called out to the people in the various buildings of the park, citizens of Long Country, you are safe now. You can leave this place and seek help from the embassy. They will send you home. This park held a large number of citizens from Long Country. They had all been lured by high salaries or kidnapped. They lived in inhumane conditions every day, facing the danger of being killed at any moment. Perhaps having been imprisoned for too long, they had grown accustomed to the sight of those who wanted to escape being beaten to death. Even after the armed men in the park were killed by Xiao Feng, out of their slave mentality and fear, not a single person dared to leave, they all stayed put. It was only at this moment that Xiao Feng's voice clearly reached their ears. They finally realized they had been saved. In an instant, a wave of joy erupted throughout the park. We can finally go home, finally free. I no longer have to worry about being harvested for my organs, nor do I have to deceive my fellow countrymen out of their money. This is wonderful. A crowd of people streamed out from various buildings, all bowing to Xiao Feng, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving help. Without Xiao Feng's intervention, their ultimate fate would have been dire. Put! Xiao Feng's fingers moved, unleashing several waves of energy. From a distance, he struck down some individuals in the crowd. Those who fell were surrounded by a sinister aura, indicating they were all involved in heinous crimes. Such individuals were mostly remnants of scam syndicates, including several doctors involved in organ trafficking. Everyone, don't panic. I'm only killing bad people, Xiao Feng explained. The crowd then felt reassured and rushed towards the exit, eager to reach the door to their long-desired freedom. After more than 10 minutes, the over 1,000 people detained in the area finally made their way out. This was a significant number. However, compared to the nearly 1 million people who go missing in Long Country each year, it seemed trivial. Xiao Feng's noble act of saving so many compatriots made Su Su's eyes sparkle with admiration, turning her into a little fan of his. Although Shang Wenfian despised Xiao Feng, she couldn't find any fault in this matter and had to admit that he had done well, feeling a sense of respect. "It's time to take you back," Xiao Feng said, lifting them like little chicks, one in each hand, ready to head home. They were both overwhelmed with joy, excited to be going home. However, joy turned to sorrow. Boom! In the night sky, 5 armed helicopters roared in, circling above the area. It was faintly visible that armed personnel inside the open doors of the helicopters were aiming heavy machine guns at Xiao Feng and the others. Bang! 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 At the same time, a loud noise erupted around them. More than 30 armored vehicles and tanks crashed through the perimeter walls of the area, breaking in and forming a tight encirclement around Xiao Feng and the others. The newcomers were clearly not friendly. Xiao Feng's brow furrowed. He had thought the situation here was settled, but seeing the current state of affairs, it was evident that the other side would not let them leave easily. He could rely on his speed to fly away with Shang Wenfian and Su Su, avoiding conflict and reducing trouble. But that wasn't his style. His principle in dealing with matters was, if you want to kill me, then I'll kill you first. Shang Wenfian and Su Su looked at the surrounding helicopters, tanks, and the massive army, terrified into silence, not daring to breathe. They had never seen such a large display of force, their hearts racing as they clung tightly to Xiao Feng's arms, trembling. Xiao Feng glanced at the pale-faced Shang Wenfian, initially feeling a bit annoyed by her holding onto him, but seeing her frightened expression, he didn't push her away. "It's really big." Xiao Feng looked again at Su Su on his left. She was holding onto him so tightly that the 2 impressive peaks pressed against his arm, a clear sensation that was hard to ignore. Su Su noticed his gaze, and her cute face instantly turned bright red. Yet, she showed no intention of letting go. In this tense atmosphere, holding on to Xiao Feng was the only source of security she felt. A military jeep drove in from outside the encirclement, stopping several dozen meters away from Xiao Feng. 3 high-ranking officials from Siam were inside, the same ones who had met with the Fire Cloud Master at the 5-star hotel. Additionally, there was a short, frail old man who looked weak and was sitting with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Damn it, this bastard actually killed all of Fire Cloud Master's subordinates. How infuriating. One of the high-ranking officials scanned the bodies on the ground, his expression grim. Upon learning of the incident, they had immediately mobilized the military to provide support. Yet, they had still arrived too late. Instantly, the group was filled with rage. You should know that they are the protectors of the scam group. Without their shelter, the scam group could not have existed so brazenly for so long. They would have been wiped out by the relevant authorities long ago. The 2 sides are in a cooperative relationship, and they can receive huge sums of money from the scam group every year. But now, with the scam group annihilated, their financial lifeline has been cut off. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. As the instigator, Xiao Feng has become a thorn in their side, and they wish they could immediately tear him to shreds. This person is single-handedly responsible for killing so many. His strength is extraordinary. We must be cautious. A senior warned his colleague nearby. "Oh, you're overthinking it. The dead were just a bunch of rabble. How can they compare to our brave and skilled regular army? Besides, we have tanks and artillery. Under concentrated firepower, even if this person has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will still have to pay with his life here." Someone shook his head, offering a different opinion. "That makes sense. Even if something unexpected happens, there's no need to worry. Don't forget that Senior Ku Sang is here." Another senior said confidently, glancing respectfully at the frail old man in the co-pilot seat. This man is one of the most renowned sorcerers in Siam, at the early stage of the King realm, possessing mysterious and malevolent sorcery that can kill from 1,000 miles away and manipulate others' fates at will. Ku Sang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sensed that everyone was looking at him and suddenly opened his eyes, sparkling with brilliance. He said lightly, "No worries, there's no need to take this person too seriously. With me here, he won't stir up any waves." With his words, smiles appeared on the faces of the senior officials, and their morale was restored. They no longer regarded Xiao Feng as a threat. One senior stepped out of the car. His name was Ma, the only one among the seniors fluent in the dragon language. "Young man, you have quite the nerve, coming to my territory and killing innocents. Do you think I don't exist?" Maha said ominously, his eyes not on Xiao Feng but fixated on Shang Wenfian and Su Su, thinking that these 2 women were too beautiful and could be taken back as tools for his desires. Under his lecherous gaze, Shang Wenfian and Su Su felt uncomfortable all over, growing even more fearful. "You should know very well what these people I killed were doing. Whether I killed innocents or not, you know in your heart. If you want to make a move, just say it. Don't come here and put a big hat on me." Xiao Feng sneered, having realized that these people were clearly in cahoots with the scam group, here to take revenge for the latter. It wasn't hard to see that if they weren't in league, how could the scam group imprison so many citizens of the Dragon Kingdom under their noses without facing any legal consequences? "Impudent! Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that?" Your life is now in my hands. Whether you live or die is entirely up to me. You better behave and keep your tail between your legs. Maha shouted, domineering. What a show of power. Based on what you just said, no one can save you today. Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He would habitually make this gesture whenever he was about to unleash a massacre. You dare to speak arrogantly when death is imminent. You will die a miserable death. Maha laughed in anger. The reason he hadn't directly killed Xiaofeng was that he didn't want to inadvertently kill Shang Wanfian and Su Su as well. He couldn't bear to kill such beautiful women. Ladies, he'll give you a chance to live. If you don't want to die, hurry over to my side and don't stand with him. Maha beckoned to the two. I want go over. I want to be with Xiaofeng. Su Su, not foolish, rejected him without a second thought. What are you scheming? Don't think I don't know. Get as far away as you can. Shang Wanfian would not be fooled. How dare you be so shameless? Since you don't know what's good for you, let me show you the taste of cannon fire. Maha gritted his teeth and said, not expecting the two to be so disrespectful. Anger surged within him, and without further ado, he waved his hand and declared loudly, all units, prepare for battle. In an instant, the rocket launchers, tanks, and heavy machine guns present all locked onto the three individuals. It's over, we're going to die. How could this happen? Why are they trying to kill us without any reason? We are clearly the victims. Xiaofeng killing those people was for the sake of the people. Shang Wanfian and Su Su, unaware of the truth, looked at the heavy weapons surrounding them, their faces pale with fear, thinking they were doomed, and couldn't help but cry. This is a common trait among many women. When faced with trouble, they only know how to cry. In contrast, Xiaofeng didn't even blink in the face of these heavy weapons, treating them as if they were invisible. The battle was about to erupt, and he was ready to counterattack. However, he suddenly realized that his hands were tightly held by the two women. When he asked them to let go, they were so frightened that they ignored his words and clung on even tighter. Faced with such a bizarre situation, Xiaofeng was utterly speechless. Shang Wanfian and Su Su were the epitome of being more of a hindrance than a help. Two useless burdens. Although he could forcibly shake them off with his internal energy, the enemy's cannon was about to fire, and if he shook them off, he couldn't guarantee their safety. They might get blown up. Fire! With the command given, the ground and air forces launched their attack, shells and bullets flying towards the three in the center. The area being bombarded was instantly filled with dust and flames, obscuring visibility, and making it impossible to see what was happening inside. This is what you get for being arrogant. You're dead for sure now. Even if you had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive. It's a pity those two beautiful girls will die too. They deserve it for being disobedient. Maha laughed heartily, and several high-ranking officials did the same, as the people who cut off their financial resources were dead, and the pent-up anger in their hearts was finally released. Aren't you all celebrating a bit too early? Just as they were feeling smug, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind them. The unexpected voice startled them, and they turned around sharply to see a scene they would never forget. In the distance, amidst the night, Xiaofeng was holding a girl in each hand, smiling at them. How is this possible? I clearly saw you get hit by a shell. Why are you here behind us? The high-ranking officials looked as if they had seen a ghost, incredulously asking. Maha's mouth was agape, unable to speak for a long time. Even the co-pilot, who had remained calm throughout, Ku Sang, now wore a serious expression filled with confusion. Not only were they puzzled, but Shang Wanfian and Su Su, who had been following Xiaofeng, were also in a daze. They found it utterly incomprehensible. Weren't they just in the bombing zone? How did they end up here in the blink of an eye? Xiaofeng was also at a loss. Given his character, he would have definitely confronted the enemy heathen and killed them all. However, with 2 deadweights beside him, he had no choice but to resort to a secondary option. At the moment the shells were fired, he used his shifting technique. Due to his incredible speed, it was invisible to the naked eye, and no one noticed his movement. The target of the enemy's bombardment was merely the afterimage he left behind. You ask too many questions. Xiaofeng had no time to explain to them, grinning savagely. You finished your attack, now it's my turn. Breaking free from the encirclement, he tossed Shang Wanfian and Su Su behind him, causing them to fall and cry out in pain as they clutched their backsides. Finally free, Xiaofeng formed his right hand into a half fist. A brilliant sword light coalesced from his palm, forming a gigantic illusory sword over 3 meters long. What a terrifying sword intent. Everyone, get out of the way. Among the crowd present, only Ku Sang recognized the danger. As the illusory great sword coalesced, his expression changed drastically, and he felt a chill run down his spine, fully aware that this sword was beyond his ability to withstand. From that terrifying sword intent, he sensed a strong sense of crisis. Without hesitation, he directly flew out of the vehicle, fleeing without a fight, rapidly escaping into the distance. This sudden and unexpected maneuver left several high-ranking officials dumbfounded. What is Senior Ku Sang doing? Even if he needs to pee, he doesn't have to be this anxious. Maha was stunned. Slash. Xiaofeng gripped the illusory great sword tightly and suddenly swung it forward. A brilliant sword light erupted, dazzling and magnificent. That long rainbow pierced the sun, and the unstoppable sword energy rampaged through everything, turning all in its path to dust. Just this one strike killed over 100 people and destroyed several tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters. Standing behind, Shang Wenfian and Su Su covered their mouths, staring in shock. After such a heavy blow, the scene descended into chaos, with screams rising and falling. But it wasn't over. As Xiaofeng swung his sword, his movements not only didn't slow down but became even faster. Boom, boom, boom. Under his control, the entire area was engulfed in devastating sword energy, except for the space around Shang Wenfian and Su Su. Every other area, including the sky, was covered by the astonishingly destructive sword energy. No matter if it was planes, tanks, armored vehicles, or buildings made of steel and concrete, all were cut down by his sword. Nothing could withstand the baptism of the sword energy. Everything turned to ashes. No, please don't kill me. I won't dare anymore. I was wrong. Please stop. The previously arrogant high-ranking officials instantly turned into cowards. Especially Maha, who was so overwhelmed that he fell to the ground, banging his head like a garlic clove. However, the sword energy was merciless, and Xiaofeng was even more so. Once his killing intent arose, there was no possibility of retreat. In just a few seconds, Xiaofeng stopped his attack, and the surroundings returned to calm. Shang Wenfian and Su Su looked at the scene where nothing remained, shocked into silence. Xiaofeng's power once again reshaped their understanding. Let's go, kill that fish that slipped through the net and then head back. Xiaofeng, as if he had just done something trivial, brushed off the dust from his clothes, lifted the two of them, and sped off in the direction Ku Sang had fled. Sensing a powerful aura rapidly closing in from behind, Ku Sang, like a startled bird, fled in a panic, not knowing which way to go. However, no matter how fast he accelerated, he could not escape Xiaofeng's grasp. Within a few breaths, Xiaofeng caught up. Don't kill me, I can agree to any conditions. Ku Sang, realizing he couldn't escape, tried to negotiate. However, Xiaofeng had no interest in listening further. Eagle tread. With a powerful kick, he struck the back of Ku Sang's head. The force was unimaginable. Ku Sang let out a scream. This early-stage human king had no chance to resist, and his head shattered like a watermelon, dying on the spot, his body plummeting from hundreds of meters in the air, smashed to pieces, leaving no remains. After killing this person, Xiaofeng did not linger, taking Shang Wenfian and Su Su back home. The two clung tightly to his arms, afraid of falling. This time, they were able to escape with their lives, all thanks to Xiaofeng's rescue. Reflecting on the events of the day, they still felt a sense of unreality. It was too hard to believe. As Xiaofeng headed towards Zheng City, news of the events in the industrial park spread like wildfire. 1,000-strong armed force, an early-stage human king named Ku Sang, had been slaughtered, causing a significant uproar. First, the kingdom of Siam was shocked to its core. Then, the nations of Nanyang were stirred. Since there were no survivors left at the scene, no one knew who the killer was for the time being. Special departments and various experts rushed to uncover the situation. Soon after, they found a pile of ashes in the underground alchemy room, speculating that it was likely left by the Fire Cloud Master. Hui Yun's death has escalated the situation, as he was the brother-in-law of the first powerhouse of the Nanyang countries, the Holy Master Sheng Tuo. After layers of communication, this news reached the ears of the elusive Holy Master Sheng Tuo. Who exactly killed Hui Yun? In a resplendent temple, the Holy Master, dressed as a monk, asked calmly. Yet beneath the surface calm lay a seething rage. Standing at 2 meters tall, with a powerful build, he exuded an intense sense of oppression. Master, according to those who escaped from the industrial park, the murderer is likely a young man from the Dragon Kingdom, in his early 20s, but his specific identity is still unknown. His subordinate had only gathered this much information and feared that the Holy Master would blame him for his ineffectiveness, sweating profusely and feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. From what he understood, the Holy Master was known for his unpredictable temperament, and even the slightest dissatisfaction could lead to violence. Useless. You can't even find out this little bit of information. What good are you to me? As expected, the Holy Master was displeased, gripping his subordinate's neck. Master, spare me. I will investigate right away and ensure the truth is uncovered quickly. The subordinate stammered in fear. No need. The Holy Master unleashed his power, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he crazily absorbed the essence of the subordinate's flesh and blood. After a few screams, the subordinate became a dried corpse. All the energy in his body was drained by the Holy Master, leaving a sight too gruesome to behold. The taste of flesh and blood is quite nice. The Holy Master revealed a satisfied expression, his once wrinkled face regaining some luster. In his early 20s, powerful, and from the Dragon Kingdom? He then fell into deep thought, desperately searching his memory for information about strong individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, but none seemed to fit the criteria. When did the Dragon Kingdom produce such a remarkable talent? Someone who could wipe out Huayun, Kusang, and an entire heavy armored battalion of 1,000 men must be at least in the late stages of the King of Men realm. Considering his young age, he likely hadn't reached the early stages of the Earth Immortal realm yet. If someone in their early 20s could cultivate to such a level, it was unimaginable what would happen if he continued to grow. With a figure like Yi Sanglong emerging in the Dragon Kingdom, I am already deeply wary. If another top powerhouse appears, it would be catastrophic. No, this person must be crushed in the cradle, and they must not be given a chance to grow. The Holy Master's mind raced as he made a judgment about Xiao Feng and devised a plan. Shadow, go to the Dragon Kingdom and investigate the identity of the murderer as quickly as possible. If necessary, eliminate him at all costs to prevent future troubles, he said, addressing the empty corner of the room. Understood. In the darkness of the corner, a figure flickered and then vanished without a trace. Shadow was a subordinate secretly trained by the Holy Master, possessing early-stage Earth Immortal cultivation, and had never appeared in public. The Kunlun War Department had no records of Shadow either. Therefore, Shadow could infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom without being targeted by the Kunlun War Department, at least not until he acted against Xiao Feng. With Shadow's formidable skills and profound cultivation, discovering and killing the young murderer should not be too difficult. After more than 2 hours of travel, the three finally arrived at the Shangguan family in Jiangchang. It was already past 2 in the morning. The Shangguan family was brightly lit, and everyone was awake. Upon seeing his granddaughter return safely, Shangguan Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was very angry, wielding a rattan stick and striking Shangguan Fian. Who allowed you to leave home without permission? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is outside? You've made the whole family worry about your safety. Speaking of this matter, Shangguan Mu was furious. His precious granddaughter was too willful and reckless, causing endless worry. Grandpa, I know I was wrong, and I won't do it again. Please stop hitting me. After experiencing today's incident, Shangguan Fian's personality underwent a change, and she deeply realized her mistakes. In the past, she would have stubbornly stood her ground, allowing her grandfather to strike her without uttering a word. Her change in attitude surprised Shangguan Mu greatly, making him reluctant to continue punishing her. All right, as long as you know your mistake. Fian, where have you two been? You look all dirty and disheveled. Shangguan Mu asked curiously, noticing that both his granddaughter and Su Su looked quite messy. Shangguan Fian recounted the events in detail. As she spoke, Shangguan Mu and the family occasionally gasped in astonishment. By the time she finished, they were not only shocked but also filled with trepidation. Thankfully, there was Xiao Feng, otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Shainer, thank you for saving my life. Shangguan Mu and his family bowed solemnly to Xiao Feng. Old man, please don't do that, I can't take it. Xiao Feng helped him up, recalling something, and asked, do you have the contact information for the old war god Yi? Yes. Shangguan Mu nodded. Call him. I have something to discuss. Xiao Feng said. All right, please follow me. Shangguan Mu led Xiao Feng to a room, not wanting his family to overhear the conversation with Yi Sanglong. This was his professional habit, which he still maintained even after many years of retirement. At the same time, in a pavilion at Qianlongjin, Yi Sanglong sat opposite his granddaughter Yi Wushuang, while a subordinate was reporting a major incident that occurred on the outskirts of the capital of Siam. The information network of the Kunlun War Department spanned the globe, and the news was quite well informed. After dismissing his subordinate, Yi Sanglong smiled and asked, Wushuang, let me test you. Do you know who the killer is according to the strongmen of the Nanyang countries? Grandpa, you underestimate me too much, isn't it obvious? A young man from the Dragon Kingdom in his early 20s, with a cultivation level above the midstage of the Human King realm, looking across the world. Only Xiao Feng fits the criteria. Yi Wushuang answered. Those familiar with Xiao Feng could easily guess. That's not hard for you, you truly are my granddaughter. Yi Sanglong laughed heartily and said, isn't Xiao Feng protecting Shangguan Fian in Zhongcheng? How did he end up in Nanyang? I need to call Shangguan Mu and ask about the situation. He took out his phone just as it rang, showing a call from his old subordinate Shangguan Mu. What a coincidence! Yi Sanglong smiled, finding it amusing, and pressed the answer button. Old leader, it's Xiao Feng looking for you. Shangguan Mu's voice came through. Oh, has Taoist Xiao returned from Siam so soon? After being surprised, Yi Sanglong realized he was being overly curious. With Xiao Feng's speed, 2 hours was enough to return from Siam to Jiangcheng. Old war god, it seems you already know about what I've been doing in Nanyang. The reason for this contact is to inform you of some news. Xiao Feng took the phone from Shangguan Mu and said, what news? Yi Tsanglong was very interested. If Xiaofeng was treating this matter with such seriousness and personally called, it must be important. Yi Wushuang also thought the same, straining to listen in on the conversation. The 3 types of poison that were previously left in your granddaughter Yi Wushuang's body, one of them is called Yin Wangqiu, which is a unique secret formula of the Fire Cloud Master. Someone once borrowed a bottle of Yin Wangqiu from him, and I suspect that person is one of the killers who attacked Yi Wushuang. Xiaofeng got straight to the point. Who? The person asking this question was not Yi Tsanglong, but Yi Wushuang. Ever since she woke up, she had been wanting to find out the identities of those killers to take revenge. She harbored a deep hatred for the 4 who attacked her. If it weren't for Xiaofeng's rescue, she would have ultimately died at their hands. She would not rest easy without avenging this grudge. The leader of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance, Wu Sanju. Xiaofeng revealed the answer. So it was him. Yi Wushuang gritted her teeth. Hearing the name Wu Sanju, she was not surprised. Firstly, the Northern Martial Arts Alliance had always been at odds with the Kunlun War Department. Secondly, Wu Sanju was at the early stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, similar in cultivation to the assailant who attacked her. Xiao Daoist, is the information you provided reliable? Yi Tsanglong asked. I obtained this information through soul searching from the memories of the Fire Cloud Man. As for whether Wu Sanju is the assailant who attacked Yi Wushuang, you will have to verify that yourselves. Xiaofeng replied. Soul searching? Yi Tsanglong and Yi Wushuang exchanged glances, shocked. They both knew that soul searching was a legendary technique, and they never expected Xiaofeng to have mastered it. Well, thank you for the information. I will verify it. After a moment, Yi Tsanglong finally spoke. Having said all that needed to be said, Xiaofeng returned the phone to Shangguan Mu and left the room alone. Under Yi Kanglong's inquiry, Shangguan Mu recounted why Xiaofeng had gone to Siam. After hearing this, Yi Tsanglong felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. To be fair, if it weren't for Shangguan Fian's stubbornness, Xiaofeng wouldn't have gone to Siam, nor would he have accidentally stumbled upon Wu Sanju borrowing Yin Wangqiu from the Fire Cloud Man. Even late at night, the August heat in Qianlongjian was still unbearable. Just like Yi Wushuang's mood, it was turbulent and restless. Ever since she learned that Wu Sanju might be one of her enemies from years ago, her emotions had been extremely unsettled. The flames of hatred burned fiercely, on the verge of eruption. Grandpa, I can't take it anymore. Tomorrow. They'll take people to settle accounts with Wu Sanju and drag out the rest of my enemies to eliminate them all. Yi Wushuang clenched her fists tightly, speaking with rage. Wushuang, I understand your eagerness for revenge, but remember not to act impulsively. We currently have no substantial evidence to prove that Wu Sanju was involved in the attack on you. He certainly won't admit it himself. If you rashly go to confront him, it will not only yield no results but also alert the enemy, making it harder to gather evidence. It would be better to pretend nothing happened, send someone to investigate privately, and wait until the evidence is solid before taking them all down. Yi Tsanglong knew his granddaughter's thoughts and quickly dissuaded her. Although the Kunlun War Department held immense power to maintain order in the martial world of Longwood and govern various sects and martial artists, they could not abuse their authority without evidence, especially for someone like Wu Sanju, who held a prominent position in the martial world. They could not make arbitrary arrests. Otherwise, it would affect the credibility of the Kunlun War Department and provoke dissatisfaction among martial artists, damaging the department's reputation. But Yi Wushuang understood her grandfather's reasoning, yet she still couldn't swallow her anger. There's no but about it. I will give you an explanation regarding your revenge as soon as possible, so you don't need to worry. Alright, it's getting late, go to bed early. Yi Tsanglong did not want to continue this topic and sent his granddaughter off to sleep. Grandpa, you should also sleep early. Yi Wushuang returned to her room feeling dejected. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Images of the attack from years ago and her tragic experiences over the past 2 years kept flashing through her mind, making her angrier and more frustrated the more she thought about it. Since I was poisoned and fell unconscious, Grandpa has been investigating the assailant, but so much time has passed without any leads. I suppose Wu Sanju and the others have long since destroyed all evidence, making it nearly impossible to find any clues. My desire for revenge seems to be a distant dream. No, I can't just let it go. If I keep enduring like this, my resolve will eventually be affected. Yi Wushuang's gaze flickered uncertainly as she silently thought. That night, not only was Yi Wushuang unable to sleep, but city hunter Lei Lai was also wide awake. The night before last, on the deserted island in Yanzi Lake, Lei Lai promised Xiaofeng that he would spend 500 million to buy his life in order to save himself, and he committed to transferring the 500 million to Lin Yu's account by the afternoon of the next day. At first, Lei Lai intended to obediently pay the money. However, when he arrived at the bank, he hesitated. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. That was 500 million. It was his life savings, and he couldn't bear to just hand it over to someone else. After a fierce internal struggle, Lei Lai's greed ultimately triumphed over reason. With a sense of luck, he decided to be a deadbeat and refused to pay the money. He thought that anyway, the world was vast, he could hide in a remote mountain forest for a while. Even if Xiao Feng was powerful, it wouldn't be so easy for him to find him. Once the storm passed, he could come out again. So, he set off in the afternoon and ran deep into the Qinling Mountains to hide. He thought he would be safe this way. However, by nightfall, he found that he was not sleeping peacefully. He felt as if every rustle of leaves and every whisper of the wind was a threat. Any little noise around him would scare him to death, making him mistakenly believe that Xiao Feng had come for him. At this rate, even if I don't die at Xiao Feng's hands, I might just scare myself to death. I can't go on like this. Tomorrow morning, they'll go to the headquarters of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance and seek protection from Senior Hong Jiannan. Lei Lai made up his mind to do just that. He had a good relationship with the Hong family and had visited Senior Hong Jiannan through their introduction. Therefore, he was well aware of Hong Jiannan's strength. If the other party was willing to protect him for the sake of his disciple, then he wouldn't have to fear Xiao Feng anymore. Without delay, under the cover of night, Lei Lai set off for the headquarters of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance. On the way, he called his friend Hong Yi, hoping that he could say a few good words for him in front of Hong Jiannan, but the call wouldn't go through. He didn't know that Hong Yi had already died at Xiao Feng's hands. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Lei Lai met the burly and powerful Hong Jiannan. Having been an elder in the alliance for many years, he had long cultivated an aura of authority. "Xiao Lei, what brings you to me?" Hong Jiannan asked, not in a good mood. "Senior, my life is in danger. Please save me." Lei Lai unexpectedly knelt on the ground, banging his head loudly, mixed with sobs. His behavior left Hong Jiannan somewhat bewildered. "Xiao Lei, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Tell me, who wants to kill you?" Hong Jiannan asked. "Xiao Feng." Lei Lai didn't dare to hide it, uttering the name that terrified him to the core. "What? Are you talking about Xiao Feng from Feng City?" Hong Jiannan suddenly stood up, his face filled with anger. He had just learned the news of his beloved disciple Hong Ye's tragic death last night and had discovered the identity of the murderer, named Xiao Feng. He was preparing to go to Feng City to take revenge on Xiao Feng today, but unexpectedly, Lei Lai came running to him, and what surprised him even more was that Xiao Feng actually wanted to kill Lei Lai. What a narrow road for enemies. "Yes, Senior, do you know him?" Lei Lai didn't understand why Hong Jiannan reacted so strongly. "Not just know him, he killed my disciple, and I want to crush him to ashes to relieve my hatred," Hong Jiannan said through gritted teeth. "Hong Yi, he's dead? Killed by Xiao Feng?" Lei Lai was first shocked, then overjoyed. It seemed that with this connection, Hong Jiannan would most likely agree to protect him. Sure enough, he heard Hong Jiannan's voice. "You can rest assured, with me here, that Xiao Feng can't harm you in the slightest. Instead, he won't survive today. Come, you go with me to Feng City and see how I torture him to death." Lei Lai couldn't close his mouth from grinning. He never expected to encounter such good fortune, effortlessly bringing in a powerful ally. With Hong Jiannan's protection, he no longer feared Xiao Feng. It was Xiao Feng who should be afraid of him. "Senior, Xiao Feng should not be in Maple City, but in River City." Additionally, it is worth noting that Xiao Feng's strength is extraordinary. Even Xue Dafu, who was at the early stage of the Grandmaster level, had no power to resist against him and was easily killed. Lei Lai reminded. He had great confidence in Hong Jiannan's strength, but it was always wise to remind others not to underestimate their opponent. "You think too highly of him. With my latest stage Grandmaster cultivation, I can also easily kill early stage Grandmaster warriors. However, to ensure that I can kill him without fail, I will still ask old Zhao to accompany me." Hong Jiannan spoke dismissively about Xiao Feng, but in his heart he was still quite cautious. Old Zhao was his colleague and also an elder of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance, with strength comparable to his own, both being latest-stage Grandmasters. The two latest-stage Grandmaster experts teaming up to kill Xiao Feng made this plan almost foolproof. "Xiao Feng, your time of death has come." Lei Lai almost laughed madly, eagerly anticipating what was about to happen. The three boarded a private plane and quickly headed to River City. Since returning last night, nothing significant had happened. Shangguan Fian seemed to have changed her temperament and finally stopped causing a ruckus. This rare peace allowed Xiao Feng to have some leisure time. He stayed in the room arranged by the Shangguan family, using the precious herbs he brought back from the alchemy room of the Fire Cloud Master to refine the cleansing marrow and meridian pill for his sister and Xinxingxue, improving their physical condition. Although his sister had the Nining body, she had accumulated impurities in her body due to various pollutants from food and air. The cleansing marrow and meridian pill could completely eliminate these impurities, making it more beneficial for her cultivation. At noon, 12 o'clock, just as Xiao Feng was focused on refining the pills, he suddenly sensed someone intruding into the Shangguan family's mansion. Moreover, he detected the presence of a familiar aura among the three. Who are you? Trespassing into a private residence is against the law. Get out of here. A servant of the Shangwan family discovered Lei Lai and Han Jiannan and was about to chase them away. Get out of the way. Han Jiannan slapped the servant away and said coldly, Xiao Feng, I know you're here, come out and die. Xiao Feng's face darkened. He initially thought Lei Lai had come to transfer money, but it turned out he had brought reinforcements to settle a score. He despised such people. If it were in the past, he would have directly killed the three of them. However, this was a critical moment for refining the cleansing marrow and meridian pill, and he couldn't afford to be distracted, or he would ruin the entire batch of herbs. So, he didn't respond and accelerated the pill refining process. Elder Hong, Elder Zhao, you come uninvited and, in broad daylight, threatened to harm Xiao Feng. This shows you have no regard for the Kunlun War Department. Shangwan Mu stepped out, speaking in a hostile tone. He had been a member of the Kunlun War Department in the past, so it was not surprising that he recognized Hong Jiannan and the others. Shangwan Mu, don't use the Kunlun War Department to intimidate me. It was Xiao Feng who killed my disciple first, blood for blood. It is only right for me to kill him to avenge my disciple. Can the War Department punish me for this? Is there no law, no justice? Hong Jiannan said indignantly, spitting as he spoke. Shangwan Mu's face turned from green to white, left speechless by the other party's words. Xiao Feng, weren't you very arrogant the night before last, insulting me in every way? Why are you hiding like a turtle today when you see elders Hong and Zhao coming? Where is your previous arrogance? Lei Lai shouted loudly, venting all the resentment he had built up. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Hearing the commotion outside, Shangwan Fian was startled. She found it strange that Xiao Feng had not reacted at all to such provocation. This was not in line with Xiao Feng's character of being vengeful and retaliating on the spot. She stood in front of the window, looking down at a few people below, and saw Lei Lai still shouting, impatiently saying, Stop yelling. If you keep this up, you'll die a miserable death. Heh, you little girl, you're not very old, but your tone is quite big. With two seniors here, who can kill me? Lei Lai said disdainfully. Good words are hard to persuade a dying ghost, just wait for your death. Shangwan Fian shook her head, too lazy to say anything more. Ha, what a joke. You don't really think Xiao Feng has the ability to kill me, do you? I'm just standing here waiting for him to come. He probably wouldn't dare to show up. He's just a complete coward. The more Lei Lai spoke, the more excited he became. Almost unable to control his mouth, showcasing his small triumph to the fullest. If you want to die, then I'll grant you that. Suddenly, a cold, bone-chilling voice came from a room. Although there were two strong figures beside him, Lei Lai believed he had no reason to fear Xiao Feng, yet he clearly underestimated the shadow Xiao Feng had left in his heart. The moment he heard Xiao Feng's voice, he instinctively trembled uncontrollably. Realizing he had lost his composure, Lei Lai quickly steadied his mind, and his hatred for Xiao Feng increased a few notches. Kid, you finally spoke up. Stop stalling and come down to kneel and wait for death. Lei Lai said arrogantly. The next moment, a window on the second floor opened, and a figure flew down, landing steadily in front of the three. Just now, 5 washing marrow and cutting veins pills had been successfully refined, and he no longer had to hold back. Knowing that Xiao Feng had the ability to kill from a distance, Lei Lai immediately hid behind Hong Jiannan and exaggeratedly said, Senior, this person is Xiao Feng. You have graced us with your presence, and he refuses to come out. Clearly, he is showing you great disrespect. There's no need to say more about such a person, it's best to just kill him. Hong Jiannan nodded, looking at Xiao Feng with a murderous aura, and said sternly, You dare to kill my disciple? That's utterly lawless. Speak up, how do you want to die? Don't even mention killing your disciple, I won't hesitate to kill you too. Xiao Feng turned to Shangwan Mu and said, Old man, tell the family to go back to their rooms and not to look outside. The scene to come will be very bloody. All right. Shangwan Mu nodded and complied with his request. Kid, you are too arrogant, they'll take you down first. Hong Jiannan saw that Xiao Feng not only spoke arrogantly but also had the mood to talk to Shangwan Mu about other things. This was a blatant disrespect towards him. And he couldn't stand it. Hong Jiannan drew the large knife he carried with him, its light flashing, and quickly charged at Xiao Feng with one person and one knife. Die! However, before Hong Jiannan could get close, Xiao Feng spoke a spell and casually released a plain sword energy, splitting Hong Jiannan in half. It was a horizontal cut from the ribcage. If it had been a cut across the waist, Hong Jiannan might have struggled for a while before dying. But being cut from this part, he could clearly feel his life force rapidly fading away. Bang bang! The two halves of his body fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Following that was Hong Jiannan's terrified scream. How could this be? You're only 20 years old, you can't be this strong. It must be an illusion, this is all fake. I'm not injured, right? The blow was too great, and Hong Jiannan became somewhat deranged. Rather than unwilling to believe it was real, he was more afraid to believe it. Now! Do you understand how ridiculous your blind arrogance was just now? With your kind of firefly light, how dare you compete with the bright moon? Xiao Feng said disdainfully. I won't accept this, ugh. Hong Jiannan, filled with intense unwillingness and resentment, thus died with a gasp. His neck tilted, and there was no longer any sign of life. You. Lei Lai looked at Hong Jiannan's tragic death, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground, incoherent, with cold sweat pouring down his body. Xiao Feng ignored him, slightly raising his eyelids to look at Elder Zhao, who was in a state of shock. The latter noticed Xiao Feng was looking at him and immediately felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. A grim smile appeared on his face as he trembled and said, Xiaoyi, don't misunderstand, I was just passing by, am not with them. You have grievances with them, if you want to kill, just kill them. This has nothing to do with me, don't go overboard. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed the video call to the leader, Wu Sanju. Do you think him a fool? Since you dare to come and trouble me, you must be prepared to leave a life behind. Xiao Feng was always ruthless towards his enemies, never showing mercy. Don't be impulsive, Xiao Yi, please spare me this once for the sake of my leader. Elder Zhao pleaded desperately. Under Xiao Feng's locked gaze, he couldn't muster any thoughts of resistance, not even the idea of escaping. Just then, the video call connected, and Elder Zhao was overjoyed. Before he could speak to the leader, he heard Xiao Feng say, Your leader is called Wu Sandog, right? What is he? A mere little leader, how dare he show off in front of me, what a disgrace. Who dares to insult this leader? On the other end of the video call, Wu Sanjo happened to hear Xiao Feng's words and immediately became furious, coldly questioning. Leader, it's all Xiao Feng's words. We are in Jiangcheng. He killed Elder Hong and now wants to kill me. Please talk to him, let him show mercy and not kill me. Elder Zhao spoke rapidly. He still held a glimmer of hope that the leader could intimidate Xiao Feng, making him hesitate to act against him. Elder Hong is dead? How outrageous! Wu Sanju was extremely angry. Any elder under him was a pillar of the alliance, and losing one would cause him immense pain. Moreover, Elder Zhao was also facing the threat of being killed. Give me the phone, I want to talk to him face to face. Wu Sanju was furious. Xiao Yi, my leader wants to talk to you face to face. Here. Elder Zhao immediately threw the phone. Xiao Feng caught it with one hand, glanced at the other side through the screen, and memorized Wu Sanju's appearance. This was one of the culprits who attacked Yu Wushuang. I wonder how the Kunlun War Department will deal with this person. Kid, I command you now, immediately let Elder Zhao leave. If you dare to touch him even a bit, then prepare to face the wrath of the entire Northern Martial Arts Alliance. At that time, you will have nowhere to go, and no one will be able to save you. I advise you to obediently follow my orders, otherwise, not just you, your whole family will die. Wu Sanju's voice was nearly a roar. Upon hearing the last sentence, the killing intent within Xiao Feng could no longer be controlled, surging outward uncontrollably. Family was his reverse scale. Anyone who dared to use his family as a threat, even if just verbally, he would eradicate them completely. Just based on Wu Sanju's earlier words, he had already made it onto Xiao Feng's death list. Moreover, it had to be today. Wu Sandog, open your dog eyes and see clearly. Xiao Feng activated the rear camera of the phone, aimed it at the restless Elder Zhao in the distance, and said, Then he'll send him on his way right in front of you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a vast and powerful sword energy burst forth. Before Elder Zhao could react, the sword light irresistibly severed his head. You've gone too far, I will kill you, just wait. Seeing his subordinate killed right in front of him was an immense humiliation for Wu Sanju. The hatred he felt for Xiao Feng could no longer be described in words. He was the leader of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance. Even the high-ranking officials of the Kunlun War Department had to give him face, yet Xiao Feng completely disregarded him. This humiliation was unbearable. As one of the few terrestrial immortals in Long Country, he had his own dignity. Terrestrial immortals cannot be insulted, those who insult them must die. In his eyes, Xiao Feng was no different from a dead man. No need to wait, in an hour, I will personally come to find you and take your head. Xiao Feng's killing intent surged, unable to wait to eliminate this threat. If you have the guts, then I'll open the gates of the alliance and wait for you to come and die. Wu Sanju angrily smashed his phone to pieces. For so many years, no one had dared to be so rampant in front of him. Yet today, he was humiliated by a young man just over 20, leaving him with a belly full of anger with no place to vent. He could only wait for Xiao Feng to arrive and then let it all out. How could he possibly get from Jiang City here in an hour? Damn it, that kid is trying to scare me, how infuriating. As Wu Sanju gradually calmed down, he discovered this loophole in the language. At his speed, even if he rushed to Jiang City without stopping, it would take several hours. Could Xiao Feng really be faster than him? Wu Sanju was convinced that Xiao Feng was lying and deliberately toying with him. Instantly, he became even angrier. For great kings, heed my command, come see me at once. Wu Sanju was not one to hold grudges overnight. since Xiao Feng wasn't coming, he would personally go find him and kill him. The four great kings were his most capable subordinates, all powerful beings at the king level. Before long, the four were summoned to the conference hall. Alliance leader, what happened? Why the urgency in calling us? A woman in red asked with a charming smile. Elder Zhao and Elder Hong were killed by a young man. You will accompany me to Jiang City to wipe out his entire family, Wu Sanju said, suppressing his anger. Understood. The four responded in unison, clasping their fists. Just as Wu Sanju and the others were preparing to set off, a subordinate rushed in a panic, saying, "Report, Alliance Leader, the war goddess Yi Wushuang has arrived and wants to see you." Yi Wushuang is awake? Wu Sanju was taken aback. He hadn't received this news yet. Yi Wushuang's sudden visit, specifically asking to see him, made Wu Sanju's brow furrow in anxiety. Could it be that she had found some clue and was here to hold him accountable? He mentally reviewed the entire process of the attack on Yi Wushuang, confirming that he had left no evidence, and his heart finally calmed a bit. I'll go meet Yi Wushuang first, and after sending her off, I'll go kill Xiao Feng, Wu Sanju said, leaving a sentence behind as he quickly flew towards Yi Wushuang's location. Drip, drip. In the courtyard, Lei Lai's face was drenched in beads of sweat, falling down desperately with a crisp sound. When he arrived, he was full of confidence, certain of victory. But now, he felt like a lost dog, utterly disheveled. Looking at the two gruesome corpses scattered on the ground, Lei Lai felt a deep sense of despair. Who would have thought that two latest-stage masters could be killed in a single move by Xiao Feng? He couldn't even imagine how strong Xiao Feng's power was, and the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. If he had known this would happen, he would never have sought protection from Hong Jiannan. Nor would he have come to trouble Xiao Feng with him. If that were the case, he wouldn't be in this tragic situation now. Xiao. Master Xiao, I. Lei Lai struggled to force a smile, preparing to say some words of pleading. But thinking back to the taunts he had thrown at Xiao Feng in the courtyard not long ago, he knew that no matter how he begged for mercy this time, he probably wouldn't be forgiven. Instantly, he felt even more desperate and regretful. You can go die, Xiao Feng said indifferently, ready to send him on his way. Wait, Master Xiao, if you want to kill me, it's only because I didn't keep my word and failed to transfer that 500 million to Lin Yu's account. It's all my fault. To show my sincerity, I'm willing to transfer 800 million to Lin Yu's account immediately. I only ask that you spare my life for the sake of my old friendship with Lin Yu. Lei Lai knew begging was useless, and as his mind raced, he thought of the method of offering more money and using Lin Yu's reputation to plead for forgiveness. If Xiao Feng was someone who could be swayed by money, perhaps this method would work. He had over 500 million in funds, and if he borrowed some from friends and sold off some stocks, he could almost gather 800 million. Do you think I care about that little bit of money? If I wanted to make money, I could easily get thousands or even billions. That night, asking you to transfer 500 million was just a punishment for you. It's a pity you didn't cherish it. As for Uncle Lin's face, what do you think you are to use it so easily? Xiao Feng said with disgust. He slowly clenched his fist and threw a punch at Lei Lai, who was several meters away. No, I was really wrong. Lei Lai was terrified, his heart like dead ash. He shouted desperately, but before he could finish his words, he was struck by Xiao Feng's punch. Bang! His body shattered into pieces, turning into a rain of blood. A mid-stage martial artist was thus killed. Whoosh! Xiao Feng's palm successively gathered 3 balls of flame, throwing them around the 3 bodies. Soon, all traces left by Hong Jiannan, Elder Zhao, and Lei Lai were burned clean, as if they had never been there. Chainer, your strength truly opens my eyes, it's breathtaking. Now I understand why the old leader sent you to protect Fian. Shangwan Mu stepped closer, expressing his deep admiration. He had only heard about Xiao Feng's prowess before but had never seen it with his own eyes. As the saying goes, hearing is false, seeing is believing. It was only at this moment that Shangwan Mu had a more intuitive judgment of Xiao Feng's strength. It was many times stronger than his own cultivation when he had not yet been crippled. You must know that at his peak, his cultivation was at the early stage of the human king, far inferior to Xiao Feng. Sigh. Suddenly, Shangwan Mu sighed. What's wrong, old man? Why the sigh? Xiao Feng asked. It's nothing. Shangwan Mu shook his head, bitterly smiling. The reason he sighed was that he regretted missing out on such an outstanding grandson-in-law, one that would be hard to find even with a lantern. The more extraordinary Xiao Feng's performance, the more he regretted. If it weren't for his granddaughter's willfulness in unilaterally breaking off the engagement with Xiao Feng, they would have held their wedding next month without any surprises. Shangwan Fian, who was leaning by the window on the second floor, had the same thought at that moment. She had always thought Xiao Feng was an unremarkable person with no dazzling qualities to catch her eye. However, after witnessing Xiao Feng's extraordinary abilities in recent days, she couldn't deny her regret. She was frustrated with herself for misjudging him. Xiao Feng, are you really planning to settle the score with Wu Sanju? Remembering the video call between Xiao Feng and Wu Sanju, Shangguan Mu asked with concern. Yeah, I'm going to do it soon. Xiao Feng was always a man of his word. If he said he would take Wu Sanju's life within an hour, he would definitely do it. He would never go back on his word. I know you're very strong, but Wu Sanju is no pushover. After all, he is a well-known figure in the martial world, having broken through to the early stage of the Earth Immortal over a decade ago. He must be even stronger now. You should think twice about this matter and not let hatred cloud your judgment. Shangguan Mu advised kindly. In his view, between Xiao Feng and Wu Sanju, he leaned towards the latter being stronger. So he didn't want Xiao Feng to act recklessly. If he were to lose his life for nothing, it would be too regrettable. Old man, there's no need to worry. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Feng showed an indifferent attitude. No matter how strong Wu Sanju is, he can't compare to me. If he encounters me, it's a dead end. Seeing his resolute attitude, Shangguan Mu found it hard to persuade him further and could only remind him to prioritize safety, to escape immediately if he couldn't win, and not to act recklessly. Xiao Feng smiled faintly, not explaining much, and said, Old man, to prevent Shangguan Fian from encountering danger after I leave, I plan to take her with me to the Northern Martial Alliance headquarters. What, this? Shangguan Mu instinctively wanted to refuse. He couldn't bear to let his precious granddaughter take such a risk. Grandpa, I want to go with him. At that moment, Shangguan Fian's voice from upstairs interrupted Shangguan Mu's words. The latter hesitated for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. All right, then I wish you a victorious start and a triumphant return. Xiao Feng, Fei Yin is in your hands. You must ensure her safety. No problem. Xiao Feng tapped his toes and soared to the second floor, directly pulling Shangguan Fei Yin out through the window, then accelerated with all his might towards their destination. On the hero's platform at the headquarters of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance, two figures stood facing each other, Yi Wuxuan and Wu Sanju. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive, swords drawn. Goddess of War, you rely on your high-ranking position in the Kunlun War Department to come here and unjustly accuse me of being one of the attackers from years ago, without any evidence. Isn't that a bit too much? Wu Sanju said with a dark expression, clearly displeased. From their previous conversation, he had almost concluded that Yi Wuxuan had no evidence to prove he was one of the culprits. It was merely speculation. Therefore, he felt fearless, standing firm against Yi Wuxuan, no longer feeling guilty like a thief. Wu Sanju, are you even a man? If you truly are a man, you should own up to your actions. Don't do something and then refuse to admit it. Yi Wuxuan used provocation. Wu Sanju was a cunning and calculating fox. How could he be angered by such a low-level tactic? He coldly replied, I didn't do it, so why should I admit it? Humph. Let's see how long you can keep up that tough talk. Whether you did it or not, we'll find out through a fight. Yi Wuxuan shouted angrily. Years ago, she had been attacked by the four great masters and had fought fiercely against them, memorizing their techniques. Thus, her idea was simple, to engage Wu Sanju in a life-and-death battle, and naturally, she would be able to determine if he was the culprit. So this is your true intention. You deliberately came to provoke me just to fight. If I'm not your match, you would take the opportunity to kill me. Conversely, if you're not my match, you would definitely make a fuss about it later, bringing strong fighters from the Kunlun War Department to settle the score with me. Yi Wuxuan, your tricks are too shameless. Although in recent years, our Northern Martial Arts Alliance has not been very obedient to your War Department, there's no need for you to take personal revenge and use such despicable methods to persecute me. In any case, I won't fall for your tricks. No matter what you say, I won't fight you. Wu Sanju said indignantly. Ultimately, he was simply afraid to engage with Yi Wuxuan. Once they fought, his true colors would be revealed. He wasn't that foolish. Don't talk nonsense. I'm here to challenge you, and it has nothing to do with the War Department. It's purely a personal grudge. Yi Wuxuan had devoted herself to cultivation since childhood, and being inexperienced in the world, she seemed too naive compared to a cunning fox like Wu Sanju. After his words, she found herself somewhat at a loss for words. What a personal grudge. Is it that anyone from your War Department can kill whoever they want under the guise of personal grievances? It seems you are determined to wrongfully accuse me. If that's the case, I'll just stand here and let you kill me. After all, your Kunlun War Department has been used to acting tyrannically, treating the lives of Dragon Country warriors like weeds. But you need to think clearly. If you kill me today, there will be countless others like me in the future, uniting to resist the tyranny of the War Department. One day, we will overthrow your War Department. Wu Sanju declared with righteous indignation. In recent years, with the infiltration of foreign forces, certain factions and warriors in Dragon Country, supported by those hidden powers, had become increasingly reckless, showing little regard for the Kunlun War Department. Meanwhile, the War Department's control over the martial world had weakened. Wu Sanju was one of them. He was taking advantage of this situation to strike at Yi Wuxuan. Moreover, he closed his eyes, adopting a posture of allowing Yi Wuxuan to slaughter him. He was certain that Yi Wuxuan would hesitate to act, fearing the consequences, and he would remain safe. He had a firm grip on Yi Wuxuan's heart. Sure enough, even though she was about to explode with anger, she still refrained from making a move. Every word from the other party was tied to the Kunlun War Department, and if she really acted, the department would find itself in a losing position. Perhaps the forces and martial artists secretly opposing the War Department would take advantage of this incident to make a big deal out of it, making things even worse for the department. Watching Wu Sanju put on a facade of indifference, completely confident that she wouldn't dare to act, made Yi Wuxuan furious. She was biting her lower lip so hard it was almost bleeding. The enemy was right in front of her, yet due to the lack of evidence, she couldn't just kill him in a fit of rage. This feeling of frustration was unbearable. It was at this moment that Yi Wuxuan understood why her grandfather had said not to confront Wu Sanju without evidence. It would not only yield no results but also alert the enemy, complicating future investigations. She regretted not listening to her grandfather's advice, but more than that, she felt a deep sense of unwillingness. After a fierce internal struggle, she finally stomped her foot and gritted her teeth, saying, "The truth will eventually come to light, and I will personally take your life one day." "Is that so? I welcome it any time." Wu Sanju laughed heartily, quite pleased with himself. All the evidence had been destroyed by them, and Yi Wuxuan would never find any clues. Without evidence, this meant the Kunlun War Department couldn't do anything to him, and he was in no danger at all. Just wait. Yi Wuxuan was furious, hating herself for not acting on impulse and killing Wu Sanju. "Fine, I'll wait. You're not welcome here, you can leave." Wu Sanju issued an eviction order. He had another matter to attend to, killing Xiaofeng's entire family in Zhangcheng. He didn't have time to waste with Yi Wuxuan. "Humph, you think I want to stay here?" Yi Wuxuan was displeased and, filled with frustration, was about to leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. The next moment, two figures landed on the hero platform. The newcomers were Xiaofeng and Shangguan Fian. He had locked onto the strongest presence within the Northern Martial Alliance from the sky, hence he came straight here. "Goddess of War, you're looking well." Xiaofeng glanced at Yi Wuxuan and asked with a smile. He wasn't surprised to see her here. However, Yi Wuxuan's face was filled with anger and frustration, clearly indicating she had suffered a great loss at Wu Sanju's hands. "Xiaofeng, what are you doing here?" Yi Wuxuan was taken aback by his arrival. For a moment, her mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that Xiaofeng likes me? Did he come here to confront Wu Sanju on my behalf, to surprise me and win my favor? Yes, it must be that way. He has seen my body, and I'm so beautiful, with a figure that's 1 in a million. As a young man full of vigor, he couldn't possibly be indifferent. The more she thought, the more she convinced herself that this was the truth. When she imagined Xiaofeng's warm hands roaming freely over her graceful body, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Shangguan Fian clearly noticed her unusual reaction and thought, "Is this the legendary goddess of war? Truly deserving of her reputation. Although I don't want to admit it, she is indeed superior to me in every way except age." And why did her face turn red when she saw Xiaofeng? There's definitely something going on here. They probably have an affair. For some reason, Shangguan Fian felt quite disgusted upon realizing this anomaly. No wonder Xiaofeng was so willing to sign the contract to annul their engagement that day. It turned out he had a more outstanding confidant than me. One must say, a woman's inner drama is incredibly rich. Xiaofeng had no idea that their first meeting would lead to such wild assumptions. If he knew, he would probably find it both amusing and absurd. "Kill him." Xiaofeng answered Yi Wuxuan's question. "Sure enough, he came to stand up for me, otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over today to kill the other party right after learning yesterday that Wu Sanju was suspected to be one of the attackers against him." Yi Wuxuan's heart was in turmoil. Being liked by Xiaofeng felt strange, yet there was also a sweetness and anticipation. After all, which woman wouldn't be moved by a hero like Xiaofeng? "You little bastard, you really dare to come? Very well, you've walked right into my trap, saving me a lot of trouble. I will kill you in the most brutal way to pay tribute to the spirits of elders Hong and Zhao," Wu Sanju said with a grim expression. In his rage, he forgot a crucial point. How did Xiaofeng manage to get here from Zhang City in just an hour? "What's going on? Xiaofeng, did you kill their people?" Yi Wuxuan asked in surprise. "That's right, he killed Elder Zhao and Elder Hong. He committed murder first, and I want to kill him. Your War Department has no right to question. Please step aside, I want to personally take his life." Xiaofeng remained silent, but Wu Sanju interjected. What a blunder, I was too narcissistic." After learning the truth, Yi Wuxuan awkwardly covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly embarrassed. After all this time, it wasn't that Xiaofeng liked her, but rather that there was a grudge between Xiaofeng and Wu Sanju. How foolish of her to have fantasized for so long, it was so humiliating. Fortunately, Xiao Feng was unaware of her thoughts, otherwise, she would have to find a crack in the ground to hide. With you, what do you have to kill me? Xiao Feng sneered. I've seen many arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. In front of this alliance leader, arrogance will pay a heavy price. Now, I'll send you on your way. Wu Sanju, having roamed the martial world for many years, was experiencing such a humiliating defeat for the first time, and the instigator was this young man before him. His hatred for Xiao Feng was beyond words. He swore he would not be human if he did not kill this person. With a furious shout, he soared into the air like a great rock, charging straight at Xiao Feng. Wu Sanju did not think highly of Xiao Feng, believing he could easily kill him without needing to resort to his ultimate moves. This way, even if he acted in front of Yi Wuxuang, she would not see any flaws. After all, when he dealt with Yi Wuxuang back then, he had gone all out, using only his ultimate techniques. As Wu Sanju charged in with overwhelming momentum, Shanghuan Fian, standing beside Xiao Feng, changed color dramatically. She sensed an aura from him that was many times stronger than that of the Fire Cloud Master. She was extremely nervous, unsure if Xiao Feng could handle it. Yet Yi Wuxuang remained as calm as water on her face. She knew that even the powerful Yan Nantian had been easily defeated by Xiao Feng. What could a mere Wu Sanju do against him? Without needing to look, she knew his defeat was already certain. Bang! Xiao Feng casually struck out with a palm. This palm did not seem to have much force. However, when the palm power struck Wu Sanju, who was charging in fiercely, there was a loud explosion and Wu Sanju's lower body vanished, obliterated by the palm force. The sudden turn of events exceeded his imagination. Wu Sanju was momentarily stunned, not understanding how he had fallen from the air to the ground. When he looked down and saw that he only had half a body left, an intense pain swept over him, accompanied by endless fear. He looked at Xiao Feng in disbelief, finally understanding why the other party had arrived here in just an hour. It turned out that this person's strength was unfathomable, far surpassing his own. Reflecting on the arrogant words he had said to Xiao Feng earlier, he realized how ridiculous he had been. Shanghuan Fian's mouth fell open, shocked into silence for a long time. She found that the longer she stayed with Xiao Feng, the more she was awed by his strength. Although Yi Wuxuang had known for a long time that Xiao Feng could easily crush Wu Sanju, seeing him so effortlessly injure Wu Sanju still left her greatly stimulated, filled with admiration. Aside from that, seeing Wu Sanju beaten like this, the gloom that had been weighing on her heart was swept away, leaving her feeling incredibly relieved. Don't kill me, don't kill me. As she watched Xiao Feng step closer, Wu Sanju pleaded with a sobbing tone. No one wants to die, especially someone like him, a high-ranking figure who enjoys endless wealth and glory. He certainly didn't want to die. However, his pleas for mercy sounded weak and powerless even to his own ears, lacking any persuasive force. Xiao Feng placed one hand on the top of Wu Sanju's head and unleashed the soul-searching technique. The reason he hadn't killed Wu Sanju in one blow earlier was to leave him alive for easier soul-searching, to find out the identities of the other three murderers for Yi Wuxuang. Wu Sanju screamed in agony. Is this the soul-searching technique? Truly ruthless and domineering. Yi Wuxuang had heard Xiao Feng mention that he could perform this spell last night. She widened her eyes, curiously watching. Alliance leader, I apologize for arriving late to your rescue. Please do not blame me. Let go of our alliance leader, or you'll all die. Suddenly, several angry voices rang out. It was Wu Sanju's loyal subordinates, the four great kings, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. They were shocked and furious at the sight of Wu Sanju's miserable state. The four of them only wanted to save Wu Sanju, charging towards Xiao Feng without a second thought. Each of them unleashed their ultimate techniques, vowing to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Feng. Among the four, 2 were in the late stage of the King realm, and 2 were in the mid-stage. If they teamed up, they could fight against a beginner in the earthly immortal realm. They were indeed quite powerful. However, their enemy was Xiao Feng. No matter how strong they were, it was all like flowers in water or the moon in a mirror, futile and in vain. Boom! Xiao Feng freed his other hand and struck fiercely at the four. Nothing unexpected happened. The bodies of the four exploded on the spot, turning into a mist of blood, without exception. Ugh! Having grown accustomed to bloody scenes in recent days, Shanghuan Fian still felt a strong wave of discomfort upon witnessing this, bending over and retching uncontrollably. Originally, there were quite a few members of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance observing nearby, all contemplating taking action against Xiao Feng. But upon seeing the four great kings die instantly, they no longer dared to act and fled in all directions. Xiao Feng would not let them off lightly, as he sensed hostility from these people. They were all loyal dogs of Wu Sanju, and if he didn't kill them, it would inevitably lead to future troubles. Perhaps these desperate individuals would retaliate against Xin Xingxue and her sister, which he had to guard against. With a tremor of his body, countless sword energies shot out from Xiao Feng, indiscriminately attacking those people. In just a few minutes, they were all killed. Not a single one left alive. At this moment, his soul searching also came to an end. With a single slap, he killed the critically injured Wu Sanju. The era of this tyrant came to a close. On the hero stage, Wu Sanju's death was beyond description in its brutality. Shang Wanfian had long since closed her eyes, not daring to look. Yi Wuxuan, however, watched with great interest, the pent-up anger in her chest dissipating completely. For a villain like Wu Sanju, it took a ruthless person like Xiao Feng to deal with him. Unlike herself, who had been intimidated by Wu Sanju's words, considering too many factors, hesitating, and ultimately unable to take action, leaving in frustration. In contrast, Xiao Feng was decisive in settling scores, killing when he wanted, unbound by any constraints. Thanks to Xiao Feng, otherwise, she truly wouldn't have been able to handle a cunning character like Wu Sanju, allowing him to roam free. Xiao Feng, did you just use the soul-searching technique? Yi Wuxuang asked curiously. She only had a suspicion, not certain. That's right. Xiao Feng did not hide it. So was Wu Sanju one of the murderers who attacked me back then? Did we wrongfully accuse him? Yi Wuxuang asked again, as just borrowing a bottle of Yan Wang Chou poison from the Fire Cloud Master was not enough to definitively conclude he was the murderer. You did not wrongfully accuse him. He indeed participated in the attack on you along with the other three. Xiao Feng replied affirmatively. As long as he wasn't wronged, he deserves to die. That being said, you should also know the identities of the other three, so hurry up and tell me. Yi Wuxuang said excitedly, looking at Xiao Feng with great anticipation. However, Xiao Feng shook his head. Although Wu Sanju has had contact with the other three, he does not know their appearances or identities. What do you mean by that? Why is it like this? Yi Wuxuan's expression changed slightly as she asked in confusion. From Wu Sanju's memories, I learned that they joined a mysterious organization called the Dragon Slaying Society. To be able to join this organization, one must at least be at the early stage of a land immortal. The president of the Dragon Slaying Society is estimated to be at the late stage of a land immortal. The entire organization is not large, with a total number of less than 20 people. They hold meetings irregularly and at unspecified locations under the president's notice, and each time they meet, they all wear black robes and masks, so no one knows anyone. The reason Wu Sanju and the other three wanted to kill you was also under the instruction of that mysterious president. He is the true mastermind behind the scenes. Xiao Feng shared all the information he had gathered with Yi Wuxuang. After hearing this, her brows furrowed. She hadn't expected the matter to be so complicated, involving a mysterious organization filled with experts. The one who wanted to kill her was actually that president. The Dragon Slaying Society? Yi Wuxuang searched her memories carefully but found no information about this organization. Perhaps her grandfather knew some insider information. She would ask him when she returned. Also, what does the name Dragon Slaying Society mean? Slaying dragons, does it mean slaying the Dragon Kingdom or slaying her grandfather Yi Sanglong? Yi Wuxuang had a foreboding feeling, sensing that this organization posed a significant threat to the Dragon Kingdom and the Kunlun War Department. After all, the number of land immortals they possessed was far too many, almost on par with the Kunlun War Department. Xiao Feng, if the Dragon Slaying Society poses a threat to the Dragon Kingdom or targets the Kunlun War Department in the future, can you lend a hand? Yi Wuxuang asked. If she had Xiao Feng's help, she wouldn't have to be too wary of the Dragon Slaying Society. It depends on the situation. I won't rule out the possibility of intervening. Xiao Feng didn't give a definitive answer. In fact, he had already made up his mind. If the Dragon Slaying Society dared to harm the Dragon Kingdom, he would definitely not stand by and watch. Then I'll thank you in advance for the Dragon Kingdom and the War Department. Yi Wuxuang felt a little more at ease. You're too polite. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. With Wu Sanju dead and the future threat eliminated, Xiao Feng had no reason to stay here. Grabbing Shang Guanfian's arm, he prepared to head to the next location to eliminate another threat. What's the rush? I was planning to treat you to a meal to thank you for helping me kill Wu Sanju. Yi Wuxuang said. No need for a meal. I have to hurry to eliminate the 5 Poison Sect. Xiao Feng declined her kindness. Yesterday, the 5 Poison Sect Spike and Venom had almost killed his sister in Xinxingxue, and he had planned to go eliminate the 5 Poison Sect and deal with their leader, the Black Widow, to prevent future troubles. However, considering he still needed to protect Shang Guanfian, he had to put that plan on hold, intending to settle accounts with the 5 Poison Sect 7 days later. But plans change. Now that he had brought Shang Guanfian out, he was free to directly take her to the 5 Poison Sect's lair. Xiao Feng had this idea when he left the Shangguan family. What? You want to eliminate the 5 Poison Sect? When did you have a grudge against this evil cult again? Also, the headquarters of the 5 Poison Sect is well hidden. Even my grandfather doesn't know where it is. Do you know? Yi Wuxuang asked several questions in a row. You don't need to worry about that. I can find it. Xiao Feng was very clear about the location of the 5 Poison Sect's lair through his soul search of Venom and Spike. I see, then I'll go with you. The Five Poisons sect has committed many crimes in recent years, and the War Department has always wanted to eradicate them, but they couldn't find their location. Yi Wuxuang volunteered to go along. Suit yourself, as long as you can keep up. Xiaofeng smiled playfully, and the next moment he took Shangguan Fian and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. How fast? Yi Wuxuang clicked her tongue. She summoned all her strength to chase after him. However, no matter how much she accelerated, she could not see Xiaofeng's figure. The two were on completely different levels of speed. The more she chased, the more alarmed she became. After all, she had practiced the dragon's movement technique, which was incredibly fast. Yet, in the face of Xiaofeng, she still found it hard to keep up. It was then that she understood the meaning of Xiaofeng's earlier words. She truly could not catch up. But she did not give up because of this. Meanwhile, in the belly of a great mountain in the south, ever since she learned last night that her generals, Spike and Venom, had died, the Black Widow had been in a foul mood, throwing several tantrums. To avenge her fallen subordinates and reclaim the Azure Dragon Talisman, she had specially summoned back the 5 most powerful members of the Five Poisons sect aside from herself. And now, the Five Poisons boys had returned. A smile finally blossomed on her face. Sect leader, why were you in such a hurry to call us back? A burly man asked. Although they were called the Five Poisons boys, their appearance and physique had nothing to do with boys. I want you to kill someone, the Black Widow said. Who to kill? The earlier man asked. Xiaofeng. The Black Widow gritted her teeth as she spoke the name. Yesterday, after Spike and Venom discovered that Xiaofeng was the murderer of the 5 members of the Five Poisons sect, they had sent her his information. Xiaofeng? Never heard of him. Do we really need to take action against such an unknown nobody? Isn't that overestimating him? Another boy expressed his dissatisfaction. Don't underestimate him. Both Spike and Venom died at his hands. The Black Widow admonished. Hee, that doesn't prove how powerful Xiaofeng is. It only shows that Spike and Venom were too useless. Another boy scoffed. His statement received agreement from the other 4. The Five Poisons boys were all at the mid-level of the Human King realm. Moreover, they were quintuplet brothers born of the same mother, sharing a deep connection, and their cooperation was seamless. Once the 5 joined forces, even a latest-stage Human King sect leader might not be their match. If it weren't for the fact that there was a more powerful presence behind the sect leader, they would have long since taken her place and wouldn't need to obey the Black Widow. You're right, then the task of killing Xiaofeng will be entrusted to you. Also, Xiaofeng has an Azure Dragon Talisman on him. Don't forget to bring it back. The Black Widow, seeing that they were not heeding her warning, decided not to dwell on the topic any longer. Azure Dragon Talisman? The Five Poisons boys had initially shown little interest in this task, but upon hearing that Xiaofeng possessed the Azure Dragon Talisman, their enthusiasm surged. No problem, we just got back and are a bit tired. Well, set off after a short rest, and I guarantee Xiaofeng will die a miserable death, the 5 said with sinister grins, not mentioning a word about bringing back the Azure Dragon Talisman. It was clear they had developed greedy thoughts. The Black Widow certainly noticed this, but since the other members of the sect were not reliable, no one besides the Five Poisons boys could kill Xiaofeng, so she had no choice but to send them. Although she was confident in killing Xiaofeng, she had already been blacklisted by the Kunlun War Department and it was not wise for her to show her face. Staying here was much safer. The headquarters of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance and the Five Poisons sect's lair were far apart, one to the north and the other to the south. Even with Xiaofeng's speed, it took him an hour and a half to reach the foot of a towering mountain. As soon as they arrived, Shangguan Fian felt uneasy, covered in goosebumps. She saw poisonous insects everywhere on the ground and in the trees. There were snakes, scorpions, centipedes. These poisonous creatures would scare not only women but many men as well. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Xiaofeng's arm. He had intended to tell her not to be so close, but seeing her fearful expression, he merely smiled and said nothing, allowing her to hold on. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a python as thick as a barrel sprang out from the dense bushes, opening its massive mouth to bite the unsuspecting Shangguan Fian. Moreover, it spewed forth a red poisonous mist from its mouth. Suddenly attacked, Shangguan Fian screamed in fright, completely forgetting to resist. This woman usually acts so proud and haughty, looking down on everyone, but who would have thought she's as timid as a mouse? Xiaofeng disdainfully glanced at Shangguan Fian, then unleashed a burst of energy that pierced the python's vital spot. Striking a snake at its 7 inches is crucial because that's where its heart is located. One hit, and it was dead. The fierce python that had just been threatening was now lifeless. Shangguan Fian thought it was a close call and instinctively tightened her grip on Xiaofeng. You did that on purpose, eating my tofu every day. Xiaofeng joked. Knowing Shangguan Fian, she would surely retort, saying, I wouldn't even want to eat your stinky tofu. But surprisingly, Shangguan Fian said nothing at all. It was unclear whether she was too scared or for some other reason. Damn it, did you kill my pet? At that moment, several people rushed out from the dense forest. One of them, looking at the dead python on the ground, said angrily. They were all gatekeepers of the Five Poisons sect. If you're so heartbroken over your pet, then I'll send you down to accompany them. Xiaofeng casually grabbed a handful of leaves and threw them at the group. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The leaves, empowered by his energy, transformed into deadly weapons. They easily pierced through the throats of several people. Note: friends who enjoy this book, please add it to your bookshelf. The new book needs your support, thank you. In the past few days, Shang Wanfian had witnessed Xiaofeng kill nearly 2,000 people. She was almost numb to it. As long as the scenes weren't too bloody, she wouldn't have any physiological reactions. Therefore, after Xiaofeng killed these people, her expression remained calm. This is the place. Xiaofeng stepped over several corpses and soon spotted a hidden cave not far ahead. It looked exactly like the cave she remembered from the spike and venomous fangs. This basically confirmed that entering here would lead to the Five Poisons sect's stronghold. Without any hesitation, he strode inside. Xiaofeng, this is the headquarters of the Five Poisons sect. Be careful of traps and ambushes inside. Shang Wanfian kindly reminded him, seeing his reckless behavior. If you're scared, you can wait for me outside. Xiaofeng shrugged and said nonchalantly. He was bold due to his high skills. In the face of absolute power, traps and ambushes were useless. Forget I said anything. Shang Wanfian was a bit angry. Why wouldn't he listen to advice? The two had just stepped into the cave when a group of Five Poisons sect members charged at them. Intruders in our sacred ground, die. The members of the Five Poisons sect realized there was an enemy invasion the moment their gatekeepers were killed. Whoosh! Xiaofeng swept his right hand, unleashing a wave of sword energy that slaughtered dozens of people in front of him. He was still quite measured in his attack, ensuring the sword energy didn't touch the stone walls on either side, otherwise, the cave wouldn't withstand the force and would have collapsed long ago. With these people out of the way, Xiaofeng led Shang Wanfian straight in. After advancing several hundred meters, the view ahead suddenly opened up to a vast clearing. Carving out such a wide space within the mountains was no small feat at that moment. Over 200 people were gathered in the clearing, poised for action. Almost all the members of the Five Poisons sect were there. Among them, the Black Widow and the Five Poisons boy stood at the back. When they saw Xiaofeng's face, their expressions were quite remarkable. It's you? Xiaofeng, you killed 7 members of my Five Poisons sect, and I was just about to find you to settle the score. I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. The Black Widow sneered. She had thought the commotion outside was caused by powerful warriors from the Kunlun War Department, which had frightened her greatly, and she was prepared for a desperate fight. She even notified the ancestor who had been in seclusion for cultivation. Unexpectedly, it was Xiaofeng who came. Now, she felt much more relaxed. Not only was she not afraid, but she was also quite excited. I knew you wouldn't change your thieving ways and would come looking for trouble, so I came personally to deal with you troublesome lot. Xiaofeng replied with a cold laugh. From what the other party said, he sensed that the Black Widow was once again coming to settle scores with him. If he hadn't come, his sister in Xinxingxua might have encountered danger again. You really think too highly of yourself. We have so many people, and you only have 2. What do you plan to use to fight us? Hand over the Qinglong talisman, and it'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll experience the pain of being bitten by 1,000 insects. The Black Widow said disdainfully. Upon hearing the phrase bitten by 1,000 insects, Shang Wanfian felt a chill run down her spine. If you want the Qinglong talisman, wait until your next life. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Xiaofeng scoffed. These people still hadn't realized their situation. You crazy bastard. What are you so arrogant about? Is this a place where you can act wild? Are you tired of living? Kneel down. When you see our 5 brothers, you should quickly bow your heads and wait for our punishment. The 5 Poisons boys were all hot-tempered, and seeing Xiaofeng so arrogant made them furious. Your mouth is really foul, you're seeking death. Xiaofeng was also enraged. Still dare to retort? Just watch how I deal with you. Master, watch closely and see how our 5 brothers easily beat him down. The 5 Poisons boys flew towards Xiaofeng simultaneously, carrying overwhelming killing intent. They not only wanted to kill Xiaofeng but also to showcase their strength, making sure the Black Widow wouldn't dare to command them casually in the future, establishing their authority in front of the congregation to facilitate their future bid for the position of leader. Thus, they unleashed their lethal techniques right from the start. Sensing the violent energy radiating from the 5, the Black Widow's expression fluctuated. Her subordinates were becoming stronger and harder to control, which was bound to become a hidden danger sooner or later. Just as she was entangled in this thought, she suddenly heard several screams. She looked up sharply and witnessed the most unbelievable scene of her life. Before the 5 Poisons boys could even approach Xiaofeng, their bodies exploded like blooming fireworks, scattering countless bits of flesh and blood onto the congregation below. The moment they were struck by Xiao Feng's casual punch, they knew they were doomed. Each one was filled with panic and shock before they perished. There was no time for more thoughts before their bodies dissipated into the world. The speed of their deaths was astonishing. Inside the mountain's belly, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying scene. Many could not accept this reality. The 5 Poisons boys, when working together, were stronger than ordinary latest-stage King Realm experts. Yet they had died in the blink of an eye, crushed by Xiao Feng's single strike. Xiao Feng's terrifying strength made their souls tremble. "You're so young, how could you possibly have such extraordinary cultivation?" The Black Widow was the first to snap out of her shock. She screamed hysterically, her words filled with fear and disbelief. "Just because I'm young doesn't mean I can't possess powerful cultivation. It's your narrow-mindedness and lack of experience." Xiao Feng replied coldly. "Yes, I have seen too little." The Black Widow had no way to refute him. The strength Xiao Feng displayed was the best proof. Thinking of Xiao Feng's terrifying methods and the tragic deaths of the 5 Poisons boys, she couldn't help but shiver, knowing she was doomed. Under Xiao Feng's attack, her fate wouldn't be much better than that of the 5 Poisons boys. She would likely be killed in a single blow as well. At that moment, she felt utterly pessimistic and disheartened. However, just as Xiao Feng was about to strike and she thought she was done for, a familiar figure flew in from the cave entrance. Upon seeing this person, the Black Widow, who had just moments ago had dull eyes, suddenly burst forth with brilliance. "Ancestor, you finally came. Quickly save us. This person has killed the 5 Poisons boys and several high-ranking members of the sect." The Black Widow shouted excitedly. The visitor was named Jin Chan, the first leader of the 5 Poisons sect and also the ancestor of the Black Widow, with cultivation reaching the early stage of a terrestrial immortal, unfathomable. Looking across the entire dragon country, he was indeed a formidable figure. Although Xiao Feng was powerful enough to easily eliminate the 5 Poisons boy, the realm of terrestrial immortals was not something that a martial artist of the King of Men realm could compare to. With the ancestor present, she believed she could turn the tide and rest easy, no longer fearing Xiao Feng. The frown on her face vanished, replaced by a smug smile. "Young man, tell me, how do you want to die? I will fulfill your wish." Jin Chan glared at Xiao Feng with a sinister gaze, his eyes flashing with a cold light. When he appeared, Xiao Feng felt a sense of familiarity. To be precise, it was the figure that seemed reminiscent. Once he probed the other's cultivation, a strange smile appeared on his face. This person was none other than one of the 3 accomplices who had attacked Yi Wushuang in Wu Sunju's memory. "What a coincidence! You are from the Dragon Slaying Society, right?" Xiao Feng asked in a calm tone. Who are you? How do you know this secret? Could it be you are the president?" Jin Chan's face changed dramatically as his greatest secret was pointed out on the spot. A storm surged in his heart. He was almost certain that Xiao Feng was the president of the Dragon Slaying Society. Because the information of the members of the Dragon Slaying Society was absolutely confidential. Only that mysterious and powerful president would know the identities of all their members. Others were completely unaware. And Xiao Feng directly stated his identity, which indicated that he was indeed the president, without a doubt. He knew how powerful the president was. Once, a member at the early stage of a terrestrial immortal was killed on the spot by the president for disobedience, using only 3 moves. Faced with the president, he could only submit. Recalling the words he had just said to the president, he felt a deep sense of dread, terrified to the extreme. Fearing that the president would strike him down, he immediately knelt on the ground, repeatedly slapping his own face. Pleading, "President, I didn't know it was your esteemed presence. My subordinates have offended you greatly. Please forgive me." His sudden action left everyone present dumbfounded. Even Xiao Feng was taken aback. Did this guy really mistake him for the president of the Dragon Slaying Society? How could this happen? It seemed that the president had made himself a bit too mysterious. Knowing some inside information, Shang Wenfian covered her mouth, nearly laughing out loud. This was the first time she had seen such a ridiculous situation. It was too laughable. The Black Widow, unaware of what the Dragon Slaying Society was, did not understand why the usually proud ancestor would have such an extreme reaction and asked, "Ancestor, are you mistaken? Shut up, kneel down and apologize to the president." Jin Chan roared, realizing the gravity of the situation. If he angered the president, he would be doomed. He even had the thought of killing the Black Widow. Seeing the ancestor so agitated, the Black Widow also realized the seriousness of the matter and panicked, kneeling before Xiao Feng. As she knelt, the other sect members also fell to their knees. Watching everyone bowing and kowtowing to him, Xiao Feng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This situation was getting more and more absurd. "To be honest, I am not your president," Xiao Feng said. Boom! This statement was like a thunderclap to Jin Chan. "Then how do you know I am a member of the Dragon Slaying Society?" Jin Chan asked in confusion. "I guessed," Xiao Feng replied with a smile. "You are toying with me. I will kill you." Jin Chan exploded with rage, realizing he had been made a fool of, kneeling here like a clown, apologizing and slapping himself. It was an utter humiliation. He had thought, how could the president be so young? In his fury, Jin Chan launched a furious strike at Xiaofeng. Bang! Xiaofeng countered with a palm strike, which unexpectedly erupted with the sound of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, shaking the hearts of all present. The power of the palm was immense, turning the tides and striking precisely at the golden toad, shattering his dantian and leaving a bloody hole in his abdomen, rendering him a useless wreck as he fell among the crowd, losing all combat ability. Xiaofeng did not kill this man. He intended to continue using the soul-searching technique to see if he could uncover more information about the dragon-slaying society from his memories. Ah ah ah! The golden toad's shrill screams echoed back and forth within the mountain's belly, lingering endlessly. Inside the vast headquarters of the Five Poisons sect, the other disciples fell into a deathly silence once again. Their dazed gazes were fixed on the severely injured golden toad. They had thought that Xiaofeng's one-hit kill of the powerful Five Poisons boy was already astonishing. Who would have imagined that he would now take down an even more powerful ancestor with another single strike? This was simply a tale from a fantasy, utterly inconceivable. It should be known that the ancestor was the founding master of their Five Poisons sect. In the hearts of the disciples, he was a being comparable to a deity. Not only was he their protector, but he was also the embodiment of their faith. Yet, such a strong figure was easily crushed by Xiaofeng. At this moment, their hearts were filled with despair. Their faith crumbled like a house of cards. Many disciples broke down, kneeling on the ground and weeping uncontrollably. "Ancestor, are you all right? How did things turn out like this?" The Black Widow rushed to the old man's side. Her expression filled with sorrow as she asked. Originally, after Xiaofeng killed the Five Poisons boy, she knew she might not escape and that she would likely lose her life here today. However, at a critical moment, the ancestor arrived, giving her boundless hope. She thought that with the ancestor present, the crisis would be resolved. There was no longer any need to fear Xiaofeng. But what was the outcome? The ancestor's full-force strike against Xiaofeng not only failed to create any ripples but resulted in his own cultivation being crippled and suffering severe injuries. The series of ups and downs left her unable to accept it for a while. How she wished the ancestor could say, "I'm fine, Xiaofeng is nothing to worry about, I can kill him," but she knew that was impossible. Looking at the ancestor in critical condition, the Black Widow felt extreme regret and self-blame. If only she hadn't provoked Xiaofeng, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Run, everyone, run. Every person for themselves. As long as one person survives, our Five Poisons sect will have a chance to rise again. The golden toad shouted through gritted teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. He knew he wouldn't survive, and his only hope now was to preserve the seed and continue the legacy of the Five Poisons sect. The ancestor's words reached the ears of everyone present, awakening all the disciples from their sorrow. In an instant, over 200 disciples began to flee in all directions without a care for anything else. There were several secret passages leading from the interior to the outside world, and they rushed towards one of the passages, hoping to escape Xiaofeng's pursuit. The Black Widow, as if waking from a dream, joined the ranks of the fleeing. Anyone who stood in her way was swiftly killed. At this point, the lives of her subordinates were worth less than her own. She was the fastest, quickly reaching the front. "I will kill you all, can you still escape?" Xiaofeng sneered, lifting Shangwan Fian and flying into the high sky of the mountain's belly, hovering motionless. "Sword net," he murmured softly. In an instant, a large net formed beneath his feet, composed of sword energy. Each gap in the net was small enough to fit only 2 fingers. Only by comprehending the sword path to an extremely high level could one condense a sword net. This move could yield remarkable results whether in unknown combat or against multiple opponents. "I advise you not to look," Xiaofeng kindly reminded Shangwan Fian beside him. "What?" Shangwan Fian's gaze was drawn to the sword net beneath his feet. It was her first time seeing such a magical technique, and she didn't quite register his words. Seeing that she wasn't listening, Xiaofeng lost interest in saying anything further. The massive sword net, nearly covering the entire cross-section of the mountain's belly, quickly descended under his mental control. Everything that came into contact with the sword net was instantly sliced into neat little pieces. Without exception. Just like that, 90% of the members of the Five Poisons sect were dead. Only a small handful rushed into the secret passage, escaping the sword net's attack and temporarily avoiding disaster. Gag, gag, gag. The horrifying and bloody scene suddenly appeared, catching Shangwan Fian off guard. Unable to bear the turmoil in her stomach, she began to vomit trollably. "I told you not to look, but you had to. Now you regret it, don't you?" Xiaofeng thought to himself. His gaze sharpened as he locked onto the locations of the secret passage entrances. "Go!" Xiaofeng shot out a series of domineering sword energies towards those secret passages, pursuing them relentlessly. The The remnants in the secret passage were still rejoicing at their survival. However, before they could celebrate, the sword energy from behind pierced through their bodies. The power of the sword energy did not diminish, it continued forward, slaying those in front of the secret passage one after another. No one could withstand the attack of the sword energy, not even the strongest among them, the Black Widow. When she sensed the sword energy approaching, she used all her trump cards, exerting all her strength to resist it. But the outcome was no different from the others. They were all pierced by the sword energy and died on the spot. In an instant, all the sword energies dissipated. Over 200 members of the Five Poisons sect were completely wiped out. The Five Poisons sect, which had stirred up trouble in the martial world for over 40 years, was thus annihilated. Why must you be so cruel, driving my sect's members to extinction? Can't you leave a way out? Jin Chan asked, raising his neck filled with grief and indignation. He was still alive. When the sword net fell, Xiaofeng intentionally did not attack him, allowing him to survive until now. You're right, I am that cruel. But I am only cruel to enemies, unlike you who trample on human lives, harming countless innocent people. Compared to your evil deeds of using women as cauldrons to cultivate wicked skills and feeding poisonous insects with human flesh, I am still quite merciful, right? Xiaofeng mocked. Given that the other party had lived for quite a while, did they not understand that being merciful to enemies was being cruel to oneself? The members of the Five Poisons sect were already guilty of heinous crimes, each with ulterior motives. If he did not eradicate this group today, he could not guarantee that remnants would take advantage of his unpreparedness in the future to harm his loved ones. Even if there was just a hint of it, he would eliminate it at the root. Shang Wenfian, seeing how eloquently he spoke, curled her lips in disagreement. You killed so many people. And that's not called cruel? Did all these members of the Five Poisons sect deserve to die, needing to be completely wiped out? She did not understand the actions of the Five Poisons sect, which led her to have such a naive perspective. Jin Chan, on the other hand, opened his mouth, unable to refute. When they harmed others, they had never felt anything wrong, believing those people's lives were worth less than grass and trees, and thus deserved to be slaughtered at will, never thinking it was cruel in the slightest. Take him for example, in recent years he had killed countless innocent people to practice his skills. Only when faced with death did he truly understand what cruelty was. I know you won't let me go. Before I die, I have a last wish and would like to ask you, I hope you can fulfill it. Jin Chan had a doubt in his heart. How did Xiaofeng know he was a member of the Dragon Slaying Society? Although Xiaofeng had said it was a guess not long ago, upon calming down, he found that answer unconvincing. If he was to die, he wanted to die clearly, not as a confused ghost. Why should I fulfill your wish? Xiaofeng retorted, not having the time to answer the other's question. Isn't it a small wish of a dying person that you want satisfy? Jin Chan asked, feeling very aggrieved. Since you're going to die, why ask so much? Dead people should keep their mouths shut. Xiaofeng reached out his large hand and pressed it directly on Jin Chan's head, extracting the other's soul. In an instant, the soul search was over. Xiaofeng casually dealt with Jin Chan. Through the soul search, he did not uncover more information about the Dragon Slaying Society. This was within his expectations. Jinchuan's cultivation was about the same as Wu Sunju's. Within the organization of the Dragon Slaying Society, his status was low, making him a marginal figure with very little understanding of the organization. He didn't even know the identities of any other members. Just as he was unaware that Wu Sanju was a member of the Dragon Slaying Society, Wu Sanju was equally ignorant of his identity. However, there was still a bit of unexpected delight. Xiaofeng learned from Jinchuan's memories that this person had collected some rare materials throughout his life, including the Shumi crystal, which is a primary material for crafting the Qiankuan ring. When Xiaofeng was in the spirit realm, he was a versatile genius, adept at alchemy and artifact forging. As long as he had the materials, he could forge a Qiankuan ring at any time. Even without other auxiliary materials, with his superb forging skills, he could still create a low-level Qiankuan ring using only the Shumi crystal. This was exactly what he needed at the moment. Having the Qiankuan ring would provide him with great convenience in the future. Xiaofeng. At that moment, Yi Wushuang finally arrived. Her face was drenched in sweat and she looked very tired. Her speed was considerably slower than Xiaofeng's. She could only fly at full speed without resting, and she was exhausted. Ugh! As soon as she arrived, Yi Wushuang saw the nauseating scene below the mountain's belly. Even someone like her, who was accustomed to various bloody scenes, bent over and couldn't stop vomiting. Originally, Shang Wenfian had calmed down and stopped throwing up. Seeing her vomit, she started to retch as well. Is it really necessary to be this dramatic? How big of a scene is this? Xiaofeng felt their reactions were a bit excessive. Compared to the mountains of corpses and seas of blood he had experienced before, this was nothing. Merely child's play. Did you kill them all? After she had emptied her stomach, Yi Wuxuan wiped her mouth and asked, trying to suppress her discomfort. Is that even a question? Just as you see. Xiao Feng replied indifferently. Well, you really are a man of your word. If you say you will destroy the 5 poison sect, you will definitely do it. These people have committed numerous crimes, it's better to kill them all. Yi Wuxuan initially wanted to say that Xiao Feng was indeed bloodthirsty, but felt it inappropriate and quickly changed her words. In her heart, she actually agreed with Xiao Feng's style of doing things. This was how one should treat enemies. Unlike their Kunlun War Department, which, being an official organization, had many rules and regulations. If the enemy surrendered, they couldn't kill them but had to capture them alive, bring them back to the War Department court for trial, and wait for the verdict before dealing with them according to the law. It was not only troublesome but also inefficient, and sometimes they would even misjudge, allowing evildoers to escape the punishment they deserved. In contrast, Xiao Feng was much simpler and clearer. Suddenly, she saw the corpse at Xiao Feng's feet and couldn't help but gasp. Wasn't this the long-missing ancestor of the 5 poison sect, Jin Xuan? He was actually killed by Xiao Feng. My goodness, that means Xiao Feng has already killed 2 early-stage Earth Immortals today. TSK TSK TSK. This record is terrifying. Earth Immortal Realm warriors are not many in Longwei. They are rare and would be significant figures anywhere. Yet in Xiao Feng's hands, they were like cabbages, easily chopped down. Thinking that she was also an early-stage Earth Immortal, although she had a few powerful trump cards and was stronger than the average warrior of the same realm, in front of Xiao Feng, she would probably be just as easily dealt with. She not only felt fortunate that she was not in an adversarial relationship with Xiao Feng, but also thought that if she were, there would be no place to cry. Anyone who knew Xiao Feng would not want to be enemies with such a fierce person. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xiao Feng unleashed several flames, incinerating the corpses in the mountain's belly. Then, he approached a stone wall and, based on Jinchuan's memories, found a mechanism. Click click click. The mechanism activated, and a rumbling sound came from beneath his feet. A hidden door opened in the ground, with stairs extending downward. Xiao Feng walked down. Upon seeing the scene inside, his expression remained calm. Yi Wuxuan and Shang Wenfian, who were following behind, were not so calm anymore. Both were shocked. Inside, dozens or even hundreds of cells had been built. Each cell held many common people. In the nearest cell, 5 corpses lay, covered in poisonous insects, nearly devoured to the bone. In the cell to the left, a more than 4-meter-long venomous snake was sleeping, with a human outline visible in its belly, clearly having swallowed someone whole. Next to the snake, several young children were curled up, trembling in fear. They had been captured by the 5 poison sect specifically to feed the snakes. There were many similar cells, and the horrific scenes were shocking. Yi Wuxuan clenched her fists tightly, trembling with anger. She had thought she knew enough about the atrocities of the 5 poison sect, but it turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg. After hiding here, their heinous acts had become even more severe, mercilessly harming so many people. Shang Wenfian was equally furious. At that moment, he realized how ignorant he had been to think that Xiao Feng's killing of all the members of the 5 poison sect was cruel. Those people not only deserved to be killed but should be tortured to death. Xiao Feng acted quickly, eliminating all the poisonous insects inside and outside the cells. Then, he opened all the cell doors. Don't kill me, I don't want to be eaten by the insects, I'm so scared. Many people pleaded for mercy. In their memories, whenever the cell doors were opened, it meant that the people inside would suffer and the deaths would be extremely tragic. Everyone, don't be afraid, I am an official from the Dragon Kingdom, from the Kunlun War Department, here to rescue you. I'm sorry, it's the War Department's failure that has caused you to suffer. Yi Wuxuan's eyes turned red. Seeing this scene, how could she not cry? Are you really from the War Department, here to save us? I think I've seen her photo. She is the War Goddess Yi Wuxuan. It's true, the War Goddess sister is here to save us. That's great. Everyone excitedly confirmed Yi Wuxuan's identity, cheering with joy. Gaining the trust of the crowd, Yi Wuxuan led them out of the dungeon and into the mountain's interior. She and Shang Wenfian glanced around the scene, both relieved that Xiao Feng had meticulously burned the disgusting corpses beforehand. Otherwise, it would have left an indelible psychological shadow on these already traumatized innocent people. The group lined up, with Yi Wuxuan at the front and Xiao Feng and Shang Wenfian at the back, exiting through the same path they had entered. Considering that this was a remote mountain area and the territory of the 5 poison sect, poisonous insects were everywhere. Thus, the 3 of them worked hard to escort nearly 500 people out of the mountain. On the way out, Yi Wuxuan called the local law enforcement team to inform them of the situation and urged them to send people over quickly to pick up the rescued. After such a big incident, all the county officials rushed over. Goodbye, War Goddess sister. Thank you for saving us. Sister, I love you. The rescued were sent onto different buses, waving goodbye to Yi Wuxuan with reluctance. Although Yi Wuxiang had explained that Xiao Feng was the one who saved them, perhaps due to her greater fame, everyone thought she was being modest. So, the main gratitude was directed towards her. Yi Wuxiang felt helpless about this. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, didn't care. He wasn't after such empty fame. It was still the same principle. In life and work, one should only ask their conscience, not the consequences. After sending everyone off, Xiao Feng suddenly remembered something. He said, I forgot to tell you, the ancestor of the Five Poison sect is also a member of the Dragon Slaying Society. He once attacked you alongside Wu Sanju and others. So he was involved too, damn it. Xiao Feng, you've helped me kill another enemy. To express my gratitude, how about we go out for a meal later? Yi Wuxiang brought up the old matter again, extending the invitation once more. Sure. But I need to go somewhere first. With such warm hospitality, and after not only killing his enemies today but also saving so many people, Xiao Feng was in a pretty good mood and didn't refuse. Of course, if it were the annoying Shang Wanfian inviting him to dinner, he wouldn't go even if she begged. That said, given Shang Wanfian's personality, she probably wouldn't invite him anyway. Where else are we going? It wouldn't be to wipe out some evil sect again, would it? Yi Wuxiang asked excitedly. Xiao Feng had helped the War Department a great deal by destroying the Five Poison sect. After tasting the sweetness of it, she was actually looking forward to Xiao Feng continuing to root out evil and eliminate harm for the people. No! Xiao Feng didn't explain and flew off in a certain direction. Yi Wuxiang followed closely behind. A few minutes later, Xiao Feng stopped on a small hilltop. Below was the secluded place of the Golden Toad. He found the entrance and smashed the heavy stone door to pieces with a punch. A strong, bloody stench assaulted their senses. Shang Wanfian gagged. If she hadn't already emptied her stomach, she would have been retching again. How can there be such a strong smell of blood? Yi Wuxiang waved her hand in front of her nose, clearly disgusted. That old guy captured a lot of innocent civilians and used their blood to build a blood pool to nourish his evil cultivation. After saying this, Xiao Feng stepped inside. Crack, crack. His feet crushed the bones scattered on the ground. They were human bones. The space inside was at least 500 square meters, and besides the mountain of white bones, many poisonous insects were also lurking. All of them were pets of the ancestor of the Five Poison sect. After draining the blood from the captured people, their bodies were used to feed the insects. Therefore, these insects were all quite plump. Due to their regular diet of corpses, they were extremely vicious, and upon seeing them, they immediately sprang out from all directions, attacking them. This time, Xiao Feng didn't need to take action. Yi Wuxiang was one step ahead. With a single hand holding her knife, she moved as fast as lightning, sweeping away all the poisonous insects like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Xiao Feng, what do you think of my knife technique? Yi Wuxiang asked. Very good. Xiao Feng, not being a rigid person and understanding the ways of the world, complimented her insincerely. Don't make fun of me. Showing off my knife skills in front of you, I know it's like dancing on the edge of a sword, making a fool of myself. Could you teach me a few knife techniques, just like you did with Uncle Yan Nanshan's sword techniques? I want to experience the taste of enlightenment too. Yi Wuxiang circled around, realizing this was her true intention. She had just asked Xiao Feng how her knife technique was, thinking he would bluntly say garbage. That would have made her very happy because then she could smoothly ask him for guidance. But who would have thought Xiao Feng would go against expectations and actually praise her, making it difficult for her to speak up. However, for the sake of learning, she still mustered the courage to ask. Let's talk about it when we have time. Xiao Feng smiled, actually not minding teaching her a few moves. That's great. Yi Wuxiang was very excited. Yan Nantian had awakened from his enlightenment last night, and as Yi Sanglong had said, his sword technique had indeed improved quite a bit. At least it was 40% stronger than before. Yi Wuxiang was envious of this. The conversation between the two had already left the silent and speechless Shang Wanfian in shock. What? Xiao Feng actually guided Yan Nanshan's sword technique? I must have misheard. My grandfather once told me that Yan Nantian is the second strongest in the Kunlun War Department, a latest master of the Earth Immortal. Does he really need Xiao Feng's guidance? Then what level of cultivation does Xiao Feng have? If it weren't for this being said by the war goddess Yi Wuxiang, she wouldn't believe it even if you beat her to death. At this moment, Shang Wanfian felt an unprecedented curiosity about Xiao Feng, and an unprecedented regret. The three of them arrived at the central area. A blood pool of about 10 square meters lay before them, filled with over a meter deep of blood. How much blood would that require? So cruel. Both Yi Wuxiang and Shang Wanfian felt a pang of compassion. Xiao Feng, however, remained unfazed. After all, he had been through too much dye in the corner of several boxes. Xiao Feng found a Shumi crystal, only the size of a palm and not very pure. But it would have to do. He also picked out a few ores useful for refining from the boxes, then stopped looking and said to Yi Wuxiang, "Take whatever you find useful." Hee, then I won't be polite. Yi Wuxuan also selected a few items. After that, they left the place. The sky outside gradually darkened. At Yi Wuxuan's invitation, they went to the nearest city for a meal. Time rewinds to an hour ago. Jiang City, Yun Family Mansion, Conference Hall. The family head, Yun Xiaotian, sat in the patriarch's seat, his expression grim. His son was killed yesterday, and they were wary, not daring to touch Xiaofeng. This incident spread rapidly throughout Jiang City, escalating further, and now everyone was saying that the Yun family was cowardly. With their son dead, the Yun family didn't even dare to make a sound. This led to the Yun family's reputation in Jiang City being tarnished, becoming the laughingstock of everyone, unable to lift their heads. Not only that, but the people of Jiang City also thought the Yun family was easy to bully. The members of the Yun family were feeling bitter. They were not cowards, but Xiaofeng held the Kunlun order. Under the constraints of caution, they did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, all the powerful members of the Yun family gathered in the conference hall were filled with pent-up anger. They were all waiting for the return of the seventh son of the Yun family. Finally, a figure rushed in quickly. Everyone turned to look at him. Seventh brother, how's the investigation going? The patriarch Yun Xiaotian asked eagerly. Patriarch, according to the information provided by our informants placed in the Kunlun War Department, the situation has basically been clarified. The Kunlun order in Xiaofeng's hands is genuine, personally issued by Yi Sanglong. The seventh son of the Yun family wiped the sweat from his forehead, gasping for breath as he spoke. It's actually true, then it's going to be difficult. My son died in vain, and he'll never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Son, I'm sorry for you, don't blame your father for being incapable. Yun Xiaotian said sadly, having waited so long, only to receive the worst news. Patriarch, I haven't finished speaking yet. The seventh son of the Yun family didn't expect such a strong reaction from the patriarch. What else do you want to say? Yun Xiaotian asked disinterestedly. Actually, there's no need to be too pessimistic, we can still take revenge for the young master. The seventh son of the Yun family said. What do you mean by that? Yun Xiaotian still couldn't muster any interest. In his inherent understanding, anyone who could have the Kunlun order personally issued by Yi Sanglong was a top-tier expert, the weakest being at least at the mid-stage of the Earth Immortal realm. Xiaofeng was presumably no exception. What could their Yun family use to fight against such a powerful figure? This time the situation is different. According to the informants, the reason Xiaofeng was able to obtain a Kunlun order is that he previously cured the deadly poison in Yi Wuxuan's body. In his delight, Yi Sanglong awarded him the Kunlun order to express his gratitude. Xiaofeng obtained the Kunlun order not through military merit or strength, but through medical skills. So, this Kunlun order has a lot of water in it. It can't be compared to the previous three that had real value. We don't need to be too wary of Xiaofeng at all. The seventh son of the Yun family said with a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaotian raised his eyebrows sharply, his spirits lifted, shaking off the previous dejection. That makes sense. What I was wary of was Xiaofeng obtaining the Kunlun order through overwhelming strength, not through superb medical skills. It makes sense. From the information we've gathered, he has never practiced cultivation. Even if he's secretly trained, at 20 years old, he couldn't possibly have too high a cultivation level. Since his strength isn't strong, then what are we afraid of? The one holding the Kunlun order has the power of life and death, but the Kunlun War Department doesn't explicitly state that others can't kill those who possess the Kunlun order. While the news of Xiaofeng having this token hasn't spread, let's quickly kill him and seize the token. Although this treasure is not something we can keep, we can give it to that senior to gain a favor from him. With his protection, it will bring unimaginable benefits to our Jiang family. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Yun Zhaotian's face glowed with enthusiasm, filled with ambition. He never expected such a turn of events. The others nodded in agreement, feeling that this was a godsend opportunity. Not only could they take revenge, but they could also find a powerful ally. As for why they had no greed for the Kunlun order, wanting to keep it for themselves, the reason was simple. Once this treasure was known to outsiders, it would attract many strong contenders, especially those wicked individuals who were on the top wanted list of the Kunlun War Department. If they obtained the Kunlun order, it would, in a sense, mean gaining the recognition of the Kunlun War Department. The department would find it difficult to act against them, at least on the surface. After all, the Kunlun order was personally issued by Yi Sanglong. The War Department couldn't just go after the holders of the Kunlun order they had issued, could they? This was also why Yi Sanglong wanted Yan Nantian to test Xiaofeng's strength before giving him the Kunlun order, to see if he had the ability to protect it. It was to prevent it from being taken by those with ulterior motives, leading to a bad situation. Old 7, you did well on this matter. Once it's accomplished, there will be heavy rewards. Old 6, take people to Feng City and bring back Xiaofeng's sister. He killed my son. I not only want to kill him but also want to kill his sister in front of him. The rest, follow me to the Shangwan family to capture Xiaofeng. Yun Xiaotian, full of vigor, quickly issued the orders. He was still unaware that Xiao Churui had been sent to Lin Yu's house by Xiaofeng yesterday. The sixth member of the Yun family rushed to Feng City with his men. The others hurried to the Shangwan family. Passers-by saw the experts from the Yun family mobilizing and wondered what big move was happening. Yun Xiaotian did not hide it, responding arrogantly, "To kill Xiaofeng and avenge my son." Looking at the astonished expressions of the passers-by, he felt quite proud. "Didn't you say our Yun family was weak? Today, I will prove to you how powerful the Yun family is and what the fate of those who offend us will be." As night fell, the temperature in Jiang City remained high. Sweating profusely, Shangwan Mu paced back and forth in his front yard, looking anxious. Since around noon, when Xiaofeng took his granddaughter to the headquarters of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance to settle accounts with Wu Sanju, more than 6 hours had passed and he still hadn't seen the two return. Moreover, he had called them several times, but the numbers showed they were out of service. When he called, Xiaofeng and Shangguan Fian were in the mountains. Of course, there was no signal. Shangguan Mu was unaware of this and grew increasingly uneasy, worried that something had happened to them. Although he knew Xiaofeng was very strong, Wu Sanju was no pushover and was certainly not an ordinary opponent. In a fight between the two, it was hard to say who would win. Shangguan Mu was truly afraid that if they lost, they might die at Wu Sanju's hands, and his granddaughter would not be spared either. He strained his neck, glancing outside the yard, hoping that Xiaofeng and his granddaughter would return safely. However, this simple wish remained unfulfilled. Suddenly, there were footsteps outside the yard. Shangguan Mu's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that Xiaofeng had returned? But the next moment, he sensed something was off. The footsteps were too numerous. It seemed a group of people was coming. Moreover, from his experience, it was not difficult to judge from the sound of the footsteps that the newcomers were all powerful individuals. Who is it? Just as this question arose, he saw the experts from the Yun family walking into the yard through the open gate. "Yun clan leader, what brings you and so many people to my home?" Shangguan Mu asked with a serious expression. This group had come uninvited, and it was clear they were not here for a friendly visit. He already had a suspicion in his heart. They were probably here because of Yun Wu's death. But hadn't Xiaofeng said that the Yun clan leader wouldn't hold this against him? Why had they come knocking today? Stop pretending to be confused here, you know exactly what you're doing. That Xiaofeng is cruel by nature, killing my son for no reason. I'm here to settle blood debts with blood. Where is Xiaofeng? Tell him to come out. Yun Xiaotian said angrily. Unfortunately, Xiaofeng has gone out, Shangguan Mu said in a deep voice. How coincidental. He just happens to leave as soon as I arrive? Who are you trying to fool? I know he's in your house, so don't play tricks on me. Hand him over quickly. Yun Xiaotian was 120% unconvinced, certain that Xiaofeng was inside. Clan leader Yun, Xiaofeng really has gone out. Shangguan Mu tried to explain earnestly. Is that so? If I find him in your house, you'll be in for it. Search. Yun Xiaotian waved his hand. And several experts from the Yun family were about to rush into the house. You dare. This is my home, and without my permission, you cannot barge in. Shangguan Mu extended his only hand to block the few people, preventing them from entering. There were many women in the house. What if they were frightened by their reckless intrusion? Stay out of this and know your place. You dared to obstruct me from capturing someone. Yun Xiaotian was filled with disdain and pushed him aside casually. Shangguan Mu was an ordinary person whose cultivation had been wasted, while Yun Xiaotian was a latest-stage master. Even without using much strength, a push from a master was something an ordinary person could not withstand. Shangguan Mu stumbled back several steps, ultimately unable to steady himself, and fell to the ground. Enduring such humiliation, he felt a deep sense of frustration, akin to a tiger being bullied by dogs in a lowly position. He couldn't help but think, if his cultivation hadn't been wasted 20 years ago, with his martial talent and the resources provided by the Kunlun War Department, he would have at least broken through to the late stage of the King of Men by now, or even possibly reached the early stage of an Earth Immortal. Would Yun Xiaotian still dare to be so arrogant in front of him? Would he still dare to bully him like this? He would have slapped him back long ago. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. He could only swallow his anger. Head of the family, we didn't find Xiaofeng. He's not here. A few people who had rushed into the house and turned it upside down returned to report after a few minutes. Damn it, he really slipped away. A monk can escape, but not the temple. I don't believe I can't find him, Yun Xiaotian said indignantly. He was eager to avenge his son and even more anxious to get the Kunlun order from Xiaofeng, wishing he could kill him right now. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Shangguan Mu. You have that kid's phone number, right? He asked. I do. Shangguan Mu's face looked very grim. Call him, I have something to say to him. Yun Xiaotian commanded. You call him yourself. Shang Wanmu, feeling angry, deliberately threw the phone on the ground. You dog, who told you to throw it around? Pick it up and hand it to me with both hands. A Yun family expert shouted angrily. I only have one hand, where am I supposed to get two? Shang Wanmu retorted. You dare to talk back? Just wait until I beat you to death. The expert walked over, ready to hit him. You dare. Don't forget I'm a retired senior from the Kunlun War Department. If you hit me, it's like slapping the War Department's face. Shang Wanmu trembled with anger. He originally didn't want to use the Kunlun War Department to elevate his status, as that didn't fit his character. But the other party was being too much, leaving him no choice. The effect was quite significant. The expert's raised hand stopped in midair. Not daring to strike his face. Forget it, let's not make a fuss over this small matter. Yun Xiaotian stopped his subordinate's actions. Although Shang Wanmu had been retired for many years and was a waste, having long lost any connection to the Kunlun War Department, it was almost impossible for the department to stand up for him. But what if? Therefore, he didn't want to offend Shang Wanmu too harshly. Another subordinate picked up the phone for him, and Yun Xiaotian found Xiaofeng's number in the contacts and dialed it. Soon, the call was connected. In a relatively nice Chinese restaurant in the city closest to the five poison sex lair. Yi Wushuang ordered a large table of dishes to properly thank Xiaofeng. Both she and Shang Wanfian had expelled the bitterness from their stomachs today and were very hungry, expecting to feast once the food arrived. However, upon seeing the various meat dishes, they both simultaneously recalled those bloody scenes, instantly losing their appetites and feeling nauseous. Only Xiaofeng was there, enjoying his meal heartily. Just as he was savoring his food, the phone rang. Hello, old man, we're eating, we'll be back soon. He thought it was Shang Wanmu worrying about their situation. Xiaofeng, you bastard, you killed my son and can still eat? Go eat shit. A harsh voice boomed. Yun Xiaotian? Are you looking for death? Xiaofeng coldly replied, guessing the identity of the caller. Ha, the one looking for death is you. Hurry back, I want to personally butcher you. Of course, you can choose not to come back, but I've sent someone to Fengqing to capture your sister. If I can't see you, I'll make sure she dies a miserable death. Yun Xiaotian threatened. Name a place, we'll meet in an hour. Xiaofeng's voice was icy and piercing. Alright, let's meet at the Yun family's underground arena. Remember to wash your neck before you come. I don't want to dirty my hands when I kill you. After saying that, Yun Xiaotian hung up the phone. Xiaofeng, what happened? Yi Wushuang asked curiously, noticing his grim expression after the call. Xiaofeng didn't answer her question but called his sister instead. It connected quickly, and after a few questions, he learned that his sister and Xinxingxue were at Uncle Lin's house and were not in any danger. Only then did Xiaofeng feel relieved, once again grateful for his wise decision to send them to Lin Yu's house. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble. The people Yun Xiaotian sent to Fengqing to capture Xiao Chirui would probably return empty-handed. Although his sister was safe, Yun Xiaoshan's intent to harm her had already crossed his bottom line. The consequences would be severe. Back to Jiangchang. Xiaofeng grabbed Shang Wanfian's arm and flew directly out of the restaurant window. Don't go so fast, wait for me. Yi Wushuang, still unclear about the situation, hurriedly paid the bill and quickly chased after them. Let's go to the underground arena. Yun Xiaotian noted down Xiaofeng's number, tossed the phone to Shang Wanmu, and left with a group of experts, excited. Watching them walk away, Shang Wanmu sneered, Xiaofeng is fine, but look at Wu Sanju, he can kill Wu Sanju, so dealing with you will be a piece of cake. You all look so happy now, but I wonder if you'll still be smiling when you see Xiaofeng. After the previous incident, he couldn't wait for all the experts from the Yun family to be killed by Xiaofeng. That would be satisfying. The underground arena was a not-so-profitable venture for the Yun family, mainly due to its remote location. Choosing this place for their meeting was primarily to prevent outsiders from entering and to avoid prying eyes. This way, once they killed Xiaofeng and obtained the Kunlun order, no one else would know, emphasizing secrecy. As soon as Yun Xiaotian arrived, he had people clear the area, waiting for only their own to remain before anticipating Xiaofeng's arrival. As the agreed time drew closer, the emotions of the Yun family members grew increasingly excited. Many began to crack their knuckles, eager to kill Xiaofeng. Every face was lit up with a relaxed and expectant smile. Time passed second by second. Finally, at a certain moment, the door to the underground arena was violently pushed open. Xiaofeng entered with Shang Wanfian appearing within everyone's sight. Hee, Xiaofeng, you came to deliver yourself to death, and you brought Shang Wanfian along to die too, wasting another life. But this is good, my son liked her so much when he was alive, so after killing her, they'll bury her with my son, letting them be a couple underground. Yun Xiaotian said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Pa, stop talking nonsense here. Shang Wanfian glared at Yun Xiaotian with hatred. On the way here, She had called her grandfather and learned that he had been bullied by Yin Xiaotian, which made her despise him even more. Just a day ago, she would never have dared to speak to Yin Xiaotian like this. After all, his status was too noble, a big shot who could crush her with a finger. But in the past 2 days, she had seen figures even greater than Yin Xiaotian fall at Xiao Feng's hands. With Xiao Feng by her side, she was no longer afraid of the arrogant Yin Xiaotian. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Feng's image in her heart had grown so tall and mighty. "You uncultured thing, daring to confront me like this, you'll regret it later." Yun Xiaotian shot a hostile glance at Shangguan Fian, already filled with anger. A lowly girl dared to speak disrespectfully to a person of his stature. It was simply outrageous. "You, the head of a prominent family, bully a woman like me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? By the way, just a reminder, you are all about to die, while I will live just fine." Shangguan Fian was unafraid, retorting sharply. "We are about to die? Ha ha, you really know how to joke, you've made me laugh to death." The members of the Yun family burst into laughter at her words, not taking her warning seriously, as it was impossible. Who could kill them here? Xiao Feng? He didn't have that capability. Yun Xiaotian was also doubled over with laughter, too lazy to argue with her, as there were more important matters to attend to. His gaze shifted to Xiao Feng, and he venomously said, "Kid, I still don't understand where you got the guts to kill my son. Did you not consider the consequences when you struck? Don't you know the power of the Yun family? Offending us is like killing a chicken. How dare you say that? What gave you the courage?" By the end, his expression was nearly twisted. "What is there to be afraid of? You think too highly of the Yun family. Not only do I want to kill your son, but I also want to wipe out all of you." Xiao Feng said nonchalantly. "Facing death, your mouth is still so tough. Don't think I can't see that you're pretending to be calm while you're actually terrified. Then I'll give you a chance for redemption. Let's see if you cherish it." Yun Xiaotian thought he had seen through Xiao Feng's facade, clapping his hands, and one of his subordinates brought over a portrait of Yun Wu. "Xiao Feng, first bow to my son and apologize, to comfort his spirit in heaven. Then hand over the Kunlun order, and if I'm in a good mood, perhaps I can make your death less painful. Otherwise, I will use cruel methods to make you die in endless agony." Yun Xiaotian raised his head, speaking arrogantly. "So it turns out you want the Kunlun order. You have quite the ambition." Xiao Feng scoffed. "Of course, the Kunlun order is not something a person like you deserves to possess. If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly, don't dawdle," Yun Xiaotian urged. "If you want it, then let's see if you have the capability." Xiao Feng took out a token from his pocket. It was indeed the Kunlun order. Upon seeing this token, Shangguan Fian's breathing quickened. She had heard her grandfather Shangguan Mu talk about the origin and significance of the Kunlun order. She knew that anyone who could obtain this token was a top figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Who would have thought that Xiao Feng actually had one? That Xiao Feng, wasn't he the dragon among men she had always dreamed of marrying? Once again, she felt a pang of regret for having broken off her engagement with him. The members of the Yun family also breathed rapidly, their eyes filled with greed as they stared at the Kunlun order. "Kid, you are too full of yourself, then I'll come to meet you. The Kunlun order belongs to those with strength, it belongs to our Yun family." A powerful figure at the initial stage of the King of Men had long looked down on Xiao Feng and was the first to charge out. Boom! As he moved, he exploded on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, the members of the Yun family were shocked and stunned. They all failed to see when Xiao Feng made his move, unaware of how he killed his companion. For a moment, fear gripped their hearts, and they were no longer as confident as they had been just moments ago. What a joke! With such little strength, how dare you say that only those with power can obtain the Kunlun order? Xiao Feng disdainfully glanced at the master who had turned into a mist of blood. The members of the Yun family, upon hearing this, turned pale, their expressions shifting from green to white as they struggled to comprehend Xiao Feng. "Everyone, don't panic. This kid is strange, he probably has a powerful weapon on him. There's no need to be alarmed. Let's all attack together and take him down," Yun Xiaotian suggested. No one disagreed. Almost simultaneously, over a dozen people charged at Xiao Feng from different directions. Bang, bang, bang. With each movement of Xiao Feng's hands, one person's body exploded. It didn't matter if you were a grandmaster or a king of men, under his attacks, there was no distinction. None could withstand his strike. The violent explosions echoed continuously in Yun Xiaoshan's ears, and his entire body was already drenched in the blood of his subordinates. Soon, everyone else was dead, leaving only Yin Xiaotian standing dazed 10 meters away from Xiao Feng, his face a mask of terror. Xiao Feng's unpredictable methods sent chills down his spine, making him feel utterly horrified. Old 7, what information have you gathered? This person didn't obtain the Kunlun order through medical skills but through extraordinary martial prowess. You have doomed me and the entire Yun family. From now on, the Yun family will fall into an abyss of no return. Yun Xiaoshan's heart was filled with immense sorrow. He hated old seven of the Yun family for not investigating thoroughly. If he had understood Xiao Feng's strength in advance, they wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Xiao Feng walked up to him, waved the Kunlun order in front of him, and asked, "Do you still want it?" "No, I don't want it," Yun Xiaotian stammered. "How does it feel to watch these people die one after another before your eyes?" Xiao Feng asked again. "It feels terrible." Yun Xiaotian was on the verge of tears. "It should feel terrible. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my sister will not die easily." Xiao Feng sneered, "Killing this man with a single strike would be too merciful. Of course, leaving Yun Xiaotian alive served another purpose. Do you know why I killed them all but spared you?" Xiao Feng continued to ask. "No, I don't know." Yun Xiaotian shook his head. "I want to give you a chance for revenge. I heard your grandfather is still alive. Just that he left the Yun family many years ago. If I kill you, he will definitely come looking for me to take revenge. How about this? Don't wait until later. You call him and tell him to come quickly for revenge." Xiao Feng said with a smile. The ancestor of the Yun family, Yun Zhenghe, was already at the late stage of the King of Men realm many years ago. He suddenly disappeared 19 years ago, as if he had evaporated from the world, and no one knew where he went. This incident had caused quite a stir and was no secret. Even Xiao Feng knew about it. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Feng was not in a hurry to kill Yun Xiaotian. He wanted to use him to lure out Yun Zhenghe, to eliminate him early and completely eradicate future troubles. Without removing this hidden danger, he always felt uneasy. Who knew when the other party would pop up to harm his loved ones? He had to be cautious. I don't know where the ancestor is." Yun Xiaotian groaned, trembling. "Not being honest, huh?" Xiao Feng placed his hand on his head. "I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. Please let me go." Yun Xiaotian was terrified to the extreme, his body stiffened, and suddenly he stopped moving. He was actually scared to death. "Damn it, you're too useless." Xiao Feng felt extremely frustrated. Once a person died, their memories would quickly fade away. The effectiveness of the soul-searching technique would be greatly diminished. He hurriedly performed the soul-searching technique and still managed to grasp some information. It turned out that Yun Xiaotian was telling the truth. He didn't know where Yun Zhenghe had gone, not even whether he was dead or alive. Xiao Feng felt quite helpless about this. Hopefully, the other party was dead, just don't pop up again later. At this moment, Yi Wushuang rushed over. She looked at the blood and shattered bones on the ground. Unsure of what to say. Xiao Feng had killed too many people today. First at the Northern Martial Alliance, then at the Five Poisons sect, and now here. If she didn't understand the reasons behind it, she would definitely think Xiao Feng was a murderer. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Feng asked. "Just came to take a look," Yi Wushuang replied. "Can't tell you enjoy the excitement." Xiao Feng chuckled. She rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that she didn't like watching such bloody scenes. She wouldn't be able to eat for days after seeing this. "When you get back to the War Department, help me look into someone," Xiao Feng said. "Who?" "Yun Zhenghe. I think I remember him. Hasn't he been missing for a while?" "I know he's missing, which is why I need your help to find out his whereabouts." "Alright, I'll have someone investigate it specifically." Yi Wushuang nodded. The three of them walked out of the underground arena. As was his habit, before leaving, Xiao Feng set a fire. Flames shooting up into the sky, turning the entire arena into a sea of fire. Because Yun Xiaotian had been very high profile about avenging his son, it became common knowledge in Jiangcheng. Many people were curious as to why Yun Xiaotian didn't kill Xiao Feng directly at the scene yesterday but waited a day to take revenge. This was clearly unusual. Was there something more to it? Those powerful families and factions sent people to investigate. Since Yun Xiaotian had warned outsiders not to enter, they could only watch from a distance. So, when they saw Xiao Feng and the others emerge from the sea of fire but didn't see the Yun family, the scene immediately erupted. I didn't expect him to be the one who survived. Where are the Yun family members? Where did they run off to? Isn't that obvious? With such a big fire, if the Yun family members could have come out, they would have done so long ago. They must have been killed by Xiao Feng. No way, is Xiao Feng that powerful? I don't think it's just him being strong. Didn't you see the war goddess with him? It must have been her who killed all the experts from the Yun family. That makes sense, it must be that way. Why would the war goddess help Xiao Feng deal with the Yun family? If you ask me, who should I ask? The crowd buzzed with discussion, and eventually, the topic mainly focused on the relationship between Xiao Feng and Yi Wushuang. Once Xiao Feng and the others walked far away, some strong individuals rushed into the sea of fire to check the situation. Although the scene was nearly burned to ashes, they still confirmed from some dried bloodstains that Jin Xiaotian and the others were all dead. In an instant, Jiangcheng was shaken. The higher-ups of those powerful families were excited. They urgently convened meetings to discuss how to divide the vast assets of the Yun family. With the loss of their top experts, the Yun family's status plummeted. Without those strong figures to hold the fort, the remaining members of the Yun family could not protect their assets at all. They would only have a share to be divided. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. It's easy to imagine that during this process, bloodshed would definitely occur. Those from the Yun family trying to protect their assets would be eliminated one after another. It wouldn't be long before the Yun family would exist in name only, or even be exterminated. Xiaofeng understood human nature well and was aware of the jungle law at play here. Therefore, he didn't go to the Yun family to wipe them out completely. Because it wasn't necessary for him to take action, many others would naturally step in. Why aren't you leaving yet? When they returned to the Shangguan family, Xiaofeng found Yi Wushuang still following him. It's not easy to get out for a while, can't I stay outside a few more days? Yi Wushuang said. Fine, do as you wish. Xiaofeng could easily see through Yi Wushuang's little scheme. She wanted to stick by him to learn his sword techniques. The news of the top experts from the Yun family being killed spread quickly. Shangguan Mu naturally learned of it as well. He was quite surprised that Xiaofeng had resolved the matter with Yun Xiaotian and the others so quickly. His efficiency was astonishing. Uncle Shangguan, long time no see. As soon as they entered the front yard of the Shangguan family, Yi Wushuang politely greeted him. Unmatched has come too. It's been many years since we last met. I remember the last time I saw you was 20 years ago, when you were just a little girl, said Shangguan Mu with a kind expression. When he retired from the Kunlun War Department, Yi Wushuang was only 12 or 13, looking completely different from now. If it weren't for the fame of the war goddess, with her photos easily found online, Shangguan Mu might not have recognized her at first glance. I plan to stay at your place for a couple of days, is that okay? Yi Wushuang asked. Of course, you're very welcome. Shangguan Mu laughed heartily, with no reason to refuse, and turned to the three, asking, You haven't eaten yet, have you? I've had the kitchen prepare quite a few dishes, let's eat together. Grandpa, I don't have an appetite. As soon as food was mentioned, Shangguan Fian felt nauseous. Not long ago, she had witnessed bloody scenes in the underground arena, making it even harder to eat. I don't have an appetite either. Yi Wushuang sighed, estimating that this aversion to food would last a few more days. I've already eaten, and now I need to head to Fengcheng. I'll let you know when I get back. After saying that, Xiaofeng lifted Shangguan Fian and flew into the sky, heading straight for Fengcheng. Previously, Yun Xiaotian had called him using Shangguan Mu's phone, and he was unsure if the Yun family had taken out their anger on Shangguan Mu. Therefore, after killing Yun Xiaotian, he decided to come by and check on him. Seeing that Shangguan Mu was safe, he could then attend to his business. You're leaving so soon? You're too busy. Shangguan Mu grinned, feeling that Xiaofeng was busier than anyone else. Uncle Shangguan, I'm going too. Xiaofeng, wait for me. Yi Wushuang was somewhat baffled. How could Xiaofeng just leave without a word? Why was he in such a hurry to go to Fengcheng? Was he going to kill someone again? How many people did he plan to kill? If it weren't for the Kunlun order in his hand, allowing him to kill at will, the Kunlun War Department would have already started hunting him down. Yi Wushuang secretly grumbled about Xiaofeng and hurriedly chased after him. Being carried through the air by Xiaofeng like a chick, Shangguan Fian felt miserable. Why is Xiaofeng so troublesome? I'm so tired, I just want to sleep. She was annoyed by Xiaofeng's fussiness. Xiaofeng felt the same way about her being a burden. He just hoped those mysterious men in black would show up soon so he could end this painful bodyguard life. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaofeng arrived outside the Xiao family manor in Fengcheng. He was in a hurry to return to eliminate the remnants of the Yun family. From Yun Xiaoshan's threatening words during their phone call, he learned that the other party had sent someone to the Xiao family manor to capture his sister, Xiao Chirue. He was determined to deal with the people sent by the Yun family. The manor's main gate was tightly locked, showing no signs of being pried open. This did not mean that no one had entered the manor. Warriors could easily jump in. With a leap, Xiaofeng stood inside the manor, spreading his consciousness out, leaving no corner unchecked. After scanning with his consciousness, he found no outsiders present. Everything inside the manor showed no signs of being searched or damaged. Xiaofeng was not discouraged. He closed his eyes and sensed the surrounding aura. Still, he did not capture any traces of outsiders from the last few hours. This was strange. Everything indicated that the people sent by the Yun family had not entered the manor. Perhaps they were still on their way and hadn't arrived yet? This possibility couldn't be ruled out. Because from the moment Yun Xiaotian decided to take action against Xiaofeng until now, less than an hour and a half had passed. It would take at least 2 hours for someone to drive over from Jiangcheng. Realizing this, Xiaofeng decided to wait. Yi Wushuang quickly caught up and, after learning the reason for Xiaofeng's visit, couldn't help but pout, thinking that Xiaofeng really didn't give his enemies any chance to escape. The waiting process was long. Shangguan Fian stood inside the manor, surveying her surroundings, wondering if this was Xiaofeng's home. Had he grown up here? Suddenly, she became very interested in Xiao Feng's past. What had he experienced to possess such immense power? It seems no one will be coming. 2 hours later, Xiao Feng gave up waiting. He suspected that Yun Xiaoshan's claim of sending someone to capture his sister was just a deliberate scare tactic. Unfortunately, Yun Xiaotian died too quickly and most of his memories faded. Through the soul-searching technique, he couldn't retrieve any relevant memories. Carrying Shangwan Fian, the three of them returned to the Shangwan family in Jiangcheng. Time rewound to more than 2 hours earlier. Yun family's sixth son was driving to Fengcheng when he suddenly received a call from his family, delivering the terrible news that the family head and all the top experts had died at Xiao Feng's hands. This left Yun family's sixth son terrified, his hands trembling, nearly losing control of the car and crashing into a tree by the roadside. It took him a long time to gradually calm down. While feeling an overwhelming sense of despair, he secretly felt fortunate to have been sent out by the family head to capture Xiao Feng's sister. Otherwise, he would have gone with the family head to confront Xiao Feng, and the consequences were unimaginable. One could say he had snatched back a life. He no longer had the courage to go to the Xiao family estate to capture Xiao Chirui. Provoking Xiao Feng would lead to dire consequences. I am now the only master-level martial artist in the Yun family. I cannot die. If I die, no one will be able to avenge the family head and the others. Family head and all my brothers and friends, I will definitely avenge you. Yun family's sixth son's eyes flickered as a thought formed in his mind. He planned to go overseas and inform that killing god about Xiao Feng possessing the Kunlun order. More than a decade ago, there was a terrifying organization in Longwa called the Killing God Hall. It was the most fearsome assassin organization in Longwa, responsible for countless deaths. At its peak, the Killing God Hall had nearly 3,000 members, each a master of assassination. Especially the hall master, Tang Xiao, whose cultivation was earth-shattering. It was said that he reached the mid-stage of the Earth Immortal realm many years ago, and with his endless assassination techniques, even latest-stage Earth Immortals were wary of him. Later, the Kunlun War Department, under the leadership of Yi Sanglong, paid a great price to eliminate the Killing God Hall. However, Hallmaster Tang Xiao did not die. He escaped Longwei using his superb concealment techniques and went to a small country in the southern Himalayas, where he ruled supreme. Over the years, Tang Xiao never gave up on the idea of returning to Longwei to reorganize the Killing God Hall. Unfortunately, with Yi Sanglong and the Kunlun War Department around, he did not dare to return. But he did not give up. He secretly built up his strength, waiting for the opportunity to arise. Since Yun family's ancestor, Yun Zhanghe, and Tang Xiao were old acquaintances, Tang Xiao had once sent people to win over the Yun family. However, at that time, the Yun family had too many considerations and feared the Kunlun War Department, so they neither agreed nor refused. Now, everything had changed. Yun family's sixth son was preparing to find a way to contact Tang Xiao. He believed Tang Xiao would be very interested in the Kunlun order that Xiao Feng possessed because obtaining it would allow him to return to his homeland openly. Yun family's sixth son intended to use Tang Xiao's hand to kill Xiao Feng and avenge the fallen strong members of his clan. With his mind made up, Yun family's sixth son set off to find Tang Xiao's subordinates who remained in Longwa. Xiao Feng, just you wait. The day the killing god returns to the country will be the day you meet your doom. Yun family's sixth son wore a cold smile. In the dead of night, the Shangwan family members were all asleep. Only the light in Xiao Feng's room was still on. He held a palm-sized Shuming crystal in his hand, and on the table lay several other ores obtained from the five poison sect's ancestor, Jin Chan. Xiao Feng was preparing to refine a Qiankuan ring. Due to material limitations, the quality of the refined Qiankuan ring would not be very high. With a whoosh, a ball of white flame erupted from his palm, fiercely burning the Shuming crystal under his control. Xiao Feng used his hand as a furnace and began his journey of artifact refining. Half an hour later, the flame in his palm extinguished, revealing a black ring. This was the Qiankuan ring. The surface of the ring had beautiful patterns, looking quite exquisite. It only has 5 cubic spaces, it's still too small. Xiao Feng put it on his left ring finger, and it could only be said to be passable. Having it was better than not having it at all. He put all the items on him, including the Kunlun order and 5 washing marrow and pulsation pills, into the bag. This made things much easier. He opened his computer and continued to work. Xiao Feng planned to write down 2 cultivation methods suitable for his sister and Xinxingxue, intending to give them both along with the washing marrow and pulsation pills tomorrow to help them embark on their cultivation journey. This was his idea from the very beginning. After cultivating, Xinxingxue and Xiao Chirui would not only enhance their own strength but also gain a long lifespan. This was what Xiao Feng hoped to see. He first typed 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden skill in a Word document. This skill was said to be created by the 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden, who later ascended to the immortal realm. It was considered one of the most powerful cultivation methods suitable for women in the spirit realm where Xiao Feng resided. It was perfect for Xinqing Xue. He believed her cultivation would rise rapidly. After more than an hour of typing, he finished. After checking for typos and omissions, Xiaofeng proceeded to write another cultivation method called Underworld Emperor Sutra. Considering that his sister belonged to the Nining body, which had extreme yin and cold attributes, he chose the Underworld Emperor Sutra, which matched her condition. Cultivating this method would be like adding wings to a tiger, achieving twice the result with half the effort. It would not only be easy but also incredibly fast. After nearly another hour of work, he finally finished. Only then did Xiaofeng close the computer and lie down to rest. He was highly alert and could sense any disturbance immediately. He was not worried about someone sneaking in to kill Shang Guanfian while he slept. Lying in bed, he recalled the events of the past few days, which had been quite a low tone after another. In a daze, Xiaofeng fell into a dream. That night, the wind was calm, and there were no further disturbances. Xiaofeng slept soundly and did not wake up until after 5 the next morning. He was awakened by the sound of Yi Wuxuan practicing her sword technique. Outside, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Once awake, Xiaofeng felt no sleepiness and simply got up. He went to the open space outside the courtyard and saw the spirited Yi Wuxuan wielding a short knife, skillfully slashing left and right. However, in Xiaofeng's view, this set of knife techniques was still too lacking. He did not disturb her and stood by to watch since he had nothing else to do. Upon noticing him, Yi Wuxuan put in even more effort. After finishing a set of dragon dance knife techniques, she had already broken a slight sweat. She casually wiped her face, put away the short knife, and ran over, saying, "Xiaofeng, how many points would you give my knife technique?" 1 point is already too much. Xiaofeng spoke honestly. When Yi Wuxuan heard he only gave 1 point, she was displeased. The dragon dance knife technique was taught to her by her grandfather, Yi Tsanglong, and was quite powerful. She had once escaped from the siege of 4 powerful land immortals, including Wu Sanju and Jin Shan, using this technique. She had always been proud of it. Naturally, she was unhappy to receive only 1 point. However, when she heard the words "is already too much," she nearly exploded. But thinking of Xiaofeng's strength, she felt that his critique might not be too unreasonable. "Since that's the case, then why don't you give me some pointers and suggestions?" Yi Wuxuan humbly asked. She was also a martial arts enthusiast, deeply obsessed with martial arts. Whenever there was an opportunity to improve her strength, she would often find ways to seize it. "No need for pointers, but I can give you a suggestion," Xiaofeng said. "What suggestion?" Yi Wuxuan looked at him with hopeful eyes, tilting her ear and adopting a listening posture. "I suggest you don't practice such low-tier knife techniques in the future," Xiaofeng said seriously. "You are driving me crazy." Yi Wuxuan, who usually had a good temper, was now stomping her feet in anger. "Since you suggest I shouldn't practice the dragon dance knife technique, then teach me a few moves." After a while, her anger subsided and she brought up the old topic again. "All right, hand me the knife." Xiaofeng did not refuse this time. He had a good impression of Yi Wuxuan, and since she was clearly determined to learn, he didn't mind teaching her a few moves, just like before, when he developed feelings for Yan Nantian. "Watch closely." Xiaofeng remained still for a moment, then moved like the wind. The short knife in his hand suddenly slashed out, the blade's wind howling. Before the first move had even faded, he reversed the knife and slashed upward again, then delivered the final downward strike. In less than a second, the demonstration was over. Yi Wuxuan's eyes widened, falling into a dazed state. The seemingly ordinary 3 strikes contained an incredibly terrifying destructive power. Especially the third strike, she vaguely saw a gap in the void where the blade had passed. She couldn't tell if she had misseen or if it was an illusion. It took her more than 10 minutes to blink and come back to her senses. "Did you learn anything?" Xiaofeng asked with a smile, wanting to test her comprehension. A lot. What kind of knife technique is this?" Yi Wuxuan asked curiously. "The 3 blades of annihilation. This set of knife techniques has only 3 moves. Each move is more powerful than the last. If you master this technique, crossing a small realm to fight on Earth won't be a problem," Xiaofeng said patiently. "Impressive. To master this technique, do you first need to comprehend the way of the knife within it?" Yi Wuxuan pressed on. "The sword has its way, and the knife naturally has its way too." "Correct. Do you have any understanding of the way of the knife?" Xiaofeng asked. "A little. I seem to have caught something from your knife technique, but I can't digest it right now," Yi Wuxuan answered honestly. "Then take your time to think about it. Understanding the way relies on yourself." Xiaofeng returned the short knife to her and added, "I need to step out for a bit. Keep an eye on things here." "Okay." Yi Wuxuan nodded. Xiaofeng returned to his room and sent the 2 martial arts texts he wrote last night to Xiao Chirue and Xinqing Xue, messaging them that he would come to find them shortly. After finishing this, Xiaofeng left. Before he departed, he noticed Yi Wuxuan practicing the 3 blades of annihilation and was surprised to find that she had already grasped the basics of this technique. Her talent was indeed impressive. He praised her and headed straight to Lin Yu's house. The two families were not far apart, so if anything happened, he could get there in the shortest time possible. Xiaofeng, why didn't you video call me last night? Upon arriving at Lin Yu's house and entering the room of his sister and lover, Xin Xingxue asked with a hint of grievance. I was too busy last night, writing martial arts techniques for you. Xiaofeng quickly made up an excuse. Humph. I'll forgive you this time. By the way, is the Nine Heavens mysterious maiden technique you sent me the one you mentioned? Xin Xingxue asked. Yes, can you understand it? Xiaofeng smiled. Who do you look down on? I'm a top student. Okay. Of course, I can understand it. Xin Xingxue pouted, feeling unconvinced. Ha, you're the smartest. Xiaofeng pinched her smooth, jade-like face, but Xin Xingxue swatted his hand away. Although she liked Xiaofeng's intimate gestures, she felt a bit shy with Xiao Churui nearby. You too, make sure to practice according to the contents of the techniques whenever you have time in the future. If you encounter anything you don't understand, remember to ask me anytime. Try to memorize the entire scripture as soon as possible, then delete the techniques from your phones. And remember not to tell anyone else to avoid attracting trouble. Xiaofeng said to the two of them. Okay. They both nodded in agreement, taking his words to heart. Also, here are the cleansing marrow and vein opening pills. Each of you gets one. Xiaofeng took out a small bottle from his Qianquan ring and poured out 2 pills. Instantly, the room was filled with a fragrant aroma. It smells so good. What does the cleansing marrow and vein opening pill do? Xin Xingxue asked. It can improve your constitution, expel impurities from your body, and make your skin better. Xiaofeng smiled. Wow, that's amazing. I want to eat it. Xin Xingxue unceremoniously took the 2 pills from Xiaofeng's hand, gave one to Xiao Churui, and they both swallowed them directly. The allure of the phrase can make your skin better is simply too great for women. Since the wash marrow and cut veins pill is only effective when the first one is consumed, taking more is of no benefit. Xiaofeng plans to give the other 3 to others. After all, keeping them for himself is pointless. As for himself, he doesn't need to take it. He can expel the impurities in his body just by practicing his techniques. Brother, is that a ring on your hand? I saw you take out a medicine bottle from it. Xiao Churui asked in confusion. Yes, I saw it too. What's going on? Xin Xingxue was also curious. This is a Qianquan ring, considered a magical artifact, which has its own space inside to store things. Xiaofeng briefly introduced the Qianquan ring. I see. I want one too. That way, I won't have to carry things when I go shopping in the future. Xin Xingxue said enviously. Xiao Churui was no exception. Don't worry, when I get more materials in the future, I'll refine a Qianquan ring for each of you. Xiaofeng wanted to fulfill the wishes of his 2 closest relatives as much as he could. Upon hearing this, Xiao Churui and Xin Xingxue were overjoyed. After spending the morning with his sister and Xin Xingxue, Xiaofeng prepared to head back after having lunch at Lin Yu's house. Before leaving, he called Lin Yu into the room and gifted him 2 wash marrow and cut veins pills. One for Lin Yu to take himself, and the other for Lin Yu's youngest son, Lin Yifei. Upon learning about the effects of the wash marrow and cut veins pill, Lin Yu was overjoyed, tightly clutching it in his palm. After taking the pill, it improved his constitution. He felt that he might be able to go further on the path of martial arts in the future. Around 1 in the afternoon, Xiaofeng returned to the Shangwan family. He found Yi Wushuang still practicing her sword techniques outside. Compared to the morning, she had made significant progress. Xiaofeng nodded secretly, realizing that she was on the verge of grasping the essence of the silent destruction sword technique. At this rate, she would master it sooner or later. The next 2 days were calm, with no enemies coming to seek revenge. Whenever Xiaofeng had free time, he would go find Xin Xingxue and Xiao Churui. Yi Wushuang, on the other hand, was completely immersed in her sword practice, reaching an obsessive level where she forgot to eat and sleep. During this time, the Yun family was essentially finished. A whale falls, and all things thrive. A once mighty family that stood for many years was thus completely devoured. As Xiaofeng had anticipated, the remaining members of the Yun family were unwilling to see their family's assets divided and resisted fiercely. In the end, there were no good outcomes. Those who died did so tragically, and those who survived were left in dire straits. The other 4 major families could kill members of the Yin family without facing legal repercussions, as long as they did not do it openly. After 5 days of protecting Shangwan Fian, with just over 2 days left until the end, Yi Wushuang finally stopped her training. Xiaofeng, in going back to the War Department. Thank you for teaching me the sword techniques, Yi Wushuang said gratefully, clasping her hands in salute. She had already grasped a lot of the silent destruction 3 blades technique. The rest could be understood slowly later. Go back then. This wash marrow and cut veins pill is for you. Xiaofeng tossed it to her along with the medicine bottle. Only 1 pill remained inside. Wash. Wash marrow and cut veins pill? Upon hearing the name of the pill, Yi Wuxuan's breath nearly stopped. She was overwhelmingly ecstatic. She knew the effects of the wash marrow and cut veins pill. It was a rare miraculous medicine that would bring great benefits after consumption. If sold on the market, it would surely attract a rush from many powerful individuals. She never expected Xiao Feng to be so generous, giving it to her without any conditions. Is it really for me? The surprise was so unexpected that Yi Wuxuan felt it was unreal. Sister, you're already holding the pill in your hand and you're still asking me if it's real? Isn't that nonsense? Xiao Feng was speechless. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Xiao Feng coughed lightly. That's more like it. Yi Wuxuan showed a proud expression. When you get back, don't forget to help me investigate news about Yun Zhenghe. As soon as you have any information, let me know immediately. Xiao Feng reminded her he got it. After saying goodbye to Shangguan Mu, Yi Wuxuan left. She had sneaked out for several days, and returning home would likely earn her a scolding from her grandfather, Yi Sanglong. The thought made her a bit anxious. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Yi Wuxuan flew high in the air, quickly heading towards Qianlongjian. Not long after leaving Jiangchang, she suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis wash over her. Without any hesitation, she executed a backflip, retreating several meters. Whoosh! A cold light shot out from the clouds she had just passed through. If she hadn't dodged in time, she would have likely been hit by it. Who's ambushing me? Show yourself! Yi Wuxuan hovered in the air, her gaze cold as she stared at the cloud ahead, gripping her short knife tightly, her voice icy. That was a close call, she could have been injured. She was still shaken by it. The little girl is quite quick on her feet, you managed to avoid that. It seems your brain hasn't been damaged during the 2 years you were unconscious. As the aged voice echoed, a man of medium build, wearing a black mask, stepped out from the clouds. Hee, so it's someone from the Dragon Slayers Association. You really are incorrigible, even after 2 years, you still wanna put me to death. Upon seeing the mask on the man's face, Yi Wuxuan's expression turned increasingly cold, with flames of hatred flickering in her eyes. 2 years ago, when Wu Sanju and the others attacked her, they wore similar masks. Thus, she speculated that this person might be from the Dragon Slayers Association. Dragon Slayers Association? Never heard of it. The masked man appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was anything but. How did she know I'm a member of the Dragon Slayers Association? Has our organization been exposed and the Kunlun War Department noticed? No, this news must be reported to the president immediately, otherwise the Dragon Slayers Association will eventually be destroyed by the Kunlun War Department. At that moment, the masked man thought of many things, and the more he thought, the more alarmed he became. Keep pretending, let's see how long you can maintain that act. Yi Wuxuan showed a disbelieving expression. In truth, she wasn't sure if he was from the Dragon Slayers Association. She said this to test him. What's there to pretend in front of a dead man? Little girl, I almost died at your grandfather's hands back then. I've always remembered that grudge. If I can't kill him, then he'll kill his most beloved granddaughter, so he can taste the bitterness of losing a loved one. As soon as the masked man finished speaking, his entire aura changed, a powerful malevolent energy surged from within him, gathering in his palm to form a black energy ball. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Yi Wuxuan's expression turned serious as she gripped her short knife tightly, ready to strike. Oh really? Then let's see. The masked man sneered. He had recently stepped into the midstage of the Earth Immortal realm, which was a level higher than Yi Wuxuan. Although there was only a small difference in their realms, the gap was like heaven and earth. In martial arts, the further one progressed, the greater the disparity in combat power between realms. Simply put, the masked man could easily take on 5 or 6 early-stage Earth Immortal experts without much trouble. Even if surrounded by 10 early-stage Earth Immortal masters, he could still escape unscathed. Therefore, he believed that killing Yi Wuxuan would be a piece of cake. Go! The black energy ball shot out from his palm, its terrifying lethality bursting forth, rushing towards Yi Wuxuan with overwhelming force. Faced with such a fearsome attack a few days ago, Yi Wuxuan would have definitely chosen to avoid it, not daring to confront it head-on. But now it was different. She was ready to face it directly. Silent 3-blade slash. First slash, heaven tilts. As the black energy ball was only a few meters away from her, Yi Wuxuan completed her preparation, raising her hands high with the short knife firmly gripped, and then she slashed down fiercely. A dazzling blade light poured down, carrying immense power as it struck the black energy ball. Boom! A violent collision echoed. The black energy sphere was unexpectedly sliced in half by the blade's aura, splitting into two and exploding as it spread outwards, shattering the surrounding clouds into fragments. Wherever it passed, the air was distorted by the shockwave. No wonder she's the goddess of war. She can even break my ultimate move. The masked man was utterly shocked but pretended to remain calm. His previous move, although not executed with full strength, was not something an ordinary early-stage land immortal could withstand. Yet Yi Wuxuang had done it. Moreover, she seemed to do it effortlessly, without expending much energy. How could this not alarm him? What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Yi Wuxuang said coldly. She was equally shocked inside. This was her first time using the Oblivion 3 blades taught by Xiao Feng in actual combat. She hadn't expected its power to be so immense. It should be noted that this was the weakest of the 3 moves. If she unleashed the latter two, she could not only kill the enemy but also severely injure them. Come again. The masked man had made up his mind to kill Yi Wuxuang and clearly would not let her off easily. He shook his powerful body, and more black malevolent energy erupted from within, instantly enveloping him. That black malevolent energy eventually gathered in his palm, continuously compressed until it was reduced to the size of a marble. Although small, its power was even greater than before, doubling the strength of that black energy sphere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black marble, under the masked man's control, shot towards Yi Wuxuang at an incredible speed. If it hit, Yi Wuxuang would almost certainly be blown to pieces. Oblivion 3 blades, second blade, star collapse. Yi Wuxuang was already prepared and struck out the second blade the moment her opponent made a move. A blade aura more brilliant and dazzling than before appeared, forcefully intertwining with the black marble. Boom, boom, boom. As the two energies touched, it was like a meteor colliding with the earth, with deafening explosions ringing out one after another. The terrifying energy continuously spread from the center of the explosion. Both the masked man and Yi Wuxuang were at the forefront, caught in the wave of the aftermath. They struggled to resist but were still pushed back several meters before stabilizing their stance. How is this possible? What sword technique are you using? Seeing Yi Wuxuang once again easily neutralize his attack, the masked man could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed. Yi Wuxuang had silently recited the Oblivion sword technique in her heart both times, so he was unaware of its name. The sword technique to kill you. The opponent was too powerful. Neither of his two strikes had managed to injure her, so it seemed he could only use his final move. Yi Wuxuang quickly adjusted her breath, secretly gathering her strength. Arrogant! I will make you understand who is killing whom. By this point, the masked man was enraged. He decided to use his strongest trump card, not believing he couldn't kill Yi Wuxuang. He swung his arms, and shadows of his palms flew. A massive illusory handprint formed in front of him, radiating a terrifying energy like an abyss. Due to the immense power of the illusory handprint, the consumption on him was exaggerated. Thus, as the illusory handprint was generated, his face turned significantly pale. Let's see what you can do to withstand my infinite handprint. Die. As soon as the masked man finished speaking, he controlled the illusory handprint to slam down on Yi Wuxuang. Oblivion 3 blades, third blade, all things Oblivion. Facing such a world-destroying attack, Yi Wuxuang went all out, not daring to underestimate it for a moment. In the blink of an eye, she fiercely struck out her third blade. Radiating light, it was as dazzling as a hanging galaxy. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the strongest moves from both sides collided. The continuous sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Put, put. Yi Wuxuang and the masked man were each sent flying backward for hundreds of meters. During the retreat from the residual force, both were spitting blood, suffering serious injuries. The mask on the masked man's face had cracked, threatening to shatter at any moment. Not dead? After a while, the masked man calmed down and realized that Yi Wuxuang was still alive. A strong sense of defeat surged within him, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. As a mid-stage powerhouse, he had used his strongest trump card, yet he still couldn't kill the early-stage Yi Wuxuang. This made him start to question his life. This is not scientific. Crack! The mask couldn't bear the pressure and shattered. He didn't want to expose his identity in front of Yi Wuxuang. If that happened, the situation would become serious. He quickly covered his face with both hands, enduring the intense pain in his body, and fled into the distance. Unable to kill Yi Wuxuang, he could only leave in frustration. The members of the Dragon Slaying Society would gather tomorrow for a meeting. He needed to recover from his injuries today and attend the meeting in the best condition. Yi Wuxuang did not pursue him. She was not feeling well herself. Although she wanted to keep him there, she knew she didn't have the ability to do so. Right now, she was unsure if there were any enemies nearby. She didn't dare to stay long. She increased her speed to the maximum and flew towards Qianlong Abyss. Once back there, everything would be safe. On the way, recalling the terrifying methods of the masked man, she felt a wave of fear wash over her. Thanks to Xiao Feng teaching her the Annihilation 3 blades, otherwise, this time would have been dire. She couldn't help but feel even more grateful to Xiao Feng. He had essentially saved her life twice. Recently, Xiao Feng had been quite bored, with nothing to do. A couple of days ago, he could still go find Shui and his sister to play, but now, both were engrossed in their training and had no time for him. To pass the time, he had no choice but to play chess with Shangwon Mu. Little did he know, someone was plotting to kill him. In a room of a 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng, the top powerhouse from the South Seas, Shadow, was on the phone reporting to his master, Saint Tiancher. "Master, I have found out who killed the Fire Cloud Master." Shadow's voice was sharp, indistinguishable as male or female, sounding quite eerie. "Who?" Saint Tiancher asked. "It was a person named Xiao Feng." Shadow replied respectfully. "Are you sure?" Saint Tiancher inquired. "It's about 80 to 90% certain. I verified it from multiple sources before concluding he is the killer." Shadow responded. "I trust you to handle this well." "Good, send me his relevant information first. Within 3 days, bring his head back to see me," Saint Tiancher said coldly. "Understood, master. But it won't take 3 days, you'll make my move tonight," Shadow said casually. Through his investigation, especially from the fact that Xiao Feng single-handedly eliminated the strongest batch of experts from the Yin family, he roughly judged that Xiao Feng's cultivation might have reached the early stage of Earth Immortal at the same level as himself. However, he didn't take it too seriously. Because he was best at assassination, especially at night, he could use the darkness to approach the target unnoticed. He was confident he could severely injure or kill Xiao Feng without him realizing it. "You handle the arrangements, I'll wait for your good news." After saying this, the call was disconnected. Shadow immediately sent the information he had gathered about Xiao Feng to Saint Tiancher. Now, he just had to wait for nightfall. Shadow wanted to complete the task as soon as possible and bring Xiao Feng's head back to report. Staying in the Dragon Kingdom, he always felt unsafe, fearing he would be targeted by the Kunlun War Department. Once targeted, he might not be able to return. The entire day passed without any incidents. Hey, why haven't those mysterious black-clad people made a move on Shangwan Fian yet? Could it be that they were scared off by what happened last time with Yin Nantian? They better not be like that. You must come. Otherwise, how can I find out the cause of my father's death and my mother's whereabouts through you? As the sky darkened, Xiao Feng, who had been bored all day, sighed. With the 7-day deadline approaching and still no sign of the mysterious black-clad people, he couldn't help but feel anxious. After dinner, he returned to his room. In the past 2 days, Shangwan Fian had not been seen. She had been staying in her room, not knowing what she was doing. This was fine, out of sight, out of mind. It prevented him from seeing her and affecting his mood. At 1 o'clock in the morning, there was no moon in the sky, nor any stars. The world was shrouded in darkness, with not a glimmer of light. Everyone in the Shangwan family was asleep. Xiao Feng turned off the light, lay down on the bed, and prepared to rest. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his heart and casually glanced at the window that had not been closed. There, in the darkness, nothing was visible. However, a cold smile appeared on Xiao Feng's face. "Finally here, very good." Xiao Feng clearly sensed a figure silently approaching in the dark. The visitor was none other than the Shadow Phantom. He had specifically waited until this time to kill Xiao Feng. The dark environment tonight was like a tiger gaining wings for him. This made him believe that the chances of killing Xiao Feng were greater and easier. The Shadow Phantom had always been confident in his ability to blend into the darkness. In such an environment, even a powerful Saint Tuo master might not be able to detect his presence in time. Let alone Xiao Feng, who was weaker than the Saint Tuo master, he would definitely not be able to notice. 5 steps, 4 steps, 1 step. When the distance between them was merely a step away. Looking at the motionless Xiao Feng on the bed, the Shadow Phantom's smile was particularly radiant. In his eyes, Xiao Feng resembled a dead man. "Kid, your time of death has come. To die at my hands is your honor," the Shadow Phantom thought to himself. Just as he was about to strike and deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Feng, suddenly, he found himself unable to move. He was frozen in place, as if time had solidified at that moment. A steady and powerful hand gripped his neck, ready to take his life at any moment. A strong sense of impending death surged over him. All of this was, of course, the work of Xiao Feng. Clearly, Xiao Feng had been lying on the bed just a second ago, and the next second he was standing up. Without the Shadow Phantom having any reaction, he had already seized his neck. A powerful force surged from Xiao Feng's right hand, forcibly entering the Shadow Phantom's body, suppressing all his cultivation. No matter how he tried to mobilize his spiritual energy, there was not a hint of movement. Why is this happening? What method did he use to discover my trace? And how could his strength be so strong, probably even stronger than the master? I have no chance of resistance in his hands. The Shadow Phantom's eyes nearly bulged out. The sudden turn of events left him terrified and disoriented, his mind in turmoil. Various questions flooded his mind. Sneaking around, hiding and showing yourself, what's the point of being so secretive? Do you think you can kill me with such petty tricks? Ridiculous. Xiaofeng shook his right hand, dispersing the black substance enveloping the shadow phantom, revealing a person who was neither fully male nor female before him. Where is everyone else? Just you? Xiaofeng mistakenly thought this person was one of those mysterious figures in black. Under his powerful spiritual sense, he found no second person nearby. This left him quite puzzled. What other people? The shadow phantom could actually speak fluent dragon language, and he asked in confusion, "Are you pretending to be dumb with me?" Xiaofeng tightened his grip, making it hard for the shadow phantom to breathe. "I'm not pretending. I have always been a lone wolf, always alone, there are no others." The shadow phantom desperately explained, fearing for his life, worried that Xiaofeng would choke him to death. "Where do you come from, and why do you want to kill me?" Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Xiaofeng asked. The shadow phantom wanted to save his life and had no intention of hiding. He prepared to push everything onto the Saint Tua master. Perhaps with such words, Xiaofeng might spare him. "Forget it, looking at you like this, you probably won't say anything even if you do, it might not be the truth. It'll just search your soul directly." Without waiting for the shadow phantom to speak, Xiaofeng placed his left hand on his head and cast the soul search technique. Let me speak, give me a chance, I swear I'm not stubborn. The phantom panicked. He had just paused for a second, trying to think of a way to shift the blame onto Master Xingtuo. But in that brief moment, Xiaofeng was already about to search his soul. There was no way out for him. He had never seen such an interrogation method. "Shut up, don't disturb others' rest." Xiaofeng tightened his grip on the phantom's neck, silencing him. The phantom had a belly full of words he wanted to say, but they wouldn't come out. He could only watch helplessly as Xiaofeng searched his soul, enduring a pain that was unbearable for ordinary people. "So you are Master Shengtua's servant, sent to kill me? I was worried about not being able to find his lair to kill him. I didn't expect you to come to me, revealing his location. You've done me a great favor. To express my gratitude, it'll make your death a quick one." With a powerful grip, Xiaofeng easily strangled the phantom to death. "No, don't kill me." This was the phantom's heartfelt cry just before he died. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Dead is dead. The phantom never expected that after being hidden by Master Xingtua for so many years and used as a trump card, he would die so aggrieved on his first mission. It was too unfair. But what could he do? He had provoked Xiaofeng. Carrying the body, Xiaofeng went outside and found a corner to burn the phantom's corpse clean. After checking the surroundings and confirming that the mysterious men in black had not arrived, he returned to the room in disappointment and continued to sleep. The next morning, in the southern region of Longwa, amidst towering mountains, there was a temporarily established cave. Inside, it was quite spacious, with a long stone table cut from rock placed in the center, flanked by 18 chairs. Except for 2 empty chairs, all the others were occupied. Without exception, everyone wore loose robes to conceal their figures and had masks with slight variations on their faces. They were all members of the Dragon Slaying Society. Those who could sit here had at least the strength of early Earth immortals. Each one was powerful, and every person's identity was quite special. There were rulers from certain superpowers, martial arts masters living in seclusion, ancestors from hidden families, and serious offenders wanted by the Kunlun War Department. However, this group of renowned figures fell silent in the presence of the man sitting at the head of the table, not daring to act recklessly. At the head, a man with long hair draped over his shoulders and wearing a golden mask lightly tapped his fingers on the stone table, with a stack of documents beside him. This man was the president of the Dragon Slaying Society. "President, you haven't called us to a meeting for over a year. Why did you suddenly summon us today?" a man on the left asked, his voice somewhat flattering. "Recently, something major has happened. 2 of our members have been killed. So I called you here to discuss avenging them." The president's voice was not loud, but it had a penetrating quality, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "I see, no wonder number 18 and number 15 didn't come," another person said, looking at the 2 empty chairs in surprise. To conceal their identities, they all referred to each other by code names. The ancestor of the 5 Poison sect, Golden Toad, was number 15, and Wu Sanju was number 18, also the last member to join the Dragon Slaying Society. "President, since those 2 members were killed, can you tell us their identities?" Number 9 asked curiously. "Golden Toad and Wu Sanju." The president directly revealed their names. Upon learning their identities, the crowd did not show too much surprise. The news of Wu Sanju's death had long spread, but no one knew that Golden Toad had also died. "President, who has such great ability to kill them both?" Number 7 asked, his voice very old. He was the masked man who had failed to ambush Yi Wuxuan yesterday. "The detailed information about the murderer is on this." The president gently waved his sleeve, and the documents by his side flew out one by one, finally landing precisely in front of each person. Everyone turned their gaze to the documents and saw written on them, murderer, Xiaofeng age, 20 years relatives, the extraordinary woman Jiang Lingwang's son cultivation experience, none possibly has been secretly cultivating martial arts realm, unknown suspected to be at the early stage of a terrestrial immortal or above, uncertain life experience, 7 days ago, nothing remarkable. 6 days ago, transformed from an ordinary person into a martial artist, first annihilated the Qin family of Feng City, killed the early-stage master Xianzhenzi and 5 members of the 5 Poisons sect. 5 days ago, cured Yi Wushuang. Obtained a Kunlun order, killed the Fire Cloud Man in Kusang, along with 1,000 armed personnel. 4 days ago, killed Wu Sanju and Jin Chan, as well as experts from the Yin family in Jiang City. Special note, when these people were killed, Yi Wushuang was present, so it cannot be ruled out that the murderer is Yi Wushuang, and that she did everything, nor can it be ruled out that Xiaofeng's strength has been exaggerated. Looking at the various experiences and achievements of Xiaofeng listed above, everyone was astonished. When did such a young powerhouse emerge in Long Country? However, this was not their primary concern. Everyone's eyes were fixed on one line, which stated that Xiaofeng had obtained a Kunlun order. This made their breaths quicken, and the fire of greed in their hearts burn fiercely, impossible to suppress. The allure of the Kunlun order was simply too great. Among those present, except for the transcendent president, it was hard for anyone else not to be tempted. Whoever obtained this item would be equivalent to possessing an ancient imperial sword and a golden medal for immunity from death, free to do as they wished. Just like the information recorded, Xiaofeng had recently killed so many people without facing any sanctions from the Kunlun War Department, as if nothing had happened. Just this alone made everyone drool with desire. However, the data indicated that Xiaofeng's strength was suspected to be very strong, having consecutively killed 2 terrestrial immortal experts within a day. Moreover, from the traces at the scene, it appeared that there had been no intense fighting between the two sides. This indicated that both Wu Sanju and Jin Chan were on the losing end. This made the members of the Dragon-Slaying Society weigh their own capabilities, questioning whether they had the ability to kill Xiaofeng and seize the Kunlun order. They didn't want to end up in a situation where they couldn't steal the chicken and instead lost their rice, not only failing to obtain the Kunlun order but also losing their own lives, which would be a terrible loss. Although Yi Wushuan was also present when Wu Sanju and Jin Chan died, the president concluded that it could not be ruled out that she acted alone to kill the two, with Xiaofeng merely playing a supporting role. However, everyone was not foolish. They were well aware of Yi Wushuang's strength, which was formidable but had not yet reached the level to crush Wu Sanju and Jin Chan. Therefore, everyone still believed it was Xiaofeng's doing, or that he had teamed up with Yi Wushuang. In either case, it indicated that Xiaofeng was not an easy character to deal with. I said when I established the Dragon Slaying Society that we are a family to support and help each other. And when one side is in trouble, the others must come to their aid. Now, with 2 members killed, this matter cannot just be left as is, we must seek justice for them. Is there anyone among you willing to take on this task to avenge the 2? As a reward, whoever kills Xiaofeng will have the Kunlun order, and no one else may covet or seize it. The president's voice rang in everyone's ears. Many were eager to try, but no one was willing to take on this task. They were all prominent figures, acting with caution. In situations where there was no absolute certainty and significant risk, they generally thought twice before acting rashly. The main concern was still Xiaofeng's strength. It should be noted that most of them were at the early stage of terrestrial immortals, not much stronger than Jin Chan and Wu Sanju. While everyone remained silent, carefully considering, number 7 was filled with wild joy. If it weren't for the mask on his face, the others would have seen the brilliant smile on his face. Ha, you fools, hesitating here and afraid to take on the task, all because you're worried that Xiaofeng single-handedly killed Jin Chan and Wu Sanju, fearing his strength. Indifferent, I can almost say with certainty that this was all done by Yi Wushuan alone and has nothing to do with Xiaofeng. He's not as powerful as you think, you're just scaring yourselves. That's fine, if you're too scared to take on this task, then I'll take it. It's like picking up a Kunlun order for free. I never expected my luck to be this good, heaven is treating me well. Thinking about how easily he could obtain the Kunlun order, number 7 nearly lost control of his emotions and burst out laughing. He was different from the others. He had fought with Yi Wushuan yesterday. Even when using his strongest trump card and going all out, he only managed to draw with Yi Wushuan, with both sides sustaining injuries. This shows that Yi Wushuan had hidden his strength far beyond everyone's understanding. Yi Wushuan definitely had the power to easily crush Wu Sanju and Jin Chan, killing them both decisively. More importantly, Yi Wushuang knew he was a member of the Dragon Slaying Society, likely having learned this from Wu Sanju and Jin Chan, who had previously attacked him, creating a deep-seated enmity between them. Yi Wushuang had ample motive to kill the two. Based on these 2 points, number 7 concluded that the culprit was her, not Xiaofeng. President, I'll take on this task. I will avenge our 2 members and let them rest in peace. Number 7 suddenly stood up, volunteering. The others were quite surprised, turning their gazes toward him, eager to understand where he got the confidence to agree so readily. Very well, once you complete the task, I will reward you further, the president said with satisfaction. Beneath the mask, a very strange smile appeared on his face. He had been worried that no one would dare to take on the task, which would disrupt his subsequent plans. But then number 7 agreed, which pleased him greatly. I hope everything goes according to my plan, he thought to himself. This matter was settled. The president immediately changed the subject, which was also the main purpose of this meeting. Everyone, our goal is to kill Yi Sanglong, eliminate the Kunlun War Department, and gradually take control of the entire martial arts world of Longwa. Now, under my arrangement, Yi Sanglong has sent Yen Nantian into that place. In just a few days, Yen Nantian will find himself in a predicament, and at that time, you will follow me to eliminate him. Yen Nantian is Yi Sanglong's right-hand man. If he dies, it will be like Yi Sanglong has lost an arm, making it much easier to kill him in the future. The president had always been someone who remained calm in the face of danger, unflinching no matter what happened. But this time, when he spoke about soon being able to kill Yen Nantian, his tone was noticeably excited. The others felt the same way. For various reasons, they were very dissatisfied with the rule of the Kunlun War Department and constantly wanted to overthrow it. If that happened, they could step onto the political stage and become the true rulers of Longwa. Therefore, upon learning that Yen Nantian was about to die, they all expressed great joy. As long as Yen Nantian died, under the wise and powerful leadership of the president, Yi Sanglong should be dealt with within 10 years. Today's meeting ends here. For the next half-month, you will all remain on standby, ready for battle, and await my orders, the president said solemnly. Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Dismissed. The president waved his hand, ending the meeting. Xianlong Abyss. After Yi Wushuang returned yesterday, he went straight into the cave to heal. It was only at this moment that the stone door of the cave slowly opened and a beautiful woman stepped out. Compared to the disheveled state he returned in yesterday, Yi Wushuang now looked much better. Wushuang, how is your injury? Yi Sanglong asked with concern. Much better, basically fine, Grandpa. Don't worry, Yi Wushuang nodded. Who exactly injured you? Tell me the details. Yi Sanglong asked heavily, a fierce anger rising on his face. 2 years ago, shortly after his granddaughter broke through to the early stage of a terrestrial immortal, she was ambushed by 4 powerful figures, sustaining severe injuries and being poisoned, nearly losing her life. Now, just a few days after waking up, she was attacked again. How could he not be angry in such a situation? Did those who harmed his granddaughter really think Yi Sanglong was easy to bully? I don't know who attacked me, only that he is at the midstage of a terrestrial immortal. Possibly a member of the dragon-slaying society, Yi Wushuang said. Yi Sanglong was quite surprised. Midstage of a terrestrial immortal? Yes. Yi Wushuang replied. Then how did you escape from him? Yi Sanglong questioned. At his level, he understood very well how strong a midstage immortal was. It wouldn't be difficult to kill his granddaughter at the early stage. I didn't escape. He was the one who got injured and ran away, Yi Wushuang said, rather boastfully. What? You drove him away? And even injured him? Yi Sanglong was no longer calm. Aren't I impressive, Grandpa? Yi Wushuang bragged. Impressive, impressive. How did you do it? This doesn't make sense, Yi Sanglong asked. Speaking of this, it's all thanks to the Annihilation 3 Blades technique that Xiaofeng taught me. With this set of sword techniques, I was able to come back alive. Yi Wushuang revealed the truth. I see. Yi Sanglong suddenly understood. He was very curious about the Annihilation 3 Blades and asked his granddaughter to demonstrate it. Yi Wushuang had no reason to refuse, drawing her short knife and striking out fiercely. Just like when Xiaofeng taught her the sword technique, she only executed 3 strikes, and the demonstration ended. TSK. This set of sword techniques is remarkable. Although it only has 3 simple moves, it simplifies the complex and contains the principles of the Great Tao. No wonder it comes from the hands of Taoist Xiao. It truly is exquisite and breathtaking. Yi Sanglong praised endlessly, marveling repeatedly. Last time, when Xiaofeng taught Yen Nantian the sword path, he gained a lot and had a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. This time, after watching his granddaughter's demonstration, he also gained significant insights into the knife path. His overall strength had unknowingly improved a bit. By the way, you just said the person who attacked you is from the dragon-slaying society? Yi Sanglong suddenly remembered this matter. Possibly, Grandpa, do you know about the dragon-slaying society? Yi Wushuang asked. I don't know. This is the first time I've heard of it, Yi Sanglong said. Oh, I thought you knew. The dragon-slaying society is too overbearing. The 4 who attacked me 2 years ago also came from this organization. They have repeatedly tried to kill me, so you must find a way to root out the dragon-slaying society quickly and avenge me. Yi Wushuang said. I will. How do you know the people who attacked you 2 years ago were from the dragon-slaying society? Yi Tsanlong asked curiously. He had spent quite a bit of time and still hadn't uncovered this information. Xiao Feng told me. He killed Wu Sanju, the leader of the Northern Martial Arts Alliance and the ancestor of the Five Poisons sect, Jinshan. Through soul searching, he learned they were from the dragon-slaying society and were involved in the attack on me back then. Yi Wushuang briefly explained. Xiao Feng has helped us a lot again. When we have time, we must properly thank him. Yi Tsanlong said sincerely. Xiao Feng asked me to help him investigate news about Yun Zhangyi, Grandpa. I'll leave this to you. Yi Wushuang smiled. I'll send someone to investigate right away. Your Uncle Yen has gone out to carry out an important mission. You should work a bit harder recently and help him handle the affairs of the War Department. Don't leave the War Department again. Yi Tsanlong reminded. When mentioning his adopted son Yen Nantian, for some reason, he felt uneasy. This feeling hadn't arisen in many years. The last time was when his granddaughter was attacked by 4 people. However, considering his adopted son's strength, he felt he might be overthinking it. By tomorrow night, the mission will be over. Finally, we've made it to this day. In the evening, Xiao Feng stayed in his room, looking at the date on his phone, feeling quite good. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came. Xiao Feng flicked his fingers, opening the door from a distance. Shaner, the medicinal herbs you asked me to buy are all here. Shang Wanmu was holding several bags, and a few servants behind him were also carrying large and small bundles of herbs. Thank you, old man, just put them here. Xiao Feng pointed to the ground. After a few days of training, his sister and Xin Xingxue, under his guidance, had found their sense of qi. Once martial artists reach this stage, they can begin to try to absorb the spiritual energy from the world. However, the two had tried multiple times without absorbing any spiritual energy. It wasn't until today that they sought his advice. Xiao Feng suddenly remembered that he had absorbed all the spiritual energy on earth in one go. And there wouldn't be any for a short time. How could his sister and Xin Xingxue possibly absorb it? There was no way. Xiao Feng had to think of another solution. So he asked Shang Wanmu to help buy a batch of precious Chinese medicinal herbs, planning to refine some qi condensing pills for the two to use in their training. The herbs for the qi condensing pills were not easy to buy, and Shang Wanmu had spent a lot of effort to acquire them. These herbs cost over 20 million in total, a frighteningly high price. Fortunately, Xiao Feng had plenty of money. His father's inheritance alone was worth tens of billions. 20 million was just a drop in the bucket for him. After Shang Wanmu and the servants left, Xiao Feng opened the packages one by one, preparing to start refining the qi condensing pills. Just at that moment, an unexpected guest arrived at the Shang Wan family. A man dressed in a large black robe and wearing a mask stepped out of the darkness. Ignoring the servants' attempts to stop him, he swaggered into the front yard as if he were the master of the house. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Shang Wanmu rushed out upon hearing the commotion, asking with a wary expression. You don't have the right to know my identity. The masked man looked up at the second floor, locking eyes with Xiao Feng, and coldly said, You must be Xiao Feng, come down and die. He recognized Xiao Feng at a glance, having seen his photo in the materials collected by the president. At that moment, Xiao Feng appeared to him like a shining Kunlun order, making him swallow hard. He was once again glad he was clever enough to take on this simple task, scoring a big advantage for nothing. Just thinking about the easily obtainable Kunlun order made the corners of his mouth rise wildly, revealing a smug smile. You come from the Dragon Slaying Society, right? I suppose you're here to take revenge for Wu Sanju and the others. It seems I have to kill all the members of your organization to completely resolve this trouble, otherwise you will keep coming to bother me. When Xiao Feng heard the noise, he put down his work and went to the window. Seeing the man's outfit and recalling the scene of the Dragon Slaying Society members meeting from Wu Sanju and Jin Chan's memories, he guessed the identity of the person before him. You know quite a bit, it must be Yi Wushuang who told you. No matter, he'll kill everyone present and this secret won't leak out. Xiao Feng, you've been quite popular lately. Don't think I don't know that your glory and your killing spree rely entirely on Yi Wushuang's backing. Now that she's not by your side, let's see what you have to be arrogant about. Stop resisting, come down quickly and let me kill you. I don't want to say it a third time. The masked man waved at Xiao Feng, adopting an attitude that brooked no refusal. Shang Wanmu and Shang Wanfian watched him point and gesture at Xiao Feng, looking at him as if he were a fool. They all had the same thought. Great, another guy looking for death. Why provoke Xiao Feng of all people? What was the difference between this and sending oneself to the guillotine? You talk too much. Xiao Feng raised his right hand and pointed at the masked man not far below. A seemingly ordinary surge of energy shot out from his fingertip. Still thinking of resisting such a trivial skill, how dare you? The masked man faced Xiao Feng's attack with disdain. Casually, he struck out with a palm, attempting to disperse the incoming force while still spouting sarcastic remarks. However, before he could finish his sentence, it turned into a scream. His right hand, upon barely touching the force, was easily pierced through like tofu. Not only that, the force continued to fly at high speed, instantly drilling into his abdomen, shattering his dantian and rendering him a cripple. The entire process took less than a second. It was incredibly fast. What have you done to me? What technique did you just use? How could it be so terrifying? The masked man was filled with terror, knowing his dantian was shattered but unwilling to believe it was true. You talk too much and keep asking questions. Xiao Feng leaped in front of him, pressing a hand on his head. He was about to use the soul-searching technique. What do you want to do to me? The masked man asked in panic. Shut up! Xiao Feng slapped him hard, knocking off the mask and revealing a horse-like face. Oh, you're the deputy master of the Dragon King Hall and you're still alive. Shangwan Mu, standing nearby, exclaimed after clearly seeing the masked man's appearance. Over a decade ago, the Dragon King Hall, like the god of killing hall, was a powerful force. Due to their numerous harmful deeds against the country and its people, they were ultimately eradicated by the Kunlun War Department. As the deputy master, he had narrowly escaped disaster and survived until now. For years, his name had remained on the wanted list of the Kunlun War Department and he never expected to encounter it here. As a former high-ranking member of the War Department, Shangwan Mu was quite familiar with these wanted individuals. Amidst the screams, Xiao Feng completed the soul search. Indeed, he was the deputy master of the Dragon King Hall. Damn it, being too clever backfired. I thought I was smart, while the other members of the Dragon Slaying Society were fools. In the end, I was the fool. If I had known you were this powerful, I wouldn't have dared to take on this task, thinking I could get my hands on the Kunlun order from you, the masked man said regretfully. Xiao Feng listened calmly until he finished, took a picture of his face with his phone, then exerted force, ending his life and burning his body to ashes. This person attacked Yi Wushuang yesterday, and neither side gained any advantage. The Dragon Slaying Society is planning to deal with Yen Nantian soon, and Yen Nantian has already fallen into their trap? They will make their move on Yen Nantian in a few days. Through the soul search, Xiao Feng obtained a lot of information. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any identity information on the other members. Since he knew, he had to inform Yi Sanglong. But before that, he had something important to do. Come with me. Without waiting for Shangwan Fian, who was peering out the window to watch the commotion, to agree, Xiao Feng grabbed her arm and quickly flew away. He needed to head to the cave where the Dragon Slaying Society held their meeting during the day to collect the auras of the other members and the president. Now, he and the Dragon Slaying Society had completely become enemies. They intended to kill him and would not let him off easily. Therefore, Xiao Feng planned to take the initiative and eliminate that group entirely. The meeting was held in the morning, and there should still be residual auras at the scene. As long as he could capture them, he could use the great tracking technique to slowly find them, eventually pulling out and slaying all the members one by one. The longer the time interval, the fainter the residual aura would become. This was also why he was in such a hurry to get to the scene. You're so rude, why do you have to take me with you wherever you go? Shangwan Fian was unwilling as Xiao Feng carried her through the air. However, she didn't dare to say anything disrespectful in front of Xiao Feng, fearing that it would anger him and lead to her immediate death. From what she knew of Xiao Feng, he was capable of such things. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the night, two figures flashed by. Over an hour later, Xiao Feng descended into the towering mountains and dense forests, following the memories of the masked man to find the location of the cave. However, upon arriving here, Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. The entrance of the cave was piled high with rubble, and the entire cave had been destroyed, completely collapsed. Standing on the debris, Xiao Feng's expression fluctuated between dark and light. The president of the Dragon Slaying Society was indeed cautious, having destroyed the scene and cleaned up all traces, making it impossible to track. Xiao Feng closed his eyes and carefully sensed for a while, but he did not catch any human presence. The enemy is too cunning, their secrecy is too well done, it will be difficult to root them all out. Xiao Feng had to admit that he had encountered an old fox this time. He did not give up. Wherever they passed, they must have left something behind. As long as there had been activity, there would always be some traces left. Xiao Feng was unwilling to let the Dragon Slaying Society members go like this. Leaving this threat behind would not be good at all. He centered himself and began searching around. Shangwan Fian, not knowing what he was doing, yawned beside him, feeling utterly bored. Soon, more than half an hour passed. Shangwan Fian was almost losing her patience. Just as Xiao Feng was patiently searching for the enemy's traces, he suddenly looked up towards the dark area on the left. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of dense footsteps emerged. Soon, a group of men in black emerged from the dense forest. Each of them exuded a terrifying killing intent. Their gazes were all locked onto Shang Wanfian. "Who are you?" Shang Wanfian's face turned pale. Frightened, she retreated behind Xiaofeng. She had seen this group of people before. Days ago, they had tried to kill her. Fortunately, at that time, Yan Nantian was in Jiangcheng, not far from the Shangwan family, and he had saved her in a critical moment, driving away this group of men in black. She never expected to encounter them here today. She had witnessed the fierce battle between Yan Nantian and this group, knowing that each of them possessed extraordinary skills. From the conversations between Yan Nantian and her grandfather, she learned that at least 7 of these people were at the Earth Immortal level, and among them was a peerless powerhouse in the late stage of Earth Immortal. Although she knew Xiaofeng was very powerful and capable of easily killing Earth Immortal experts, the number of opponents was too great, and she was uncertain whether Xiaofeng could handle it. Therefore, she felt extremely anxious and uneasy at this moment. Caw, caw, caw. In the pitch-black night, a group of crows circled and cawed chaotically in the branches. Hearing this ominous sound, Shang Wanfian became even more unsettled. There were a total of 13 men in black, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately formed a siege, surrounding Xiaofeng and Shang Wanfian in the middle. "Finally found you, now, you can die." The leader of the men in black was a latest-stage Earth Immortal expert. His voice was cold, as if it did not come from a living person. He held an ancient-looking bronze mirror in his hand, the back engraved with 9 golden phoenixes in various forms. A light spot appeared on the mirror's surface, corresponding to Shang Wanfian. He was using this mirror to accurately lock onto Shang Wanfian's position. Days ago, they had found Shang Wanfian at the Shangwan family and were about to strike when unexpectedly, Yan Nantian appeared. Not only was Yan Nantian at the late stage of Earth Immortal, but he also had profound attainments in the sword path. The two sides fought fiercely, and in the end, they were unexpectedly unable to defeat him, suffering injuries on both sides. Reluctantly, they could only retreat to a hidden location to avoid the confrontation. After several days of recuperation, they set out again tonight, vowing to kill Shang Wanfian and complete the task assigned by their superiors. Dragon Kingdom people? Xiaofeng was slightly taken aback upon hearing them speak fluent dragon language. Yi Sanglong had once told him that these mysterious men in black might come from beyond Earth. However, the language they used was from the Dragon Kingdom. This puzzled Xiaofeng. Could it be that these were locals from the Dragon Kingdom? "I have no grievances or enmities with you. Why do you insist on putting me to death?" Just as Xiaofeng was puzzled, Shang Wanfian asked a question that had weighed on her heart for days. "If you want to blame someone, blame the filthy blood that flows within you. All the remnants of your lineage must die. In your next life, remember to choose a good womb. And don't get involved with the Phoenix clan again. Kill." The leader of the black-clad men issued the order to execute. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 black-clad men suddenly vanished from their spots, and the next moment, they appeared beside Xiaofeng and Shang Wanfian. They intended not only to kill Shang Wanfian but also to eliminate Xiaofeng. The glint of swords flashed as the sharp blades in their hands swiftly lunged toward the throats of the two. Bang! Bang! The sound of explosions erupted. The 2 men, who had just been filled with murderous intent, instantly exploded on the spot, their bodies turning into a mist of blood. They didn't even have time to scream before meeting their demise. So fast. The other black-clad men were all taken aback by this scene, their faces changing dramatically. Especially the leader, whose brows furrowed tightly. "Who are you?" he asked in horror. "I am Xiaofeng, son of Xiao Jiangwo." Xiaofeng fixed his gaze on the other man's eyes, deliberately revealing his identity as Xiao Jiangwo's son to gauge the other's reaction. If the reaction was significant, it would indicate that the person might be his father's killer. However, the other man's expression showed no change, as if he had never heard the name Xiao Jiangwo before. "And who are you?" Xiaofeng inquired. "I am someone you cannot afford to offend. Kill." The leader was clearly a ruthless character who spoke little. Not wanting to get entangled with Xiaofeng on this topic, he issued the death order again. This time, he took the lead, charging forward with the remaining 10 subordinates to attack Xiaofeng. The 2 subordinates who had just been killed were both king-level martial artists, not top-tier, so they were not overly flustered. They believed that with so many of them, they could easily deal with Xiaofeng. However, ideals are often grand, while reality is harsh. Just as they moved and had not yet approached Xiaofeng, the latter acted. He pushed both hands forward, and an unstoppable ripple spread rapidly from his body in all directions. Bang! 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 Bodies burst like fireworks, one after another. In that brief moment, 9 out of the 10 had already perished. Only the leader remained. He was not unscathed, being swept by that strange ripple, his seemingly indestructible body cracked, with wounds forming on the surface of his skin. The reason he survived was not that he was the strongest among the black-clad men, but because Xiaofeng had shown mercy, wanting to keep him alive. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as the others, turning into a mist of blood. Who exactly are you? In a place like Earth, where spiritual energy is scarce and martial arts are in decline, how could a powerhouse like you appear? The black-clad man screamed in disbelief. Oh, from what you said, you are not from Earth. Xiao Feng was confused by him, and a strong interest arose. He flashed forward to stand before the leader. Startled, the latter suddenly drew his sword and lunged at Xiao Feng's chest. This strike contained all his strength. It was his strongest attack. Crack! Xiao Feng simply pinched with 2 fingers, effortlessly breaking the sword. The leader's assault receded like a tide. At the same time, Xiao Feng lightly patted his shoulder, and a terrifying force surged into his body, causing the spiritual energy in his dantian to scatter chaotically, unable to circulate anymore. I want to ask you some questions. Will you answer on your own, or should I take matters into my own hands? After easily subduing him, Xiao Feng asked in a deep voice. Kill me, give me a quick end. I won't say anything. The leader's heart was like dead ash, yet he responded with unwavering determination. He felt extremely frustrated. He had thought that by coming to this backward place called Earth, he could dominate with his strength and be invincible. Who would have thought that first he encountered the formidable Yan Nantian and returned defeated from the first battle? Now he has run into this young man who is even more extraordinary than Yan Nantian, and to lose his life here is simply too frustrating. Ah, why must it come to this, forcing me to search your soul? There was no point in saying more. Xiao Feng placed one hand on the head of the leader. Soul-searching technique? How could you possibly know such evil celestial arts? You can't search my soul this way. I won't let you succeed. The leader screamed in agony. Suddenly, his eyes lost their vitality, blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and his body stiffened. He's dead. How could this happen? Someone has set a restriction in his soul. Using the soul-searching technique immediately triggered the restriction, causing his direct death. Xiao Feng looked at the lifeless leader, feeling quite frustrated. He had actually been on guard against the other party committing suicide to avoid affecting his soul search. In the end, he had still been careless. He never expected that there would be a restriction within the other party's soul. As a result, he was unable to search the soul. He didn't obtain any useful information. However, Xiao Feng was not too disheartened, because he had already noticed that among this group, there was still one survivor who had never shown himself, hiding in the distance. Just now, that person had seen the situation was not right and had already fled. All he needed to do was follow that person, and perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. Without further ado, Xiao Feng took off with the still shocked Shang Wanfian, chasing after the target. He followed at a steady pace behind. Is this how it ends? Those people were killed by Xiao Feng before they even made a move? Xiao Feng's strength. I'm afraid it's among the top in the world. After quite a while, Shang Wanfian finally came to her senses. Staring blankly at Xiao Feng's profile, her feelings were extremely complicated. The longer she interacted with Xiao Feng and the deeper her understanding of his strength, the more regretful she became. The only survivor was neither fast nor slow. He headed west all the way, eventually entering the remote Kunlun Mountains. After flying for a while, he finally stopped in front of a uniquely shaped peak. This towering mountain resembled a colossal beast from ancient times, with a gaping maw as if it were choosing its prey to devour. At this moment, the sky had already brightened. Xiao Feng had spent over 10 hours tracking this person. He was fine, full of energy, feeling no fatigue at all. In contrast, Shang Wanfian and the survivor were both exhausted. Due to Xiao Feng's exceptional counter-tracking skills, until now, the survivor had not noticed their presence and thought he was safe. Feeling a bit smug, Xiao Feng hid not far away, silently watching him, wanting to see what actions this person would take next. After resting for a moment, the survivor approached the edge of the mountain peak, with a bottomless abyss beneath his feet. He twisted his neck to look around, confirming that no one was nearby, before taking out a 10-centimeter-long bottle from his pocket, uncorking it, and pouring its contents into the void above him. The bottle contained blood. As the blood stained the void, that formless space immediately reacted, rippling in waves. Soon, the ripples settled, revealing a transparent barrier, not very large, only a few square meters. It looked like a projection screen hanging in the sky. Seeing this magical scene, Shang Wanfian's mouth fell open, feeling as if her understanding had been overturned. Compared to her shock, Xiao Feng appeared much calmer. Wasn't this just a barrier between two spaces? What was so surprising about it? From this, it could be inferred that this group of mysterious black-clad individuals was indeed, as Yi Tsanglong had said, not from Earth but from an adjacent space. Lin Qi, why did you come back alone? Where are the others? In the void, several people appeared within the transparent barrier. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, questioning the survivor, reporting to Elder Qi. Everyone else was killed by a young man. Our mission has failed, and the remnants of the Phoenix clan are still alive. The survivor named Lin Qi said in panic. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Truly disappointing. I went through so much effort to get you out, and this is the result? A bunch of useless trash. Inside the barrier, Elder Chi, dressed in a black robe, was utterly disappointed and spoke in a furious tone. Elder Chi, I failed in my duties and am willing to accept punishment. Please bring me back. Lin Chi, having been criticized, dared not utter a word of complaint. Right now. He just wanted to return quickly, otherwise, if that young man found him, he would be finished. Last night, fortunately, the leader had assigned him to keep watch from a distance to prevent Yen Nantian from attacking, so he did not participate in the direct confrontation with Xiao Feng, which allowed him to keep his life. Otherwise, his fate would not have been any better. He would likely end up like his companions, with no bones left. Thinking of the strength Xiao Feng had displayed sent chills down his spine. Enough! I'll deal with you when you return. This time, you can escape the death penalty, but you can't avoid the punishment. Elder Chi was very dissatisfied with this subordinate. Grumbling, he took out a large bell over a meter tall from the Qian Kuan ring in his hand. Aiming the bell at Lin Chi outside the barrier, he began to chant incantations. Soon, the bell resonated and its entire body shone brightly. A golden light burst forth from the bell, piercing through the barrier and illuminating Lin Chi, who stood at the edge of the mountain. Relax your whole body and empty your mind. I will guide you back. Elder Chi reminded him, exerting more effort to control the bell as spiritual energy continuously surged from his body into the bell, making the golden light even more brilliant. Wrapped in the golden light, Lin Chi's body lifted off the ground, slowly moving toward the barrier. This barrier was extremely sturdy, impervious to external forces. Only through the guidance of special artifacts could one enter. Just as Lin Chi's body was about to pass through the barrier, whoosh! Xiao Feng, hidden in the distance, suddenly rushed over at an incredible speed. Entering the golden light, he grabbed Lin Chi's ankle with one hand and yanked him back, causing Lin Chi's body to rapidly retreat. It's you! Lin Chi recognized Xiao Feng's face and was terrified. How could this guy be here? Why hadn't he noticed him before? He didn't have time to think too much, his body was torn apart and exploded. Kid, you have some nerve to kill my people. How outrageous! I will kill you! Elder Chi, controlling the bell, was furious at this scene, his anger almost causing him to grind his teeth. Kill me? I'll kill you first. Xiao Feng surged upward in the golden light, and in the blink of an eye, he touched the barrier, a powerful resistance blocking him from entering. At the same time, the attraction created by the golden light was slowly pulling him inward. Overall, the resistance of the barrier was much greater. Just relying on the guidance of the golden light would take several minutes to enter. With a formidable enemy at hand, the enemy could close the barrier at any moment, and Xiao Feng didn't have that much time to wait. Immediately, he unleashed the great cutting technique. A cold light shot out from his palm, cutting a gash in the solid barrier. Taking the opportunity, his upper body slipped inside, allowing him to see the scene within the barrier clearly. Inside was a vast space, stretching endlessly. In addition, a large number of martial artists were gathered around him, all looking at him coldly, seeking death. An elder, seeing half of his body enter, took the initiative to attack, wanting to seize the opportunity to kill him. Boom! Xiao Feng raised a palm, colliding with the elder's hand. The elder spat blood on the spot, his body flying backward, and before he hit the ground, he was already dead in midair. Seeing the elder's death, everyone inside the barrier was utterly shocked. The elder was a strong practitioner at the initial stage of foundation building, and he was killed with a single palm? The key point was that the murderer came from the backward earth. This was enough to drop their jaws in shock. I will crush you to ashes. Elder Chi, witnessing the tragic death of his capable subordinate, could no longer contain his fury. He set down the large bell in his hand, his entire aura swelling with overwhelming rage, and lunged at Xiao Feng, delivering a devastating punch. Unafraid, Xiao Feng met the attack with a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a thunderous sound. Put! Elder Chi also spat blood on the spot, a blood arrow shooting from his mouth. His entire right arm exploded, turning to dust. His mangled body was sent flying back by the immense force of the punch, landing hundreds of meters away, motionless, uncertain of his fate. Hiss! Within the barrier, many gasped in shock. Even Elder Chi, at the mid-foundation stage, was left in a state of uncertainty after being struck by this young man, while he himself had only staggered back a bit, seemingly uninjured. This was simply too outrageous. The mid-foundation stage does have some skill, Xiao Feng thought to himself. Just now, after exchanging a punch with Elder Chi, he felt a tingling in his fist. The realm behind the earthly immortals was the foundation establishment realm. This realm is divided into 4 smaller stages: early, mid, late, and great perfection. He had essentially crossed 2 smaller stages to defeat Elder Lin in one move. This achievement was enough to look down upon all others. Without the golden light of the bell to guide him, the resistance within the barrier grew stronger, preventing him from entering. Just as Xiaofeng attempted to break through the barrier with all his might, an unexpected turn of events occurred. An old man in red brocade descended from the sky. He looked indifferently at the corpse of the early foundation stage warrior, then glanced at Elder Qi, who lay on the ground, uncertain of his life or death, before finally fixing his gaze on Xiaofeng. "Youngster, you have gone too far. You killed my disciple and harmed my nephew. You are doomed." With that, the long sword on the back of the Great Perfection Foundation elder unsheathed, hovering in midair. Under his control, it transformed into a flying sword capable of killing from 100 miles away. With a blinding light, the flying sword shot towards Xiaofeng's brow. Clang! Xiaofeng's heart stirred, condensing his sword intent that soared to the sky, clashing violently with the flying sword. After a brief exchange, the flying sword shattered, and the soaring sword intent dissipated. It was a draw. "I underestimated you." The red-clad elder raised an eyebrow, surprised that his flying sword had been neutralized. His killing intent surged as he lunged forward, unleashing his strongest strike aimed at Xiaofeng's head. Unafraid, Xiaofeng rose to resist. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted. The terrifying shockwave spread from the point of contact between the two palms, killing many around them. The red-clad elder could not withstand the immense force and, like the other two, was sent flying backward. He barely stopped after several dozen meters, looking down to see his palm a bloody mess. Cough cough. Not only that, but he also suffered severe internal injuries, coughing up a mouthful of old blood. Looking up again at the barrier, Xiaofeng's figure had vanished, having been repelled. Quick, 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 close the great formation. This person may be a descendant of those slumbering great evils, we cannot let him in, the red-clad elders said in panic. From their earlier confrontation, he had faintly been at a disadvantage. He could not allow Xiaofeng to enter this place, otherwise, everyone present could die. He was still shaken, terrified by Xiaofeng's formidable strength. What puzzled him even more was that, through sensing his aura, he discovered that Xiaofeng was only at the 12th layer of Qi training, far below his own realm. Why did he unleash combat power stronger than his own? He couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard he tried. He could only attribute Xiaofeng to being a descendant of those great evils, for only such beings could possess such a formidable ability to slay beyond their level. Rumbling. His subordinates, hearing his command, did not dare to delay and quickly activated the Great Formation. In the blink of an eye, the barrier disappeared. The void where they stood returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. On the mountain peak, Xiaofeng stared at the void where the barrier had vanished, his expression not looking good. He had just been trapped within the barrier, needing to fend off the old man in red while also exerting part of his strength to resist the barrier's resistance. Moreover, with only half of his body inside the barrier, he was restricted and unable to mobilize his full power effectively. Ultimately, under various interfering factors, although he had forcefully repelled and injured the old man in red, he himself was also shaken back out, leaving the barrier. With his strength, had it not been for these interfering factors, he was confident he could have killed the old man in red, who had reached the peak of Foundation establishment, with all his might. He had done such things before, crossing a major realm to slay a formidable enemy. Unfortunately, this time it did not go as he wished. By the time he prepared to charge back into the barrier, it was too late. The barrier had disappeared without a trace. Xiaofeng was unwilling to accept this, his right hand half closed, a phantom great sword coalesced in his palm. Open the heavenly gate. He gripped the sword with one hand, wielding the momentum of creation, and slashed at the void. Zzz, a massive rift in the void appeared. He thought he had cleaved the barrier open. However, nothing happened. The void was empty. The barrier did not appear. What was going on? Xiaofeng slashed out a few more times. But the result was the same. He recalled the survivor from before who had spilled a vial of blood onto the void, which had immediately formed the barrier. With a mindset of giving it a try, Xiaofeng mimicked that action, cutting his palm and spilling his blood into the void. After waiting for a while, the area where the blood had been spilled remained calm, and nothing happened. Could it be that special blood is needed, or perhaps human blood from within? Xiaofeng's thoughts raced, and he turned to look at Shangwan Fian, who was standing frozen in the distance. She had just witnessed Xiaofeng battling 3 Foundation establishment experts and was once again shocked by his strength. I need to borrow your blood. Xiaofeng approached her and said. What? Oh, okay. Shangwan Fian came to her senses, extending her fair wrist without saying much, allowing him to draw blood. Xiaofeng was not polite, slicing her fingertip and squeezing out several drops of golden blood, which coalesced into a ball in his palm. Feeling the peculiar power within the golden blood, he was secretly astonished. This power must be the rebirth force of the Phoenix clan. When my mother was severely injured and could not be healed no matter what, it was likely this rebirth power that played a crucial role in her recovery through a vial of her blood. With his extensive knowledge, Xiaofeng instantly thought of many things. He quickly returned to the scene and spilled Shangguan Fian's blood into the void. Still, it had no effect. This left Xiaofeng very disappointed. He really wanted to enter that space to take a look. There, he could likely find his mother. As for whether those people were the murderers of his father, he was uncertain. It just didn't feel like it. Let's go back. Xiaofeng returned in disappointment, leading Shangguan Fian back in the direction they came from. After flying a distance, he glanced back at the void, silently saying in his heart, I will return. Sooner or later, I will find a way to get in. The space inside the barrier was a must for him to enter. Besides searching for his mother and the murderer of his father, there was another important reason. The internal space of the barrier was rich in spiritual energy, at least much more abundant than on Earth. He wanted to return to his peak as soon as possible, and he had to cultivate inside there. If luck was on his side, he estimated he could rise several major realms in no time. The spatial barrier had completely closed, leaving no trace to follow. How to enter the interior of the barrier, Xiaofeng had no clue for the time being. Perhaps he could only wait for the next time someone came out from inside and then seize the opportunity to break in. This was the only method he could think of. Xiaofeng decisively turned around and returned to the top of the mountain, which resembled a ferocious beast, setting up several concealed marks around. As long as someone appeared here, he would be able to sense it. Shangguan Fian looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was doing. After the formation of the imprint was completed, Xiaofeng took Shangguan Fian on the journey back. On the way there, they had to track that survivor, so their speed was not fast, which is why it took so long. Now, returning at full speed, they could reach Jiang City in just 3 to 4 hours. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the wind roared in their ears. Fortunately, Xiaofeng's protective true energy enveloped Shangguan Fian, otherwise, at such high speeds, she would have found it difficult to breathe. Now that the mysterious man in black who threatened Shangguan Fian had been killed, her danger was lifted, and she no longer needed Xiaofeng's protection. The bodyguard's mission could be considered complete ahead of schedule. Xiaofeng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He planned to leave after dropping Shangguan Fian off at home. Without her as a burden, everything would become much more convenient for Xiaofeng. He wouldn't have to take her along everywhere he went. Shortly after Xiaofeng left the Kunlun Mountains, within the world inside the barrier. Nephew, you have to hold on. You must not die. The old man in red said sorrowfully, holding the black-robed Elder Qi. Third uncle, I can't hold on any longer. You must avenge me. Elder Qi, in the midstage of Foundation establishment, used his last bit of strength to utter the words of revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, he breathed his last. Until death, his eyes remained wide open, a look of unrelenting despair on his face. Previously, he had exchanged a punch with Xiaofeng, resulting in his entire right arm being crushed to powder, with no flesh or bone left intact, and he had suffered fatal injuries. Although he was revived by the old man's elixir, he couldn't hold on for more than a few seconds before passing away. His only wish before dying was for the old man in red to avenge him and kill Xiaofeng. Nephew, aren't you putting me in a difficult position? Not to mention that I can't cross the barrier to Earth. Even if I could, I might not be a match for that person. With my strength, I can't deal with him. I can't avenge you. The old man in red said dejectedly. The blow Xiaofeng dealt him was too great, leading him to doubt himself. How could a warrior at the 12th level of Qi refinement overpower him, a peak Foundation establishment expert? It was simply absurd. If he were to say it out loud, no one would believe it. It was too unbelievable. Recalling his recent encounter with Xiaofeng, he felt a chill run down his spine. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he knew that if he truly fought with all his might, he would at most have a 40% chance of killing Xiaofeng. On the other hand, Xiaofeng had a 60% chance of killing him. He wanted to avenge his nephew but lacked the ability. The old man in red was named Qi Heng, the third uncle of the deceased Elder Qi. Both were outer elders of the Tianjin sect, but Qi Heng held a higher status and was more respected. They had received orders from their superiors to take advantage of the weakening period of the spatial barrier to break through to Earth and eliminate the remnants of the Phoenix lineage. According to the operational rules of the spatial barrier, a weakening period would occur every few years. During this weakening period, they could use the 5 elements spell to break the barrier and send some Qi refinement warriors to Earth. Due to the limitations of the spatial barrier, the stronger the power, the harder it was to break through. The maximum capacity of the 5 elements spell was the 12th level of Qi refinement. Warriors at the Foundation establishment stage could not be sent out. Therefore, they had previously used the 5 elements spell to send a total of 13 Qi refinement subordinates. They had thought this operation would be easy to complete. Unexpectedly, the mission failed. On Earth, which was lagging in martial arts and lacking in spiritual energy, a master like Xiaofeng had emerged, disrupting their plans. Unable to kill the remnants of the Phoenix lineage, Qi Heng was at a loss for how to report to his superiors and felt a great headache. Sigh, it doesn't matter, they'll just report truthfully. There was an unexpected incident this time, and I believe the superiors should understand my difficulties, uncle. I may not have the ability to avenge you, but if the sect leader is determined to kill the remnants of the Phoenix lineage, they will surely think of other ways to enter Earth. At that time, I will ask the sect leader to also kill that young man. No matter how strong he is, he can't compare to those elders in the inner sect, let alone the sect leader. Shi Hung sneered, placing his nephew's body into the Qianquan ring, then flew away on his sword at an extremely fast speed towards the mountain gate of the Tianjin sect. Shaner, Fian, you're back. Come and eat. Shangguan Mu and his family were having lunch when they saw the two descend from the sky, their faces full of smiles, and greeted them warmly. He was used to Xiao Feng taking his granddaughter away without a word, so it didn't surprise him. Moreover, with Xiao Feng around, his granddaughter would be safe. Therefore, from last night until now, he hadn't worried at all about her safety. Shangguan Fian was already so hungry that her stomach was pressed against her back. Upon seeing a table full of delicious food, her mouth watered. At the call of her family, she sat down at the dining table and began to eat heartily. Old man, I won't eat. The mysterious men in black who wanted to kill your granddaughter have all been dealt with by me. So there shouldn't be anyone bothering her for a while. I'm handing her back to you in one piece, so my mission is complete and I should be leaving, Xiao Feng said. What? You killed them all? That's wonderful. Upon hearing this news, Shangguan Mu was incredibly excited. A heavy stone finally lifted from his heart. He smiled and said, thanks to you this time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. You don't have to rush off, it's not too late to stay a few days. He wanted to keep Xiao Feng at home as a guest to help his granddaughter build a better relationship. Although he knew that Xiao Feng and his granddaughter had broken off their engagement, he didn't want to easily miss such a good son-in-law. No, I have things to do. Xiao Feng decisively refused. After finally enduring until the mission was over, he didn't want to stay here any longer. I see. When a guest wants to leave, the host finds it hard to keep them. Shangguan Mu saw his firm attitude, opened his mouth. But the words of persuasion still didn't come out. Shangguan Fian, who had been enjoying her meal, suddenly lost her appetite upon hearing that Xiao Feng was about to leave. For some reason, her heart felt heavy, and she instantly lost her desire to eat. Farewell. Xiao Feng clasped his fists, and before Shangguan Mu and the others could respond, he moved, and had already left the spot. Seeing him leave so decisively, Shangguan Fian felt even more melancholic. If I hadn't taken the initiative to break off the engagement that day, would the outcome have been different? She sighed softly. Xiao Feng did not go directly to Lin Yu's house to find his sister in Xinxingshui. Instead, he went to the rooftop of a tall building and took out his phone to dial Yi Kanglong's number. This number was one he had asked Shangguan Mu for. Soon, the call was connected. Senior Yi, this is Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng said. Ah, it's Taoist Xiao. What can I do for you? Yi Tsunlong asked with a smile. Two things. First, I've completed the task of protecting Shangguan Fian, so I owe you nothing now. Secondly, the place Yan Nantian is going to is dangerous. The Dragon Slaying Society held a meeting yesterday and is preparing to ambush him there, putting him in a deadly situation. You should tell him to be careful. Xiao Feng had a good impression of Yan Nantian and kindly reminded him. Is that so? Is the information accurate? Yi Kanglong's voice clearly tensed up. I learned this information through soul-searching the members of the Dragon Slaying Society. As for its accuracy, you'll have to judge for yourself. Xiao Feng said. I know what to do now. Thank you for the reminder. Yi Tsunlong sincerely said. In just a few days, Xiao Feng had already helped him several times, especially saving his granddaughter Yi Wuxuang twice. Once was for detoxification, and the other was teaching her the Jimmy Sandao slash. By the way, where did Yan Nantian go? Xiao Feng asked. The number 3 underground cave. Yi Tsunlong did not hide it. Where exactly? Xiao Feng asked again, as it was the first time he had heard of the number 3 cave and was unclear about its location. From the memories of the masked man from number 7, he learned that members of the Dragon Slaying Society would make a move on Yan Nantian in a few days. He had searched that dense forest half the night last night but found no trace of any Dragon Slaying Society members, and he was worried about not being able to locate them. Since the Dragon Slaying Society was going to act against Yan Nantian soon, he just needed to arrive at the number 3 cave early, find Yan Nantian, and then wait for the rabbit to come to him, and he would be able to see that group of people. At that time, he could kill all the members of the Dragon Slaying Society and completely eliminate this future threat. Why are you asking this? Yi Tsunlong did not directly answer his question because the location of the number 3 cave was classified as SS-level secret within the Kunlun War Department and could not be easily disclosed. In planning to make a trip there and wipe out the Dragon Slaying Society, Xiao Feng expressed his thoughts. I see. Yi Tsunlong suddenly understood, thinking that Xiao Feng was indeed decisive in his actions, not giving the enemy any chance to breathe. Being an enemy of such a person was simply a nightmare. Learning that Xiao Feng was going to the number 3 cave made Yi Sanglong very happy. That place was too dangerous. Even if he went, he couldn't guarantee he would come out alive. Xiao Feng was different, his strength was greater than his. If he entered the number 3 cave, self-preservation should not be a problem, and perhaps by probing deeper he could uncover secrets that their war department was unaware of. The cave is located in an uninhabited area within the Dragon Kingdom, and there are no markings on the map. People unfamiliar with the area simply cannot find it. If you want to go, I can send someone who knows the way to take you there, Yi Sanglong said. Okay. Xiao Feng nodded, and this matter was settled. Once he took care of his current tasks, he would go. After all, the Dragon Slaying Society wouldn't act against Yin Nantian for a few more days, and they probably hadn't arrived there yet, so going too early wouldn't be very meaningful. The two chatted for a few more moments before hanging up the phone. I was wondering before, ever since Nantian left, I've been restless every day. It turns out he really is in danger. Yi Kanglong's gaze flickered. He immediately took out a satellite phone and dialed his adopted son. Even in an uninhabited area, as long as he hadn't entered the depths of the number 3 cave, this military satellite phone could still connect. As soon as the call went through, Yen Nantian answered. Nantian, there have been abnormalities in the cave these past few days. Have you investigated the cause? Yi Sanlong asked. I checked the situation around the cave and found no useful information. I was just about to enter the cave to investigate. Yen Nantian replied. Don't go too deep, act according to your abilities, Yi Sanlong advised. I know, Yen Nantian responded. Also, there's one more thing. Yi Sanglong relayed Xiao Feng's words to Yen Nantian. The Dragon Slaying Society? If they dare to come, I don't mind meeting them, Yen Nantian said coldly. With his growing understanding of the swordsmanship taught by Xiao Feng, his strength had surpassed that of the past. Among those of the same realm, he could be considered one of the top few. He was confident that apart from Yi Sanglong and Xiao Feng, no one could reliably defeat him. He was not afraid of anyone else. Nantian, if you encounter danger, remember to contact me in time. Don't try to be brave, Yi Sanglong said earnestly. I will. Adoptive father. Yen Nantian nodded seriously. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Feng arrived at Lin Yu's house. He was there to pick up his sister and Xin Xingxue to go home. The Lin family happened to be having lunch, and once he arrived, Xiao Feng felt much more at ease, treating it like his own home. After all, his father's relationship with Lin Yu was well known, and he didn't hold back at all, taking his own bowl and chopsticks to the table to eat, even sharing a few drinks with Lin Yu. After a hearty meal, he bid farewell to Lin Yu. Chainer, Rui, Fian, you are always welcome to come and play. My door is always open for you. Lin Yu waved, clearly reluctant to part. All right. Xiao Feng took one hand of each, leading Xin Xingxue and his sister towards Fengchang, returning to the Xiao family villa. Xiao Feng stayed with them for a while to chat before heading into his own room. He took out the medicinal herbs that Shangguan Mu had helped him purchase from the Qin Kuan ring, preparing to refine the qi condensation pill for his two relatives to help them enhance their cultivation. The qi condensation pill, being a low-grade elixir, posed no difficulty for Xiao Feng. He could quickly refine a batch. About half an hour later, the alchemy was complete. Xiao Feng had refined a total of 30 pills, enough for Xin Xingxue and Xiao Churue to each use for half a month. Holding the pills, Xiao Feng went to the living room, handed them to the two, and explained the method for absorbing and refining the qi condensation pill. Xin Xingxue and Xiao Churue had been fantasizing about being as omnipotent as Xiao Feng, so they listened intently, committing everything he said to memory. Once the explanation was finished, they couldn't wait to find a place to begin their cultivation. Xiao Feng smiled gently and chose not to disturb them. In the following days, he had two things to do. First, to go to Nanyang and kill the Holy Tathagata Master. Through the memories of the shadow, Xiao Feng learned the whereabouts of the Holy Tathagata Master. Even if the other party wasn't there, as long as he could capture their aura at their residence, he would eventually find them after spending some time. The second task was to wait for the Dragon Slaying Society members to appear at cave number 3. He would head to Nanyang tomorrow. Xiao Feng made up his mind. The yellow sand flew, obscuring the sky and sun. In a desolate area of the northwest part of the Dragon Kingdom, there stood a not-so-large military camp. In the center of the camp, there was a huge pit, which was the entrance to cave number 3. Originally, nearly 300 people lived in the military camp. Their main responsibility was to monitor the movements inside the cave and prevent outsiders from intruding. However, a few days ago, something strange happened. Overnight, everyone in the camp disappeared without a trace. They didn't even have time to relay any messages to the outside world. If it weren't for the personnel delivering supplies noticing something was wrong, no one would have known they were missing until now. After learning of this, Yi Sanglong sent the powerful Yen Nantian to investigate the situation. This task was only suitable for him. Yen Nantian was meticulous in his work. Upon arriving, he first searched for clues inside the military camp but unfortunately found nothing. There weren't even any signs of a struggle. This was strange. Logically speaking, if over 300 people were attacked, there would always be some signs of a fight. But there were none. It was as if they had evaporated suddenly. Yen Nantian then searched within 100 miles of the camp but still found nothing. In the end, he had no choice but to bravely enter the cave. Inside, the light was dim and the area was vast with countless branching tunnels. The terrain complex and intricate, one could easily get lost in these branches if not careful. Moreover, hidden within the various caves were some unknown creatures, not only fast but also highly lethal, capable of launching surprise attacks at any moment. If it weren't for Yen Nanshan's exceptional skills and courage, he truly wouldn't dare to enter alone. He ventured deeper along one of the tunnels, advancing several thousand meters without discovering anything unusual. Helpless, he could only return along the marked path and enter another tunnel to investigate. This time, after advancing a few hundred meters, he suddenly sensed danger approaching from behind. Without a second thought, he decisively drew his sword and slashed backward. "Aoo!" A strange cry rang out. A creature resembling a monkey but with claws over 10 centimeters long was cut in half by his sword. The creature wasn't dead yet, it bared its teeth, howling, and wildly swiped at him with its claws. Humph! Yen Nantian struck again, severing the creature's head. After dealing with this minor nuisance, Yen Nanshan's expression grew serious as he continued forward. Aoo. Following that, a large number of strange creatures appeared in the cave. Their forms were similar to the previous one. Upon discovering an outsider intruding, they continuously charged at Yen Nantian. The latter responded calmly, wielding a heavy sword that danced in the air, each swing resulting in the death of bizarre creatures. However, there were exceptions. Several creatures were exceptionally powerful, managing to fight with Yen Nantian for dozens of rounds before being slain. Their strength was comparable to that of mid-stage terrestrial immortals. Yen Nantian advanced, unaware of how many strange creatures he had killed, his clothes soaked in blood. Eventually, he arrived at an open area. As he looked around, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. In front of him stood a towering, lush tree with blood-red foliage. Hanging from its branches were countless people, at least 500 or 600. Each person's head was tightly fused with the branches, and rather than being human, they resembled the fruits of this great tree. All the individuals hanging from the tree had their eyes wide open, smiling at Yen Nantian. It was indescribably eerie. This terrifying scene sent chills down Yen Nanshan's spine, raising goosebumps all over his body, making him shudder. Despite his extensive experience, it was the first time he had encountered such a sight. As the second-in-command of the Kunlun War Department, battle-hardened and exuding the demeanor of a great general, his psychological resilience was still strong. After a brief moment of panic, he quickly steadied his mind and calmed himself. He fixed his gaze on the blood-red tree and the people hanging from it. Through his observation, he noticed that the tree emanated a violent, bloodthirsty energy even from a distance. One could feel its influence, stirring inexplicable madness and irritability within him, along with an uncontrollable urge to kill. Yen Nantian took a deep breath, adjusting himself several times before suppressing the negative emotions. He continued to observe, noting that the 500 or 600 people hanging from the tree were all dressed in ancient clothing, with long hair, unlike modern individuals. They emitted no signs of life, yet they were not completely dead. Describing them as living corpses or puppets would be more fitting. Why are these people hanging from the tree, becoming one with the strange tree? From which era are they, and how long have they been hanging here? Where did the 300 soldiers from the barracks go? Could their disappearance be related to the strange tree? Yen Nantian was filled with questions. He stood in place for a full quarter of an hour, observing that nothing unusual occurred around him. The strange tree and the people on it showed no intent to attack him. Thus, gripping his heavy sword, he mustered his courage and cautiously moved closer to the strange tree. He wanted to get nearer to investigate the situation in more detail. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step closer to the strange tree, the pressure and fear he felt deepened, and more terrifyingly, the negative emotions of bloodlust and madness intensified, almost overwhelming him. Just as Yen Nantian was 10 meters away from the strange tree, needing only to take half a step forward to enter its range, a strange phenomenon occurred. Kick. A piercing female laugh echoed in his ears, as if right beside him. Who? Yen Nantian spun around abruptly, but there was nothing behind him. When he turned back, his expression froze, a chill running from his heels to the back of his head, making him shiver involuntarily. In the brief moment he turned, the strange tree that had just been in front of him suddenly vanished. The open space he had been in transformed into a dark, narrow cave, leading who knows where. Everything he had seen before was gone. Could it be that I hallucinated and everything I saw was just my imagination? That shouldn't be. Both the strange tree and the people on it were so vivid, they couldn't be fake. But how do I explain this? Yen Nantian racked his brain but couldn't make sense of it. He increasingly felt that this place was too bizarre. Dismissing the thought of delving deeper into the cave to investigate, he hurriedly retraced his steps. His main task this time in the number 3 cave was to ascertain the whereabouts of the 300 soldiers. He would not concern himself with other matters. After returning to the main cavern, Yen Nantian entered another branch cave. In recent days, the martial world of the South Seas was anything but peaceful. Under the call of the Holy Master of the Sacred Tower, the strong from various South Sea nations responded eagerly, heading from all directions to a small city in the southeast of Siam. This was one of the Holy Master's palaces, built in magnificent splendor, comparable to a royal palace. In the past, there were thousands of servants in the palace, not to mention the number of guards. But now, all those people had been reassigned by the Holy Master, leaving only a few hundred behind. These individuals were all at least at the late stage of the transformation realm. Masters and kings of the martial arts were numerous. Even among the Earth Immortals, there were more than 20. The overall strength combined was quite formidable and terrifying. The Holy Master summoned all martial artists from the South Seas to this place with one purpose: to kill Xiao Feng. A few days ago, he sent the Shadow to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom and kill Xiao Feng, avenging his brother-in-law, the Fire Cloud Master. He thought that with the Shadow as a trump card, avenging would be an easy task. However, as soon as the Shadow entered Xiao Feng's room, before he could make a move, he was captured by Xiao Feng. Moreover, Xiao Feng used a soul-searching technique to probe the Shadow's memories. Although the Shadow died quickly and did not have time to inform the Holy Master before dying, the Holy Master was no ordinary person. He possessed profound and inscrutable dark arts, especially in the areas of curses and poisons, which he had mastered to perfection. The Shadow was his servant, and to facilitate control, he had ensured the Shadow's absolute loyalty. Long ago, he had placed a poison in the Shadow's body and planted a curse. Through a doll resembling the Shadow, he could easily monitor the Shadow's movements. That night, the doll suddenly shattered, indicating that the Shadow had been killed. From the poison and curse within the Shadow, the Holy Master also sensed that the Shadow's soul had been searched. This greatly shocked him. It should be noted that the Shadow was at the early stage of the Earth Immortal realm, and with his ability to hide in the shadows and approach targets silently, he could threaten the lives of mid-stage Earth Immortals. Yet, such a powerful figure had died without a sound. This indicated that Xiao Feng's strength far exceeded that of the Shadow. The power Xiao Feng displayed instilled a sense of threat in the Holy Master. Since the other party had searched the Shadow's soul, they would surely know the location of his palace. If nothing unexpected happened, the other party would likely come to settle the score with him. The Holy Master never fought battles without certainty. He could not grasp Xiao Feng's true strength and did not dare to recklessly engage him unknown. To ensure the absolute success of killing Xiao Feng, he summoned all the experts from the South Seas to this place. It was to wait for Xiao Feng to come, and together they would end Xiao Feng's life once and for all. With such experts present, even if Xiao Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely not be able to leave alive. "Master, you called us here but haven't told us what to do yet?" A King Realm martial artist asked curiously in the palace's conference hall. "Kill a person," the Holy Master replied. "Who to kill?" another person asked. "Xiao Feng, the one who killed the Fire Cloud Master," the Holy Master said. In truth, he did not care about his brother-in-law's life or death. However, being in a high position, having his brother-in-law killed was a challenge to his authority. If he did not take revenge, how would the martial artists of the South Seas view him in the future? For this reason, the murderer had to die. So the one who killed the Fire Cloud Master is named Xiao Feng. He really has some guts. "Master, where is he?" the earlier King Realm martial artist asked. "In the Dragon Kingdom. If nothing goes wrong, he will come to the palace to assassinate me in the next few days. I am currently undergoing a vow and it is not appropriate for me to kill, so I have asked you to come here to help deal with this little trouble." The Holy Master, valuing his reputation, found an excuse for himself regarding the vow, not telling everyone. He was worried he couldn't defeat Xiao Feng, which is why he called everyone here. What is he? He killed the Fire Cloud Master and still doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth, wanting to assassinate you, the Celestial Master. For such an arrogant fool, I will make him regret it. The warrior of the Human King Realm said indignantly. Xiao Feng is not Yi Sanglong or Yen Nantian, who gave him the courage to come to the South Sea. If he dares to step into the South Sea, I will definitely not let him off lightly. Celestial Master, just watch. We will use the most brutal methods in the world to make him wish he were dead, to understand the terror of the curse and poison arts. Others were also filled with indignation, their gritted teeth expressions resembling that they had a deep-seated grudge against Xiao Feng. The Holy Tua Celestial Master smiled slightly, very pleased with everyone's attitude. "Xiao Feng, come quickly, I can't wait to take your life." he secretly thought, casting his gaze towards the outside of the palace, eagerly anticipating Xiao Feng's arrival. For his anticipation, Xiao Feng did not disappoint him. The next morning, after returning to the Xiao family estate, Xiao Feng, along with his sister in Xinxingxue, resumed their cultivation before setting off lightly. Any potential threat to his and his family's safety, he would eliminate as soon as possible to avoid prolonged troubles. Zheng City is not far from the kingdom of Siam. It only takes a little over 2 hours to get there. Xiao Feng set off at 8 in the morning and found the palace from the memories of the phantom around 11. It was his first time here, and being unfamiliar with the area, he spent an extra half hour locating the palace. From above, the palace was excessively luxurious, grand and spectacular. That old guy, the Holy Tua Celestial Master, really knows how to enjoy life. He lives better than the emperor. Unfortunately, having offended me, this good life should come to an end. Xiao Feng sneered, diving down and landing at a certain spot in the palace. He's here? The Holy Tua Celestial Master only realized Xiao Feng had arrived when he landed. Instantly, he was overjoyed and invigorated. He immediately called upon those South Sea experts, charging fiercely towards Xiao Feng's location. The two sides quickly met in a square paved with jade stones within the palace. Quite a few people have come, Xiao Feng said lightly, looking at the more than 100 people before him. With his current combat power, as long as the enemy was not a Golden Core realm expert above the Foundation establishment stage, it didn't matter how many came, he wouldn't care, as it would all be dealt with in one move. The number of people was irrelevant, it was just a matter of using his hands a couple more times. And with the cultivation resources on Earth, unless under special circumstances, it was difficult for warriors to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, let alone become Golden Core experts. Just like Yi Sanglong, with exceptional talent, he had stagnated at the late stage of the land immortal for many years without making any further progress. In this age of declining magic, that step was too hard to take. If Yi Sanglong lived in a place rich in spiritual energy, he would probably have long been a Golden Core level expert. Xiao Feng, you finally came. I've been waiting for you. The Holy Tua Celestial Master looked at Xiao Feng, grinning widely, revealing 2 rows of eerie white teeth. He recognized him at a glance because he had received information about Xiao Feng from the Phantom and had seen his photo. Other South Sea warriors also glared at him with hostility, waiting for the Holy Tua Celestial Master to give the order, ready to launch a fierce attack on Xiao Feng. Are you waiting for me to come kill you? What's there to be happy about seeing me? Don't you know you're about to die? Xiao Feng scoffed. Impudent! What are you, to dare speak to the Celestial Master like that? The earlier warrior of the Human King realm said sternly. Exactly. What a fool, lacking any insight, still being stubborn in front of us. No need for the Celestial Master to act. We could drown you with just our spit. If you want to die quickly, kneel down and apologize to the Celestial Master, or you'll be in for it. Another man who understood the dragon language said with a hostile tone, playing with a colorful centipede in his hand, one of the poison insects he raised. You two have such filthy mouths, I'll send you both to hell first. Xiao Fenghan said coldly. Ah, just you? Do you think you're worthy? I'll go first. The man playing with the colorful centipede laughed heartily, treating Xiao Feng's words as a joke. He stomped his foot, and his body shot out like an arrow, charging straight at Xiao Feng. Bang! Just as he left the ground, the next moment, he crashed to the ground with a loud thud. A hole appeared in his chest, and blood gushed out. Do you think I'm not worthy to kill you? Xiao Feng asked mockingly. You, With a tilt of his neck, the man lost his breath and died right there in Xiao Feng's hands. Boom! Xiao Feng struck again, hitting the previous speaker, a martial artist at the Human King realm. The opponent couldn't withstand the fierce and unmatched force of the palm strike, and his body turned into a mist of blood. The few martial artists closest to him were caught in the crossfire, their bodies exploding as well. In just 2 moves. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng had killed 5 experts, including one at the Human King realm. The process was too quick, the others didn't have time to react, nor could anyone provide timely rescue. Saint Tua Tian Master flashed a look of surprise, thinking to himself that this person was indeed formidable and not an easy opponent. Fortunately, he had the foresight to call for so many helpers. Killing Xiao Feng was still a sure thing. After all, those powerful land immortals among them hadn't even made a move yet. This group was the main force. No more wasting words with him, don't give him any chance, everyone attack together and kill him. Saint Tua Tian Master commanded. The crowd was already eager to kill Xiao Feng, and with Xiao Feng's reckless killing in front of them just now, their anger was further ignited. In an instant, powerful figures surged forward like a tide towards Xiao Feng. They did not underestimate their numbers, instead, they were particularly cautious. Everyone vowed to end the fight quickly and take Xiao Feng's life. Therefore, when they struck, they did so with all their might. The overwhelming energy erupted from each martial artist, forming a terrifying killing force. Even a late-stage landing mortal caught in this assault would be severely injured if not killed. Just when everyone thought Xiaofeng could not possibly withstand such a fierce attack and would surely meet his end, Xiaofeng made his move. Swish, swish, swish. Behind him, hundreds of illusory sword energies suddenly coalesced. Each sword energy was incredibly sharp. Kill. With a thought, Xiaofeng sent the dense sword energies soaring into the sky, flying towards the surrounding enemies, launching indiscriminate attacks. The sword energies swept through like a bamboo being split, easily dispersing the attacks of the Southern Ocean martial artists. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through their bodies. Some were lucky, only hit by one sword energy. Others were unfortunate, pierced by more than 10 sword energies, leaving behind numerous bloody holes. Whether struck by one sword or a dozen, the result was the same, death. As the sword energies penetrated their bodies, the killing force within spread throughout, ruthlessly destroying their organs, bones, and flesh. Bang, bang, bang. Bodies fell from the air like raindrops, covering the ground below. The once pristine white jade floor quickly turned blood-red. The acrid smell of blood filled the air. These people, after dying, stared wide-eyed, each revealing fear and disbelief in their eyes. Among those present, only Xiaofeng knew their fate. No one else had anticipated they would be so easily slaughtered. Although they all tried to resist or dodge when the sword energies came, their meager strength was no match for the relentless pursuit of the sword energies. The only survivor, Saint Tuatian Master, witnessed all of this, his expression changing repeatedly. Xiaofeng's strength exceeded his understanding. Among all the experts he knew or had heard of, none were a match for Xiaofeng. It was terrifying. He asked himself if he could withstand Xiaofeng's sword energies. The answer is no. After seeing Xiaofeng kill, his gaze turned towards him. Master Shang Tao was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if he were being stared at by a primordial beast, as if the blood in his veins had frozen at that moment. Escape! At this moment, he had only this thought. He couldn't fight back, so what else could he do but run? Fortunately, there was a secret passage in the palace. As long as he entered that passage, he could temporarily evade Xiaofeng's pursuit. To survive, he exerted all his strength and rushed towards the direction of the secret passage. That was his only hope of living. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a figure blocked his path, cutting off his escape route. Xiaofeng's speed was not something he could match. "My lord, spare me." Master Shang Tao was almost in tears, kneeling on the ground with a thud. He didn't even have the courage to strike back at Xiaofeng. If outsiders saw this, the Master Shang Tao, who had dominated the Nanyang countries for many years and made even the leaders and kings of various nations treat him with respect, kneeling like a coward at Xiaofeng's feet begging for mercy, they would surely be shocked. "Do you think I would spare you?" Xiaofeng sneered, kicking out like lightning, landing a blow to Master Shang Tao's abdomen. The latter sensed the danger and thought about dodging. But Xiaofeng's speed was too fast. Just as he had the thought of evading, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His dantian had been shattered, leaving him a cripple. This left him feeling utterly despondent, his heart filled with despair. Xiaofeng pressed a hand on his head and began to search his soul. Last time, in the alchemy room of the Fire Cloud Master, he had found many precious herbs. And Master Shang Tao's status was far more noble than that of the Fire Cloud Master. Perhaps he had even more herbs. With this purpose in mind, Xiaofeng ruthlessly began the soul search. During this time, Master Shang Tao screamed in agony, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. He probably never imagined that after a lifetime of brilliance, unable to be dealt with even by Yi Sanglong, he would ultimately die at the hands of an unknown junior. This way of dying was too humiliating and suffocating. Boom! The soul search complete, Xiaofeng crushed his body. Besides Master Shang Tao's own explosion, all the various poisonous insects and goo worms hidden within him were also turned to dust. Whoosh! Xiaofeng leaped into the depths of the palace, which was Master Shang Tao's bedroom. He skillfully found a hidden mechanism, and after activating it, a rumbling sound echoed as a secret door opened, revealing a hidden passage. Xiaofeng descended the stairs. Turning on the lights in the secret passage, everything inside came into view. In addition to a long secret passage, there were more than 10 rooms on either side. These rooms were filled with the wealth that Master Shang Tao had collected over the years. Some rooms sparkled with gold, stacked with walls of gold bricks, estimated to weigh 20 to 30 tons. Other rooms were filled with cash, all in pounds and dollars. Additionally, there were rooms specifically for storing antiques and herbs. The total value of this wealth was no less than $10 billion. This did not even include the money in Master Shang Tao's bank accounts. Indeed, he was rich beyond measure, all from plundering the people's resources. The poor were the common folk, while he was the wealthy one. Xiaofeng did not touch this wealth, mainly because his Qianquan ring had limited space and he couldn't take much. He went straight to the room that housed the antiques, walked to the cabinet on the east side, and took a black box the size of a pencil case from one of the compartments. The box was made of agar wood, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, and was likely very old and valuable. Opening the box, he found a tiger-shaped talisman resting on golden satin. This was actually the White Tiger Talisman, one of the keys to unlocking the secret treasures of Mount Tai. When Xiaofeng learned from Master Sheng Tao's memories that he possessed a White Tiger Talisman, he was also filled with excitement. So far, he had a total of 3 talismans: the Azure Dragon Talisman, the Vermilion Bird Talisman, and the newly acquired White Tiger Talisman. With 3 out of the 5 talismans collected, how far was he from gathering them all to unlock the treasures of Mount Tai? Xiaofeng expressed great anticipation. He arrived at the adjacent room, which was specifically used by Master Sheng Tao to store various rare minerals. The quantity was quite astonishing. They were neatly categorized and arranged, nearly filling the entire room. Due to the overwhelming number, Xiaofeng was too lazy to check each one individually. He directly expanded his consciousness, sweeping over all the minerals. Oh, there are so many Shumi crystals, and several other auxiliary materials for refining the Qiankuan rings. This is truly a great help. Xiaofeng was overjoyed. He found useful items in several different boxes. Opening one box, he found it filled with Shumi crystals, at least 40 to 50 pounds. That was much more than the palm-sized Shumi crystal he had obtained last time. The Qiankuan ring he wore on his hand had a low grade and limited storage space due to the quantity of materials, so it couldn't hold much. Now, with ample materials, he could easily refine several high-quality Qiankuan rings, allowing him to take away the treasures collected by Master Sheng Tao. His sister in Xinqingshui also wanted Qiankuan rings, so he could refine some to give to them. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng took out several other auxiliary materials and began to refine the Qiankuan rings. He still used his hands as the furnace, his technique quite skilled. Under his busy hands, a Qiankuan ring was soon refined. Then came the second, third. In the end, he refined a total of 5. Each Qiankuan ring had a space of at least 200 cubic units. If filled, they could carry away more than half of the treasures in these rooms. Although he didn't care much for wealth, leaving it here would only benefit the people of Siam. It was better to take it back and distribute it to everyone present as a kind of welfare. With so many Qiankuan rings, transporting items became much more convenient. Next, Xiaofeng worked swiftly. The heavy gold bricks, priceless antiques, precious rare old medicines, and boxes of pounds and dollars were placed into the Qiankuan rings one by one. After finishing this, Xiaofeng left the secret chamber. Hovering high above the palace, he glanced at the bodies sprawled below, his expression calm as water. In today's battle, he had nearly wiped out all the martial artists above the late stage of transformation from the southern seas. From now on, there would be no strong warriors in the southern seas. Boom! Fireballs erupted from Xiaofeng's palm, landing on the bodies and sizzling as they burned. In an instant, all the corpses turned to ashes. A gust of wind blew, scattering them into the world. Xiaofeng did not return directly to Longhua but took a detour to the northern region of the Golden Triangle, conveniently destroying the headquarters of the Gyazi group, killing a large group of people, and rescuing a significant number of Longhua citizens. These were all just a matter of convenience. When he returned to the Xiao family villa in Fengcheng, Xinqingshui and Xiao Churui were still cultivating with the help of the qi-gathering pills. Xiaofeng did not disturb them and busied himself. His main focus was on refining body-tempering pills and swords. The body-tempering pills could enhance the defense, strength, and speed of the user, making them very suitable for Xiao Churui and Xinqingshui. As for the swords, they were for their self-defense. Xiaofeng not only wanted the two to embark on the path of cultivation but also needed to teach them various spells and martial skills later. Swords were essential. In the evening, inside cave number 3, Yan Nantian, who had been searching for several days, still found nothing. Up to now, he had not uncovered any clues regarding the collective disappearance of the soldiers from the military camp. These past few days, aside from the strange incident he encountered yesterday, there had been no other discoveries. Suddenly, as he passed by the entrance of a branching cave, Yan Nantian's nose twitched. He caught a faint smell of blood in the air. Although the scent was almost imperceptible, he still detected it. Following the smell, Yan Nantian slowly entered the branching cave. After advancing less than 100 meters, he saw a drop of dried blood on the ground. He touched it with his finger, then brought it to his nose to sniff. Confirming it was human blood, based on his experience, he judged that this drop of blood had flowed out of the body for about a week, which coincided perfectly with the time of the soldiers' disappearance from the military camp. Yan Nantian continued forward, and after a few steps, he discovered more blood drops. As he progressed, the blood drops became increasingly numerous. Following the trail of blood, Yan Nantian lost track of how many meters he had walked until the path ahead suddenly opened up. A massive platform came into view. In the center of the platform, several mounds of corpses were piled up. All the bodies were lying face down, making it impossible to see their features. Moreover, all the corpses were dressed in military uniforms, the very attire of the troops stationed above cave number 3. Upon seeing this scene, Yen Nantian pressed his lips together. After searching for so long, it turned out that all 300 soldiers from the military camp had died here. Who had killed them? Why were the bodies found here, stacked up like this? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind. Yen Nantian drew the heavy sword from his back, gripping it tightly in his hand, his gaze wandering as he scanned the surroundings. Aside from the corpses, there were no other living beings at the scene. The sight before him was clearly amiss, and Yen Nantian suspected that something strange was afoot, but after observing for a long time, he found no oddities. To further investigate the cause of the soldiers' deaths, he had no choice but to move closer. Slowly, he approached the corpses. Throughout this process, he remained vigilant to any nearby movements. At the slightest rustle, he would retreat immediately. However, nothing happened. Everything was as normal as could be. Finally, Yen Nantian stepped onto the platform and approached one of the mounds of corpses. Using the tip of his sword, he flipped over a body, finally seeing its face. The corpse was entirely blackened, with a lingering expression of pain. It was clear that this person had died from poisoning. Yen Nantian flipped over several more bodies, discovering that they all shared the same fate, death by poisoning. Not good. Yen Nantian's heart sank, and he quickly retreated. Since these bodies had all died from poison, the blood that flowed from them must have an abnormal color. However, the blood he had seen along the way was all of normal color. This indicated that the blood on the ground was not left by these soldiers. Whose could it be? Yen Nantian had no time to ponder this question. With his years of experience in bloodshed, he sensed that something was wrong. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Yen Nantian was preparing to retreat from the platform, a massive amount of blood mist suddenly erupted around him. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge red barrier, like a bowl turned upside down over the platform, enveloping Yen Nantian within. Get out of my way. Yen Nantian swung his sword fiercely, striking at the blood-colored barrier ahead. With a thud, the barrier was cut open, but it quickly began to heal. Humph! Yen Nantian snorted coldly and struck again. This strike contained the strongest sword intent apprehended. With one sword strike, the heavens would collapse. If all went well, he could cleave the blood barrier and escape. However, just as Yen Nantian was filled with momentum, ready to unleash a powerful strike, he suddenly felt a blockage in his chest, and a sharp pain like needles pierced through his dantian. This diminished the power of the heavy sword in his hand, and the strike against the blood barrier did not achieve the desired effect. Poison. Yen Nantian could clearly sense that he had been poisoned. This toxin had a significant impact on his dantian. If he forcibly activated his spiritual energy, it could cause unimaginable damage to his dantian. If his dantian was damaged, his strength would plummet. Yet, without using his full power, he could not break through the barrier to leave this place. For a moment, he found himself trapped in a vicious cycle. Neither left nor right would do. Who is plotting against me? Yen Nantian looked around, asking sharply. But no one responded. Faced with this sudden situation, he could only temporarily abandon his attack on the blood barrier. For now, he needed to expel the poison from his body. Yen Nantian sat cross-legged on the ground, adjusting his breath, and began to expel the poison as quickly as possible. However, within the barrier he was in, there was a thick mist of blood mixed with toxic gas. These toxic gases are extremely strange, infiltrating everywhere. As soon as he breathes, they immediately burrow into his body. Moreover, when he expels the toxins, his pores open, allowing those gases to enter his body again. In and out, no matter how hard Yen Nantian tries to detoxify, he cannot rid himself of them. This leaves him in utter despair. With no better way to escape, he continuously dials a satellite phone while detoxifying, intending to seek help from his adoptive father, Yi Sanlong. Above the number 3 cave, a complete communication system has been built. There are also efficient signal receiving devices. If luck is on his side, he has a slim chance of getting through. 200 kilometers away from the number 3 cave, in a desolate area, there are temporary tents housing 15 people. Each person wears a black mask. They are actually members of the Dragon Slaying Society. Yen Nantian has entered the trap I meticulously set. A day or two earlier than I expected, a smile appeared beneath the mask of the president of the Dragon Slaying Society. That's great, it was worth our wait in this godforsaken place. President, since the prey is in the trap, what are we waiting for? Let's go kill him. One excited member of the Dragon Slaying Society said. The others were equally exhilarated. According to the president's plan, their main objective this time is to kill Yen Nantian and sever Yi Kanglong's left and right arms. No rush, hold your horses. Killing Yen Nantian is inevitable, but for safety's sake, to prevent him from counterattacking before he dies, we need to wait a bit longer until he is more deeply poisoned and unable to resist before we strike. Remember, don't kill him directly. I still want to use him as bait to see if I can lure in bigger fish. The president said calmly. Are you saying, you want to use Yen Nantian to lure Yi Sanlong over? Another person asked. Exactly. The president of the Dragon Slaying Society nodded. But, with our strength, even combined, we probably aren't a match for Yi Sanglong, the earlier speaker said hesitantly. Not just him, others shared the same thought. They were quite self-aware, fully understanding how formidable Yi Sanglong is. In the entire dragon country, no one can match him. Otherwise, Yi Sanglong wouldn't be able to keep them hidden, afraid to confront him openly. No worries, just relax. Since I dare to do this, I must have absolute confidence in being able to kill him, provided he takes the bait, the president said confidently. Even though he spoke grandly, exuding an air of control, the others still had little faith. They couldn't help but complain about the president. Wasn't it agreed that this time they would only deal with Yin Nantian? Why was there now a plan to kill Yi Sanglong? The president was deep enough in strategy not to reveal anything in advance, wary of them leaking information. Little did they know, the president of the Dragon Slaying Society had another plan he hadn't shared with them. The extent of the president's madness far exceeded their imagination. If this succeeds, no one in the dragon country will be able to rival me. I will easily take control of the Kunlun War Department, thus controlling the entire dragon country. By then, I will reach the pinnacle of my life. The president of the Dragon Slaying Society sneered coldly in his heart. Yen Nantian never expected to find himself in such a predicament. Even though he was cautious enough, always on guard about his surroundings, he still fell into the enemy's trap, landing in this awkward situation. His abilities were limited, and he could not rely on his own strength to escape. He could only seek help from his adoptive father. Every so often, he dialed Yi Kanglong's number. However, it always showed no signal. This cast a shadow over his heart that he couldn't shake off. As the battery of the satellite phone neared depletion and the toxins in his body increased, Yen Nantian sighed heavily, thinking that he might not make it out this time. Just when there was only a sliver of battery left, hope appeared. Nantian, have you discovered anything recently? Yi Kanglong's voice rang out. Yen Nantian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, adoptive father, I'm trapped. The voice abruptly stopped. The satellite phone lost power and shut down. Beep beep beep. Listening to the sound of the phone indicating the other party had hung up, Yi Kanglong's expression instantly turned serious. Grandpa, what happened? Yi Wuxuang asked with concern. She had rarely seen her grandfather show such an expression. Your Uncle Yen might have encountered some trouble. I need to go find him. Yi Sanglong said. What? Uncle Yen is so capable, the trouble he faces must be extraordinary. Yi Wuxuang also became tense. No need to panic, for the time being, he should be fine. Time is of the essence, I'm setting off right now. Yi Sanglong didn't have time to say much to his granddaughter, soaring into the air, hovering above Qianlongjian, and loudly declared, all senior members of the battle department assemble immediately. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After receiving the order, powerful auras flew out from various caves within Qianlongjian and gathered before Yi Sanglong. I need to go out for a while. After I leave, immediately activate the mountain protection formation. You all stay vigilant to protect the battle department and prevent any strong enemies from taking advantage of the situation. Yi Sanglong said seriously. Yes. The senior members responded in unison. Brother Feng, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, please do not stand by and watch. Yi Sanglong looked towards a cave in Qianlongjian and said in a deep voice. All right. An elderly voice replied. The speaker was named Feng Haoran, a longtime friend of Yi Sanglong, who had once stepped in during a crisis in Longhua and achieved remarkable feats. To honor him, Longhua had granted him high office and wealth. However, Feng Haoran was indifferent by nature, viewing fame and fortune with disdain, and refused to accept them. In the end, Yi Sanglong awarded him a Kunlun token. A few years ago, he came to the battle department, proposing to retire here and cultivate using the local spiritual energy. Yi Sanglong had no reason to refuse. Since then, Feng Haoran had kept a low profile, rarely appearing in the battle department, spending most of his time in his cave. Yi Sanglong had not disturbed him until now, when he finally asked for his help. With Feng Haoran stationed here, along with the mountain protection formation's defenses, it should ensure the battle department's safety. After giving his instructions, Yi Sanglong felt at ease to leave. Just as he departed, the battle department's senior members activated the mountain protection formation, sealing off Qianlongjian completely. Yi Sanglong was so cautious because he had a strong sense of the bigger picture and considered many factors. Previously, Xiao Feng had warned him that the members of the Dragon Slaying Society were lying in wait in cave number 3, preparing to ambush Yin Nantian. He was thinking even further, wondering if this was a ploy by the Dragon Slaying Society to lure him away, using Yin Nantian as bait to draw him out, allowing them to attack the battle department's headquarters and cut off his retreat. Was the true aim of the Dragon Slaying Society not to kill Yin Nantian, but to target Qianlongjian? Although this possibility was slim, it could not be ruled out. As a commander, considering all issues comprehensively was a basic quality. After leaving Qianlongjian, he dialed Xiao Feng's phone, intending to ask if he wanted to go to cave number 3 together. Xiao Feng had previously revealed plans to go to cave number 3 to kill the dragon-slaying society members. If Xiao Feng were by his side, he would feel more at ease. However, after 3 attempts, the call did not go through. Helpless, he could only send a message. Then, he hurriedly set off towards cave number 3. The information Yan Nantian had revealed was pitifully scarce. He was unclear about what was happening there. He could only hope that his adoptive son could hold on until he arrived and that nothing unexpected would occur. Mission accomplished. Xiao Feng stretched lazily, having worked hard for a long time, finally forging 2 excellent swords. Both were sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, capable of severing hair. Buzz! He flicked one of the sword blades with his finger, producing a crisp echo. Just from the sound, one could tell the quality was extremely high. In addition to the 2 flying swords, Xiao Feng also forged a large number of body refining pills. Seeing his sister and Xinxingxue still immersed in their training, he smiled faintly. These 2 girls were truly diligent and hardworking. It had been over 10 hours since they started training in the morning. With their ambition and with Xiao Feng's help, it was likely they would break through to the 12th level of qi refining in no time. With nothing else to do, Xiao Feng returned to his room and unplugged his fully charged phone. He hadn't charged it for several days, mainly because he didn't use it much. When he returned from Nanyang today, he found the phone had shut down. So, he tossed it aside in his room and got busy with his own matters. Turning it on, there were several missed calls and a text message, all related to Yi Sanglong. Yi Sanglong wouldn't call him casually unless it was important, especially multiple times. Xiao Feng thought something significant must have happened, and opened the text message, reading the content. Yan Nantian is trapped. I am heading to cave number 3, do you want to go together? Indeed, something had gone wrong. This meant that the people from the Dragon Slaying Society were also in cave number 3. I must seize this opportunity to eliminate them. Xiao Feng immediately made a decision. His figure flickered, leaving the Xiao family estate and heading towards Qianlongjian. As Yi Sanglong had mentioned, the location of cave number 3 was classified as a state secret. It was not shown on the map. Even if he called Yi Sanglong to send the location, it would still be untraceable on the map. To reach cave number 3, one must bring someone who knows the way. Only a few people in the War Department knew the location of cave number 3. His trip to Qianlongjian was for this purpose. Qianlongjian was not peaceful at this moment. 3 hours after Yi Sanglong left, a high-ranking official confirmed he had gone far and would not return in a short time. Thus, taking advantage of the other high-ranking officials' inattention, he suddenly erupted and attacked the eye of the mountain protecting formation. Hu Haiyang, what are you doing? His abnormal behavior immediately attracted the attention of the other high-ranking officials. Yi Wushuang asked sharply. At the same time, several high-ranking officials launched an attack towards Hu Haiyang. From this moment on, the War Department will be erased from the world, and Longwo will no longer have the Kunlun War Department. Hu Haiyang laughed loudly, quickly retreating to the side of another high-ranking official. Hu Haiyang, Zhang Xiaoyuan, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to betray the War Department? Yi Wushuan's eyes were filled with rage, staring fiercely at Hu Haiyang and another high-ranking official named Zhang Xiaoyuan. You are mistaken. We joined the War Department never intending to truly serve it, so how can there be talk of betrayal? We have different paths and cannot collaborate. You all must die today, Zhang Xiaoyuan said with a sinister grin. Is that so? You overestimate yourselves. With just the 2 of you, you think you can harm the War Department? It's simply a delusion. Yi Wushuang shouted angrily, not expecting such traitors to appear in the War Department. How had she not seen it before? Of course, our strength alone is not enough, but what about with them? Hu Haiyang chuckled, pointing to the periphery of the mountain protecting formation. There, more than 10 powerful martial artists had appeared, their auras overwhelming. Boom, boom, boom. Those people launched a torrential attack on the mountain protecting formation. Originally, their strength was insufficient to shake the defenses of the formation. However, Hu Haiyang had just damaged the eye of the formation, causing its defensive power to sharply decline. At this moment, under the fierce attacks of the enemies, it became precarious, unsure how long it could hold. Despicable, actually colluding with external enemies. No wonder Grandpa warned us to guard against foreign invasions when he left. However, your strength is still not enough to threaten the War Department. Yi Wushuang was not overly panicked because there was still a top-tier powerhouse stationed within the War Department. Feng Haoren was still there. He had obtained a Kunlun order through his own abilities. His combat power was terrifying. With him present, along with many strong warriors from the War Department, they could easily eliminate the enemies. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, follow me to kill these 2. The rest deal with the external enemies. Yi Wushuang quickly made her arrangements. Everyone had no objections to her arrangement. In an instant, A fierce battle broke out. Yi Wuxiang and her companions launched a fierce offensive against the two traitors, Hu Haiyang and Zhang Xiaoyuan. Within just a few exchanges, the two were in disarray, retreating step by step. "Senior Foam, quickly save us!" Hu Haiyang shouted in a loud voice towards a certain direction. The next moment, a vast aura spread from the cave. An elderly man with white hair flew out. Boom! With a single palm strike, he sent the high-ranking member known as Uncle Zhang flying, leaving his chest a blur and severely injured. Without any pause, he struck again, severely wounding Uncle Li as well. These two were powerful, both at the midstage of the Earth Immortal Realm, ranking among the top 10 experts in the Kunlun War Department. Yet, facing Feng Haoren's attack, they couldn't even block a single move. "Feng Haoren, how could you assist the tyrant? Do you deserve my grandfather's trust? Do you deserve the Dragon Kingdom?" Yi Wuxiang was furious, her anger reaching a boiling point. She never expected that Feng Haoren, who had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, would actually turn against them. "Little brat, it is the Dragon Kingdom that has wronged me. I have made unparalleled contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, yet I was only given a first-rank official position. Is this how you treat a beggar? As for your grandfather's trust, how much is that worth?" Feng Haoren sneered continuously. He was not as indifferent to fame and fortune as he appeared. On the contrary, his ambition was greater than anyone else's, and he desired more. A mere first-rank official position and endless wealth could not satisfy his appetite. The president of the Dragon Slaying Society had seen his ambition years ago and had plotted today's plan with him back then. Thus, Feng Haoren entered the hidden dragon abyss a few years early, using his remarkable military achievements and Yi Kanglong's trust to remain in the War Department. This was to facilitate collusion with outsiders to completely destroy the War Department. The president of the Dragon Slaying Society had promised him that once the plan succeeded, he would divide the northwest region for him, allowing him to rule over a territory. This was something the Dragon Kingdom and Yi Sanglong could never offer him. It was also what he had always wanted. Therefore, he readily agreed and struck a deal with the president of the Dragon Slaying Society. "We misjudged you, you truly disappoint us," Yi Wuxiang said with grief and anger, unleashing the Desolation Three Blades with all her might towards Feng Haoren. Bang! Feng Haoren easily dodged her attack, moving with an incredible speed to appear behind her, capturing her in a single move. "I will soon become a ruler. How can I be without a stunning beauty by my side? From now on, you can be my concubine." Feng Haoren, though old, had a heart that was not. He had been coveting Yi Wuxiang's beauty for many years. Captured in a single move, Yi Wuxiang's body stiffened and her heart was filled with despair. Especially upon hearing his desire for her beauty, wanting to take her as a concubine, she felt as if she could die. Yi Wuxiang was unwilling to become Feng Haoren's plaything, even more so to see the Kunlun War Department fall to these enemies. She wanted to rise up and kill them all. However, she could not. All the meridians in her body had been forcibly sealed by Feng Haoren, preventing her from circulating her internal energy. In fact, even if she could circulate her energy, it would be of no use, because Feng Haoren was simply too strong. This man was over 100 years old and had entered the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm decades ago, standing at the pinnacle of the martial arts world in the Dragon Kingdom. After so many years of hard training, his combat power had reached new heights. He was not someone at the early stage of the Earth Immortal Realm like Yi Wuxiang could contend with. Even though Yi Wuxiang had practiced the Desolation Three Blades taught by Xiao Feng, allowing her to fight across a small realm, she was still far from matching a long-established old monster like Feng Haoren. In the entire Kunlun War Department, aside from Yi Sanglong and Yan Nantian, no one was his opponent. But both Yi Sanglong and Yan Nantian were out of town and could not return in a short time, leaving the Kunlun War Department empty, with no one to contend with him. Although the Kunlun War Department had a clear advantage in numbers and the number of Earth Immortals, but the enemy has a powerhouse like Feng Haoren. With him around, he can often determine the outcome of the battle by himself. Thinking of this, Yi Wuxiang felt even more despair. "Feng Haoren, are you not afraid that my grandfather and Uncle Yan will come to settle the score with you for persecuting the War Department? Are you not afraid for your life?" Yi Wuxiang said sharply. "What is there to be afraid of? Yi Sanglong and Yan Nantian might already be dead by now. They won't have the chance to settle the score with me." Feng Haoren replied with a mocking expression. "What do you mean?" Yi Wuxiang's face darkened, a bad premonition creeping in. Could it be that grandfather and Uncle Yan have also met with misfortune? If that's the case, the Kunlun War Department would be completely finished. No one could save the War Department. No, wait, there is one person, and that is Xiao Feng. At this moment, Yi Wuxiang suddenly thought of Xiao Feng. With his abilities, he could definitely turn the tide and save the collapsing building. However, Xiao Feng is far away in Zhangcheng. She had been captured and couldn't call for help. By the time Xiao Feng learns about what happened in the War Department, everyone there might already be dead. In short, Yu Wuxuang saw no glimmer of hope and was utterly heartbroken. Crack, crack, crack. The protective mountain formation, which had already suffered damage, ultimately couldn't hold on for long and was shattered by the enemy. Without the protection of the formation, Qianlong Abyss lost its only barrier and was completely exposed to the enemy's assault. The enemies rushed in, and chaos immediately ensued. Both sides clashed fiercely. The battle erupted with extraordinary intensity. So far, the Kunlun War Department still held a significant advantage. This was because Feng Haoren had not yet joined the fight. Little brat, wait until I kill all the people in the War Department, then I'll come to have my way with you. Just wait for my favor. Feng Haoren laughed lewdly, casually tossing Yi Wuxuang into a nearby cave where she fell in a disheveled heap. Then, with an overwhelming aura, he charged towards the higher-ups of the War Department. Bang, 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 the sounds of fierce fighting and screams echoed continuously in her ears. Yi Wuxuang exerted all her strength trying to break through the sealed meridians to join the battle. But no matter how she struggled, the effect was minimal, almost negligible. She could only remain like a useless person on the side. Watching those familiar warriors get severely injured or killed one after another at the hands of Feng Haoren and his men, her eyes turned red, filled with grief and anger. Oh my god! Who can save the Kunlun War Department from this disaster? Is the War Department really going to be destroyed today? Yi Wuxuang was heartbroken. Just as the casualties in the War Department grew heavier and the enemy's arrogance intensified, and it seemed the War Department could no longer hold on, a figure cut through the dark night sky and descended onto the battlefield of Qianlong Abyss. What a lively scene! How did the War Department end up in such a state? Xiao Feng arrived, still trying to grasp the situation. Xiao Feng? Yi Wuxuang thought she must be seeing things. How could Xiao Feng appear here at this time? She rubbed her eyes hard, and after confirming that the newcomer was indeed Xiao Feng, her spirits lifted and her previously dim eyes regained their brightness. Yi Hongling was equally overjoyed. She was only at the master level and had no qualification to participate in this chaotic battle. Getting too close could result in being killed by the aftermath of the fighting. She could only stand at a distance, anxious. She had thought the War Department was truly beyond saving this time. However, who would have thought that at the moment of life and death for the War Department, Xiao Feng actually came? Although she had some resentment towards Xiao Feng, she still admired him greatly. This was simply because she had witnessed Xiao Feng's strength. Now it's good, the War Department is safe. Yi Hongling sighed in relief, her face regaining its glow. She looked forward to seeing Xiao Feng display his might and slay the enemies. Xiao Feng, please save us, kill these scoundrels. Yi Wuxuang shouted joyfully. No problem, these people won't live. Xiao Feng nodded, not minding stepping in to resolve the crisis for the War Department. Not to mention his ties with Yi Sanglong and Yi Wuxuang, just the significance of the Kunlun War Department to the Dragon Kingdom meant he could not stand by and do nothing. He is essentially patriotic. With the destruction of the Kunlun War Department, the Dragon Kingdom will be invaded by foreign enemies, plunging into deep waters and intense heat, which is something he does not wish to see. Heh, you must be Xiao Feng, right? A wet Behinther's brat, how dare you spout nonsense in front of me? With you alone, you can't hurt us in the slightest. With just me here, I can kill you with a snap of my fingers. Feng Haoren looked at Xiao Feng with disdain. He had heard of Xiao Feng's name. Not long ago, the latter had come to Qianlongjin and cured Yi Wuxuang. Later, he also heard that Xiao Feng had obtained a Kunlun order. He scoffed at this. Like others in the Kunlun War Department, he thought that Yi Sanglong awarded Xiao Feng the Kunlun order out of gratitude for saving him. As for the fight between Xiao Feng and Yan Nantian, it took place in an underground arena, and outsiders were unaware of it. Moreover, after Yan Nantian's defeat, Yi Sanglong, valuing his adopted son's reputation, specifically instructed Yi Hongling and Yi Wuxuang not to disclose this matter. Therefore, Feng Haoren was unaware that Xiao Feng had easily defeated Yan Nantian. If he had known, he certainly wouldn't have dared to boast here. After all, he might not even be a match for Yan Nantian. Let alone Xiao Feng. Just trash. I should be the one to kill you with a snap of my fingers. Xiao Feng glanced at Feng Haoren, feeling that he looked unfamiliar and not recognizing him. However, he didn't take it to heart. Just a latest-stage Earth immortal warrior, after all. You infuriate me, you little brat, come and take my life. Feng Haoren shouted angrily, his palm wind like a mountain, pressing down on Xiao Feng like Mount Tai. This strike changed the weather, blocking out the sun and moon. If it hit, most mid-stage Earth immortal warriors would die on the spot. Feng Haoren was confident he could kill Xiao Feng in an instant. Xiao Feng was faster, and before Feng Haoren's attack could close in, he pointed his sword at the enemy. A sword chi, like a bolt of lightning, shot out from his fingertip, vanishing in the air. In an instant, Feng Haoren's head was severed. The sword chi ravaged through, cutting his neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The The tremendous impact sent his head flying. Who am I? Where am I? Where is my body? Due to the speed of his head being severed, his brain did not die immediately. Feng Haoran only felt lightheaded, unable to sense his bogus existence, and numerous questions popped up in his mind. Oh no! I'm dead. Killed by this young man. He could kill me in one move, indicating his strength far surpasses Yi Sanglong. President of the Dragon Slaying Society, you son of a dog. Didn't you say that Yi Sanglong and Yen Nantian were left for you to deal with, and that there were no other experts in the War Department, allowing me to slaughter them with ease? Why is there an even stronger presence? You misled me. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. A second is a short time, yet one can think of many things. In that fleeting second, Feng Haoran thought of many things, the main one being to curse the president of the Dragon Slaying Society. Bang! The head, with a twisted expression, fell to the ground, and before it even hit the ground, Feng Haoran was already dead. Seeing Xiao Feng casually strike down the powerful Feng Haoran, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Except for Yi Wushuang and Yi Hongling, everyone else was stunned. They couldn't help but wonder where this powerful figure had come from. It was too abnormal. After a brief silence, those still alive from the War Department erupted in excitement, bursting into cheers like a tsunami. In contrast, the invaders were filled with terror, their fighting spirit completely gone. Faced with an unfathomable powerhouse who still had the courage to continue attacking the War Department. Run! Someone shouted. These people had a tacit understanding, fleeing into the distance without looking back. You think you can leave after killing so many of us? No way! The high-ranking members of the War Department, filled with pent-up anger, would not let this group of invaders off easily, quickly pursuing the disorganized enemy. Xiao Feng also moved, chasing after one of the strongest enemies. Xiao Feng, leave some alive, don't kill them all. Yi Wushuang shouted loudly. She still needed to investigate the origins of these people. So far, apart from Feng Haoran, she still did not know the identities of the others. Soon, the battle came to an end. The enemies were either dead or injured. Only 4 remained alive. Among them was 1 late-stage Earth Immortal and 3 mid-stage Earth Immortals. With such cultivation, they would be considered powerful figures anywhere in the world. Speak! Who are you? Where do you come from? And why are you attacking the War Department? Yi Wushuang stared at the 4, all of whom were unfamiliar to her. Humph. Do whatever you want, we absolutely will not reveal a single piece of information. The old man, a latest-stage Earth Immortal, sneered coldly, showing an attitude of refusing to speak even if it meant death. Don't kill me, I'll talk. I'll talk. Another mid-stage Earth Immortal, a middle-aged man, was not as tough as him. Seeing the situation was dire, he was extremely anxious. To save his life, he was willing to say anything. In his view, it was better to live poorly than to die well. Nangong Ming, damn you, I didn't expect you to be such a coward, don't say anything. The latest-stage Earth Immortal elder glared angrily at the middle-aged man, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Yes, I am a coward, not as tough as you, Dantai Liang. I am someone who knows how to be pragmatic. The middle-aged man, called Nangong Ming, said. You, shameless. If you dare to say a single word, your entire family of 173 people will be killed, you better think it through. Dantai Liang gritted his teeth and issued a stern warning. With the lives of his family threatened, Nangong Ming's face showed signs of struggle, becoming hesitant and indecisive, unsure whether to speak or not. Slap! Suddenly, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. Xiao Feng slapped Dantai Liang's mouth, causing him to spit blood in his nose to bleed. You talk too much. Xiao Feng was very displeased, pressing his hand on Dantai Liang's head and using the soul-searching technique. He never interrogated directly. What are you going to do to me? Dantai Liang wailed repeatedly. Soul-searching, Xiao Feng said. Upon hearing these 2 words, the other 3 were so frightened that their teeth chattered. Especially Dantai Liang's expression of extreme pain sent chills down their spines. Fearing they would also be subjected to soul-searching by Xiao Feng, they no longer dared to hesitate, each speaking up in a rush, spilling everything they knew like beans. Decades ago, a group of hostile forces secretly formed the dragon-slaying sect to deal with the Kunlun War Department, secretly recruiting and training powerful individuals. After decades of hiding their strength, the dragon-slaying sect grew increasingly powerful, with experts in abundance. However, their overall strength still could not match the Kunlun War Department. Just one Yi Sanglong made them wary, and they never dared to act rashly. But their wolfish ambitions led them to continuously plot against the Kunlun War Department. A few years ago, the deputy leader of the dragon-slaying sect, Tang Tianzhan, volunteered, claiming he had a way to destroy the Kunlun War Department. The leader, Dantai Huang, strongly supported him, stating he would fully cooperate, fulfilling any of his needs as long as he could destroy the War Department. Thus, the deputy leader Tang Tianjing secretly infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom, establishing the Dragon Slaying Association, and successively recruited a group of powerful members and allied with Feng Haoran. Recently, Tang Tianzhang believed the time was ripe and contacted Dan Tai Huang, asking him to send a group of top experts to attack the War Department. After completing the soul search, the information Xiaofeng retrieved from Dan Tai Liang's memory was similar to what Nangong Ming and the others had recounted. The facts were indeed as such. After hearing this information, Yi Wushuang and the others finally understood the reason. The other side had done an excellent job of keeping secrets. The War Department had never uncovered any information about the dragon-slaying sect. That Tang Tianzhan was indeed formidable, nearly allowing his scheme to succeed. Fortunately, Xiaofeng appeared in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gentlemen, we have been locked in a closed space by the dragon-slaying sect since we were young, doing everything under their orders. In fact, we have no hostility towards the Dragon Kingdom or the Kunlun War Department. We are merely being used. We are also powerless, please, considering our good attitude. Have mercy and don't kill us. Nangong Ming pleaded desperately, genuinely not wanting to die. The training of the dragon-slaying sect was extremely brutal. Out of every 10,000 chosen to enter the closed space for cultivation, not even one would survive. He had endured countless hardships, carving a bloody path out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood to achieve his current cultivation and status. If he were to die like this after only a few years of enjoyment, it would be far too regrettable. The other two were bowing their heads like garlic being pounded, continuously begging for mercy. How do you plan to deal with them? Xiaofeng asked Yi Wushuang. Kill them. Yi Wushuang said fiercely. Many in the War Department had died at their hands. Blood must be repaid with blood to give an account to the fallen heroes. Boom! 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 Xiaofeng slammed his palm down with force, the palm wind enveloping the three of them, instantly turning them into a puddle of flesh. He was quite satisfied with Yi Wushuang's attitude. At least she wasn't overly compassionate, which suited his taste. If Yi Wushuang had wanted to spare their lives and just imprison them, he would have looked down on her. Nangong Ming and the others were still begging for mercy, not yet realizing what had happened before they were reduced to ashes. Put! Put! After Xiaofeng finished killing the three, Yi Wushuang, whose meridians had been opened by the higher-ups of the War Department, suddenly drew a short knife and slashed at the traitors Hu Haiyang and Zhang Xiaoyuan. After being captured, these two had suffered a brutal beating and torment from the strong members of the War Department, almost unrecognizable. With two swift strikes, they were both severed in two, meeting a tragic end. Killing them also dissipated the pent-up anger among the members of the War Department. Xiaofeng, thank you so much this time. You are the savior of the War Department and a hero of Long Country. Yi Wushuang said gratefully. Xiaofeng, I was disrespectful before, being reckless in front of you. Please forgive me. Yi Hongling approached timidly, not daring to look Xiaofeng in the eye, speaking hesitantly. Other high-ranking members of the War Department also came forward to express their gratitude to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng merely waved his hand, telling them it was just a small effort and not to take it to heart. This demeanor completely conquered everyone present. His image and prestige soared in the hearts of the crowd. Oh no, my grandfather and Uncle Yan might be in danger. Xiaofeng, can you? Yi Wushuang suddenly remembered this and said anxiously. Halfway through, she felt embarrassed to continue. Xiaofeng had just helped kill strong enemies, and now she was asking him for help again. Wasn't that a bit too much? Just as she was struggling to speak, Xiaofeng said. I came to the War Department this time to find someone who knows the way to the number 3 cave. Does anyone know the way? I know the way. Yi Wushuang excitedly raised her hand upon hearing this. Let's go. Xiaofeng grabbed her and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Wushuang's speed couldn't match his. Xiaofeng was eager to eliminate the Dragon-Slaying Society members and wanted to reach the number 3 cave as quickly as possible. It was more suitable to fly with her and let her guide the way. Time rewinds to half an hour ago. Tang Tianzhang, the president of the Dragon-Slaying Society, led a group of members to the entrance of the number 3 cave. Several hours had passed since Yan Nantian was trapped. He felt that the poison in him was deepening, and he no longer had the strength to resist, akin to fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. He was quite happy that he was about to kill Yan Nantian. Tang Tianzhang walked at the forefront, skillfully navigating the complex cave to find the branch cave where Yan Nantian was located, striding forward. Before long, he arrived near the platform. Looking at the blood-red light screen, he saw Yan Nantian sitting cross-legged on the ground in a disheveled state. He couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Yan Nantian had sensed their arrival. Raising his head, he noticed the abnormal blackness on his face from the deep poison. You are all members of the Dragon-Slaying Society, right? He asked coldly. His adoptive father, Yi Sanglong, had warned him that members of the Dragon-Slaying Society would ambush him here. Although he had been on guard against them, he had fallen into a trap before even encountering them. Not bad. Yan Nantian, how does it feel to be afflicted by the poison of the 7 herbs and 7 insects and the spirit extinguishing powder? Even if you are exceptionally clever, when it comes to schemes, you are still far inferior to me. Tang Tianzhang pointed to his own head and said mockingly, "Humph. Even so, can you kill me? A bunch of cowardly rats who dare not confront me hidden, only using despicable means, have the audacity to flaunt their power in front of me." Yan Nanshan's face showed sarcasm. Perhaps having spoken too much, he inhaled a considerable amount of poison and began to cough violently. To the victor go the spoils. Defeat is defeat. You don't need to make excuses for yourself, nor do you need to mock us. Because we are the victors, only the victors have the right to laugh at the defeated. Moreover, in terms of strength, I am confident that I am not inferior to you. The reason I haven't confronted you directly is to conserve my strength to deal with Yeet Sanglong. You probably don't know, but Yeet Sanglong is rushing here to save you. When he arrives, he will meet the same fate as you. It's a dead end. Furthermore, your War Department's main base is probably already decimated, occupied by my people. Tang Tianzhang had been plotting for many years, and today he was on the verge of success. It was inevitable that he would feel proud and elated. To savor the taste of victory better, he spoke a few more words to Yan Nantian, wanting to see the look of surprise on his face upon hearing that the Kunlun War Department had been destroyed. Of course, the main purpose was still to induce Yan Nantian to talk more and inhale more poison. Impossible. Even if my adoptive father is not here, the War Department still has the Mountain Protection Great Array. Your people cannot enter and cannot harm the foundation of the War Department. Yan Nantian clearly did not believe it. Haha, you still don't know. Hu Haiyang and Feng Xiaoyuan have been bought by me. They destroyed the eye of the Mountain Protection Great Array, and Feng Haoran is also my ally. With the help of those three, plus my people, do you think the Kunlun War Department can still hold on? Tang Tianzhan laughed exceptionally joyfully. You, old thief, I will not rest until one of us is dead. Yan Nantian, in a fit of rage, spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body becoming even weaker, swaying unsteadily, almost unable to sit upright. The opportunity has come. Seeing this, Tang Tianzhan was overjoyed. This was the effect he wanted. He charged into the blood-red light curtain with his subordinates. Having taken the antidote in advance, he did not need to worry about being poisoned. Kill! With a single command from Tang Tianzhan, the members of the Dragon Slaying Society, who could no longer wait, immediately drew their weapons or launched their attacks, all aimed at the weakened Yan Nantian. Clang! Suddenly, a dazzling sword light erupted, illuminating the entire blood-red light curtain. Just moments ago, the sickly Yan Nantian suddenly surged, slashing out with his sword. In an instant, severed limbs flew, and blood sprayed. 6 members of the Dragon Slaying Society were directly killed. 3 others suffered severed hands or feet, or were heavily injured. They quickly retreated behind Tang Tianzhang, looking at Yan Nantian in shock. Wasn't this guy poisoned? How could he still be so strong? They were puzzled and turned their gaze to their leader, Tang Tianzhang. Inside the blood-red light curtain, everyone except Yan Nantian was staring at the president of the Dragon Slaying Society, Tang Tianzhan, seeking an explanation. Weren't you supposed to have everything under control? You said Yan Nantian was at the end of his rope, with no strength left to resist. How could we lose 6 men in the blink of an eye? Faced with everyone's doubts, Tang Tianzhang was also quite frustrated. He was meticulous and never fought battles without certainty. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one can win 100 battles before deciding on a plan to deal with Yan Nantian. He had thoroughly investigated Yan Nanshan's background and knew the limits of his combat power. Under normal circumstances, with Yan Nantian deeply poisoned, he should not be able to exert his strongest fighting ability. But that brilliant sword strike just now was 3 times more powerful than the maximum combat power he had investigated for Yan Nantian. This was too illogical. Have you been hiding your strength all along, or have you recently made a breakthrough? Tang Tianzhang ignored the doubts of his subordinates and fixed his gaze on Yan Nantian, asking with uncertainty, "Is it necessary to tell you?" Yan Nantian retorted. His face darkened further, having forcibly activated his spiritual energy, which deepened his poisoning. "If you don't want to say it, then don't. Regardless of whether you tell me or not, you will die today," Tang Tianzhang said with displeasure written all over his face. "Heh, if you want to kill me, go ahead and make your move. Even if I die, it'll take a few down with me." Yan Nantian laughed wildly, arrogant and unrestrained. "If I'm not mistaken, your Dantian must have developed cracks by now, and you can no longer exert the same combat power as before. I don't believe you can unleash a second sword." Tang Tianzhang sneered and said to a few subordinates beside him, "Go kill him." The others felt his reasoning was sound and were eager to act. However, after locking eyes with Yan Nanshan's fierce gaze and glancing at the 6 corpses on the ground, they immediately dismissed the idea of attacking and stood frozen in place. "Didn't I tell you to make your move? Didn't you hear me?" Tang Tianzhang was somewhat angry. But his subordinates pretended not to hear, remaining unmoved. "What's the point of sending these rookies to their deaths? Why not come and test the power of my heavy sword yourself?" Yen Nantian asked with blazing eyes and intense fighting spirit. No need for that. I'm certain you are on the verge of death and won't last long before the toxins in your body completely overwhelm you. If I can kill you at minimal cost, why should I take that risk? Tang Tianjing shook his head. He was uncertain about Yen Nantian's condition, not knowing if he was merely holding on or still had strength left. If it was the latter, a counterattack from a powerful warrior like Yen Nantian before death would still be quite terrifying. Coward! Yen Nantian scorned him fiercely. Tang Tianjing didn't care about such disdain. He signaled his subordinates and quickly left the blood-red light curtain. This was the bloodthirsty poison formation he had meticulously arranged, and he knew how to enter and exit the great formation, allowing him to bring people in and out at will. Unlike Yen Nantian, who couldn't find a way to break the formation and was trapped. The moment they left, Yen Nantian wanted to follow closely behind and take the opportunity to escape the great formation. However, Tang Tianjing was clearly on guard. Any slight movement from him would trigger an immediate counterattack, so he abandoned that idea. In fact, Yen Nantian's current state was far from optimistic. As Tang Tianjing had just said, using that sword had greatly accelerated the onset of the poison. After being poisoned, as long as he used spiritual power, his dantian would be excruciatingly painful. Now, cracks had already appeared in his dantian. With the medical knowledge on Earth, it was basically irreparable. His martial path had come to an end, and there was no possibility of advancing another step. This outcome was the hardest for him to accept. The reason he hadn't taken a desperate gamble to forcibly break through the blood-red barrier was that he didn't want to risk shattering his dantian. He had hoped to wait for his adoptive father, Yi Sanglong, to come to his rescue, but in the urgent situation just now, he had been forced to act and kill a batch of enemies. Given his current state, he could at most make one more move. If he acted again, his dantian would definitely be ruined. At that point, he would become a complete invalid. Yen Nantian, I have plenty of patience, let's see who can outlast whom. Outside the blood-red light curtain, Tang Tianjing hadn't gone far but was watching coldly nearby, waiting for Yen Nantian to collapse before making his move. Yen Nantian ignored him and sat back down on the ground to continue detoxifying. However, he kept the heavy sword in hand, making those outside wary. Time passed second by second. Half an hour later. With a thud, Yen Nantian's body fell onto the platform, lying quietly there, appearing as if he were dead. President, he seems to have fainted. What should we do? A member of the Dragon Slaying Society asked. Let's observe a bit longer. Be wary of tricks. Tang Tianjing replied. Another 10 minutes passed. Seeing that Yen Nantian had turned completely black, this appearance looked unmistakably like signs of death from poisoning. Tang Tianjing hesitated for a moment before making a decision. He waved his hand and once again led his subordinates into the blood-red light curtain. He did not rashly approach. Tang Tianjing gathered a ball of energy in his palm, preparing to attack Yen Nantian from a distance to probe his condition and confirm the opponent's status. Whoosh! Before he could strike, a dazzling beam of sword light suddenly shot out from Yen Nantian's hand. The power of this sword was no less than the previous one. Danger! Tang Tianjing felt a strong sense of peril, his body hair standing on end. Although he was strong, he was not arrogant enough to take Yen Nantian's strongest blow hidden. If he were hit, he would also be injured. Bang! He threw the energy ball he had gathered in his palm towards the incoming swordlight and decisively led his subordinates to retreat from the blood-red light curtain. His reaction was timely, but still a step too late. Ah ah ah! Several screams rang out. A few more of his subordinates died under the swordlight. Tang Tianjing, having rushed out of the blood-red light curtain, looked at the 3 remaining people beside him, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. Damn it, he had been tricked. Yen Nantian was too cunning, causing him heavy losses. After unleashing this sword, Yen Nantian fell to the ground again, unable to rise. Having suffered losses twice in a row, Tang Tianjing had learned his lesson and no longer dared to rashly enter the blood-red light curtain to avoid being tricked again. Little did he know, this time, Yen Nantian had overexerted himself, and his frail body could no longer withstand it. He had truly fainted. Using this trick again. Trying to lure us in, how naive. Does he think we're fools? One of the surviving members of the Dragon Slaying Society said indignantly. Let's go, no need to worry about him. His current state won't have much impact on my subsequent plans, it's not worth it to argue with him. From the information sent by Feng Haoren, Yi Sanglong should be arriving soon. Let's retreat first, and then kill them all together. Tang Tianjing said in a deep voice. Not having killed Yen Nantian and losing so many subordinates, he felt quite unwilling. His greatest strength was his caution. He would only act when everything was under his control. This had made him successful in everything he did before. However, sometimes being too cautious was not a good thing. For instance, this time, if he had been a bit bolder, he could have easily killed the unconscious Yen Nantian. But he did not do so. The three subordinates nodded, remaining silent as they followed him out of the number 3 cave, hiding in the shadows. About 40 minutes later, a powerful aura quickly approached from the distance, landing at the entrance of the number 3 cave. The visitor was Yi Sanglong. He first quickly checked the ground situation, finding nothing unusual. Then, he entered the number 3 cave. Following the aura of his adopted son, he spent some time locating the branch cave. After checking the surroundings again, he still found no one else and no living presence aside from his adopted son. This was because Tang Tianzhang had used a special secret method to erase the traces of his and his subordinates' auras when leaving, making them hard to detect. Where are the dragon-slaying society members? Where did they go? Most likely, they are hiding in the shadows. There must be a trap here. Yi Kanglong's expression was calm. With his intellect, it was not difficult to guess that danger awaited him in the cave. However, worried about his adopted son's safety, he chose to enter the tiger's den despite knowing the risks. Fearlessly, he stepped into the branch cave. Not far in, he saw his adopted son lying motionless on the ground within the blood-red light curtain, along with several piles of corpses on the platform. He immediately recognized those bodies as the soldiers stationed there. The sword light from Yan Nanshan's previous 2 attacks had cleaved many bodies into pieces, a gruesome sight. Nantian, I'm here. Yi Sanglong asked anxiously. No one responded. This made Yi Kanglong's heart sink to the bottom. He did not know if his adopted son was still alive. Blood Fiend 10,000 poison formation? Indeed ruthless, no wonder Nantian was trapped here. With just a glance, Yi Sanglong recognized the origin of the blood-red light curtain. Break! He let out a soft exhale and suddenly struck forward with a palm. Crack, crack, crack. The blood-red light curtain shattered in response. The Blood Fiend 10,000 poisons formation was thus destroyed. Yi Sanglong gently stroked the Qiankuan ring on his finger, took a deep breath, and quickly rushed to the platform, picking up Yan Nanshan's body and turning to leave the place. His time here was too short. He couldn't investigate whether there were other traps for the moment. It was safer to get away first. However, just as he lifted Yan Nantian, explosions suddenly erupted from all directions, a terrifying wave of lethal force surging towards them. Above the entrance of the number 3 cave. Shortly after Yi Sanglong entered, Tang Tianzhang and the others no longer hid and ran out. Hearing the violent explosions from within the cave, a smug smile appeared on his face. Ha, Yi Sanglong, you never dreamed that I would place over 10 tons of high explosives beneath the platform, did you? No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand the damage from these explosives. You and Yan Nantian are doomed. From now on, the War Department is mine, and so is the Dragon Country. The more Tang Tianzhang laughed, the happier he became, until he was doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down his face. It was clear that he was genuinely overjoyed. Supplement, time is tight, I'll upload first and correct typos later. There's still 1 chapter. I wondered why there was such a loud explosion. It turns out the president had buried over 10 tons of high explosives in advance, and now Yi Sanglong was truly finished. The 3 members of the Dragon Slaying Society were incredibly excited, and they admired their president even more for his endless schemes. With such a president, how could they not enjoy the good life? Without Yi Sanglong and the Kunlun War Department, they would soar to great heights in the future. Tang Tianzhang laughed for a full 3 minutes. And the explosions in the cave showed no signs of stopping, continuing to bombard relentlessly. To him, this sound was like a beautiful, unparalleled symphony, so delightful to hear. Tang Tianzhang had been planning for this day with great care. He had started plotting several years ago. With the support of the dragon-slaying sect leader, Dantai Huang, he infiltrated the Dragon Country. He spent a lot of time gathering information about the War Department, pulling in powerful figures who were at odds with the War Department one by one to form the Dragon-Slaying Society, and allied with the formidable Feng Haoren. Once all the preliminary preparations were in place, he began to scheme against Yi Sanglong. In fact, the plan was not complicated. First, he, along with Dantai Liang and Nangong Ming, members of the dragon-slaying sect, entered the military camp of the number 3 cave and poisoned 300 soldiers, some of whom they killed with a thunderous assault. In almost no time, all 300 soldiers were dead, so they couldn't send a message to the War Department. After killing the soldiers, Tang Tianzhang and his companions moved the bodies into the branch cave, using the blood, resentment, and various poisons of the deceased to set up the Blood Fiend 10,000 poisons formation. Moreover, they buried a large amount of explosives beneath and around the formation. The number 3 cave was a state secret, under the jurisdiction of the Kunlun War Department. With 300 soldiers missing, the War Department would definitely send someone to investigate. Due to the peculiar nature of the number 3 cave, strange incidents occasionally occurred inside, posing great danger. The War Department had previously sent many experts to investigate the situation below, resulting in heavy casualties, with some mysteriously disappearing. In such a dangerous place, the War Department would not send many people to reduce casualties. The most likely scenario was to send the powerful Yan Nantian to investigate. In fact, just as he expected, everything developed in the direction Tang Tianzheng had envisioned, and Yan Nantian indeed came. Tang Tianzheng knew that Yan Nantian was very cautious and would not act impulsively. He would be on guard against anything unusual. To make everything seem reasonable and lower Yan Nantian's vigilance, Tang Tianzheng used various means to hide the traces of the 300 soldiers' bodies and deliberately left some bloodstains in the branch cave. This was to gradually lure Yan Nantian in. Since Yan Nantian had searched for a long time before finding this clue, everything seemed normal and he was not overly cautious. In the end, he naturally fell into the trap set by Tang Tianzheng, becoming a turtle in a jar. At this point, all that was left was to use Yan Nantian to lure Yi Sanglong over and blow him up with high explosives. However, Yi Sanglong was cunning and much steadier than Yan Nantian. Luring him into the area of the explosive was no easy task. But this did not stump Tang Tianzheng. He only needed to create a sense of urgency for Yi Sanglong to disrupt his mind, making it easy for him to fall for the trap. That day, he suddenly called a meeting of the members of the Dragon Slaying Society. He informed them that Wu Sanju and Jin Chan had been killed and instructed them to kill Xiao Feng to avenge the two members. He also told them about the secret ambush planned against Yan Nantian. The masked man number 7 took on this task, volunteering to deal with Xiao Feng. As expected, the masked man number 7 did not succeed. This was also anticipated by Tang Tianzheng. Through various investigations, he learned that Xiao Feng was formidable, though he was not entirely sure how formidable. In any case, he was stronger than the masked man number 7. Since the masked man number 7 failed, he would inevitably fall into Xiao Feng's hands. From his investigation into Xiao Feng, Tang Tianzheng speculated that the other party might possess some very powerful interrogation techniques. Since the masked man number 7 fell into Xiao Feng's hands, he would surely be interrogated by him. Thus, Xiao Feng would learn about their recent plans to deal with Yan Nantian. Given the relationship between Xiao Feng and Yi Sanglong, it was highly likely that he would inform the latter. This would plant a seed in Yi Kanglong's mind. When something happened to Yan Nantian, this seed would take root and sprout, disturbing Yi Kanglong's heart and preventing him from calming down. Moreover, he would hastily leave Qianlongjian, having no time to deploy the defense system there. This would give Feng Haoren, Dan Tai Liang, and others the opportunity to attack Qianlongjian. Worried about Yan Nantian's safety, when Yi Sanglong arrived at the number 3 cave, he similarly had no time to carefully observe his surroundings. In his anxiety, he naturally entered the explosion zone. Tang Tianzheng's plan was seamless. He had exploited the psychological weaknesses of both Yi Sanglong and Yan Nantian to the fullest. The masked man number 7 and Xiao Feng were merely his pawns. Tang Tianzheng's calculations were meticulous, and almost everything he planned went off without a hitch. The only miscalculation was that Yan Nantian's strength was greater than he had imagined. But this was not a significant issue. Instead, the injured Yan Nantian further disturbed Yi Kanglong's mind. Otherwise, Yi Sanglong would not have fallen for the trap so easily. Additionally, Tang Tianzheng was unaware of Yan Nantian's encounter with the blood-red monster tree filled with human corpses in the cave. In Tang Tianzheng's view, Yi Sanglong was already dead. The Kunlun War Department was already in his grasp. Next, he just needed to find a way to eliminate the leader, Dan Tai Huang, and he could wield power over the world. Once the explosion in the cave ceased, Tang Tianzheng was the first to enter. He wanted to see the bodies of Yi Sanglong and Yan Nantian and enjoy the fruits of victory. 3 subordinates followed closely behind. The cave structure was exceptionally solid, even missile bombardment could not destroy it. The Kunlun War Department had previously attempted this. After missile strikes, the interior of the number 3 cave remained intact. Why this was the case, no one knew. Tang Tianzheng was certainly aware of this. Therefore, the cave had not collapsed due to the explosives. The 4 of them moved swiftly and unobstructed to the explosion area. There, the ground was shattered, dust filled the air, and the surrounding cave walls were similar to their previous state, with only a few stones shaken loose. With a wave of his hand, Tang Tianzheng dispersed the dust. At the center of the explosion, he did not see the bodies of Yi Sanglong and Yan Nantian. Only a massive cauldron stood at the scene. The black cauldron was covered in cracks. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the cauldron shattered into pieces, revealing 2 figures inside. It was indeed Yi Sanglong and Yan Nantian. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound erupted. Yi Sanglong slowly stood up, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his back a bloody mess. You are not dead? Tang Tianzheng raised an eyebrow, quickly retreating a few steps, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The fact that Yi Sanglong was still alive completely exceeded his expectations. The 3 subordinates were trembling in fear, not daring to confront Yi Sanglong. Thanks to you, I miraculously snatched back alive. Yi Sanglong was somewhat disheveled, but his gaze was icy. If it weren't for a powerful black cauldron he had, which he took out from the Qianquan ring at the moment of the explosion, holding his adopted son and jumping inside to withstand part of the blast, he would have been dead. Additionally, relying on the dragon energy to protect his body, he managed to resist another portion of the explosion's force. Thus, he had snatched back a life. However, since he was lying on Yen Nantian, his back was still injured by the explosion, and he had suffered severe internal injuries. At this moment, he could only exert 40% of his peak combat power. So what if you're alive? You're so badly injured, and your protective dragon energy has been destroyed. I still have the ability to kill you. You three, don't panic and mess up your formation. We are at a life and death juncture now. Victory means a bright future, while death means demise here. Only by risking our lives can we achieve great things, Tang Tianzhang said encouragingly. Hearing this, the three no longer panicked and took on a desperate fighting spirit. Kill! Tang Tianzhang surged forward, his true energy swelling, charging towards Yi Sanglong with unstoppable force. The other three did not retreat either, flanking him from both sides. A fierce battle erupted just like that. Boom, boom, boom. The fight instantly escalated. Injured, Yi Sanglong, while battling four strong enemies, had to spare some of his remaining strength to protect the unconscious Yen Nantian, making it difficult for him to fight freely. The situation was not looking good for him, especially with Tang Tianzhang, whose strength was incredibly formidable, almost on par with the peak Yen Nantian, posing a significant threat. However, Yi Sanglong was battle-hardened, with rich combat experience. He responded calmly, struggling fiercely with his enemies. Although he was at a disadvantage, Tang Tianzhang and the others could not take him down immediately. Just as they were locked in fierce combat, deep within the third cave, there grew a blood-red tree, its branches laden with people. 99 chains were wrapped around its trunk, firmly binding it. Moreover, there was an invisible barrier surrounding the strange tree. This was clearly a very powerful prison, and the strange tree was the prisoner trapped within. As the long years passed, the barrier had become somewhat loose. Coupled with the missile bombardment from years ago and the recent explosion, a tiny gap had appeared in the barrier. However, the barrier had self-healing abilities and was quickly closing. Those people outside have really done me a great favor. I've finally waited for this day. Children, hurry out and find powerful hosts. When the time is right, come to help me escape. The strange tree surprisingly spoke human words. In the next moment, dozens to hundreds of red blood snakes emerged from the tree, scrambling to squeeze through the gap in the barrier. Just before the barrier healed, they all managed to escape. These blood snakes varied in size, their size representing their strength. They dispersed, darting out from various branch caves. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. On the other side, the battle continued. All three subordinates had died at Yi Sanglong's hands, but his injuries had worsened. Meanwhile, Tang Tianzhang remained unscathed. His advantage became increasingly apparent. With just a bit more effort, he could slay Yi Sanglong. Seeing victory in sight, he was filled with excitement. In contrast, Yi Sanglong was in a dire state. He was nearing his limit and could not hold on much longer. Suddenly, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. He sensed two familiar auras. In an instant, Xiaofeng rushed over, carrying Yi Wushuang. Upon seeing Xiaofeng, a smile appeared on Yi Sanglong's face. He knew that victory was assured. Grandpa, Uncle Yen, how could you become like this? Yi Wushuang, who had come here with Xiaofeng, saw the tragic state of her two relatives and couldn't help but feel a surge of sorrow, asking with concern. In her impression, apart from Xiaofeng, Grandpa and Uncle Yen were the strongest people in the world. Either of them had extraordinary combat power, able to walk through the Dragon Kingdom without anyone being able to harm them. But now, Yen Nantian was unconscious, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Grandpa also had multiple injuries, especially his back, which was a bloody mess, making it hard for her to look at. How could they have been hurt like this? Could it all be the doing of the masked man in front of them? If so, wouldn't his strength surpass that of Grandpa and Uncle Yen combined? In an instant, Yi Wushuang felt a heavy weight in her heart. She was astonished by Tang Tianzhang's strength and was unsure if Xiaofeng had the ability to handle it. If Xiaofeng couldn't defeat Tang Tianzhang, they would all be doomed. Amidst her worries, she glanced at Xiaofeng beside her and saw him calm and composed, which eased her frantic feelings a little. I'm fine, but your Uncle Yen. As he spoke of the painful matter, Yi Sanglong's voice choked up, unable to finish his sentence. He had briefly checked, and aside from being severely poisoned, the most serious injury Yen Nantian had was to his dantian, which was covered in scars. Even a slight use of spiritual power would cause it to collapse. From now on, it would be very difficult for Yen Nantian to use force again. He was almost like a useless person. Uncle Yen, Yi Wushuang's breath suddenly stopped. She thought Yen Nantian was already dead. Xiaofeng? This is a grudge between me and Yi Sanglong. I advise you not to meddle. If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately. I can give you a way out. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, Tang Tianjiang did not show any panic. He still wore a confident expression. Previously, when he secretly investigated Xiao Feng's information, the latter had not yet killed the latest-stage Earth immortal Saint Tua and many experts from the South Seas. The strongest martial artist he had killed was the early-stage Earth immortal Wu Sanju and Jin Shan, and the killing process was very easy. Therefore, he speculated that Xiao Feng might be slightly stronger than the mid-stage Earth immortal masked man number 7, at most possessing ordinary latest-stage Earth immortal combat power, not comparable to him. Right now, Yi Sanglong was almost exhausted. Even with Xiao Feng and Yi Wushuang, he was confident he could suppress them by himself. But even with such confidence, he was still unwilling to complicate matters and planned to scare Xiao Feng away first, making it easier to kill Yi Sanglong before going after Xiao Feng, achieving the goal of defeating them one by one. After all, Tang Tianjiang still did not understand Xiao Feng. This was not his fault, as those who had witnessed Xiao Feng's true strength were either dead or in another world. Or were Yi Sanglong and the others. He had no way of knowing. You must be Tang Tianjiang. I didn't expect your ambition to be so great, wanting to plot against the Dragon Kingdom and become a ruler. With your kind of lowly scum, do you even deserve it? Xiao Feng said disdainfully. How do you know my name? Tang Tianjiang's expression changed unpredictably. His secrecy was well maintained. Even the members of the Dragon Slaying Society did not know his identity. Only Feng Haoren and those from the Dragon Slaying sect were clear about it. So how did Xiao Feng find out? In that moment, his mind raced, thinking of many possibilities. Could it be? As he thought of that possibility, he shivered. What have you done to Feng Haoren and Dan Tai Liang? Tang Tianjiang was a clever man. He could glean a lot of information from a simple sentence. What else could happen? They were all killed by Xiao Feng. You have quite the ability to convince Feng Haoren to work for you. But unfortunately, they ran into Xiao Feng and all died very tragically. Yi Wushuang said with hatred. Mentioning this matter still made her feel uneasy. If Xiao Feng hadn't appeared in time, the Kunlun War Department would have truly been overrun by Tang Tianjiang and his group. What? Impossible. He definitely isn't Feng Haoren's opponent. Tang Tianjiang's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly stepped back several paces, distancing himself from Xiao Feng. The strength of Feng Haoren was evident to all, and even he had to be wary of it. He couldn't imagine Xiao Feng being able to kill Feng Haoren. You and Feng Haoren are both trash. Killing you is as easy as pie. Now I'll send you down to keep him company. Xiao Feng raised his right hand, fiercely exerting force, and struck out a palm towards Tang Tianjiang. If you want to kill me, you don't have that capability yet. I'll fight you. Tang Tianjiang retorted defiantly, almost simultaneously pushing out both palms, unleashing a vast wave of palm force. The two forces collided violently. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, accompanied by a scream. Tang Tianjiang's body was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, struck by Xiao Feng's palm and crashing against the cave's stone wall, leaving him battered and bloodied, with multiple broken bones. Impossible, impossible. There can't be such an incredible existence on Earth. Heavens, who exactly are you, and why do you possess such combat power? Half-dead, Tang Tianjiang screamed frantically, unable to accept the result that Xiao Feng's displayed strength had completely overturned his worldview. Yi Sanglong and Yi Wushuang exchanged glances, feeling a sense of awe. Xiao Feng was still as powerful as ever, each strike delivering a tremendous impact. Even though they had seen or heard of Xiao Feng's strength before, witnessing it again firsthand was still a profound shock. How did he cultivate? When will I be as strong as him? Yi Wushuang's gaze towards Xiao Feng had changed, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Talents emerge in every generation. The Dragon Kingdom has successors, and my pressure has lessened considerably. It might be time to consider retirement. I wonder if Daoist Xiao would be willing to inherit my position and become the new head of the War Department. With his abilities, he probably wouldn't be interested in this position. Yi Sanglong shook his head with a wry smile. He had worked on the front lines for many years and had long wanted to step back and enjoy a leisurely life. Unfortunately, he struggled to find a successor. Yan Nantian was good, but he was devoted to the sword path and had no interest in a political career. His granddaughter was excellent in many aspects, but unfortunately, she was still too young and lacked the strength to take on significant responsibilities. Looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom, only Xiao Feng was the most suitable. He planned to ask Xiao Feng later, hoping the other party would agree. Not dead? Xiao Feng looked at his palm. The power of that strike should have killed even a foundational stage warrior, yet Tang Tianjiang, a latest stage land immortal, was able to withstand it, which surprised him greatly. Soon, he noticed a clue. He saw that Tang Tianjiang was wearing a jade pendant on his chest, a defensive artifact of excellent quality. At that moment, the jade pendant was shattered. It must have absorbed most of the power of the strike for Tang Tianzheng. Not being able to kill Tang Tianzheng in one go didn't bother Xiao Feng, he could just strike again. He decisively launched another palm strike. The fierce palm force enveloped Tang Tianzheng. If hit, this person would be reduced to dust. However, just as the palm force was about to reach Tang Tianzheng, he suddenly flashed with light and vanished into thin air. Bang! The palm force missed its target, striking the cave's stone wall, merely causing a vibration without any damage. However, dozens of faint lights flickered and disappeared. This detail was precisely noticed by Xiao Feng. But he didn't have time to investigate why the stone wall was so sturdy. Instead, he moved to the spot where Tang Tianzheng had vanished, his gaze flickering uncertainly. What's going on? Where is he? Yi Wuxuan looked around, bewildered. How did this living person, Tang Tianzheng, disappear right before their eyes? He used a teleportation array to escape. Yi Sanglong, with his keen insight, quickly figured out the reason. It's a directional teleportation array. From the residual energy, the distance of the teleportation won't exceed 10 kilometers. He's still nearby, I'll go kill him. Xiao Feng pointed upwards, indicating that Tang Tianzheng had escaped outside cave number 3. Well, you must let him go, otherwise he will be a disaster. Yi Wuxuan nodded. Xiao Feng turned and left, sprinting rapidly towards the outside of the cave. Tang Tianzheng was indeed quite cunning. He was the most troublesome enemy he had encountered since his rebirth. In fact, he wasn't that difficult to deal with, just a bit more troublesome than other enemies. Since he had encountered such a person, he absolutely wouldn't let him go. 7 kilometers northwest of the entrance to cave number 3, Tang Tianzheng lay on the ground like a dead dog, the intense pain from multiple wounds making him grimace. Xiao Feng's first strike nearly cost him his life. At least he would need half a year to fully recover. Recalling Xiao Feng's second strike, he couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, my skills are superior, and I had the foresight to set up a teleportation array here days ago. Otherwise, I would have really lost my life inside today. Having survived this great disaster today, I will surely have future blessings. Xiao Feng, you have ruined my good fortune. One day, I will make you pay for it. Tang Tianzheng said bitterly. Glancing at the dimmed teleportation array in his arms, he felt a pang of pain. This directional teleportation array was a treasure he had obtained from an ancient site, likely left behind by some ancient powerhouse. It came in 2 parts, consisting of an array plate and a teleportation platform. The usage was simple: just place the teleportation platform in a location, activate the array plate within a 10-kilometer radius, and one could be instantly teleported to the platform. Tang Tianzheng had this backup mainly to guard against the unknown dangers within cave number 3. He had learned from the trader Hu Haiyang in the War Department years ago that there were bizarre creatures and various inexplicable dangers inside the cave. He was worried about encountering those things, so he had prepared an escape plan in advance. However, he never expected that the only danger he would encounter would be Xiao Feng. The teleportation array had come in handy, and he had inadvertently saved his life. The energy within the teleportation array was limited. Using it once meant losing some energy, so it was only natural for him to feel pained. Xiao Feng, Yi Sanglong, the next time we meet, it will be your death day. Well, see, Tang Tianzheng said with resentment. If it weren't for Xiao Feng appearing out of nowhere, his plan would have succeeded. Tang Tianzheng silently cursed, fearing that Xiao Feng and Yi Sanglong would chase after him, and hurriedly got up from the ground, preparing to leave this place of trouble quickly. However, after struggling for a long time, he couldn't get up. Instead, he ended up in more pain, his blood surging. Damn it, is this heaven trying to kill me? Tang Tianzheng wanted to cry but had no tears. He suddenly realized that his injuries were far more serious than he had anticipated. With just a little effort, every part of his body hurt, and his wounds burst open, blood flowing profusely. Forget about escaping. At this moment, he couldn't even stand up. Without Xiao Feng and Yi Sanglong coming to kill him, he would eventually die here due to his severe injuries. Faced with this situation, Tang Tianzheng was incredibly frantic, filled with despair. All his ambitions were shattered by reality, turning into bubbles. I never expected that after a lifetime of heroism, I would end up in such a state. It's too frustrating. Tang Tianzheng said, his heart like ashes. Just when he felt that life was bleak and hopeless, a sharp voice suddenly rang in his ear. You may be a weak host, but you're barely usable, so we'll choose you. Who? Tang Tianzheng felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around abruptly and saw a red blood snake about 10 centimeters long before it quickly burrowed into his forehead before he could react. What exactly are you, and what do you want by entering my body? Tang Tianzheng shouted in horror. Possession. From now on, this body will be controlled by me. The sharp voice echoed in his mind. Possession? Isn't that a secret technique that only exists in ancient texts? How can you use it? Ah, my soul! Tang Tianzheng cried out in pain, clearly sensing that the entity was devouring and tearing at his soul. If he were truly devoured, he would be completely finished. He didn't want to die at the mouth of such a bizarre creature and fought desperately against it. However, his injuries were too severe and his body was extremely weak. He was no match for it. If it were during his prime, he might have been able to put up a fight. Just then, Xiaofeng descended from the sky and appeared before him. Where is this demonic aura coming from? Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Tang Tianzhang. He detected a unique scent that only demons possessed emanating from the other's head. Seeing Xiaofeng arrive, Tang Tianzhang, already in a precarious situation, was on the verge of tears. Was Xiaofeng a dog? His nose was too sharp. Discovering his trace so quickly, it was truly haunting. Kid, you have a grudge against him, right? I can help you take revenge, but on the condition that you willingly give up control of your body. I need to control your body to kill him. So, what do you say? Think it over. The sharp voice echoed again in Tang Tiansheng's mind. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Fine, let's do it. After all, he was going to die anyway. Rather than dying at Xiaofeng's hands, he might as well die at the mouth of this bizarre creature inside him. If the creature could kill Xiaofeng, it would at least give him a sense of revenge. Thinking positively, what if they both ended up severely injured? He could then take advantage of the situation, devour the bizarre creature first, and then kill Xiaofeng. That would be a huge gain for him. Tang Tiansheng's calculations were ringing loud and clear, audible to the whole world. Great, I will keep my promise. The sharp voice laughed heartily. The two sides quickly reached an agreement. Soon, Tang Tianzhang, who had decided to gamble everything, relinquished control of his body. Kikik, I've finally completed the possession. Human, how do you want to die? The blood serpent, controlling Tang Tiansheng's body, looked at Xiaofeng and said triumphantly, You demons are among the top clans in the myriad worlds. Why are you appearing on this resource-poor earth? Xiaofeng was quite puzzled. It was utterly incomprehensible. It was like a trillionaire, accustomed to a luxurious life, suddenly settling in a desolate area. You don't need to know so much, I won't tell you. The blood serpent mocked. Not being honest, huh? Then I'll beat you until you do. Xiaofeng sneered, pointing a finger, and a piercing sword aura shot from his fingertip, aimed directly at Tang Tiansheng's neck. Ha! A little cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refining dares to show off in front of me. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Tiansheng's head was severed, and the blood serpent lost control of the body. Tang Tianzhang, who had been watching from the sidelines, was left dumbfounded. He had thought the blood serpent had some skills to challenge Xiaofeng, but this? It was too disappointing. With his head severed, his consciousness quickly faded, and in less than a second he returned to his origins. I hate this. This was Tang Tiansheng's last silent scream before death. He had always believed himself to be exceptionally clever, calculating everything for this operation. However, up until now, he realized he was gravely mistaken. First, he underestimated Yan Nanshan's strength, then he didn't expect Yi Sanglong to survive the explosion, and finally, he was unprepared for the unexpected appearance of Xiaofeng. In short, there were flaws everywhere, leading to the collapse of his grand ambitions. Your combat power, at least in the late Foundation establishment stage, right? The blood serpent was filled with terror, rapidly retreating with Tang Tiansheng's head. Wrong, it's just the early golden core stage, and I'm not afraid. Xiaofeng lunged forward, tightly grasping the fleeing head, and with a gentle squeeze, the head exploded, releasing a flash of red light. It was the blood serpent, trying to escape but failing to do so, firmly held in Xiaofeng's palm, struggling continuously, but to no avail. It could not break free from Xiaofeng's control. So, it's the offspring of the blood-devouring tree demon clan. Xiaofeng, with keen eyesight, recognized the blood serpent's origins just by examining it slightly in his hand once when he swept through the spirit realm. He had slain many powerful blood tree demons. The overall strength of this clan could only be considered below average among the many races of the demon clan. Heavenly demons, blood demons, heart demons, soul demons, chaotic demons, now those were formidable. You can either confess honestly or die, the choice is yours. Xiaofeng asked sternly. Don't kill me, they'll tell you everything. The blood serpent was clearly terrified of death and immediately caved in. Tell me, why is your clan on Earth? Xiaofeng repeated his previous question. The blood serpent dared not hide anything and obediently answered his question. It turned out that in ancient times, the spiritual energy on Earth was abundant and martial arts were quite prosperous, with powerful cultivators flying and teleporting everywhere, including many at the nascent soul level and even an ancient monster at the transformation stage. However, one day, the heavens and earth underwent a sudden change. A small invading squad of demons, known for their penchant for conquest, invaded Earth, unleashing a bloody massacre and crazily devouring human flesh and blood. Numerous cultivators united to resist the 12 demon heads of the invading squad. Both sides engaged in a protracted war. In the end, countless cultivators on Earth were killed or injured, with hardly any warriors above the nascent soul level surviving. It was particularly tragic. However, the 12 demon heads were not unscathed either, they were all severely injured. But demons possess strong self-healing abilities, and as long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, they are extremely difficult to kill. Moreover, the cultivators on Earth had never fought against demons and lacked the means to deal with them, not knowing how to kill them at all. In desperation, the only ancient monster at the transformation stage used the flesh and blood of the deceased nascent soul cultivators, along with the remaining energy, to refine 12 demon suppression prisons, each suppressing one of the 12 demon heads in various locations around the world. This is the origin of the 12 underground caverns. Each cavern is a demon suppression prison, sealing one demon head inside. To prevent the demon heads from breaking free from their seals in the future, the ancient monster and the surviving nascent soul cultivators sacrificed themselves, choosing to self-detonate, using their own flesh and blood essence to reinforce the defenses of the demon suppression prisons. Since then, there have been almost no cultivators above the nascent soul level on Earth. Golden Core Realm cultivators began to take power. They strictly followed the last wishes of the ancient monster, excavating all the spiritual veins on Earth and transplanting them to a neighboring space. That space is the one Xiaofeng discovered in the Kunlun Mountains last time. It is vast, dozens of times the size of Earth, and is now known as the True Martial Realm. In the past, the True Martial Realm was desolate and unsuitable for cultivators to live in. However, as a large number of spiritual veins were transplanted there, it gradually transformed into a paradise for cultivators. The reason the ancient monster wanted the surviving warriors to transplant the spiritual veins from Earth was to cut off the 12 demon heads' access to spiritual energy, preventing them from regaining strength and breaking free from the demon suppression prisons. Without the replenishment of spiritual energy, even with their powerful self-healing abilities, the 12 demon heads would find it difficult to recover from their injuries. Thus, after so many years, they have remained suppressed and have not escaped. This is also why spiritual energy is so scarce on Earth. To prevent the spiritual energy of the True Martial Realm from leaking to Earth and being absorbed by the demon heads, those Golden Core Realm cultivators spent a great deal of manpower, resources, and time to set up a barrier, completely isolating the True Martial Realm from Earth. After listening to the Blood Serpent's account, Xiaofeng suddenly realized he hadn't expected such a significant secret to be hidden within. He sincerely admired those ancestors who sacrificed themselves for righteousness, as they had fought for the survival of future generations with their lives. At the same time, he felt a sense of urgency. It was uncertain when the 12 demon heads might break free from their seals, and with his current strength, it would be difficult to deal with them. He must enter the True Martial Realm as soon as possible. Once there, with abundant spiritual energy, he could quickly break through several major realms. At that time, he would not fear the 12 demon heads. "Take me to the cavern to meet your ancestors," Xiaofeng said to the Blood Serpent, calming his emotions. He wanted to go check the sealing condition of the blood-devouring tree demon. If the seal was loose, he would have to find a way to reinforce it. "Let me be clear, I'll take you to see the ancestors, and you have to let me go," the Blood Serpent bargained. "Fine," Xiaofeng replied dismissively. He held onto the Blood Serpent and quickly arrived at the entrance of cave number 3. However, just as they entered, before they could take a step, the Blood Serpent let out a shriek, and then it turned into a puddle of blood. It was killed by the monster tree sealed within, which sensed that Xiaofeng was not ordinary and worried that he would reinforce the seal, making it harder for it to see the light of day again. All its descendants were under its control, and with a single thought, it could easily kill them. But being sealed, it could not harm anyone else. For instance, when Yan Nantian encountered its projection last time, it was unable to attack him. The ancient humans hanging from the branches of the monster tree were all cultivators of the human race that it had killed back in the day. Damn it! Staring at the blood left in his hand, Xiaofeng couldn't help but curse. He still had many questions to ask the Blood Serpent, such as how many descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon had escaped and what they were planning to do, etc. However, he was worried that Yi Sanglong and Yi Wuxuan would encounter the blood-devouring tree demon's attack, so he rushed in without having the chance to inquire, planning to interrogate later. As a result, the Blood Serpent died just like that, leaving him quite frustrated. "Without the Blood Serpent to guide me, I will still find you, blood-devouring tree demon," Xiaofeng said coldly. He followed the route in his memory and returned to the branch cave, where he saw Yi Wuxuan and the others. Yi Sanglong was detoxifying the unconscious Yan Nantian, while Yi Wuxuan anxiously waited nearby. "Xiaofeng, did that guy die?" Yi Wuxuan asked as she approached him upon his return. "Dead," Xiaofeng replied. "That's great. It had to be you who did it." Yi Wuxuan was very happy to hear the news of the strong enemy's death. However, thinking of Yan Nantian's condition, her smile immediately faded, and her brows furrowed as she pleaded, "Xiaofeng, can you help save Uncle Yan? It's a small matter." Xiaofeng shrugged and walked over to Yan Nantian. "Daoist friend Xiao, my abilities are limited. I exerted a lot of effort to expel a small portion of the poison from Nantian. I'll leave the rest to you, Yi Sanglong said, clasping his fists. No problem. Xiao Feng extended his finger and placed it on Yan Nanshan's pulse, only to find that he was not only deeply poisoned but his dantian was also on the verge of shattering. You still haven't turned around, he reminded Yi Wuxuang. The most effective way to detoxify was to use miraculous hands, which required uncovering the clothes of the person being treated. What? Yi Wuxuang was taken aback by his words and was momentarily stunned. But when she saw Xiao Feng unbuttoning Yan Nanshan's clothes, she immediately understood and quickly turned around, her face flushed. This naturally reminded her of the scene when Xiao Feng detoxified her, where her body had been fully exposed to someone. The image of that warm hand wandering freely made her breath quicken, and for some reason, she felt a bit nostalgic. Taoist friend Xiao, thank you for saving my life. Not long after, once the poison was completely cleared from his body, Yan Nantian woke up. However, after regaining his life, his mood seemed quite poor, with no trace of joy on his face. Only a frown. Anyone whose dantian was shattered like that would not be happy. I guess this is how it will be for the rest of my life. Yan Nantian sighed deeply. Xiao Feng waved his hand, telling him not to be polite. They were all real men, there was no need for such words of gratitude. Taoist friend Xiao, Wuxuang, why are you both here? Also, Uncle Yan, what about the people from the Dragon Slaying Society? Were you ambushed by them? Recently awakened, Yan Nantian was unaware of what had happened and curiously asked. Uncle Yan, the people from the Dragon Slaying Society did indeed ambush Grandpa, but luckily Xiao Feng arrived in time and killed them. Yi Wuxuang interjected. Yan Nantian once again cast a grateful glance at Xiao Feng. He was about to express his thanks, but thinking of Xiao Feng's attitude, the words caught in his throat. Nantian, you don't have to be too sad. I will find a way to repair your dantian. As a father knows his son best, Yi Sanglong, as his adoptive father, noticed his son's low spirits and quickly offered some comfort, fearing he might give up on himself and do something irrational. Yan Nantian responded negatively, knowing that his adoptive father was trying to console him, but he held no hope for the repair of his dantian. This was because the dantian was too special. Throughout history, there had never been a precedent for its repair. Not only did he have no hope, but Yi Wuxuang and Yi Sanglong were equally pessimistic and felt helpless regarding Yan Nanshan's situation. Your dantian has only developed cracks, it hasn't shattered, so repairing it is quite simple. Just as the three were feeling downcast, a light and breezy voice rang out. The three turned to look at Xiao Feng, their eyes filled with astonishment, as if to say, I know your medical skills are remarkable, but you can even repair a dantian? That's just too incredible, and you say it's simple. How do we repair it? The most excited was Yan Nantian, who eagerly inquired. Just refine a Shangshang Dan. Xiao Feng replied. Shangshang Dan? The three repeated the name of the elixir, all expressing that they had never heard of it before. I recently obtained quite a few old herbs from the treasure trove of the Holy Tua Master, and I just happened to have the materials to refine Shangshang Dan. You're in luck. After saying this, Xiao Feng took out several ancient herbs from his Qianquan ring. When did you go to the Holy Tua Master's treasure trove? Didn't he stop you from taking these herbs? Yi Wuxuang asked in confusion. The Holy Tua Master was well known, and many martial artists had heard of his name, so he wasn't a stranger. He's already dead, how could he stop me? Xiao Feng retorted. What? You killed him? Yi Wuxuang's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Not only did I kill him, but I estimate that all martial artists above the late stage of the South Sea transformation are probably dead. While starting to refine the elixir, Xiao Feng chatted with her. What the heck? When did this happen? How come I didn't hear about it? Yi Wuxuang was almost stunned. She exchanged glances with Yi Sanglong and Yan Nantian, and they all saw shock in each other's eyes. And excitement. That Holy Tua Master had secretly colluded with Eastern martial artists and Western powers to deal with the Kunlun War Department. He was a cancer. The War Department had long wanted to eliminate him but struggled with the international situation, and since the Holy Tua Master was cunning and elusive, they had never been able to find him. Unexpectedly, he was finally killed by Xiao Feng, along with the South Sea martial artists being wiped out. It was simply a great relief. A blue flame surged in Xiao Feng's palm as he used his hand as a furnace to begin refining the Shangsheng Dan. It was the first time for Yi Sanglong and the others to witness such a method of alchemy, and they were all very curious. Staring intently, Xiao Feng didn't think about avoiding the three. If they wanted to learn, they could learn. The Shangsheng Dan wasn't a particularly precious recipe, so it didn't matter. In about half an hour, the elixir was completed, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Just smelling it felt refreshing and invigorating. Eat it. Within half a day, your dantian will be restored to its original state. Xiao Feng handed the Shangsheng Dan to Yan Nantian. The latter received it with both hands and then solemnly bowed to him, saying, This life of mine is thanks to Taoist Xiao. If you ever need anything in the future, just command me. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Xiao Feng had originally helped him out of kindness and had no intention of having him repay it. But with Yan Nantian saying this, it reminded him of something. He often roamed outside, leaving Shenxing Shui and his sister at home. If enemies came knocking during that time, they would be in danger. Shenxing Shui and his sister were his most valued family, and he couldn't afford any mishaps. Considering their safety, Xiao Feng had to do something and said, "How about this? You can stay at my house from now on and protect my 2 family members. Of course, you can refuse, there's no pressure." Xiao Feng didn't like to force people. Yan Nanchan's strength on Earth was among the top elite. The reason he suffered such a significant loss this time was mainly due to Tang Tiansheng's cunning. It wasn't his fault. With Yan Nanchan's protection, he believed that Shenxing Shui and Xiao Churua's safety was assured. "I would be more than happy to serve you." Yan Nantian had no reason to refuse and agreed without a second thought. However, just after he spoke, he suddenly remembered that he was a senior member of the Kunlun War Department and had acted on his own without his adoptive father's consent, which might be a bit presumptuous. He quickly looked at Yi Tsanglong. The latter understood his concerns and smiled, saying, "Nantian, from now on, just follow Xiao Daoyu closely and do your best to help him with some trivial matters." Yi Tsanglong was eager for his adopted son to associate with Xiao Feng. If the latter was pleased, he might even offer some guidance, which would greatly benefit his son. If it weren't for the heavy responsibilities on his shoulders, carrying the weight of a dragon country, he would also want to be Xiao Feng's follower. In the eyes of these martial artists, martial prowess was paramount, and they didn't care about age. They didn't feel embarrassed to associate with Xiao Feng but rather felt honored. Xiao Feng nodded, somewhat satisfied with Yan Nanchan's attitude. He then ignored them and walked alone to the stone wall of the cave, touching it with his palm, sensing faint energy fluctuations within. Boom! He punched the stone wall, and instantly, the entire cave shook. Dozens of beams of light flickered at the struck spot, quickly vanishing. There are formations and runes enhancing this place, no wonder it's so solid. Xiao Feng casually probed and roughly grasped the situation. The entire number 3 cave was like a great prison for demons, unbreakable. Even the missiles used by the War Department back in the day couldn't destroy this place. Seeing Xiao Feng's strange actions, Yi Tsanglong and the others couldn't help but feel curious. "Xiao Feng, what are you doing?" Yi Wushuang asked. "I'm verifying something," Xiao Feng replied. "What is it?" Yi Wushuang pressed on. "I previously captured a descendant of the blood-eating tree demon and learned a shocking secret from it. There is a demon lord suppressed within the number 3 cave." Xiao Feng felt it necessary to share this secret with Yi Tsanglong and the others, so that the Kunlun War Department would be more vigilant about these demon lords in the future. He revealed all the information he knew. The 3 listened as if it were a heavenly book, at times shocked, at times worried, and at times filled with admiration. "Ah, I didn't expect Earth to have such a tragic past. These demon lords are suppressed all over the world, like ticking time bombs, ready to explode at any moment. It's too dangerous. Once they break free, no one can contend with them." "Wouldn't Earth be doomed?" Yi Wushuang said anxiously. The more she knew, the more troubled she became. Ever since learning this news, her mood had grown extremely heavy. "Xiao Daoyu, if ordinary missiles can't destroy the great prison for demons, what about atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs? Can they take out the blood-eating tree demon along with it?" Yi Tsanglong voiced his thoughts. He had the authority to use nuclear weapons and was itching to rely on such devastating weapons to crush the demon lords in their cradle. "It's better not to do that. First, the blood-eating tree demon is suppressed below. Nuclear weapons are difficult to deploy. Second, if it doesn't kill it and instead destroys the great prison for demons, wouldn't that be aiding the enemy and helping it escape early? Moreover, the demon race has a strong healing ability. They must be killed using specific means. As long as they aren't completely dead, they can absorb the massive energy released by nuclear weapons and recover rapidly, which would be troublesome." Xiao Feng shook his head, rejecting Yi Kanglong's proposal. "I was being short-sighted. You have considered the issue more comprehensively," Yi Tsanglong acknowledged. "So what should we do?" Yi Wushuang asked unknowingly. She had already regarded Xiao Feng as her backbone. Whenever there was trouble, she would seek him out. "Let's first find the blood-devouring tree demon and see the situation with the seal." Xiao Feng wasn't very worried because he knew that once he entered the true martial realm, his strength would achieve a qualitative leap, and at that time, he wouldn't need to take these demons seriously. Under his lead, the group walked deeper into the cave. The further they went, the more active the negative factors in the air, bloodthirst, madness, and irritability became, which could greatly affect a person's emotions. A moment of carelessness could lead one to fall into the path of demons and lose oneself. This was due to the residual demonic energy left in the cave from when the bloodthirsty sorcery was suppressed long ago. For this reason, the Kunlun War Department had always been hesitant to investigate the 3rd cave deeply over the years. They couldn't effectively dispel the interference of the demonic energy and had suffered significant losses here. But Xiao Feng was different. He had rich experience in dealing with the demon race. With a shake of his powerful body, he released the Taoist exorcism energy, enveloping the group within it, preventing them from worrying about the influence of the demonic energy. They pressed on, continuously delving deeper. Soon, they passed through this branch cave and were faced with hundreds of new branch caves. It was indeed a complex maze, with countless caves. Where should they go next? This was the dilemma facing Yi Sanglong and the others. Xiao Feng, however, quickly discerned and entered one of the branch caves. The three trusted him greatly and followed closely behind. Xiao Feng's method of discernment was simple. He would go where the demonic energy was strongest. As long as they followed this principle, they would eventually find the blood-devouring tree demon. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After advancing for a while, a strange noise suddenly came from ahead. Then, many red lights appeared in front of them, each as bright as a light bulb. It was a large group of rats. These rats were enormous, about the size of a wolf dog. Their eyes were blood-red, radiating a frenzied and bloodthirsty glow. Having lived here for years, they had been eroded by the demonic energy and had long since mutated. Rather than calling them rats, it would be more accurate to call them demon rats. Having not eaten meat for too long, these demon rats drooled at the sight of Xiao Feng and the others. Thud, thud, thud. The demon rats rushed towards the four, eager to tear them apart and devour them. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Xiao Feng turned the group of demon rats to ashes. Just when he thought the problem was solved, more strange noises followed. In front and behind the cave, countless demon rats appeared, numbering at least tens of thousands. One demon rat might not be strong, but together, they became terrifying. Xiao Daoist, you deal with the rats in front and we'll handle the ones behind. Yi Sanglong prepared for battle. No need. Xiao Feng's true energy surged and the Taoist exorcism energy expanded from him, spreading outwards. Wherever it passed, all the demon rats instantly died, without exception. Seeing him so effortlessly eliminate the rat swarm, Yi Sanglong awkwardly retracted his palms. Yan Nantian and Yi Wuxuan also smiled wryly as they sheathed their heavy swords and short knives. With Xiao Feng around, there was no need for them to take action. On the way afterward, they faced several waves of attacks, including swarms of demon snakes, armies of spiders, and groups of ants. Like the demon rats, these creatures were all much larger than normal and had been demonized. In previous years, they had devoured many humans who entered the third cave. Almost anyone they encountered had not been able to escape. However, this time they were out of luck as they encountered Xiao Feng. In a single encounter, they were all slaughtered. After winding around and going through many twists and turns, they spent over 2 hours, not knowing how many meters they had descended underground. Finally, they arrived at a vast underground space. From a distance, there was a black altar, engraved with numerous array patterns and inscriptions. In the center of the altar stood a blood-red tree, its branches laden with humans. On the trunk, 99 chains were entwined, each adorned with flickering runes and inscriptions smeared with the blood of cultivators above the nascent soul level. The other end of each chain was firmly embedded in the edge of the altar, merging seamlessly with it. Additionally, an invisible barrier was inverted above, enveloping the entire altar, forming an airtight prison that confined the red monstrous tree within. Isn't this the monstrous tree I encountered earlier? Yan Nantian exclaimed. Previously, Xiao Feng had only mentioned the blood-devouring tree demon without describing its form, so he hadn't connected it to the monstrous tree before him. This was the second time he had seen the blood-devouring tree demon, and he still felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Yi Wuxuan, seeing the corpses hanging from the tree, especially those grinning grotesquely at her, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Even Yi Sanglong, who usually remained unflappable in the face of danger, changed his expression drastically upon witnessing this. Only Xiao Feng remained calm as water, undisturbed. You brat, you harmed my descendants and still dare to see me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? A human face materialized on the trunk of the blood-devouring tree demon, glaring at Xiao Feng with resentment. With trash like you, I've killed at least a few thousand. Why should I be afraid of you? Do you think you're worthy? Xiao Feng sneered repeatedly. Humph. I am trapped, but if I were at my peak, killing you would be easier than killing a chicken. The blood-devouring tree demon said arrogantly. At my peak, I could blow you to ashes with a single breath. Xiao Feng was not boasting. His peak strength was at the late stage of the tribulation crossing, and even in the weakened state after successfully overcoming the lightning tribulation, he could still take on 5 and slay 4 immortals. Such immense power was beyond the imagination of the blood-devouring tree demon. Through his observations, he roughly assessed the opponent's strength, concluding that at its peak, it should be at the late stage of the nascent soul. Right now, it was only at the mid-nascent soul level. Human brat, I must say. You are even more arrogant than I am. But arrogance comes at a price. Once I break free, the first thing I'll do is eat you. the blood-devouring tree demon said with a hideous expression. It was enraged by Xiao Feng's words. Stop spouting nonsense, you should focus on breaking free first. However, escaping from here won't be so easy. While speaking to it, Xiao Feng was actually observing the great demon suppression prison. The chains on the blood-devouring tree demon had loosened from its years of struggle, but they still held firm and could last for several more years. However, the barrier enveloping the altar showed several weak points. This barrier was highly effective, cutting off the blood-devouring tree demon's connection to the outside world, making it difficult to absorb energy from outside and thus unable to recover to its peak state, forever trapped under the prison's suppression. Xiao Feng immediately flew to one of the weak points of the barrier, cut his finger, and quickly inscribed sealing runes with his blood. He aimed to strengthen the sealing power at this spot. Damn human, what are you doing? Stop it right now. The blood-devouring tree demon sensed Xiao Feng's intentions and instantly became incredibly furious, trying to break free from its restraints to stop him. It had previously sensed that Xiao Feng was extraordinary through the descendant of Tang Tianzhan who had been possessed. Fearing that Xiao Feng would come to disrupt its escape plan, it had killed that descendant to prevent him from finding it. In the end, it was still found by Xiao Feng, leading to the very situation it had dreaded. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Clang, clang, clang. The chains were pulled by the immense strength of the blood-devouring tree demon, producing a crisp metallic sound. It seemed on the verge of breaking free from the chains. In the next moment, the runes and formations on the chains, the altar, and the barrier glowed brightly, and several streams of power converged, forming a vast suppressive force that repressed the raging blood-devouring tree demon, rendering it immobile. It was so furious that it screamed, repeatedly chanting, "I want to eat you, I want to eat you." Xiao Feng remained undistracted, fully focused on inscribing the runes. Under his operation, it took a long time to reinforce all the weak points. This meant that the blood-devouring tree demon's years of effort had turned to nothing. Day after day, it relentlessly attacked the barrier, and just when it had made some progress, it was destroyed in an instant by Xiao Feng. How could it not hate him, wishing to swallow him alive immediately? One day, I will eat you and make you die a terrible death. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the blood-devouring tree demon no longer struggled but coldly fixed its gaze on Xiao Feng, firmly imprinting his appearance in its mind. The next time we meet, it will be your death. Xiao Feng paid no heed to its threat. Well, see about that. The blood-devouring tree demon thought he was just talking tough and showed disdain. Well, see, Xiao Feng said, hands in his pockets, unafraid. Having reinforced the seal, staying here was meaningless. Xiao Feng called to the three and left the place. The barrier here was set up by the only transformation realm cultivator from ancient times and many nascent soul great cultivators. With his current strength, he could not break through, let alone the descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon. He suspected that many of its descendants had escaped and would definitely possess some humans, trying to find a way to rescue the blood-devouring tree demon. But they lacked the ability to do so. Therefore, Xiao Feng was not worried about this issue. Right now, the priority was to enter the true martial realm as soon as possible. After Xiao Feng and the others left, the blood-devouring tree demon immediately activated the restrictions left in its descendants' bloodlines, transmitting Xiao Feng's appearance to them. Once you find a host, find a way to kill this human. The blood-devouring tree demon conveyed the message to its descendants. For some reason, even though Xiao Feng was only at the 12th level of qi refinement, he gave it a strong sense of danger. This person must be killed quickly, otherwise there would be unforeseen changes in the future, causing it trouble. After emerging from the underground cave, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Yi Wuxuang and the others felt a bit more relaxed. Staying in such a place, especially facing the blood-devouring tree demon, made them feel uncomfortable and suffocating. That place was truly not meant for humans. Only Xiao Feng remained unaffected. At this moment, it was already late at night. A crescent moon hung low in the sky. The faint moonlight illuminated the gravel in the desolate area, making it appear cold and lonely. Xiao Daoyu, there's something I want to discuss with you, Yi Sanglong suddenly said. What is it? Xiao Feng asked. I am getting old, and in recent years I have felt powerless in everything I do. Especially after experiencing tonight's events, I realize I am truly old and should step back. So, I want to pass the position of the leader of the Kunlun War Department to you, hoping you can lead the department to greater heights and protect the stability of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Sanglong had this thought before, and after seeing the blood-devouring tree demon, he was completely determined. Yan Nantian and Yi Wuxuang, who were beside him, were both surprised to hear this. However, upon reflection, they found it reasonable. Xiao Feng was fully capable of taking on the role of the new Kunlun leader. No one was more suitable than him. Moreover, just a few hours ago, he had saved the War Department, averting a catastrophe. They believed that no member of the War Department would object. They would be more than willing to accept Xiao Feng. The two thought Xiao Feng would definitely agree. However, what Xiao Feng said next took them by surprise. Sorry, please look for someone else. I have more important things to do and no time or interest in being the leader of the War Department. Xiao Feng rejected him very decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Although Yi Sanglong had anticipated this possibility, he still felt disappointed when rejected in person. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to persuade Xiao Feng to change his mind. However, in the end, he didn't say anything. With a bitter smile, he said, I was being unreasonable, but if you ever have an interest in this matter, feel free to tell me. Let's see in the future. The perfunctory tone in Xiao Feng's words was evident even to a fool. He actually refused? Yi Wushuang and Yan Nantian found it hard to understand. It should be known that the leader of the War Department holds immense power in the Dragon Kingdom. One could say that whoever controls the War Department essentially controls the Dragon Kingdom. Many powerful forces, both internal and external, aspire to attain this position. Not to mention the distant example of Tang Tianzheng. He exerted great effort to become the leader of the War Department and to control the Kunlun War Department, but unfortunately, in the end, it all came to nothing. What others dream of, Xiao Feng discarded as if it were worthless. Their difficulty in understanding Xiao Feng's rejection stemmed from their lack of understanding of him. In Xiao Feng's view, power and status were not as important as having strong personal strength. The strength of one's fist is what truly defines the magnitude of power. How many underground caves are there in the Dragon Kingdom? Xiao Feng did not want to continue this topic and shifted the conversation. 3. They are referred to as Cave Number 1, Cave Number 2, and Cave Number 3. The ranking is based on the time of discovery. Yi Sanglong said. There are a total of 12 demons suppressed on Earth, corresponding to 12 underground caves. Do you know the areas where the other caves are located? Xiao Feng asked again, as he placed great importance on this question. So far, I only know there is one in the East Japan and one in the extremely cold region of Siberia in the north. The superpower in the west, the Eagle Nation, has 2, and there is one in Europe. I am not clear about the remaining ones. Moreover, the known locations of these caves are state secrets, and I have yet to find out their specific locations. Yi Sanglong recounted with familiarity. Let's not worry about the caves in other countries for now. Yan Nantian, take me to see the situation in Cave Number 1 and Cave Number 2. You two don't need to follow. Hurry back to the War Department. It has just experienced a major upheaval and needs you to stabilize the situation. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Feng made arrangements. It's time to return to Qianlong Abyss, so we part ways here. By the way, the martial arts conference jointly held by various countries will begin in 20 days, and I will need your strong support then. Yi Sanlong clasped his fists and said, All right. Xiao Feng returned the gesture, as this was something they had agreed upon last time. Nantian, fulfill your responsibilities well, do not let us down, and especially do not let Daoist Xiao down. Yi Sanglong reminded his adopted son. Please rest assured, adoptive father, I will protect Daoist Xiao's family with my life. Yan Nantian said. Soon after, Yi Sanglong left with his granddaughter Yi Wushuang. After flying a distance, he noticed his granddaughter looking back repeatedly, her face filled with reluctance. He couldn't help but tease, what's wrong? Can't bear to part with Daoist Xiao? Not at all, am reluctant to part with Uncle Yan. Yi Wushuang's face turned red as she defended herself. Ha ha ha. Yi Sanglong did not expose her, just laughed heartily. Xiao Feng, under Yan Nantian's lead, hurriedly headed towards the other 2 caves. Yan Nantian, holding a high position in the War Department, was well aware of the specific locations of those 2 caves, which were not far from Cave Number 3. 3 hours later, the sky had brightened. Xiao Feng and Yan Nantian left Cave Number 2, preparing to return to Feng City. Xiao Feng had basically grasped the situation inside these 2 caves. Cave Number 1 was suppressing a stone demon, while Cave Number 2 was similarly suppressing a bloodthirsty tree demon. The types of demons were countless, and each type had vastly different forms, all bizarre and unique. The only commonality was that they all contained a large amount of demonic energy, inherently possessing strong aggression and murderous intent. The demons in Caves Number 1 and Number 2 were slightly weaker, at their peak being around the mid-Yuan-ing stage. Currently, they were all injured, roughly at the early Yuan-ing cultivation level. Their strength was still quite formidable. No wonder so many Yuan-ing cultivators and a powerful being at the transformation stage on Earth back then could not kill them, only managing to suppress them. The barriers imprisoning the demons in the 2 caves had also loosened, each showing several weak points. It was unknown if their descendants had managed to escape. Xiao Feng couldn't care less about that. He continued to reinforce all the weak points, making it more difficult for them to escape. Unsurprisingly, this action greatly angered the 2 demons, who vowed that once they broke free, they would definitely crush him to ashes. In response, Xiao Feng merely sneered. Within a day, being resented by 3 demon-level figures, he remained remarkably calm. At 10 in the morning, two figures descended from the sky and entered the Xiao family estate. Oh, these two girls are still training. After returning, Xiao Feng went to find Xin Qingshui and his sister. However, as soon as he reached outside their room, he discovered that both were fully immersed in their training, just as they had been when he left. Their diligence left Xiao Feng both amused and worried. The good news was that with such an attitude, they would surely achieve great success on their martial path in the future. The bad news was that he couldn't spend much time with them anymore. Find a room in the front yard to tidy up. If you need anything, go buy it yourself. You'll be living there from now on, Xiao Feng said to Yan Nantian. There were many rooms in the estate, and since Xiao Churui and the others lived in the backyard to avoid suspicion, he had Yan Nantian stay in the front yard. Okay. Yan Nantian nodded and went to tidy up the room. Xiao Feng opened the refrigerator, which was stocked with plenty of ingredients. He planned to show off his cooking skills at noon. Now, let's rewind to an hour ago. On a mountain peak outside Jiangcheng, a figure stood. This person was a high-ranking member of the Yun family, one of the top 5 families in Jiangcheng, ranked 6th within the clan, and was the younger brother of the family head, Yun Xiaotian, known as Yun Family 6. Ever since the high-ranking members of the Yun family were wiped out by Xiao Feng and their assets were divided among other families, his hatred for Xiao Feng had reached its peak. He began to find ways to contact the lord of the Killing God Hall, Tang Xiao. He wanted to use the other's power to kill Xiao Feng and avenge the deceased members of the Yun family. After his efforts, he first found a contact that Tang Xiao had placed in the Dragon Kingdom, and later, through this contact, he finally got the chance to speak with Tang Xiao. Yun family's 6th informed him that Xiao Feng possessed a Kunlun order. Upon hearing this news, Tang Xiao, who was wanted by the Kunlun War Department, was greatly intrigued. He had been wandering outside for many years, afraid to return home, and had never been able to realize his ambitions of reorganizing the Killing God Hall and restoring its former glory. This had left him with lifelong regrets. Now, a nameless nobody actually possessed a Kunlun order. It was no wonder he was excited. If he could seize it, the Kunlun War Department, which he feared the most, would no longer pose a threat to him. Then he could do whatever he wanted in the Dragon Kingdom without restraint. After detailed inquiries, Tang Xiao decided to take the risk and planned to return home. The two agreed over the phone to meet on this mountain peak that morning. Yun family's 6th had been waiting anxiously for a while, worried that Tang Xiao might change his mind and stand him up. But his worries were clearly unnecessary. Are you Yun Yi? Suddenly, a voice appeared out of nowhere behind Yun family's 6, startling him so much that he nearly lost his soul. He turned around to see Tang Xiao standing behind him, coldly assessing him. I am Yun Yi. I pay my respects to Lord Tang. Yun family's 6, whose real name was Yun Yi, bowed and said. He couldn't help but wonder when Tang Xiao had arrived, as he had made no sound at all. However, considering that the other party had once been the lord of the Killing God Hall and was adept at assassination, it was reasonable for him to appear silently behind him. Is the Kunlun order on Xiao Feng real? Tang Xiao asked with a stern face. He often wore a blank expression, giving off an aura that kept people at a distance. Absolutely genuine. It was personally awarded to him by Yi Sanglong to express gratitude for saving Yi Wushuang. Yun family's 6th patted his chest to assure him. What is his strength? Tang Xiao had asked this question over the phone before, but for safety's sake, he wanted to confirm it again. I'm not clear on Xiao Feng's exact strength. I can only make a rough judgment. He should be at the late stage of the human king realm or slightly higher. After all, he's just over 20. Yun family's 6th emphasized Xiao Feng's age. In the inherent perception of most martial artists on earth, being young means one cannot possess extraordinary cultivation. Just like a 3-year-old child, even if they are a genius, they cannot be more powerful than a top university student. Xiao Feng is only 20 years old, yet possesses such strength. It's actually quite absurd. Tang Xiao felt that even if Xiao Feng is a once-in-a-lifetime talent, there must be a limit, right? Having the cultivation of an early-stage Earth immortal would be the peak. It couldn't possibly get any stronger. Otherwise, that would be outrageous. After asking Yun family's 6th several questions, Tang Xiao finally felt at ease. He determined that Xiao Feng was not a concern, and killing him should not be too troublesome. This gave him full confidence in this operation. Where is Xiao Feng? Tang Xiao was eager to obtain the Kunlun order, the golden ticket to immunity from death. I don't know. Yun family's 6th stammered in response. You called me back, yet you don't know his whereabouts? Are you messing with me? Tang Xiao's expression darkened, his killing intent radiating as he coldly stared at Yun family's 6. Well, Xiao Feng has killed many from my Yun family, and I dare not investigate him, but he is most likely at home. We can just go to his house. Yun family's 6th hurriedly explained, sweating profusely under Tang Xiao's gaze. No wonder he was the master of the Killing God Hall. He had killed so many people, and his killing aura was overwhelming. Lead the way. Tang Xiao was quite dissatisfied with his attitude but refrained from losing his temper since he still needed him. Master Tang, please follow me. Yun family's sixth led the way to the foot of the mountain where his vehicle was parked. They were preparing to drive to the Xiao family manor in Feng City. Tang Xiao could have flown there directly without needing a car. However, as the number one wanted criminal of the Kunlun War Department, he dared not expose his whereabouts before obtaining the Kunlun order. Otherwise, being discovered by the War Department would be extremely dangerous. Flying too high profile was not wise, it was safer to take a car. Naturally, it was Yun family's sixth who drove. Departing from here to the Xiao family manor was much closer than starting from the city. It would take just over an hour to get there. As they approached the destination on the navigation, Yun family's sixth's mood grew increasingly excited. Soon he would be able to kill Xiao Feng and avenge his grievances. Just thinking about it made him incredibly thrilled. He pressed the accelerator harder, speeding along the way. Master Tang has arrived. That manor ahead is Xiao Feng's home. Look, the chimney above their kitchen is emitting smoke. Xiao Feng is most likely at home. Yun family's sixth parked the car diagonally across from the manor, pointing at the chimney. You better pray he's home, otherwise, he'll kill you first, Tang Xiao said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. This frightened Yun family's sixth half to death. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he jogged to the side of the manor, leaped inside. Tang Xiao followed closely behind. Xiao Feng, I know you're home, come out. As soon as they entered the manor, Yun family's sixth shouted loudly. This shout startled Xin Xingxue and Xiao Chirue, who were practicing. And the two of them walked hand in hand to the front yard, where they saw Tang Xiao and Yun family's sixth. The visitors did not seem friendly, and the two did not show a good face. What do you want with my brother? Who let you in? Xiao Chirue questioned with a cold expression. Oh, isn't this Xiao Feng's sister? I was planning to kill you last time, but unfortunately, something happened midway and I couldn't make it. Hee, but this time, you're dead for sure. I want to personally torture you to death in front of Xiao Feng so we can also taste the pain of losing a loved one, Yun family's sixth said with a sinister expression. Days ago, when the head of the Yun family, Yun Xiaotian, decided to take action against Xiao Feng, he sent Yun family's sixth here to kill Xiao Chirue. That was how he avoided disaster and did not end up being wiped out by Xiao Feng along with the others. You are being unreasonable. I have no grievances with you, so why do you want to kill me? Xiao Chirue was displeased. Ruerue, there's no need to say so much to him. Let's test our recent training results and take him down together. After a few days of training, Xin Xingxue had broken through to the first level of qi refinement, which is the early stage of transformation. Xiao Chirue had a physical advantage and was progressing faster, about to break through to the second level of qi refinement. Having achieved some small success, she was eager to test the effects. She opened her palm, circulated the spiritual energy within her body, and clumsily condensed a small energy ball in her palm. Xiao Chirue did not object and prepared to deal with the sixth son of the Yun family, also condensing an energy ball in her palm, slightly larger than Xin Qingsu's. The two of them had just embarked on the path of cultivation and knew nothing, unable to discern the strength of the sixth son of the Yun family, still thinking they could handle it. Ha ha! Two transformation martial artists daring to be arrogant in front of a master, you're seeking death. The sixth son of the Yun family sneered and was ready to make a move. Just then, Xiao Feng appeared behind Xin Xingxue and Xiao Chirue. He had been cooking, and upon hearing the commotion outside, worried that the food would burn, he quickly turned off the heat and washed his hands before coming out. So, he was a bit late. Brother, when did you come back? Xiao Chirue asked in surprise. She was so engrossed in her training that she didn't realize her brother had returned. I've been back for over an hour. You two have a significant gap in cultivation compared to them, so it's better for you to step back and leave it to me, Xiao Feng said with a doting smile. Oh, the two obediently stepped back. Just as the sixth son of the Yun family was about to strike at Xiao Chirue and Xin Xingxue, he saw Xiao Feng appear and was startled, instantly losing the courage to attack. Quickly hiding behind Tang Xiao, pointing at Xiao Feng and saying, Master Tang, this is Xiao Feng, the Kunlun order is with him. Very good. Tang Xiao stared at Xiao Feng, his eyes filled with greed. Xiao Feng, you killed the high-ranking members of my Yun family, causing my Yun family to fall into an irretrievable abyss. Today is your day of death. The Lord of the Killing God Palace is here, kneel and pay your respects. Standing behind Tang Xiao, the sixth son of the Yun family felt much safer and was no longer afraid of Xiao Feng, shouting arrogantly. Tang Xiao frowned, thinking this guy was a bit too talkative, using his name to show off. They might as well kill him together later. So you are the remnants of the Yun family. I was wondering who hated me so much. Since you like kneeling so much, then kneel for me. With a slap of his hand, the sixth son of the Yun family found himself kneeling on the ground, looking completely bewildered. His knees sank into the tiles, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull them out. He could only maintain the kneeling position. The pressure on his knees was so intense that they were crushed, causing him to scream in pain. As for the Killing God Palace, I've never heard of it. With your pathetic appearance, how dare you use the name of the Killing God? You might as well call it the Chicken Killing Palace, Xiao Feng said mockingly. With a glance, he could tell Tang Xiao's strength was at the midstage of the earth immortal. Kid, you really know how to provoke people. Never heard of the Killing God Palace? I can only say you are a narrow-minded country bumpkin, living like a dog all these years. Dare to say the Killing God Palace is the Chicken Killing Palace? Then he'll treat you like a chicken and slaughter you. The proudest thing in Tang Xiao's life was establishing the Killing God Palace, renowned far and wide. Yet he was mocked by Xiao Feng. How could he endure this? He clenched his fists, about to make a move. Just then, a figure walked in through the door. It was Yan Nantian, who had tidied up his room and went out to buy daily necessities. He didn't expect to return to such a scene. Young Master Xiao, have they provoked you? Yan Nantian asked curiously, looking at Tang Xiao and the sixth son of the Yun family. He used to call Xiao Feng Daoist Xiao, but since Xiao Feng saved him and refined the life restoration pill to repair his Dantian, plus he was now guarding the gate for Xiao Feng, it was no longer appropriate to call him Daoist. So he changed it to Young Master Xiao. Xiao Feng nodded. Such trash doesn't need you, Young Master Xiao, to take action. Let me handle it. Yan Nantian set aside the daily necessities and volunteered. He took a few steps forward, passing by the two people, and finally saw Tang Xiao's face clearly. Instantly, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Tang Xiao, you actually dare to step into Long Country, you have quite the nerve. Our War Department has been hunting you down, and since you're here, you might as well not leave. Yan Nantian chuckled ominously. In fact, Tang Xiao recognized him the moment he heard Yan Nantian's voice. He silently cursed his luck. How could he run into Yan Nantian here? It was too unfortunate. If looks could kill, he would have killed the old man of the Yun family 100 times over. This guy was the one who had put him in this predicament. With his strength, how could he possibly be a match for Yan Nantian? If he could escape today, it would be a stroke of luck. However, what surprised him even more was that Yan Nantian actually referred to Xiao Feng as Young Master Xiao. Moreover, his tone was clearly filled with respect and flattery. With Yan Nantian's status, what kind of person could command such respect and flattery from him? He racked his brain and could only think of one person, Yi Sanglong. But what right did Xiao Feng have to be compared to Yi Sanglong? He couldn't make sense of it. Boom! Yan Nantian decisively struck, attacking Tang Xiao. The latter didn't dare to confront Yan Nantian at all. Without a second thought, he unleashed his speed to the maximum and ran away. The plan to kill Xiao Feng and seize the Kunlun order had long been thrown to the back of his mind. The reason he was so afraid of Yan Nantian was that they had fought before. Back then, Yan Nantian had just broken through to the midstage of the Earth Immortal Realm, and even at the same level, he couldn't defeat him. Moreover, now that Yan Nantian was in the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, he was even less of a match. He had no choice but to flee. Having finally encountered the #1 wanted criminal of the War Department, Yan Nantian certainly wouldn't let him go. He chased after him with all his might and caught up to him 5 kilometers outside the manor, where the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The fight didn't last long before it ended. Not only was Yan Nantian at a higher realm than Tang Xiao, but his swordsmanship had also improved further under Xiao Feng's guidance. Fighting Tang Xiao was as easy as fighting a child. Soon, he returned, dragging the disheveled and severely injured Tang Xiao before Xiao Feng. Throwing him to the ground, he clasped his hands and asked, "Young Master Xiao, this person has provoked you. How do you wish to deal with him?" "What? Aren't you the second in command of the War Department? Why do you need to ask Xiao Feng for his opinion on how to deal with me after capturing me? Who exactly is Xiao Feng?" Tang Xiao, in his miserable state, was once again shocked. "Wait until I finish searching his soul before killing him." Xiao Feng spread his fingers, drawing Tang Xiao closer, and placed his hand on his head. This soul-searching technique, Tang Xiao screamed in agony, finally understanding why Yan Nantian was so respectful towards Xiao Feng. A person who mastered the soul-searching technique couldn't be an ordinary individual, they were definitely someone of great significance. How had he managed to provoke such a ruthless character? This was just too unfortunate. He cursed the entire Yun family in his heart, hating that guy to death. He was simply a pitiful fool who had cost him his life. Xiao Feng searched his soul mainly to find out if there were any accomplices so they could be eliminated together to prevent future troubles. After the soul search, he learned that the other party had come to kill him solely to obtain the Kunlun order, with no other accomplices involved. Additionally, he was pleasantly surprised to find that this former lord of the Killing God Hall possessed a Xuanwu talisman. Xiao Feng found the talisman in the barely conscious Tang Xiao's possession, and the materials and texture were identical to the 3 talismans he had obtained. Confirming its authenticity, a brilliant smile spread across his face. With just one more Qilin talisman, he could unlock the Taishan's secret vault. Crack! He twisted and broke Tang Xiao's neck, ending the man's life. The once fearsome lord of the Killing God Hall met his demise at Xiao Feng's hands. After Tang Xiao was killed, Xiao Feng and Yan Nantian turned their gazes towards Yun family's sixth elder. This person was still kneeling on the ground, just like before. As a master martial artist, he could easily pull his knee out from the sunken floor tiles. However, the pressure emanating from Xiao Feng continued to envelop him, rendering him unable to move. Under the gaze of the two big shots, the sixth son of the Yun family felt like crying but had no tears. He couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. He had come with great enthusiasm to kill Xiao Feng and avenge his clan, believing that with Tang Xiao present, success was guaranteed. In the end, Tang Xiao was utterly useless. He had already silently cursed Tang Xiao in his heart, berating him as no different from trash. Xiao Feng, the sixth son of the Yun family stammered, wanting to beg for mercy but not knowing what to say. It seemed that at this point, no matter what he said, it would lead to his demise. Is it comfortable kneeling? Xiao Feng asked coldly. This guy had just been so arrogant, shamelessly demanding that he kneel before Tang Xiao. Now he was returning the favor. Not comfortable. I was wrong, it's very comfortable. His knees were a bloody mess, bones exposed, and kneeling on the ground was excruciating, far from comfortable. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's question, he instinctively spoke the truth, but seeing Xiao Feng's icy, piercing gaze, he quickly changed his words, forcing a smile on his face to prove that kneeling was indeed very comfortable. Oh, is that so? Then you can keep kneeling. Yan Nantian, you watch him here, I'm going to cook. And take care of the body, don't dirty my house. Xiao Feng said to Yan Nantian. Okay. Yan Nantian nodded. Xiao Feng then returned to the kitchen with the two girls. Damn, was Xiao Feng treating Yan Nantian like a servant? The key was that Yan Nantian had no complaints and complied with the arrangement. The sixth son of the Yun family was stunned by their conversation. Hiss. Pain shot through his knees, twisting his facial muscles in agony. Yan Nantian took a photo of Tang Xiao's corpse and sent it to Yi Sanglong, informing him that Tang Xiao was dead and could be removed from the wanted list. After that, he carried Tang Xiao's body out of the Xiao family estate and burned it to ashes outside. During this process, only the sixth son of the Yun family remained in the front yard. He had thought about taking the opportunity to escape. However, after hesitating for a moment, he didn't dare to act. With someone like Yan Nantian around, how could he not be on guard? He was certain that if he dared to run, he would die at Yan Nanshan's hands the next moment. It was better to kneel here honestly. Xiao Feng was punishing him. Perhaps if he showed a good attitude later, he might suddenly show mercy and let him go. The sixth son of the Yun family began to daydream. In the kitchen, the sound of clanging filled the air. After a while, Xiao Feng finished cooking. Wow, it smells so good, it looks delicious just from the smell. Xinxing Xue clapped her hands, praising it enthusiastically. Brother, when did you learn to cook? Xiao Chirue asked curiously. Their family was well off, with servants to take care of their meals, and in her memory, her brother had never cooked before. I learned secretly. Xiao Feng smiled. His cooking skills were honed in the spirit realm, where there were many rare and exotic beasts, their blood and flesh highly nourishing, enhancing one's cultivation after consumption. Xiao Feng had eaten quite a bit in the past, which helped him develop excellent culinary skills. They say that when a man who never cooks starts to learn, it's usually because he has someone he likes and wants to cook for them. Brother, tell me the truth, did you learn this just for sister-in-law? Xiao Chirue teased. Little clever girl, you can't hide anything from you. Xiao Feng reached out and affectionately tapped his sister's forehead, then turned to Xinxing Xue and said, make sure to eat more later. I can't wait to taste it. Xinxing Xue felt delighted inside. Xiao Feng had actually gone to secretly learn cooking for her. What a thoughtful boyfriend. When the dishes were served on the table, Xiao Feng called Yan Nantian in as well. The four of them gathered around the table to start eating. As for the sixth son of the Yun family, he was still kneeling under the scorching sun, enduring the blazing heat and the excruciating pain in his knees. Sure enough, after tasting the dishes he made, Xinxing Xue and Xiao Chirue both praised him highly, expressing all the compliments they could think of. Xiao Feng was quite happy about this. He enjoyed this blissful moment. Yan Nantian was not good with words and couldn't bring himself to flatter, so he just buried his head in his food, eating 5 large bowls. After they were full and satisfied, Xiao Feng took out 3 Qiankuan rings and gave one to each of them. The items originally stored in the Qiankuan rings had been moved to the basement, leaving them empty. Brother, why are you giving me a ring? Xiao Chirue played with the Qiankuan ring. It was indeed beautifully crafted, but she wasn't in the habit of wearing rings. Xinxing Xue and Yan Nantian were also puzzled, not understanding Xiao Feng's intentions. This is a Qiankuan ring, Xiao Feng explained. Wow! Brother, you are so great. Xiao Chirue was incredibly excited. That day at Uncle Lin Yu's house, she had asked about the function of the Qianquan ring and learned that it had a large space for carrying items, which made her eager to have one. Xiao Feng had promised her and Xin Xingxue that he would definitely give them one when the opportunity arose. She didn't expect that wish to come true so quickly. Both she and Xin Xingxue were thrilled and eagerly put the Qianquan rings on their fingers. Young Master Xiao, this is too precious, I feel unworthy, Yan Nantian said, though his hand tightly gripped the Qianquan ring, afraid it would slip away. The way he looked at the Qianquan ring was filled with fervor, as if he were gazing at the body of his first love, wanting to possess it. He certainly understood the purpose of the Qianquan ring. His adoptive father, Yi Sanglong, had one. There was only one in the entire War Department, which was left behind by a powerful cultivator who had migrated to the Jinwu realm during ancient times. He had long coveted it, dreaming of owning his own Qianquan ring. But such a rare treasure was hard to find. Yet, Xiao Feng generously gave him one, which left him utterly astonished. Then I won't be polite. Yan Nantian chuckled, no longer declining. I'll teach you how to use it. Xiao Feng then explained the principles of using the Qianquan ring in detail, and they all listened attentively. It wasn't difficult, they were all smart people and learned quickly. Wow, the space inside is so big. How many clothes and bags can it hold? Xin Xingxue exclaimed. It can hold a lot of delicious food too, Xiao Churue added. After Yan Nantian explored the space inside the Qianquan ring, he was shocked again. It must be at least 200 cubic units, much larger than his adoptive father's Qianquan ring. He couldn't help but secretly marvel that following Xiao Feng was indeed a wise choice. He had only been with him for a short time and had already obtained such a treasure. Rue, we've been cultivating for a few days, it's time to relax. How about going shopping this afternoon? Shen Xingxue suggested. With the Qianquan ring, they no longer had to worry about carrying things while shopping. Sure, Xiao Churue agreed. Xiao Feng, would you like to join us? Xin Xingxue looked at Xiao Feng, her face full of expectation. Shopping, huh? Xiao Feng disliked shopping the most, especially accompanying women. It was simply a torment. He intended to refuse, but seeing the hopeful look in his beloved's eyes softened his heart, and he prepared to accompany her at the cost of his life. Just then, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He sensed that the mark he left in the Kunlun Mountains had been triggered. Days ago, he had half of his body plunged into the barrier between Earth and the Jinwu realm and the Kunlun Mountains. However, he was repelled by a powerful cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment, Shihan, due to various resistances and restrictions. After that, the barrier closed. He had tried various methods but couldn't make the barrier appear, unable to enter the Jinwu realm. In desperation, he left several spiritual marks nearby so that as soon as someone or something passed through there, he would sense it immediately. Now, the mark had been triggered. Did that mean someone from the Jinwu realm had come out? This filled him with great joy. If it were true, he might have the chance to enter the true martial realm and quickly elevate his own level. I have something to do, so I want to accompany you to the mall. Yan Nantian, you go with them and ensure their safety. After Xiao Feng finished speaking, he hurriedly left without waiting for the three to respond. Arriving at the front yard, he grabbed the kneeling sixth member of the Yun family and swiftly flew towards the Kunlun Mountains. Xiao Feng, I know I was wrong, please. The sixth member of the Yun family trembled and pleaded desperately. Shut up. Xiao Feng pressed his hand on the top of his head and activated the soul-searching technique. In no time, with a forceful grip, he crushed the sixth member of the Yun family, turning him into a mist of blood that scattered to the ground. He doesn't even know the whereabouts of the Yun family's ancestor, Yun Zhanghe. Sai, where has that guy gone? Is he dead or alive? Yi Wuxuang promised to help me investigate Yun Zhanghe's whereabouts, but there's still no news. If this person is dead, that's fine, but if he's alive, actually, it doesn't matter too much, right? With Yan Nantian protecting my sister and Xingxue, even if Yun Zhanghe suddenly appears to seek revenge, it won't stir up much trouble. However, this does remind me that I need to eliminate all my enemies quickly. To cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Once I investigate the situation in the Kunlun Mountains, he'll make time to visit Ryukyu Island and take care of that group from the dragon-slaying sect. In that moment, Xiao Feng thought of many things. He had killed Tang Tianzheng, the deputy leader of the dragon-slaying sect, along with several high-ranking members. It was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't act out of desperation and come to the Dragon Kingdom to take revenge on him. If they came directly to settle the score, that would be one thing, but he feared they might resort to underhanded tactics against his sister in Xingxue. The dragon-slaying sect was not simple, they were very powerful. If their strong members all came out, Yan Nantian alone might not be able to handle them. Especially the leader of the dragon-slaying sect, Dan Tai Huang, who was even more formidable than Tang Tianzheng. He had to be cautious. As his thoughts raced, he had already made up his mind to annihilate the dragon-slaying sect. Gathering his thoughts, he began to focus on the movements of the spiritual imprints left in the Kunlun Mountains. Another imprint was triggered. Xiaofeng quickened his pace and rushed forward at full speed. At this moment, above the towering Kunlun Mountains, a spatial barrier that had been closed for days reappeared. Inside the barrier, at the edge of the true martial realm, stood three people. They were Wan Jiantong, an inner elder of the Tianjin sect, Qihang, an outer elder, and a giant man with a wooden expression, a tiger's back, and a bear's waist, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Last time, all 13 disciples sent by the Tianjin sect to Earth, who were in the Qi refinement stage, had died at Xiaofeng's hands. After that, another disciple in the early and mid-foundation establishment stage was killed by Xiaofeng. Because of this, Xiaofeng had completely severed ties with the Tianjin sect. The elder in red, Qihang, returned to the sect with several corpses and reported the matter truthfully, causing a stir among the sect's higher-ups. They were all furious, feeling deeply humiliated. A martial artist from the backward Earth had actually killed so many of them, bringing shame to the Tianjin sect. What was even more infuriating was that they didn't know how the news spread so quickly. Many sects in the true martial realm soon learned of the incident and mocked the Tianjin sect behind their backs for their incompetence. After such a great humiliation, the Tianjin sect was willing to pay any price to eliminate Xiaofeng and restore their reputation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the true martial realm anymore. The higher-ups deliberated for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution because the barrier was too solid. Moreover, due to the restrictions of the barrier, the higher the cultivation level of the martial artist, the harder it was to leave. It should be known that this barrier was set up by the surviving golden core experts back in the day, consuming countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, specifically to prevent the spiritual energy of the true martial realm from leaking to earth and being absorbed by the suppressed demons. It was also to prevent the descendants of the demons from infiltrating the true martial realm. Therefore, they had put a lot of thought into this spatial barrier. After the formation of the barrier was completed, over the long years that followed, those golden core realm powerhouses would periodically reinforce the barrier, making it even more unbreakable. Later on, some golden core cultivators broke through to the nascent soul realm. These nascent soul warriors also took action to strengthen the barrier. In short, this spatial barrier effectively sealed off the road between Earth and the true martial realm. Unless one used a world-breaking artifact, it was impossible to send out any low-powered cultivators. However, according to Qihang's account, although Xiaofeng was only at the 12th level of Qi refining, he possessed the combat power of a perfected foundation establishment. Sending low-powered cultivators to Earth was no different from sending them to their deaths, let alone seeking revenge. This was precisely the headache for the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword sect. They couldn't send out golden core cultivators, and sending out weak cultivators was useless. In the end, the sect leader came up with a solution. He took out a puppet he had obtained by chance. This puppet was only at the early foundation establishment level, but its physique was incredibly strong, with astonishing defensive capabilities, and its strength and speed were quite remarkable. Additionally, lacking the sense of pain, its overall strength was comparable to the weakest early golden core cultivator. As long as they sent it out, killing Xiaofeng would be a piece of cake. Once Xiaofeng was dead, they could send out Qi refining cultivators to kill Shangwan Fian and complete the unfinished task from before. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to pass through the barrier. To put it bluntly, the denser the spiritual energy within, the harder it was to get through. This puppet, before being refined, was a cultivator at the early foundation establishment level, with a spiritual energy content that was just at the limit of what the 5 elements bell could transport. Sending it to Earth was the most suitable choice. But it wasn't so easy to send it out. Wan Jiantong had been here for a while. He had just tried once and failed. The golden light emitted by the 5 elements bell passed through the barrier, just illuminating a mark left by Xiaofeng, which was sensed by Xiaofeng. Try again. After resting, Wan Jiantong raised the sect's treasured 5 elements bell and infused it with spiritual power. The previous attempt was just to test the strength of the barrier. This time, he was going all out. The 5 elements bell buzzed and shone brightly, projecting a golden passage. "Hurry," he said to Qihang beside him. The latter was already prepared and rhythmically shook the soul-calling bell in his hand. This item was given to him by the sect leader, specifically for controlling the puppet. Hearing the sound of the soul-calling bell, the 3-turtle giant moved, charging towards the golden passage and crashing into the spatial barrier. However, sensing his early foundation establishment cultivation, a tremendous force immediately surged from the spatial barrier, blocking him from advancing another step. Wan Jiantong increased the infusion of spiritual energy, and the light emitted by the 5 elements bell became even more dazzling. Ripples appeared on the spatial barrier, continuously fluctuating. The 3 forces remained in a stalemate for quite a while, but in the end, the 5 elements bell and the puppet had the upper hand. Half of the puppet's head broke through. Keep going, I refuse to believe this. Wan Jiantong continued to pour in spiritual energy. With his efforts, the puppet gradually passed through the barrier. When a small part of its body reached the other side of the barrier, there was a crisp sound. A crack appeared on the overworked 5 elements bell. This made Wan Jiantong's heart ache. However, he did not give up and continued to persevere. Crack, crack. As more and more parts of the puppet passed through the barrier, the cracks on the 5 elements bell increased. They remained in a stalemate for several hours. Finally, the mission was accomplished. The puppet successfully broke free from the spatial barrier and arrived on Earth. Looking at the 5 elements bell, the cracks on it were as dense as a spider's web. Fortunately, it didn't shatter, otherwise, I would be in big trouble. I'll take it back to the sex artifact refiners for repairs. It will take a few months, but it can be completely fixed. Wan Jiantong murmured to himself. Sending the puppet to Earth, his mission this time was considered complete, and he had finally lived up to the expectations of the sect's higher-ups. Elder Chi Hung from the outer sect had already drawn a lifelike portrait of Xiaofeng that day. Incredibly realistic, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect transmitted the appearance of Xiaofeng into the puppet's mind and issued the command that upon arriving on Earth, the first thing to do was to kill Xiaofeng. The puppet would unwaveringly carry out this order. Elder One, thanks to you this time, otherwise with my strength, I really wouldn't have been able to send the puppet out, Chi Hung said with a smile. Soon after, the puppet would likely take Xiaofeng's life. It could be considered revenge for his nephew, and his previously gloomy mood had lightened considerably. I also put in a lot of effort. Sending out a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator is really damn hard. If it weren't for the barrier, I would really want to meet Xiaofeng and personally take him down. Unfortunately, this wish is unlikely to be fulfilled in this lifetime. Wan Jiantong shook his head and sighed, expressing deep regret for not being able to deal with Xiaofeng himself. Bang bang bang. The puppet moved at a rapid pace, about to leave the area. Just then, a figure streaked across the sky and landed near the barrier. Xiaofeng hurried over, looking disheveled. Before he could steady himself, the puppet spotted him, turned back, and charged at him swiftly. A puppet? Xiaofeng raised his fist, ready to smash it to pieces. However, as the puppet approached, he immediately changed his mind. He keenly sensed that this puppet was not of early-stage Foundation establishment combat power, but much stronger. He couldn't bear to go all out against it. He planned to subdue the puppet and then erase the mental imprint left by its master in the puppet's brain, replacing it with his own. This way, the puppet would change allegiance and he would become its true master. With such a good puppet available, he wouldn't let it go to waste. In just a moment, the puppet's fist closed in. Xiaofeng swung his fist and collided with it. Thud thud thud. He stepped back 5 paces while the puppet remained completely still. Seeing this scene, Chi Hung and Wan Jiantong inside the barrier couldn't help but laugh. They hadn't expected Xiaofeng to come right to them, which saved them a lot of trouble. Being able to witness Xiaofeng being killed was a kind of enjoyment in itself. The two watched with great interest, eagerly anticipating the moment Xiaofeng would be slain. Interesting, I thought you were at the late Foundation establishment stage or even perfected. But I didn't expect you to be at the early Golden Core stage. I underestimated you, Xiaofeng said, his smile particularly radiant. Unlike cultivators, puppets couldn't gauge the true strength of their opponents through fluctuations in spiritual energy. Only after engaging in combat could one know. Just now, Xiaofeng had underestimated the puppet's combat power, worried that using his true strength would incapacitate it. Therefore, he had held back, only using 30% of his power. That was why he had suffered a small loss. But he wasn't angry, instead, he was quite pleased. However, killing an early Golden Core puppet was easy, but subduing it without causing significant damage would be much more difficult. He had to take his time, he couldn't rush it. He spread his fingers wide, and an invisible fine thread coalesced on each finger. This was a spell he rarely used. 1,000 threads binding. It was perfect for binding prey. Considering the puppet's formidable strength, he needed to wrap it repeatedly with a large amount of 1,000 threads binding to immobilize it. In the time that followed, Xiaofeng did not engage in a direct confrontation with the puppet but instead used his movement technique to continuously circle around it. The fine threads of 1,000 threads binding continuously emerged from his hands, wrapping around the puppet in circles. If it were a cultivator, they would definitely notice this and try to break the threads. However, the puppet had no self-awareness, lacked intelligence, and relied entirely on its master for control. It didn't know to struggle against the threads. It only knew to attack fiercely. Bang bang bang. Its massive fists struck the air, producing thunderous sounds. But not a single punch could hit Xiaofeng. What is this guy doing? Why is he just going in circles? Outer Sect Elder Chi Hung was puzzled. Not good, he has something in his hands, he's trying to trap the puppet. We can't let him succeed. quickly command the puppet to break free from those things. Wang Jiantong not only had a higher cultivation level than Shi Hung, but also a richer experience. Even if he couldn't see what Xiao Feng had in his hands, he could roughly guess Xiao Feng's intentions. Elder Wan, the soul-calling bell cannot control the puppet from within the barrier. Shi Hung shook the soul-calling bell a few times, but the puppet showed no response. Damn it, I need to use the 5 elements bell to open a passage connecting to Earth, and then use the soul-calling bell to control the puppet. Wan Jiantong picked up the 5 elements bell, looking at the cracks on it, lost in thought. There was no need to use it anymore. Once used, the 5 elements bell would definitely shatter into pieces, and the spirit within would disappear as well. By then, even the most senior artifact refiner of the Tianjian sect wouldn't be able to repair it. This won't work, that won't work, it's infuriating. Wan Jiantong felt extremely frustrated. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Feng gradually took control of the puppet. Xiao Feng first used the 1,000 threads to wrap around the lower half of the puppet, then around the area above the neck, and finally around the most difficult part, the hands. He operated slowly and steadily, taking nearly 20 minutes to completely trap the puppet. Bang! The puppet could no longer move and fell to the ground. It was bound with countless thin threads, and it was impossible to tell how many there were. 100 or 1,000 might not be enough to restrain it, but what about 10,000 or 100,000? Clearly, the puppet didn't have that capability. The reason Xiao Feng's plan went so smoothly was ultimately because the puppet was too foolish, lacking any intelligence. Watching the puppet still struggling on the ground, unable to escape, Xiao Feng couldn't help but smile. At this point, the biggest challenge had been resolved. A puppet at the early stage of the Golden Core was basically in his pocket. In the Jinwu realm, Wan Jiantong and Shi Han looked through the spatial barrier and saw Xiao Feng easily subduing the puppet, yet they had no way to intervene. Their faces alternated between green and white, looking extremely ugly. Both of them had bloodshot eyes, nearly grinding their teeth to dust. I'm so furious, I'm so furious. Wan Jiantong was incredibly frantic, repeatedly muttering this phrase. He was genuinely infuriated. He had spent such a great cost to send the puppet over, even causing the sect's treasured 5 elements bell to crack. However, the puppet had barely arrived on Earth for less than half an hour before being taken down by Xiao Feng. Forget about killing Xiao Feng or avenging the deceased sect disciples and elders. At this rate, it seemed the puppet wouldn't survive either. With the plan failing, how could he go back and report? The sect's higher-ups had deliberated for so long to finally agree on this plan. But what was the result? It was aborted as soon as it was implemented. He could almost imagine the furious reaction of the sect's higher-ups upon hearing this news. Most likely, they would vent their anger on him, blaming him for his incompetence. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more frustrated Wan Jiantong became, feeling his blood surge within, nearly spitting blood in anger. The outer sect elder Chi Han also stood there in silence, like a wooden chicken, deeply shaken. The last time he had fought with Xiao Feng, the shock he received was already significant. He had estimated that Xiao Feng's combat power should be slightly stronger than his own. But looking at it today, he clearly underestimated the opponent. Xiao Feng must at least have the combat power of the early stage of the Golden Core. He couldn't help but wonder again. How could a martial artist at the 12th level of Qi refining possess such a level of combat power? In the Jinwu realm, where geniuses abound and experts are numerous, there was no one with such an outrageous cross-border combat ability. This further confirmed his suspicion that the opponent was likely a descendant of those demons suppressed on Earth. Otherwise, relying on the thin spiritual energy on Earth, humans wouldn't produce such a monstrous prodigy. After subduing the puppet, Xiao Feng still felt uneasy. He continued to wrap the 1,000 threads around it, nearly binding the puppet into a mummy, and only stopped when it was completely motionless. Whether erasing the spiritual imprint in the puppet's mind or branding his own spiritual imprint, both would take a considerable amount of time. Right now, he didn't have the leisure to modify the puppet.so. He placed it into the Qianquan ring, planning to deal with it later when he had the time. After finishing these tasks, he finally raised his head to look at the spatial barrier floating in midair, glancing at the two people. Then, he swung his fist, like a cannonball, launching both himself and his punch towards the barrier. Bang! A muffled sound startled the air. The barrier merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of damage. At the moment his fist made contact with the barrier, Xiao Feng felt an invisible force that completely swallowed and neutralized his punch's power. A failed strike. Xiao Feng immediately changed his approach. With a thought, he opened all the pores in his body, and countless sword energies erupted from them, aiming directly at the spatial barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The sky was filled with sword energy like a swarm of locusts surging towards the barrier, the crisp sounds echoing one after another. Under such a fierce attack, the barrier vibrated violently, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. However, the barrier maintained this precarious state, remaining unscathed even after the sword energy assault ceased. This kid's mastery of the sword path is too exaggerated. Our Tianjin sect is founded on the sword, and our disciples primarily focus on swordsmanship. But compared to him, they fall far short. Even the sect master and several elders, who have achieved the transformation of their skills, probably can't match his understanding of the sword path. How on earth did this kid comprehend it? Wang Jiantong frowned, his expression serious. Shi Hong nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Wang Jiantong's viewpoint. He was also intimidated by the sword energy released by Xiao Feng. This person is attacking the barrier so vigorously, it seems he really wants to enter the Jinwu realm. Unfortunately, this barrier cannot be breached even by a nascent soul cultivator, let alone him. He's just wasting his effort. With his strength, he can't possibly get in, otherwise, I could kill him on the spot the moment he enters. Wang Jiantong said coldly. He had the confidence to say this. Among the many experts in the Tianjin sect, he ranked 15th in overall strength. With his mid-stage golden core cultivation, he was just a step away from the late stage. The opportunity was right, and a breakthrough could happen at any moment. Relying on his own strength, he believed he could easily kill Xiao Feng. Outside the barrier, Xiao Feng adjusted for a moment before once again controlling the sword energy. This time, a giant sword energy over 30 meters long quickly formed behind him, shimmering with a terrifying energy. Go! At the moment the giant sword energy was formed, Xiao Feng struck fiercely at the barrier, and as expected, it had no effect. One sword wasn't enough, so he tried 2 swords, 3 swords. Xiao Feng swung the giant sword, crazily hacking at the barrier. After dozens of strikes, until the sword energy dissipated, he still couldn't break through the barrier. Great cutting technique. Seizing the rare opportunity when the barrier showed a flaw, he didn't want to miss it and unleashed one of his ultimate techniques, the great cutting technique. However, it still didn't change the outcome. A tiny crack appeared on the barrier, but in an instant, it healed itself. Seeing this scene, Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh. Lacking spiritual energy for cultivation, he couldn't break through quickly. With his current strength, he couldn't inflict any substantial damage on the barrier. Helpless, he could only give up and stop wasting his energy. Instead, he resorted to provocation, addressing the 2 inside the barrier. Do you dare to use your magical tools to open a passage and let me in? Although the barrier blocked the transmission of sound, the people inside couldn't hear what he said, but they could roughly guess the content from his lip movements. You want to come in and die? That's fine, I couldn't ask for more. However, the 5-element spell cannot be used for a short time. Let's make a deal. 2 months from now, when the 5-element spell is repaired, you and I will come here, and then I will use the 5-element spell to guide you into the Jinwu realm. Do you dare to keep this appointment? Wang Jiantong sneered. The 5-element spell should be repaired within 2 months. What's there to be afraid of? A gentleman's word is hard to chase. It's a deal. Xiao Feng had no reason to refuse. All right, it's settled then. Whoever breaks the promise is not worthy of being called a child of their parents. Wang Jiantong, worried that Xiao Feng might back out, quickly added a remark. See you in 2 months. Xiao Feng replied. This matter was thus settled. Wang Jiantong and Shi Hong exchanged glances, both feeling overjoyed inside. They had failed in their mission to kill Xiao Feng and were worried about how to report back to their sect. Who would have thought that Xiao Feng would actually request their help to bring him in? This was exactly what they wanted, a way to report back. In their view, Xiao Feng entering the true martial realm was no different from seeking death. Wang Jiantong was confident he could kill Xiao Feng, and to prevent any mishaps, he planned to invite a few colleagues to join in the hunt. As long as Xiao Feng stepped into the true martial realm, they could definitely achieve a quick kill together. Little did they know, they wouldn't even need to wait 2 months. Wang Jiantong, fearing that Xiao Feng might change his mind, immediately urged Shi Hong to close the barrier formation. Soon, the barrier vanished into thin air, leaving only an empty sky behind, without a trace. Xiao Feng stared at the spot where the barrier had disappeared, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With his intellect, he could certainly guess Wang Jiantong's little scheme. However, he was not afraid. Once he entered the true martial realm, even if he encountered an ambush, he could use his movement technique to evade danger, preventing himself from being surrounded and killed by enemies. Given a little time, he could operate the Heavenly Emperor scripture to quickly absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from the true martial realm, thus achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation. By then, he could unleash his slaughterfest. Both sides, each with their own ulterior motives, left the place. One side returned to the Tianjin sect to report, while the other headed back to Fengcheng. Both sides eagerly anticipated the agreement in 2 months, hoping it would come soon so they could eliminate each other. The Kunlun Mountains were far from Fengcheng, and it took Xiao Feng several hours to arrive. At this moment, dusk was falling. The sun was setting, and it was getting dark. By the time he got back, it would probably be past 9 o'clock. I've been out for so long, Li Xue and my sister should have finished shopping. I don't need to accompany them anymore. That's great, Xiao Feng thought to himself while flying on his way back. Time rewinds a few hours. Just after Xiao Feng left Fengcheng, Xin Xingxue couldn't wait to drag Xiao Chirui to the largest shopping mall in the city. Yan Nantian, tasked with ensuring their safety, naturally followed along. Considering the propriety of men and women, he didn't take the two directly flying. The Xiao family estate was over 10 kilometers from the city center, and Xin Xingxue drove her car, taking the two of them on their way. Along the way, she chatted stop with Xiao Chirui, who was in the passenger seat. Rui, I heard that a new women's clothing store has opened in the shopping plaza recently, with a lot of new summer women's wear. Let's go check it out first. Xin Xingxue said. Sure. I haven't bought many clothes this year. I have nothing to wear, so I need to buy a few more pieces. Xiao Chirui appeared very excited. And I need to buy some clothes and shoes for your brother. He only has 3 outfits to rotate, and one of them has a hole in it. Xin Qingce's main purpose for this shopping trip was actually to get her boyfriend some new clothes. Sister-in-law is so considerate. My brother is really lucky to have you. Xin Xingxue giggled. He's so busy, I don't even know what he's busy with all day. When would he have time to marry me? Ouch. Before Xin Xingxue could finish her sentence, she saw a figure flash in front of her. Startled, she quickly slammed on the brakes. Oh no, I think I hit someone. Xin Xingxue was very nervous. She had been driving for over a year and had had a few minor collisions, but she had never hit a person. If she had killed someone, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Let's go check it out. Xiao Chirui was also panicking. Just as they unbuckled their seatbelts and prepared to get out of the car to check the situation, a group of people appeared by the car. Bang bang bang. There were a total of 5 people, and one of them, a yellow-haired man with a heavily eye tattoo on his forehead, banged on the car window and shouted, "You hit my brother, get down here now." Extremely arrogant attitude. Seeing that this group of people all had tattoos, in the middle of summer, wearing gold chains as thick as fingers around their necks, they didn't seem to care about the heat at all. They looked like troublemakers. Xin Xingxue and Xiao Chirui felt a bit scared. However, thinking that they were also martial artists with some strength, they didn't need to fear this group of young thugs. Plus, Yan Nantian was there too. They had forgotten about him in the shock of the moment. Now that they remembered, they felt a lot more at ease. Pushing open the car door, the 3 of them got out. Once they saw Xin Xingxue and Xiao Chirui's looks and figures, the young men's eyes lit up. These 2 girls were just too beautiful. Especially the leader, the blonde guy, whose third eye tattoo on his forehead seemed ready to open wide. Hey girl, you broke my brother's leg, so tell me, what do you plan to do about it? Settle it privately or call the traffic enforcement team? The blonde guy's eyes roamed over Xin Xingxue without restraint, asking mockingly. Xin Xingxue ignored him, took a few steps forward, and reached the front of the car, only to find a person lying underneath, groaning loudly while clutching his left leg. The lower leg was a bloody mess, with blood staining his pants red. Xin Qingce's heart tightened. She hadn't expected the collision to be so severe, and she felt quite guilty. What does settling privately entail? Xin Xingxue thought about paying to resolve the issue and just wanted to handle it quickly. 500,000. The blonde guy held up 5 fingers, speaking firmly. That much? Why don't you just rob me? Xin Xingxue retorted. Asking for 500,000 was simply outrageous. You're not wrong, I am robbing you, the blonde guy sneered. You hit someone and still think you have a point? Asking for 500,000 is already lenient. Stop talking nonsense and pay up quickly, or you'll regret it. That's too much, I can give you at most 200,000, Xin Xingxue said. No way. My brother's leg is ruined, he might end up permanently disabled, spending the rest of his life on crutches. He has an elderly parent and a young family to support, and now he's become disabled and can't work to earn money. Asking for 500,000 isn't unreasonable, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the man lying on the ground let out an even louder scream. Fine, it's 500,000. I'm scared of you. Xin Xingxue, knowing she was in the wrong for causing such a serious injury, felt she should compensate, and 500,000 didn't seem excessive. Her quick agreement stunned the blonde guy for a moment. These people were professionals at scamming, often doing this kind of thing. Almost every victim would bargain with them repeatedly. So, he quoted 500,000 to wait for Xin Xingxue to negotiate. His psychological price was around 50 to 100,000. When Xin Xingxue said 200,000 earlier, he was overjoyed, but after just a few words, she changed her mind and actually agreed to 500,000. It caught him off guard. This was the first time he encountered such an easygoing victim. It made him suspect that this woman was a rich lady. Suddenly, he had ulterior motives. Since he had found a big sucker, why not aim higher and extort more money? I've suddenly changed my mind. 500,000 is too little. I want 5 million. The blonde guy, having expanded his ambitions, directly raised the compensation amount tenfold. He had already thought it through. If Xin Xingxue didn't pay, he would use force to kidnap her and force her to pay. As soon as he spoke, not only did it shock Shinxingxue and Xiaochurue, but even his little brothers dropped their jaws in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? You might as well go rob a bank. Shinxingxue was furious. She could see that this person clearly thought she was easy to bully. What? Unwilling to pay? Then I warn you, if you don't obediently pay up, this matter won't end today and none of you will leave. The blonde guy said viciously. He was determined to force Shinxingxue to pay. I want pay, what can you do to me? Shinxingxue also got angry. Yo, still pretty stubborn, let's see if you're still so tough later. The yellow-haired man said sharply. Brothers, capture them. Upon hearing their leader's command, the little brothers all wore wicked smiles as they approached Shinxingxue and Xiaochurue. As for Yan Nantian, they didn't recognize him and didn't take him seriously. After all, they had the advantage in numbers, so victory was assured. Just as they were about to make a move, Yan Nantian was ready to step in. But Shinxingxue acted first. She thrust her palm out, sending one of the little brothers flying several meters away. Then, she easily knocked down the yellow-haired man and another one to the ground. Xiaochurue wasn't idle either. She also pushed out with both palms, taking down the remaining two. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them were sprawled on the ground. Although they didn't know how to fight, they were cultivators at the first level of chi refining, and dealing with a few ordinary people was a piece of cake. This is so damn weird. We actually got beaten by 2 women. How can these 2 bitches be so strong? The yellow-haired man was very unconvinced as he got up from the ground, pulling a small knife from his pocket with a fierce expression. No matter how skilled one was, they feared a kitchen knife. With a weapon in hand, he didn't believe he couldn't handle 2 women. Bang! However, before he could make a move, Yan Nantian kicked him away, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters, nearly knocking him out. The other 4 had just drawn their weapons and were about to attack when they were also dealt with by Yan Nantian. At this point, they finally recognized the reality and realized this group was not to be trifled with, quickly fleeing in panic. You wait for me. We are from the Ultraman gang. If you offend us, you're dead. If you have the guts, don't run, wait for my brother to come. The yellow-haired man clutched his painfully throbbing abdomen, speaking fiercely but retreating at the same time. In no time, he disappeared from sight. Brother G, wait for me, don't leave me behind. The man with the broken leg, seeing his brothers run away, hurriedly got up and chased after them at a surprising speed. Shinxingxue and Xiaochurue were stunned watching this. Wasn't this guy supposed to have a broken leg? How could he run so fast? He's a professional scammer. You didn't hit him at all. The blood on his foot is chicken blood. Also, there are no signs of impact on the front of the car. Yan Nantian explained. He hadn't acted immediately because he was assessing the situation. As an official, he valued evidence in everything he did, and there were too many rules. In cases where the other party's crime didn't warrant death, it wasn't appropriate to use lethal force. He only drove this group away as a slight punishment. If Xiao Feng were here, with his temperament, the yellow-haired men would have long turned into a mist of blood. So that's how it is, scammers are too despicable, Shinxingxue said indignantly after learning the truth. Thus, the farce came to an end. Shinxingxue continued driving towards the shopping center. While they were shopping, at a construction site on the 15th floor of Building 3. Brother Hu, please don't kill me. A middle-aged man was forcibly pushed into an oil drum, while several young men with tattoos of the Eye of Heaven were pouring cement into the drum. They intended to drown him in cement. This man, named Yun Tong, was from the Yun family of Jiangcheng. Once, the Yun family was powerful, with industries spread across various cities in Hanzhong province, and they had many businesses in Fengqing as well. This construction site was one of them. After the Yun family fell from grace, their industries in Jiangcheng had been divided among various families. Now, those families began to extend their reach into the surrounding districts. The Chen family, which should now be referred to as one of the 4 major families of Jiangcheng, had set their sights on this community, wanting to claim it for themselves. The Chen family specifically sent their outstanding younger member, Chen Wei, to Fengqing to seize the Yun family's assets. However, the major shareholder, Yun Tang, was a slippery character, impervious to threats or bribes. Even under pressure, he still refused to hand over the community. This infuriated Chen Wei, so he contacted the recently risen Ultraman gang in Fengqing to do the dirty work for him. The leader of the Ultraman gang is named Li Hu, who is particularly devoted to Ultraman, which is why he named the gang after him. He has some skills and, combined with his ruthless nature, quickly gathered a group of followers, making a name for himself in Feng City. He became a notorious villain that the citizens of Feng City feared. Li Hu has a principle for recruiting followers: they must be die-hard fans of Ultraman to qualify for joining their gang. Moreover, they do not worship Guan Yu, they only worship the father of Ultraman. After Chen Wei extended an olive branch, Li Hu immediately became his lackey. Today, under Chen Wei's instructions, they tied Yun Tang up here, preparing to kill him directly to avoid any future trouble. Stop dreaming. offending young Master Chen, you are undoubtedly going to die today. Remember to be more sensible in your next life, don't be so ungrateful. Li Hu, the leader of the Ultraman gang, urged his men to speed up the cement pouring. Young Master Chen, I know I was wrong. I'll give you the community transfer contract right now, just please let me go. Seeing that Li Hu was unmoved, Yun Tang turned to plead with Chen Wei. Too late. Once I kill you, I have my ways to get the transfer contract. Chen Wei, looking elegant with gold-rimmed glasses, appeared gentle and approachable, but in reality, he was very cunning. No matter how Yun Tang pleaded for mercy, he remained unmoved. Soon, Yun Tang fell silent as the cement completely covered him. By tonight, sink the oil drum into the river, Chen Wei said indifferently. Yes, young Master Chen. The leader of the Ultraman gang, Li Hu, was arrogant and fierce outside, but in front of Chen Wei he was as obedient as a tail-wagging puppy. Brother Hu. At that moment, a voice tinged with tears came through. Following that, the yellow-haired guy and his companions limped onto this floor. Did someone beat you? Li Hu asked. Yes, Brother Hu, you have to avenge us, the yellow-haired guy said with a face full of grievance. Who has the audacity to hit our Ultraman gang members? Li Hu's expression turned grim. 2 women and a man, I don't know them. The yellow-haired guy was just a low-level thug and had no idea who someone like Yin Nantian was. Damn it, you 5 big men were beaten by women, can you be any more useless? Don't ever say you're from the Ultraman gang again, I can't afford this shame. Li Hu's face turned green with anger. Boss, it's not our fault, they are really strong, the yellow-haired guy explained. Didn't you tell them you're from the Ultraman gang? Li Hu questioned. I did, but they said what's the big deal about the Ultraman gang? The yellow-haired guy embellished. This is outrageous. How dare they underestimate the Ultraman gang? I'm going to take care of them, take me to find those people, Li Hu said, furious. They've probably left, but I remember their license plate number, the yellow-haired guy said. What good is just a license plate number? How am I supposed to find them? Li Hu glared fiercely at his subordinate. I have some connections in the traffic enforcement team, I can help a little, Chen Wei suddenly said. That would be perfect. Thank you, young Master Chen. Li Hu was overjoyed, he knew how capable Chen Wei was, and he was thrilled to have such a powerful ally. Following young Master Chen, the Ultraman gang would quickly grow strong. By the way, young Master Chen, those 2 women are stunningly beautiful. I've never seen such gorgeous women. I wonder if you're interested. The yellow-haired guy knew Chen Wei had a penchant for beautiful women and flattered him. Oh, are they really as beautiful as you say? Chen Wei expressed skepticism. Absolutely. You can ask them. The yellow-haired guy pointed to a few of his subordinates behind him. Yes, they are incredibly beautiful, even more so than the actresses on TV. Describing them as stunningly beautiful is not an exaggeration at all. The subordinates chimed in. Hearing you say that, I'm suddenly interested, Chen Wei smiled. He was a man who loved women, especially beautiful ones. Over the years, he has played with countless women, nearly exhausting himself in the process. Even so, his lustful heart remains unchanged. The white-haired man was extremely excited to win Chen Wei's favor. Young Master Chen, once I catch them, I'll send them straight to your hotel, Li Hu said. Chen Wei nodded and took out his phone, dialing a high-ranking contact he had in the traffic enforcement department. Meanwhile, over 100 kilometers away, at the Chen family mansion in Jiangcheng, a room filled with high-ranking members of the Chen family stood anxiously outside a secret chamber. They were restless, each face reflecting a look of worry. The ancestor has been in seclusion for over a month and hasn't come out. Could something have happened? I don't know. Before going into seclusion, the ancestor specifically instructed us not to disturb him, and I dare not enter the chamber to check. Heaven bless the ancestor to be safe and successfully break through to the earth immortal realm. If that happens, our Chen family could prosper for another decade. The high-ranking members of the Chen family whispered among themselves. They were unaware that the Chen family's ancestor had actually fallen into a dangerous state days ago due to a misfire in his training, and his life was hanging by a thread. However, at that moment, inside the secret chamber, the nearly dying ancestor of the Chen family suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blood-red. A strange smile appeared on his face. I've finally succeeded in seizing the body. In half a day's time, I can completely merge with this body. Once everything is ready, I'll go and take care of Xiao Feng. The ancestor of the Chen family laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with a violent, bloodthirsty gleam. The efficiency of the Fengqing traffic enforcement team was impressive. With a single phone call from Chen Wei, within half an hour, they had tracked down the information of the car's owner and where the vehicle was parked. In the underground parking lot A3 of the shopping center. After hanging up, Chen Wei stated the precise location. Young Master Chen is truly capable, he found those people's location so quickly. Li Hu, the leader of the Ultraman gang, gave a thumbs up, seizing the opportunity to flatter him. I'll leave this to you. When you see those two women, take a photo first. If they don't look good, don't send them to my room, Chen Wei said. He had high standards and only played with beautiful women. Got it, I'll definitely follow your orders. Li Hu nodded repeatedly. Also, make sure to clean up after Yun Tang, leave no traces. Chen Wei pointed to a barrel of oil, reminding him. Young Master Chen, don't worry. I have experience in this kind of work, I will definitely leave no evidence. Li Hu patted his chest in assurance. Chen Wei said nothing more and turned to leave. Downstairs, a luxury car was parked, with a middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit and a thick beard sitting in the driver's seat. He was a guest of the Chun family, named Du Fei, with initial mastery cultivation. The Chen family had sent him to protect Chen Wei's safety. Back to the hotel. After getting in the car, Chen Wei instructed. Young master, have you dealt with Yun Tang? Du Fei asked while driving. Yes, he's already dead. Li Hu, that little thug, although he has no real skills, is quite ruthless and can be a good knife to use. He works quite smoothly. Letting him handle this dirty work not only saves time and effort but also won't tarnish the Chen family's reputation. Chen Wei smiled, feeling very pleased with his success in subduing the Ultraman gang. If he knew that the Ultraman gang would bring disaster upon him and the Chun family, he wouldn't be smiling. After shopping until after 9 in the evening, Shin Xingshuet and Xiao Churui finally felt satisfied. They had bought a lot of things and were quite content, their moods particularly bright. I wonder if your brother will like these clothes I bought for him, Shin Xingshuet asked as they headed to the underground parking lot. As long as it's something you bought, no matter what it is, my brother will like it, Xiao Churui said seriously. Really? Then I can rest assured. Shin Xingshuet smiled like a blooming flower. As they chatted, they arrived at the parking space. Click, click. From a car across the way, Li Hu took several photos of Shin Xingshuet and Xiao Churui and quickly sent them to Chen Wei. Then, he called over the little brothers in the car, getting out with an imposing demeanor, and approached the three. Additionally, a large group of people rushed in from the left and right entrances of area as parking lot. They were all members of the Ultraman gang who had been here for quite a while. Due to the overwhelming crowd in the shopping center, they didn't have the guts to kidnap anyone in broad daylight. They could only wait here, and they had long since grown impatient. It's you! Are you done yet? Shin Xingshuet recognized the yellow-haired man next to Li Hu, and seeing his ugly face made her furious. This guy just wouldn't go away. You hit my brother and attacked us. This matter is far from over. Today, I will make you pay the price and regret offending our Ultraman gang. The yellow-haired man revealed a fierce expression and said harshly, Ultraman gang? Haha, you're killing me. How old are you, and you still have such a childish name? Shin Xingshuet couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the name. Xiao Churui beside her was also stifling laughter. This name probably only a primary school student would use for a gang. What are you laughing at? Dare to mock us and insult Ultraman? I swear I'll beat you to death. Brothers, let's get to work. The men, beat them into cripples and throw them into the river. The women, tie them up. Li Hu was trembling with anger. He admired Ultraman the most and had always taken pride in the Ultraman gang. Yet, he was mocked by the other side. This touched his sore spot, and he could no longer endure it. He immediately issued orders to his subordinates. The members of the Ultraman gang pulled out their weapons and approached the three with unfriendly expressions. Bang bang bang. Yan Nantian casually struck and sent this group flying. Ouch, what are you doing? The screams echoed endlessly in the garage. Yan Nantian walked up to the yellow-haired man, placing his foot on the man's chest, and said indifferently, I let you off this time. You really thought I wouldn't kill you, huh? If you have the guts, kill me. I doubt you have the courage. The yellow-haired man was already terrified by Yan Nantian's strength and aura. He wanted to beg for mercy, but with so many brothers watching, how would they see him if he begged? The members of the Ultraman gang were all tough. He couldn't show weakness. So, the yellow-haired man forced himself to act tough. Fine, then I'll let you know whether I have the guts. Yan Nantian pressed down hard with his foot. And with a crunch, he caved in the yellow-haired man's chest. The heart shattered, and the yellow-haired man instantly passed away. Before dying, he regretted it immensely. Why did he have to talk tough and say such defiant words? Now look, he had lost his life trying to show off. Originally, Li Hu and the other little brothers admired the yellow-haired man's courage. However, seeing Yan Nantian kill him without hesitation, they were all terrified. Hero, spare us. Don't kill us, we won't dare to offend you again. Li Hu struggled to get up, kneeling at Yan Nantian's feet and pleading desperately. The others were the same, banging their heads on the ground. Don't be fooled by Li Hu's usual ruthlessness. When faced with the threat of death, he was quicker to cower than anyone. This is the last time. If there's a next time, I will not spare you. Get lost. Yan Nantian stomped his foot hard, sending a wave of energy radiating from his body, which knocked the members of the Ultraman gang flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Having spent so long in the Kunlun War Department, his mindset had solidified. He only dealt with the most heinous and evil warriors and generally wouldn't target non-warriors. The people in front of him didn't count as warriors, so he only gave them some punishment and called it a day. In this regard, he was still not as decisive as Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's principle was that as long as you provoked him, whether you were human or dog, you would be killed. After suffering a great loss, Li Hu didn't dare to speak, and with the help of his little brothers, he awkwardly fled the underground garage. "Brother Hu, is this how it ends?" One of the little brothers asked unwillingly. "What's the big deal? When has the Ultraman gang ever been humiliated like this? We must get our revenge." You quickly find a car and block the garage exit. Don't let those people escape. He'll contact young Master Chen right away and ask him for help. His hotel is not far from here. He'll be here soon. Li Hu was used to being arrogant and never held grudges overnight. He couldn't deal with Yan Nantian himself, but young Master Chen could. He knew that young Master Chen had a bodyguard by his side, someone very powerful. As long as that bodyguard took action, he didn't believe Yan Nantian could survive. He took out his phone, found Chen Wei's number, and dialed. In a luxurious suite at a 5-star hotel, Chen Wei sat on the sofa smoking a cigar and playing with his phone. His eyes were glued to the several photos sent by Li Hu. Looking at Qin Xingxue and Xiao Churu's beautiful faces and alluring figures, he felt a rush of heat throughout his body. Now, he just needed to wait for Li Hu to bring the two beauties here, and soon he could enjoy the pleasures of having both. Thinking about soon being able to indulge, he grinned lewdly and took out a box of blue pills from the bedside table. He took out a 50 milligrams pill and swallowed it. Then he thought, if he took too much of this kind of medicine, 50 milligrams might not be effective enough, so he decided to increase the dosage. Thus, he took another pill. Then he gulped down a few sips of water to speed up the effect. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Li Hu calling. "Did you bring the beauties so soon?" Chen Wei answered the call with a hint of confusion. "Young Master Chen, we've run into trouble. The man with those two girls is very strong, we are no match for him, and the blonde guy has already been killed. Can you help us deal with him?" Li Hu said pitifully. "A bunch of useless fools, they couldn't even handle this little matter." Chen Wei almost cursed out loud. He didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters, but considering that Li Hu still had some value, he held back. Plus, he had developed lustful thoughts about Qin Xingxue and Xiao Churue. As a man, he knew that once lust took hold, it was hard to suppress. Burning with desire, he just wanted to quickly indulge. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "You're still in the garage, right?" "At the exit," Li Hu replied. "I'm coming right over." Chen Wei hung up the phone, went to the next room, and knocked on Defei's door. "Young master, what's the matter?" Defei asked. "Come with me to deal with someone." "Who?" "Not sure. Let's go." Without another word, Defei followed Chen Wei into the elevator. "By the way, Defei, Li Hu said that guy is very powerful and the entire Ultraman gang can't handle him. Are you confident you can deal with him?" Chen Wei asked. In a small place like Fengcheng, there aren't many martial artists, and those who reach the master level are even rarer. "Besides Xiaofeng, no one is my opponent," Defei said proudly. "That makes sense." Chen Wei nodded, secretly sneering. "Dare to ruin my good fortune? Unless you're Xiaofeng, no matter who you are, you'll make sure you end up in a miserable state." The hotel was just a street away from the shopping center. It only took a few minutes to walk there. In the underground garage, Yan Nantian made a call to Yi Wushuang, briefly explaining the situation and asking him to contact the station combat team in Fengcheng to have them come and collect the blonde guy's body. Then, he drove away. However, when he reached the exit, a car was blocking the way. The car inside couldn't get out. "What's going on?" Qin Xingxue asked the security guard at the toll booth. "I don't know, someone just drove the car here and ran away," the guard said helplessly. "No problem, you'll just move the car." Yan Nantian got out of the car and walked over to the vehicle. With one hand, he lifted the small car and set it aside. This move left the security guard dumbfounded. Just as Yan Nantian turned to get back in his car, an unpleasant voice came from behind him. "Young Master Chen, it's this dog that injured us." Li Hu pointed at Yan Nantian's back, reporting to Chen Wei beside him. Hearing the sound, Yan Nantian slowly turned around, his gaze icy as he looked at them. These people had no memory at all, just got beaten and came back to shout. "Defei, take him out," Chen Wei said with a harsh tone. However, Defei, who came with him, did not move. "Defei, what are you doing? I told you to take him out, didn't you hear me?" Chen Wei was getting a bit angry. Yet Defei remained motionless, his eyes fixed on Yan Nantian, his back soaked with sweat, his face filled with fear. Yan Nantian was usually low-key in his dealings, only showing himself during important missions. Therefore, small characters like Li Hu and Chen Wei did not recognize him. But Defei was a master martial artist, how could he not know Yan Nantian? He never expected to encounter Yen Nantian here. Even more terrifying was that the other party was someone young Master Chen wanted to deal with. Wasn't this like hitting a stone with an egg? How could he dare to act recklessly in front of Yen Nantian, let alone take action against him? Thud! Defei's knees buckled and he knelt on the ground, a look of despair on his face. Are you crazy? Kneeling to him, Chen Wei said angrily. Li Hu and the others were also confused, bewildered by Defei's sudden strange behavior. Wasn't this guy a master martial artist? Why was he acting so useless? Young master, he is Yen Nantian. Defei spoke, his teeth chattering. Who is Yen Nantian? Sounds a bit familiar. Chen Wei tried to recall, as if he had heard the name before. He is the second in command of the Kunlun War Department. Defei reminded him. He. Chen Wei didn't know Yen Nantian, but he understood what being the second in command of the Kunlun War Department represented. He felt the world spinning, his head dizzy, barely able to stand, almost falling over. However, Chen Wei had decent mental fortitude. After a brief panic, he quickly calmed down. He slapped Li Hu and said to Yen Nantian, Commander Yen, I only have a slight acquaintance with this person. He asked me for a favor and I didn't know he was targeting you, so I came here confused, completely under his influence. If I had known it was you, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to provoke you. Fortunately, it didn't lead to a major mistake. Your War Department has always enforced the law impartially. I haven't committed any crimes, so you shouldn't do anything to me, right? Defei's eyes lit up, feeling that Chen Wei made a lot of sense. He hadn't done anything, so there was no need to fear Yen Nantian. Why should he be scared like this? He got up from the ground, straightened his back and said, Commander Yen, it's just that the Ultraman gang offended you, we didn't provoke you. You can't abuse your power against us, right? Doing so would have a bad impact on the War Department, please think twice. Yen Nantian remained silent, and this was the downside of his official identity. Without substantial evidence, he couldn't act easily. Seeing him not speak, Defei and Chen Wei exchanged glances, both smiling. So, can we leave now? Defei asked again. Get lost, don't let me catch any evidence. But they have to stay. Yen Nantian's gaze swept over Li Hu and the others. He had warned Li Hu and the others not long ago that if there was a next time, he would not spare them. They had not heeded his warning, so he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Do as you please. Defei and Chen Wei turned to leave. Dead friends don't affect the path. They had finally escaped danger, so they couldn't care less about the Ultraman gang members. At this moment, they just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Staying with Yen Nantian was too much pressure. They feared that he might change his mind and insist on taking action against them. The longer they stayed, the more danger they faced. It was better to leave first. Young Master Chen, don't leave us behind. It was you who told us to catch. Li Hu shouted. Shut up. Chen Wei glared fiercely at Li Hu. The latter swallowed the words that were about to come out. Taking this opportunity, Defei and Chen Wei hurriedly left. However, just then, a figure descended from the sky, blocking their path. Xiaofeng? Upon seeing the face of the newcomer, Defei and Chen Wei were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Xiaofeng's notorious reputation had grown too strong recently. Not long ago, he single-handedly wiped out the Yun family, and his name was known throughout Jiangcheng. The Chen family, being one of the prominent families in Jiangcheng, also held him in deep reverence. The head of the Chen family had sternly warned the clan members never to provoke Xiaofeng. Both Chen Wei and Defei had taken this to heart. Now, suddenly seeing Xiaofeng appear and block their way, they were nearly scared out of their wits. What did you just say? He told you to catch who? Xiaofeng fixed his cold gaze on Li Hu and asked. He had just returned from the Kunlun Mountains to Fengcheng and happened to pass by this place. From high above, he had sensed the presence of Yen Nantian and his sister, Shen Xingxue, and had flown down. During his descent, he overheard half of what Li Hu said. This was just a casual question. Shen Xiao asked me to catch those two women for him to enjoy. Li Hu stammered, not daring to meet Xiaofeng's eyes. The news of Xiaofeng exterminating the Qin family had spread throughout Fengcheng, and everyone knew he was not to be trifled with. Following the direction Li Hu pointed, Xiaofeng's expression changed instantly, and he said coldly, daring to lay hands on my girlfriend and sister, you must be tired of living. What? Those two women are Xiaofeng's girlfriend and sister? My god. Li Hu, you idiot, you've ruined me. How did I end up with such a little brother? As the situation unraveled, Chen Wei felt as if the sky was falling. Xiaofeng was not someone to negotiate with like Yen Nantian. The latter represented the War Department and was bound by his status, always cautious in his actions. But Xiaofeng was different. He was a ruthless killer who would wipe out entire families at the slightest displeasure. The Yun family was a perfect example. Offending Yen Nantian might still leave a chance for survival, as long as it wasn't a grave crime. But offending Xiaofeng meant only one path: death, and a gruesome one at that. Xiao Feng, please let me explain. It's not as he said, he's slandering me. I didn't ask him to catch your relatives. Chen Wei desperately tried to defend himself, but his confidence was lacking. I'm not slandering him, this is the evidence. Li Hu, in a bid to save his life, no longer cared about Chen Wei's status. He didn't even consider whether Chen Wei would retaliate against him later. Compared to Chen Wei, Xiao Feng was far more terrifying. He took out his phone and opened the secretly taken photos he had sent to Chen Wei on WeChat. Now, the evidence was irrefutable. In truth, he didn't even need to present evidence. Xiao Feng wouldn't let Chen Wei off the hook anyway. Now, he certainly wouldn't go easy on him. Damn it, you're trying to bury me alive. Chen Wei wished he could tear Li Hu apart. Xiao Feng, I am from the Chen family in Jiangcheng. For the sake of the Chen family. Facing imminent death, Chen Wei could only invoke the Chen family to intimidate Xiao Feng. But considering that Xiao Feng had just wiped out the Yin family a few days ago, the Chen family meant nothing in his eyes. And bringing it up was utterly useless. Instantly, he felt as if his heart had turned to ashes, filled with regret. Die. With a thought, Xiao Feng caused Chen Wei and Defei's bodies to explode on the spot, dying a gruesome death. Such a terrifying method left Li Hu and the others in a state of panic, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Feng, Li Hu stammered, you all will die too. Xiao Feng showed them no mercy. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of energy indiscriminately towards Li Hu and the members of the Ultraman gang. In an instant, they were all reduced to dust, not even having time to scream. How could this happen? I reported a crime, why are you still killing me? I believe in light, Ultraman, I admire you so much. When I was in danger, why didn't you come to save me? These were Li Hu's thoughts as he faced death, his gaze fixated on Ultraman as if he were about to go mad. After killing these people, Xiao Feng released several flames to burn the remnants of the scene clean. Thus, the Ultraman gang, a scourge to the area, was completely wiped out. Yan Nantian, witnessing his decisive action, felt a pang of envy. Xiao Feng did what he wished to do but was too cautious to attempt. This kind of swift retribution was exactly what he yearned for. He couldn't help but think to himself whether he should withdraw from the War Department. If he did, he wouldn't have to represent the War Department in his future endeavors and could act freely. But he quickly dismissed this thought. If he left the War Department, his adoptive father would be heartbroken. On the way back to the Xiao family estate, Xiao Feng was driving. He clarified the situation with the three of them and learned that Li Hu and his gang had repeatedly tried to harm Shen Xingxue and the others. This made him somewhat regretful. He should have killed Li Hu and the others directly. Not allowing them to feel any pain was too lenient on them. And then there was Chen Wei. After killing him, he wondered how the Chen family would react. He planned to personally visit the Chen family in Jiangcheng early tomorrow morning. If they sought revenge, he would just wipe out the Chen family altogether. This way, he wouldn't have to deal with them seeking vengeance in the future, which would be quite bothersome. The shopping mall was crowded, and many people witnessed the scene of Xiao Feng killing. This incident would likely spread throughout Fengcheng very soon. The people's awe of Xiao Feng would reach a new height. Among these witnesses, there were a few who had close ties with the Chen family. They quickly pulled out their phones and called acquaintances in the Chen family to inform them of what had happened. Outside the secret chamber deep within the Chen family mansion, the high-ranking members of the family were still gathered there, worried about the safety of their ancestor, torn about whether to go in and check. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. Suddenly, several high-ranking members' phones rang. What? Chen Wei and Defei were killed, and it was Xiao Feng who did it. Chen Wei had his eyes on Xiao Feng's girlfriend and sister, which led to this disaster. Xiao Feng is very angry? After receiving the news, the high-ranking members were in a panic. Head of the family, what should we do? If Xiao Feng, in his rage, comes to the Chen family to settle the score, he might wipe out the Chen family. Xiao Feng's strength is too formidable. He is not someone we can offend. Offending him puts the Chen family in grave danger. Chen Wei and Defei are two incompetent fools. Why did they have to provoke Xiao Feng of all people? Everyone spoke in a flurry, all wearing expressions of despair. They all regretted sending Chen Wei to Fengcheng on this errand. Everyone, don't panic. The incident has already occurred and cannot be changed. What we need to do now is find a way to seek Xiao Feng's forgiveness. You all go find some thorny branches. I will go to the Xiao family to apologize. The head of the family, Chen Songtao, took off his jacket and said to everyone, we should all go together to apologize. That would show sincerity. The others agreed, also removing their clothes and sending someone to find thorny branches. This seemed like the most reliable course of action. As for confronting Xiao Feng hidden, they didn't even entertain that thought. Xiao Feng's strength and ferocity were well known. The Chen family didn't have the capability to dare oppose him. Humph. A bunch of cowardly mice, what's there to fear from a mere Xiao Feng? At that moment, a sharp, piercing voice came from the secret chamber. The next moment, the door to the chamber opened. The Chen family's ancestor, Chen Baxian, stepped out slowly, his movements somewhat uncoordinated. He was the ancestor of the Chun family, having lived for 150 years, a true relic. It was under his leadership that the Chen family achieved its current glory. Last month, he felt that his time was drawing near and his lifespan was coming to an end. To survive, he could only desperately strive to break through to a higher realm. Previously, he was at the late stage of the human king. If he could break through to the early stage of the earth immortal, his lifespan could increase by 10 to 20 years. Due to his eagerness for success, he rushed the process during his breakthrough and accidentally fell into a demonic state, nearly dying tragically. It was at that moment that a blood serpent burrowed into his brow. Taking advantage of his life-threatening situation, it quickly devoured his primordial spirit, successfully seizing control of his body. The current Chen Baxian was no longer the original Chen Baxian. Instead, he was the descendant of the blood tree demon. After half a day of consolidation, the blood serpent had completely taken control of Chen Baxian's body. Moreover, it infused all its energy into Chen Baxian's dantian, achieving a complete fusion. This granted him the cultivation of the midstage foundation establishment. The blood-devouring tree demon, like other demons, is hermaphroditic and can reproduce without mating. It was originally at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Therefore, its descendants are born with strong abilities. For instance, this particular descendant was at the midstage of the foundation establishment realm from the moment of birth. The blood-devouring tree demon had given orders to each of its descendants to kill Xiaofeng at all costs. Thus, when Chen Baxian heard people outside discussing Xiaofeng, he chose to break his seclusion, preparing to go and slay Xiaofeng. Once the task was completed, he would gain the ancestor's favor. When the ancestor escaped from the demon suppression prison, he would surely benefit from it. For this reason, he was eager to kill Xiaofeng quickly to avoid being outpaced by other similar beings. He was well aware of the situation on Earth, which was in a state of scarcity during the end of the Dharma era. Under normal circumstances, no one had broken through the shackles of martial arts to reach the early stage of foundation establishment. Even if Xiaofeng's combat power was extraordinary, so what? Ultimately, he was at the 12th layer of qi refining and was no match for him. In his hands, he could not stir up any waves. The possessed Chen Baxian was confident of his victory in slaying Xiaofeng. "Ancestor, have you broken through?" Chen Songtao, the head of the Chen family, asked in surprise. He could clearly feel that the aura of the ancestor was much stronger than before his seclusion. This was a sign of a breakthrough. The possessed Chen Baxian nodded indifferently. "Congratulations, ancestor, on stepping into the earth immortal realm." Chen Songtao clasped his fists in congratulations. The other high-ranking members followed suit. However, they did not show excessive excitement or joy. If it had been before, learning of the ancestor's breakthrough would have certainly brought smiles and immense excitement. However, at this moment, their unfilial descendant Chen Wei had offended the killing god Xiaofeng, and the family was facing disaster. Even if the ancestor had ascended to the earth immortal realm, he would not be a match for Xiaofeng and could not save the situation. There was no help for the Chen family's crisis. "Why do you all look so worried? It's just a Xiaofeng. Is there really a need to be so afraid? Watch how I torture him." Chen Baxian took in everyone's expressions, snorted coldly, and spoke with great authority. "Ancestor, that Xiaofeng is quite formidable. From the information gathered, his strength is definitely not ordinary. Please do not provoke him, or the Chen family will fall into an irretrievable situation. My suggestion is to quickly seek him out and apologize before he comes to demand justice. Perhaps there is still room for maneuver." Chen Songtao sensed the implication in the ancestor's words. This was a declaration of a life-and-death struggle with Xiaofeng. Such a thing must not happen, so he tried to stop it with all his might. "Yes, ancestor, do not make an enemy of Xiaofeng. Doing so would be digging your own grave. Let's follow the head's advice." The other high-ranking members also spoke up. Xiaofeng's track record was there. They truly had no courage to resist him. No one wanted to be exterminated by Xiaofeng. "Shut up. Is the Chen family run by you, or do I have the final say?" Chen Baxian reprimanded sharply. His roar stunned everyone, leaving them unable to refute. "I have made up my mind. I will go kill Xiaofeng. Who dares to oppose? Don't blame me for being rude." Chen Baxian said coldly. "Ancestor, please do not act recklessly. You are not a match for Xiaofeng, and we certainly are not. Why insist on going to your death and putting the Chen family at risk of extermination? Please retract your order." Chen Songtao, in a panic, knelt on one knee, risking angering the ancestor to advise him. Seeing this, the other high-ranking members of the Chen family also knelt down, forcing Chen Baxian to change his mind. "How did the Chen family end up with a bunch of cowards like you? It seems that unless I show you some consequences, you will not listen to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Baxian reached out with a large hand, directly pulling the kneeling Chen Songtao towards him, gripping the other's neck. "Ancestor, what are you going to do to me?" Chen Songtao asked, somewhat panicked. To kill one to warn 100. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Baxian's blood-red eyes. In the next moment, a powerful force of attraction emanated from his palm, crazily devouring the flesh and essence of Chen Santao. Ah ah ah! Chen Santao convulsed all over, his body visibly shriveling at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a living person into a dried corpse. With a thud, Chen Baxian threw the corpse to the ground, his face revealing a look of lingering satisfaction. I've long heard the ancestors say that human flesh is delicious, especially the flesh of cultivators, which tastes even better. Today, I finally got a taste, and indeed, it is unforgettable. Chen Baxian, who had taken over, thought to himself. Gulp! Everyone present was horrified by this terrifying scene, their faces pale. Several people were so frightened that they swallowed hard, filled with extreme fear of Chen Baxian. They all felt that since the ancestor emerged from seclusion, his temperament seemed to have changed drastically. Completely different from when he was in closed-door training. Is there anyone who opposes this? Chen Baxian asked. The scene fell into silence. With the example of the family head Chen Santao before them, they dared not voice any objections. Very good, that's how it should be. Chen Baxian chuckled sinisterly. Ancestor, what kind of cultivation technique have you practiced to be able to drain a person dry? A senior member bravely asked. What, do you want to try the technique I've cultivated? Chen Baxian stared at the man, asking mockingly. No, I don't want to. The senior member hurriedly waved his hands, not wishing to follow in the footsteps of the family head and become a dried corpse. Ancestor, what level of cultivation are you at now? It feels like you're beyond the early stage of Earth Immortal. Another senior member curiously inquired. I'm at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. What does the early stage of Earth Immortal even count for? Chen Baxian said disdainfully. Not hiding anything. What? You are at the mid-stage of foundation establishment? That's a legendary realm. No one on Earth has broken through to this realm in nearly 300 years. Ancestor, you actually reached it, and it's the mid-stage. This is unbelievable. The person who asked this question said in disbelief. That's great. The ancestor is now the strongest on Earth. With the ancestor here, my Chen family will surely soar to prominence, becoming the #1 family in Long Country. No, the #1 family in the whole world. Everyone was immensely excited upon hearing this news. They did not doubt Chen Baxian's cultivation because the ancestor had no need to lie about this matter. Moreover, the method the ancestor used to drain the family head was clearly an extremely evil technique. It seemed that the ancestor had broken through so quickly precisely because of this wicked skill. With this explanation, everything made sense. No wonder the ancestor looked down on Xiaofeng. With this strength, Xiaofeng is indeed not to be feared. He killed my Chen family's descendants and bullied us as if we were powerless. He must pay with blood for his crimes. Xiaofeng must die today, and the war department will also belong to our Chen family. Everyone spoke excitedly, each person displaying a frenzied demeanor. The surprise had come too suddenly, and it was too great. Does anyone know Xiaofeng's whereabouts? Chen Baxian saw the crowd's reaction and sneered inwardly. In order to rescue his ancestor, he still had a lot of preparations to make and needed some helpers, so he temporarily spared these people's lives. Once they lost their value, he would drain them all dry. I know where his family is, ancestor, they'll take you there. How could I miss the chance to see Xiaofeng being killed? I'm going too. How could I be left out of this? The senior members of the Chen family volunteered eagerly. They had previously dared not show hostility towards Xiaofeng due to their inferior strength, having to submit. But now the situation was different, the tables had turned, and they no longer needed to fear Xiaofeng. They were definitely going to take revenge. The Chen family was not a soft target, they were never merciful, especially towards enemies. It could be said that after Chen Baxian revealed his cultivation, it ignited their ferocity, revealing their true nature. Lead the way. First kill Xiaofeng, then go destroy the Kunlun War Department. Command was given by the possessed Chen Baxian. Immediately, the martial artists of the Chen family above the Wang realm soared into the air, heading straight for the Xiao family estate with Chen Baxian. The Wang realm is the king among men. Only by reaching this realm can one fly in the air. The master martial artists of the Chen family took the family helicopter to quickly pursue. Why did you buy so many clothes for me? Xiaofeng looked at the table piled high with bags, all filled with clothes, shoes, belts, and the like that Shen Qingxue had bought for him, totaling dozens of items. To change and wear, of course. What, do you think I bought too much? Then I'll return some tomorrow. Shen Qingxue pouted. Not too much, don't return them. Xiaofeng laughed. That's more like it. Do you like them? Shen Qingxue asked. I like them, but the underwear you bought for me seems a lot smaller. Xiaofeng said with a serious face. Impossible. I bought them according to your waist size. Shen Qingxue said confidently. The waist size is correct, but you didn't consider the bird size. Xiaofeng grinned. What's bird size? Oh, Xiao Feng. You're so annoying. Xin Xingxue didn't get it at first, but when she realized what Xiao Feng meant, her face turned red and she rolled her eyes at him. That was too lewd. Her eyes involuntarily glanced at a certain part of Xiao Feng. Even through his pants, it was quite impressive. It seemed she hadn't thought it through and hadn't considered the bird size. When she had time, she would pick out a few suitable pairs of underwear for Xiao Feng. Just as Xiao Feng was teasing Xin Xingxue, enjoying this playful banter, the Chen family members came to kill. Xiao Feng sensed it first, while Yan Nantian was a step slower. However, seeing Yan Nantian go out, he didn't move. Chen Baxian, what are you doing here? Yan Nantian recognized Chen Baxian and asked. To kill Xiao Feng. You're here too? Then let's kill him together. The descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon had devoured Chen Baxian's primordial spirit, naturally inheriting his memories, and knew who Yan Nantian was. Then let's see if you have the ability. The visitor was not friendly, and Yan Nantian didn't waste words, launching a punch. Looking for death. Chen Baxian sneered, countering with a palm strike that unleashed a terrifying might. So strong. Yan Nantian felt the horror of the opponent's palm strength. His face changed drastically, realizing he was no match. He hurriedly withdrew and dodged. Boom! The palm strength rushed down, crashing into the outer wall of the Xiao family estate. With just this one strike, a large area of the wall collapsed, turning to dust. The ground was also blasted into a deep pit. Chen Baxian, when did you become so powerful? Yan Nantian took out a heavy sword from his Qiankuan ring, speaking with lingering fear. The strength displayed by the opponent was simply too exaggerated. This puzzled him. He still remembered that Chen Baxian was only at the late stage of the Wang realm. How could he have improved so much in such a short time? It was simply absurd. You don't need to know these things. Since you've come to seek death, then die. Chen Baxian licked his lips. Yan Nantian was at the late stage of the Earth Immortal realm, and the taste of flesh was definitely much more delicious than that of Chen Songtao. He couldn't wait to have a taste. The few high-ranking members of the Chen family who came along were all beaming with joy. In the past, when they saw Yan Nantian, they would bow and scrape, not daring to be the least bit presumptuous. But now, their ancestor casually struck, forcing Yan Nantian into a desperate situation. This gave them a great sense of satisfaction and a feeling of triumph. Don't be delusional. Yan Nantian gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Facing Chen Baxian, he felt immense pressure. But even so, he would not back down. He was prepared to fight to the death. Is that so? Then he'll send you on your way. Chen Baxian moved, carrying a shocking might as he charged at Yan Nantian. This time, he was using 50% of his strength. It was much greater than the power of the previous palm strike. Yan Nantian's face changed again and again. Before they even clashed, he knew that this time he was probably doomed. With his strength, it was impossible to withstand this strike from the opponent. However, at this critical moment, Xiao Feng appeared. Boom! With a wave of his hand, he sent the imposing Chen Baxian flying. He had thought that Yandled the people outside, but unexpectedly, Chen Baxian's strength exceeded expectations, nearly putting Yan Nantian in danger. Fortunately, he was close enough to intervene in time and resolve the crisis for Yan Nantian. Young Master Xiao, I am so incompetent. Yan Nantian said with self-reproach. It's not your fault. He is at the midstage of foundation establishment. It's normal that you can't defeat him. Xiao Feng said lightly. Midstage of foundation establishment? How is that cultivated? Yan Nantian was extremely astonished. It is known that after a martial artist breaks through to the 12th level of Qi refinement, to enter the foundation establishment stage, they need a massive amount of spiritual energy to repeatedly break through the martial arts bottleneck, which only offers a slim chance of success. However, the spiritual energy on Earth is too scarce, and there simply isn't enough to squander. Therefore, for nearly 300 years, no one has managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Even a prodigy like Yi Sanglong has never been able to take that step. Thus, upon learning of Chen Baxian's cultivation level, he reacted so strongly. His realm is not something cultivated, it is innate. Am I right, descendant of the blood-devouring tree demon? Xiao Feng asked with a smile, looking at the panting Chen Baxian. He had only exchanged a few blows with Chen Baxian and had already figured out his background. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the descendant of the blood-devouring tree demon to be so powerful. Yan Nantian's expression was grave. Xiao Feng had previously mentioned in the cave that many descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon might have escaped. The exact number was unknown. Just one descendant before him had mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Were the others equally strong, or even stronger? If that were the case, Earth would surely face a great upheaval. The world's order would be shattered by them. What exactly is the blood-devouring tree demon? Why did Xiao Feng say the ancestor is a descendant of the blood-devouring tree demon? What is going on? The few experts from the Chen family at the King realm had never heard of the blood-devouring tree demon and were somewhat confused. However, this was not the time to pursue that question. Just now, the ancestor had been sent flying by Xiao Feng, which had frightened them greatly. Wasn't the ancestor at Midstage Foundation establishment? Why did he suffer a loss at Xiao Feng's hands? This made them feel uneasy. Noticing their change in emotions, Chen Baxian laughed heartily and said, Xiao Feng, you know quite a lot, you figured out my identity so quickly. Well, at least it lets you know who killed you, so you won't be a fool. I was careless just now and didn't go all out. Now, I'm going to get serious, so prepare to die. As he spoke, his aura rapidly surged, quickly reaching its peak state. You have quite a bit of confidence in yourself. But unfortunately, you ran into me. No matter how serious you get, the outcome will be the same. Xiao Feng said. Then let's fight. As soon as the word fight left his mouth, Chen Baxian had already charged in front of Xiao Feng. His speed was astonishing, indistinguishable to the naked eye. He exerted all his strength, unleashing his strongest killing move, delivering a earth-shattering blow to Xiao Feng. Bang! Xiao Feng forcefully countered, unleashing an unparalleled palm force. The two palms met halfway. In just one exchange, Chen Baxian couldn't withstand it. His right arm exploded, and as he flew backward, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Xiao Feng followed closely, and in the blink of an eye, he was above him, stepping down hard, forcing him from the air to the ground. The earth trembled, and numerous cracks appeared on the surface. Ah! Chen Baxian let out a miserable scream. The arrogance in his eyes was gone, replaced only by fear and confusion. He couldn't understand how Xiao Feng, with a cultivation level of qi refinement at the 12th level, could so easily cripple him with one move. That kick had directly shattered his dantian. Now, he had become a useless person. The ancestor has been defeated? A high-ranking member of the Chen family, witnessing this scene, suddenly felt a chill run through his body, trembling uncontrollably. It's over. The ancestor can't do anything to him. Our Chen family is doomed. Why is this happening? The ancestor has harmed the Chen family. We should have listened to the family head's advice and gone to apologize. Now it's too late. The strong members of the Chen family were on the verge of tears, filled with regret. If they had known it would come to this, why did they act as they did? And the root cause of all this was that idiot Chen Wei. They didn't dare to escape. If they did, they would undoubtedly die. But staying put seemed like a death sentence as well. For a moment, they were caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Tell me, how many descendants have escaped from the demon suppression prison? Xiao Feng's cold gaze bore down on Chen Baxian. The physical and spiritual structures of the demon race and humans were vastly different. Soul-searching techniques were ineffective against them. Xiao Feng was well aware of this, which is why he didn't use soul-searching techniques but instead pressed for answers. To avoid a repeat of last time, when the blood-devouring tree demon sensed the situation and used a restriction to kill their descendants from afar, he emitted a purple light from his palm, enveloping Chen Baxian's head. This way, even if the blood-devouring tree demon, far away in cave number 3, attempted to activate the restrictions within the bodies of his descendants to kill them from a distance, Xiao Feng could use the purple light to buy some time for his interrogation. Don't kill me, ill talk. Like the descendant who had possessed Tang Tianzhang, the descendant possessing Chen Baxian was also spineless. To save his life, he didn't even need Xiao Feng to resort to torture, he readily confessed. This was a common trait among demons. They were all selfish beings, caring only for their own survival. Speak quickly, Xiao Feng urged. There are a total of 55. Chen Baxian hurriedly replied. Where are the other descendants? Xiao Feng asked again. I don't know, Chen Baxian said. Not being honest, huh? Xiao Feng pressed down slightly with his foot, causing Chen Baxian's expression to twist in pain. Take it easy, take it easy. Not long ago, I resonated with another brother, and I know he just possessed a host and is currently heading to the Kunlun War Department. As for the other brothers, I really don't know. We are all independent beings, only the ancestor knows our whereabouts, Chen Baxian said in agony. What is the strength of that descendant? Xiao Feng asked. Initial stage of foundation establishment, Chen Baxian quickly answered. Xiao Feng frowned and looked at Yan Nantian, signaling him to quickly call Yi Tsanglong, telling them to enter combat mode and prepare to face a strong enemy, buying some time for him to rush over and provide support. However, Yan Nantian was completely unperturbed. He calmly said, Young Master Xiao need not worry. After my adoptive father returned to the hidden dragon abyss, he used the dragon vein energy there to restore his own dragon energy to its peak state. With the dragon energy, he is not weaker than an initial stage foundation establishment warrior. Moreover, the underground dragon vein in the hidden dragon abyss continuously provides dragon energy, so my adoptive father is more than capable of dealing with the enemy he mentioned. Hearing Yan Nantian say this, Xiao Feng nodded. Yi Tsanglong was quite capable. With the protection of dragon energy, he was not afraid of an initial stage foundation establishment enemy. Last time in cave number 3, Yi Sanglong was in a dire situation against Tang Tianjing mainly because his protective dragon energy was blown away by high explosives and he was heavily injured while trying to protect Yin Nantian. Otherwise, with Yi Kanglong's strength, he would have long since eliminated Tang Tianjing. With no need to worry about the War Department, Xiaofeng shifted his focus back to Chen Baxian. What is the highest cultivation level among your brothers? He continued to ask. Initial stage of Golden Core, his name is Xiaoba, and he inherited the purest bloodline from the ancestor. He was born with this level of cultivation. Chen Baxian said. The surname Xiao is the only surname of the blood-devouring tree demon clan. The strength of demon race members is closely related to the purity of the bloodline they inherit. How did your ancestors descend to Earth back then? Xiaofeng asked the question he most wanted to know. The universe is vast, and the starry sky is boundless. Earth might be located on the edge of this universe. Without coordinates or a teleportation array, it is difficult for the great clans of the heavens to find their way here. He suspected that there might be a large interstellar teleportation array on Earth. If found, once he entered the true martial realm to enhance his cultivation and emerged to eliminate the 12 demon heads, he could use the teleportation array to reach a larger stage and further enhance his strength. I am not sure, the ancestor didn't tell us, Chen Baxian said. You dare to lie in front of me? Xiaofeng said fiercely. I really don't know. Don't kill me. I've told you everything I know. Chen Baxian panicked. Is that so? Then what use do I have for you? Go die. Xiaofeng raised his foot and crushed Chen Baxian's head. Whether it was a great cultivator of the human race or a demon, there was only one chance to seize a body in a lifetime. Moreover, this descendant of the blood-eating tree demon had completely merged with Chen Baxian after seizing the body. This meant that if Chen Baxian died, it would die along with him. Xiaofeng, we are here to apologize to you. It was that detestable demon clan that wanted to kill you. We strongly opposed it, but he not only didn't listen, he also cruelly killed the family head. All of this is his fault. We have no intention of being your enemies. We beg you to spare the Chen family. The few high-level human kings of the Chen family, upon hearing the conversation between Xiaofeng and Chen Baxian, roughly understood some things. They had previously been puzzled by Chen Baxian's drastic change in temperament after exiting seclusion. It turned out he had been seized by the demon clan. Seeing that Chen Baxian was dead, they all fell to their knees, crying and begging for mercy. Boom! At this moment, several helicopters flew in from a distance. They were the master warriors of the Chen family. The helicopters were slower than Chen Baxian and the others, arriving only now. Before the helicopters got close, a warrior on board shouted, Uncles, has that dog Xiaofeng already died at the hands of the ancestor? Do we even need to ask? When the ancestor makes a move, a single slap can kill Xiaofeng, but unfortunately, we probably arrived too late to see Xiaofeng being killed. Another person laughed. It was around 10 o'clock at night, and everything was pitch black around them. The people in the helicopter could only see a few figures below and did not clearly see who they were, which is why they were speaking so recklessly here. Shut up! What the hell, are you blind? If you can't speak properly, then just don't say anything. You're going to get us killed. How did our Chen family in Zheng City end up with such a bunch of idiots? The few human king experts kneeling on the ground were furious. They racked their brains to find a plausible reason to beg for mercy from Xiaofeng. As a result, they were ruined by the conversation between these two. What else could this be but idiocy? The few of them looked up in fear, wanting to see Xiaofeng's reaction. What met their eyes was Xiaofeng's cold, piercing gaze filled with murderous intent, making them shiver involuntarily. Young Master Xiao, those people in the helicopter want to harm you. That's their business. It has nothing to do with us, and does not represent our intentions or those of the Chen family. Do you believe it? A mid-level human king from the Chen family forced a smile, speaking in fear. Do you take me for a fool? Xiaofeng retorted. Such an obvious matter, how could he believe the other's sweet words? No, that's not it, absolutely not the meaning. That person hurriedly explained. Enough, go die. Xiaofeng didn't want to hear more, and with a thought, the sword energy surged. In an instant, he killed several human king-level experts. Their heads rolled on the ground, and every expression on their faces was filled with fear and resentment. They hated Chen Baxian's obstinacy even more, and they loathed the group of fools in the helicopter. It was these big idiots who failed to see the situation clearly and spoke recklessly, thus provoking Xiaofeng, leading to their tragic end. Boom boom boom. Xiaofeng struck again, sending several powerful palm strikes towards the helicopters flying in from over 100 meters away. The powerful palm force shattered the helicopters like dry twigs. Fireworks burst brilliantly in the night sky. The master warriors on the helicopter, still trying to grasp the situation, were blown to smithereens, leaving no trace behind. This is the consequence of being a spectator. Why come all this way just to watch the show? Now they've suffered for it. Xiao Feng used flames to clear the corpses from the ground. Then, he took out the Kunlun order from his Chen Kuan ring and tossed it to Yan Nantian beside him, saying, "You hold my token and go to the Chen family in Jiangcheng. Kill all warriors above the transformation realm without mercy. Anyone who shows hostility towards me, regardless of age or gender, must be killed." Yan Nantian took the Kunlun order and nodded, saying, "I'll go right away." Originally, as an official, he couldn't kill indiscriminately. But now it was different. With the Kunlun order in hand, it meant he had the power of life and death. There was nothing to hesitate about. Holding the token, Yan Nantian quickly vanished into the night. Once Yi Sanglong deals with that descendant of the demon clan attacking the Kunlun War Department, only 52 descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon will remain. Although they are not very strong, even if they all come at me together, I'm confident I can kill them all. It's just that I'm not sure where they are. If they come to me one by one, it would indeed be a headache. Xiao Feng looked at the waning moon in the sky and said wearily, "Fortunately, I obtained a puppet in the early golden core stage and transformed it into my servant, which is like having an extra helper. With the puppet around, I can ensure the safety of my loved ones and it can help me with many tasks." Xiao Feng turned and walked into the Xiao family estate. He needed to start erasing the spiritual imprint in the puppet's mind. At the moment Xiao Feng was killing the high-ranking members of the Chen family, an unexpected guest arrived above Qianlong Abyss. This person, known as Jie Tan, was a fathead, big-eared monk. He ranked 28th on the wanted list of the Kunlun War Department. A greedy and ruthless maniac, he had committed multiple massacres, harming the innocent and causing a very bad influence. To eliminate this scourge and protect the people, the War Department had sent a latest-stage human king to kill him half a month ago. However, he managed to escape, albeit with severe injuries. Now, not only had he healed, but he had also taken the initiative to come to the War Department. This unusual behavior caught the attention of the War Department's higher-ups. "Jie Tan, I've been looking for you everywhere, and I didn't expect you to walk right into the trap," said a high-ranking official of the War Department. "Walk into the trap? Ha ha! I came here today to kill all of you in the War Department." Jie Tan laughed maniacally. "What a big mouth! Have you forgotten how you fled like a stray dog last time you were in my hands?" The official scoffed. "Things are different now. Soon, you won't even have the qualification to be a stray dog." As he spoke, Jie Tan's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was already behind the latest-stage human king. He struck a palm against the man's back, shattering his heart. Then, Jie Tan grasped the man's neck, crazily absorbing his blood and flesh essence. In just a few seconds, the high-ranking official turned into a dried corpse. The other experts in the War Department flew over immediately when they saw their colleague being struck, wanting to provide assistance. But they were still a step too late. Seeing their colleague turned into a dried corpse, everyone was shocked and furious. They stared at Jie Tan in confusion. How could this guy, who was only at the mid-stage human king half a month ago, possess such terrifying strength to kill a latest-stage human king with a single blow? "Keek, you people from the Kunlun War Department are all a bunch of trash, too easy to deal with. Where is Yi Sanglong? Come out and die." Having just tasted the flesh and blood of a warrior, Jie Tan was in a good mood, laughing heartily before shouting loudly below, "Everyone step back, you are no match for him. This person has been possessed by the demon clan, he is not the real Jie Tan." Yi Kanglong's figure swiftly approached, hovering opposite the monk Jie Tan. Upon seeing the crimson eyes of his opponent, he confirmed his judgment. A normal martial artist could not possibly improve their cultivation so much in just half a month. The only explanation was that this person had been possessed by a descendant of the blood-devouring tree demon. The members of the Kunlun War Department were absolutely obedient to his orders, and at this moment, they had dispersed, anxiously watching from a distance. "Yi Sanglong, your time of death has come, and the War Department will fall under my rule." Jie Tan laughed joyfully. In his eyes, Yi Sanglong was a delicious feast. After successfully possessing their targets, these demon descendants aimed to attack the War Department to gain control over it, thereby controlling the Dragon Kingdom. This way, they could mobilize a vast amount of manpower and resources to help their ancestor escape. Additionally, they could gather troops to use nuclear weapons, slowly blasting open the demon suppression prison. Evil cannot suppress righteousness. You cannot act recklessly in the hidden dragon abyss. You will undoubtedly be defeated. Yi Sanglong said in a deep voice. "Ha, still stubborn even at death's door. Then let me show you the vast difference between the early stage of foundation establishment and the 12th layer of chi refinement." Jie Tan moved, launching a fierce attack. The first strike was a killing blow. Yi Sanglong showed no fear. With a shake of his powerful body, a blue light gathered around him. This was the protective dragon energy. In the moment the blue light enveloped his entire body, it seemed as if a dragon's roar echoed out. There was no excessive chatter between the two. Everything would be revealed in their actions. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions erupted. The shockwaves from the battle spread out from both of them, creating terrifying destructive power, obliterating all objects in the vicinity. Fortunately, the members of the Kunlun War Department followed Yi Kanglong's orders and retreated in time. Otherwise, being caught in these battle shockwaves would have resulted in devastating consequences. The battle between the two intensified, quickly reaching a fever pitch. Yi Sanglong remained steady and unhurried, gradually plotting his strategy. Jie Tan, on the other hand, was more reckless. Relying on his higher cultivation level than Yi Sanglong, he sought a quick resolution. However, after a fierce exchange, he became increasingly alarmed. The protective dragon energy of his opponent was incredibly fierce, and many of his attacks could not break through it. I refuse to believe in evil. I will break your turtle shell. Jie Tan relentlessly attacked, unleashing powerful moves and spells one after another. All were calmly neutralized by Yi Sanglong. Whether it was the possessed Jie Tan or Yi Sanglong, both were exerting their utmost effort, striving to put the other to death. Unfortunately, their combat powers were closely matched, and neither could defeat the other. Thus, they entered a protracted battle. An hour later, both of them had exhausted a significant amount of stamina. At this point, Yi Kanglong's advantage began to show. He quickly absorbed the dragon energy from the dragon veins beneath the hidden dragon abyss, replenishing his stamina, and soon returned to peak condition. When he engaged Jie Tan again, he quickly gained the upper hand. Moreover, as time passed, the advantage became even more apparent. Another half-hour passed. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Yi Sanglong immediately went all out, launching a fatal attack on Jie Tan. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, the flames of battle subsided. The possessed Jie Tan, filled with intense unwillingness, died at Yi Kanglong's hands. Inside the War Department, a wave of cheers erupted like a tsunami. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. In contrast, Yi Kanglong's expression remained calm, not showing the slightest ripple. However, a strong sense of crisis emerged in his deep eyes. If a descendant of the blood-devouring tree demon was this powerful, what about the other descendants that had escaped? Relying on the dragon energy from the hidden dragon abyss, he could kill an early-stage Foundation establishment martial artist, but what about mid-stage or even higher enemies? No matter how he looked at it, the future situation seemed grim. He felt incapable of dealing with those demon descendants. For now, it seemed that only Xiao Feng had the strength to help. He took out his phone and dialed Xiao Feng's number, wanting to ask what countermeasures he had. However, no one answered. Xiao Feng was fully immersed in erasing the spiritual imprint of the original master from the puppet's mind, leaving no room for distraction. He had turned off his phone beforehand. Yi Sanglong dialed Yan Nanchen's number again. With his adopted son beside Xiao Feng, he could reach him. "Adoptive father, what do you need me for?" Yan Nantian asked, delivering a punch that killed a martial artist from the Chen family who had reached the transformation stage. "Where's Daoist Xiao? I have urgent matters to discuss with him," Yi Sanglong said. "Adoptive father, is it true that the descendants of the demon clan are causing trouble for the War Department?" Yan Nantian inquired. "How did you know?" "Right, it must have been that girl Wushuang who told you," Yi Sanglong replied. "It wasn't Wushuang. Not long ago, young Master Xiao killed a mid-foundation establishment descendant of the demon clan and learned this news from him," Yan Nantian explained. "Daoist Xiao is impressive. He can even kill a mid-foundation establishment expert." Yi Sanglong marveled. The two continued to chat extensively. When Yi Sanglong learned that a total of 55 descendants of the demon clan had escaped from the demon suppression prison, he was deeply shocked and speechless for a long time. The sense of crisis grew even stronger. "Has Daoist Xiao mentioned any solutions for dealing with these demon clan descendants?" Yi Sanglong asked expectantly. "No." Yan Nantian shook his head. "Alright, ask him about his thoughts when you return," Yi Sanglong said. "Okay, I will." Yan Nantian hung up the phone. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground and the weak members of the Chen family, he ultimately decided not to wipe them all out, sparing the old, weak, women, and children. However, the martial artists above the transformation stage from the Chen family had mostly been annihilated. Without powerful experts to hold the fort, the Chen family would soon be divided up by other families, just like the Yun family. From this moment on, there would be no Chen family in Jiang City. Whether it was the Chen family or the Yun family, both had fallen due to offending Xiao Feng. It was believed that from now on, no one in Jiang City would dare to provoke Xiao Feng again. The process of transforming the puppet was extremely labor-intensive. Moreover, it involved the aspect of spiritual imprints, making it even more complex. A slight misstep could lead to complete failure or even render the puppet useless. Generally speaking, once a puppet is successfully refined, it is difficult to change its master unless one possesses a magical artifact that can control the puppet. However, the soul-calling bell was in the hands of Qi Hung from the Heavenly Sword sect, and Xiao Feng did not have it, so he could only use the most troublesome and difficult method for the transformation. Xiaofeng was busy for over 30 hours, and it wasn't until the morning of the third day that the transformation was completed. Stand up, he commanded the puppet. It immediately rose and stood straight in front of him. Dance, Xiaofeng instructed again. The puppet began to move, dancing a rhythmless dance that was somewhat painful to watch. Alright, stop, no more dancing. Xiaofeng quickly intervened. He was quite satisfied with the transformed puppet. The puppet's body was infused with many rare materials, along with several small killing formations and defensive arrays. This significantly enhanced the puppet's strength, speed, defense, and endurance. Thus, a puppet at the early Foundation establishment stage could possess combat power equivalent to that of the early Golden Core stage. Now, with enemies increasing and lurking everywhere, Yan Nantian couldn't guarantee the safety of Xin Xingshui and Xiao Chirui. But with the puppet, all enemies should pose no problem. This alleviated his concerns. Xiaofeng feared nothing in the world except for the two family members he couldn't let go of. Creak! The door that had been tightly shut for a long time was pushed open. Xiaofeng, you finally came out. Xin Xingshui, with her keen ears, rushed over upon hearing the door open. Xiaofeng had said 2 nights ago that he was busy and asked them not to disturb him. After such a long time, it was only natural for Xin Xingshui to be anxious. What, you missed me so soon? Come here for a hug, give me a kiss. Xiaofeng opened his arms, regardless of whether Xin Xingshui was willing, and pulled her into his embrace, planting a kiss on her delicate face. Xiao Chirui and Yan Nantian were nearby, making Xin Xingshui feel quite embarrassed. Xiaofeng gave a light thump on his chest, breaking free, and playfully scolded, "You're always so unserious, pay attention to your image. How is it not serious to kiss my future wife? You two judge for yourselves, was my behavior just now inappropriate?" Xiaofeng asked with a smile, looking at Xiao Chirui and Yan Nantian. Not at all. Xiao Chirui shook her head, covering her mouth as she stifled a laugh. Yan Nantian, on the other hand, looked up at the ceiling, pretending he saw nothing and refusing to answer. I never noticed before that you have such thick skin, I guess I'm afraid of you now. Xin Xingshui felt her face turn red from Xiaofeng's antics, and she quickly changed the subject, pointing at the puppet and asking, "Who is this?" "This is the puppet I just modified, you can call him Iron Armor." Iron Armor, from now on, you must obey my commands and also listen to theirs, protecting their safety at all costs. Xiaofeng briefly introduced the puppet and then issued a stern command. Understood, Master. Iron Armor replied mechanically. Young Master Xiao, what is the origin of Iron Armor? I feel he is so powerful, even stronger than my adoptive father. Yan Nantian asked curiously. On the surface, Iron Armor is at the early stage of Foundation establishment, but in reality he possesses the combat power of the early stage of Golden Core. Xiaofeng did not hide anything. Yan Nantian was left speechless, his emotions quite complex. Half a month ago, he was at least among the top 5 experts in Long Country, if not ranked second. But now, it felt like everywhere he turned, there were strong practitioners at the Foundation establishment stage. This left him with a strong sense of frustration, feeling like he was nothing. Don't be discouraged, your martial arts talent is actually quite good, it's just that the environment you're in is too poor. Once you change your surroundings, your martial arts path will enter a period of rapid development. As for Iron Armor and the descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon, their backgrounds are much higher than yours, which is why they are stronger. One day, you will far surpass them. Xiaofeng noticed Yan Nantian's gloomy mood and kindly reminded him. Yes, I look forward to that day. Yan Nantian clenched his fists tightly, eager to grow stronger. Come with me for a bit, Xiaofeng suddenly said. Okay. Yan Nantian nodded in agreement without asking further. Going out again? Where are you headed? Xin Xingshui asked somewhat reluctantly, wanting to spend more time with Xiaofeng. To Ryukyu Island, to eliminate the dragon-slaying sect. Xiaofeng had not forgotten this pressing issue. Given the other party's nature, it was highly likely they were plotting revenge against him. Rather than waiting for the enemy to come knocking, it was better to strike at their doorstep first. Of course, there was another purpose for confronting the dragon-slaying sect at this time. It was a plan he thought of after killing Qin Baxian. Yan Nantian's spirits lifted upon learning what Xiaofeng was about to do. The dragon-slaying sect had first ambushed him, and then, taking advantage of Yi Kanglong's absence from Qianlong Abyss, attacked the main base of the War Department, causing severe damage. This made him loathe the dragon-slaying sect, the root of all his troubles, and he had long wanted to eliminate them. Now that Xiaofeng was going to destroy the dragon-slaying sect, he couldn't have wished for anything more. More fighting. Xin Xingshui puffed out her cheeks and said, "You haven't eaten in days, eat first and then go." Alright, now that you mention it, I realize I am a bit hungry. Xiaofeng patted his stomach. Wait a moment, I'll go prepare something. Xin Xingshui hurried into the kitchen. As a woman, she couldn't let her man go hungry. Xin Xingshui came from a humble background, without parents, and had lived with Aunt Yun since childhood. Aunt Yun worked hard every day to support the family, leaving early and returning late. Therefore, Xin Xingxue learned to cook from a young age, and she was quite good at it. After frying a few simple dishes, the meal was soon served. The others were not hungry, but Xiaofeng feasted heartily on his own. During dinner, Yan Nantian suddenly remembered something and asked, "Young Master Xiao, my adoptive father has been quite troubled by the descendants of the blood-devouring tree demons lately. I wonder when they will come to the War Department to cause trouble. Let me ask you, do you have any good countermeasures?" "Yes. This time, bringing you with me to Ryukyu Island is also to prepare for eliminating those demon offspring," Xiaofeng replied. "That's great." Yan Nantian was overjoyed and asked, "Can you tell me what the countermeasure is?" "Well, I only have a rough plan. As for whether it will succeed, I can't be too sure. Let's wait until we implement it and see the results." Xiaofeng didn't want to say too much about uncertain matters, fearing that failure would lead to a slap in the face. Then I won't ask." Yan Nantian nodded. After finishing their meal, it was almost 11 in the morning. Xiaofeng and Yan Nantian set off, quickly flying towards Ryukyu Island. That day, he had already figured out the location of the dragon-slaying sect's headquarters by searching the souls of its powerful members. It was hidden deep beneath Sun Moon Lake, well concealed. As the two made their way to Sun Moon Lake, a vast space deep underground had been constructed with numerous buildings. Among them, in the magnificent pavilion located in the center, it was quite lively at that moment. Because, at the enthusiastic invitation of the sect leader, Dantai Huang, 3 top experts from the East Ing had come to the appointment. In the reception hall of the pavilion, the tall and elegant Dantai Huang sat at the main seat. To his left, gathered the high-ranking members of the dragon-slaying sect, all at the Earth Immortal Realm, totaling 7. Sitting on his right were the 3 East Ing experts, Igau, Shibakawa, and Hattori Jairu. These 3 came from prestigious families with formidable backgrounds. Igau was the top expert of the IGA family, with swordsmanship that was extraordinary, having reached the half-step sword saint realm. In the future, he might become the next sword saint. Shibakawa was a ghost warrior, with strange techniques that could summon vengeful spirits and was proficient in various formations, making him particularly powerful. Hattori Jairu was a ninja from the Hattori family, skilled in shuriken techniques that were unpredictable, with various assassination methods that were hard to guard against. All 3 were at the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. Dantai Huang had invited them many days ago to help deal with Tang Tianzheng. The original plan was to wait until Tang Tianzheng accomplished his great task of killing Yi Sanglong and controlling the Kunlun War Department. He would then use these 3 and his trusted subordinates to kill Tang Tianzheng and his confidants, thus helping him ascend to a high position and seize the power of the Dragon Kingdom. He usually pretended to be simple and honest, but in reality he was quite shrewd. He had always been wary of the meticulous and cunning Tang Tianzheng. He understood that after Tang Tianzheng took over the War Department, he would definitely find a way to eliminate him. He would not be unprepared for this. The plan was originally perfect. However, who would have thought that Tang Tianzheng would fail and cause the dragon-slaying sect to lose a batch of Earth Immortal experts? This left him greatly disappointed. After some investigation, he ultimately learned that the person responsible for Tang Tianzheng's failure was named Xiaofeng, and this person was extremely ruthless, with a vendetta against anyone who wronged him. This startled Dantai Huang, as he was very worried that Xiaofeng would come to settle the score. Not wanting to sit idly by, he had been actively preparing for battle these past few days. The 3 distant East Ing experts were just in time to help him deal with Xiaofeng. With so many experts around, he should not have to fear Xiaofeng, right? He still had some confidence. The reason Dantai Huang had such a great reputation and could invite these 3 big figures was mainly because Ryukyu had always been flattering the East Ing. The 2 sides had a cooperative relationship. As the dragon-slaying sect, which was strongly supported by Ryukyu Island, faced a crisis, the East Ing would not stand by and do nothing. They shared a common interest, dealing with the Dragon Kingdom. Sect leader Dantai, is Xiaofeng really as formidable as you say? Why have I never heard of his name before? Igau questioned. To be honest, I don't know much about him. He is a recent rising star, and in short, he is very powerful. Even the latest age experts Dantai Liang and Tang Tianzheng, who are like land gods, have died at his hands, so we must treat him with caution. Dantai Huang's information network in the Dragon Kingdom is not comprehensive, and he has not gathered complete information about Xiaofeng. You have an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, what is it? Boosting others' morale while diminishing your own prestige. There's no need to be so afraid of him. If you ask me, we should just invite him out and kill him directly, Hattori Jiro said disdainfully. If it weren't for his fear of Yi Sanglong, he would have loved to go to the Dragon Kingdom himself to kill Xiaofeng. No need to invite him, he might come on his own, Dantai Huang said uncertainly. If he dares to come, I will ensure he has no way back. Shiba Chuan sneered. Master, it's bad. Someone has broken in. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out from outside the pavilion. Could it be that when Chow Chow is mentioned, Chow Chow arrives? Xiao Feng has come to kill us? Dan Tai Huang jumped up, both shocked and angry. Perfect timing. I was just lacking a powerful vengeful spirit. He'll use his soul later. The ghost warrior Chiba Chuan was extremely excited. Let's go and kill him together. I want to see if the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's rising star is as formidable as the rumors say. Iga Yubu said with a relaxed expression. Bang bang bang. At the entrance of the dragon-slaying sect's headquarters, explosions rang out. This was the sound of bodies being blown apart. Xiaofeng and Yan Nantian arrived near Sun Moon Lake on Ryukyu Island around 12:30. It didn't take long for them to find a hidden entrance. They easily killed the guards and then charged straight in, unstoppable. Along the way, any dragon-slaying sect members they encountered below the latest stage master level were all wiped out. As for the experts above the latest stage master level, they were injured by Xiaofeng, entangled with fine threads from Qianxiyin, and tossed aside. Xiaofeng spared their lives to use them to scheme against the descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon. The two continued their path, killing as they went. In just a few minutes, over 300 dragon-slaying sect members had died on the spot. Blood flowed like rivers, and bones and flesh were scattered everywhere. It had become a hell on earth. The dragon-slaying sect had secretly committed countless dirty deeds and was always plotting to seize the Dragon Kingdom. None of these individuals were innocent. Therefore, the two showed no mercy, striking particularly ruthlessly. Before long, Xiaofeng and Yan Nantian had killed their way through the entrance cave and into a vast central space. Here, the elite of the dragon-slaying sect had already gathered, numbering over 100. They stood in rows, glaring at them with unfriendly eyes. The sect leader Dan Tai Huan hovered in midair, his expression extremely grim. In such a short time, so many of his followers had died, causing him great pain. Xiaofeng, Yan Nantian, you two are quite bold, daring to come to my dragon-slaying sect to cause trouble with just the two of you. I have to admire your courage, Dan Tai Huang said with a forced smile. What courage is needed to deal with you bunch of local dogs? Anyone can kill you. Xiaofeng scanned the enemies, a smile appearing on his face. He had already assessed the enemy's strength: 5 latest-stage land gods, including 3 eastern warriors, 6 early and mid-stage land gods, and a total of 47 master-level and human king-level warriors. This number was still quite substantial, fully meeting his needs. Baka, you dog, who are you calling a local dog? The ghost warrior Chiba Chuan shouted angrily. He held a high status in the eastern country, respected and adored wherever he went, and had never been insulted. Who would have thought that this young man, barely out of his teens, would dare to call him a local dog? This made him furious. Oh, little Japanese, calling you a local dog is an insult to local dogs. You are all worse than pigs and dogs. As a patriotic youth of the Dragon Kingdom, no one hated the little Japanese more than he did. Xiaofeng couldn't help but insult them a few more times. You damn it, today I will skin you alive. Extract your soul and make you wish you were dead. Xianye Chuan couldn't hold back any longer, drawing a ghostly blade and taking the lead. Xiaofeng is not an ordinary person. Everyone, attack together. Leave no room for escape and quickly kill him. Dan Tai Huang immediately instructed the others. Boom! In an instant, the experts from the dragon-slaying sect swarmed towards Xiaofeng. Everyone wanted to personally take his life. You guard all the entrances and exits. Don't let them escape. Xiaofeng instructed Yan Nantian beside him, then raised his hand and struck out, shattering Qianye Chuan's ghostly blade with a single blow. The residual force of his palm did not diminish, and it struck him, sending him flying dozens of meters away. This, cough cough, impossible. Qianye Chuan, whose organs felt shattered, looked at Xiaofeng in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this still a human? The strength was beyond his comprehension. With just one strike, not only was he severely injured, but he also lost his combat ability, finding it difficult to even stand. In the moment of his astonishment, Xiaofeng displayed his might, having already injured and killed many. No one could withstand the power of his punch. Whether you were a transformation realm warrior or a latest-stage terrestrial immortal, in his eyes there was no difference. They could all be taken down with a single punch. Xiaofeng swept through the battlefield like autumn winds scattering leaves, the piercing screams echoing throughout the underground space. In just about 5 minutes, the smoke of battle ceased. Xiaofeng had dealt with all of them. This was because he intended to spare some lives, otherwise he could have taken their lives within 10 seconds. During this time, some warriors, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee. As a result, they were either killed by Yan Nantian or injured. He strictly followed Xiaofeng's orders, and not a single person could leave this place. Bang bang bang! Xiaofeng threw all the surviving warriors beside Yan Nantian. These people had lost their combat ability and could not resist, allowing him to handle them as he pleased, each feeling extremely aggrieved. Accompanying this was endless fear, especially the three Eastern experts who happened to be thrown together. The three exchanged glances, all bitterly smiling. Just a few minutes ago, they had boasted shamelessly, thinking they could easily slay Xiao Feng. But now, they realized how laughably ignorant and arrogant they had been. Compared to Xiao Feng, they were nothing. Young Master Xiao, let's talk this over. Please don't strike again. I have no enmity with you, it's Tang Tianjun who wants to deal with you. You've already killed him, this grudge should be settled, right? There's no need for you to wipe me out completely. Dan Tai Huang, covered in dirt and bruises, endured the pain of his broken bones and spoke kindly. Slap! Xiao Feng backhanded him across the face, turning half of his face into a pig's head. Dan Tai Huang dared not express his anger, let alone retaliate, mainly because he lacked the ability to do so. Stop pretending in front of me, don't think I don't know your thoughts. You've probably long wanted to take revenge on me. Xiao Feng mocked. No, absolutely not. I swear to heaven, if I ever harbor thoughts of revenge against you, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. Dan Tai Huang declared earnestly. Still pretending? By the way, even if we have no enmity, can't I still deal with you? I, Xiao, am not someone who would be bound by such rules. Xiao Feng sneered. This is completely unreasonable. Dan Tai Huang panicked. You're right, I'm completely unreasonable. What can you do about it? Xiao Feng threatened, placing his right hand on Dan Tai Huang's head. This time, he was not using the soul-searching technique, but the soul-destruction technique. Xiao Feng mastered countless techniques, whether it was the soul-searching technique or the soul-destruction technique, he was very proficient in both. He intended to use this spell to severely injure Dan Tai Huang's primordial spirit. In the spirit realm, the soul can also be referred to as the primordial spirit. They are the same thing, just different names. Unless something unexpected happens, the primordial spirit has been injured, and this kind of pain is unbearable for humans. Dan Tai Huang screamed incessantly. Soon, the soul destruction technique came to an end. Dan Tai Huang had already turned into a fool, no different from an idiot. Then, Xiao Feng used the soul destruction technique on another person. Almost one every 10 seconds, the speed was quite fast. The strong members of the dragon-slaying sect were turning into idiots one after another. Yan Nantian stood silently in place, watching Xiao Feng's actions. He still couldn't understand why Xiao Feng didn't kill these people, but only severely injured them and turned them into fools. What was the purpose of making things so complicated? He wanted to ask several times but was afraid of disturbing Xiao Feng, so he remained silent. Time passed second by second. The number of idiots on the scene increased. Those martial artists who were still normal, not wanting to become fools, begged for mercy. Xiao Feng remained unmoved, focused on his own tasks. Finally, he reached Shen Yechuan's side. As he saw Xiao Feng's hand about to press on his head, Shen Yechuan was terrified and said, "Don't come over. If you turn me into an idiot, our Ghost Warrior clan will not let you off easily. You will pay a heavy price." You idiot, still threatening me at a time like this. To be honest, I've been fed up with you ghosts for a long time. Once I finish my business here, they'll take a trip to the east and wipe out all of you scoundrels. Xiao Feng's hand pressed down heavily on Shen Yechuan's head, quickly injuring his primordial spirit. Amidst his screams, Shen Yechuan felt an immense sense of frustration. He had skills he hadn't even used yet, and he was already rendered incapable of taking care of himself by Xiao Feng. Now, he was about to be turned into a fool. He was nearly suffocating with frustration. 10 seconds later, saliva dripped from the corner of Chen Yechuan's mouth, and he became an idiot. The next one was Hattori Jiro, who was right next to Chen Yechuan. He looked at Xiao Feng as if he were staring at the Grim Reaper walking out of hell, filled with fear. I don't want to become an idiot. Xiao Feng, if you let me go, I'm willing to tell you a huge secret that will definitely interest you. Hattori Jiro said in terror. What secret? Xiao Feng's hand paused in midair, asking, does that mean you agree to let me go? Hattori Jiro countered. That depends on how valuable the secret you're talking about is. Xiao Feng replied. No, you have to swear to the heavens that you won't harm me again before I can tell you. Hattori Jiro bargained. Damn it, I don't have the mood to waste time with you. If you don't speak, I'm going to take action. Xiao Feng lost his patience and pressed his hand on Hattori Jiro's head. No. I'll tell you. Hattori Jiro felt the temperature from Xiao Feng's palm, scared to the point of nearly losing his mind, and no longer dared to bargain. On a nameless island in the Central Pacific, there is a nearly mature jade spirit mushroom, guarded by a giant snake with extraordinary cultivation. With your abilities, if you can obtain the jade spirit mushroom, your cultivation will definitely advance. Isn't this secret valuable enough? Can it buy me a life? Hattori Jiro pleaded. Jade spirit mushroom, such a good thing still exists on Earth? If it's a mature jade spirit mushroom, after I consume it, I can break through to the initial stage of foundation establishment in one go. Xiao Feng thought to himself, becoming very interested in that jade spirit mushroom. However, this information was debatable. Who knew if Hattori Jiro was just making things up to save his life? He still needed to keep the other party alive to deal with the descendants of the demon clan, so he didn't directly use the soul-searching technique. Instead, he asked, "How did you know this secret? Besides you, who else knows? I happened to overhear the elders of my family talking about it, which is how I learned this secret. Aside from a few people in my family, no one else should know." Hattori Jiro answered honestly. "What are the coordinates of that island?" Xiao Feng asked again. I don't know." Hattori Jiro shook his head. "Humph." Xiao Feng snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. This frightened Hattori Jiro half to death, and he hurriedly explained, "I really don't know. A few days ago, I happened to overhear some elders in my family chatting, and I just happened to hear them discussing this matter. But as soon as I heard this, they discovered me and drove me away, so I have no idea about the subsequent news." Although Hattori Jiro held a prominent position in the Hattori family, he was still a junior and did not have the qualifications to participate in some major matters. Moreover, since the matter of the jade marrow fungus was of great importance, the fewer people who knew about it, the better, to avoid leaking information. Therefore, the elders of his family made him leave and did not let him continue listening. Seeing Xiao Feng's face dark as water, still unsatisfied with his answer, Hattori Jiro felt even more terrified, fearing that Xiao Feng, in a fit of anger, would turn him into an idiot. He quickly added, "If you want to know the specifics, you still have to ask my family elders." Realizing he had misspoken, his face changed drastically, and he dared not say more. With Xiao Feng being so powerful and harboring such animosity towards the East Ing country, suggesting that the other party ask his family elders was like pushing his family into a fire pit. The family would never easily reveal the secret of the jade marrow fungus to Xiao Feng, and if Xiao Feng did not get the information he wanted, he would definitely not let it go. A battle between the two sides was inevitable. Without thinking, given Xiao Feng's combat power, he could easily destroy the Hattori family. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. How could he be so foolish and say anything recklessly? "Young Master Xiao, I suddenly remembered the location of that island. It's right at." In order to make up for his mistake, Hattori Jiro decided to fabricate some coordinates to fool Xiao Feng for the time being. If Xiao Feng let him go, the first thing he would do when he got home was to suggest that the family elders unite with other major forces to deal with Xiao Feng. Those little devils are so cunning, they can lie without batting an eye. It's disgusting. Seeing Hattori Jiro's eyes darting away just now, Xiao Feng knew the other party was talking nonsense. Not wanting to waste any more time, he changed his mind and decided to perform a soul search on him. Soul searching is different from soul destruction. The former is an auxiliary means, while the latter is an offensive means. Soul destruction is a kind of mental fluctuation that can attack from a distance, severely injuring or annihilating the enemy's primordial spirit. In contrast, soul searching can only be conducted when the enemy is completely defenseless. Once the search begins, the enemy's soul will surely scatter. Originally, Hattori Jiro still had some use, and Xiao Feng only intended to use soul destruction to turn him into an idiot. But now, in order to obtain information about the jade marrow fungus, he had to resort to soul searching. After a thorough search, Xiao Feng felt quite unlucky. The guy had not lied about what he said earlier. He truly did not know the specific coordinates of that island. It seemed he would have to personally visit the Hattori family in the East Ing country. After the soul search, Hattori Jiro was on the verge of death, already beyond saving, and would completely die in no time. Xiao Feng ignored him and placed his palm on Igau's head. This person also said a lot of pleading words, but Xiao Feng turned a deaf ear and instantly turned him into an idiot. Once he had turned everyone present into idiots, Xiao Feng said to Yan Nantian, "Go bring those captured martial artists from the way we came in." When he had rushed in earlier, Xiao Feng had casually injured some martial artists at the late stage of the Grandmaster level and had bound them with fine threads, tossing them aside. "I'm on it." Yan Nantian quickly ran towards the entrance. Xiao Feng was not idle either, starting to set up restrictions within these idiots' bodies. By the time he finished, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Xiao Feng counted the number of people, a total of 68. Hattori Jiro was long dead, and there were 4 idiots among the land immortals. It was slightly disappointing. Since the Qianquan ring could not store living beings, Xiao Feng moved his 10 fingers, shooting out several fine threads from each finger. He used the fine threads to bind all these people. Then, he handed a portion of the fine threads to Yan Nantian. The two dragged dozens of mentally challenged individuals away from the place. Once they reached the surface, they soared into the sky, like flying kites, carrying a group of the mentally challenged towards the Dragon Kingdom. After several minutes, they arrived at the coastal border of the Dragon Kingdom. You head north. And whenever you come across a sparsely populated area, let one person go, Xiao Feng said to Yan Nantian. "Young Master Xiao, can you now tell me the purpose of your actions?" Yen Nantian could no longer hold back and asked the question that had been troubling him for a long time. The descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon are trapped in the demon suppression prison right after birth. Without energy to sustain them, they cannot grow and remain in a juvenile state. Even if they escape, the spiritual energy on Earth is insufficient for them to grow quickly. As juveniles, their forms have not evolved properly. Although they possess some cultivation, it is difficult for them to unleash their true power. To quickly become stronger, the best way for them is to seize a human body and merge with it. However, seizing a body is a very dangerous matter, as the battlefield is within the host's mind. The host's primordial spirit has the home field advantage, and in a real fight, the outcome is uncertain. Even if the descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon win, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. Therefore, the targets they prioritize for body seizing are usually those who are severely injured or in poor condition. For example, Tang Tianzhang and Shen Badian, both of whom were in dire straits, provided the descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon with an opportunity. If they were in their prime, those demon descendants would not dare to attempt body seizing easily. Just like you, there is currently no risk of being seized. Moreover, the demon descendants have another priority condition for body seizing. The cultivation level of the person being seized cannot be too low, otherwise they cannot withstand the integration of the demon's energy into their body after the seizure. A slight misstep could lead to their body exploding, resulting in total failure. Of course, the higher the cultivation level of the person being seized, the better the feedback effect for the demon descendants, making them stronger after the seizure. The two complement each other. Thus, I chose to spare the lives of martial artists with a cultivation level above the late stage of the Grandmaster realm and severely injured their primordial spirits, creating perfect conditions for the demon descendants to seize bodies. As long as they succeed in seizing a body, the restrictions I placed within these martial artists will trigger, allowing me to kill them on the spot. These people are essentially bait, while the demon descendants are the fish about to bite. Xiaofeng had originally planned to explain the reasons to Yen Nantian after the deed was done. However, seeing the eagerness for knowledge on the other's face, he ultimately took the time to explain. After hearing this, Yen Nantian suddenly understood and admired Xiaofeng's scheme even more. This was an excellent method to easily eliminate those demon descendants without expending too much effort. Only Xiaofeng could think of such a plan. After you release them, how can you ensure they will definitely be found by the demon descendants? Yen Nantian asked. Don't underestimate the perception abilities of the demon descendants. Their noses are more sensitive than anyone else's, and they will find these people sooner or later. Xiaofeng had dealt with demons multiple times and understood the nature of the blood-devouring tree demon clan well. He was quite confident in his plan. However, the specific effects would only be known after implementation. Then I can rest assured. A smile finally appeared on Yen Nantian's usually stern face. If all went well, the remaining 52 demon descendants would face a devastating blow. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Once you finish your current tasks, head back to the Xiao family manor first. I still need to detour to the land of the rising sun, Xiaofeng said. Are you going to the Hattori family to inquire about the whereabouts of the jade spirit mushroom? Yen Nantian asked. Xiaofeng nodded and flew towards the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom. Yen Nantian headed north. As they passed through each desolate mountain and forest, they released one mentally challenged martial artist. Xiaofeng chose not to place them in densely populated cities, mainly out of concern that these idiots might harm innocent civilians. Although their brains were not functioning well, their physical strength was still formidable. Shibakawa, the ghost warrior, was the second person to be spared by Yen Nantian. He found himself in the wilderness, drooling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes dull and empty. However, not long after, a flicker of light suddenly returned to his vacant gaze. Then, it faded again. This erratic behavior continued. As a ghost warrior, Shibakawa had long dealt with various vengeful spirits, practiced secret methods to enhance his primordial spirit, and carried artifacts that nourished his primordial spirit. Therefore, after suffering a severe blow to his primordial spirit, he occasionally regained a bit of consciousness thanks to the nourishment from the artifacts, but not much. In that fleeting moment of clarity, Shibakawa quickly took out his phone from his pocket. The screen was cracked, but it still worked. He quickly dialed the number of a family elder. Uncle, I'm in danger. As soon as he spoke, Shibakawa's eyes became vacant again, returning to his idiotic state. What danger are you in? Hello, why aren't you speaking? What on earth happened? Tell me quickly. Shibakawa's uncle, also the head of the Ghost Warrior clan, Shibagi, asked several questions without receiving a response from his nephew, which made him anxious and start pacing. Who are you? After a while, Shibakawa regained a bit of clarity and asked in confusion. He couldn't remember what had just happened. I am your uncle. Are you stupid? Shibagi replied irritably. At least say something. After just one exchange, Chibakawa fell silent again and accidentally hung up the phone. This left the clueless Chiba extremely frustrated. He even began to suspect that his nephew was playing a trick on him. Half an hour later, Chibakawa regained some consciousness again. This time, he got straight to the point and called Chiba. Uncle, the dragon-slaying sect has been destroyed. Igau, Hattori Jairu, and Dantai Huang have all been captured by Xiaofeng. He doesn't know what he wants to do with us, our lives are in danger. Please come and save us. Be very careful, Xiaofeng is extremely powerful. At this point, Chibakawa suddenly let out a piercing scream. He clutched his head with both hands, rolling on the ground in pain. The phone that fell to the ground was also crushed by him. A descendant of the demon clan had just burrowed into his brow, devouring his severely injured primordial spirit. Under this attack, his primordial spirit was being torn apart, causing him unbearable agony. Just moments ago, Chibakawa was in excruciating pain, rolling on the ground, but he suddenly stopped struggling. Slowly lifting his head, his blood-red eyes glinted with a fierce light, and a grin spread from ear to ear, emitting the eerie laughter commonly used by descendants of the demon clan. After a fierce battle, this opportunistic demon descendant effortlessly devoured Chibakawa's entire primordial spirit. It also successfully took over this body. Next, it only needed to spend some time merging itself with the body, and it could completely control it, thus unleashing its full combat power. Xiaofeng, you've angered my ancestor, and he has ordered us to kill you with all our might. No matter how great your abilities are, you will die at my hands. Once I fully control this body, I will take your life. The possessed Chibakawa wore a sinister smile, laughing wildly. Without further ado, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began the merging process. However, as soon as he started merging, he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. What is happening? Why is there such a terrifying restriction within this body? The possessed Chibakawa was filled with terror, his voice laced with endless despair. The restriction set by Xiaofeng within Chibakawa's body was triggered, unleashing an overwhelming destructive force. In no time, the body exploded with a thunderous roar, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. A mid-stage foundation-building demon descendant thus died inexplicably. Oh, so quickly, a fish has taken the bait. The effect is quite obvious. When Xiaofeng untied the last thread of the 1,000 strands and released the final mentally challenged warrior, his spirit was stirred. He sensed that a descendant of the demon clan had died in his scheme. There are still 51 descendants of the demon clan left. I hope the other demon sons and grandsons can all be fooled. That way, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop and eradicate them completely. Just as this thought crossed Xiaofeng's mind, his spirit was stirred again. Another unfortunate descendant of the demon clan was killed by the restrictions. In such a short time, he had already killed 2 descendants of the demon clan. Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile wildly, then turned his gaze towards the direction of the eastern Japan. Now, it was time to find the high-ranking members of the Hatamoto family and clarify the coordinates of the island where the Yusueji was located. Yusueji was a common herb in the spirit world, easily found in any herbal shop. Something that was quite ordinary and not expensive. However, on Earth, where spiritual energy was thin, it became exceptionally rare and precious. Since he had found out the whereabouts of Yusueji, Xiaofeng would definitely not miss it. In less than 2 months, it would be the day he had agreed upon with the inner elder one Jiantong of the Tianjin sect. At that time, the other party would assist him in entering the true martial realm with a magical artifact, and there would surely be a great battle waiting for him there. Although he was confident he could buy time to absorb spiritual energy and improve his cultivation before annihilating the enemy, if he took Yusueji beforehand and broke through to the initial stage of foundation building, the pressure would be a bit lighter once he entered the true martial realm. Therefore, he was determined to obtain Yusueji. Whoever tried to snatch it from him would be killed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body transformed into a streak of light, swiftly flying towards eastern Japan. In the southwestern region of eastern Japan, the Chiba family was currently holding an emergency meeting. The family head, Chiba was particularly concerned after learning that his nephew was in danger and had been captured. His nephew, Chiba Chuan, was the most outstanding genius of the family in nearly 200 years. At only 65 years old, he had reached the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, creating a new chapter in the family's cultivation history. Chiba was 91 this year, and his plan was to announce on his 100th birthday that he would pass the position of family head to Chiba Chuan. He had always regarded Chiba Chuan as the heir to the family head position and had high hopes for him. However, today he suddenly received the bad news that his nephew had been captured. With his life and death uncertain, this made him anxious and furious. Especially the scream he heard just before ending the call with his nephew made him even more agitated. If something happened to his nephew, what would they do? No one in the younger generation of the Chiba family could take on such a responsibility. Everyone, this is the situation. What do you think we should do? Shiba Gyi scanned the senior members in the conference hall and asked in a deep voice, "Family head, do you know where Chiba Chuan is now?" One of the family members asked eagerly. Chuan was previously invited by Dantai Huang to go to Ryukyu Island. He is most likely still on the island, but it's uncertain. Who knows where the Xiaofeng took him after capturing him, or even if Chuan is still alive. Shiba Gyi sighed when he spoke of this. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry to Ryukyu Island to rescue him. Maybe it's not too late, suggested the family member from earlier. How to rescue him? According to what Chuan said, he, along with Hatamoto Jiro, Iga Yashimian, and Dantai Huan, were all subdued by Xiaofeng. Those are 4 latest Earth immortal powerhouses. Xiaofeng alone could defeat them, which shows how powerful he is. How can we fight him? Chiba Gyi shook his head in disapproval. Although the Chiba family had a strong foundation and had practiced martial arts for generations, with Chiba Chuan included, they only had 3 latest Earth immortals. One of them was an elder nearing the end of his lifespan, with weakened vitality and combat power. With such strength, seeking out Xiaofeng for revenge was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. How about we invite the battle spirit elder to take action? Another family member hesitated for a moment and suggested. No way, not to mention whether the senior warrior Zhanhuan is willing to lend us a hand. Even if he is, due to the environmental constraints, he cannot stray far from this place, otherwise, he won't be able to unleash his peak combat power. Unless Xiaofeng takes the initiative to come to us, but the likelihood of that happening is quite low. Xianya Gyi shook his head again. This won't work, and that won't work either. Head of the family, could you please give us some advice? If this drags on, Xianya Chuan's life may be in danger. Yes, head of the family, think of a way quickly. We can't just sit here. The senior members all spoke up. I don't have a good strategy either. We can only wait for the Habuto family, Iga, and other major forces to arrive and discuss with them. Hopefully, everyone can unite to resist Xiaofeng. If that's the case, our chances of winning will be much greater. After finishing the call with his nephew Xianya Chuan, Xianya Gyi immediately contacted the Habuto and Iga families, informing them of Habuto Jiro and Igau's predicament and suggested they rush to the Xianya family's residence to discuss the major plan. Additionally, he reached out to 3 other closely related major forces, asking them to come to assist. All these major forces agreed to come immediately. The area of the eastern Japan country is limited, so they should be arriving soon. As expected, not long after, several top experts from the Iga family arrived first. Following them, the Habuto family and several other major forces came one after another. Picking up from the previous topic, these powerful figures began to discuss strategies again. Just at that moment, Xiaofeng arrived in the skies above eastern Japan. His main purpose for this trip was to obtain information about the jade marrow fungus from the Habuto family. This was Xiaofeng's first visit to eastern Japan, and everything felt very unfamiliar. However, he had a general understanding of the location of the Habuto family after extracting memories from Habuto Jiro. In less than 10 minutes, he reached his destination. It was a very old residence, showcasing the long history of the Habuto family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Xiaofeng landed in the open space of the residence, several faint sounds of wind breaking through the air rang out around him. They were extremely fast, arriving in an instant. Xiaofeng swung his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he caught the hidden weapons that were attacking from different directions. Opening his palm, he found that they were ninja throwing stars. These are commonly used hidden weapons by ninjas, very suitable for ambushes. Swish, swish, swish. Xiaofeng threw the throwing stars back with a flick of his hand, scattering them in all directions. Ah, ah, ah. Several screams echoed. A few bodies fell from the shadows. These individuals were all dressed in black and masked, clearly the distinctive attire of ninjas. The Habuto family is the most renowned ninja family in eastern Japan, having trained many outstanding ninjas, such as Habuto Jiro. Even their guards are top-tier ninjas, and as soon as Xiaofeng arrived, he was attacked by ninjas hiding in the shadows. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered a tough opponent. Their assassination techniques were like child's play against Xiaofeng. Bold! Who are you to dare come to my Habuto family to kill? At this moment, the experts inside the residence sensed the unusual situation and quickly rushed from various places surrounding Xiaofeng. An elder at the early stage of the Earth Immortal realm glared at him fiercely, asking resentfully, Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng introduced himself. What? You are Xiaofeng? What have you done to Habuto Jiro? Where is he? The elder's face turned pale with shock, asking uncertainly. Before the head of the family and several top experts left, they had informed him that Habuto Jiro had been captured by Xiaofeng. Therefore, he had heard of Xiaofeng's name and knew of his terrifying nature. That's why he was so flustered. Killed him, Xiaofeng replied coldly. You? The elder was so furious he couldn't speak. Habutojiro was also the hope of the family, the future successor, and just like that, he was killed. His heart was bleeding. There was also an indescribable fear. He lamented in his heart, just as the head of the family had left, Xiaofeng had come to kill. What should he do now? Where is Habuto Musashi? Let him come out. Xiaofeng called out loudly. The head of the family is not home, the old man said with a trembling voice. Where did he go? Xiaofeng asked again. He went to the Qianye family. The old man did not hide this matter. He was eager for Xiaofeng to go to the Qianye family, where many experts from the eastern Japan gathered. If Xiaofeng went, he would likely not return, and his life would be lost at the Qianye family. Is that so? Then you can go die. Xiaofeng struck fiercely, and a dense aura of sword energy surged around him. Under his mental control, the sword energy crisscrossed and spread outwards. Don't, my legs. The old man wanted to plead with Xiaofeng not to kill him, but before he could finish his words, his legs were severed by a sharp sword energy. His body crawled on the ground, screaming in agony. The fate of the others was even more tragic. In just a moment, they were all killed by the sword energy. Limbs and broken bodies, blood flowed everywhere. In this open space, everyone else was dead. Only the old man, who was at the early stage of a land immortal, was still gasping for breath. Xiaofeng walked in front of him, squatted down, and said nothing, directly searching his soul to obtain more useful information. Put. During the soul search, Xiaofeng keenly sensed that several ninjas had rushed in from elsewhere, lurking in his blind spot, preparing to launch a sneak attack, hoping to deliver a fatal blow. What kind of person was Xiaofeng? How could he not notice these people? Without even turning his head, he struck out a few bursts of energy towards the back. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. In just half a second, he killed 5 powerful ninjas. They all clutched their fatal wounds, and before falling, the same thought emerged in their minds. How did he discover our movements? Ninjas excel at lurking and ambushing. Their methods were similar to those of the Shadow, the servant of the strongest in the South Seas, Saint Tianxia, capable of silently approaching their targets. It was hard to be detected, especially since Xiaofeng's attention was focused on the soul search, making it even harder to perceive their movements. However, before they could act, they were killed first. This left them unable to close their eyes in death. Bang! After completing the soul search, Xiaofeng slapped the old man to death. This person's status was not high enough, and he did not know the whereabouts of the Yusueiji. He still needed to find the head of the Hatamoto family, Hatamoto Musashi. How did this group of fools from eastern Japan find out that I captured Hatamoto Jiro and others? Who leaked the news? No matter that now, since the major forces of eastern Japan have gathered at the Qianye family to discuss strategies against me, I will personally pay them a visit and take them all out at once, so I don't have to run around killing them one by one. Xiaofeng sneered. The fact that they were gathered together was just what he wanted. Since the old man he searched knew little information, Xiaofeng only found out that Hatamoto Jiro and several top experts from the family had gone to the Qianye family. So next, he also needed to make a trip there. But before leaving, he had to kill some more people. Xiaofeng's figure flickered, and he flew into the air, looking down at the mansion below. His entire body was filled with sword energy, which scattered and shot towards every corner of the Hatamoto family mansion. Anyone inside the mansion, regardless of strength, age, or health, became a ghost under his sword, with no one spared. The Hatamoto family had always been right-wing elements in eastern Japan, constantly pushing the country to go to war with the Dragon Kingdom. From Xiaofeng's perspective, there were no good people in their family. Everyone deserved to die. Once he killed Hatamoto Musashi and a few others, the Hatamoto family would be annihilated. Without stopping, Xiaofeng quickly headed towards the Qianye family in the southwest region. He flew at full speed, mainly worried that if he arrived late, those people would have dispersed. If that happened, he couldn't take them all out at once, and it would be more troublesome to kill them. What did you say? Xiaofeng has killed his way into our home, and all the experts in the house have died at his hands? How could this happen? In the conference hall of the Qianye family, Hatamoto Musashi received a call from a clan member, and just after a few words, the call was cut off. The reason is that the clan member hiding in the room was pierced through the body by Xiaofeng's sword energy and died on the spot. Hey, speak up. What on earth happened? Hattori Musashi shouted into his phone, but there was no response from the other end. Furious, he crushed the phone in his hand. What's going on? Did Xiaofeng really come to your house? The people present were astonished to hear his conversation. They had just started discussing where to find Xiaofeng and were troubled by it, not expecting that Xiaofeng had actually come to the land of the rising sun and killed a master of the Hattori family. This made them both angry and impressed by Xiaofeng's audacity. How bold he was to come to their territory and wreak havoc. Even the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Sanglong, wouldn't dare to enter the land of the rising sun alone. Who gave Xiaofeng the courage to do this? If nothing unexpected happens, my clan members have all been killed by him. This is outrageous. Xiao Feng, I will not rest until you are dead. Hattori Musashi gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. The situation has already occurred, please accept your loss. The most important thing now is to figure out how to kill Xiao Feng, Shiba Gyi advised. Indeed, let's set aside other matters for now. The urgent task is to find a way to deal with Xiao Feng. IGA Dan Lu from the IGA family echoed. The leaders of several other major forces also spoke similarly, urging Hattori Musashi to prioritize the bigger picture and not act impulsively. Hattori Musashi clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his arms, but eventually relaxed slowly, agreeing with everyone's opinion. Shiba clan leader. I suggest we use this place as the battlefield. You send someone to my house to inform Xiao Feng to come here and die. Additionally, you quickly set up the spirit formation and ghost formation here to assist us in killing Xiao Feng. As for the losses incurred after the battle, we will compensate you double. I wonder if you agree. Hattori Musashi quickly made strategic arrangements. Sure. Shiba Gyi agreed without hesitation. Deep within their family, there was a shrine that enshrined a battle spirit. In case of unforeseen circumstances, they could request the battle spirit to intervene. With the battle spirit present, he felt a bit more confident. If the battlefield were chosen elsewhere, he would indeed be somewhat afraid of Xiao Feng. What about you? What do you think? Hattori Musashi asked the other leaders. Let's do as you say. No one had any objections. The strategy was settled. Next, they needed to prepare for battle and face the formidable enemy. Shiba Gyi first sent a death warrior to rush to the Hattori family's residence and ordered the weaker clan members to leave. Then, he and the family's strong members began to work together to set up various spirit formations and ghost formations. As powerful ghost warriors, they were proficient in various formations. The spirit formation had amplifying effects, helping allies provide energy and replenish consumed stamina. The ghost formation, on the other hand, had strong lethality, making it the most suitable for assisting in killing Xiao Feng. Shiba Gyi was already very familiar with setting up these two types of formations, especially with the help of family experts. Under their skilled operation, it didn't take long for the ghost formation and spirit formation to be successfully arranged. Everyone, you must be very clear about the use of the spirit formation. There are a total of 16 positions, so choose. As long as we coordinate well within the spirit formation, we can definitely unleash greater combat power. Once Xiao Feng arrives, the ghost formation will temporarily trap him within the spirit formation. We will seize this opportunity to use our strongest methods against him. There's no way he can withstand it. Shiba Gyi said confidently. Of course, Xiao Feng is doomed today. I want to use his dog head to honor the deceased clan members. Hattori Musashi said coldly. As he spoke, he had already chosen a position and stood there straight. The others also took their places. Now, everything was ready, just waiting for Xiao Feng to come and deliver himself to death. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit, brimming with murderous intent. They were not disappointed. Xiao Feng soon arrived. He arrived so quickly that it took everyone by surprise. By the timeline, the assassins sent by the Chiba family should not have gone far and should not have encountered Xiao Feng. Yet, Xiao Feng was already here. This indicated that Xiao Feng's intention was to come to the Chiba family to stir up trouble. They had never seen Xiao Feng and did not recognize him. The reason they could identify him at a glance was mainly due to his attire. Masters from the Eastern land typically favored wearing kimonos, which were very suitable for combat. However, Xiao Feng was not wearing a kimono, and his appearance had slight differences from that of the Easterners. You must be Xiao Feng, the one who killed my kin. Today, we will not let this go. Hattori Musashi glared at Xiao Feng with bloodshot eyes, his tone icy. Is my son Iga Yobu in your hands? Iga Denu questioned. What have you done to my nephew Chiba Kawa? Shiba Gyi followed up with a question. You really have a lot of questions. Since you want to know so badly, they'll generously tell you, I killed them all. Xiao Feng said with a smile. He hovered in midair above the Chiba family estate, looking down at the many powerful figures below, feeling quite pleased. Killing this bunch of scoundrels gave him a strong sense of revenge. The Dragon Kingdom and the Eastern Land were sworn enemies. Which hot-blooded man from the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't want to slaughter the little devils? Good, very good. You are ruthless. But we will make you understand what true ruthlessness is. Today, using the most brutal methods in the world to torture you is not enough to vent my anger. Hattori Musashi laughed in anger, flames surging and leaping across his body. He was actually a fire ninja. He was gathering power, preparing to unleash his strongest attack on Xiao Feng. The others were the same, already poised and ready, just waiting for Xiao Feng to enter the spirit formation. Due to the suddenness of the incident, they had not considered comprehensively, failing to account for the variable that Xiao Feng would not actively enter the spirit formation. If Xiao Feng did not come down, wouldn't their previous preparations be in vain? Xiao Feng, aren't you very arrogant? You dare to come to the Eastern Land to cause trouble alone? Do you dare to come down and fight us? Iga Danu held a samurai sword in his hand, named Muramasa. It was one of the most famous swords in the Eastern Land, incredibly sharp and powerful. Countless people had died at its edge. Iga Danu intended to use Xiao Feng's blood to nourish this sword. What's there to be afraid of? You think you can ambush me with a few broken formations? It's simply laughable. Xiao Feng scoffed. He had deep knowledge of formations. In his eyes, whether it was a ghost formation or a spirit formation, they were too weak, practically non-existent. Humph. Who can't talk big? Why don't you come down and try? Iga Danu taunted. Try it, then. Xiao Feng, unafraid, dove down, forcefully landing in the center of the spirit formation. Seeing him actually come down, everyone was filled with wild joy. They thought this guy was indeed arrogant and quite foolish. Knowing there was a formation, he still dared to throw himself into the net. This was simply seeking death. However, the next moment, they could no longer laugh. Bang! As soon as Xiao Feng's foot touched the ground, a terrifying force surged outward like an abyss. The earth trembled, and both the spirit formation and ghost formation vanished without a trace. The land gods and powerful figures standing at various points of the formation could not withstand the impact of this force. They were all sent flying, crashing down in various places, utterly disheveled. Ouch, my old back. Quick, get your sword away, you almost made me childless. The scene was filled with cries of despair. Before the fight even began, the Eastern Landmasters had already suffered a great loss. Even more comically, in the sudden chaos, some people, when knocked away, swung their weapons too widely and accidentally injured their companions nearby, leading to their companions' furious curses. These were all seasoned veterans, and after a brief moment of panic, they quickly stabilized their minds, swiftly getting up from the ground and preparing for a serious stance. However, compared to their previous confidence, the way they looked at Xiao Feng now was clearly filled with more fear and trepidation. Everyone was wondering what kind of method Xiao Feng had just used, which had such terrifying power that it sent all of them, a group of land gods, flying. It was simply abnormal. Fortunately, the destructive power was insufficient and did not cause them any substantial harm. This eased their minds considerably, making them think that Xiao Feng's move might have been more bluster than substance, and there was no need to be too afraid. Little did they know that Xiao Feng had not killed them on the spot because he wanted to spare their lives, using them as bait to lure the descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon. The bodies of land god warriors would be more attractive to those demon offspring. For Xiao Feng, these people posed no threat at all. It was those demon offspring that slightly troubled him. I've already tested the formation you set up, and it's nothing special. Are you convinced now? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. The faces of the Eastern warriors turned from green to white, looking quite ugly and extremely frustrated. They had deliberately provoked Xiao Feng to anger him, hoping he would enter the spirit formation and then use the formation to kill him. At the moment Xiao Feng stubbornly entered the spirit formation, they were quite excited, thinking he was seeking his own death. But the result was that the formation was easily destroyed by Xiao Feng. This was a slap in their faces. You think you can make me submit? Dream on. The battle hasn't even started. What are you so proud of? Let's see who can laugh last. Iga Danu said grimly. The one who laughs last definitely won't be you. Since you talk so much, they'll take you down first. Xiao Feng raised his hand and struck out a palm, heading straight for Iga Danu. Not good. Iga Danu's brow furrowed, his expression changing repeatedly. He could clearly sense that Xiao Feng's palm strike was immensely powerful and terrifying. In a moment of desperation, he tightly gripped his famous sword Muramasa and unleashed his strongest sword technique, hoping to block Xiao Feng's strike. However, he was overestimating himself. With a crack, the moment the Muramasa touched the palm force, it shattered into pieces, becoming scrap. Yet, the residual force of Xiao Feng's palm continued forward. No matter how Iga Danu tried to dodge, he couldn't escape. Bang! Iga Danu let out a scream, his body flying backward, tracing a graceful arc in the air. Finally, he crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit in the stone-paved surface. Iga Danu lay in the pit, his face contorted in pain, his chest a bloody mess. Xiao Feng's palm strike had directly inflicted severe injuries on him, rendering him unable to care for himself. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter, he was powerless to participate in the ensuing battle. The others, witnessing this terrifying scene, were utterly shocked. Iga Danu was one of the top experts present, a late-stage land god. Yet, such a top expert couldn't withstand a single move from Xiao Feng. This was too hard to accept and believe. If Xiao Feng's earlier display of power had only made them wary and fearful, then this move had sent chills down their spines, sapping their will to fight. The gap between the two sides was too great. Xiao Feng's strength was overwhelmingly superior, making it feel like a dimensional strike against them. Many were having second thoughts, wanting to leave this place of trouble. However, They all understood that they could not leave due to the circumstances. Once they left, all hope would be lost. Gathering together to resist Xiao Feng, united in purpose, might still offer a glimmer of hope. Let's fight him. Hattori Musashi spat out these words with effort. It was clear that he lacked confidence. Fight! The others shouted in unison. You bunch of useless trash, what do you have to fight me with? All of you, fall down. Xiao Feng raised his right hand high, unleashing another of his ultimate technique's heavenly palm print. A massive illusory handprint formed above his palm, filled with violent energy that was suffocating. Boom! The illusory giant hand followed his right hand and gently slapped downwards, causing Hattori Musashi and the few people beside him to be knocked to the ground, unable to move. They tried to resist, but despite their desperate efforts, they could not stop the attack of the giant hand. Those who were directly struck coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground like dead dogs. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Feng continued to manipulate the giant hand, slapping at the crowd in several directions. In just a breath's time, all 21 land immortals present were subdued. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Xiao Feng moved his hands in quick succession, sending out a multitude of fine threads that tightly bound everyone. Now, they had completely become fish in a barrel, trapped beasts in a cage. After this battle, the land immortals of the eastern Japan would suffer a loss of 3/5, with more than half of their forces decimated. Xiao Feng approached Hattori Musashi. What do you want? Hattori Musashi asked, trembling all over. I want to learn a secret from you. Xiao Feng replied with a smile. What secret? As long as you don't kill me, they'll tell you. Hattori Musashi struggled to say. No need to make it so complicated, I can do it myself. Xiao Feng shook his head. These little devils were crafty and untrustworthy. Their words could not be believed. It was better to extract the soul directly. If you don't spare my life, even if you torture me, I won't utter a single word. Hattori Musashi still wanted to negotiate for his life, using this threat against Xiao Feng. Who said I was going to torture you? I'm going to use soul-searching technique on you. The feeling of being soul-searched is quite unpleasant, so enjoy it slowly. Xiao Feng teased, pressing his hand on Hattori Musashi's head. Soul-searching technique? Is it that evil spell recorded in the ancient texts of the Dragon Kingdom? Don't soul-search me, they'll tell you everything. Hattori Musashi shouted in panic. Although he had never seen anyone use this spell, he had learned about it from ancient texts and knew its terrifying nature. Those who were soul-searched would suffer unbearably, wishing for death. He did not want to experience that feeling. Xiao Feng ignored his pleas and began the soul-searching. As expected, Hattori Musashi immediately let out a hysterical scream. This sound turned the faces of the surrounding Eastern Japan experts pale with fear. They fidgeted nervously, trembling, afraid that Xiao Feng would also soul-search them. Everyone wanted to cry but had no tears, all begging Xiao Feng for mercy. Only Chiba Giyi did not do so. At this moment, he was muttering something, speaking in some obscure language. While Xiao Feng was soul-searching, he heard the bird-like language Chiba Giyi was mumbling and turned to look at him. Under his gaze, Chiba Giyi's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately shut his mouth, not daring to continue. You keep going, Xiao Feng said with a mysterious smile, unconcerned. He roughly guessed what Chiba Giyi was trying to do. Not caring at all, he continued with the soul-searching. You want me to continue? Xiao Feng, this is what you asked for, just wait to die. I'm about to awaken the battle spirit elder from his slumber, and once he wakes up, if he is willing to help, not only can I be saved, but I can also kill you. Chiba Giyi secretly rejoiced in his heart. He did not understand why Xiao Feng wanted him to continue and was too lazy to think about it. He focused his mind and continued to mutter in the bird-like language. Hattori Musashi was the head of the Hattori family, so he naturally knew the location of the island where the jade marrow fungus was found. After searching, Xiao Feng obtained the answer he wanted and revealed a satisfied smile. That island was located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and he had learned its exact location. According to Hattori Musashi and several high-ranking family members' judgments, the jade marrow fungus was only 4 to 5 days away from maturity. If it weren't for Hattori Jiro's accident and this incident, their plan was to set off tomorrow to that island to find a way to harvest the jade marrow fungus. Now, it seemed their plan would fall through. The jade marrow fungus, coveted for nearly 80 years, would now fall into Xiao Feng's hands. The soul-searched Musashi was beyond saving, no longer able to live, and of no use whatsoever. Xiao Feng tossed him aside like garbage. He was preparing to start another task, turning other masters into fools and then setting up lethal restrictions within their bodies. At that moment, a look of excitement appeared on Chiba Gui's face. Simultaneously, a vast malevolent aura suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the mansion. Following that, the aura left its original place and moved to another nearby location. In just 3 to 5 seconds, a figure rushed over at high speed. This person was incredibly old, with deep creases on his face and wrinkles that nearly obscured his eyes. He also exuded a sense of death. His name was Chiba Akira, the oldest and most respected member of the Chiba family. He was at the late stage of Earth immortal cultivation, with his lifespan nearing its end. Walking was a challenge for him. Therefore, he had not appeared here to participate in the battle earlier. But now he had come because the battle spirit residing in the shrine had agreed to Chiba Gui's request to help deal with Xiaofeng. The battle spirit was a malevolent entity that dared not show itself in broad daylight. Otherwise, the sunlight alone would be enough to take it down. Thus, it temporarily possessed Chiba Akira, allowing it to leverage his cultivation to unleash its most powerful combat strength. Ancestor, no, Battle Spirit Senior, you have finally arrived. Please, quickly take action to kill this person. Chiba Gui shouted excitedly, his joy beyond words. The bird language he had been muttering was actually a spell to communicate with the battle spirit. Most of the time, the battle spirit remained in a dormant state and would not respond to him. In truth, Chiba Gui had little confidence in awakening the battle spirit. Unexpectedly, this time he successfully made contact with it. Instantly, he felt a sense of illusion that his life was not meant to end. Chiba family head, what did you just say? The battle spirit senior is in your ancestor's body and it has agreed to help? IGA Danryu asked excitedly. All these big shots knew that there was a battle spirit within the Chiba family. This battle spirit was not the soul of a human who had died but rather a special existence formed during World War II when numerous war criminals were enshrined in the shrine, worshipped by the people of the East Japan. Over time, the souls of those war criminals fused together, creating the battle spirit. It could temporarily unleash the power of early Foundation establishment near the shrine, lasting for 5 minutes. But that was already enough. Early Foundation establishment was much stronger than the late stage of Earth Immortal. Everyone present who understood the nature of the battle spirit firmly believed that no matter how powerful Xiaofeng was, he was ultimately at the late stage of Earth Immortal and could not defeat the battle spirit. He would eventually meet a tragic end at the hands of the battle spirit. At that moment, everyone wore radiant smiles. In their eyes, Xiaofeng was already a dead man. They all felt extremely exhilarated. Ha, Xiaofeng, did you think we wouldn't have the battle spirit senior as our strong support? It seems we will be the ones laughing in the end. Chiba Gui laughed triumphantly. What a thrill! I love this feeling of turning the tables in a desperate situation. It's a pity that the battle spirit senior is affected by the environment and cannot leave the vicinity of the shrine, otherwise, he would lead us to sweep through the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom and kill Yi Sanglong. Damn it, can you just shut up if you can't speak properly? How could you reveal the secret that the battle spirit senior can't leave the shrine? What if Xiaofeng escapes? What should we do then? You idiot, what a useless teammate. Battle spirit senior, please do not let Xiaofeng escape. Those masters controlled by the threads of Qianxi, who had just been smiling, were now anxious, worried that Xiaofeng would flee the area around the shrine. That foolish teammate realized he had misspoken and, despite being scolded by everyone, dared not retort, regretting his careless words in his moment of arrogance. Escape? You think too highly of this lonely ghost. Xiaofeng said disdainfully. A soul with only a fleeting foundation building initial stage cultivation was much weaker than an average foundation building initial stage warrior, unable to even defeat Yi Sanglong, who did not rely on the underground dragon veins of Qianlongjin. With just a casual move, he could send it into oblivion. However, this battle soul was formed from the countless souls of war criminals who invaded the Dragon Kingdom. They had once harmed countless citizens and soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and to kill them just like that would be too merciful. Of course, they had to be burned with the flames of retribution to comfort the spirits of those harmed by the battle soul. No worries, I have set up a formation around the mansion. He can't escape. Xian Yiming, who had been silent, finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and cold, clearly not a sound that a human could produce, but rather the voice of the battle soul. You little bastard, daring to cause trouble under my nose, you. Xian Yiming continued, preparing to say a few harsh words. However, as he spoke, he found himself unable to continue, because Xiaofeng had already launched an attack on him. With a flick of his finger, a powerful force surged forth like lightning. The speed was unbelievable. The battle soul had no time to control Chen Yiming to dodge. In a panic, he disregarded everything else and quickly transformed into a wisp of black mist, escaping from Chen Yiming's body, intending to find another host to attach to. Bang! Chen Yiming's aged body exploded on the spot. Just as the battle soul was about to act, Xiaofeng had already rushed to his side, opening his palm, where an energy vortex formed, firmly absorbing that wisp of black mist into his hand. You. The battle soul stammered in fear. A wisp of retribution fire erupted from Xiaofeng's palm, fiercely burning the black mist. This flame was the nemesis of evil entities. Zzzz. The black mist sizzled as it burned, emitting a foul odor. Ah. The battle soul screamed in agony under the burning of the retribution fire. It struggled continuously, trying to escape from Xiao Feng's grasp, but all struggles were in vain. It hurts so much, stop burning. I can't take it anymore, please give me a quick end. After being burned for several seconds, the battle soul fell apart and the fused war criminal souls revealed themselves, howling and clawing in the black mist. Almost every second, thousands of war criminal souls were burned to death in endless pain. Over 200,000 war criminal souls screamed in unison. The wailing echoed for 10 kilometers, causing many who were unaware of the truth to feel a bone-chilling terror, their scalps tingling. They thought it was haunted in broad daylight. The land gods present were no exception. Upon witnessing this, they were already scared to the point of losing control. Their expressions, twisted in extreme fear, made their facial muscles contort grotesquely. Even if their parents came, they probably wouldn't recognize them. Xianyegi's face turned ashen, his heart sinking to the bottom. Just a few seconds ago, he had been laughing joyfully, quite excited. He thought that with the Battle Soul Senior stepping in, they would surely turn the tide and forcefully kill Xiao Feng. However, in the blink of an eye, the Battle Soul Senior hadn't even had the chance to act, had only said a few words, and ended up in such a tragic fate. Even a powerful Battle Soul had no power to fight back in front of Xiao Feng. Who else in this world could contend with Xiao Feng? Who could save them? He racked his brain but couldn't think of any chance of survival left. It seemed today was the day he would lose his life here. The others felt similarly to Qianye. They were all as if mourning a deceased relative, utterly desperate. This inevitable death situation made them feel particularly tormented and suffocated. Zzz. As the retribution fire burned, the black mist rapidly diminished and the howls of the tormented gradually subsided. In the end, the black mist completely dissipated and all the war criminal souls enshrined in the shrine vanished without a trace. Xiao Feng retracted his palm, grinning, feeling a sense of unfulfilled satisfaction. Although he had never met these war criminals, he could still feel the thrill of revenge as he tortured their souls. Xiao Feng, we were wrong, we shouldn't have provoked you, please spare us. You are a magnanimous person, please don't hold it against us. As long as you agree to let us go, name your price. Even if it means giving up all the shares of the Songshan group, I am willing to hand them over. After the war souls were completely burned away, the powerful individuals bound by the threads of the thousand silk binding on the ground knew that Xiao Feng was about to deal with them. In their panic, they begged for mercy, saying all kinds of flattering words. Noisy! Whoever keeps blabbering, it'll search their soul. Xiao Feng was thoroughly annoyed by their clamor, waving his hand to unleash several gusts of wind that struck their mouths. One by one, they were beaten to a pulp, searching for their teeth on the ground. Under the intimidation of the soul-searching technique, they were terrified and no longer dared to plead for mercy. They couldn't fight back, couldn't escape, and weren't even allowed to beg for mercy. It was simply unbearable. The top experts of the Eastern Japan country felt extremely frustrated. Now that's more like it. With the noise reduced significantly, Xiao Feng expressed his satisfaction and unleashed the soul annihilation technique, beginning to create a batch of mentally impaired individuals. To save some time, he operated with both hands simultaneously. In the desperate and terrified gazes of this group of experts, he showed no mercy, turning them all into mentally impaired beings. Then, he skillfully set up restrictions within their bodies. After finishing this, Xiao Feng spread his fingers, manipulating the thousand silk binding to tie all these mentally impaired individuals together for easier transport. Whoosh! Xiao Feng soared into the air, pulling along a large group of powerful individuals behind him, as if walking a dog. Boom! Xiao Feng aimed at the direction of the shrine deep within the Chiba family's estate, opened his mouth, and a sword chi shot out, striking the center of the shrine. With an explosion, the large shrine was reduced to ruins. The remaining souls of the war criminals enshrined inside were also turned to ashes. Then, he released dozens of sword chi, landing in various places of the estate below, exterminating everyone in the Chiba family. As one of the most powerful and oldest families in eastern Japan, the Chiba family was thus annihilated. Along with the Hattori family, two major families were wiped out in a single day. This would cause a huge stir in eastern Japan. However, compared to what was about to happen, this little stir was almost negligible. Xiao Feng did not rush back to the Dragon Country to unleash the mentally impaired warriors. After all, it was not reasonable to come all the way to eastern Japan and leave just like that. He had to leave something behind to match his style of hating evil. Xiao Feng spread his movement technique, flying around eastern Japan while expanding his spiritual awareness. Along the way, whenever he encountered a shrine, he bombarded it without mercy, regardless of whether the devotees inside were honoring the war criminals. Moreover, sensing any area with the aura of powerful warriors, he would personally show up to kill those warriors. Thus, he flew and killed along the way. As long as he encountered anything that displeased him, he would eliminate it without hesitation. In just 1 hour, dozens of shrines in eastern Japan had turned to ruins, and over a dozen martial arts forces had been wiped out. Xiao Feng was enjoying the killing spree. but this brought suffering to the people and upper echelons of eastern Japan. Coincidentally, this afternoon, a conference was being held in the Capitol building located in the capital. The politicians' phones rang incessantly, receiving various calls, with the conversations revolving around two situations. One was that a certain shrine had been bombed, and the other was that a certain family or force had been exterminated. The high-ranking officials, upon hearing the news, were furious and enraged. This was because the families and forces that had been wiped out were basically all closely related to them. Either they were their resource supporters or they belonged to their own families and forces. And the shrines were even more significant, as they represented their beliefs. Inside, they enshrined their ancestors or idols, whether it was the destruction of the shrine or the annihilation of their family power. These were facts they could not accept. In their anger, they proposed to the cabinet to quickly contact their father from the White Eagle Nation, requesting them to send experts and troops for support, insisting that the culprit must be brought to justice. Additionally, they prepared to mobilize their own self-defense forces to eliminate the murderer. In the Diet of the Eastern Land, there were two factions. In the past, no matter what major issue was discussed, one side would always voice opposition. However, this time, the prominent ministers from both factions were surprisingly united, quickly reaching a consensus. According to the death warrior sent by the Chiba family, the murderer should be Xiao Feng from the Dragon Nation. This person is heinous and unforgivable. If we do not kill this person, what face will our great Eastern Land have left? We must kill him at all costs. I will contact Yi Sanglong and demand an explanation from him. You military ministers, hurry back to your respective military districts and prepare the troops to kill the enemy. Inside the Diet building, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, raising their arms and shouting. Each person hated Xiao Feng to the core, wishing they could swallow him alive. Boom! Just as they were preparing to surround and kill Xiao Feng with all their might, a loud noise suddenly echoed from above. In the next moment, the dome of the National Goods building was breached, and a large group of people appeared. However, the posture of this group was quite strange. Only one person was standing, while the others were bound and hanging in various positions in the air. Isn't that Chiba Gii? Chiba family head, what happened to you? Is that Iga Danu? And several high-ranking members of the Hattori family, what has happened to them? Who is this person? Could it be Xiao Feng? Oh no, Xiao Feng has come to kill us. Upon realizing Xiao Feng's identity, the ministers in the Diet immediately panicked. Many hid under the tables, trembling in fear. The arrogance and bravado from earlier had vanished. Although they had never interacted with Xiao Feng or witnessed his methods, the things he had done were enough to prove that he was an extremely terrifying presence, ruthless and merciless, killing anyone in sight. Now that Xiao Feng had come here, it was obvious he was here to kill them. Faced with imminent disaster, no one was unafraid. Especially those high-ranking individuals who enjoyed wealth and power, they feared death the most. Thus, when death was at their doorstep, they were more cowardly than anyone else. If Xiao Feng could spare them a way out, they would be willing to be his dogs. Xiao Feng, what are you doing here? Are you planning to kill us all? This will provoke a war between our two nations, so please think twice. One cabinet minister bravely said. If war is to be waged, then so be it. Do you think I fear you? If you provoke me, I alone can destroy your nation. Xiao Feng said coldly. He was not easily intimidated. He would not hold back just because they mentioned war. Moreover, he had heard everything they had said earlier. If they wanted to kill him, then he would first slaughter this group. You have already killed so many people, why do you still want to wipe us out? What you are doing will bring divine retribution. The cabinet minister spoke in fluent dragon language. Divine retribution? You little devils know quite a few words. Compared to you, what I have done is nothing. It is you who should face divine retribution. And I am that divine retribution. All of you can go die, you damn things. Xiao Feng freed one hand and slammed down with a massive palm strike. Bang! With one strike, many were turned into mush. No matter how powerful or influential you were in life, under Xiao Feng's palm, all lives were equal, and death was the only outcome. The Diet building could not withstand the force of the strike and collapsed. Along with it fell the dignity of the Eastern Land. Those high-ranking individuals who had narrowly escaped the massive palm strike had no time to rejoice before being buried under the rubble, crushed to death. To prevent any survivors, Xiao Feng unleashed another wave of destruction upon the ruins below. At this point, not just humans, but even ants would be wiped out. After this battle, the upper echelons of the Eastern Japan nation were effectively wiped out, with only a few who were out on visits or had other matters to attend to escaping the calamity. The people inside the National Assembly building were the elite of Eastern Japan. Reorganizing such a leadership team would not be something that could be accomplished overnight. It could be said that just this incident had severely weakened Eastern Japan, making recovery a long and arduous process. The blow to Eastern Japan was truly immense. Almost catastrophic. It was even greater than the impact caused by the 2 atomic bombs dropped by the Whitehead Eagle Nation back in the day. Looking at the ruins below, a smile reappeared on Xiaofeng's face. However, this smile carried a hint of coldness. His original plan was to destroy the National Assembly building, then pay a visit to the Tianhuang Palace in eastern Japan before returning to Longwa. But now, he had changed his mind. This was solely because he had heard those political figures threatening to send troops to eliminate him. If you can act on the first day of the month, don't blame me for acting on the 15th. With that in mind, Xiaofeng decided to take the initiative and destroy the 4 major military bases of eastern Japan. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight towards a location in the southwest direction of the National Assembly building. From the memories of Takeuchi Musashi, he learned that there was a military base there, housing nearly 50,000 self-defense forces and several thousand soldiers from the Whitehead Eagle Nation. Xiaofeng quickly arrived above the military base. Due to his incredible speed, the military radar had not detected his presence until he was hovering in the air, at which point it was too late. Without any regard for the consequences, Xiaofeng launched his attack. Great cutting technique, heaven-shaking hand seal, heavenly emperor fist, sky-slicing sword chi, world-destroying divine fire, a barrage of powerful techniques poured down, bombarding the military base. Under his overwhelming assault, the Eastern Japan Self-Defense Forces and the stationed soldiers from the Whitehead Eagle Nation had no chance to fight back. Within the ruined military base filled with broken walls and smoke, there were shattered corpses and soldiers fleeing in all directions. The wretched cries echoed through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The world-destroying divine fire struck the munitions depot. A large number of high-explosive weapons were detonated, delivering another heavy blow to the military base. Many soldiers perished in the explosion. The scene had turned into a meat grinder, crazily harvesting lives. Looking down at the tens of thousands of dead soldiers, Xiaofeng's expression remained calm, showing no signs of emotion. As he had said before, from the perspective of Longwa, killing these soldiers was entirely justified, and he felt no guilt whatsoever. Xiaofeng left the area and hurriedly made his way to the Tianhuang Palace. When he arrived, he was greatly surprised. Inside the palace, there were only the auras of weak martial artists, with no signs of any masters or above. Xiaofeng landed in the palace. He casually grabbed a latest-stage transformation warrior and began to search his soul, trying to find out where Tianhuang and the experts stationed there had gone. However, he found no valuable information. This person had a lowly status and was unaware of Tianhuang's whereabouts. Xiaofeng casually crushed him and began to search the palace, but after a thorough look, he still did not see any sign of Tianhuang or the experts. This was strange. Xiaofeng frowned slightly. If he were willing to spend some time, he should be able to find them. However, he had many other matters to attend to and couldn't afford to waste time here. You're lucky to be alive for now. I'll come back to kill you when I have the time. Xiaofeng unleashed his full power, destroying the magnificent palace. Only then did he leave, heading towards another military base. 3 hours later, Xiaofeng left eastern Japan. Standing high in the sky, he glanced back at the shocked nation of eastern Japan, a smile playing on his lips. He had also annihilated the other 3 military bases. It was estimated that out of the 250,000 self-defense forces soldiers in eastern Japan, only 1 in 10 remained. The tens of thousands of stationed soldiers in the White Eagle Nation also suffered, leaving no trace of their bones. What he did would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the White Eagle Nation and Western countries, bringing about a storm of revenge. But Xiaofeng did not care. He would kill as many as came. In fact, he might not even wait for them to come for revenge. He might personally visit these countries. He would beat them into submission. If they refused, then he would kill. There was no helping it. After all, Xiaofeng had been a hot-blooded youth in his past life. 40 minutes later, Xiaofeng arrived in the Dragon Nation. He spent some time deploying the incompetent masters he had brought back to different locations, waiting for the descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon to take the bait. During the past period, Xiaofeng clearly sensed that 3 more descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon had been killed by the restrictions due to possession. This meant that only 47 demon offspring were left. As time passed, Xiaofeng was confident that more and more demons would fall into his trap. After all this time, I can finally set off for the island where the Jade Essence Mushroom is located. After deploying the last incompetent warrior, Xiaofeng began a new journey. According to the information obtained from the Hattori family, the Jade Essence Mushroom was about to mature, and he needed to hurry to harvest it. Because beside the Jade Essence Mushroom, there was a fierce giant snake guarding it. The snake was definitely waiting for the mushroom to mature before devouring it to enhance its cultivation. Therefore, he had to get there before that happened, otherwise he would have to settle for snake meat to make up for some losses. Fortunately, there were still a few days left until maturity, so he should make it in time. Even so, Xiaofeng did not slack off and rushed at full speed, planning to arrive there first. In the depths of the Tianhuang Palace of the eastern Japan, over 500 meters underground, there was an altar. On the altar stood a towering statue. Judging by its appearance and attire, it resembled a figure from the pre-Qin period of the Dragon Nation. Indeed, it was Su Fu who had tricked Emperor Qin Shi Huang and led 3,000 young boys and girls eastward in search of elixirs. Some say he is an ancestor of the eastern Japan, while others dispute this. Due to the vast time span, it is impossible to verify the truth. However, the recent generations of Tianhuang in eastern Japan firmly believe in this claim. For this reason, they have erected a statue of Su Fu here, with generations of incense offerings. The statue of Su Fu was entwined by a strange snake with 8 tongues, known as the famous Yamata no Orochi. This snake only exists in legends, no one has ever seen it, and it is not merely a fabrication but a real entity. Additionally, Su Fu held a fox in his arms, which had 9 tails and appeared exceptionally submissive. This was the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox. Like the Yamata no Orochi, no one knows whether it is real or not. At this moment, below the altar, a group of people knelt. The leader wore a crown and a yellow robe, exuding great authority. He was the current Tianhuang. The warriors kneeling behind him were his trusted guards, including 2 latest-stage Earth Immortals and several masters, kings, and Earth Immortal experts. Tianhuang was very aware of the crisis. After learning that Xiaofeng had destroyed numerous families, forces, and the National Assembly, he guessed that the other party would not spare him. Thus, he hurriedly activated the mechanism and led his core subordinates into the underground space to take refuge. There were numerous formations set up by ghost warriors here to prevent their presence from being exposed. Therefore, they were not found by the hurried Xiaofeng. After searching in vain, Xiaofeng's actions of destroying the palace were all captured by his surveillance equipment. All the accumulated hatred made his resentment towards Xiaofeng beyond description. However, Xiaofeng was far too powerful, much stronger than this group of people. Relying solely on his own strength, not only could he not take revenge, but he would also lose his life. In desperation, he could only swallow his anger. When things are impossible to achieve in reality, people often begin to place their hopes on gods and spirits. For example, Tianhuang did just that to great and omnipotent ancestor. I beg you to manifest and help me kill Xiaofeng, to avenge my country. Tianhuang and his subordinates chanted in unison. How they wished the ancestor could hear their plea. However, the statue showed no response from beginning to end. Yet, Tianhuang did not give up, for this was his only hope. The bright moon was cool, and the starry river sparkled. The sky over the Pacific Ocean, free from industrial pollution, appeared exceptionally clear and bright at night under the illumination of the stars and moon. In the vast central region of the Pacific, a solitary island jutted out above the sea. The island, not particularly large, was densely forested and lush, teeming with life. Because it was far from shipping routes and the surrounding waters often roared with fierce winds and towering waves, few ventured here. This should be the place. Under the night sky, the weary Xiaofeng arrived. Hovering above the island, he was uncertain if the Yutsue mushroom was indeed here. He needed to investigate further. He spread his consciousness and soon located the Yutsue mushroom next to a cave where a 15-meter-long black snake coiled. Indeed, it is the Yutsue mushroom. The information from the He family is quite accurate, just 3 days away from full maturity. Xiaofeng smiled. If he consumed this Yutsue mushroom, he would definitely break through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. His efforts would not be in vain. Whoosh! In a flash, Xiaofeng arrived at the area where the Yutsue mushroom was located. Roar! As soon as his foot touched down, the large snake burst out of the cave, glaring at Xiaofeng with eyes as big as light bulbs, viciously fixating on him. It occasionally flicked its tongue, releasing a dizzying mist. For a snake to cultivate to this level is countless times more difficult than for a human warrior. Since you have achieved this, I can spare your life. But you must leave quickly, Xiaofeng said to the snake. This snake had lived for at least 1,000 years. In this age of decline, who knows what it relied on to cultivate, yet it had reached the 12th level of qi refinement. The snake's skin was rough and thick, covered in a layer of black scales, giving it extraordinary defensive power. It could also spew out highly toxic gas. These unique advantages made its strength surpass many latest-stage terrestrial immortals. However, to Xiaofeng, it was no different from an ant. Roar! It was unclear if the snake understood his words. It bared its sharp fangs, opened its massive mouth, and lunged at Xiaofeng, intent on swallowing him whole. During its attack, a large amount of toxic gas emanated from its mouth, causing the surrounding vegetation to wither instantly. If you remain obstinate, then I won't hold back. Xiaofeng extended a finger and gestured at the snake's body. A cold light flashed, and in the next moment, the ferocious snake was sliced into several segments by the power of the great cutting technique. Except for the tail, which continued to sway, the rest of its body lay still. The snake that had ruled the island for many years was thus slain. With this small trouble resolved, Xiaofeng approached the Yutsue mushroom, finally feeling a weight lift from his heart. Now, he just needed to wait a few days for the Yutsue mushroom to mature, and he could consume it directly. The waiting time always felt particularly long. Xiaofeng took out his phone, preparing to video call Xinxue to chat for a while. However, in this vast ocean, there was not a hint of signal. Without the ability to use his phone, he felt even more bored. With no other options, Xiaofeng used a segment of the snake's body as a pillow, lay back on it, and chewed on a blade of dogtail grass, staring at the starry sky in a daze, his thoughts aimlessly wandering. Thinking of this and that. Could the spirit realm be on one of those stars? Probably not. The spirit realm is too far from Earth, likely countless light years away. At such a distance, how could I return to the spirit realm? Even if I absorb all the spiritual energy within the true martial realm, I might only break through to the god transformation stage at most, and that's not certain. Perhaps I could only reach the nascent soul stage. Even in the transformation stage, it was still too weak. It couldn't cross the void and couldn't fly far before the spiritual energy within would be exhausted. However, without being able to reach planets with more abundant spiritual energy, I couldn't make further breakthroughs, and my lifespan would eventually run out. The lifespan of a transformation stage cultivator is only a little over 2,000 years, and I don't want to die so early. Plus, there's Xinxue and Ruerue. I want them to live as long as the heavens and the earth. Sigh, it's so difficult. Xiaofeng sighed helplessly. Although he was invincible on earth, he was confident he could suppress everything once he entered the true martial realm. Yet, he was still not satisfied with the current situation. Having once been a great cultivator who transcended tribulations, how could he be content to stop at the transformation stage? Struggling without a good plan, he could only take it one step at a time. Gurgle. Suddenly, his stomach growled. He was hungry. He had been busy from morn till night today, first going to Ryukyu Island to wipe out the dragon-slaying sect, using the bodies of those experts as bait. Then he rushed to the land of the rising sun, causing a ruckus and killing over 200,000 people. After that, he hurried here without a moment's rest, completely overwhelmed, and without time to eat. With so much to do and such great energy expenditure, it was no wonder he was hungry. There was no food stored in his Qiankuan ring, but fortunately, there was food readily available nearby. Xiaofeng glanced at the snake carcass beside him and swallowed slightly. From his past experience, he knew that the older the snake, the more delicious the meat. This was because large snakes were spiritually attuned, and their flesh became tender and flavorful under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Xiaofeng picked up a piece of snake meat, using his finger as a knife to gut it and remove the innards. After cleaning it with seawater, a flame burst forth from his palm, and he began to roast it directly in his hand. Before long, the aroma of the snake meat wafted out, and it was almost fully cooked, so he began to feast heartily. Unfortunately, there were no other seasonings, just the sea salt he had evaporated with seawater. Otherwise, it would have tasted even better. But it was still much tastier than the barbecues available on the market. Just as he was devouring the meat, dozens of the most advanced stealth fighter jets from the United States sped toward the island from an altitude of 20,000 meters. The pilots received a direct order from their superiors: eliminate Xiaofeng at all costs. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, they had to complete the mission. Xiaofeng was completely unaware of all this, mainly because the altitude was too high and the fighter jets were still dozens of kilometers away from the island. After filling his stomach, Xiaofeng observed his surroundings and had a question. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy on the island. Why was there a Yutsai mushroom growing? This type of medicinal herb could only survive in places rich in spiritual energy. Moreover, how did the large snake cultivate to the 12th level of chi refinement? He had thought that the island originally had abundant spiritual energy, which he had completely absorbed on the day of his rebirth. So there was no spiritual energy left now. However, this thought flashed through his mind and was quickly dismissed. The amount of spiritual energy he absorbed that day was not enough to cultivate a Yutsai mushroom that could help a martial artist break through to the foundation establishment stage. Xiaofeng wondered, could there be secrets on the island that he had yet to notice? The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. This greatly piqued his interest. Since he had nothing else to do, he immediately expanded his consciousness and carefully searched the island again. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. Leaving behind a residual shadow, his main body had already arrived 20 meters away. From the top of a large tree, he retrieved an object the size of a fingernail. After glancing at it a few times, he recognized it as a solar-powered hidden camera. Whoosh! Xiaofeng circled around the Yutsai mushroom. When he stopped, he had more than 10 cameras in his hand. These cameras were high-tech, relying on solar energy to charge, allowing them to remain operational even in the wild. This place is being monitored. Who set up these cameras? So, the person who set up the cameras must also be coveting the Jade Spirit Mushroom and has already figured out my movements. Perhaps they will come to seize the Jade Spirit Mushroom in the next few days. Humph. The jade spirit mushroom is mine, no one can take it from me. Xiao Feng sneered, crushing all the solar-powered cameras into dust with a firm grip. Immediately, he expanded his consciousness underground. Since he couldn't find the source of spiritual energy on the island, he had to search deeper underground. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters, 100 meters, finally stopping at a depth of 120 meters. His current consciousness could probe a maximum depth of 120 meters underground. Still, there were no discoveries. This was strange. Could it be that he was overthinking? Impossible. Xiao Feng was quite confident in his judgment. Holding on to his disbelief, he performed the earth escape technique, sinking his body into the ground and diving deeper. Just as he descended several dozen meters, he suddenly sensed something was off. A wave of crisis washed over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot upwards at full speed the instant the feeling of danger struck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of stealth fighters, descending from several thousand meters high above the island and within a 10-mile radius, formed a circular formation and simultaneously dropped nuclear bombs. Each Tenton nuclear bomb fell with a whistling sound, descending at an incredible speed. Within a few breaths, they landed on the island and the sea surface. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Tenton atomic bombs exploded simultaneously. The terrifying energy released was enough to overwhelm even a great cultivator at the transformation stage. If one did not evade, being at the center of the explosion would result in instant incineration. The violent explosions echoed one after another, lasting for a long time. A massive heat wave surged into the sky, evaporating most of the stealth fighters. Only a few aircraft on the edges managed to escape. The island at the center of the explosion had long since vanished, obliterated. This nuclear explosion triggered a colossal tsunami, spreading outwards. It would result in unimaginable disaster. Yet, the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation, the instigators of this act, felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, they laughed heartily. In a conference room in the Eagle Nation, it was filled with powerful lawmakers and top executives. The large screen in the conference room was playing footage captured from the surviving fighter jets. The video clearly showed the nuclear bombs descending towards the island below. After the explosion, the screen was left with nothing but blinding light, with no other scenes visible. Do you think that Guy Xiaofeng is dead? One lawmaker asked. Is there any doubt? With so many nuclear bombs raining down, even if he were a god, he would have to pay with his life. There's no question he's definitely dead, and there won't be a trace left. Cabinet Minister Albert said with a proud smile. He was one of the planners and executors of this attack. Additionally, several other ministers and the top executive were involved as well. They had conspired together on this matter. With the rise of the Dragon Nation in recent years, the Eagle Nation had always viewed it as their greatest enemy and threat. Therefore, to prepare for a potential future war, their intelligence network had already infiltrated every corner of the Dragon Nation. They were well aware of any major events occurring in the Dragon Nation, investigating them in great detail. When Xiaofeng first emerged, he caught the attention of their intelligence bureau. Albert took a keen interest and dispatched people to closely monitor Xiaofeng's movements. The deeper they investigated Xiaofeng, the more alarmed they became. His achievements had surpassed their control. Looking across the entire Eagle Nation, it was likely that no one could match him. If Xiaofeng were to come to their country and assassinate these ministers, they would all perish without any means of defense. Thus, Xiaofeng became a thorn in their side, and they had long wanted to eliminate him swiftly, struggling to find an opportunity. They had no way to deal with Xiaofeng. This afternoon, Xiaofeng attacked the 4 major military bases of the eastern Japan country. Each military base housed troops from the White Eagle country. Tens of thousands of stationed soldiers perished in Xiaofeng's massacre, which infuriated Albert and the others to an extreme degree, their hatred for Xiaofeng reaching an unrecordable level. However, they still had no way to handle Xiaofeng. Yet, a turning point in the situation arrived. Albert never dreamed that Xiaofeng would actually run to Kekixiji Island, preparing to harvest the Centauripan jade mushroom. This filled them with great joy, knowing that the opportunity to kill Xiaofeng had come. As the maritime overlord, the White Eagle country had set foot on every island. More than a decade ago, they discovered a jade mushroom on the island. Due to the presence of a giant snake guarding it, and the fact that the jade mushroom was not yet ripe and could not be casually transplanted, the higher-ups of the White Eagle country did not touch the jade mushroom. Instead, they installed solar-powered hidden cameras near the jade mushroom while the giant snake was out hunting, constantly monitoring the growth status of the jade mushroom. Previously, they had discovered Xiaofeng's whereabouts through these cameras. After learning this news, Albert and a few of the most powerful figures quickly made a decision after a brief discussion, willing to go to any lengths to eliminate Xiaofeng. They immediately issued orders for the military to act swiftly. Their decisiveness stemmed from the belief that this might be the only excellent opportunity to kill Xiaofeng. Once this village passes, there may not be this shop again. There was no room for hesitation. What a pity for that jade mushroom, destroyed for nothing. Although this herb is of no help to our vampire clan's cultivation, if our ancestor were to consume it, he would regain much youth and vitality. In the conference room, another cabinet minister sighed. He was a core member of the vampire clan and a significant figure in the power center of the White Eagle country. The cultivation systems of the East and West differ. Vampires do not cultivate by absorbing spiritual energy. They are equivalent to later-stage terrestrial immortals, and even consuming the jade mushroom would not allow them to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Compared to successfully killing Xiaofeng, losing a jade mushroom is not unacceptable. Albert felt a bit of pain. He knew the value of the jade mushroom. However, weighing the two, he believed that killing Xiaofeng was more worthwhile. According to their judgment, Xiaofeng's combat power should be at the foundation establishment level. Such a strong individual, if acting alone, could not even be hit by missiles. With their current means, they had no way to kill him. If Xiaofeng came to the White Eagle country, like he did to the Eastern Japan country, the consequences would be unimaginable. The disaster of Xiaofeng has finally been resolved. Next, we should settle accounts with the Dragon country. At this moment, the highest administrative officer of the White Eagle country spoke, his eyes filled with anger and excitement. The anger stemmed from Xiaofeng killing their tens of thousands of soldiers stationed in the Eastern Japan country. The excitement came from the opportunity to use this reason to provoke the Dragon country. The White Eagle country had always been thinking about going to war with the Dragon country. However, they lacked a good reason. Now, this reason was sufficiently strong. They could easily take the moral high ground and provoke war with the Dragon country. Even if a war could not be fought, they could force the Dragon country to cede land and seek peace, paying to avert disaster. I have waited for this day for a long time. Albert laughed heartily, already fantasizing about making a fortune from this war and gaining more benefits. Hull, you quickly order all the aircraft carrier fleets around the Pacific and Asia to head to the waters of Ryukyu Island. Albert, you contact the European countries and have them send troops to reach the western part of the Dragon country from land, and gather the White Eagle country's forces in the Middle East to meet with them. We will attack the Dragon country from the east and west, under two lines of attack. I don't believe the Dragon country won't bow down. Furthermore, Joyce, you go and create public opinion, spreading the crimes and death of Xiaofeng to expand the influence and create a strong narrative for us. And order those martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom that we have recruited to coordinate with our experts at any time to slay the strong of the Dragon Kingdom. The chief executive was methodically deploying tasks. Before deciding to take action against Xiaofeng, he had already discussed it with other colleagues. Now he was merely stating the content of their discussions. Understood. The members in the conference room did not raise any objections, each one excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. What? Daoist Xiao was killed by a nuclear bomb? In the headquarters of the Kunlun War Department, within the depths of Qianlong Abyss, Yi Sanglong, who was in seclusion trying to break through to a higher realm, was called out by his granddaughter. Looking at the images of the nuclear bomb explosion circulating online, along with various news reports, he was utterly shocked, feeling his blood surge and an extreme anger rising within him. It must be true, Xiaofeng is dead, Yi Wushuang said, her eyes red and filled with grief and indignation. Xiaofeng was indeed powerful, but being bombarded by so many nuclear bombs, he could only await death. She knew this. And Yi Sanglong also understood that Xiaofeng had no chance of survival. If Xiaofeng could survive this, it would be a miracle among miracles. They were both adults who had experienced great storms and did not harbor such unrealistic fantasies. Upon hearing this news, Yi Wushuang had secretly cried. Although she had not interacted much with Xiaofeng, he had unknowingly entered the depths of her heart. In fact, every night before sleeping, she would miss him dearly. But now, Xiaofeng was dead. This was too great a blow for her, leaving her heartbroken. Heaven is jealous of talent. Daoist Xiao was originally the pillar of our Dragon Kingdom, destined for great achievements in the future, yet he died like this. It is truly a great pity. Yi Sanglong seemed to age 10 years in an instant, speaking weakly. The death of Xiaofeng seemed to drain all the strength from him. Grandpa, I want to avenge Xiaofeng. Yi Wushuang clenched her fists tightly, speaking each word with determination. It's good that you have this thought, but with your current strength, you don't have the ability to avenge him. You should focus on your training. Yi Sanglong also wanted revenge, but in the White Eagle country, there were many experts, and it was not easy to kill those powerful figures in positions of authority. Even he found it difficult to accomplish. Unless his granddaughter broke through to the early foundation establishment stage. I will. I'm going to train right now. Yi Wushuan wiped her tears and turned back to her cave dwelling. All high-ranking officials, come see me immediately. Yi Sanglong did not stop his granddaughter and instead spoke loudly into the void. Soon, more than 30 high-ranking officials arrived before him. Do the White Eagle country and the Western nations have any major movements now? Yi Sanglong had secretly clashed with these countries multiple times and was well aware of their style. They would definitely use Xiaofeng's destruction of the 4 major military bases in the East Japan country as an excuse to take action against the Dragon Kingdom. Hence, he asked this question. According to the information collected by the major military districts and the War Department's intelligence network, the White Eagle country and the Western nations have gathered troops from both the East and West and are heading towards the Dragon Kingdom. A high-ranking official said with a serious expression. This was the greatest crisis he had faced since joining the War Department. As expected. Let them come, there's nothing to fear, we just need to fight them. I need to go to the imperial capital to discuss the war with a few high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. For now, I will leave the War Department in your care, and after I leave, activate the Mountain Protection Formation. With such a major incident, it was necessary to meet with those few in the imperial capital. Yes, the high-ranking officials replied in unison. The formation that had been damaged earlier had been restored to its original state after this period of repair. We will not participate in the battles between soldiers, but we must be prepared for the battles between martial artists. Shueli, you go personally to Longhu Mountain and invite Master Zhang to come out. Wang Gang, you go to Wudong and ask Master Zhang to bring experts to assist. Gumang, you go to Wutai Mountain. Yi Sanglong said, as if reciting a treasured list. Each person he named was a top-tier powerhouse in the later stages of the Earth Immortal realm. They were also his allies. In times of national crisis, he could call upon them for help. Due to their esteemed status, notifying them by phone seemed insufficiently respectful. Someone had to be sent in person to invite them. The high-ranking individuals named did not delay at all and set off immediately. After giving his instructions, Yi Sanglong quickly flew to the imperial capital. There was the political center of Long Country. My brother, he. In the Xiao family manner, Xiao Churui looked at various news reports about Xiaofeng on her phone, choking back her words. Her mother had gone missing since she was young, her father had died mysteriously not long ago, and now her brother was dead too. She was left all alone in the family. For a 16-year-old girl in the bloom of youth, what could be more tragic than this? It felt as if the sky had fallen. She felt abandoned by the entire world, so lonely and helpless. How could this happen? Xiaofeng, you can't die. If you leave, how will Ruerue and I live on? You promised to marry me, why didn't you keep your promise? Wo wo. Xin Xingxue collapsed onto the ground, her face pale, her beautiful eyes devoid of light, turning a dull gray. This was the state of despair that came from completely losing faith and motivation in life. She loved Xiaofeng deeply, having liked him since childhood, their bond was deeper than the sea. In her heart, Xiaofeng was her everything. Without him, she could not find the meaning to live. It was as if she had lost her soul, and her entire being had turned into a walking corpse. Yan Nantian, at some point, had taken out the heavy sword from the Qiankuan ring, gripping the hilt so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand bulged, revealing his anger and sorrow. Young Master Xiao, you have saved my life and taught me. One day, I will personally slay your enemies and comfort your spirit in the heavens. Yan Nantian vowed silently. With the news of Xiaofeng's death, the atmosphere in the entire manor became extremely oppressive and sorrowful. Jiang City, Lin family. Lin Yu knelt before the spirit tablet of his good brother Lin Jiangwo, tears streaming down his face. He fainted several times from crying. Brother, I'm sorry for not taking good care of Chainer. How can I face you in the future? If I could exchange places, I would willingly die in Chen's stead, as long as he can live well. Lin Yu's hoarse and mournful voice rang out. His brotherly bond with Xiaofeng's father far exceeded that of many biological brothers. He had always treated Xiaofeng as his own son. However, with this terrible news, it hurt him more than death itself. Although he knew Xiaofeng was incredibly capable and did not need his protection, he still felt guilty, thinking he had let Xiao Jiangwo down. The Shangwan family. Shangwan Mu sat silently in a chair, as if turned to stone. Shangwan Fian lay on the bed, burying her head in the pillow, softly sobbing. She had only spent 7 days with Xiaofeng. But what he had done was enough to dazzle her entire youth. There would never be another man as brilliant as Xiaofeng in this world. Although there were times she found some of his behaviors annoying, she had to admit that Xiaofeng had too many virtues and charms. He shone brighter than any man she had ever met. Now that Xiaofeng was dead and killed by dozens of atomic bombs from the Whitehead Eagle Nation, it was simply too hard for her to accept and believe. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was her best friend Su Su calling. Fian, have you seen the news? Xiaofeng, he died. At this point, Su Su's voice was choked with tears. She had never developed romantic feelings for Xiaofeng. However, he had saved her life in an industrial park on the outskirts of the capital of Siam. She had always been grateful to Xiaofeng, seeing him as her savior. I know. Shangwan Fian said weakly. Fian, are you crying? They'll come over to keep you company, Su Su asked with concern. No need, I just want to be alone for a while. Shangguan Fian hung up the phone and buried her head deeper into the pillow, her shoulders trembling continuously. The news of Xiao Feng's deeds and death spread across the world like a storm. In people's hearts, his image polarized into two extremes. Some said he was a savior, a hero of unparalleled might. Others called him a devil, a merciless harbinger of death. Those who loved him were deeply infatuated, weeping bitterly for his demise. Those who hated him gnashed their teeth in anger, rejoicing at his death. In Manhwa, apart from a few individuals, the vast majority mourned for him. It could be said that the entire nation was in grief. The country was about to face an attack from a coalition of multiple nations and urgently needed to create a hero in the hearts of the people to stabilize their spirits. Thus, the propaganda department issued orders to subordinate departments to use all means to promote and celebrate Xiao Feng's life and deeds. The Fengcheng authorities even rushed to construct a giant statue of Xiao Feng in the city center square overnight for people to admire and worship. In an instant, Xiao Feng's name spread far and wide, known by all. His status in the hearts of the Longwa people reached its peak, becoming a topic of conversation on every street corner. Hero Xiao is truly a divine being, the light of our Longwa, accomplishing what I have always wanted to do but lacked the ability to achieve. Of course, Hero Xiao single-handedly nearly wiped out the Dongying nation. Every time I see the videos shot from Dongying, I feel my blood boil, as if I've been injected with adrenaline. In the past, my performance in bed was lacking, and my wife was very dissatisfied. Now, before I get intimate, I just pull up the footage of Hero Xiao wreaking havoc in Dongying, and my wife immediately becomes obedient. Better than Viagra. Does it really have that effect? I'll try it tonight. Wow, that's incredible. Only Hero Xiao has such treatment, forcing the Eagle Nation to use dozens of 10-ton atomic bombs just to take him down. I remember the 2 atomic bombs the Eagle Nation dropped on Dongying were only a few tons each, yet they caused such terrifying destruction. Whenever people mentioned Xiao Feng, they all gave a thumbs up, with no one lacking in admiration. Among them, the citizens of Fengcheng were the proudest. Whenever they introduced themselves to outsiders, they would say they were from Xiao Feng's hometown, always eliciting gasps of surprise. Among all the countries in the world, the one that hated Xiao Feng the most was undoubtedly Dongying. However, at this moment, they were celebrating nationwide, filled with joy. Deep within the ruins of the Tianhuang Palace, Tianhuang knelt before the statue of Su Fu, weeping tears of joy. Ancestral spirit, is it you who has manifested, allowing Xiao Feng to face retribution so quickly? It truly brings great relief to the heart. But, our Dongying masters are nearly extinct, and we will face many difficulties in the future. Without their protection, the nation will not survive. So, please descend to the mortal realm quickly and help our Dongying nation rise rapidly. Tianhuang murmured softly. He had always believed that his ancestor Su Fu was not dead, as there were no historical records to support such a claim. Therefore, whenever he had time, he would come to pay his respects, acting as a loyal believer. He often fantasized about the day his ancestor would descend to the mortal realm. That way, with the ancestor's support, he could not only rapidly elevate Dongying but even unify the world. In life, one must have dreams. What if they come true? Just when everyone thought Xiao Feng was doomed, as countries in the east and west mobilized their troops and prepared for battle. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, the already bombed-out Kokosiki Island had a massive mountain body underwater, connecting to the seabed thousands of meters deep. At this moment, at a depth of 1,700 meters beneath the island, Xiao Feng was sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating. To his left, a vibrant jade mushroom was growing. On the right-hand side, there was a golden egg the size of a basin, with several fine cracks appearing on its shell, and a faint life force pulsating within. 2 days ago, when Xiao Feng infiltrated underground to search for the secrets of this island, he suddenly sensed the approach of danger. He accelerated to full speed and rushed to the surface at the first opportunity. At that time, the atomic bomb dropped from the invisible fighter jet was still over 100 meters above the ground. If Xiao Feng had chosen to leave immediately, with his speed, he could have easily escaped the explosion zone of the atomic bomb. But he did not do so, because he could not abandon the Yutsue mushroom. Therefore, he quickly reached the side of the Yutsue mushroom, dug out the soil within a 1-meter radius, and then used his earth escape technique to burrow deep underground. Xiao Feng did not personally experience the magnitude of the collective explosion of so many atomic bombs, but it must have been terrifying. For safety's sake, he continued to descend deeper underground. When he reached a depth of 800 meters, Xiao Feng suddenly discovered faint fluctuations of spiritual energy below. This made him suspect that the secret he had been desperately searching for might be right beneath him. He continued to descend. Finally, he arrived at a position of 1,700 meters, which was where he currently was. To his surprise, there was actually a cave formed naturally here. It was not large. only about 60 to 70 square meters, with a height of around 4 meters. The cave's stone walls bore scratch marks, likely carved out by sharp claws. Additionally, numerous runes were engraved on the stone walls. Xiaofeng had a deep understanding of runes, yet he did not recognize a single one. This surprised him greatly. On the ground of the cave, there was a small formation. In the center of the formation lay a giant golden egg. Below the giant egg was a small spiritual vein that extended for hundreds of meters. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in the vein was nearly depleted, most of it having been absorbed by the golden egg. Otherwise, relying on the spiritual energy from this vein, Xiaofeng could have easily broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. This formation was called the Spirit Locking Formation, likely set up by the person who arranged it to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy, thus locking the energy around the golden egg to provide it with a long-term supply. Perhaps due to its age, the Spirit Locking Formation had suffered damage, causing some spiritual energy to leak out. The position of the Yutsue mushroom happened to be directly above the formation. Xiaofeng had reason to believe that the Yutsue mushroom had grown thanks to this leaked spiritual energy. This resolved his doubts. As for what kind of creature was inside the golden egg, Xiaofeng still did not know. However, judging by the state of the golden egg, it was likely that the creature would soon break free, probably within the next few days. Xiaofeng was quite interested in this unknown creature. Since there was still some spiritual energy remaining in the vein, Xiaofeng could absorb it without worrying about oxygen depletion, allowing him to survive here for a while. Half a day later, with his eyes closed in meditation, Xiaofeng suddenly opened them. His gaze landing on the Yutsue mushroom beside him, and a smile immediately blossomed on his face. It's finally reached maturity. It can be eaten now. Without any hesitation, Xiaofeng pulled the mature Yutsue mushroom out by the roots and directly consumed it. He activated the Heavenly Emperor's scripture technique, quickly absorbing its medicinal power. Boom! In less than 2 minutes, all the medicinal power was absorbed. The vast spiritual energy contained in the Yutsue mushroom flowed into his dantian, and after just one attempt, he easily broke through the barrier between realms, successfully advancing from the 12th layer of Qi refinement to the early foundation establishment stage. Thus, after his rebirth, Xiaofeng had once again broken through his cultivation level. Moreover, his overall strength had undergone a tremendous change. Now, he was confident that he could kill any cultivator below the mid-golden core stage with just one strike. With his strength enhanced, Xiaofeng was in high spirits. This smooth progress was entirely thanks to the Yutsue mushroom. He had previously brought the Yutsue mushroom from the surface to here in a moment of desperation, and he had been somewhat worried. After all, the requirements for the growth environment of the jade marrow fungus are very high. Once transplanted, it may quickly wither and fail to reach maturity, thus not exerting its maximum medicinal effect. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. This situation did not occur. Perhaps it was because the underground environment was similar to that above ground. Next, Xiaofeng planned to stay here for a few more days, waiting for the creature inside the golden egg to be born. Then, he would take a trip to the Eagle Nation. There are only a few nuclear powers in the world. To be able to deploy so many nuclear bombs in the Pacific Ocean at once, it's obvious that it was the Eagle Nation's doing. Xiaofeng was never one to swallow his anger. He always repaid grudges. If the Eagle Nation mobilized forces to kill him, then he would not hold back and would settle the score with them. Anyone involved in this attack should not expect to survive. As Xiaofeng thought of this, his gaze turned icy. What level was the Eagle Nation at to dare oppose him? It was simply like an old man hanging himself tired of living. Time flew by, and 9 days had passed. It had been 12 days since he arrived here. Crack, crack. On this day, the golden egg began to stir. The cracks on the eggshell multiplied, becoming denser and denser. At a certain moment, the golden egg shattered completely. The eggshell scattered all over the ground. A golden creature over 30 centimeters long spiraled above the broken eggshell. This is Xiaofeng observed carefully for a moment, recognized the origin of this creature, and his eyes immediately burst with 2 beams of golden light. His breath momentarily halting. Something that could shock him so much must be extraordinary. Xiaofeng was overjoyed, unable to contain his emotions. He never expected that the creature inside the golden egg was actually a young golden dragon. This left him both shocked and amazed. It should be noted that golden dragons belong to a very noble bloodline among dragons, even above the azure dragon. Even in the spirit world, where powerful beings abound and great cultivators are as common as dogs, only one golden dragon had ever appeared, and it later succeeded in transcending and ascended to the celestial realm. This shows just how rare golden dragons are. However, a golden dragon appeared on Earth, where spiritual energy is thin. This left Xiaofeng puzzled. Although there are many legends about dragons in the mythology of the Dragon Nation, and even the 12 zodiac signs include a dragon, many people speculate that dragons once existed on Earth. But when faced with one, Xiao Feng still felt a sense of unreality. It was like a dream. It was too shocking and surprising. Whoosh! The little golden dragon transformed into a beam of golden light and flew in front of him, opening its sleepy eyes and examining him for a while. Finally, it gently tapped Xiao Feng's forehead with its dragon head, showing a sense of intimacy. Many creatures, upon being born, regard the first being they see as their parent. Even if the little golden dragon did not think this way, it treated Xiao Feng as a close person. Hence, it touched his forehead to show its affection. "Little one, you'll follow me from now on," Xiao Feng said to the little golden dragon with a smile. The latter seemed to understand his words and nodded its little head. Then, it yawned, appearing adorably clumsy. It was sleepy. Regardless of the creature, newborns are always very drowsy. The golden dragon was no exception. "Come here and sleep." Xiao Feng rolled up his sleeves and extended his left hand. The little golden dragon was not polite, coiling around his arm, and soon fell into a deep sleep. "Great! From now on, this little one will be my pet." Xiao Feng was overjoyed. He had unexpectedly gained a young golden dragon as a pet, and his smile was almost crooked. Once the golden dragon grew up, it would bring him tremendous help. He even thought that if there were no other way to reach a planet rich in spiritual energy, he could ride the golden dragon across the void. However, a serious problem lay ahead. The golden dragon had a huge demand for spiritual energy. Not to mention Earth, even in the true martial realm, he found the spiritual energy lacking, and he would probably have to share some with the golden dragon. Just thinking about it made him feel pained. Sigh. Xiao Feng sighed again, still the same saying, "Let's talk about the future when it comes. We'll take it one step at a time. It's been long enough here. And staying any longer serves no purpose." Xiao Feng cut off the remaining spiritual energy from the spiritual vein beneath the spirit locking array, transforming it into palm-sized spirit stones. There weren't many, just 5 in total. He didn't absorb them himself but prepared to leave them for the little golden dragon. This little guy had just been born and needed these spirit stones to replenish its body. Using the earth escape technique, Xiao Feng quickly soared upwards. During this process, several questions surfaced in his mind. Who placed the golden egg here? Who set up the spirit locking array? Who left the sharp claw marks when the stone wall was carved? The answers were on the tip of his tongue. Xiao Feng speculated that all of this was done by an adult golden dragon. If nothing unexpected happened, there must have been more than one golden dragon on the former Earth, even tracing back to a time far more ancient than the mythical era. Perhaps there were also phoenixes, as Shangguan Fian had the true phoenix bloodline flowing within her. What kind of scene did the Earth of that time present? Xiao Feng was eager to know, but there was no way to find out. And where did the adult golden dragon go? The dragon race has an extremely low birth rate, making it difficult to produce dragon eggs. As a noble race among dragons, the golden dragon's birth rate was even lower. Generally speaking, after a dragon egg is born, the adult golden dragon would take it very seriously, always guarding it to ensure its safety. However, there was no adult golden dragon protecting this golden egg. This puzzled Xiao Feng. He vaguely felt that a very significant event must have occurred on Earth in a time even more ancient than the mythical era, leading to the death or disappearance of many beings. He hoped to unravel this mystery in the future, Xiao Feng thought to himself. In just a moment, he reached the surface of the sea. Here, it was filled with terrifying nuclear radiation. However, he was well prepared, having used true energy to protect himself before coming out. The nuclear radiation couldn't harm him in the slightest. Now, it's time to settle the score. Xiao Feng's gaze turned towards the direction of the Whitehead Eagle Nation. After breaking through to the initial stage of foundation establishment, his speed had more than doubled. He streaked across the sky like lightning. Due to the lag in information, Xiao Feng was still unaware of the various chain reactions caused by the atomic bomb explosion he had endured. He also didn't know that a multinational coalition led by the Whitehead Eagle Nation was advancing by sea, pressing towards the Dragon Nation from both the east and west, posing a significant threat to it. At this moment, along the long eastern coastline of the Dragon Nation, 4 aircraft carrier battle groups appeared from north to south. They were referred to by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation as the Eastern War Zones 1, 2, 3, and 4. The enemy was aggressive, their cannons aimed at the Dragon Nation, vowing to make it bleed profusely. On the western border, the army and air force of the coalition were arrayed in front, eyeing the Dragon Nation covetously. The multinational coalition still formed a pincer attack against the Dragon Nation from the east and west. In their eyes, the Dragon Nation was a piece of fat meat, long desired to be bitten into. With Xiao Feng dead, it was the perfect opportunity to devour this piece of meat. Besides the regular troops, martial arts experts from various countries hostile to the Dragon Nation had also arrived. One should not underestimate their role. With a slight misstep, they could influence the course of the battle. This was because warriors above the King of Men realm could fly. If they broke through the defenses and charged into the enemy camp to unleash a massacre, it would be a catastrophic disaster for ordinary soldiers. Faced with their attacks, the soldiers would be utterly powerless to resist, left only to be slaughtered. At this time, the role of the Kunlun War Department and the experts of the Dragon Nation became evident. Yeet Sanglong hovered above the sea area of War Zone 2, where the enemy coalition had the largest number and the most martial arts experts. A large group of strong warriors from the Dragon Nation followed him. They faced off against the experts of the enemy nation from a distance, tension in the air. Although they hadn't yet engaged, the atmosphere was already charged with gunpowder. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. In Warzone 4, the Dragon Nation was coordinated by the old master of Longhu Mountain. He, like Yeet Sanglong, had been stuck at the late stage of the land immortal realm for many years, unable to break through. His combat power was exceptionally strong, having mastered the art of thunder techniques to perfection. This made the vampire powerhouse across from him wary. The third battle zone was guarded by the masters from the Wudong sect, led by the sect leader. The first battle zone was under the responsibility of the experts from Mount Wutai. As for the western border, Yeet Sanglong had sent Yen Nantian and 2 other pillars of the nation who had obtained the Kunlun order to resist. In short, both sides were fully prepared. Now they were just waiting for the highest executive officer of the Whitehead Eagle Nation to give the order, and the war would break out completely. To be honest, the Dragon Nation did not want to go to war, because the main battlefield was near the Dragon Nation. If a fight broke out, it would be the Dragon Nation that suffered. They preferred to resolve the war peacefully through negotiations. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to issue an attack order. Of course, if the other side fired first, they would have no choice but to resist at all costs. Faced with an unexpected war, the people of the Dragon Nation panicked. They frantically stored food, emptying supermarkets and stores. Everyone hid at home, afraid to go out. What's going on? When Xiaofeng arrived near the Black Palace of the Whitehead Eagle Nation, he found that the streets were filled with propaganda about his misdeeds and the latest developments on the war front. Some giant projections on buildings were looping related videos. After watching for a while, Xiaofeng quickly understood the major events that had occurred during this time. Damn it! Taking advantage of my absence, they used what I did to the Eastern Japan nation as a pretext to provoke war against the Dragon Nation. They think I don't exist, right? Furious upon learning the truth, Xiaofeng was filled with murderous intent. In fact, the other side did treat him as if he didn't exist, believing he had been blown to death. In a fit of rage, Xiaofeng charged into the Black Palace, a symbol of the authority of the Whitehead Eagle Nation, killing anyone he saw. The army guarding the Black Palace quickly rushed to support, but in just one encounter, thousands of soldiers, tanks, and planes were reduced to dust. Bang bang bang, bodies exploded, turning into blood mist. In the blink of an eye, countless lives were lost inside and outside the Black Palace, with blood everywhere. With a wave of his hand, Xiaofeng summoned a high-ranking official from afar, using a soul-searching technique to locate the highest executive officer. At that moment, in an office within the Black Palace, the highest executive officer and cabinet ministers like Albert were leisurely sitting on the sofa, crossing their legs and smoking Cuban cigars, feeling quite comfortable. Everyone was in an exceptionally good mood, just like the bright weather outside. Let's see the attitude of the Dragon Nation first. If they agree to our conditions at the negotiation table, then we'll withdraw our troops. If they don't agree, we'll use force to make them comply, Albert said with a smile. They had presented dozens of harsh conditions to the Dragon Nation. As long as the Dragon Nation signed that humiliating treaty, the war could be cancelled. Since negotiations started the morning before yesterday, it has been almost 3 days now. If they still don't agree in 3 hours, I will issue the order to attack, the highest executive officer said coldly. He had only given 3 days for negotiations and warned the Dragon Nation's negotiators that if no results were achieved within that time, they would meet on the battlefield. Now, time was running out. The people in the office were all looking forward to that moment. Would they gain the desired benefits without shedding blood, or would they conquer the Dragon Nation with force and gain even more benefits? It all depended on the outcome of the negotiations. Bang! Just as they were filled with ambition, dreaming of success, the office door was smashed to pieces with a loud crash. Immediately, 3 figures flew in, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Archbishop John, number 3, Brad, what happened to you? Cabinet Minister Albert jumped up from the sofa in shock, looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, both astonished and furious. These 3 were the redrobed Archbishop of the Holy Hall, the newly developed super soldier, and a master from the vampire clan. Each of them possessed the strength of a mid-level land deity. They were the guards secretly protecting the safety of the Black Palace. With them around, the Black Palace could generally be ensured to be safe and sound. However, they had died just like that. How could they not enrage Albert and the others? It took Xiaofeng only a brief minute to storm into the Black Palace and find them. the staff had no time to notify them before they were killed. Moreover, this office was made of special materials, not only bulletproof but also soundproof. Therefore, they were unaware of what was happening outside. You few worthless dogs have hidden deep enough. Finally found you. At that moment, Xiaofeng strode into the office. His appearance caused the faces of the top executives, including Albert, to change dramatically as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They were so shocked that they couldn't even close their mouths. Xiaofeng? Cabinet Minister Albert exclaimed in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Some even slapped themselves hard to check if they were hallucinating. A person bombarded by dozens of 10-ton atomic bombs should have been reduced to nothing. So how could he appear here? They all felt a sense of unreality. But looking left and right, the person before them was indeed Xiaofeng, no doubt about it. This terrified them to the point of trembling uncontrollably. You didn't die? Albert asked in a panic. An atomic bomb couldn't kill you? The top executive, having seen much of the world, surprisingly managed to maintain his composure in front of Xiaofeng. However, the sweat on his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil, as he was already in a state of panic. He looked through the shattered door of the office and saw bodies lying haphazardly in the corridor, which only heightened his fear. It seemed that everyone in the Black Palace had likely died at Xiaofeng's hands. This guy was a ruthless killer. Don't even mention those atomic bombs. Even if the world's nuclear weapons bombarded me together, they wouldn't harm me in the slightest. Xiaofeng sneered, confident in his words. What were nuclear weapons to him? He had mastered the art of earth escape, allowing him to avoid danger and retreat deep underground. Impressive, Xiaofeng, you've killed so many of us, your anger should have subsided. I will immediately issue an order to withdraw the troops and provide you with certain compensation. You can set any conditions. Let's just let this matter go, what do you think? The top executive spoke in a negotiating tone. The situation was unfavorable for them, and he had no choice but to lower his head. Yes, whatever you want, we can give you. Just ask one thing, don't kill us. Cabinet Minister Albert quickly echoed, as he had not yet enjoyed his wealthy life to the fullest and did not want to die at Xiaofeng's hands. The others nodded in agreement, all looking at Xiaofeng with pleading expressions, hoping he would show mercy and spare them. Is this your attitude in begging me? Xiaofeng smiled playfully and took out his phone. Switching to camera mode. When he was on Kikeksi Island, he had turned off his phone due to no signal, so it still had quite a bit of battery left. He wasn't in a hurry to kill this group. He wanted to capture their disgraceful moments on camera and then spread them to major news media around the world. These people could represent the face of the Eagle Nation, and their embarrassment would mean a complete loss of face for the Eagle Nation, their dignity trampled. Albert and the top executives exchanged glances, fully understanding Xiaofeng's intention. This was to make them kneel and beg for mercy. But with their prominent identities and statuses, how could they kneel before Xiaofeng? Moreover, Xiaofeng was filming them. This was unacceptable. If they followed Xiaofeng's wishes, where would they put their faces? How would they survive in the future? For a moment, the atmosphere froze. They were all torn about whether to kneel or not. Xiaofeng didn't have the patience to wait for them to make a choice. With a flick of his finger, he killed a member of parliament who was in the blind spot of the camera. Under the assault of that congressman, he didn't even let out a scream before his body exploded, turning into a rain of blood that splattered on the ground, the sofa, the walls. Thud, thud, thud. Although Xiaofeng didn't verbally threaten anyone, his actions spoke volumes, carrying far more weight. The crowd, who had just been hesitating whether to kneel and beg for mercy, were instantly terrified by the sight of the congressman's gruesome death. They no longer cared about their reputation or dignity. In the face of death, what did those things matter? Like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, they almost simultaneously knelt before Xiaofeng, crying out for mercy. Those who usually held high positions, issuing orders at will and capable of causing the deaths of millions with a mere word, were now less than a dog begging for a bone. Xiaofeng held his phone, capturing the scene of their pleas for mercy. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. This was the effect he wanted. Xiaofeng, our attitude has been sincere enough. Can you let us go now? The chief executive asked, raising his head while kneeling on the ground. Your attitude is acceptable, but I still have to kill you. Xiaofeng replied. How can you be so untrustworthy? The chief executive panicked. When have I ever been untrustworthy? From the beginning to the end, I never said I would spare your lives. It was you who were overly sentimental. Xiaofeng's face was full of mockery. Not killing this group of people was against his character. The chief executive and Albert turned pale. Only now did they realize they had been toyed with by Xiaofeng. Had they known this would happen, they shouldn't have acted so humble. Not only do I want to kill you, but I also want to spread the video of your pleas for mercy, Xiaofeng said, delivering a heart-wrenching statement. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the crowd grew even uglier. They were seething with anger but dared not express it. They could only stew in their frustration, nearly bursting from it. Xiaofeng was too lazy to waste words and was about to finish off this group when suddenly a voice came from outside. Who dares to cause trouble at the Black Palace? Are you tired of living? In the sky outside the Black Palace, a large group of martial artists appeared. Looking around, there were more than 30 of them. There were redrobed archbishops in missionary garb, Dragon Kingdom martial artists who had acquired citizenship in the Eagle Nation, and magicians. Among them, 4 individuals were the most formidable. They were the number 2 super soldier, the mage Joseph, Archbishop Peter, and an ancestor of the vampire clan. All of them possessed latest-age terrestrial immortal combat power. The Eagle Nation had spent years researching and had cultivated 7 super soldiers. This was thanks to their discovery of a fallen UFO, which contained 7 deceased aliens. Each alien had an energy crystal inside. The researchers of the Eagle Nation removed the energy crystals and implanted them into the 7 modified humans, turning them into super soldiers. With the enhancement of the energy crystals, the super soldiers were incredibly powerful. The number 1 super soldier was the strongest and was currently on the front lines, confronting the leader of Wudong. Among the 4 top-tier powerhouses, the strength of the vampire ancestor, Lance, was the most terrifying. He had lived for 1,500 years and had rarely left his coffin for centuries. He sustained himself daily on the blood of numerous slaves. At this moment, he still lay in his coffin, being carried over by 4 vampire descendants. A blood coffin appeared in the crowd, making a particularly striking impression. These powerful figures did not go to the front lines, they remained in the capital to ensure its safety. Not long ago, the Black Palace had been attacked by unknown assailants, and upon hearing the news, they rushed here immediately. Each of them was furious. To attack the Black Palace right under their noses was unprecedented. It was a slap in their faces. Therefore, they were all filled with murderous intent, vowing to tear the attackers to shreds. Lord Lance has also arrived. Great. We are saved. I have visited him many times, but he always refused to see me. I never expected that in our time of crisis he would actually step forward. The highest executive looked out at the blood coffin, appearing extremely excited. However, he did not voice these thoughts, only pondering them in his heart. Lord Lance is fighting with all his might, briefly unleashing power that surpasses the late stage of the Earth Immortal. With other experts joining, we should be able to take down Xiaofeng. Even if we can't defeat him, we can at least force him back. He didn't expect it, did you? We also have strong reinforcements. Cabinet Minister Albert secretly rejoiced, thinking he could turn danger into safety. When Xiaofeng heard the voices, he pulled back the curtains. Looking at the various powerful figures outside, he couldn't help but laugh. He was worried that after killing the people in the office, he would have to rush to the front lines to kill enemies without time to eliminate the experts within the Whitehead Eagle Nation. It would waste a lot of time for the next visit. Unexpectedly, these people came to seek death on their own. He welcomed it. You are too happy too soon. Don't expect this bunch of trash to save you. Xiaofeng's gaze swept over the powerful figures in the office, mocking them. Although they showed no expression on their faces, mainly fearing that revealing any joy would anger him and lead to their immediate deaths, they buried their delight deep within. But the eyes are the windows to the soul, and their thoughts could not deceive Xiaofeng. The highest executive and Albert, seeing through Xiaofeng's gaze, lowered their heads, not daring to respond. To let you experience a more desperate taste, let me show you how I torture and kill them. Xiaofeng unleashed the 1,000 threads binding, using fine lines to bind them. However, he broke through the window and floated high in the air, gazing at the group of experts rushing over from a distance. Xiaofeng? It's him! How is he still alive? Oh my god, the one who attacked the Black Palace is actually him. What are we waiting for? We need to escape. The group of experts across recognized Xiaofeng and were terrified, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. Even Lance in the blood coffin was greatly shocked, the coffin lid almost unable to contain him. The stronger the individual, the more they understood Xiaofeng's terror. They would not be like Albert and the others, thinking they could contend with Xiaofeng. They simply did not have the courage to face him. The moment they recognized his identity, the aggressive experts immediately fled in all directions, fearing that if they were a moment too late, they would meet a tragic end at Xiaofeng's hands. During their escape, they lamented. Wasn't it said that Xiaofeng was blown to bits? Why was he here? If they had known that the one who attacked the Black Palace was Xiaofeng, they would never have come to support but would have found a place to hide. Now it was too late, and they didn't even know if they could escape. The answer was no. They had already entered Xiaofeng's line of sight. With his abilities, how could he let these people escape? Boom, boom, boom. He hovered in place, both palms extended, unleashing dozens of fierce palm strikes from a distance. With each strike, one or several bodies exploded. The screams echoed, reaching the ears of the highest executive and Albert, making their scalps tingle with despair. Bang! The lid of the blood coffin flew high, and out came a vampire dressed in a blood robe, pale-faced, with 2 sharp teeth protruding from his mouth. Lance found the speed at which his descendants were flying with the coffin too slow. How could they escape like this? He had to rely on himself. As soon as he left the coffin, he fled into the distance without looking back. Not far into his escape, Lance sensed a palm strike coming at him like lightning. The speed was much faster than his own. There was no time to dodge. Forced into a corner, he could only brace himself to counterattack. Lance instantly ignited his bloodline, pushing his combat power to the limit. Similar to the battle spirit of the Eastern Japan nation, he could temporarily maintain his combat power at the initial stage of foundation building for 3 minutes. The downside was that once the time was up, he would enter a state of extreme weakness. If there was no one to protect him, even an ordinary person could kill him. Moreover, he would need to continuously absorb the blood of tens of thousands of people to return to normal. Additionally, even if he did return to normal, his already aged body would suffer aftereffects, reducing his lifespan. Therefore, he would not easily resort to this move unless absolutely necessary. However, at this moment, in order to survive, he had no other choice. He could only fight desperately for a glimmer of hope. Yet, the next moment, he realized he was being overly optimistic. Regardless of whether he burned his bloodline, the outcome would be the same. Boom! Even with all his strength and the utmost power he could muster, Lance still could not withstand the attack of the palm strike. With a loud crash, his body shattered into pieces. This being, who had lived for over 1500 years and ranked second among the vampire clan, was thus killed by Xiaofeng's palm strike. Not even a bubble was produced. Just before dying, Lance couldn't help but curse, "Fuck. Bang bang bang." The sound of explosions quickly came to an end. From the moment Xiaofeng struck to the killing of all the experts, it took no more than half a minute. No one could leave his hands alive. What is this thing? Xiaofeng arrived at the spot where the second super soldier had turned to ashes, picking up an energy crystal the size of a cube from the ground. He examined it in his hand for a moment, not recognizing it, but sensing that the crystal was filled with massive amounts of energy. Unclear about its use. He planned to put it into the Qiankuan ring for later study. Just then, the golden little dragon, who had been sound asleep, woke up, poking its head out from the sleeve, sniffing next to the energy crystal, and then opened its mouth to swallow the crystal whole. "Ah, you're not afraid of choking," Xiaofeng said with a mix of amusement and concern, not stopping the golden little dragon from devouring the crystal. However, the little dragon was still a cub, only about 30 centimeters long and as thick as 2 fingers, while the energy crystal was as big as a cube. How could it possibly swallow that? He was genuinely worried the little dragon would choke. Clearly, he was overthinking it. Although the golden little dragon was small, its body was quite resilient and elastic. It smoothly swallowed the energy crystal. Its belly bulged out, taking on the shape of a cube. "Can you digest that?" Xiaofeng asked the golden little dragon. The latter looked at him in confusion, seemingly trying to understand what he meant. Soon, it intelligently nodded its little head. "Is this stone useful to you?" Xiaofeng asked again. The golden little dragon, probably still unable to speak, nodded again. Then it yawned. "Well then, you can keep sleeping," Xiaofeng said with a smile, raising his left hand. Whoosh! The golden little dragon returned to his sleeve, coiling around his arm. He could clearly feel a bit of pressure in the little dragon's belly. Hopefully, digesting the crystal would help the little dragon grow a bit. As this thought crossed Xiaofeng's mind, he returned to the office. At this moment, the highest executive officer and Albert were already ashen-faced. Even a powerhouse like Lord Lance had been killed by Xiaofeng with a single palm strike. Their greatest reinforcements had met such a tragic end, leaving them with no hope of survival. With Lance's death, all their hopes and fantasies shattered, leaving only despair and fear. The more desperate they became, the happier Xiaofeng felt. This was how one should treat enemies, making them feel despair from the bottom of their hearts. "Xiaofeng, please," one of the council members pleaded. Bang! Xiaofeng had heard too many pleas for mercy in the past period, which made him annoyed at the sound now. Before the other could finish speaking, he struck and killed him with a single palm. "I'll send you on your way." Xiaofeng didn't want to waste any more time here. He took out his phone again, switched to recording mode, and raised his hand to kill all of Albert's group. Considering the video would be spread, and to avoid scaring children, he used a gentler killing method, releasing energy to pierce through their throats instead of blowing them up directly. Xiaofeng used his fingers like a knife to gut the third super soldier he had killed upon entering, extracting the energy crystal from within, which was slightly smaller than the one inside the second soldier. He placed it into the Qiankuan ring, intending to give it to the little dragon once it woke up. Flying out of the office, Xiaofeng unleashed several powerful palm strikes at the Black Palace below, reducing the stronghold that represented the power center of the White Eagle Nation to ruins. He then quickly made his way to the Pentagon, delivering a few more strikes that killed everyone inside the building. Whether it was destroying the Black Palace or shattering the Pentagon, Xiaofeng recorded everything on his phone. He sent the previously recorded videos all at once to Yi Sanglong, instructing him to remain calm, stabilize the enemy, and prevent the coalition from retreating. He assured him that he would deal with all the enemies upon his return. After completing these tasks, Xiaofeng turned around and hurried towards the coastline of the Dragon Nation. A great battle was imminent. Yi Sanglong sighed. The enemy was numerous, their weapons more advanced than those of the Dragon Nation, and they had the advantage in both the quantity and quality of warriors. No matter how one looked at it, the Dragon Nation was in a precarious position. He was well aware of the power gap between the two sides and felt little confidence about this battle. However, the enemy was aggressive, and even in a disadvantageous position, he would fight with all his might. He would not retreat even a step. He had already resigned himself to death. Yi Sanglong, your time is up. You are no match for us. Why struggle any further? Doing so will only lead to needless sacrifices. You should quickly give orders to the Dragon Nation's negotiation representatives to agree to our demands. This is beneficial for both sides. In the high sky, 500 meters away from Yi Sanglong, a blood coffin floated. Inside lay the most respected ancestor of the vampire clan. He was not only the strongest of the vampire clan but also the strongest in the White Eagle Nation. People referred to him as Duke Flanders. He was 300 years older than Rand's. Yet, by absorbing the blood of millions, he had undergone a transformation. As if he had lived a second life. He appeared to be only in his 20s or 30s, and he was quite handsome and charming. Although Duke Flanders' realm was similar to that of a late-stage Earth immortal, he had long since cultivated the secret technique of blood curse. His overall combat power was on par with Yi Sanglong, capable of sustaining the combat strength typical of the early Foundation establishment stage for extended periods. Both he and Yi Sanglong, before the appearance of Xiaofeng and the Demon Child, were considered the pinnacle of combat power on Earth. Of course, if they were in the Long Dragon Abyss, with the support of underground dragon energy, Yi Sanglong would surpass him. Beneficial for both sides? I think you are just talking nonsense. Yi Sanglong sneered. So, you insist on war? Came Duke Flanders' voice from within the blood coffin. Let's fight then, who's afraid of whom? Once the fire is open, just watch me lift your coffin lid. Yi Sanglong declared with great bravado. Alright, then let's wait for the negotiation results. Hee, I hope by then you can still be as tough as you are now. Duke Flanders chuckled ominously. Yi Sanglong frowned, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease since his arrival. He understood Duke Flanders' strength. The other party should not be able to instill such discomfort in him. This indicated that there were still powerhouses of the highest combat level hidden within the opposing camp. Who could it be? He quickly ran through the 6 strongest combatants in the world in his mind but could not guess who it was. In an unknown situation, he was not afraid of Duke Flanders at all. But in an unknown or even more, he had no confidence. This cast a shadow over his heart, leaving him with little faith in this great battle. Just as he was feeling anxious, his phone rang. Opening the WeChat chat box, he saw the name of the person who had sent him a message, and his eyes suddenly brightened, bursting with brilliant light. Overly excited, his right hand holding the phone trembled slightly. It was a message from Daoist Chao. Is he not dead? This is impossible. I've seen the videos of the atomic bomb dropped by the Eagle Nation. Under such terrifying bombardment, even if Daoist Chao had extraordinary strength, he couldn't possibly survive, right? But what do these messages mean? Could it be that his family sent me a message from his phone? No. Daoist Chao had too many enemies in his lifetime. It's likely those enemies took the opportunity to seek revenge, and his family is asking for my help. Daoist Chao has done me a favor. If his family is in trouble, I cannot stand by and do nothing. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Yi Sanglong's mind. He quickly opened the chat window, and several videos appeared before his eyes. He opened the first video and turned the volume down to the lowest. After just a few seconds, Yi Sanglong was shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the video, the highest executive of the Eagle Nation and cabinet ministers like Albert were kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, repeatedly chanting "Spare us, Xiaofeng." Yi Sanglong's body trembled. After just a few seconds of the video, he confirmed that Xiaofeng was not only alive but doing quite well. He actually made it to the Black Palace of the Eagle Nation, forcing those most powerful figures to kneel and beg for mercy. This is too satisfying. With an excited heart, Yi Sanglong continued to watch. By the time he finished all the videos, he was already speechless with astonishment. Xiaofeng had actually killed the highest executive in Albert, and even destroyed the Black Palace and the Pentagon. He had accomplished everything he had always wanted to do but lacked the ability to achieve. It was incredibly exhilarating. Especially at the end of the last video, when Xiaofeng said a few words about coming over as soon as possible, telling them to hold off the enemy until he returned to annihilate all of them. It shook his very soul. Wonderful! Daoist Chow, am waiting for your return. I will do my best to hold them off and prevent them from retreating. Yi Sanglong clenched his fist tightly, extremely excited. He was also looking forward to the scene of Xiaofeng coming back. How thrilling that would be. Grandpa, what's wrong? At that moment, Yi Wushuang flew over, asking with concern. After hearing the news of Xiaofeng's death that day, she had been working hard, choosing to enter seclusion. She wanted to quickly improve her cultivation to avenge Xiaofeng in the future. But the Great War suddenly descended. As a high-ranking member of the War Department and an early-stage land immortal, she couldn't possibly enter seclusion at such a critical moment, so she came to the front lines, ready to fight bloodily against the enemy at any time. Seeing her grandfather staring blankly at his phone, his expression changing repeatedly, she thought something had happened, so she rushed over to ask. Something big has happened, Yi Sanglong said. What big thing? Yi Wushuang immediately became tense. Anything that could be called a big deal by her grandfather must be something monumental. Don't be nervous, just look. Yi Sanglong smiled faintly, handing the phone to his granddaughter while reminding her, after you finish watching, stay calm and don't show too much shock or it might attract the attention of Duke Franz, who is monitoring this place. I know. Yi Wushuang nodded, her curiosity piqued as she took the phone. She saw the message Xiaofeng had sent her grandfather and was instantly stunned. Taking a deep breath, she began to watch. By the time she finished, she was completely numb. During the viewing, she nearly lost her composure several times. If it weren't for her grandfather's prior warning, she might have screamed out in excitement. It was a struggle to hold it in. Grandpa, I'm not dreaming, am I? Is this real? Xiaofeng, Yi Wushuang asked, unable to control her emotions. Shoo, don't say it out loud, it's true. Yi Sanglong interrupted her in time, nodding with a smile. Grandpa, he'll be back in a bit. After receiving a definite answer, Yi Wushuang felt she could hardly contain her inner joy. She hurriedly returned the phone to Yi Sanglong and swiftly retreated to the rear of the battlefield. Once there, she could finally cry and laugh without restraint. During this time, she was in a state of extreme pain every moment. Unable to think of food or drink and unable to sleep at night, the figure of Xiaofeng kept appearing in her mind. Yi Wushuang was not a fool. To miss someone so deeply meant she had already developed feelings for him. Xiaofeng's death was a tremendous blow to her, casting a shadow over her heart that might accompany her for a lifetime, making it impossible for her to emerge from her sorrow. But now, the gloom had lifted. In its place was an overwhelming joy. What's wrong with the war goddess? Has she been stimulated? Why is she both crying and laughing? Is she going crazy? Quick, call a doctor to take a look. Yi Wushuang's unusual behavior left the surrounding soldiers baffled. Everyone was concerned about her state, worried that she was not normal. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not crazy, no need to call a doctor. Yi Wushuang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at their misunderstanding. Seeing that she was fine, everyone finally relaxed. Xiaofeng, it's great that you're not dead. Yi Wushuang smiled as brightly as a spring breeze. She took out a makeup mirror from her belongings and tidied up her appearance in front of it. She was about to meet Xiaofeng, so she had to look beautiful. She couldn't be as dispirited as before. At this moment, in the middle of the standoff between the two armies, a warship from the Eagle Nation was anchored on the sea surface. Inside the warship, the negotiation delegation from the Dragon Nation was engaged in a heated argument with representatives from other countries. The conditions you've listed are too excessive. I absolutely will not agree. I cannot sign such a humiliating treaty. The chief representative of the Dragon Nation, Gu Mingyuan, slammed a stack of documents onto the table in anger. There were a total of 72 clauses in the documents, each one showcasing shamelessness. Excessive? We are indeed excessive. What can you do about it? You can sign or not. There are still more than 2 hours until the negotiation ends. When the time comes, if you still don't sign, we'll see you on the battlefield. I look forward to the scene of the Dragon Nation in ruins, with corpses everywhere. By then, if you are defeated, even if you kneel and beg to sign, we won't agree. The chief representative from the West, Klaus, said with a cold smile. In his view, whether the Dragon Nation representatives signed or not, they had already secured their piece of the pie. It was just that if the Dragon Nation representatives didn't sign, the price they would pay would be a bit higher. After all, the advantage was on their side. He firmly held the initiative, appearing very tough, giving Gu Mingyuan no chance to bargain. Humph. Gu Mingyuan was extremely frustrated. He knew that continuing the negotiation would yield no results. He planned to leave in a huff, but just then, his phone rang. Mr. Gu, stay calm. Try to stall them until the negotiation ends. Whether this war can annihilate the enemy at the least cost depends on whether you can hold out until the critical moment. This was the content of the text message sent to him by Yi Sanglong. Gu Mingyuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the words annihilate the enemy at the least cost, thinking, could the old war god have a good strategy against the enemy? He knew Yi Sanglong well. If he didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't easily say such things. In an instant, his confidence surged and he felt emboldened. A smile suddenly blossomed on his previously angry face. Mr. Klaus, I have seriously considered the treaties you've listed. It's not that I can't accept them, but there are some details we still need to discuss. Gu Mingyuan said with a smile. He decided to adopt a strategy of feigning compliance, engaging with the other side to buy time for Yi Sanglong. Now that's the right attitude. What details do you think we should discuss? Lex said triumphantly. Seeing Gu Mingyuan glance at his phone, he changed his attitude. He guessed that perhaps the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation had pressured Gu Mingyuan to soften his stance and agree to all the treaties. This made him feel very good, being able to gain huge benefits without losing a single soldier perfectly aligned with his wishes. The negotiation continued for a moment. Both sides were waiting. The coalition was waiting for the negotiation results, while the Dragon Kingdom was waiting for Xiao Feng's return. During this time, both sides maintained a brief peace without any conflict. The tense situation at the front greatly affected the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone was on edge, anxious and restless. In Feng City, at the Xiao family manor, Xin Xingxue and Xiao Chirui were slumped on the living room sofa, their eyes red, clearly having cried not long ago. These days, they had been washing their faces with tears. Without Xiao Feng, neither knew what to do in the future. They had lost the meaning and motivation to live. On the television, news from the front lines was being broadcast. Suddenly, Xin Xingxue stood up and said, Rui, why don't we go to the battlefield too? Your brother died at the hands of the White Eagle country's military. Let's go kill them and avenge him. Sure, but our abilities are limited. I'm afraid we won't be able to avenge our brother. Xiao Chirui replied. Have you forgotten? Your brother left us a puppet. He said it was very powerful. Xin Xingxue pointed to the puppet standing motionless beside them. Right. With the puppet, we can definitely kill many enemies. Xiao Chirui nodded. The two quickly packed their bags and prepared to head to the front lines. However, before they could leave the door, a strange laugh came from outside. Immediately, a large group of people flew into the manor, colliding directly with Xin Xingxue and Xiao Chirui. Hee, two little beauties. You must be Xiao Feng's family. The leader was an old man dressed in a black robe embroidered with various strange patterns. So what? What do you want? Xin Xingxue asked coldly, her face stern. Before Xiao Feng passed away, did he leave any important items in your care or at home? The old man asked. He was the leader of the southern witch sect named Tai Shuzi at the late stage of the human king realm. Previously, their sect's elder, Xianzhenzi, had suddenly gone missing without a trace. They had been unable to contact him despite numerous attempts. As a result, they sent out many people to gather information. Finally, they learned from a survivor of the Five Poisons sect that Xianzhenzi had been killed by Xiao Feng. Moreover, the Qinglong talisman that Xianzhenzi had obtained had also fallen into Xiao Feng's hands. That member of the Five Poisons sect was lucky. He had been out on business half a day before Xiao Feng wiped out the sect, thus narrowly escaping with his life. After learning this news, the entire witch sect immediately abandoned the idea of revenge and reclaiming the Qinglong talisman. Because Xiao Feng's strength was simply too terrifying, he was not someone they could provoke. Once they provoked Xiao Feng, they would face the same fate as the Five Poisons sect, facing the disaster of being exterminated. They could only bury this hatred deep in their hearts. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Feng had died just like that. Tai Shuzi knew his opportunity had come. He led a few sect members to quietly arrive at the Xiao family manor. They primarily came for the Qinglong talisman, and secondly for revenge. With Xiao Feng already dead, they could only use Xin Xingxue and Xiao Churui's blood to honor Xianzhenzi. No! Xin Xingxue frowned, thinking how rude these people were, not only breaking into a private residence but also asking all sorts of questions. Is that so? Then well, search ourselves. Tai Shuzi clearly did not believe her and instructed his subordinates. Two subordinates approached Xin Xingxue and Xiao Chirui, while the others rushed into the house to search for the Qinglong talisman. Get out! You are going too far. If you keep this up, I will take action. Xin Xingxue was furious, her lungs nearly bursting, and she shouted sternly. Oh, the little beauty is quite fierce. Big brother likes that. Let Big brother check your chest to see if you've hidden the Qinglong talisman in there. A man in his 30s leered. The witch sect was not a proper sect to begin with, and his words drew loud laughter from the others. Shameless! Xin Xingxue could no longer tolerate it. Seeing them approach, she pushed out with a palm, trying to repel them. She had just embarked on her cultivation journey, still a novice, unable to gauge the opponent's cultivation level through their energy fluctuations. She thought her first layer of chi training would be sufficient. However, as soon as she made a move, she was knocked down by the man. A sharp pain shot through her palm. You filthy bitch, I want to search your chest and you still don't know your place. In that case, they'll strip you of your clothes and search your entire body. the man said viciously, stepping closer to the collapsed Shin Xingxue. You are all bad people, don't bully Sister Xingxue. Iron armor, kill these bad guys. Xiao Chirue, seeing Shin Xingxue being bullied, turned red with anger. She issued a command to the iron armor standing nearby. Xiao Feng had told iron armor to obey the orders of the two. He was a thoughtless puppet and would not act until given instructions by his master. Like a piece of wood, he had not drawn the attention of the witch cult members. Now, having received the command, he underwent a complete transformation, unleashing the aura of an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Boom! A vast aura spread outwards. This is, what the hell, run! Tai Zuza's face changed dramatically. The mere aura emitted by iron armor nearly suffocated him. He hadn't expected that there would be an early-stage Foundation establishment expert within the Xiao family estate. This terrified him to the core. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to flee. If he had known that although iron armor was at the early-stage Foundation establishment level, he possessed the combat power of an early-stage golden core, he would have likely been scared to death. Bang bang bang! Iron armor moved at lightning speed, not giving them a chance to escape, charging forward and punching anyone he caught into oblivion. In a moment, all the witch cult members who had come were ruthlessly slaughtered by iron armor. Xiao Feng, you are too despicable. When you were alive, I couldn't do anything to you, but now that you're dead, I still can't do anything to your family. Today, I've provoked your relatives with this expert here. I'm afraid the witch cult that has lasted for thousands of years will be wiped out by him. I am a sinner of the witch cult. This was Tai Zuza's regret just before his death. If one were to say which force or sect in Long Country and even the world has the longest and most mysterious history, the witch cult would definitely rank in the top 3. Unfortunately, the once great sect has declined with each generation, and now it is long past its prime. Iron armor, well done. Xiao Chirue praised. The latter remained expressionless, showing no reaction. Sister Xingxue, does your hand still hurt? Xiao Chirue asked with concern. It's fine, let's move out. Shin Xingxue said, enduring the intense pain nonchalantly. She was eager to get to the front lines, relying on iron armor to wreak havoc and avenge Xiao Feng. In the second battle zone, both armies were still in a standoff. Yi Sanglong and a group of experts were on high alert for attacks from enemy strongholds. They could not afford to let their guard down. If the enemy broke through their defenses and wreaked havoc on the soldiers of Long Country, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, the blood coffin, hovering 500 meters away, flew towards them without warning. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Yi Sanglong. Yi Sanglong was already prepared, ready to strike. Bang! The lid of the blood coffin was blasted open. Two powerful figures flew out from within, working in perfect harmony, launching a storm of attacks on Yi Sanglong without giving him any chance to react. Boom boom boom! Wrapped in the protective dragon aura, Yi Sanglong fought against two opponents, but after just a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. The experts from Long Country rushed to provide support, but before they could get close, they were injured or killed by the residual force of the battle. Grandpa! Yi Wuxuan gripped her short knife, wanting to rush over to help, but she was stopped by Yi Sanglong. Everyone, step back, don't worry about me, just prevent other enemies, Yi Sanglong said loudly. The two opponents across from him both possessed early-stage Foundation establishment strength. Their battle was not something others could participate in. Coming to help would only lead to unnecessary deaths. Sea King, how could you be so unfaithful and collude with these people? Yi Sanglong said to the middle-aged man with an afro and a wheat-colored complexion amidst the fierce battle. This man was the top master in South America, the leader of the Sea God sect, who called himself the Sea King. His cultivation was equivalent to the late stage of an earthy mortal. But his combat power had reached the early stage of Foundation establishment. He was on par with Duke Flander in strength. He was also recognized as one of the 6 supreme powerhouses on Earth. All 6 of them were at the pinnacle of combat power, wielding immense authority in their respective jurisdictions. The relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the South American countries was quite good, and the Sea King had always maintained a neutral stance, not participating in the confrontations between the Dragon Kingdom and the Western powers. He even occasionally sided with the Dragon Kingdom. However, what Yi Sanglong did not expect was that this time, the Sea King had actually teamed up with Duke Flander to deal with him. They had even been in the blood coffin together to catch Yi Sanglong off guard. It must be said that the effect was quite good. Yi Sanglong had not anticipated this move, leaving him unprepared. No wonder he had always felt a vague sense of unease before. He finally understood now. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Duke Flander promised to allocate several populous provinces of your Dragon Kingdom to me. I can spread the teachings of the Sea God sect in this province and develop followers. There's no way around it. Blame Duke Flander for offering too much. Yi Sanglong, I respect you as a man, and I don't want you to die in an undignified manner. You can't defeat us, so just take your own life. As the Sea King spoke, his attacks became increasingly fierce, wielding the sea god's trident, which weighed hundreds of pounds, with great force, posing a significant threat to Yi Sanglong. Several times, he nearly shattered Yi Kanglong's protective dragon energy. Take my own life? You think too highly of yourselves. Sea King, you will pay the price for your actions. Yi Kanglong's disadvantage became more and more apparent. However, he remained calm. As long as he defended with all his might and did not seek to attack. Even facing two early-stage Foundation establishment masters, he would not be in immediate danger. Once Xiaofeng returned, these enemies would be no threat. Yi Kanglong's ability to adapt was still quite strong. You are about to become a corpse, what price will I pay? Since you won't listen to my advice, I'll give you a death that lacks dignity. Watch the trident. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sea King unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Yi Sanglong. Compared to the loquacious Sea King, Duke Flanders spoke much less. He remained silent throughout, focusing on the battle. In this regard, he looked down on the Sea King a bit. When fighting desperately, who has time for so much nonsense? Isn't he afraid of losing his breath? As the Sea King's trident struck Yi Kanglong's left waist, nearly dispersing his protective true energy, Duke Flander keenly seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, his sharp nails pierced through the protective true energy and grabbed at Yi Kanglong's waist, attempting to rip out his kidney. Yi Sanglong, with rich combat experience, twisted his body in a way that seemed impossible for a human, narrowly avoiding the opponent's nails. However, he was still scratched, leaving a few blood marks, but it was not serious. Grandpa is outnumbered. If this continues, there will be a risk to his life. What should I do? Xiaofeng, hurry back. In the distance, Yi Wuxuan and the experts from the War Department watched the battle on the battlefield, feeling very anxious. Boom, boom, boom. The battle grew increasingly intense. The Sea King took a brute force approach, constantly attacking Yi Sanglong with raw power. In contrast, Duke Flander took a more subtle approach, using cunning moves and occasional sneak attacks, making Yi Sanglong suffer greatly. The two worked together seamlessly, and after half an hour, they had completely grasped the situation. Pressing Yi Sanglong hard. A master of this level was not so easy to kill. They were well aware of this, so they played patiently, gradually depleting Yi Kanglong's spiritual energy. Once his energy was exhausted, it would be their time to unleash the slaughter. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Yi Sanglong was nearly on the verge of collapse, exhausted from defending himself. The opportunity has come. Duke Vlad and the Sea King were overjoyed at the sight. In perfect synchrony, they launched a deadly attack on Yi Sanglong. Boom! Boom! However, just as they reached Yi Sanglong, who had seemed utterly defeated moments ago, he suddenly regained his momentum. Taking advantage of their offensive-only approach, he struck out with two earth-shattering palms. They were sent flying, blood staining the sky. Meanwhile, Yi Sanglong had also acquired two bloody holes in his body. In this exchange, both sides suffered injuries, but Yi Sanglong was clearly worse off. Yi Sanglong, were you pretending before? The Sea King said, clutching his chest, blood splattering from his mouth as he spoke. If I hadn't done that, how could I have lured you in? Yi Sanglong replied nonchalantly. Pah! Despicable, insidious. The Sea King retorted indignantly. Compared to you, what I did is nothing but a minor trick. Yi Sanglong scoffed. Humph. I don't believe I can't kill you. Come again. The Sea King, with a violent temper, brandished the trident of the sea god and charged at Yi Sanglong once more. Duke Vlad followed closely behind. The battle continued like this. Yi Sanglong, injured and bleeding from the two gaping wounds, found his combat power diminished. His disadvantage became more apparent, and the situation was precarious. Fortunately, Duke Vlad and the Sea King had suffered losses first, and even though they saw him gasping for breath, nearing his limit, they did not dare to launch a reckless fatal attack as before. They were mainly worried about falling for Yi Kanglong's trick again. I can hold on for at most half an hour. Xiaofeng, can you make it in time? Yi Sanglong sighed inwardly, nearing his limit. Once he surpassed that limit, he truly wouldn't be able to fend off the two's assault any longer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face, and he felt much lighter. He sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching from the rear of the enemy forces. Without a doubt, it was Xiaofeng. To his surprise, this aura seemed significantly stronger than before. Had Xiaofeng broken through? As fellow powerhouses, Duke Vlad and the Sea King had insights that matched Yi Kanglong's. They both glanced back in confusion, unsure of who was coming. But soon, a figure appeared within their line of sight. When they recognized the appearance of the newcomer, both nearly wet themselves in fear. Xiaofeng? The Sea King and Duke Vlad exclaimed in terror simultaneously. They hurriedly retreated, ceasing their attack on Yi Sanglong, keeping a heightened vigilance as they distanced themselves from Xiaofeng. Daoist friend Xiao, you finally made it, and just in time. Yi Sanglong laughed heartily, his morale restored, knowing the battle was secured. I took a detour to destroy their industrial and information building, which delayed me for over 10 minutes, but am not late, Xiao Feng replied. Before he was about to leave the Eagle Nation, he had considered a problem. The higher-ups in the Eagle Nation would surely notify the frontline troops about what was happening. If the frontline military learned of it, they would likely withdraw. This was something Xiao Feng did not want to see, so he went to destroy the industrial and information building and the nearby power building located in the capital. As a result, the entire capital was left without power or internet. And even if the people there notified the frontline troops, it would take several hours to reach other cities. This was also why the frontline coalition had not received any information from the country. Daoist friend Xiao, it's time for you to take action, Yi Sanlong said with a smile. Understood. Xiao Feng's gaze turned towards Duke Vlad and the Sea King, who were already terrified into silence. Xiao Feng, this is all a misunderstanding, the Sea King explained with a forced smile. Misunderstanding? Damn you! Go die! Xiao Feng unleashed 2 waves of energy at the two. No! I don't want to die. Bang bang! The sound of explosions rang out. The 2 top-tier warriors of Earth barely had time to scream before Xiao Feng killed them on the spot. The battlefield, which had been tense and fierce just moments ago, was instantly silenced by Xiao Feng's arrival, bringing the battle to an abrupt end. In the air, only 2 sprays of blood mist remained. They fell into the surging sea below, quickly disappearing from sight. Just like that, 2 unparalleled powerhouses died, leaving no trace behind. It's likely that Duke Franz and the Sea King could never have imagined such an ending. They never expected that Xiao Feng was still alive. There's no such thing as a pill for regret. At the moment Xiao Feng appeared, both Duke Franz and the Sea King were filled with immense regret. Had they known this would happen, Franz would have chosen to stay quietly in his coffin, refusing to participate in such a war no matter what. The Sea King regretted even more. He had previously maintained a decent relationship with the Dragon Kingdom. In most international situations, he stood on the side of the Dragon Kingdom. This time, it was because of Duke Franz's instigation and being blinded by Prophet that he agreed to join forces to kill Yi Sanglong. In the end, he gained nothing and lost his life. This deal was a total loss. It was a loss that went beyond measure. The Sea King was filled with regret, unable to rest in peace. It still takes Xiao Daoyu to take action. I've fought for so long, unleashed all my firepower, exhausted all my methods, and nearly died at the hands of those 2. Yet when Xiao Daoyu made his move, he killed them both in an instant. Where am I supposed to justify myself now? The gap between me and Xiao Daoyu is getting wider and wider. Yi Sanglong smiled with relief but felt a bit bitter inside. In the past, he had been quite confident in his own strength, happily accepting titles like one of the 6 top masters in the world, the pinnacle of Earth's combat power, and so on, without feeling anything amiss. But now, he felt embarrassed. His old face couldn't hold up. If someone else called him that in front of Xiao Feng, he would surely be laughed at. Just like that, they were killed? In the distance, Yu Wuxuan watched as Xiao Feng effortlessly killed Duke Franz and the Sea King. And goosebumps immediately rose all over his body. Although he knew Xiao Feng could easily handle the 2 strong enemies, he never expected it to be this easy. This was a bit too excessive in terms of ease. The martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom were incredibly invigorated at this moment. They had just been sweating for Yi Sanglong, fearing he might meet a bad end at the hands of the enemy. Now, they all felt a sense of relief, their hearts lightened. And all of this was brought about by Xiao Feng. With Xiao Feng around, they felt an unprecedented sense of security. In contrast, the martial artists on the coalition side were now completely panicked, each one's eyes filled with endless fear. They never expected such a result. Before coming, they had been excited, thinking they were here to feast on the Dragon Kingdom. Now they realized they had come to die. Didn't they say Xiao Feng was killed by an atomic bomb? Damn it, the White Eagle country deceived us, they deserve to die. What the hell, this demon Xiao Feng is too ruthless. Even Duke Franz and the Sea King died at his hands. What do we have left to fight against him? These hostile martial artists were filled with despair, their morale shattered, with no fighting spirit left. Hero Xiao is mighty. Hero Xiao is invincible. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were all incredibly invigorated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, raising their arms and shouting loudly at Xiao Feng. They expressed their awe and admiration for him in this way. No one was untouched by Xiao Feng's deeds. In their hearts, Xiao Feng was the invincible war god. He was also the great hero of the Dragon Kingdom. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens and earth, clearly reaching the ears of the coalition soldiers. They had also witnessed Xiao Feng killing Duke Franz and the Sea King. However, in the end, they were not martial artists and did not fully understand the martial artist system. They could not feel the terrifying aspects of Xiao Feng like a martial artist would, nor did they have a deep understanding of him. The so-called newborn calves are not afraid of tigers perfectly described their current mindset. They thought, so what if two masters died? Is Xiao Feng really that terrifying? Even if he has incredible abilities, can he really compete with our planes and cannons? As for the rumors that Xiao Feng was killed by an atomic bomb, the video only showed the dropping of the bomb without any sight of Xiao Feng. With his appearance here, they deemed that incident to be fake news. Moreover, the things Xiao Feng did in the East Japan country were also captured in a blurry video, which only showed something flashing over the military base, without any clear image of Xiao Feng, leading them to believe it was false. Everyone, don't panic, prepare for battle. Let's blow him up and let him know the power of our new missiles. An officer on the aircraft carrier shouted loudly. Blow him up. The soldiers echoed in unison. In an instant, the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and a great battle was about to erupt. Wuxuan, Wang Gang, you two hurry to the warship and bring Mr. Gu and the others away, ensure their safety at all costs. Yi Sanglong instructed his granddaughter and his general. Yi Wuxuan was eager to catch up with Xiao Feng, but now was not the time for reminiscing, they had serious matters to attend to. Without a word, the two rushed towards the warship station between the two armies. The members of the Dragon Kingdom's negotiation delegation were still on the warship. They had made significant contributions by delaying time, and they could not let anything happen to them. Old War God, as long as I'm here, it's fine. You lead the martial artists to support the first battle zone. I'll take care of the third and fourth battle zones. This time, we must annihilate the enemy, Xiao Feng said to Yi Sanlong. As he spoke, he exerted himself and slashed a beam of sword light towards the enemy aircraft carrier thousands of meters away. With a loud bang, the aircraft carrier was split in two, along with the escort ships on either side. In just one move, countless enemy soldiers were killed or injured. The soldiers and officers who had been so tough just moments ago instantly lost their courage. Preoccupied with their own survival, they had no time to launch artillery attacks against the Dragon Kingdom's army and Xiao Feng. It was at this moment that they truly experienced Xiao Feng's power. Just relying on Xiao Feng alone was enough to determine the outcome of the war. That's how war is. Once the morale of the army wavers, it can collapse immediately. They could not organize an effective attack at all. No matter how the officers scolded or even executed several fleeing soldiers, they could not stop the already lost momentum. On the coalition side, chaos ensued, and everything was in disarray. Alright, once the war is over, we will drink and celebrate, Yi Sanlong said with cupped fists. Xiao Feng issued orders to him, and he did not mind this at all. After all, Xiao Feng was stronger than him, and the arrangement was quite reasonable. He quickly led the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom, rushing towards the first battle zone with great urgency. Bang bang bang! Xiao Feng's figure flickered and charged into the enemy's camp, beginning his path of slaughter. Those sturdy aircraft carriers and warships were as fragile as paper under his attacks. Human lives were like weeds, being harvested by him frantically, mercilessly, and swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 aircraft carriers were destroyed. Except for the negotiating warship, all other warships were sunk. A large number of soldiers perished under his assault. Even those enemies who jumped into the sea to temporarily escape disaster were not spared by Xiao Feng. He released a massive amount of flames, igniting the gasoline that leaked into the sea, creating an unquenchable fire that burned those soldiers alive. Boom boom boom. Under the burning flames, the high explosive weapons on the warships and aircraft carriers exploded as well. In such circumstances, where could there be any survivors? From the moment Xiao Feng struck to the annihilation of all the troops, it took no more than 3 minutes in total. This is the terrifying aspect of a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage. In this modern warfare, it was simply a dimensional strike. Especially with Xiao Feng's endless array of techniques. He gave the opponent no chance to counterattack and no possibility of survival. In these 3 minutes, Xiao Feng did not just attack the coalition forces, he also effortlessly killed a large number of fleeing martial artists, with only a few experts escaping in a panic. Xiao Feng sneered, as he was always keeping an eye on those people, knowing the direction they were fleeing. Trying to escape from him was not an easy task. Ever since he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, not only had his strength increased, but his speed had also grown significantly. He was much faster than those people. Even if they had an hour's head start, he could catch up quickly. Whoosh! Xiao Feng's figure vanished from the spot, and 10 seconds later, he caught up with an expert. Xiao Feng, don't, Xiao Feng had no interest in their nonsense and decisively struck, killing him. Then, he went after another target. Thud thud thud. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were already dumbfounded by Xiao Feng's methods, their throats moving as they swallowed in shock. When had they ever seen such a scene? Just moments ago, they were all prepared for battle. However, they didn't even need to lift a finger, the enemy was already dead. They had never fought such an absurd battle, it was over before it even began. So fast. Too fast. It ended too quickly. In their eyes, Xiao Feng was like a deity descending from the heavens. In their hearts, Xiaofeng's image had risen to another level. He was clearly their god, an omnipotent god. In their limited understanding, only a god could possess such power. Inside the only intact warship of the enemy, more than an hour ago, the arrogant and condescending Lox, who had been in a victorious posture, was now reduced to a frightened dog, trembling under the negotiation table. He had learned most of what was happening outside and was terrified to death. Mr. Lox, do these treaties still need my signature? Gu Mingyuan felt a great sense of relief. The anger he had been holding back completely released with Xiaofeng's slaughter. No need for a signature. Gentlemen, during a war between two nations, we do not kill envoys. Can you let me go back? Lox pleaded from beneath the table. Gu Mingyuan did not respond. Although he despised Lox, what he said made sense. Internationally, there was indeed such a rule. During a war, envoys should not be harmed, and as the head of the negotiation delegation, he was equivalent to an ambassador. No, you all must die today. Yi Wuxuan, standing beside Gu Mingyuan, directly refused. Her personality was somewhat similar to Xiaofeng's in this regard. She was decisive in killing. As long as they were enemies, she didn't care about their identities, whether they should be killed or not. They had to die. If you kill me, it will violate international conventions and be condemned by countries around the world. Lox tried to struggle, threatening Yi Wuxuan with international conventions. But a cold light flashed. The negotiation table, along with Lox, was sliced in half. It was cut into two halves, and Lox died instantly. After killing him, Yi Wuxuan wielded her short knife and killed all the other enemies on the warship. Then, she returned to the military camp with the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom. Crack! Flying at high speed, Xiaofeng executed the great cutting technique from hundreds of meters away. With a few gestures of his fingers, the body of a powerful archmage was sliced into pieces, dead beyond recovery. This was the last expert of the enemy who had fled, and he died at Xiaofeng's hands. Thus, the battle in the second battle zone came to an end. It could be considered that Xiaofeng had accomplished his small goal of annihilating all enemies on the battlefield. However, this time the coalition forces had invaded, and the battle zones were relatively dispersed. So far, he had only dealt with the enemies in one battle zone. Xiaofeng certainly would not be satisfied with the status quo. The revolution had not yet succeeded. He needed to continue working hard. With a flicker of his figure, Xiaofeng headed south alone, heading straight for the third battle zone. Over in the first battle zone, there were Yi Sanglong and other strong fighters going to provide support, so there shouldn't be any major issues that required Xiaofeng's concern. Next, he only needed to focus on dealing with the enemies in the third and fourth battle zones. As for the land battle zone in the west, due to the distance, we cannot forsake the near for the far and can only place it at the end. Because Xiaofeng had just struck too fiercely, in just a moment he had destroyed the enemy's aircraft carrier and warships, leading to a disruption in the enemy's signals. The soldiers' morale collapsed, they panicked and fled for their lives, with no one having the chance to relay information to other battlefields. Therefore, currently, the enemy in the third battle zone still does not know what has happened in the South China Sea. The head of Wudong, Zhang Jinren, dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk, and carrying an ancient sword of Lu Zhu on his back, was gazing across the distance at the number 1 super soldier of the enemy. Both sides were waiting for the negotiation results, remaining in a stalemate. Behind him, more than 30 Taoist masters hovered in the air. The weakest among them was at the mid-level of the human king realm, making it a gathering of experts. Additionally, there were many martial artists on the ground. However, the enemy was not to be underestimated, especially the number 1 super soldier and his companion, the Wolf King Kevin. Their strength was comparable to Zhang Jinren, all being among the strongest experts just below the ceiling of 6 combat powers. In terms of the number of warriors above the master level, the Dragon Kingdom had a slight advantage. But in terms of top combat power, only Zhang Jinren was shouldering the burden. If a real fight broke out, to be honest, Zhang Jinren did not have much confidence in his heart. Why has the negotiation taken so long and still not ended? I'm getting impatient. Wolf King Kevin complained. He was a battle-hungry person, and he had long been eager for a fight with Zhang Jinren, unable to wait any longer. It should have ended by now. Let me contact my superiors to ask about the situation. The number 1 super soldier dialed the phone of Minister Albert. But no one answered. He then called the number of the highest executive, but still no one picked up. He tried to contact the number 3 super soldier guarding the Black Palace, but the call did not go through. Next, he called the second battle zone, but again, he could not get through. This unusual phenomenon made the number 1 super soldier sense something was wrong, and his brows furrowed into a shape. What's wrong? Kevin also noticed the anomaly and asked anxiously. It's strange, the calls won't go through. What are they doing? The number 1 super soldier said in confusion. Why is this happening? There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, when things are unusual, there must be a demon. Could it be that something has happened to them? Wolf King Kevin asked nervously. How could that be? They all have strong protectors, and they are either within the borders of the Eagle Nation or among the military. How could it be so easy for something to happen? Even if they encountered an accident, it wouldn't all happen at once. The number one super soldier shook his head, disagreeing with Kevin's viewpoint. Then why are they all not answering their phones? How do you explain that? Kevin asked again. You ask me, who should I ask? The number one super soldier said irritably, not in a good mood. Let's not worry about that for now. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, when one is outside, the Emperor's orders may not be obeyed. Since we can't contact our superiors, let's go to war. Kevin rubbed his palms together, eager to move. I didn't realize you knew so many old sayings from the Dragon Kingdom. The number one super soldier gave Wolf King Kevin a deep look. Of course, I'm a Dragon Kingdom expert. Wolf King Kevin said proudly, urging, don't be indecisive, quickly give the order. This isn't appropriate. The number one super soldier hesitated. There's nothing inappropriate about it, just do it. Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, Kevin continued, how about this, the army stays put and we go meet the Dragon Kingdom's martial artists first, aiming to wipe them out. At this point, the number one super soldier accepted his proposal. Alright, let's do it your way. You all follow me to kill the enemy. The number one super soldier gave the order and charged out with Wolf King leading the way. The other martial artists, vampires, mages, and so on, all followed closely behind. They wore sinister smiles, treating the Dragon Kingdom's martial artists as prey, while they themselves were the hunters. Prepare for battle, Zhang Jinren flicked his finger, and the ancient sword of Lu Zhu flew out from behind him, emitting a series of sword cries. This sword, said to be passed down from Lu Dongbin, is considered one of the famous swords of Wudong. After Zhang Jinren took charge of Wudong, he had never used this sword again. Unexpectedly, today he would test its edge and drink the blood of his enemies. Fight! The warriors of the Dragon Kingdom roared in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the enemy closed in, with only a few dozen meters separating the two sides. In this battle, it's either you die or I perish. Like many martial artists before the battle, Zhang Jinren had no intention of returning alive. However, even in death, he wanted to take someone down with him. As the enemy was about to charge to the front lines, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom took their stances, ready to engage. Yet, at this critical moment, a figure came from the north at a speed exceeding 5 times the speed of sound, crashing into the enemy's ranks. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever he passed, enemy warriors exploded, turning into blood mist. They didn't even know how they died. Wolf King Kevin and the number one super soldier felt an intense danger the moment this person appeared and hurriedly retreated to a distance, looking at the newcomer with uncertainty. When they finally saw the newcomer's face, both of them tightened in fear, their insides churning. Is that man here? Xiaofeng is actually alive. Seeing is believing. He's much stronger than the rumors. Things have changed. We are no match for him. Let's get out of here. Wolf King Kevin, well versed in Dragon Kingdom culture, blurted out a local saying in panic. I wondered why I couldn't reach those people. They must have been killed by him. Let's retreat. The number one super soldier recalled the strange incident of the phone being unreachable and suddenly thought of many things. Xiaofeng was too fierce, unstoppable. In his presence, these people couldn't muster an ounce of fighting spirit. Like everyone else, their only thought was to escape. Bang! Bang! However, just as the two fled a dozen meters, they were locked onto by Xiaofeng. With 2 palms from a distance, he sent them into a state of terror, turning them to ash. An intact energy crystal fell from the body of the number one super soldier and was caught steadily by Xiaofeng. After tossing it into the Qiankuan ring, he continued his slaughter. In just 10 seconds, he had wiped out all the enemy's experts. Then, he charged into the coalition's headquarters. The deafening sound of explosions, the cries of the dying, and the cheers of Dragon Kingdom soldiers converged, making the battlefield extremely lively. Master, should we intervene? An elder from Wudong snapped back to reality from his shock and asked in a daze. Do you think we need to intervene? Xiao Daoyu is bloodthirsty. It's better not to go and cause trouble, lest he accidentally takes us for enemies and kills us too. Zhang Jinren shook his head vigorously, not wanting to participate in the fight at all. Thus, this group of strong warriors from the Dragon Kingdom entered observation mode. Hovering in the sky, they watched Xiaofeng perform his solo show. Meanwhile, they became mere bystanders. Every move and technique of Xiaofeng displayed earth-shattering power, leaving them in awe and deep admiration. So human warriors can unleash such combat power. Everyone marveled. The combat power exhibited by Xiaofeng refreshed their preconceived notions. Soon, the battle ended. Xiaofeng flew over from the sea of corpses and flames. Behind him, the water was littered with numerous bodies, sinking aircraft carriers and warships, and an unquenchable inferno that stretched as far as the eye could see. The entire battle could only be described in 2 words: brutal. Of course, this referred to the coalition side. The Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, had not lost a single soldier, not even a bullet was fired. Xiao Daoyu, thank you for your tremendous assistance in helping us annihilate the enemy. Zhang Jinren quickly approached with the Taoist masters, sincerely expressing his gratitude. They were all puzzled as to why Xiao Feng was still alive. But now was not the time to ask that question. Quickly head to Battle Zone 1 and help the old war god Yi and the others kill the enemies. Xiao Feng didn't know them, he just nodded, as a form of greeting. Isn't Yi in Battle Zone 2? When did he move to Battle Zone 1? Zhang Jinren was taken aback, thinking Xiao Feng had made a mistake. All the enemies in Battle Zone 2 are dead, they have long since moved the battlefield. Xiao Feng explained simply. This seemingly simple sentence contained immense information, shocking Zhang Jinren and the others to the core. Did you do it? Zhang Jinren asked, somewhat knowingly. He already knew that only Xiao Feng had the ability to wipe out all the enemies in Battle Zone 2. Yes, there's no time to waste, I'm heading to Battle Zone 4. Xiao Feng had nothing more to discuss with them and turned to fly towards Battle Zone 4. Xiao Daoyu is truly a remarkable person, with him and Longhua, we are fortunate. Zhang Jinren said with emotion. It's a good thing he is our ally, if he were an enemy. The Grand Elder of Wudong started to say but didn't continue. Because that kind of assumption was something they couldn't even dare to imagine. Having an enemy like Xiao Feng would be nothing short of a nightmare. Let's go to Battle Zone 1. Zhang Jinren waved his whisk and hurried everyone along. On the way, he even took the time to send a message to the old celestial master of Longhu Mountain, informing him that Xiao Feng was about to arrive, urging them to prepare for the show. Xiao Feng is coming? The old celestial master stared at the message on his phone, unable to react for a long time. This old guy wouldn't be messing with me, would he? Even he himself said Xiao Feng was killed by an atomic bomb, how could he possibly come here? He was familiar with Zhang Jinren and knew he liked to joke, thinking he was being teased. However, at such a critical moment, Zhang Jinren wouldn't joke about this. Suddenly, he became extremely excited, looking northward, anticipating Xiao Feng's arrival. Compared to the other three battle zones, Battle Zone 4 seemed much calmer. Since the standoff began, there had been no friction. While the old celestial master awaited Xiao Feng's arrival, the high-ranking officials of the coalition were in a state of panic. They waited and waited, but no orders came from above. There was no clear directive on whether to fight or retreat, leaving them like headless flies. Vampire John, the strongest expert in the coalition, held significant power. Like the super soldier in Battle Zone 1, he had contacted the higher-ups multiple times. However, not a single call went through. This made him anxious, not knowing what to do. Just as he was restless, he suddenly received a call from a high-ranking official. Lord John, quickly lead the troops in Battle Zone 4 to retreat. The voice on the other end was very urgent. Why retreat? Could it be that the negotiation results are out and Longhua has agreed to those treaties? Vampire John asked. No. Something big has happened. The troops and experts in Battle Zones 2 and 3 have all been killed. The situation in Battle Zone 1 is also dire. Our capital has fallen, and the highest executive officer along with several cabinet ministers and legislators are all dead. The voice of the high-ranking official trembled continuously, revealing his inner fear. What? You can't be joking. My family's ancestor is stationed in Battle Zone 2, and with the Sea King assisting, how could they be annihilated? Another ancestor of mine is protecting the capital, it's impossible for all the high-ranking officials to be killed. John clearly did not believe it. He knew how powerful his ancestor, Franz, was. He was the pinnacle of combat power on Earth. Moreover, the Sea King was also there. How could two top-tier powers not handily eat Sanglong? And to be counter-killed? Wasn't that absurd? Furthermore, the other ancestor who had long been in the capital had peak combat power that surpassed the late stage of terrestrial immortals. Either of the two ancestors was not so easy to kill. Therefore, he felt that the news from the high-ranking official on the other end of the phone was inaccurate. Lord John, what I say is absolutely true. Both your ancestors and the Sea King are dead, believe it or not. The high-ranking official spoke with a sorrowful tone, swearing earnestly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who has such great power to kill them? John still couldn't believe it. The one who killed them is Xiao Feng from the Dragon Kingdom. He is not dead. If I'm not mistaken, he should be heading to the 4th war zone, preparing to unleash a massacre. You should hurry and retreat your troops. If you retreat too late, you will all die. The capital of the Whitehead Eagle Nation was cut off from power and the internet, and this high-ranking official had only just learned this news. To minimize losses, he was urging John to withdraw with great urgency. This. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's name, John felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. If it really is Xiao Feng, then everything makes sense. He indeed has the ability to do these things. At this moment, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Although he couldn't accept this bad news, the facts were right in front of him. Acceptance was inevitable. Retreat, retreat quickly. Vampire John hung up the phone and shouted nervously. He did not want to become a ghost under Xiao Feng's command. The other experts were baffled by his sudden order to retreat. The soldiers were even more confused. Weren't they supposed to fight? Why were they suddenly retreating? They had already planned to seize the wealth and women of the Dragon Kingdom once they occupied it. As for the men, they would all be killed. The disruption of their plans made them very unhappy. However, military orders are like mountains. Even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey and retreat honestly. Nevertheless, their actions were quite passive and sluggish, slowly packing their gear and turning the aircraft carrier around. They had no awareness of the seriousness of the situation. These fools, I don't care about your lives. Vampire John was furious at the soldiers' negative attitude. At this turtle speed, they would not be able to escape the South China Sea in time. They would definitely not escape Xiao Feng's massacre. For his own safety, he couldn't care about these people anymore. Even if all of them died, it was not as important as his own survival. It was better to leave first. Returning to the Whitehead Eagle Nation early to find a place to hide was the safest course of action. Whoosh! Vampire John moved and was about to make his escape. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and several bolts of lightning exploded in front of him. John sensed danger, his speed faltered, and he hurriedly dodged backward. At the same time, the old Celestial Master from Longhu Mountain appeared in front of him. Good dogs don't block the way, old man, get out of my way. John's eyes turned red as he glared at the old Celestial Master, shouting in frustration. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? We've been at a standoff for so long, isn't it a bit unreasonable to just exchange a few moves? The old Celestial Master held a lightning talisman in his left hand and the Celestial Master's sword in his right, exuding an imposing aura. He had noticed John's retreat order and realized that the other side might have received news from other battlefields, knowing that Xiao Feng was on his way here. Therefore, he was acting so tense and fearful. He didn't want to let John go so easily, so he used the lightning talisman to increase his speed several times, quickly reaching in front of John to block his path. Get lost! John was furious. He was pressed for time and had no leisure to waste with the old Celestial Master. Look at you, living for 700 or 800 years, yet still so irritable and uncultured. The old Celestial Master smiled. His goal was to stall John. The angrier John got, the happier he became. Not getting lost, huh? Then I'll kill you. Everyone, listen up, let's kill him together. John was truly enraged, nearly exploding with fury. He called upon the experts from the Allied forces while simultaneously attacking the old Celestial Master. Faced with such a siege of powerful opponents, the old Celestial Master dared not be careless. He suddenly slashed out with his sword, killing several experts at the king level, and immediately activated the lightning talisman in his hand. His body vanished from the spot, escaping the encirclement. Meanwhile, at Longhu Mountain, Maoshan, and with the support of various powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom, the battle erupted. Everyone, protect yourselves, focus on defense, and try to hold them off. The old Celestial Master was surrounded by flickering lightning as he charged towards the Vampire John, engaging in a fierce fight. The lifespan of humans is far inferior to that of the vampire clan. John had cultivated for 700 or 800 years, possessing numerous techniques and formidable strength. He exchanged blows with the old Celestial Master, showing no signs of weakness. However, the old Celestial Master's lightning power caused him considerable suffering. Boom, boom, boom. The battle had only lasted 10 minutes, and both sides had sustained injuries. All combatants almost simultaneously ceased fighting. They sensed a terrifying aura sweeping in from the north. What is this? The enemy warriors looked towards the northern sky, their expressions filled with uncertainty. We're doomed, he's coming. John's heart sank to the bottom. Great, we've finally waited for Taoist Xiao to arrive. This is no longer our fight, everyone retreat quickly. The old Celestial Master was quite self-aware, knowing that with Xiao Feng present, they no longer needed to intervene. If they did not retreat and got entangled in a melee with the enemy, it would only complicate Xiao Feng's task of killing. With a sudden swing of the celestial sword wrapped in lightning, he forced John back and he immediately withdrew. Other warriors from the Dragon Kingdom, hearing his command, also retreated. Just then, Xiao Feng, shrouded in a terrifying aura, appeared in the distant sky. He had killed far too many people today, which was why he emanated such a dense malevolence. Run! Upon seeing Xiao Feng, John had no time to tangle with the old Celestial Master and shouted in panic as he fled straight towards the direction of the Whitehead Eagle Nation. Whoosh! A brilliant sword energy shot through the air from afar, heading straight for John. With a swift stroke across his neck, his head flew high, and his body fell apart. Capture the thief by capturing the king. As soon as Xiao Feng arrived in the area where the two armies faced off, he sensed that among the enemy's experts, John's aura was the most powerful. Therefore, he regarded him as the primary target to eliminate. A single strike to kill. He still couldn't escape. This Xiao Feng is too despicable. John glared at Xiao Feng in the distance, unwilling to accept his fate. After his head was severed, it still retained some vitality for a short time and would not die immediately. It was only when the oxygen supply to the head was insufficient, causing the cells to be unable to perform aerobic respiration, that he would completely die. In other words, even after his head was cut off, he still had vision and hearing. Thus, John could still think and glare at Xiao Feng. But soon, he would be dead. Oh my god, how is it this guy? He's not dead yet. No wonder Lord John kept urging us to retreat. It turns out this guy was coming. What do we do? What do we do? I don't want to die. Cries of despair and panic echoed. The enemy's experts were left dumbfounded by the shock. But this fear did not last long, because Xiao Feng quickly killed them all. Then, he charged into the coalition's aircraft carrier fleet, unleashing a massacre. The coalition soldiers were crying out for their mothers, regretting not actively following John's orders, which led to such a tragic outcome. Old Celestial Master, did you know in advance that Xiao Feng was coming? A Maoshan expert asked. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have rashly intervened to block John's path. The old Celestial Master replied with a smile, feeling quite pleased. Old Celestial Master, Xiao Feng's methods are truly diverse. Look, he also used lightning techniques, obliterating the aircraft carrier in one strike. Another person exclaimed. Indeed impressive. The old Celestial Master hurriedly retracted the lightning swirling around his celestial sword. In the Dragon Kingdom, he was considered the best at using lightning techniques. However, compared to the lightning techniques employed by Xiao Feng, he felt somewhat insignificant. Comparing people leads to death, comparing goods leads to discarding. At that moment, he wished he had never practiced lightning techniques. To avoid embarrassing himself in front of Xiao Feng. The old master and many martial artists hovered at a distance from the battlefield, watching with their arms crossed, having entered spectator mode. This was far more exciting than a blockbuster movie in a cinema. They were thoroughly engrossed. A few minutes later, the explosions on the water's surface continued unabated. But the battle had already ended. As expected, the enemy had been completely wiped out, leaving no survivors. Ha, Taoist Xiao, you have truly opened our eyes. With you here, effortlessly eliminating all the enemies, it really brings great relief to our hearts. The old master led the martial artists forward, respectfully addressing Xiao Feng. You flatter me. Xiao Feng waved his hand, signaling them not to be so formal. He then asked, does anyone know the situation on the other two battlefields? In the second, third, and fourth battle zones, under his slaughter, the enemies had all been killed. Currently, only the first battle zone and the Western Land battle zone remained. Go bring Shaoli from the information department. The old master instructed one of his subordinates. They had been too focused on watching the show to receive any other intelligence. Shaoli was the head of the information department in the fourth battle zone and had the most comprehensive information. Soon, Shaoli was brought in. Xiao Feng repeated his earlier question. Commander Xiao, according to the news from the first battle zone, the enemy has suffered a catastrophic defeat. With countless casualties. Only a few warships and a small number of martial artists managed to escape. Elder Yi and the others are leading their troops in pursuit, and it won't be long before the enemy is annihilated. As for the situation in the Western Land battle zone, it's quite strange. Led by the Holy Emperor of the Holy Hall, many powerful figures fled without a fight just a few minutes ago, leaving behind a leaderless coalition army. Commander Yen Nantian chose not to pursue the Holy Emperor and the others but instead charged into the coalition army with the strong from the Dragon Kingdom. With the firepower support from our soldiers, we completely suppressed the enemy. The Dragon Kingdom holds an absolute advantage on the Western battlefield. Analyzing the current situation, we can annihilate the enemy within 2 hours. Shaoli excitedly shared all the information he knew. After hearing this, the old master and the others were all smiles. Xiao Feng nodded, feeling a slight regret in his heart. He was able to annihilate the enemies in the 3 battle zones due to an information gap, easily sweeping them away while they were completely unprepared. However, several hours had passed since he left the capital of the Whitehead Eagle Kingdom. The advantage of the information gap was gone. The enemies in the Western Land battle zone, upon learning of his exploits, would surely choose to flee as long as they weren't completely foolish. This was unavoidable. If only the information gap could last another hour and a half, I could rush over and eliminate the Holy Emperor and the enemy strongmen completely. Unfortunately, they escaped early. I still don't know where they will hide next. But it doesn't matter as long as the army in the Western battle zone is destroyed. After I rest for a while, they'll personally go to the various countries in Europa to settle accounts with those experts. Xiao Feng thought to himself. The only thing that reassured Xiao Feng about the Western Land Battle Zone was that the hundreds of thousands of coalition troops had no chance to escape. Moreover, they would soon be completely annihilated. As for the upcoming battles, I won't be involved. You all go about your business, Xiao Feng said to the old master and the others. Daoist Xiao, where are you planning to go? The old master asked. Going home to rest a bit, and then he'll find time to kill the Holy Emperor. Xiao Feng hadn't been home for a long time and missed his loved ones and sister. He needed to go back and see them. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Damn, what incredible speed! The old master, a person of high virtue and quality, couldn't help but exclaim the most straightforward curse to express his feelings upon witnessing Xiao Feng's speed. I'm very curious, what level of cultivation is Daoist Xiao at now? This surely can't be something a foundation establishment stage martial artist can achieve, the Maoshan sect leader asked. It should be the legendary golden core stage of cultivation. The old celestial master pondered for a moment before giving an uncertain answer. Golden core stage. Upon hearing this realm, everyone gasped in shock. With the great changes in the world, the era of decline has arrived. The spiritual energy is thin, the cycle of spiritual energy generation is long, and there's no way to gather the spiritual energy on Earth for one person to absorb. Under normal circumstances, it's nearly impossible for martial artists on Earth to break through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At least for nearly 1,000 years, I haven't heard of anyone stepping into this realm, let alone the golden core stage above foundation establishment. What do you think? How did Xiao Feng cultivate to this point? The Maoshan sect leader asked in confusion. Hearing you say that, I recall something. Do you remember about 20 days ago when the spiritual energy on Earth suddenly vanished? The old celestial master inquired. I remember. Are you implying? The Maoshan sect leader seemed to have an epiphany upon his reminder. Exactly, it must have been absorbed by Xiao Feng. According to the information I got from Elder Yi, that day was also when Xiao Feng first made a name for himself by annihilating the Qin family. I believe this is no coincidence. There must be a necessary connection. The old celestial master shared his speculation. What kind of cultivation technique did Xiao Feng practice to be able to devour all the spiritual energy on Earth in an instant? This is too unbelievable. Do you think he might have been possessed by something, or perhaps he is a reincarnated deity, which is why he has such defiant behavior? The Maoshan sect leader said. Hey, don't speak carelessly. A person like Daoist Xiao is not someone we can rashly speculate about. If this reaches his ears and angers him, be careful he doesn't turn over your Maoshan. The old celestial master shot him a glance, thinking how could he dare to say anything. Doesn't he know the saying that trouble comes from the mouth? Ahem. The Maoshan sect leader's expression changed slightly, and he chuckled dryly, not daring to speak carelessly anymore. Daoist Xiao is most likely not possessed. After all, he is the son of Jiang Linghuang. His mother is an extraordinary woman, so it's quite normal for her to give birth to a defiant son. Perhaps all his abilities were passed down from her. As the old celestial master spoke of this, the image of that legendary woman naturally surfaced in his mind. However, compared to Jiang Linghuang, Xiao Feng's performance was even more exaggerated. In the Western Land Battle Zone, explosions roared, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Yan Nantian had already learned that Xiao Feng was still alive and had broken through several major battle zones. When the Holy Emperor of the Holy Hall led several redrobed archbishops to flee without a fight, he brought many powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom to the rear of the coalition army. They formed a semi-encirclement, starting to slaughter the enemy from the outer rear. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's army bombarded the enemy forces with firepower from the front. This created an iron barrel completely surrounding the coalition army. No one could escape. With the cooperation of martial artists and the military, the enemies were forced to abandon their armor and flee in disarray. They had no way to organize a large-scale effective counterattack and could only let themselves be slaughtered. This was a one-sided crushing battle for the Dragon Kingdom. It was a massacre. In less than 2 hours, hundreds of thousands of coalition troops were completely wiped out. During this time, many enemies raised white flags, hoping to gain a chance at life through surrender. But Yan Nantian issued a death order. No surrenders would be accepted. All enemies would be killed without mercy. At this moment, looking at the countless bodies below, stretching as far as the eye could see, and his body stained with blood, Yan Nantian's face revealed the joy of victory. In this battle, he felt he had killed to his heart's content. With minimal cost, he had annihilated the enemy forces. It was the most beautiful and satisfying battle he had fought in his life. Yan Nantian was very clear that this glorious achievement was largely due to Xiao Feng. Although Xiao Feng was not present on the battlefield, he played an equally crucial role. If it weren't for Xiao Feng's reputation scaring off those powerful figures from the Holy Emperor, They would not have been able to break through the enemy's defenses and enter the enemy's rear. There would have been no subsequent one-sided massacre. Xiao Daoyu's reputation is too great. A single person can intimidate the world. Beside Yen Nantian, a thin old man floated in the air, smiling as he spoke. His name was Zhou Chou, one of the recipients of the Kunlun order. With Xiao Daoyu here, our dragon country can be assured of no external troubles for 100 years. Another elder with white hair and a youthful face expressed his sentiments. His name was Zhuge Yan, also one of the recipients of the Kunlun order. Before Xiaofeng, the Kunlun War Department had issued a total of 3 Kunlun orders, awarded to Feng Haoren, Zhou Chou, and Zhuge Yan. The 3 of them had all made remarkable contributions to the dragon country. Unfortunately, Feng Haoren succumbed to temptation and colluded with Tang Tianzheng of the dragon-slaying sect, only to be killed by Xiaofeng. Among the 3, Zhou Chou and Zhuge Yan were the strongest. Their combat power was even 3 times greater than that of Zhang Zhenren and the old Heavenly Master. When they teamed up, they could compete with the Saint Emperor, who was at the pinnacle of combat strength. This was also why Yi Sanglong invited them out of retirement to assist Yen Nantian in battle. Zhuge Yan and Zhou Chou had withdrawn from the world for many years and had long ceased to concern themselves with worldly affairs. This time, in the face of the great crisis of the dragon country, they were called to action. Before coming, they both knew what they would face and that they would most likely die at the hands of the Saint Emperor. Even so, they still resolutely stepped onto the battlefield. What they did not expect was that they would not even engage the Saint Emperor. This was all thanks to Xiaofeng. Therefore, they were particularly grateful to him. The battle in the Bohai Sea war zone had ended more than an hour ago. With the cessation of gunfire, this great battle came to a close. The joint army of 15 countries led by the White-Head Eagle Nation came with great momentum but ended in a crushing defeat. Only a few strong individuals, including the Saint Emperor of the Holy Hall, managed to escape, while the rest perished on the battlefield. According to incomplete statistics, at least over 120,000 people from the coalition forces died. This was a terrifying number. In this battle, those countries that had always been hostile to the Dragon Country suffered severe losses, especially the White-Head Eagle Nation, which faced heavy losses and lost its reputation. It fell from the altar of global dominance and the only superpower, replaced by the Dragon Country. From now on, the Dragon Country would be the only superpower, shaking the 4 seas. No other country could compete with the Dragon Country. Xiaofeng's name would become a nightmare for all nations. News about the battle spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of the Dragon Country, with almost every report praising Xiaofeng's heroic deeds. Additionally, after obtaining Xiaofeng's consent, Yi Sanglong sent the videos of Xiaofeng filmed in the White-Head Eagle Nation to the propaganda department. The public quickly learned of the great victory through various media channels such as television, newspapers, and mobile phones. In an instant, the entire nation was in an uproar. Everyone was excited beyond words, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. Great! We won! No more worrying about the country being destroyed and our families being lost. From now on, let's see who dares to bully the Dragon Country. Xiaofeng is amazing. I cried when I heard the news of his death. But I didn't expect he was alive and emerged during the crisis of the Dragon Country, single-handedly forcing the enemy to flee in panic, causing countless casualties. Just thinking about that scene brings tears of excitement to my eyes. Hero Xiao is truly the guardian deity of our Dragon Country. Wow, Hero Xiao is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. It would be great if I could be his girlfriend. Hero Xiao is like a living immortal. I want to hang his portrait at home and worship him every morning and evening. The people across the nation were all discussing matters related to Xiaofeng, and the more they talked, the more enthusiastic they became, almost elevating him to the heavens. In just a few days, Xiaofeng's prestige in the Dragon Country reached its peak. He became the object of admiration for many, capturing a large number of fervent fans. No one disrespected or felt unconvinced by him. Even the elderly, weak, and sick survivors of the Jiangcheng Yun and Chen families had mostly forgotten their grievances against Xiaofeng and instead held him in high regard. A car was driving on the national highway, heading towards the number 3 war zone. Driving the car was Xin Qingxue, with Xiao Churui sitting in the passenger seat and the iron puppet in the back. Feng City was over 1,000 kilometers away from their destination, and it would take more than 10 hours to drive there. Xin Qingxue had been driving for several hours and had only covered a third of the distance. When she set off, she had considered having the iron puppet take them quickly to the front lines. However, thinking about the propriety of a man holding her, even if he was a puppet, made her feel quite resistant. So, she chose to drive instead. It might be slow, but the great battle hadn't started yet, so there was no need to rush. Just as Xin Qingxue was driving and feeling a bit fatigued, Xiao Churui, who had been playing on her phone, suddenly let out a scream. "Sister Qingxue, my brother is still alive. He has killed hundreds of thousands of enemies in the past few hours. Xiao Chirui was incredibly excited. If she weren't strapped in with a seatbelt, she probably would have jumped up. Hearing this news, Xin Xingxue, who had just been feeling sleepy, suddenly jolted awake. Is it true or not? Xin Xingxue asked incredulously. The video says so, and the national TV channels are making a big deal out of it. Look, these are all news reports about my brother. Xiao Chirui held her phone up to Xin Qingce's face. The latter glanced at it a few times, her excitement bubbling over. She hurried to read the detailed news, pulling over to the side of the road to take Xiao Churui's phone and examine it closely. The more she read, the broader her smile became. But as she smiled, her eyes began to redden. It was too much joy, bringing her to tears. I didn't lie to you, did I? Xiao Chirui said with a smile. Yeah, Chirui, I'm so happy I can hardly speak. As long as your brother is alive, that's good. After a long while, Xin Xingxue finally calmed her emotions. Originally lacking the motivation to live, she suddenly felt that life was becoming more hopeful. Life was filled with meaning. Brother is really amazing, killing so many enemies. Xiao Chirui said proudly. Of course. Your brother is quite capable. Xin Xingxue wholeheartedly agreed, feeling a sense of pride. Just then, a call came in from Xiao Feng. After leaving the 4th battlefield, Xiao Feng had gone straight back home to Feng City, intending to surprise his loved ones. However, upon arriving home, he found the house empty. Additionally, he caught a whiff of blood in the yard. This made him frown slightly, but then he relaxed. With the protection of the iron puppet, even if strong enemies came knocking, Xin Xingxue and Xiao Chirui should be safe, and nothing should go wrong. Still concerned, he called Xin Xingxue. The call connected quickly. Hey Xingxue, where are you and Chirui? Xiao Feng asked. We're on our way to the 3rd battlefield. Xiao Feng, I miss you so much. Xin Xingxue said with a smile. I miss you too. What are you going there for? Xiao Feng asked curiously. Chirui and I originally planned to go to the battlefield to fight, letting the iron puppet kill the people from the White Eagle Nation to avenge you. But the news reports say the fighting there has already ended, and the enemies have all been killed by you, so there's no need to go anymore. Well, head back home soon. Xin Xingxue explained. After hearing this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but chuckle. These two silly girls, who wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken on a normal day, were planning to go to the front lines to avenge him. He felt a bit touched inside. Okay, you two come back early. I'll be waiting for you at home, Xiao Feng said. Alright. Upon learning that Xiao Feng was at home, Xin Xingxue immediately turned the car around and headed back. By the way, Xingxue, did anything happen at home before? Xiao Feng asked again. Yes, a group of people came to the house, demanding I hand over the things you left behind and wanted to kill us. Luckily, the iron puppet killed them, Xin Xingxue said. Do you know where they came from? Xiao Feng's expression darkened. I don't know. Xin Xingxue shook her head. Xiao Feng looked up at the surveillance equipment in the yard and decided to check the video recordings later. Brother, those people are so annoying, and they even hurt sister Xingxue. At that moment, Xiao Chirui added. Was she seriously injured? Hearing this news, Xiao Feng's expression darkened completely. Damn it, how dare they hurt my woman? They've touched my reverse scale. It's a minor injury, nothing serious, you don't need to worry, Xin Xingxue said nonchalantly. That's good. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Feng immediately checked the surveillance video in the yard. Soon, he saw a group of men in black robes breaking into his home on the footage. He didn't recognize any of their faces, but it didn't matter. He had ways to quickly find out their identities. He took a few screenshots of these men and sent them to Yi Sanglong, then called him. The latter was currently cleaning up the battlefield. They didn't have Xiao Feng's means to directly destroy aircraft carriers and warships. Therefore, after the battle in the Bohai Sea, the enemy still had a few aircraft carriers and dozens of warships left. These were all trophies of the Dragon Kingdom, quite delightful. Old War God Yi, did you see the photos I sent? Xiao Feng asked. I saw them. Did the people from the witch sect provoke you? Yi Sanglong was well aware of most martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom and immediately recognized the witch sect's leader, Taixuzi, and their unique attire in the photos. So it's the witch sect people. They took advantage of my absence to harm my family. I'm going to destroy the witch sect right now, Xiao Feng said coldly. Mentioning the witch sect reminded him of many things. More than 20 days ago, he had killed Xianjinzi, who had designs on his sister. That person was from the witch sect. He had also obtained a piece of the Azure Dragon Talisman from Xianjinzi. It was likely that the items those people forced Xin Xingxue to hand over were the Azure Dragon Talismans. Relying solely on his deductions, Xiao Feng had pieced together most of the events. On the other end of the line, Yi Sanglong shook his head, thinking to himself, why would the witch sect provoke Xiao Feng? Isn't that courting death? Do you need me to send you the location of the witch sect's headquarters? Yi Sanglong asked. Xiao Feng had recently made an extraordinary contribution to the Dragon Kingdom, and if he could provide Xiao Feng with some help, he would be more than willing to assist. No need. Xiao Feng refused, recalling something, and said, "Did you encounter any super soldiers from the Eagle Nation on Battlefield 1? I encountered one." Yi Sanlong replied. "Extract the energy crystal from him, I have use for it." Xiao Feng had been paying attention to super soldiers during his time in the 3 war zones. He had killed a total of 3 plus 2 in the Black Palace, making it 5 super soldiers who had died at his hands. The golden little dragon devoured 1 and the remaining 4 were placed in the Qiankuan ring, ready to be slowly fed to the little dragon later. The Eagle Nation had a total of 7 super soldiers. Aside from the one in Battlefield 1, only 1 was left. It was likely that the last one had escaped to the Western Land War Zone with the Holy Emperor of the Holy Hall. "Alright," Yi Sanlong agreed. After the call ended, Yi Sanlong muttered to himself. With a long history, the oldest and most mysterious sect in the Dragon Kingdom, the Witch Sect, would cease to exist today. Xiao Feng's figure flickered and disappeared within the Xiao family estate, filled with killing intent as he flew towards the Witch Sect's headquarters. He had learned the exact location of the Witch Sect's headquarters through soul-searching Xianzhenzi that day. At the time, considering that Xianzhenzi hadn't revealed the secret of obtaining the Azure Dragon Talisman to others in the sect, Xiao Feng, in a moment of hesitation, didn't eradicate the Witch Sect completely. He never expected that they would still come looking for trouble. If it weren't for him obtaining a puppet, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was likely that Xin Qingxue and Xiao Chirui would have died at their hands. If that were the case, he would regret it for life. He hadn't settled accounts with the Witch Sect last time. This time, he wouldn't hold back. Determined to eradicate the Witch Sect in one fell swoop. To avoid the other party bouncing back later, it's better to eliminate them all at once. As for how they found out he had the Azure Dragon Talisman, that remains unknown. He couldn't be bothered to find out. None of this is important. When Xiao Feng was heading to the witch cult's headquarters, news about him in the country was escalating. It even spread abroad. His influence was once again expanding, sweeping across the globe. In Jianshan, the Lin family had been feeling quite depressed these days. The disheveled Lin Yu, with his unkempt beard, had now become rosy and radiant as if bathed in spring breeze. He stood before the spirit tablet of Xiao Feng's father, Xiao Jiangwo, laughing heartily. "Jiangwo, you have a good son. If you know from the underworld, you'd probably be even happier than I am." Lin Yu felt wonderful after reading those news articles. Finally, he no longer had to blame himself in front of his good brother's spirit for not taking care of Xiao Feng. He also didn't have to worry about facing Xiao Jiangwo in the afterlife. Lin Yu had just contacted Xiao Chirui and learned that Xiao Feng was at home. He planned to visit his nephew. At the Shangwan family, Shangwan Fian, immersed in sorrow, was now dressing up elegantly. Her grandfather said they would visit Xiao Feng in Fengcheng soon. She was both anxious and excited to meet the person she had been thinking about day and night. The anxiety stemmed from knowing that Xiao Feng didn't think highly of her. If she went over and he didn't welcome her, it would be awkward. Even so, she still wanted to go, just to relieve her longing. Of course, to avoid that awkward scenario from really happening, she invited her best friend Su Su to go with her. Su Su gladly agreed to accompany her. At this moment, she was also at home, making herself look beautiful. In the land of the rising sun, the entire populace was shrouded in fear. They were all hostile towards Xiao Feng. When the news of Xiao Feng's death spread, they laughed with twisted smiles. But upon learning that Xiao Feng was not dead and had single-handedly annihilated the coalition forces from 3 war zones, they were greatly frightened, fearing that Xiao Feng would come to the land of the rising sun to cause trouble again. With his abilities, it was entirely possible for him to destroy their country. They did not want to suffer such a catastrophic disaster. They were all silently praying that this god of death, Xiao Feng, would not come to the land of the rising sun again. They could not endure such turmoil. For a moment, the people of the land of the rising sun were in a state of panic. Deep beneath the Tianhuan Palace, around the altar, Tianhuan was still kneeling before the statue of Su Fu, constantly begging his ancestor to descend to the mortal realm. He knew that Xiao Feng would not let him go and would eventually come to kill him. To save his life, he had no other choice but to place his hope on Su Fu. Otherwise, what else could he do? Against Xiao Feng, any means would be futile. Besides Su Fu, there was probably no one who could sanction Xiao Feng. In the Eagle Nation, for the past few decades, it had been the global hegemon and the only superpower. This made the citizens very proud. In front of other countries, they had a strong sense of superiority, always believing they were better than people from other nations. However, with the news of Xiao Feng slaughtering their high-ranking officials and killing countless soldiers spreading, their sense of superiority vanished in an instant. Like the people of the land of the rising sun, they were also very afraid of Xiao Feng coming to attack. Everyone's mood was extremely heavy. the Western countries fell into silence. Governments remained quiet, and no one stepped forward to explain the recent coalition's defeat. A large number of Holy Hall believers were utterly disappointed with the Holy Emperor for fleeing without a fight, abandoning hundreds of thousands of troops. Their faith collapsed, they no longer believed in the Holy Hall and began to change their beliefs. Once crowded churches and holy halls were now desolate, empty of people. They had become cold and quiet, no longer bustling with the liveliness and prosperity of the past. In the Holy Hall's underground palace, the Pope, dressed in white holy robes and holding a blood-red Bible, stood before a black angel statue, his face weary and his eyes filled with worry. Lord, I am your most loyal believer. You have not descended to the mortal realm for 1,000 years. If you hear my prayers, please come down soon. Otherwise, your most loyal believer will die at the hands of Xiaofeng. As one of the 6 strongest powers in the world, the Holy Emperor, one of the most powerful people, had some means to deal with the great threat of Xiaofeng, but he was not very confident. Thus, he placed all his hopes on the Dark Angel. However, the statue gave him no feedback, standing there silently. This left the Holy Emperor feeling quite helpless. Oh, high and mighty Lord, according to historical records, your last descent was 1226 years ago. Since then, there has been no news of you. Where have you gone? The Holy Emperor rubbed his forehead and sighed quietly, commanding the several cardinals in red behind him, go fetch the holy blood and prepare to resurrect Lord Adam at any time. Yes. The 5 cardinals in red accepted the order, holding the holy decree, and headed deep into the underground palace. The holy blood was the blood left in the sanctuary during the last descent of the Dark Angel. There was not much, only a small vial. It was stored in the most tightly guarded storage room of the underground palace. It required all 5 cardinals and the holy decree to enter the storage room and retrieve it. Over the past 1,000 years, the sanctuary had faced several crises, but they had been reluctant to use the holy blood. After all, there was only that little bit, and once used, it would be gone. But this time, there was no choice. If they did not use it, they would die. Xiaofeng spent more than half an hour arriving at a mountainous area in the southern region known as the 10,000 Great Mountains. The stronghold of the witch sect was located here. After searching through the dense forest, Xiaofeng found the entrance, which was very concealed. The witch sect had a glorious history long ago. At that time, they were a sect that straddled the line between righteousness and evil, with many experts within clearly standing out among the major forces of the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, what flourishes must decline, and the witch sect experienced an internal strife that lasted for hundreds of years. Although the evil forces within ultimately triumphed, eliminating all the righteous followers, they were also severely weakened and could not return to their former glory. Later, they were besieged by various major forces and fell into a state of decline, forced to hide here and barely survive. The talent within the sect dwindled, with only one supreme elder at the early stage of Earth Immortal cultivation. This supreme elder was named Lu Qian. Currently, he was stationed within the sect, waiting for the sect leader, Tai Su Zi, to return triumphantly with the Qinglong talisman. He was completely unaware that danger was approaching. Once we obtain the Qinglong talisman, we can slowly search for the other 4 talismans. Once we gather them all, we can unlock the secret treasures of Mount Tai. At that time, our witch sect will be able to rapidly enhance our strength using those hidden treasures and restore to our peak period. Then, we will have the qualifications to hunt in the Central Plains. Lu Qian sat in a high position, dreaming of a beautiful future, imagining the splendid scenes to come. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, screams and explosions erupted from outside. His expression darkened, filled with anger. He thought to himself, which bastard is causing trouble at the door? Is he tired of living? Just as he was about to check the situation and slay the troublemaker, a voice that nearly scared him to death rang out. Xiaofeng has come, he is not dead. As soon as one of his subordinates shouted this, his body was blasted apart by Xiaofeng from a distance. Xiaofeng? He actually isn't dead and has come to kill us? Not good. It seems Tai Su Zi and the others just happened to run into Xiaofeng, and he has come seeking revenge. Lu Qian panicked, filled with fear. He hurriedly activated a mechanism on his chair, and both he and the chair fell into the secret passage below. The entrance to the secret passage quickly closed, leaving no trace visible from the outside. Due to the witch sect hiding in the 10,000 Great Mountains, there was no network signal here. This caused their information to lag, and they did not see the news about Xiaofeng in time. Xiaofeng's arrival caught them completely off guard. Bang bang bang! Xiaofeng killed his way in, and wherever he passed, all the members of the witch sect were slaughtered. Now, only a few people remained hiding in the shadows, trembling in fear. They hoped that Xiaofeng had not discovered them, allowing them to escape disaster. Humph! Xiaofeng snorted coldly, extending his consciousness outward, easily detecting all the hidden enemies around him. Those people were completely unable to hide under his search. Die! He shouted angrily, and the sword energy around him surged, sweeping out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, he had killed everyone hiding in the dark. But one is still missing. Where did that supreme elder named Lu Qian go? Xiao Feng scanned the surroundings. He had learned of Lu Qian's identity from the memories of Xianzhenzi. Among those he had killed, none had reached the early stage of Earth Immortal. Therefore, he concluded that Lu Qian was still alive. Thus, he launched a more meticulous carpet search. He came this time with the intention of eradicating the roots. He would not spare any member of the witch cult. Moreover, the opponent was the strongest expert of the witch cult. That made it even more imperative not to let him go. Soon, his gaze locked onto a certain area. With a cold smile, he strode over. With a slight exertion of his foot, the ground cracked and collapsed, revealing an entrance to a secret passage. His consciousness surged into the passage, and within seconds, he discovered Lu Qian's trace. The latter was standing in the middle of a formation, mumbling something mysteriously. Without a second thought, Xiao Feng leaped down into the tunnel. In a flash, he was in front of Lu Qian. Wash the body with the sun, refine the form with the moon, the immortal raises up, the jade maiden follows, the 28 constellations, merge with my form, all evils and impurities, clear the waters, the spirit treasure heavenly sovereign, comfort the body, disciple's soul, 5 organs of the dark underworld. Lu Qian certainly sensed Xiao Feng's arrival. He trembled all over, not daring to open his eyes, continuously reciting the incantation. This was the witch cult's summoning spell, which could be used to invite a deity to possess one, leveraging divine power to significantly enhance one's strength. Lu Qian also intended to summon a deity to deal with Xiao Feng. However, despite nearly exhausting his breath, it was still ineffective. In fact, he was mentally prepared for this. He was doing this out of desperation. Oh, this formation is quite interesting. It doesn't seem like something an ordinary cultivator could set up. At the very least, a transformation stage cultivator wouldn't have the ability. How could the witch cult have such a formation? Xiao Feng stared at the large formation beneath Lu Qian, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. In the underground secret passage of the witch cult's headquarters, Lu Qian had his eyes tightly shut, his face pale, trembling all over, still incessantly mumbling the summoning spell. Xiao Feng, however, completely ignored him, his gaze fixed on the large formation. The more he looked, the more delighted and excited he became, almost forgetting about Lu Qian. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. The two enemies met, yet neither showed any intention of attacking, each engrossed in their own affairs. Lu Qian was on the verge of tears. He couldn't summon a deity, couldn't escape, and the key was that Xiao Feng still hadn't made a move. This made him suffer greatly inside, feeling that every minute and second dragged on painfully. He had no idea what kind of play Xiao Feng was performing, or what he intended to do. To kill or not to kill? Even if he were to be killed in one blow, giving him a swift death would be much better than the current situation. After a long while, Lu Qian stopped reciting the incantation. He could no longer hold on, writhing his throat. He said with difficulty, "Hero Xiao, can I leave?" Xiao Feng showed no intention of attacking. He even fantasized that the other party might show mercy and had no intention of killing him. "What do you think?" Xiao Feng withdrew his gaze from the formation, retorting mockingly, Can I leave now?" Lu Qian replied anxiously, "Dream on." With this statement, Xiao Feng plunged Lu Qian into the depths of despair, chilling his heart. All fantasies shattered in an instant. If I'm not mistaken, this formation should belong to the Heavenly Passage formation, right? How could your witch cult possess such a formation? Xiao Feng asked curiously. You actually recognize this formation? Lu Qian was quite surprised. It should be known that this formation is the greatest secret of their witch sect, known only to the supreme elders in each generation. Even the current sect leader, Tai Su Zi, is unaware of it. Yet Xiao Feng spoke the name of the formation. How could he not be shocked? If I tell you, will you let me go? Lu Qian rekindled hope and asked. Forget it, no more questions, let's go straight to soul searching. Xiao Feng had only asked casually, not expecting the other party to answer honestly. Why bother with that when he could use soul searching? It was more straightforward, saving time and effort, and he wouldn't have to worry about getting false information. He extended his right hand and pressed it against Lu Qian's head. Seeing him make a move, Lu Qian became extremely nervous. Of course, he couldn't just sit and wait to die, knowing that resistance would be futile. He still instinctively wanted to dodge out of survival instinct. Slap! Xiao Feng's speed was so fast that Lu Qian couldn't evade it. Seeing him being uncooperative, Xiao Feng casually slapped him, leaving Lu Qian dazed and on the verge of fainting. Xiao Feng's palm successfully pressed against his head, casting the soul-searching technique. Lu Qian couldn't endure such extreme pain and screamed continuously. Xiao Feng paid no mind, quickly extracting information from his memories. Before long, the soul-searching was complete. Xiao Feng suddenly increased his strength. A terrifying force surged from Lu Qian's head into his body. And unable to bear the burden, Lu Qian exploded, his body disintegrating, and his soul scattering, dying on the spot. Through the soul-searching, Xiaofeng learned about the former glory of the witch sect. It surprisingly had intricate connections to the little-known myth of the Dragon Kingdom, absolute connection in desolation. Legend has it that long ago, the heavenly realm and the human realm were interconnected, with many passages between them, such as the Jianmu and the Kunlun Ascension Ladder. Just like the cross-sea and cross-river bridges in our cities today, humans could travel to the heavenly realm or vice versa through these passages. The abundant spiritual energy from the heavenly realm naturally flowed into the human realm, and with this rich spiritual energy, many powerful cultivators were born in the human realm. This led to an unprecedented flourishing of martial arts in the human realm. However, when it came to the human realm's leader, Zhuansu, he felt it was no longer feasible. While it was good for humans to become powerful through cultivation, there were always strong individuals causing trouble. Today it was Qiyu riding a panda causing a ruckus. Tomorrow it would be Xing Tian rebelling. The day after that, Gong Gong and Xu Rong would battle, shattering Mount Buzhou. Then there was Quafu, who, having eaten his fill and with nothing to do, chased the sun, and when thirsty, drank the waters of the Yellow River and Wei River, causing drought. The destructive power of these great cultivators led to countless human deaths and disasters, leaving the world in misery. Zhuansu believed that these individuals could not be allowed to remain so powerful. If they continued to grow stronger, they would be impossible to persuade or control, and the situation would gradually spiral out of control. Thus, he sent two individuals, one named Zhong and the other Li. He instructed them to pull the heavens up and push the earth down, respectively. The distance between heaven and earth grew further apart, completely separating them. The Jianmu and Kunlun Ascension ladder lost their function. After that, heaven and earth lost their connection. The spiritual energy from above could no longer flow down below. The spiritual energy in the human realm diminished year by year. This resulted in the cultivation aspect, where the strength of cultivators became weaker with each generation. To make matters worse, when the 12 demon lords invaded Earth, the cultivators on Earth, in order to prevent the demons from absorbing spiritual energy to recover from their injuries and escape the seal of the demon suppression prison, allowed the surviving cultivators to relocate the spiritual veins and spiritual herbs from Earth to the Jinwu realm. This further exacerbated the situation on Earth, making the spiritual energy increasingly thin. Of course, these are all later stories. Returning to the main topic. When Zhuansu ordered his subordinates to separate heaven and earth, most of the powerful beings in the upper realm agreed to do so. However, a small number of powerful beings were unwilling. Their reputation in the human realm is not as prominent as that of other powerful beings who have temples and Taoist shrines everywhere, worshipped by humans and enjoying the incense of their offerings. Once the connection between heaven and earth is severed, humans will likely forget them quickly, and the few followers they have will gradually disappear. To continue enjoying the power of incense, they united to set up a celestial array between the human realm and the heavenly realm. The witch cult serves as their representative in the human realm. The two sides are in a cooperative relationship. The powerful beings from the heavenly realm can use the celestial array to temporarily grant some abilities to the higher-ups of the witch cult. This is what the witch cult refers to as inviting the gods to possess. With these abilities, the witch cult can entice the populace and develop followers for those powerful beings, allowing them to enjoy a large amount of incense. During that time, the witch cult was indeed flourishing, at the height of its power. However, this good fortune did not last long. Just a few hundred years later, the higher-ups of the witch cult could no longer contact those powerful beings in the upper realm. Coupled with the prolonged internal strife within the cult, it fell into a state of decline. Yet, the celestial array and the inviting god spell have been preserved to this day. The current location of the witch cult's headquarters is precisely where it originated and rose to power. Therefore, the celestial array would appear here. This array connects heaven and earth. I can use the celestial array to reach the heavenly realm. Once there will be a vast amount of cultivation resources available for me to practice. I just don't know if the heavenly realm belongs to the spiritual realm or the immortal realm. If it's the immortal realm, I might be able to break through to the immortal emperor level there. But I prefer it to be the spiritual realm. At least I can break through to the tribulation stage. Xiaofeng said excitedly, his gaze growing more fervent as he looked at the celestial array ahead. According to the classification of levels, the world is divided into the mortal realm, the cultivation realm, the spiritual realm, and the immortal realm. When Zhuanxu had not yet established the celestial array, Earth should belong to the cultivation realm, while the heavenly realm would belong to the higher spiritual realm. Unfortunately, during the internal strife of the witch cult, those fools damaged part of the celestial array, and it is currently unusable. Xiaofeng looked at several damaged areas of the celestial array and felt a pang of pain. Fortunately, the damage is not too severe. As long as he finds the relevant materials, with his research on formations, he can easily repair it. All the good things on Earth have been moved to the true martial realm. To find the materials for repair, I have to go to the true martial realm. Moreover, using the celestial array to reach the heavenly realm is very dangerous. At least a transformation stage cultivation level is needed to barely withstand the chaotic void currents and the attacks of the void gale along the way. I have the ability to fight above my level. I just need to break through to the early nascent soul stage to ensure I can safely reach the heavenly realm. Xiaofeng pondered alone, realizing that his primary task next is to go to the true martial realm to improve his cultivation and find materials to repair the great array. In a month and a half, it will be the day he agreed with Wan Jiantong, an elder of the inner sect of the Tianjian sect in the true martial realm, when the other party will use a magical artifact to guide him to the true martial realm. He is looking forward to that day arriving soon. He can hardly contain his excitement. Whoosh! Suddenly, the golden little dragon, which had been sleeping, flew out from his sleeve. It hovered above the celestial array for a moment, then tilted its little head to look up at the sky, a look of confusion appearing in its eyes. Little guy, what's wrong? Xiaofeng asked, noticing its unusual behavior. Whoa whoa, yeah. The golden little dragon made a tender sound. Big brother. Speak human language, I don't understand. Xiaofeng was puzzled, completely unaware of what it was saying. The golden little dragon continued. Xiaofeng pouted, still not understanding what it wanted to express. He could only guess, considering that the golden little dragon had just hatched and had little knowledge of the outside world. The only things that could make the little dragon so concerned would either be resources useful to it or its parents. So he asked, "Are you trying to say that you sensed the presence of your parents at the celestial array?" The golden little dragon was still young and unable to speak human words, but it could roughly understand what Xiaofeng was saying. It first nodded, then shook its head, continuously looking up and gesturing with its little claws. "Could it be, you sensed your parents' presence through the formation?" Xiaofeng asked thoughtfully. This time, he guessed correctly. The golden little dragon nodded its head like a chick pecking at rice. I see. Xiaofeng finally understood what the little dragon was trying to express. It dawned on him that most likely the adult golden dragon had gone to the heavenly realm. This made him yearn for the heavenly realm even more. Don't worry, within half a year I will definitely take you to the upper realm to find your parents, Xiaofeng said with a smile. The golden little dragon flew to his shoulder, rubbing its head against his cheek. Oh, you've already digested so many energy crystals? Xiaofeng then noticed that the golden little dragon's abdomen was no longer as swollen as before. It seemed that at least 1/3 of the energy crystals had been digested. Moreover, he also detected that the golden little dragon's strength had increased a little. Due to the characteristics of the dragon clan, the golden little dragon had already possessed the cultivation of the early golden core stage when it was just born. He wondered if it could break through to the mid-golden core stage after digesting all the energy crystals in his Qianquan ring. Xiaofeng carried some rare materials he had collected in the past. He used those materials to set up an illusion formation around the Tongtian formation, making it difficult for outsiders to breach the illusion and approach the Tongtian formation. After all, he had finally found a formation that could lead to the heavenly realm, and he didn't want it to be destroyed by others. That would cut off his path of growth, so he had to protect it well. After doing all this, Xiaofeng carefully searched the headquarters of the witch cult, ensuring that no living soul was left behind before leaving the place. Once he reached an area with network signal, he immediately called Yi Sanlong. "Xiao Dao friend, did you destroy the witch cult?" Yi Sanlong was still on the battlefield of the Bohai Sea, asking. "Yes, I did," Xiaofeng said casually. "That's good, it's a relief for the Dragon Kingdom," Yi Sanlong replied. "Old Ji, I need your help with something," Xiaofeng said. "Just tell me what you need, as long as I can do it, I will do my utmost." Yi Sanlong patted his chest. He owed Xiaofeng too much and always wanted to repay him. Now that Xiaofeng needed his help, he had no reason to refuse. "Send a troop and several warriors to guard around the witch cult's lair, and inform them that no one is allowed to step in without my permission. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy." Xiaofeng stated the purpose of his call. He placed great importance on the Tongtian formation, and just setting up an illusion was not enough to put his mind at ease. He needed someone to help guard it. "Alright, I will arrange it immediately, ensuring that not even a fly can get in." Yi Sanglong sensed from Xiaofeng's tone that there must be a huge secret within the witch cult's lair. However, he was clever enough to know what to ask and what not to ask. Since Xiaofeng did not volunteer any information, he decided not to inquire further, to avoid displeasing him. "Then I'll leave this matter to you." Xiaofeng was very satisfied with Yi Kanglong's attitude. "You're too polite," Yi Sanlong said nonchalantly. Just as Xiaofeng was about to hang up, he added, "Xiao Dao friend, I heard from the old heavenly master that you plan to go to the countries of Europa soon to settle accounts with the Holy Emperor?" "That is indeed the plan, it should be in the next couple of days." Xiaofeng did not hide it. "I need to remind you of something." Yi Sanglong hesitated for a moment before speaking. "What is it?" Xiao Feng asked. Not long ago, I received a piece of news from an undercover agent in the Holy Hall. It is said that the Holy Emperor and the redrobed cardinals are preparing to use the holy blood left by the Dark Angels to resurrect Adam in order to deal with you. Yi Tsanglong revealed this secret. Both the Dragon Kingdom and the Western countries had planted undercover agents and informants in hostile nations. There was a high-ranking official in the Holy Hall who was an undercover agent from the Kunlun War Department. Don't worry about it. No matter who he resurrected, I can take them out in one move. Xiao Feng said with great confidence, showing no interest in asking about Adam's background. Alright, with you saying that, I can relax. Seeing Xiao Feng so assured, Yi Tsanglong had nothing more to say. After ending the call, Xiao Feng did not return directly to the Xiao family estate. Instead, he took a detour to Mount Tai. He had already gathered 4 of the 5 talismans, with only the last Qilin talisman remaining. Obtaining this item relied entirely on luck. Previously, his luck had been exceptional, and within just a few days he had acquired 4. As for the remaining Qilin talisman, if luck was not on his side, he didn't know when he would come across it. Now, his cultivation had reached the early stage of foundation establishment, significantly stronger than when he last visited Mount Tai. Therefore, he decided to come and investigate again, hoping to find the legendary secret treasure. As a tourist destination, Mount Tai attracted many visitors throughout the year. Xiao Feng did not want to draw attention from the tourists, so he pulled out a mask from his Qianquan ring and put it on. Hovering in the air above Mount Tai, he carefully observed for a while, trying to deduce clues from the mountain's terrain. However, there were no leads at all. He could only land at the summit of Mount Tai, first using his divine sense to search, then employing the earth escape technique to delve into the mountain's interior. After exhausting various methods and working for several hours, he still found nothing, just like last time. Xiao Feng sighed helplessly and could only leave in disappointment. It seemed that to find the secret treasure of Mount Tai, he still needed to gather all 5 talismans. He called Yi Tsanglong again to inquire about information regarding the Qilin talisman. After all, the other party had a wealth of information. Unfortunately, Yi Tsanglong was also clueless about the Qilin talisman. Forget it, my luck has always been decent, I'll just take my time and see if I stumble upon it one day. Xiao Feng chuckled bitterly and hurried home. Having not seen Xin Xingxue for many days, he planned to have a good time with her once he returned. At this moment, the Xiao family estate was bustling with guests. When Xin Xingxue and Xiao Churui returned by car, they saw a large crowd gathered outside. They were all there to visit Xiao Feng. Among them was Lin Yu, the head of the Lin family from Jiangchang, who had brought several younger members of his family. Yi Wushuang and Yi Hongling, Shangwan Mu and Shangwan Fian were also present. Additionally, Su Chanzhen, the head of the Su family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangcheng, along with his daughter Su Su, had come. Furthermore, the top executives from Jiangcheng and Fengcheng, as well as various wealthy individuals, were all there. Some were there to see Xiao Feng, while many others were there to curry favor with him. Xiao Feng's reputation had soared, making him a target for those in power to ingratiate themselves with. Even just being familiar with him could benefit them greatly. If Xiao Feng could help them out, it would allow these people to rise to prominence. Seeing so many people had left Xin Xingxue and Xiao Churui dumbfounded. What was going on? Xingxue, Churui, you finally made it back, Lin Yu said with a smile. Uncle Lin, who are they? Xin Xingxue asked in confusion. She and Xiao Churui had stayed with the Lin family for a few days and were quite familiar with them. They are all here to visit Chainer, Lin Yu explained. Oh, then please come in. Guests are guests, especially those visiting her boyfriend. She couldn't turn them away and lose her manners. She hurriedly unlocked the door and invited everyone inside. In this situation, the inexperienced Xiao Churui didn't know how to handle things and relied entirely on Xin Xingxue to manage the scene. Xin Xingxue and Xiao Churui got busy. They boiled water, poured tea, and brought out snacks and fruits to entertain the guests. Lin Yu was very familiar with the Xiao family and didn't treat himself as an outsider, calling over several younger members of his family to help so the 2 girls wouldn't wear themselves out. After the tea was served and the fruits were eaten, someone finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Excuse me, where is Hero Xiao gone? He probably went out for something, let me give him a call." Xin Xingxue took out her phone and dialed Xiao Feng's number. After a brief conversation, she hung up and said to everyone he should be back in about 10 minutes. The guests were all delighted. It was great to see Xiao Feng this time, so it wasn't a wasted trip. May I ask how you are addressed and what your relationship is with the hero Xiao? A billionaire tycoon curiously inquired. My surname is Shin, you can call me Xiao Shin. I am Xiao Feng's girlfriend, Xin Xingxue replied politely. Upon hearing this, many were shocked. She was actually Xiao Feng's girlfriend. That status was impressive. They had to curry favor with her and leave a good impression. If Shin Xingxue could whisper sweet nothings in Xiao Feng's ear and say a few good words for them, it would be immensely beneficial. In no time, many began to present their gifts. What? She is Xiao Feng's girlfriend. Upon hearing this news, Shang Wenfian felt a pang of disappointment. She remembered that day when she had Xiao Feng sign the agreement to annul their engagement. It seemed he had mentioned having someone he liked. At the time, she didn't take it seriously, but now she realized Xiao Feng really had a girlfriend. She was filled with regret. The more outstanding Xiao Feng became, the more she regretted her decision. If only she hadn't annulled their engagement, how wonderful that would be. It was only after losing something that one learns to cherish it and realizes regret. This is a common affliction for many. Shang Wenfian was certainly not an exception. Beside her, Shang Guanmu also sighed inwardly. He already knew that his granddaughter had unilaterally annulled her engagement with Xiao Feng. He had come this time hoping to salvage the situation and see if he could change Xiao Feng's mind. Now it seemed hopeless. When Yu Wuxuan learned that Shin Xingxue was Xiao Feng's girlfriend, her feelings were mixed. However, she quickly adjusted. A man as outstanding as Xiao Feng having 10 or 8 wives was quite normal. Perhaps she still had a chance. She didn't mind sharing a husband with Shin Xingxue. Ugh, what am I thinking? Xiao Feng had never shown any interest in me. I was just being overly sentimental. Yi Wuxuan almost laughed at her own thoughts. Shin Xingxue was unaware that revealing her identity would elicit such a strong reaction from the guests. She continued to introduce, "This is Ruerue, Xiao Feng's sister." The guests were once again astonished. Xiao Feng's sister held a status no less than Shin Qingsu's. They had to curry favor with her as well. "Madam Xiao, this is a ruby I acquired not long ago. I hope you like it." A wealthy tycoon presented a ruby worth over 100 million to Shin Xingxue, smiling broadly. "Miss Xiao, this 1,000-year-old ginseng is very beneficial for women's health. I hope you will accept it. This is a calligraphy piece from Wen Jiangming, one of the 4 great talents of the Ming dynasty. I hope you like it. This is the night pearl that Empress Dowager Cixi loved most in her lifetime. Please accept it." Various precious gifts were presented to Shin Xingxue and Xiao Churue, leaving both of them astonished. What woman in the world doesn't like jewelry and jade? They were no exception and felt quite moved. However, they understood the principle of not accepting gifts without merit. These people were giving them expensive gifts all for Xiao Feng's sake, likely hoping to ask him for a favor. They couldn't accept them, otherwise they would owe him and cause trouble later. No, this is too valuable, we can't accept it." Shin Xingxue shook her head in refusal. But these people were really eager for them to accept, offering various persuading words. Gradually, Shin Qingsu's brows furrowed. She firmly stated, "I appreciate your kindness, but we truly cannot accept. I hope you understand." With her words reaching this point, everyone dared not insist further. They felt somewhat dejected. At that moment, a figure descended upon the estate. It was Xiao Feng returning. Wow! So many people. Although Xiao Feng had learned from his conversation with Shin Xingxue that guests had come to the house, he hadn't expected so many. Looking around, there were at least 100 people. Moreover, when he returned earlier, he had seen several luxury cars heading this way, likely also looking for him. Fame brings trouble. Once famous, there would inevitably be many people seeking him out. Xiao Feng's father had previously been worth tens of billions in Feng City, making him one of the top tycoons. He often had many guests at home. To accommodate this, Xiao's father specially built a large living room. However, the living room simply couldn't hold that many people. Most of those of lower status stood in the courtyard. Upon seeing Xiao Feng appear, their faces immediately lit up with fervor. "Hero Xiao has returned. Hero Xiao, you are our god. I can't believe I've seen a living god. Young Master Xiao, your name is Thunderous. I came uninvited to pay my respects. I hope you don't mind the intrusion." The guests in the courtyard greeted him one after another. Regardless of their noble status, they all lowered their postures in front of Xiao Feng, displaying humility and respect. Xiao Feng was not someone who disregarded feelings. When others came to visit, he did not show a distant attitude. Instead, he maintained a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement to everyone. This delighted them. Before coming, they had been a bit apprehensive, as the rumors about Xiao Feng were all related to bloody massacres. They feared they might offend him. But now it seemed that Xiao Feng was quite easy to get along with. "Hero Xiao, please come in." Most of the guests here were sharp individuals. Realizing they were blocking the way, they quickly spoke up. Others also stepped aside, clearing a path. "Everyone, my home is too small, and I may not be able to entertain you well. Please forgive me." Xiao Feng was in a good mood today, mainly because he had discovered the Tongtian array, solving his biggest problem. Therefore, he was very amiable. He had no enmity with this group of people and saw no need to wear a stern face. Of course, when facing enemies, he could be ruthless. "You're too polite, it should be us disturbing you." The crowd was taken aback by Xiao Feng's courteous words. further believing him to be an easygoing person. Xiao Feng stepped toward the living room. The people inside had been blocked by those outside and couldn't come out. At this moment, they all stood up to welcome his arrival. Uncle Lin, it's been a few days, I hope you've been well. Upon entering the reception room, Xiao Feng first approached Lin Yu and asked with concern. I can eat and sleep well, I'm in great health. Lin Yu laughed heartily. That's good to hear, don't go back tonight, stay for a meal. Xiao Feng said with a smile. Then I won't be polite. Lin Yu replied. The guests were surprised to see Xiao Feng take the initiative to greet Lin Yu first, wondering what kind of relationship they had that allowed Xiao Feng to treat him so specially. When they heard Xiao Feng wanted Lin Yu to stay for dinner, they were even more astonished. It was clear that the relationship between Lin Yu and Xiao Feng was extraordinary. They would have to handle their relationship with Lin Yu well from now on. When I return, I will have my subordinates take special care of Lin Yu. I heard he is a businessman, I'll give him a few major projects. The highest executive in Jiang City thought to himself. My company has business dealings with Mr. Lin. I need to cooperate well with him in the future, even if it means taking a loss. I must get the business going. A top tycoon stroked his chin, having made up his mind. Others also had their own thoughts. In short, they all wanted to curry favor with Lin Yu. In fact, Xiao Feng's initiative to greet Lin Yu and the words he spoke were all purposeful. He knew that everyone present had a significant status, either wealthy, powerful, or both. By merely hinting at his relationship with Lin Yu, these people would surely think of ways to collaborate with him. This would bring immense benefits to Lin Yu. In a short time, it could increase Lin Yu's assets by tens of billions, and that was still an understatement. As a good brother of his father during his lifetime, Lin Yu had always looked out for him. Xiao Feng held great respect for Lin Yu. If he could subtly help elevate him, why not? It could be said that Xiao Feng's few words had accumulated wealth and connections for Lin Yu that he could never earn in a lifetime. Old man, you look even better lately. Xiao Feng began to chat with Shangguan Mu, both with the intention of supporting the Shangguan family. Although he had a minor conflict with Shangguan Fian, those were trivial matters. He wasn't that petty, and what was past was past. Moreover, the Shangguan family had saved his mother's life, a kindness he would always remember. If he could help a little, why not? It wouldn't cost him anything. The guests inside and outside the reception hall were full of inner thoughts, considering how to handle his relationship with Shangguan Mu. Good things bring good spirits, all thanks to you. Shaner, I'm so happy to see you again. Shangguan Mu said with a radiant smile. Xiao Feng. At that moment, Shangguan Fian timidly greeted him from the side. Xiao Feng nodded nonchalantly, not saying much. Mainly because Xin Qingxue was still in the hall, and he wanted to avoid misunderstandings. Xiao Feng, after you were bombed by the atomic bomb, where did you run off to? You didn't even call to let me know you were safe, making me worry for nothing. Yi Wuxuan walked up to Xiao Feng, looking him up and down, her eyes filled with joy and affection. Oh no, don't look at me like that, it scares me. Xiao Feng chuckled awkwardly and said, there was no signal at sea. Alright, as long as you're alive. Yi Wuxuan smiled sweetly. Don't worry, I won't die. There's no one in this world who can kill me. Xiao Feng didn't want to continue the conversation, her gaze was too enticing, and if Xin Qingxue noticed, the vinegar jar would surely be overturned. Just as he was about to greet others, Yi Hongling, who had come with Yi Wuxuan, clumsily said, Young Master Xiao, ever since my aunt learned of your death, she has been crying every day, unable to eat or drink. Seeing you today is the only time she smiled so happily. Damn it, can't you just keep your mouth shut? 1,000 curses raced through Xiao Feng's mind. He glanced at Xin Qingxue not far away and found her smiling as she looked at Yi Wuxuan, but that smile felt a bit strange. This is bad, I'm going to be in trouble tonight. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? I haven't been crying. Keep talking like that, and you'll be in for some family discipline. Yi Wuxuan's face turned bright red when her niece exposed her in public, especially in front of Xiao Feng. And she gritted her teeth at her niece. I'm not talking nonsense, it's all true. Yi Hongling didn't realize that her words were meant to tell Xiao Feng that her aunt really liked him and that he should treat her well. She was completely oblivious to the awkward situation between her aunt and Xiao Feng. You're driving me crazy, you really are my good niece. Yi Wuxuan was almost at her wit's end. Xiao Feng was not much better off. You, girl, have no other skills, but you excel at adding fuel to the fire. You've really put me in a bind. I was supposed to kneel on a washboard tonight, and now I have to kneel on durians instead. He was already calculating how to explain things to Xin Qingxue later. Shangguan Fian felt disappointed when she noticed Xiao Feng's indifferent attitude towards her. Now, seeing that there seemed to be something between Yi Wuxuan and Xiao Feng, she felt even more dejected. A broken mirror is hard to piece back together. It seemed she had no chance at all. Hero Xiao, you have made an unprecedented contribution to the Dragon Kingdom this time. I plan to erect a statue of you, 100 meters tall, in the city center for the world to admire. What do you think? The most powerful person in the room spoke up. The highest executive of Jiangcheng sincerely sought his opinion. He used this method to express his respect for Xiaofeng, hoping to leave a good impression. Moreover, Xiaofeng's fame was so great that erecting a statue of him would surely attract many tourists and boost Jiangcheng's economy. You can handle it as you see fit. Xiaofeng did not refuse. He was more than willing to accept such a good opportunity that came knocking at his door. In the path of martial arts, there are many ways to cultivate, among them the strong practitioners of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism prefer to cultivate through the power of incense offerings. The highest executive officer of Jiangcheng took the initiative to propose erecting a statue for him. If more people came to pay their respects, it would naturally accumulate incense power for him. This would bring unexpected benefits for his future higher-level cultivation. I will implement this matter as soon as possible. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. With the goal achieved, staying longer would be of no benefit. The highest executive officer of Jiangcheng was ready to leave. The great battle has just ended and I feel a bit fatigued, so I won't see you off, Xiaofeng said. His words were ostensibly directed at the highest executive officer of Jiangcheng, but in reality, they were meant for others. The implication was, I'm tired, I don't have time to entertain you, hurry up and leave. And don't come to my house as guests in the future. He believed that with the highest executive officer's years of experience in the political arena, he would surely catch the underlying meaning of his words, which was to convey to others that they should not visit him again. The people present were only those who lived relatively close, which was why they arrived so quickly. In the future, it was likely that prominent figures from the imperial capital, the Magic City, and the Flower City would all come. That would be quite troublesome. I understand. Indeed, the highest executive officer of Jiangcheng grasped his thoughts. He planned to find a way to help Xiaofeng resolve this trouble after returning. Communication between smart people doesn't require lengthy discussions. Often, a simple sentence is enough. As the highest executive officer of Jiangcheng departed, the others present also sensed something. They all stood up to take their leave. Before long, most of the guests had left. Only Lin Yu's family remained. Yi Wushuang had originally intended to stay for dinner, but her niece's earlier remarks made her feel embarrassed to continue staying. Go on, what are you, a grown man, doing wandering around the kitchen? Just leave this to me, you go chat with Uncle Lin for a bit. Xinxue shooed Xiaofeng out of the kitchen. Feeling guilty in front of the two women, Shang Wanfian and Yi Wushuang, Xiaofeng had wanted to cook personally to make a good impression and avoid Shen Qingce's probing questions. However, Xinxue wouldn't let him in the kitchen. He could only smile awkwardly and return to the living room to chat with Lin Yu. After more than half an hour, dinner was ready and a variety of delicious dishes were served on the table. Xiaofeng and Lin Yu had a few drinks and talked a lot. The dinner was enjoyable and harmonious. After several rounds of drinks, despite Xiaofeng's repeated invitations, Lin Yu insisted on going home. He was an experienced person and understood that Xiaofeng and Xinxue hadn't seen each other for many days. The young couple would surely want to be alone at night. Having their whole family as guests at the Xiao family would be inconvenient and would make Xiaofeng feel restrained. Guests should leave, and hosts should not insist. Xiaofeng did not press the matter and saw them to the door, watching them drive away before returning home. Finally, all the guests had left. The house immediately became much quieter. After Xinxue and Xiao Chirui finished their tasks in the kitchen, they sat on the sofa with Xiaofeng, mainly asking about his experiences and encounters over the past few days. Although they had learned a lot about his deeds from the news, hearing him recount them in person still brought them great shock. They were at times amazed, at times worried, and at times excited. They listened with great interest. Unknowingly, the night had deepened. Unable to resist her drowsiness, Xiao Chirui yawned and went back to her room to sleep. With a beauty before him, Xiaofeng looked at Shen Qingce's delicate face and alluring figure, and naturally, impure thoughts began to stir. Any normal man in such an environment would find it hard to remain composed. Xiaofeng sent away the ironclad puppet standing stiffly beside him and pulled Xinxue into his embrace, pinching her chin and asking, "Xinxue, have you missed me lately?" "Of course I have." Shen Qingce's eyes were dreamy, her lips fragrant. This expression made it hard for Xiaofeng to hold back, and he kissed her deeply. At first, the two were relatively restrained, merely connecting their lips. But gradually, as the passion deepened, Xiaofeng was not satisfied with just that. He pried open the other's lips and plunged in. They engaged in a battle of tongues, a war of words. Xiaofeng still wasn't satisfied, and his hands became bolder, roaming up and down. This made Shen Qingce's heart flutter. However, just when Xiaofeng thought the moment was right to conquer, he was suddenly stopped by Xinxue. "Wait, I need to ask you, what's your relationship with Yi Wushuang?" Xinxue snapped back to reality, pulling herself out of the previous state and questioning him. "It's a long story, let's talk about it later." Come on, baby, let's continue. Xiaofeng was in high spirits and didn't want to bring up such matters. If it's a long story, then take your time, I have all night. Shen Xingxue wouldn't let go of the topic and pulled Xiaofeng's big hand out from under her clothes. Ah, what's meant to come will always come. Xiaofeng sighed, thought for a moment, and then recounted how he had helped Ji Wushuang heal her injuries to obtain the Kunlun order. That's how it is, I saved her life, and it's only natural for her to be grateful to me. Don't worry, I only like you, there's nothing between her and me, Xiaofeng explained. Oh, I see. Alright then, I won't pursue it further. Shen Xingxue nodded, seemingly convinced by his words. However, there was still a hint of jealousy in her heart. You really are my understanding darling, come here, give me a kiss. Seeing that he had managed to smooth things over, Xiaofeng's thoughts became lively again. No, this isn't over yet. Shen Xingxue pushed his face away. What else is there? Xiaofeng had a bad feeling. Among the guests today, who is the most beautiful woman? Shen Xingxue asked. Isn't the most beautiful woman you? Xiaofeng countered. Don't be slick with your tongue, in talking about the granddaughter of that one-armed old man. Shen Xingxue looked at him with a half-smile, her gaze implying, you think you can play tricks in front of me? One must admit, a woman's intuition is quite accurate. She instinctively sensed that Xiaofeng had some connection with Shangguan Fian. You mean her? Her name is Shangguan Fian. Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, Xiaofeng had to come clean. Oh, so she's your fiancée. Upon learning her name, Shen Xingxue felt a surge of jealousy. A strong sense of crisis arose within her. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to acknowledge that in terms of looks, Shangguan Fian was indeed a standout, more beautiful than her. Plus, she was Xiaofeng's fiancée, which made it hard for her not to feel anxious. Don't talk nonsense, you are my fiancée. I've already annulled the engagement with her. As he spoke, Xiaofeng rummaged through his Jiankuan ring for a while before finally pulling out a crumpled piece of paper. It was the annulment agreement he had signed that day. Shen Xingxue held the agreement and examined it for a long time, her tense feelings gradually easing. The sense of crisis diminished significantly, but it still lingered. It was simply because Shangguan Fian was too beautiful. When did you annul the engagement with her? How come I didn't know? Shen Xingxue asked. I wanted to give you a surprise, that's why I didn't tell you. Xiaofeng snatched the agreement from Shen Qingce's hand and tossed it aside, then pounced on her like a hungry wolf, knocking her down onto the sofa. This time, Shen Xingxue didn't push him away and responded passionately. Originally, Shen Xingxue had planned to give her first time to him after they got married. Xiaofeng, on the other hand, had intended to wait until Shen Qingce's cultivation level improved before performing the rites of marriage with her. That way, it would be more beneficial for Shen Qingce's future cultivation path. But both were already on the edge, unable to hold back. Regardless of gender, at this moment, it was hard for either to maintain rationality. Only primal desires governed their bodies and actions. Just as the two were about to merge, entering a critical phase, a powerful aura suddenly appeared outside the Xiao family manor. A master had arrived, moreover. This aura was very unfamiliar. Xiaofeng was sure he had never seen it before. An enemy has come? The good things were ruined, and Xiaofeng was quite displeased. He pulled up his pants and walked outside. He wanted to see which blind fool had arrived. Shen Xingxue hurriedly put on her clothes, quickly calming herself down. At this moment, her feelings were complex, a mix of disappointment and relief. Thinking of what had just happened, she felt extremely embarrassed. Xiaofeng stormed out of the manor. He saw a giant man standing in front of him, towering at 3 meters tall, imposing and intimidating. However, Xiaofeng's aura was even stronger. In terms of presence, he was far superior to the giant. Sensing the anger radiating from Xiaofeng, the giant was puzzled. It seemed he hadn't provoked him, so why was he so angry? In an instant, sweat covered his face. Cold sweat. In his panic, he knelt on one knee and respectfully said to Xiaofeng, I apologize for my presumptuous arrival. I have important matters to discuss, please forgive me. His behavior left Xiaofeng momentarily stunned, unable to get angry. Are you a werewolf? Xiaofeng confirmed the giant's race from the aura emanating from him. Yes, my name is Caesar, the Wolf King of the Northern Polar Bear Kingdom. The giant nervously introduced himself. What do you want to tell me? Xiaofeng asked again. The matter is this, a few hours ago, the Holy Emperor of the Sanctuary contacted me, trying to recruit me and the Buddha of Tianzhu to deal with you. Additionally, the Holy Emperor has resurrected Adam. Of course, I did not agree and decisively refused him. I came here just to express my stance. I will never be your enemy. I only ask that you do not kill me. Caesar said anxiously. He was very powerful, one of the 6 top combatants on Earth, capable of exerting the strength of a foundational stage warrior. These 6 were Yi Sanglong from the Dragon Kingdom, the vampire ancestor Duke Franz from the Eagle Nation, the Sea King from South America, the Buddha from Tianzhu, the Holy Emperor of the Sanctuary, and Caesar from the Polar Bear Kingdom. He was a werewolf living in the frigid regions of Siberia, the strongest expert of the werewolf clan, revered as the wolf god by both the werewolves and the polar bear kingdom. In front of Xiaofeng, he did not dare to call himself the wolf god. He came this time purely for self-preservation. Recently, Xiaofeng's notorious reputation had grown too fierce, killing anyone he encountered. Duke Franz and the Sea King had both died at Xiaofeng's hands. He couldn't grasp Xiaofeng's character and worried that after killing the Holy Emperor, he would continue to eliminate him and the Buddha. Even though he held no hostility towards the Dragon Kingdom, he was still afraid. After all, he was one of the 6 top combatants on Earth. He understood the principle that the tall tree will be toppled by the wind. Moreover, he had rejected the Holy Emperor's invitation. If the Holy Emperor held a grudge and accused him of being in cahoots when Xiaofeng sought revenge, it would be hard to explain. After much consideration, he decided it was better to express his stance to Xiaofeng first. This way, he could ensure his safety and not worry about the Holy Emperor slandering him. Did the Buddha agree to the Holy Emperor? Xiaofeng asked. No. I spoke with him, and he also rejected the Holy Emperor's invitation. The wolf god Caesar replied. Alright, I understand. As long as you do not provoke me or the Dragon Kingdom, I will not do anything to you. Xiaofeng was a person who clearly distinguished between grievances and kindness. Since the other party had traveled a long way to express his stance, he would not indiscriminately kill the innocent. There was no need for that. Thank you for sparing my life. I will never offend you or the Dragon Kingdom. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to command me. The wolf god Caesar let out a sigh of relief. The weight on his heart finally lifted. You can go back now. Xiaofeng waved his hand, issuing a dismissal. As you command. The wolf god Caesar stood up from the ground, bowed, and retreated, quickly disappearing from sight. He had come with a heavy heart, but returned feeling completely at ease. The Holy Emperor, huh? I initially wanted to let you live a few more days, but since you keep jumping around, always trying to deal with me, then I will grant your wish and take your life tomorrow. Xiaofeng let out a cold laugh, appearing particularly sinister in the night. Determined to kill the Holy Emperor tomorrow, Xiaofeng dialed Yan Nanshan's number. Are you still in the Western Region battle zone? Xiaofeng asked. Yes, I plan to return with the troops early tomorrow morning. Yan Nantian replied on the other end of the line. Don't rush back yet. Tomorrow morning at 8, bring some experts from the Earth Immortal Realm to the Holy Hall. I will join you shortly. Xiaofeng instructed. Understood. Yan Nantian paused and then asked, Young Master Xiao, are you planning to take action against the Holy Emperor? That's right. The sooner we kill him, the sooner we can eliminate this threat. Also, we can't let any of the experts who escaped with the Holy Emperor get away. They will be your responsibility. Xiaofeng speculated that those fleeing experts were likely hiding all over the world, and if he were to hunt them down one by one, it would take too much time. That's why he called on Yan Nantian to help deal with this trouble. Moreover, Yan Nantian had confronted those experts before, so he should know their identities, making it relatively easier to find them. Alright, you'll go pick some helpers right away. Yan Nantian said excitedly. Killing the Holy Emperor was something he had only dreamed of before. And now, that dream was about to come true. After hanging up, Yan Nanshan's expression was filled with excitement, a bright smile on his face. Just then, 2 Kunlun Order recipients from the Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Chou and Zhu Geiyan, entered his temporary residence with wine bottles in hand. Having achieved victory in battle, they were in high spirits and came to find Yan Nantian for a drink. Nantian, what has you so happy? Zhou Chou asked curiously after glancing at Yan Nantian. 2 seniors, I have good news for you. Young Master Xiao is going to take action against the Holy Emperor tomorrow and has asked me to select some experts to go kill the enemy and eliminate those remnants. Yan Nantian said with a smile. Finally, it's time to take action. I never expected to witness the scene of that guy, the Holy Emperor, being killed in my lifetime. It's truly a great relief. Zhou Chou also became excited. With such good news, how can I be left out? Nantian, count me in. Zhu Geiyan volunteered. Count me in too. Zhou Chou quickly echoed. They were among the strongest warriors beneath the ceiling of the 6 great powers. Together, they could contend with a top-tier warrior. Haha, you are all on the list for this operation. Yan Nantian laughed heartily. When something so joyous happens, how can we not drink a few cups? Come on, 1 bottle each. Zhou Chou shoved a wine bottle into Yan Nanshan's hands. Both he and Zhu Geiyan were heavy drinkers. Yan Nantian could hold his liquor well too. 1 bottle each was nothing, they wouldn't get drunk and it wouldn't delay tomorrow's important business. Xiaofeng returned to the living room but did not see Shen Qingce's figure. Where did she run off to? After a moment of sensing, he knew her location inside his sister's room. Ding, his phone buzzed with a message notification. Xiaofeng opened it to find a message from Shen Qingxue. Bad guy, I'm sleeping with Rui tonight. You should go to bed early too and stop thinking about those things. Good night. Looking at the message, Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This girl really gave him no chance to do anything bad. Good night, Xiaofeng replied and then went back to his room to rest. After being disturbed by the Caesar wolf god, he had lost all interest and regained his rationality. The fiery passion had mostly faded. For Shin Kings's future, it was better to wait until later. During the day, he had traveled tens of thousands of miles and killed hundreds of thousands of enemies. He was somewhat fatigued. After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. He slept soundly, but the Holy Emperor could not. In the Holy Hall's underground palace, shrouded in a faint red glow, there was a tomb with an ice bed made of 10,000-year-old cold ice in the center, upon which lay a man. Surrounding the cold ice bed stood 12 angel statues, forming a protective arch around the man. This person was Adam. It is said that he is a very ancient existence. Many years ago, at least tracing back to ancient times, he was the spokesperson for the dark angels of the heavenly realm on earth. He committed many bloody and cruel acts on behalf of the dark angels, ruling over the continent of Europa through force and preaching, becoming the most powerful person on this continent. But he was not satisfied with this. As his ambitions grew, he set his sights on the east. Leading a powerful crusade, he first swept across the continent of West Asia, finally approaching the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom had not yet been invaded by the 12 demon lords, and there were many cultivators within the country. They sent only a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator who single-handedly annihilated the invincible crusade and severely injured Adam. He fled back to the Holy Hall in panic, and not long after, due to his severe injuries, he fell into a death-like state, becoming a false dead man. He remained in slumber until now. If it weren't for the numerous followers of the Western faith constantly pouring faith power into his body to sustain his life signs, he would have died long ago. Over 1,000 years ago, the spirit of the Dark Angel suddenly descended, warning that generation's Holy Emperor to gather followers widely and to always maintain the unextinguished power of faith in the Holy Hall. It left behind a jar of angel's blood, which could be used to resurrect Adam if the Holy Hall faced a catastrophic disaster, saving it from peril. After conveying these instructions, the spirit of the Dark Angel dissipated into the heavens and the earth. It came swiftly and left just as quickly. According to the recollections of that generation's Holy Emperor, the spirit of the Dark Angel appeared in a very poor state, seemingly having suffered severe injuries. The specific reason for this was unclear to anyone. The blood of the Dark Angel, in fact, could not truly resurrect Adam. It could only sustain him for half a month. After that, he would completely die. Moreover, Adam's range of activity could not exceed 1,000 kilometers from the Holy Hall. Because the believers around the Holy Hall were the most numerous, if he went too far, the power of faith would not be as strong, and without the support of a large amount of faith power, Adam would quickly fall into a false death, and once the half-month period was up, he would also perish. In short, there were many limiting conditions. If it weren't for these restrictions, previous Holy Emperors would have likely resurrected him long ago, allowing him to wage war across the world within half a month, bringing the entire world under the rule of the Holy Hall. Dressed in a white holy robe, Holy Emperor Kos stood at the entrance of the tomb, watching 5 redrobed cardinals and several healing magicians busily working to resurrect Adam. The Holy Emperor's brow was furrowed. He was also uncertain whether Adam could be resurrected. After all, this was just a method mentioned by the spirit of the Dark Angel, and it had never been truly attempted. With Adam in a state of false death for so many years, the chances of success were filled with uncertainties. If it failed, he truly did not know how to deal with the ever-looming threat of Xiaofeng. The thought of that demon, whose hands were stained with blood, sent shivers down his spine. At this moment, he had placed all his hopes on Adam, hoping that the resurrection ritual would succeed. Unknowingly, several hours passed. During this time, the Holy Emperor felt extremely anxious. As the horizon began to lighten and dawn approached, one of the redrobed cardinals suddenly exclaimed in delight, "God bless me, Lord Adam has shown signs of life and will awaken soon." "Yes, I can also feel the vigorous life force within Lord Adam," said a healing magician. Hearing their words, the Holy Emperor Scott, who had been in a state of nervousness, clenched his fists in excitement, and a smile finally broke out on his face. It really succeeded. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, his whole body lightened. Not long after, Adam, lying on the ice bed, suddenly opened his eyes wide, radiating brilliance, his gaze like a vast galaxy. "Welcome back to the world, Lord Adam." The Holy Emperor, overwhelmed with excitement, shed tears of joy as he hurried forward and prostrated himself beneath the ice bed. The others also knelt down at the first moment, displaying utmost reverence. Adam sat up, calmly accepting their worship, glancing over their attire. He had already guessed their identities. "You are the current Holy Emperor?" Adam looked at Scott and said in a deep voice. He appeared very young, yet his voice was remarkably old. "In response to Lord Adam, I am the current Holy Emperor, Scott." The Holy Emperor replied respectfully, How long have I been asleep, and what year is it now? You must have revived me for some significant event. How many believers does the Holy Hall have now? Adam, just awakened, found this world very unfamiliar and had many questions to ask. He fired off more than 20 questions in quick succession. Holy Emperor Scott answered each one without hesitation. I didn't expect I had been asleep for thousands of years. That really is quite a long time. Not long after I fell asleep, the powerful figures of this world actually disappeared. What happened to them? The world has changed drastically. Now there isn't even a Grand Mage. After hearing his answers, Adam couldn't help but sigh. A Grand Mage was equivalent to a foundational cultivator in the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, he felt somewhat relieved. If those powerful cultivators from the Dragon Kingdom before his slumber still existed, he certainly wouldn't dare provoke them. He continued to ask, the Xiaofeng you mentioned, what is his cultivation level? According to the Eastern cultivation system, he should be at the early stage of foundation establishment, but this person is quite sinister. The combat power he can unleash far exceeds his cultivation level, and I don't know how he does it. Speaking of Xiaofeng's terrifying combat power, the Holy Emperor felt a wave of fear. It is indeed somewhat sinister. Eastern cultivators have some peculiar secret methods that can temporarily enhance their combat power. I suspect Xiaofeng has mastered such a method. At most, it can elevate his combat power to the late stage of foundation establishment or even perfection. With that level of strength, I can still handle it. It's nothing to worry about. Adam said proudly, not taking Xiaofeng too seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Lord Adam, what is your current strength? The Holy Emperor asked eagerly. I have been asleep for too long, my cultivation has regressed significantly, and the power granted by the angels has almost dissipated. Right now, I can exert combat power at the early stage of the holy rank. It definitely can't compare to my peak period, but killing Xiaofeng is still more than enough, Adam said with a cold smile. Above the Grand Mage is the Holy Rank Mage. The early stage of the Holy Rank corresponds to the early stage of the Golden Core. Knowing Adam's current strength, the Holy Emperor and the others present were immensely encouraged. Their smiles grew even brighter. In just a few hours, the Holy Emperor's mental journey had undergone a tremendous change. Before this, he was extremely fearful of Xiaofeng, afraid that the other party would come to kill him. However, now he was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked forward to Xiaofeng coming to his death sooner. Moreover, he hoped that Yi Sanglong would follow Xiaofeng over. That way, it would be convenient for Adam to kill them together. Without Xiaofeng and Yi Sanglong, who in the Dragon Kingdom could withstand his advance? Sooner or later, the Dragon Kingdom would fall under the rule of the Holy Hall, and all its citizens would be developed into believers of the Holy Hall. Caesar the Wolf God and Buddha, you two cowards, when I asked you to help deal with Xiaofeng, you both refused so decisively. I will remember this grudge. After Lord Adam kills Xiaofeng and Yi Sanglong, I will find a way to deal with you. By then, the whole world will belong to our Holy Hall. The battle hadn't even begun, and Holy Emperor Scott was already dreaming of a glorious future. I need to rest for a moment, you all withdraw. When Xiaofeng comes to attack, notify me. Adam had just awakened from his slumber, and his mental state was not very good. He needed to adjust a bit. As you command. The Holy Emperor led everyone out of the underground tomb. Go and summon the other archbishops and mages. When the great battle breaks out, we will assist Lord Adam in defeating the enemy. After exiting, the Holy Emperor said to his subordinates. Although he was full of confidence in Adam, he did not doubt the other's strength, but that Xiaofeng is too strange. He can't be killed even by so many atomic bombs. To prevent any accidents, he felt it was necessary to summon all the strong members of the Holy Hall. Perhaps at a critical moment, they could play a key role. Several subordinates were dispatched to carry out the order. Now everything was ready, just waiting for the enemy to arrive. Xiaofeng, you are quite arrogant. I wonder if you can still be as cocky as you were yesterday when you meet our Lord Adam. You've killed so many of my people, humiliated me, and tarnished the reputation of the Holy Hall. This debt must all be settled with you. I will make you and the Dragon Kingdom pay a heavy price. The Holy Emperor smiled coldly, a chilling grin on his face. At 8 in the morning, in the Western Region Battle Zone, Yan Nantian followed Xiaofeng's arrangements, leading 17 experts at the Earth Immortal level, marching towards the Holy Hall in a grand procession. The Dragon Kingdom had more than just 17 Earth Immortal level experts stationed in the Western Region Battle Zone. Yan Nantian did not take them all away. Instead, he left some behind to cover the retreat of the Dragon Kingdom's army. He wanted to avoid any reckless Western experts launching a strong attack during the army's withdrawal. Such a situation was not impossible, and the cautious Yan Nantian would not make such a low-level mistake. The 17 accompanying experts were all very excited, especially knowing that this time they were going to kill the Holy Emperor. They felt as if they had been injected with adrenaline, full of energy. Commander Yan, where do we wait for Hero Xiao? During the journey, an early-stage Earth Immortal expert asked, "No need to wait for young Master Xiao, we will head straight to the Holy Hall. Young Master Xiao's speed is faster than ours, he will arrive at the Holy Hall before us." Yan Nantian replied. "Then we need to hurry, otherwise, by the time we get there, the battle will be over. I don't want to miss witnessing the Holy Emperor being killed," said the earlier expert. "Everyone, listen up, fly at full speed." Yan Nantian, fearing he would miss this grand event, issued the command. Swish, swish, swish. Figures streaked across the sky of Central Asia, racing towards the location of the Holy Hall like the wind. Feng City, Xiao Family Manor. After a night of rest, Xiao Feng was in high spirits and in good condition. After having breakfast made by Shen Xingxue, he kissed her on the forehead and was ready to set off. He glanced at the time, it was 8:30. He was completely on time. Although Feng City was much farther from the Holy Hall than the Western Region battle zone, his speed was incredibly fast. He could definitely arrive before anyone else. Whoosh! He soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, heading straight for the Holy Hall under the watchful eyes of Shen Xingxue and Xiao Chirue. This time, on his long journey of thousands of miles, Xiao Feng vowed to wipe out all remnants of the West. Anyone who participated in this invasion of the Dragon Kingdom must be dealt with. In the splendid dining hall on the first floor of the Holy Hall, the Holy Emperor was leisurely having breakfast. Behind him, a beautiful woman was massaging his back and shoulders. Under the table, a beautiful woman knelt, helping him with cleaning tasks. Additionally, several stunning beauties danced gracefully in the hall for his enjoyment. This life was more carefree and enjoyable than that of an immortal. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and under the guidance of a servant, a redrobed archbishop entered. "Your Majesty, I report to you that all top experts have arrived except for the Dracula mage." The redrobed archbishop bowed to report the situation. "Why hasn't Dracula come?" The Holy Emperor frowned, displeased. "He has gone missing, we don't know where he has run off to." The redrobed archbishop reported truthfully. "Humph. That coward is probably scared out of his wits by Xiao Feng and has gone into hiding. Forget it, one less person doesn't matter, we can judge him later." The Holy Emperor was quite dissatisfied. It was a crucial time for employing people, and the Dracula mage was nowhere to be seen, which made him angry. He asked again, "How many people are there in total?" He hadn't counted his subordinates yesterday due to his unease. "Including me, there are a total of 21. The 21 people mentioned by the Cardinal refer to those who are strong enough to be equivalent to early-stage Earth Immortals and above." "So few?" The Holy Emperor put down his knife and fork, feeling quite gloomy. "The others died in the other battle zones, and only this many are left," the Cardinal said sadly. The Holy Emperor's expression darkened further. Just the day before yesterday, he had nearly 60 subordinates who were at least early-stage Earth Immortals. Now, a third of them were lost. It pained him greatly. It is known that cultivating a strong individual at the Earth Immortal level is extremely difficult. Losing so many at once, he was lucky not to faint from anger. And all of this was thanks to Xiao Feng. His hatred for Xiao Feng intensified several times over. "Once Xiao Feng is dead, I will have the chef prepare his body into a delicacy for me to enjoy. That will be the only way to vent my hatred," the Holy Emperor said viciously. "Your Majesty, may I be granted a piece of Xiao Feng's flesh to taste?" the Cardinal asked. He also harbored a deep hatred for Xiao Feng. "Everyone will have a share, you won't be left out," the Holy Emperor said generously. The Cardinal immediately broke into a wide smile. "Not good. Your Majesty, a group of strong individuals is approaching the Holy Hall, suspected to be Xiao Feng and the strong from the Dragon Kingdom." At that moment, another cardinal rushed in a panic, urgently reporting the news. "What are you panicking about? I'm not afraid of him coming, I'm afraid he won't. With Lord Adam here, he will surely come and go without return. I will go find Lord Adam right now." The Holy Emperor kicked the beauty under the table aside. Pulling up his pants, he hurriedly ran towards the tomb in the underground palace. Just as he reached the entrance of the underground palace, he saw Adam walking leisurely with his hands behind his back. "My lord, Xiao Feng." The Holy Emperor's words were cut off by Adam. "I've heard it all, there's no need to worry. With me here, Xiao Feng won't stir up any waves." "Of course, with your strength, what is Xiao Feng?" The Holy Emperor smiled obsequiously. Adam's expression remained calm in response to his flattery. He had only half a month left to live before he would die. He had grown indifferent to many things. He only hoped to enter heaven after death and meet the Dark Angel and God. Therefore, he would complete the task assigned by the Dark Angel back then, ensuring that the Holy Hall would stand forever unyielding. Following Adam's footsteps, the Holy Emperor, the Cardinal, and several sorcerers arrived outside the Holy Hall. They looked up at the eastern sky, waiting quietly for Xiao Feng's appearance. Just a few minutes passed. In the distant sky, many black dots appeared. The next moment, nearly 20 figures came into their view. It was Xiaofeng and Yan Nantian who had arrived. Xiaofeng caught up with them in the sky over the West Asia continent, then slowed down to come here with them. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A total of 19 strong individuals landed in the vast square in front of the holy hall. Xiaofeng stood in the center, imposing and majestic. Opposite them were 23 people, led by Adam. In terms of numbers, they had a slight advantage. However, Xiaofeng was completely unconcerned. Even if the other side had 100 times more people than his side, it wouldn't threaten him in the slightest. Xiaofeng, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Holy Emperor glared at Xiaofeng, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Not seeing Yi Sanglong, he felt greatly disappointed. Waiting for me? Are you eager to die? Xiaofeng smiled faintly. Today, it is you who will die, not us. Do you think you are invincible? Little do you know, there are always stronger individuals. One mountain is higher than another. In this world, there are still people who can subdue you. The Holy Emperor laughed triumphantly. You don't think this living dead can save you, do you? Xiaofeng scoffed, glancing at Adam before losing interest in looking further. This person was filled with a large amount of death energy, not a true living person. Ah, the world has changed. Have the younger generations become so arrogant? A mere foundation establishment cultivator doesn't even regard me as worthy. Back in my prime, I could have wiped you out with just a finger. How could I let you prance around like this? Adam sighed slightly, reminiscing about the enemies he faced back then, all of whom were at the nascent soul level. Foundation establishment and golden core cultivators wouldn't even dare to let out a fart in front of him. Coincidentally, during my peak, a single thought could have killed you 800 times. Xiaofeng replied with a face full of mockery. Compared to him, the other party wasn't even qualified to compare peak combat power. Junior, be careful with your big talk, or you might just trip over your own tongue. Now let me show you my methods and make you regret being born. Adam was furious. He had never seen anyone as boastful as Xiaofeng. He soared into the air, alone, carrying a raging fury as he charged towards Xiaofeng. Outside the holy hall, seeing Adam finally make a move, unleashing earth-shattering power, the Holy Emperor and the others could hardly contain their smiles. Is this really the strength of Lord Adam? It's too exaggerated. No wonder he's a holy level mage. Indeed, his power is astonishing. They hardly needed to watch any further. Even if Xiaofeng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely not withstand this blow. To them, Xiaofeng was no different from a dead man. The enemy that had instilled fear and unease in them was finally about to die. This brought them great relief. A few of them, lacking self-control, couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. As Adam approached, Yan Nantian, Zhuge Yan, and the others all changed their expression slightly, their eyes flashing with concern. They had certainly heard of Adam's name and knew that the Holy Emperor was trying to resurrect him. But they never expected Adam to be this formidable, far exceeding their expectations. Even from a distance, the aura emanating from him was so oppressive that they struggled to stand firm. It was terrifying. For a moment, their hearts were in turmoil, uncertain whether Xiaofeng had the ability to deal with Adam. They all looked towards Xiaofeng, who, instead of showing any signs of panic, had a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. Finally, Xiaofeng moved. When Adam was only 10 meters away from him, Xiaofeng shot out like a cannonball. Without using any special techniques, he simply threw a powerful punch. At the moment the punch was thrown, a look of horror appeared on Adam's face. Because from this punch he sensed the threat of death. It was more destructive than any of his own attacks. Although they hadn't yet clashed, Adam already knew that he was inferior to Xiaofeng in terms of offensive power. At this moment, they were too close to dodge. Unable to fight back. Unable to evade. All he could do was defend. Wind barrier. Rise. Adam manipulated wind magic, quickly setting up an invisible barrier in front of him, trying to withstand Xiaofeng's unstoppable punch. But, with a loud bang, the wind barrier he was so proud of was easily shattered by Xiaofeng's fist. The residual force of the punch did not diminish, it merely paused slightly before continuing forward. Seeing the wind barrier break so easily, cold sweat broke out on Adam's forehead, shocked by Xiaofeng's strength. Fortunately, he had prepared for the worst. After setting up the wind barrier, he quickly cast magic, consecutively deploying water screen, ice wall, golden shield, fire wave, and earth prison in front of him. 5 magical defenses surrounded him, forming an impregnable fortress. It seemed like he had done a lot, but the entire process only took a second or two, very brief. As a holy level mage, his mastery of various magics had reached an extraordinary level. Casting spells was as easy as pie for him. Now, you can't possibly break through my defenses, right? While I take this opportunity to draw upon the power of faith accumulated over thousands of years within the Holy Hall and infuse it into my body, my combat power will rise to another level. Let's see how you can fight me. Then Adam was calculating his strategy in his mind. But just as this thought emerged, bang bang bang, the 5 defenses surrounding him were instantly shattered by Xiao Feng's fists. Then, a powerful and unmatched fist drove straight in, striking him. Boom! Adam let out a muffled groan, his body flying backward and crashing in front of the cathedral's grand door, shattering the ground beneath him. You put! Adam struggled to lift his head, his face filled with terror. He wanted to say something, but his injuries were too severe, his internal energy surging. As soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out, rendering him unable to speak. Lord Adam, are you all right? How could this happen? The Holy Emperor was dumbfounded to see the mighty Adam sent flying by Xiao Feng's punch. His heart sank to the bottom, the smile that had just blossomed on his face instantly froze, turning into panic. The other cardinals and sorcerers were also stunned, rendered speechless by the scene. They couldn't believe this was real. How could Lord Adam be so weak? And how could Xiao Feng be so formidable? In contrast, Yan Nantian and the others felt their previously tense hearts relax immediately. They exchanged glances and saw joy and excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Everyone, don't panic. I was careless just now. Now, I will use my true strength. Adam struggled to rise from the ground, inhaling deeply to quickly absorb the powerful faith energy from within the cathedral. This was a tremendous boost for him. As he absorbed the faith energy, his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Moreover, his aura began to rise steadily. Within a few breaths, bolstered by the faith energy, his combat power reached its peak, nearing the midstage of the golden core level. This increase in strength filled him with confidence for the upcoming battle. The Holy Emperor and the others felt reassured seeing him recover so quickly, thinking to themselves that Adam was indeed Adam, full of tricks. In fact, Xiao Feng could have taken the opportunity while Adam was absorbing the faith energy to strike him down. But he did not do so. At this critical moment, he was drawn to something else. Just a slight glance at a certain area behind him made everything clear in his mind. Xiao Feng, I admit you are strong, but compared to me, you still fall short. Now, let me show you my high-level techniques. Adam's entire being surged with energy as he spoke with great momentum. Besides being tough with your words, you are utterly useless. Don't think that boosting your combat power with external forces allows you to boast in front of me. Little do you know, killing you is like killing a dog. Xiao Feng scoffed. From the beginning to the end, he never regarded Adam as a threat. Even when he was at the 12th level of Qi training, he was not afraid of early-stage Golden Core warriors. Let alone now that he had broken through to the early Foundation establishment stage. He thought even less of his opponent. Therefore, his previous attack did not utilize his true strength. Even so, he believed it was enough to kill Adam. What he did not expect was that Adam had various defensive spells that weakened the force of his punch. This was why he did not kill him, merely inflicting heavy injuries. However, it didn't matter, he would strike again. Arrogant, die. Adam was enraged and charged at Xiao Feng once more. Heavenly Emperor Fist, I'll send you on your way. Xiao Feng became serious. He dashed toward Adam like lightning, unleashing one of his ultimate techniques, the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Boom! The two collided. With a thunderous roar, the earth shook, and the distant cathedral trembled, cracks appearing on its walls. Bang! Adam could not withstand the power of the Heavenly Emperor Fist. His body was instantly obliterated, turning into a mist of blood. Poor Adam, having died too quickly, didn't even realize how he had perished. His last memory was of seeing Xiao Feng's fist suddenly appear before him. Then, the memory was cut off. There was nothing left of him, not even a trace, let alone any memories. How could this happen? The Holy Emperor was nearly in tears, terrified, collapsing onto the ground. He stared blankly at the spot where Adam had been killed, feeling as if the sky had fallen. God, dark angels, your loyal followers are facing an unprecedented crisis. I beg you to descend upon the mortal realm and save us. The Holy Emperor's voice trembled as he chanted. The cardinals in red robes and the sorcerers were so frightened that they were at a loss. Their hearts torn apart. They all felt a sense of impending doom. They could clearly sense the footsteps of death rapidly approaching them. The power of Xiao Feng filled them with despair. Each person felt as if their heart had turned to ashes, as if mourning a lost loved one. They all understood what fate awaited them next. Thinking of running? It's not that easy. In the moment Xiao Feng killed Adam, he darted towards the position he had observed not long ago. Screams erupted. A few seconds later, Xiao Feng returned to his original spot. In his hand, he held a cardinal dressed in red robes. Cardinal Dracula, wasn't he missing? A red-robed cardinal looked at the middle-aged man subdued by Xiao Feng, puzzled. This morning, the Holy Emperor had sent him to gather all the powerful individuals here. Everyone else had arrived, but Dracula had not. This had made the Holy Emperor quite angry. Xiao Feng, how did you find me? Cardinal Dracula asked with a bitter smile. He had thought he was hiding very well, believing no one could detect him. Unexpectedly, he was found by Xiao Feng so easily and nearly killed in one blow. The stench of your blood tree demon clan is too foul. Do you think hiding in the shadows can escape my eyes? Xiao Feng sneered. This person was not the real Cardinal Dracula. He had been possessed by a descendant of the blood tree demon. Moreover, he was the strongest among the descendants who had escaped, possessing the strength of the early Golden Core stage. Cardinal Dracula was the most timid among the Holy Emperor's subordinates. After fleeing in panic from the battlefield in the western regions yesterday, he became so worried about Xiao Feng coming after him that he fell ill from the shock. The demon clan descendants that had been circling nearby seized this opportunity, burrowing into his mind and successfully completing the possession. After spending some time fully merging with Cardinal Dracula's body, he waited in the shadows for Xiao Feng's arrival. He had thought that even if Adam couldn't kill Xiao Feng, he could at least severely injure him. In that case, he could take the opportunity to attack Xiao Feng and kill him in one fell swoop, completing the task assigned by the ancestor. But fate had other plans. Both he and Adam had underestimated Xiao Feng. Even though they both possessed the combat power of the early Golden Core stage, they were still no match for Xiao Feng. Just now, after witnessing Xiao Feng kill Adam with a single blow, he sensed that things were going awry and decisively abandoned the opportunity to attack, preparing to flee. But Xiao Feng had already discovered his whereabouts, leaving him no chance to escape. This was how he ended up in such a miserable state. Xiao Feng, I didn't provoke you. I beg you to let me go. The possessed Cardinal Dracula looked at Xiao Feng with a pitiful expression, speaking in a pleading tone. He had completely lost the imposing aura of a demon lord. Tell me, where are your other 5 kindred? Xiao Feng ignored Cardinal Dracula's pleas for mercy and questioned him. More than 10 days ago, he had created a large number of brainless warriors and set up restrictions within them, luring the demon clan descendants to possess these brainless warriors, aiming to kill all the demon clan descendants in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the plan fell short. Most of the demon clan descendants had taken the bait and were killed by the restrictions. Only 6 had yet to be caught. Now, having captured the strongest of the demon clan descendants, he hoped to learn the locations of the other 5 from him. I don't know, only the ancestor knows our location. The possessed Cardinal Dracula replied in panic. Xiao Feng had heard this answer from another demon clan descendant before and felt greatly disappointed. You know nothing, what use are you to me? Go die. Xiao Feng, not receiving the answer he wanted, felt displeased and, without further ado, crushed him. No. Feeling the murderous intent from Xiao Feng, Archbishop Dracula hurriedly shouted. However, he died the moment he opened his mouth. It's a pity that the structure of the demon race is different from that of the human race. I can't use the soul-searching technique on them. Leaving behind 5 demon descendants is ultimately a small hidden danger. Xiao Feng felt helpless. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, and he planned to spend a few days tracking them down, hoping to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Now, it's your turn. Xiao Feng's gaze swept over the Holy Emperor and the others. Don't. The Holy Emperor also wanted to plead for mercy. Like Archbishop Dracula. He had just uttered a word when Xiao Feng killed him from a distance. Bang bang bang. Including the Holy Emperor, the bodies of 22 powerful figures exploded in succession, blooming with tragic blood flowers. These powerful figures, who held immense authority, died silently. The pure and holy hall square was stained red with their blood. Boom! Xiao Feng unleashed a brilliant sword energy, destroying the holy hall that had stood for thousands of years. This was the symbol of the Holy Church. With the collapse of the Holy Hall and the tragic deaths of the Holy Emperor and the others, it was clear that many followers' faith would collapse and they would convert to other sects. It wouldn't be long before the once greatest church on earth would completely decline. Before this, no one would have thought that the Holy Church, which had developed for thousands of years, would ultimately perish at the hands of Xiao Feng. The martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom who followed along witnessed Xiao Feng's unmatched power, each feeling a sense of yearning. They had learned from news reports and various channels that Xiao Feng was powerful, but they never expected him to be this strong. If only I were 1/10 as powerful as young Master Xiao, they secretly fantasized. You 3, come over here. Xiao Feng beckoned to Yan Nantian, Zhou, and Zhuge Yan. Young Master Xiao, what do you need us for? Yan Nantian asked. The most troublesome enemies have been eliminated, the remaining remnants, I won't interfere with. It's up to you to handle them and make sure to eradicate all those remnants. Xiao Feng said. Understood. A hint of difficulty appeared on Yan Nantian's face. What's wrong? Is this task very difficult? Xiao Feng glanced at him and asked. It's not that it's difficult, just a bit troublesome. It will require a lot of time. Those remnants who escaped with the Holy Emperor from the Western Region battlefield are probably hiding all over the world right now, making them hard to find. To kill them all isn't something that can be done overnight. Yan Nantian expressed the difficulties he was facing. That makes sense, I didn't consider it thoroughly. How about this, I'll teach you 2 secret techniques that should greatly assist you in your upcoming actions. Xiaofeng had only considered the problem from his own perspective, thinking it was easy, overlooking that Yan Nantian and the others had too few means to investigate and track the enemy. What secret techniques? Yan Nantian raised an eyebrow, excitedly inquiring. The first time he met Xiaofeng, the latter casually demonstrated a few sword techniques which greatly enhanced his understanding of the sword path, benefiting him immensely. The secret techniques Xiaofeng would teach were surely extraordinary, which is why he was somewhat losing his composure. Not just him, Zhou Chou and Zhuge Yan, both of whom had made contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, were also extremely excited. The soul-searching technique and the great tracking technique, Xiaofeng said lightly. Upon hearing these two secret techniques, Yan Nantian and the others gasped, nearly jumping with excitement. The three of them had some understanding of the soul-searching technique, as it was recorded in ancient texts and inscriptions passed down from ancient times. It was a technique that could extract the souls of others to obtain information. It had been lost for many years, and before Xiaofeng emerged, no one had mastered it. One could say that the soul-searching technique was Xiaofeng's unique secret technique. The fact that Xiaofeng easily passed on such a precious technique to them was truly a tremendous surprise. If they mastered this technique, searching for the whereabouts of those remnants would become much easier. Because those remnants knew each other, even if they were hiding in different places, there might still be connections between them. Just find one person and perform a soul search on them, and you might be able to locate several others. As for the great tracking technique, they had never heard of it. However, just from the name, one could guess its general purpose. There's no time to waste, he'll recite the incantation for the soul search technique first, so listen carefully. Xiaofeng was always straightforward in his actions and disliked dragging things out. He did what he said he would do. He cast a light barrier that enveloped the four of them, ensuring that their voices wouldn't leak out. Yan Nantian, Zhou Chou, and Zhuge Yan immediately adopted a serious listening posture. They looked like middle and high school students in a math class, afraid to let their minds wander. A moment's distraction could mean missing the subsequent content. The incantation was long, and Xiaofeng spent over half an hour reciting it 3 times, only starting to teach the key points of the great tracking technique after they had memorized it word for word. Nearly 50 minutes passed. The 2 secret techniques were taught. With your comprehension, cultivating these 2 secret techniques shouldn't be difficult. I believe you'll master them soon. Xiaofeng was not just flattering them. In this age of decline on Earth, the fact that they could cultivate their martial arts to this level showed their high talent. Mastering 1 secret technique a day should be about achievable. Yan Nantian nodded. The soul search technique is considered an evil art. Aside from the old war god Yi, you'd best not teach it to others to avoid them using it for bad deeds. As for the great tracking technique, feel free to share. Since Xiaofeng had imparted the secret techniques to them, he didn't mind if they taught others, just offering a slight reminder. We understand. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your teachings. The 3 said in unison, their words filled with gratitude. After some time, it'll help you all elevate your cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Xiaofeng revealed another shocking piece of news. He was very good to his own people. In about a month and a half, he would enter the true martial realm. There, the spiritual energy was abundant, and there were many spiritual herbs. He had long planned to bring back some spiritual herbs for his people to use. Yan Nantian, Zhou Chou, Zhuge Yan, Yitsanglong, Xinxue, and his sister were all on his list. Upon hearing this, the 3 were so excited they couldn't speak. The foundation establishment stage was the realm they had long dreamed of, something that could take a lifetime to achieve. Yet Xiaofeng, with a light-hearted remark, said he could help them reach that realm. This surprise was far greater than obtaining the soul search technique and the great tracking technique. Although they instinctively felt it was impossible how difficult it was to break through to foundation establishment at least in the past few hundred years on Earth, they had never heard of anyone besides Xiaofeng reaching that realm. The last person to become a foundation establishment cultivator was Zhang Sanfeng hundreds of years ago. He was revered by the people of the Dragon Kingdom as the last immortal. However, they knew that someone like Xiaofeng would never joke about such matters. He must have his own methods. Therefore, they believed without a doubt. Young Master Xiao, can you tell us what method you'll use to help us break through our cultivation? Yan Nantian asked curiously. It's a secret for now. You'll naturally find out in a few months. After saying this, Xiaofeng paused for a moment. Why was he also starting to enjoy keeping people in suspense like Yi Sanglong? The latter had told him that there would be an international martial arts competition in a month. The winning side would gain an opportunity. He had asked what kind of opportunity it would be, and Yi Sanglong had also kept him in suspense. He had originally disliked such teasing, but now he had become someone he once found most annoying. Alright, well, wait for your good news, Yan Nantian said with a smile. I'm off. After finishing his instructions, Xiaofeng's figure flickered and he left the place. Next, he needed to hunt down the descendants of the blood-devouring tree demons. Time rewinds to over an hour ago. Deep within the third cave in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, inside the demon suppression prison, the imprisoned blood-devouring tree demons were howling like madmen, filled with rage. Xiaofeng, you dog, you've killed so many of my descendants, I won't let this go. Just wait until I break free. I'll make sure to kill you. The blood-devouring tree demon trembled with rage, and the human cultivators hanging from its branches shook along with it, creating an eerie and terrifying scene. The blood-devouring tree demon was truly furious this time, its lungs nearly bursting with anger. It had struggled for thousands of years, finally tearing a hole in the surrounding barrier to let its 50-some demon offspring escape. Originally, it had hoped that these demon offspring would kill Xiaofeng first through possession, then go on to conquer the world and find a way to use various powers to rescue it. However, in less than a month, its demon offspring were almost all killed by Xiaofeng. How could it not be enraged? It was also quite frustrating. At first, some of the demon offspring died inexplicably right after possession. It didn't think much of it at the time, as it didn't know what caused it. But as more and more demon offspring died, without exception, they were all killed right after possession. This made it realize something was wrong, and it quickly used secret methods to warn the remaining 6 demon offspring not to possess recklessly and to investigate the cause. Based on the feedback from the remaining demon offspring, it learned that all of this was a trap set by Xiaofeng. The only fortunate thing was that the strongest demon offspring had not fallen for the trap. As long as this descendant was still alive, there was hope for its rescue. However, who would have thought that the descendant who possessed the Archbishop Dracula was also killed by Xiaofeng? This nearly drove it to madness. No wonder it was so furious. It hated Xiaofeng to the core, grinding its teeth in frustration. The Heavenly Realm. In a certain desolate area, the air was thick with dense mist, gray and hazy, with extremely low visibility. Within this mist, there was an abundance of negative energies such as rage, madness, slaughter, and bloodlust. Any creature that entered this place would be affected by these negative energies, either dying or turning into a mindless monster. The ground was littered with fragments of divine weapons and various magical artifacts, as well as traces left by a great battle. This place must have once experienced an unprecedented war. Suddenly, a colossal creature passed through here, flying low. It stirred up the winds and clouds, causing the mist to churn. This was a Kuanping beast, measuring several thousand meters in length, yet still not fully grown. However, the form of the Kuanping was quite abnormal. It had no flesh left, only a skeletal frame. The white bones were eerie and terrifying. The eye sockets of the Kuanping skeleton, devoid of eyeballs, emitted a crimson glow from the 2 sunken cavities. Inside the abdomen of the Kuanping skeleton sat 7 human powerhouses and several fierce beasts. They were rather unfortunate, having been swallowed by the foraging Kuanping at different times. The only fortunate thing was that the Kuanping skeleton had no stomach. Otherwise, they would have been digested long ago. Among these human powerhouses, 2 were from Earth. One was the long-missing Su Fu, who was accompanied by the Yamata no Orochi and the 9-tailed fox. The other was a dark angel worshipped by the Holy Church, with 12 black wings sprouting from its back. Although the Kuanping was reduced to a skeleton, the energy remaining in the skeleton had not dissipated, forming invisible barriers that were unbreakable. Blocked by these invisible barriers, Su Fu and the others could not escape through the gaps in the bones. It was like a prison, trapping them inside. Xiaofeng, is it? You killed so many of my descendants, I will never let you off lightly. If I ever see the light of day again, I will descend to the mortal realm and personally slay you. Su Fu, dressed in clothing from the pre-Qin period, had an expression of anger on his face. Although he was trapped inside the Kuanping, he still maintained contact with the mortal realm. Recently, the Heavenly Emperor of the Eastern Japan had been praying to him continuously, and he had received some information. Upon learning of Xiaofeng's actions in Eastern Japan, he was extremely angry. However, despite his anger, he felt quite helpless about his current situation. Trapped for over 1,000 years, he and other powerful beings joined forces, exhausting all methods, yet they could not escape this place. Unless a miracle occurred, he would inevitably die here. Xiaofeng, you have gone too far. You killed my followers, destroyed my sanctuary, and obliterated my teachings. I have marked this grudge, and one day I will make you pay back 100-fold. The dark angel seethed with anger. She could also receive messages from the mortal realm, and not long ago, she clearly sensed what was happening around the sanctuary. This infuriated her. The power of faith generated by the sanctuary's followers praying day and night could partially be infused into her body through the Bible in her hands, providing her with energy. But now, the followers' faith in her had collapsed, making it difficult for them to provide her with that power. Xiaofeng had cut off her supply. Her hatred for Xiaofeng reached a point beyond words. She just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and go to Earth to torture and kill Xiaofeng. At that moment, the Kuanping skeleton noticed a giant rat, over 10 meters long, with 3 heads, on the ground below. It opened its massive mouth and inhaled, sucking the giant rat into its belly. Prepare for battle. Seeing this, Sufu immediately said to everyone. They were accustomed to such situations and stood up in unison. When the giant rat entered the belly, they all struck at once, quickly killing the beast. Being trapped here posed a constant life-threatening danger. It was just like 300 years ago when the Kuanping skeletons swallowed a powerful black tiger. Once inside, the tiger began attacking the people within. In the blink of an eye, it killed 5 or 6. The remaining powerful beings struggled greatly before finally slaying it. Thus, when the Kuanping skeleton swallowed the giant rat, Sufu and the others reacted with such seriousness. The Himalayas, covered year-round by thick layers of snow. The temperature here is extremely low, and the oxygen is thin. Apart from those who love climbing and adventure, few people come here. At this moment, on the summit of a snow-capped mountain, 2 men stood. One old, one young. The young man, around 30, was handsome and imposing. Dressed in a white robe, he stood against the wind, exuding an extraordinary aura. His name was Lu Xinghe from another world. At a young age, he had already reached the late stage of foundation building. The elder beside him appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, but in reality he was over 300 years old. His name was Wang Can, a powerful being at the late stage of golden core cultivation. Master, do you think Senior Sufu is still alive? Lu Xinghe asked. I do not know. The last time he appeared in the Guishu was over 1300 years ago. So much time has passed, he has likely exhausted his lifespan. However, he possesses a divine dragon cauldron that can refine various miraculous pills. Perhaps he has managed to live until now thanks to those longevity-enhancing pills. Wang Can replied uncertainly. I hope he is still alive. Whether my ancestor can survive this crisis depends entirely on his pills. Lu Xinghe said in a low voice. They came from Guishu, a space adjacent to Earth. Like the Jinwu realm, Guishu was originally desolate and filled with various dangers, unsuitable for human habitation. Known as the wilderness. In ancient times, 12 demon lords descended upon Earth, unleashing a bloody storm. It was a disaster, and countless lives were lost. Most cultivators fought desperately to defend their homeland under the leadership of the only transformation stage cultivator, but a small portion, fearing for their lives and seeking to evade responsibility, lost hope in the battle, believing humanity would surely perish at the hands of the demon lords. Thus, they fled without fighting. Taking advantage of the frontline cultivators battling the demon lords, they escaped into Guishu with some spiritual veins and herbs from Earth. From then on, they established their lives there and prospered over time. However, compared to the Jinwu realm, they still fell short. The powerful cultivators who fled into Guishu repeatedly warned their descendants, do not go to Earth, it is very dangerous, and listed do not go to Earth as a family precept. Therefore, for so many years, almost no one has come out of the Return Ruins. About 1300 years ago, Sufu found the entrance to the Return Ruins and, relying on his formidable strength and superb alchemy skills, made a great name for himself within the ruins. Everyone knows he possesses an ancient artifact, the Shinong Ding. This time, Lu Xinghe and Wang Can violated the family precept and secretly came to Earth solely to find Sufu and ask him for a healing elixir to save the life of Lu Xing's ancestor. A few months ago, his ancestor was attacked by an unknown creature while exploring an uncharted area within the Return Ruins and nearly lost his life. Fortunately, he managed to escape, but he suffered unimaginable injuries. Since then, he has been bedridden and in a state of despair. Now his condition is worsening, and it seems he won't last much longer. With no other options, Lu Xinghe thought of Sufu from history. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he begged his master to take him to Earth. According to historical records, Senior Sufu came from the eastern Japan on Earth. We must not delay, let's find out the location of eastern Japan. Hopefully he is still alive and we can find him. Wang Can said. Alright, let's go, master. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xinghe summoned a flying sword and took to the skies. Wang Can followed suit. The two quickly left the Himalayas. Ah, how did you find me? Please don't kill me. In a desert in Central Asia, a blood snake cried out in terror. It was a descendant of the blood-devouring tree demon who had never found a suitable opportunity to possess a host and still retained its primitive form. It remembered its ancestors' warning not to easily possess others and to be wary of Xiaofeng's pursuit. Therefore, it had been hiding here recently. Unexpectedly, it was still found by Xiaofeng, which terrified it. Boom! Without any hesitation, Xiaofeng smashed it to pieces with a single palm strike. Only one left. After killing this demon descendant, Xiaofeng muttered to himself. For days ago, after leaving the holy hall, he had devoted all his energy to hunting down the descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon. These demon descendants were quite cunning and had hidden themselves well, making them difficult to find. However, the scent of demons was too distinctive and easy to identify. Under the great tracking technique, no matter how well they hid, they would still be found. It just took some time. After 4 days of pursuit, he had already slain 4 of them. Among them, he killed 2 in Europa, 1 in the Polar Bear Nation, and just now, this one. Whoosh! Xiaofeng vanished from his spot and continued the chase. This time, he was determined to eliminate all the descendants of the blood-devouring tree demon and completely eradicate this threat. 6 hours later, Xiaofeng arrived in the northern region of eastern Japan. Upon reaching here, he clearly sensed that the aura of the blood-devouring tree demon descendant was even stronger. This indicated that the creature was somewhere in the northern area. Once targeted by Xiaofeng, there was no escape for it. In such a small range, he would quickly find it. Before long, he spotted it in a shopping mall. Die! Without any further words, Xiaofeng pointed and killed it. Finally, all the demon descendants were dealt with. Xiaofeng let out a slight sigh of relief. Is that Xiaofeng? Oh no, he's here. Run! Why has this killer come to our eastern Japan again? We're doomed. Xiaofeng, please spare us. The people of eastern Japan in the mall had a deep impression of Xiaofeng and were very fearful of him. Seeing him arrive and kill without hesitation, they were already terrified, crying out for help. Xiaofeng did not kill them. If they died, how would the men of Long Country relieve their loneliness at night? It was better to spare their lives and let them continue making good movies for the benefit of humanity. Amid their panicked gazes, Xiaofeng turned and left. Since he was in eastern Japan, he might as well complete the task he had left unfinished last time. That time, he caused a ruckus in the east, and the people who deserved to die were mostly killed. The only one he couldn't find was Tian Huang. At that moment, he was in a hurry to do other things and left in a rush, allowing Tian Huang to survive until now. I believe today, the other party won't be so lucky. Xiaofeng flew south, heading to the capital of the east, Kyoto. The Tian Huang Palace was right there. Xiaofeng has left? He actually didn't kill us. I've managed to save my life. The staff and actors on set felt a sense of survival after Xiaofeng left. Overjoyed, they hurriedly shared their recent experiences on their communication devices. Deep within the underground space of the Tian Huang Palace, Tian Huang was still kneeling before the statue of Su Fu, praying day and night. The things Xiaofeng did in the sanctuary had already reached his ears. Even Adam had died at Xiaofeng's hands. It was terrifying. His fear of Xiaofeng was etched deep in his bones. Just hearing that name made him feel utterly terrified. He was extremely afraid that Xiaofeng would come to kill him, so he prayed to Su Fu more frequently. Great ancestor, can you hear my prayers? If you can hear me, please descend to the mortal realm quickly and save us. Tian Huang's voice was sorrowful and filled with devotion. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. A flurry of footsteps sounded as a trusted aide rushed up behind Tian Huang in a panic. What is it? Could it be that Xiaofeng has come? Tian Huang asked hoarsely. The only thing that could make his aide so frantic was this possibility. Your Majesty is wise, Xiaofeng has come to the east, the aide said in terror. Upon hearing this, Tian Huang's face turned ashen, his steps faltered, and he finally collapsed at the foot of Su Fu's statue. The other aides who had been praying with Tian Huang were also in a state of panic, feeling as if they were facing a great enemy. He has finally come. Hurry, close all passages and cut off contact with the outside world. We must not let him find this place. Tian Huang shouted these words almost as a roar. Just as those aides were about to activate the mechanisms to close the passages, 2 figures flashed and appeared before everyone. Thud, thud. As soon as they appeared, everyone, including Tian Huang, knelt on the ground simultaneously, their heads knocking against the floor with loud thuds. Lord Xiao, spare us, please don't kill us. I am willing to be your most loyal servant. I only ask that you let me go. Tian Huang and the others kept pleading. They looked quite disheveled. Considering that Xiaofeng might not understand the language of the East, they were all begging in the dragon language. This left Lu Xinghe and Wang Can utterly bewildered. Who is Xiaofeng? Why are you so afraid of him? Lu Xinghe asked in confusion. He and his master were completely unfamiliar with this world during their first visit to Earth. After much inquiry and winding paths, they finally arrived in the East. The most effective way to find Su Fu was, of course, to locate the most powerful person in the East and inquire about Su Fu's whereabouts. So, they came to the Tian Huang Palace. This place had long since turned into ruins. However, at that moment, Tian Huang's aides had entered the depths from a hidden passage in the ruins. They followed them in, only to encounter such a situation right away. It's not Xiaofeng. Who are you? Tian Huang raised his head, having knocked his forehead too hard while bowing, causing it to bleed. These people were so terrified of Xiaofeng that they had reached a state of panic, mistaking every stranger for him. I am Lu Xinghe, and this is my master Wang Can. Are you the king of this country? After a brief self-introduction, Lu Xinghe asked. Yes. Tian Huang nodded, unable to grasp the two's background, only feeling that their aura was incredibly powerful, making him dare not act recklessly and behave very honestly. We specifically came to visit Senior Su Fu. Do you know where he is? Lu Xingha asked eagerly. The ancestor has ascended to the heavenly realm. Tian Huang's gaze flickered uncertainly. These two were here to seek the ancestor, and they showed an extraordinary respect in their address to him. It seemed they were not enemies. Suddenly, he had a thought. Could he ask for their help to deal with Xiao Feng? You can't be joking, right? Ever since the passage to the heavens was severed, how could the ancestor possibly go to the heavenly realm? Lu Xingha frowned slightly. Within their return to the ruins, they had more detailed records of that history, which was even older than ancient times. It was clear how difficult it was to reach the heavenly realm. I'm not joking, I'm speaking the truth, without a hint of falsehood, Tian Huang declared earnestly. In fact, he didn't know where Su Fu had gone. Years ago, he speculated that Su Fu might have ascended to the heavenly realm, but he wasn't sure. However, as time passed, he became increasingly convinced of this hypothesis. By now, he was utterly convinced. This was a classic case of self-deception, believing in something until it felt real. Seeing his firm stance, Lu Xingha was somewhat swayed. Could it be that Su Fu really went to the heavenly realm? Disciple, there might still be a possibility. According to records, when Su Fu went to our place back then, he was looking for a way to the heavenly realm. Wang Qin recalled some ancient texts he had read and shared his thoughts. That's true, Su Fu's methods were extraordinary. Perhaps he really found a way to the heavenly realm. Lu Xingha nodded, acknowledging this viewpoint. Is there a way to contact the ancestor and ask him to descend to the mortal realm? Wang Qin inquired. Yes, we just need to pray to the ancestor's statue, and when he has the time, he will naturally respond to us. Tian Huang replied. Lu Xingha and Wang Qin turned their gazes to Su Fu's statue, which looked much like the descriptions in historical texts. Then let's pray to the ancestor, hopefully he can hear us. Wang Qin sighed, speaking heavily. Su Fu's ascension to the celestial realm was something they hadn't anticipated. If he couldn't descend to the mortal realm, their plan to seek elixirs would fall through. The ancestor of the Lu family would also perish. At this moment, there was no other way. They could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. You two experts. There's no rush to pray to the ancestor. I want to ask you for a favor. Tian Huang hesitated for a moment before speaking. What favor? Lu Xingha countered. Help us kill Xiao Feng. Tian Huang stated his purpose. He worried that the two might refuse, so he quickly added, Xiao Feng is a ruthless killer. He has already slain many descendants of Su Fu and is about to come to kill me. If I die, the ancestor's lineage will be severed. So, I earnestly request your assistance to avenge the ancestor. He kept mentioning Su Fu, hoping to leverage Su Fu's reputation to persuade the two to help. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu Xingha immediately said without any hesitation, the matter of Su Fu is my matter. He dares to kill the descendants of Su Fu, which is a heinous crime that cannot be forgiven. Killing him is my duty. Thank you both. I believe the ancestor will be grateful if he knows about this in the heavenly realm. Tian Huang was overjoyed, feeling less fearful of Xiao Feng now. Where is he? Take me to find him, Lu Xingha said. Alright, they'll take you there right now. By the way, Xiao Feng is very powerful. Tian Huang didn't finish his sentence, as he felt it was inappropriate to imply doubt about their strength. But even a dog could sense his meaning. He was asking if they were confident in killing Xiao Feng. Haha, he's just a trivial character. I can kill him with a wave of my hand. Lu Xingha scoffed. He and his master flew eastward from the Himalayas, and along the way, they hardly sensed any spiritual energy. In such a place lacking spiritual energy, it was impossible to give birth to powerful cultivators. Even reaching the 12th level of qi refinement was difficult, let alone the foundation establishment stage. He didn't take Xiao Feng seriously at all. This is also why, after hearing Tian Huang's request, he couldn't even be bothered to inquire about Xiao Feng's cultivation level and decisively agreed. He completely disregarded Xiao Feng. With your word, I can rest assured. Tian Huang was overjoyed. Although he didn't know where these two came from, their aura was too powerful, filling him with a sense of security. He couldn't help but think that perhaps this was the arrangement of his ancestors, as they couldn't descend for the time being, so they sent these two experts to assist in killing Xiao Feng. Under Tian Huang's lead, they quickly arrived at the surface. Breathing in the fresh air and seeing the long-lost moon, Tian Huang's mood was simply wonderful. Xiao Feng, you didn't expect to die here in the end. Tian Huang murmured to himself, extremely excited. Whoosh! A streak of light swept across the sky. The next moment, Xiao Feng landed on the ruins of Tian Huang's palace, his gaze locking directly onto Tian Huang. Through the soul-searching of the warriors from the eastern Japan, he already knew what Tian Huang looked like and recognized him at a glance. It's better to arrive early than to arrive just in time. This time you didn't hide, Xiao Feng asked with a smile. When he arrived, he thought it would take some time to search for Tian Huang's whereabouts. He didn't expect to find him so easily. Who do you think you are? Do I need to hide from you? Xiaofeng, I was just looking for you, and you came to deliver yourself to me. I couldn't have asked for more. Standing beside Lu Xinghe and Wang Can, Tian Huang spoke with confidence, his voice becoming louder. Interesting, you've actually cultivated to the early foundation establishment stage. But it doesn't matter, in front of me, your pathetic cultivation is nothing to mention. At this moment, Lu Xinghe spoke up, a look of disdain on his face. As soon as Xiaofeng landed, the spiritual energy he used while flying had not yet dissipated. Therefore, he could judge Xiaofeng's cultivation level from the richness of the spiritual energy. In front of me, your pathetic cultivation is nothing to mention. Lu Xing's arrogant and self-important voice rang in everyone's ears. Tian Huang and his confidants felt their blood boil upon hearing this. It had to be Lu Xinghe, only he would dare to say such domineering words in front of Xiaofeng. Especially with his confident demeanor, it made Tian Huang and the others sincerely convinced, and the morale of the army was firmly established. They felt that what was about to happen was without suspense. Xiaofeng would definitely die at the hands of the unfathomable Lu Xinghe. As they were about to witness Lu Xinghe kill Xiaofeng, their eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. As soon as Xiaofeng landed, his attention was focused on Tian Huang. If it weren't for Lu Xinghe speaking up, he wouldn't have noticed this person at all. Glancing at him, he was slightly surprised. This person's cultivation had actually reached the late foundation establishment stage. How did he cultivate? Could he be like Adam, a figure from ancient times? No. Xiaofeng immediately dismissed this idea as he observed Lu Xing's innate bone age and found that he was only 29 years old, not that old. Since that was the case, there was only one possibility left. This person should come from another world similar to the true martial realm. This was interesting. He didn't expect there to be so many worlds surrounding Earth. But this was also very normal. Just like the spirit realm he was in during his previous life, which governed numerous cultivation realms. And many of those cultivation realms were interconnected, not unusual at all. If the heavenly realm was compared to the spirit realm, then the true martial realm, Earth, and the return to ruins would be the cultivation realms. His gaze passed over Lu Xinghe and landed on Wang Can. At a glance, Xiaofeng's surprise deepened. This guy had actually reached the late golden core stage. This confirmed his suspicion that this person definitely came from another world. However, he was not panicked. When it came to a real fight, he still had absolute confidence in being able to kill this person. It was just a bit troublesome, but not a big deal. Everything was under his control. From what you mean, are you trying to stand up for him? Xiaofeng pointed at Tian Huang and asked Lu Xinghe. So what if I am? Lu Xinghe said lightly. Oh, since you like to meddle in others' affairs and are determined to seek death, then today you can leave your life here. Xiaofeng grinned, his killing intent palpable. He was going to kill Tian Huang. Even if the King of Heaven came, it wouldn't matter. Whoever dared to intervene would die. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of me? You must be tired of living. Now, I'm here to take your dog life. Lu Xinghe was so enraged that he laughed. He was born into a super prestigious family in the Guishu, with an extraordinarily prominent identity. Coupled with the fact that he had always been invincible among his peers, he was a true martial arts genius. With both identities combined, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. This was the first time for Xiaofeng. He felt that his authority had been provoked and insulted, and he was already calculating how to kill Xiaofeng in a way that would make the others suffer more painfully. Disciple, step back, I will deal with him. At that moment, Wang Can, who had been silent, finally spoke. He had been secretly observing Xiaofeng and, for some reason, felt that Xiaofeng was not ordinary and somewhat inscrutable. Worried that his disciple might suffer, he decided to take action himself for a more secure outcome. Master, how can you, an esteemed elder, deal with such a small character? That would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Let me take care of him so he knows how serious the consequences of opposing me are. Lu Xinghe, with far less life experience than Wang Can, couldn't see anything unusual about Xiaofeng. He was just an ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Alright, be careful. Wang Can saw his disciple's eager demeanor and felt it was inappropriate to stop him further. He thought perhaps he was overthinking. After all, Xiaofeng was ultimately of low cultivation. No matter how extraordinary he was, how powerful could he be? Moreover, with himself there to look after things, even if something unexpected happened, he could intervene at any time. Kid, your time of death has come. If you kneel and kowtow now, I can make your suffering a little less. Lu Xinghe stepped forward, speaking triumphantly. Put! A cold light flashed, and in the next moment, Lu Xing's body sank down, shorter than before. He looked down and suddenly realized that his calves were gone, severed at the knees. Intense pain surged, causing him to scream. Since you like to kneel so much, then kneel. Xiaofeng said coldly, having severed Lu Xing's calves, leaving him in a position not much different from kneeling. He didn't kill Lu Xingha outright, he planned to search his soul later to find out where he came from. Leaving a dog life had some use, so he only maimed him for now. Disciple. Wang Ken was horrified, he hadn't expected Xiaofeng's attack to be so swift and fierce. Right under his nose, he had severed his disciple's legs. This made him furious, blood rushing to his head. Lu Xingha was his most outstanding disciple, and seeing him become disabled was heart-wrenching and infuriating. Not killing Xiaofeng would not quell his hatred. Master, quickly kill him, kill him. I want to chop him into pieces. Lu Xing's face twisted in pain as he roared loudly, like a shrew, unable to maintain his previous composure. So much nonsense. Put. Xiaofeng pointed, effortlessly piercing Lu Xing's dantian. Crack. The sound of the dantian shattering rang out, causing Lu Xing's expression to suddenly freeze. If having his feet severed was a huge blow to him, then having his dantian destroyed and becoming a cripple was a devastating blow. He would never be able to cultivate again, becoming worse than an ordinary person. At that moment he even felt like dying. He deeply regretted being so arrogant, insisting on personally dealing with Xiaofeng. If I had listened to my master just now and let him take action, this situation wouldn't have occurred. You dare, you brat! I'll kill you! Wang Can's blood pressure skyrocketed, nearly causing him to suffer a hypertensive crisis from anger. Xiaofeng had harmed his disciple twice right under his nose, which was simply a slap in the face. He had actually been on guard against Xiaofeng, but Xiaofeng's strikes were too swift for him to stop, and his disciple's dantian was destroyed. Although he couldn't understand why Xiaofeng possessed such unreasonable strength, he had no time to ponder it. All he could think about was using the most brutal methods to torture and kill Xiaofeng. Take good care of my disciple. Wang Can waved his large sleeve, sending the disheveled Lu Xinghe to Tian Huang. Then, he charged towards Xiaofeng with the ferocity of a tiger. Bang bang bang! The two clashed fiercely, unleashing astonishing power. The surrounding ruins were reduced to dust and massive cracks appeared on the ground. This was the destructive force generated by their battle's aftermath. After catching the disheveled Lu Xinghe, Tian Huang and his confidants hurriedly fled to a distance, watching the fierce battle between the two with uncertainty. The more he watched, the more alarmed Tian Huang became. Xiaofeng showed no signs of decline, which made him anxious and restless. If even Wang Can couldn't handle Xiaofeng, the consequences awaiting them were unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged 10 blows. Wang Can was both shocked and furious. Despite his latest-stage golden core cultivation, he couldn't kill Xiaofeng with a flurry of attacks. This was utterly incomprehensible. How could a cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage possibly compare to him? I don't believe I can't kill you. Heavenly opening palm, die for me! Wang Can shouted, and a blinding light enveloped his right palm in an instant. Terrifying energy surged from his right palm, slamming towards Xiaofeng. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Xiaofeng also unleashed one of his ultimate techniques. He often used this move while battling in the spirit realm. Vast fist power enveloped his fist, charging directly at Wang Can's right palm. You dare to clash Hedon with my heavenly opening palm? You're simply overestimating yourself, Wang Can sneered. At that moment, their fists and palms collided violently. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. The deafening noise reverberated through the heavens and earth. The terrifying destructive force spread from the point of contact between their fists and palms, obliterating everything around them. Accompanied by a piercing scream, a figure was sent flying. He crashed onto the shattered ground, creating a massive pit over 10 meters deep. Wang Can lay in the pit, his palm a bloody mess, his face filled with fear and disbelief. He could never have imagined that he would be defeated. Defeated by a small cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage. And this was while he was using his strongest ultimate move. This was unacceptable to him, filling him with a profound sense of defeat. In contrast, Xiaofeng remained suspended in place, completely unmoving. His fist was just slightly sore and numb. Whoosh! Xiaofeng quickly arrived above the deep pit, raising his fist again, intending to incapacitate his opponent before searching his soul. Feeling the earth-shattering power in his fist, Wang Can's fear intensified. He knew he was no match for Xiaofeng. If that punch landed on him, he would be severely injured if not killed. Wang Can did not want to die. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled out a talisman from his Qianquan ring. In an instant, the talisman ignited spontaneously, producing a strong light that completely enveloped his body. Then, the light dissipated, leaving only a wisp of ash scattered on the ground. Wang Can had vanished without a trace. Boom! Xiaofeng's fist struck the spot where Wang Can had just been, sending dust flying from the deep pit. He had sensed something was amiss when Wang Can took out the talisman and immediately launched an attack. but it was still a step too late, allowing his opponent to escape. Void-breaking talisman, interesting. For now, they'll let you escape for a while. Once I search your disciple's soul and find out which world you are in, I will personally come to find you and kill you. Xiaofeng stared at the place where Wang Can had disappeared, sneering continuously. Anyone targeted by him would never escape. This time, Xiaofeng had been careless, allowing the other party to flee. Mainly, he hadn't anticipated that the opponent would possess a void-breaking talisman which could tear through the void and instantly escape thousands of kilometers away. Moreover, outsiders couldn't locate it. Therefore, Xiaofeng did not pursue. The fierce battle between the two came to an end with Wang Can's disappearance. Generally speaking, battles between cultivators across a small realm are not uncommon. However, fighting across a large realm is nearly impossible unless aided by powerful magical artifacts. For someone like Xiaofeng, who crossed an entire large realm plus 2 small realms, injuring the opponent without much effort was unprecedented. Saying it out loud would sound like a tall tale. The reason he could achieve this was entirely due to the powerful offensive techniques and rich combat experience he had mastered in his previous life. It should be noted that in his last life he was a tribulation-transcending great cultivator, far stronger than a golden core cultivator. The techniques he employed were not something a golden core cultivator could compare to. With these methods, he could easily make up for the gap in realms between him and Wang Can. Of course, if Xiaofeng were to encounter a nascent soul cultivator now, it would become very tricky. In the distance, Tian Huang and Lu Xinghe and the others were still unaware of what had happened in the deep pit, thinking that Wang Can was still inside. They were anxiously watching the battle, hoping Wang Can could kill Xiaofeng. However, just moments ago, Wang Can had been sent flying by Xiaofeng, suffering a great loss. It was clear he was not Xiaofeng's opponent. This left them feeling utterly helpless. They could only hope Wang Can would pull through and create a miracle. Yet the next moment, Xiaofeng flashed in front of them, using the dragon-seizing hand to pull Wang Can over. Tian Huang and his confidants were so frightened they trembled all over, constantly looking into the deep pit, wondering why they couldn't see Wang Can's figure. "What do you want to do to me? Master, come save me." Lu Xing's neck was gripped in Xiaofeng's hand, nearly pissing himself from fear. "Stop shouting, your master escaped using a void-breaking talisman." As Xiaofeng spoke, he pressed his other hand on Lu Xing's head. "Impossible. Master loves me the most, he wouldn't abandon me." Hearing that his master had abandoned him to flee, Lu Xinghe couldn't believe it at all. But what good was disbelief? The facts were right in front of him. If his master hadn't escaped with a void-breaking talisman, he should have rushed out of the deep pit to save him upon seeing him captured. The pain from the soul-searching made it impossible for him to continue speaking, causing him to scream in agony. That desperate wail sent chills down Tian Huang and the others' spines. They had thought they could rely on Lu Xinghe and Wang Can to kill Xiaofeng, and for that he had been quite excited. But in the end, this was the outcome. His feelings were incredibly complicated. Had he known Xiaofeng was this powerful, he would have been better off hiding deep underground. Why did he have to come out? Regret. Run. Tian Huang and the others lost all their support and no longer dared to challenge Xiaofeng. At this moment, they knew they couldn't escape from Xiaofeng's grasp, but driven by the desire to survive, they still fled desperately. They couldn't just stand there and wait to die. As soon as their bodies moved, Xiaofeng opened his mouth and sword chi shot out, flying towards them. In an instant, all of Tian Huang and his companions died under the flying swords. "Great ancestor Su Fu, why haven't you descended yet? Have you really abandoned us, watching us get killed?" Tian Huang was Su Fu's most loyal follower, always believing that Su Fu would protect him. It was only at the moment of his death that he realized he had believed in the wrong person. "Fuck you, Su Fu." This was the last thought that flashed through his mind. Soon after, the soul-searching ended. Xiaofeng took off the Qianquan ring from the barely conscious Lu Xinghe and then blasted him to death. The return to the ruins is in the Himalayas. I have never heard of that. There is abundant spiritual energy there, which can greatly enhance my cultivation. Before going to the true martial realm, being able to strengthen my power is also a good choice. I suppose at this moment, Wang Can is probably about to return to the Guishu, telling the strong ones inside about what happened here. He is at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. His speed is not slower than mine. It's too late to chase him. I killed Lu Xinghe, and the people from Guishu will definitely come to seek revenge on me, so I will go and eliminate them first, to cut the grass and root them out, Xiaofeng said in a low voice. Regardless of the reason, he had to make a trip to Guishu. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Yi Tsanglong calling. Xiaofeng looked at the phone showing 3% battery and quickly answered, saying, "My phone is about to die, speak quickly." This is the downside of smartphones. He hadn't used it much these days, yet the battery was still draining rapidly. "Xiao Dao friend, where are you? Let's meet up," Yi Tsanglong said. "In the East Japan, I just killed Tian Huang." I'm going to Qianlongjin to find you. As soon as Xiao Feng finished the sentence, the phone shut down. He still didn't know what Jit Sanglong wanted to talk to him about. Without any delay, Xiao Feng quickly flew towards the dragon country. Grandpa, why did the call end so quickly? What is Xiao Feng doing? In Qianlongjin, Yi Wushuang asked curiously. Xiao Dao friend's phone ran out of battery. He killed Tian Huang from East Japan, and will be coming over soon. Yi Sanglong said with a wry smile. Xiao Feng's temper really left no room for his enemies. Well done, I said it. How could Xiao Feng let that bad guy Tian Huang go? Grandpa, I'm going back to the cave residence first. Yi Wushuang said with a smile. Xiao Feng is coming soon. She needs to touch up her makeup. In fact, she was already very beautiful. Even without makeup, she looked stunning. But which girl wouldn't want to look even prettier? A little light makeup could make her look even more enchanting. After a few dozen minutes, Xiao Feng landed in Qianlongjin. Yi Sanglong and Yi Wushuang had been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing him arrive, they immediately stepped forward to greet him. Xiao Dao friend, you are well. Yi Sanglong clasped his fists and said, Yi Lao, you were in such a hurry to find me. What is it about? Xiao Feng returned the gesture. He then nodded to Yi Wushuang, signaling that he had greeted her. This is what you asked me to find last time. Yi Sanglong took out a palm-sized energy crystal and handed it over. The golden little dragon liked to eat this stuff, and Xiao Feng didn't hold back, putting it into his Qiankuan ring, and asked, I'm afraid there's more to it, right? Of course. Do you still remember a month ago I told you about the international martial arts competition? Yi Sanglong got to the point. What, do you want me to participate in such a boring event? Xiao Feng frowned. No. Most of the strong ones from various countries have died at your hands. This international grand event cannot be held. The strong ones from Tianju and the polar bear country have also contacted me these days, saying they will not participate in the competition and are giving up their spots in the secret realm. I came to discuss with you about entering the Snow Domain secret realm. Yi Sanglong said. What is the Snow Domain secret realm? Xiao Feng thought, how did another secret realm pop up? I don't know the specifics, I only know that this secret realm is located in the Himalayas. About every 10 years, the entrance to the hidden secret realm in the mountains will reveal itself. Whenever this time comes, martial artists on Earth can enter the secret realm. For some unknown reason, there is a peculiar restriction at the entrance of the secret realm. Only 10 people can enter at a time, not one more. To allow their own people to enter, in the first few times, the strong ones from various countries fought fiercely, resulting in heavy casualties. Later, in order to reduce casualties, several major powers calmly sat down to discuss and decided to compete for those 10 spots through a martial arts tournament. Only the top 10 contestants would qualify to enter the Snowy Domain secret realm. Inside the Snowy Domain secret realm, thick fog lingers year-round, filled with dangers, but also numerous opportunities. Someone once found a medicinal herb inside, and after consuming it, their cultivation directly broke through to the late stage of the Earth Immortal. Of course, not every medicinal herb has such miraculous effects, but the results are still quite astonishing and greatly beneficial for martial artists. Due to the extreme dangers inside, out of 10 people who enter, having 3 return alive is considered good. Therefore, so far, the areas we have explored remain at the fringes, and we dare not venture deeper. Your strength is so formidable. If you explore deeper, you should be able to reap great rewards. This is the main reason I sought you out. Yi Sanglong recounted the whole story. He didn't notice that Xiao Feng's expression slightly changed while listening. The Snowy Domain secret realm you mentioned is probably the Guishu. Xiao Feng felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. The Snowy Domain secret realm described by Yi Sanglong was quite similar to the outskirts of Guishu in Luzing's memories. Moreover, both were located in the Himalayas. Guishu? Yi Sanglong had never heard of this place. The Snowy Domain secret realm was the name they had given it. Before I killed Tian Huang, I also killed another latest Foundation establishment martial artist who came from Guishu, so it can't be wrong. What a coincidence, I was just planning to take a trip to Guishu. Xiao Feng explained. I see. Yi Sanglong suddenly realized, after all this time, Xiao Feng understood the Snowy Domain secret realm better than he did. Had he known this, he wouldn't have gone into such detail. Now that the 10-year period has arrived, the entrance to the Snowy Domain, Guishu has reappeared, and since other countries have given up their spots to enter Guishu, our dragon country can send in 10 martial artists. Daoist Xiao, if it's convenient for you, you can take Wu Shuang and the others in to seek their own opportunities. Yi Sanglong said. In addition to Xiao Feng, he also selected 9 other willing dragon country martial artists under 60 years old, as older individuals tend to value their lives more and lack the adventurous spirit of youth. Naturally, he did not plan to go to Guishu himself. With his strength, he could only explore the outskirts. Even if he were lucky enough to find medicinal herbs on the outskirts, it wouldn't help him break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Yi Wuxuan was one of the candidates to enter Guishu. To be honest, Yi Sanglong was not at ease with her going in. The dangers were too great. However, if she went with Xiao Feng, he wouldn't have to worry too much. The others should not enter Guishu. I just killed Lu Xinghe. The strong ones in Guishu will come after me, and having them around will only increase their danger. But there are great cultivators at the nascent soul level in Guishu. Xiao Feng considered for a moment and shook his head in refusal. I see, that is indeed very dangerous. Wuxuan, why not let this one go and not enter Guishu? Yi Sanglong was utterly shocked. The presence of nascent soul great cultivators in Guishu was terrifying. Originally, Yi Wuxuan was very excited because she could go to Guishu with Xiao Feng to seek opportunities, giving them a chance to be alone together. However, Xiao Feng had refused. She pouted, looking rather unhappy. Don't worry, I will bring back a batch of medicinal herbs from inside for you to enhance your cultivation. You should just stay here honestly. Xiao Feng noticed Yi Wuxuan's low spirits and said with a smile. He had originally planned to help Yi Sanglong and Yan Nantian break through to the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Feng's promise to bring back a batch of medicinal herbs for them to use deeply moved Yi Wuxuan and Yi Sanglong. However, they both thought of a serious issue. Xiao Feng, you have enmity with the people inside Guishu, and there are also great cultivators at the nascent soul level. For safety's sake, it's best if you don't go in either. Yi Wuxuan kindly reminded. At the same time, there was a sense of helplessness. How did Xiao Feng manage to provoke an enemy of this level? The gap between the early stage of foundation establishment and the nascent soul stage was simply too vast. Although Xiao Feng had repeatedly demonstrated strength far beyond his own realm, defeating powerful foes time and again, among those foes, Adam was the strongest, possessing combat power close to the midstage of Golden Core. However, compared to a nascent soul cultivator, that was completely insufficient, a distance of 10,000 miles. Neither she nor Yi Sanglong believed that Xiao Feng had the ability to confront a great nascent soul cultivator. It wasn't that they doubted Xiao Feng's strength, it was simply that great nascent soul cultivators were terrifying. If I don't go to the return ruins, they will come to Earth to find me. Whether I go in or not, the outcome will be the same. A battle with them is inevitable. I might as well take the initiative. If luck is on my side, I can quickly enhance my cultivation using the resources inside. Once I break through again, what nascent soul cultivator will be anything but a mere chicken or dog? Xiao Feng had never been one to easily back down, nor was he someone who was easily intimidated. Moreover, with his current cultivation level, even if he encountered a great nascent soul cultivator, he was not completely defenseless. He couldn't kill the opponent, but the opponent also couldn't kill him. He still had that much confidence. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of the title of the greatest cultivator in the spirit realm. What you say makes sense, then. You must be careful, I'll wait for your return. Yi Wuxuan, seeing Xiao Feng's firm attitude, stopped trying to persuade him. Furthermore, Xiao Feng's attitude of facing challenges hidden and not fearing power made her admire and respect him even more. Look, what is a man? This is a true man standing tall. At that moment, Xiao Feng's image in her heart grew even more grand and radiant. Xiao Daoist, when are you setting off? Yi Sanglong asked. Right now. Xiao Feng was always decisive in his actions. When he said he would do it, he did. I believe you are someone who can create miracles. Take care. Yi Sanglong said. Alright, see you later. As soon as Xiao Feng's voice fell, he disappeared before their eyes, showing just how eager he was to go to the return ruins. Ah, I didn't expect that in the snow domain, there are human warriors living in the return ruins, and even great nascent soul cultivators. I hope Xiao Daoist can turn misfortune into fortune this time and be invincible in battle. Although Yi Sanglong said this, it was a great nascent soul cultivator. How would Xiao Feng cope? Just thinking about it was despairing. Grandpa, you don't need to worry. Xiao Feng has always been calm and collected. He probably has a way to deal with them. Yi Wuxuan comforted him, perhaps overly admiring Xiao Feng, filled with confidence in him. Maybe. Yi Sanglong nodded, still very worried, saying, Wuxuan, go inform the other selected participants. None of them should go to the return ruins this time. Okay, I'm on it. Yi Wuxuan left as well, leaving Yi Sanglong alone in a daze. The more one learned about the unknown, the more painful it became. Ever since he learned that 12 boundless demon lords were suppressed on Earth, he had often fallen into worry and panic. Previously, with Xiao Feng around, he felt somewhat reassured. At least there was still hope. If Xiao Feng encountered misfortune in the return ruins this time, once the 12 demon lords were freed in the future, who could deal with them? The billions of living beings on Earth would perish at the hands of the demon lords. That would be a colossal disaster. Xiao Feng, you must come back alive. Earth cannot do without you. Yi Sanglong sighed deeply again. Even though he held immense power, he still felt a deep sense of helplessness regarding many matters. He didn't know when it started, but he had become increasingly reliant on Xiao Feng. In the Himalayas, above a certain peak, a spatial barrier was floating. It was as if a mirror had appeared in the sky. If any mountaineering enthusiasts saw it, they would definitely consider it a wonder of the world. At this moment, a figure hurriedly flew to the location of the spatial barrier. He was disheveled, with his right hand a bloody mess, looking extremely disheveled. This person was Wang Can, who had escaped from the eastern Japan using a space-breaking talisman. He looked back but saw no trace of Xiao Feng, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. A figure flashed and dove into the barrier. As soon as he entered, he was met with a strange mist. In front of him stood a silhouette. Upon seeing this person, Wang Can was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Xiao Feng, how did you discover the Guishu and arrive before me? Wang Can asked, his voice trembling. Sweat poured down his face, and in that instant he was drenched. However, the figure that looked exactly like Xiao Feng remained silent, simply watching him. The sight sent chills down Wang Can's spine. After a long while, he seemed to remember something. With a bitter smile, he said, "Damn it, in just scaring myself, forgetting that illusions can easily appear in the mist. I'm so afraid of Xiao Feng that he has almost become my nightmare, which is why I had such an illusion upon entering." Wang Can got up from the ground, wiped the sweat from his face, and felt ashamed of his earlier cowardice. Fortunately, no one else saw it, otherwise he would have lost all face. Xiao Feng, just you wait, I'm going to get reinforcements to kill you. And, disciple, you must not get into trouble. Your master will come to save you. No, disciple, it would be better if you were killed by Xiao Feng. I will avenge you. Just a moment ago, Wang Can had been praying that Xiao Feng wouldn't kill his disciple, Lu Xinghe. But then he thought about abandoning his disciple and fleeing alone. If the powerful members of the Lu family found out about this, he would be finished. So, he instead hoped that Xiao Feng would quickly kill Lu Xinghe. Although they shared a deep master-disciple bond, he had always regarded his disciple as his own son. But compared to his own life, the life or death of his disciple suddenly seemed less important. The environment within Guishu was harsh. 99% of the area was shrouded in mist year-round. Only a small section was considered normal and suitable for human habitation. The humans in Guishu lived in that area. For thousands of years, the powerful beings within Guishu had been exploring the surrounding conditions. So far, less than 1,000th of the area had been explored. In ancient times, before the 12 demon lords invaded, many powerful cultivators had entered Guishu to explore. Over time, they found a relatively safe path that could lead directly to the area where they now resided. Traveling this path, the likelihood of encountering creatures in the mist and experiencing illusions was significantly reduced. As a powerful being within Guishu, Wang Can naturally knew this path. He and Lu Xinghe had come out through it. Immediately, he took out an ancient compass from his Qianquan ring. As the needle stopped moving, he ran forward in the direction it pointed. The journey was long, and if no dangers occurred along the way, Wang Can would need several days to reach the city where he lived. More than 2 hours later, Xiao Feng arrived in the Himalayas. Based on Lu Xing's memories, he quickly found the location of the spatial barrier. Approaching the nearly transparent spatial barrier, he could see the thick mist inside. Surrounding the barrier were faint fluctuations of formation inscriptions, likely set up by the martial artists who had fled into Guishu back in the day. With years of neglect, they were almost ineffective. Compared to the formation inscriptions around the spatial barrier of the true martial realm, this place seemed trivial. Without encountering any resistance, Xiao Feng easily passed through the barrier and entered Guishu. Surrounded by the mist, Xiao Feng's eyes suddenly burst with brilliance. These mists should be called mirage gas. Could it be that there is a mirage dragon in Guishu, and these mists are spewed out by it? Xiao Feng's experience was vast. While the martial artists in Guishu did not know that these mists were exhaled by a mirage dragon, he was well aware. The mirage dragon, in the lineage of dragons, was inferior to the azure dragon and golden dragon, only ranking in the middle. It resembled a jiao dragon, with antler-like horns on its head and red mane growing from its neck to its back. Its scales are quite distinctive. The scales above the waist grow in a straight line and are a dark earth color. The scales below the waist are fiery red and all grow in the opposite direction, commonly known as reverse scales. Other dragons typically have a few reverse scales around their necks, but the Shindong has reverse scales that extend over half its body. Additionally, the Shindong possesses an incredible ability to exhale mist that can create various illusions. This ability, when used against enemies, often yields remarkable results. Xiao Feng did not expect that upon entering the Guishu, the first thing he would encounter was the mist exhaled by the Shindong. Instantly, he became very interested in the Guishu. At that moment, a small head poked out from his sleeve. It was the golden little dragon waking up, looking around with a dazed expression, its eyes sparkling with confusion and curiosity. "Did you sense the presence of your kind here?" Xiao Feng asked with a smile. The golden little dragon quickly nodded. "Do you know where it is?" Xiao Feng asked again. The golden little dragon sniffed hard, and after a moment, it extended a small paw and pointed to the left front. Xiao Feng was overjoyed. He estimated that finding the Shindong in the mist would take a lot of time and might not even guarantee success. But with the little golden dragon, it was different. After all, they belonged to the same kind, attracted to each other, and familiar with each other's scents, making the search much easier. Moreover, there was another benefit. Even if that Shindong was far stronger than him, having the golden little dragon by his side would likely prevent the creature from seeing him as an enemy or prey. Inside the spatial barrier, Xiao Feng quickly set up several mental marks. In case a powerful being from the Guishu came looking for revenge and triggered the mental marks while passing through, he would sense it immediately. After finishing this, he dashed in the direction indicated by the golden little dragon. In the mist, Xiao Feng moved swiftly. About 10 minutes later, he suddenly stopped. Several figures appeared ahead. It was actually Xin Xingxue and Xiao Churui, along with a Wang Can. The two of them had been captured by Wang Can. Wang Can looked at him with a sinister grin and coldly said, "Xiao Feng, you finally arrived. If you don't want them to die in front of you, quickly waste your cultivation, or I will kill them right now." Xiao Feng's expression changed slightly, but soon he revealed a mocking smile. "Just a little illusion, it can't fool me. Illusionary eye, activate." As his voice fell, a crack opened on his forehead and then a vertical eye opened, shooting out golden light. This was his other ultimate skill, illusionary eye. In his previous life, he had mastered the illusionary eye to perfection and had used it many times in battles. He had long memorized it. Therefore, he could now successfully activate this skill in an instant. The illusionary eye has two main effects. One is to see through all illusions. Everything false and hidden cannot escape his gaze. It is a major nemesis for breaking illusions. The second effect is to release illusionary light, which has strong offensive power. In battles, enemies usually focus their attention on limbs, with their eyes and mouths receiving some attention as well, since some cultivators can unleash deadly moves from their mouths, and eyes can also be a means of attack. Thus, the third eye is often overlooked. Therefore, using the third eye for a sneak attack can yield good results, akin to a sudden strike. However, Xiao Feng has too many attack methods and usually crushes his enemies, rarely using sneak attacks, and he hardly ever releases illusionary light. Sure enough, once the illusionary eye opened, the figures of Xin Xingxue, Xiao Churui, and Wang Can immediately vanished without a trace. Although everything that had just happened was an illusion, it reflected Xiao Feng's deep-seated worries. He had failed to kill Wang Can, allowing the opponent to escape. If he did not eliminate the threat in time, it could lead to future troubles. In the future, Wang Can is very likely to threaten the safety of his family. I need to improve my cultivation as soon as possible and kill them. Xiao Feng clenched his fist tightly. He continued forward, and after a short distance, he sensed fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. With a flash of his figure, he quickly arrived at the source of the energy. On the ground, there was a medicinal herb called golden spirit seed, rich in abundant spiritual energy. If an ordinary person consumed it, they could elevate their cultivation to around the 4th level of qi refining in a short time, essentially breaking through to the early stage of a master. The golden spirit seed was of little use to him. Consuming it would be a waste, so he decided to leave it for Xin Xingxue and Xiao Churui. He pulled the herb out by the roots and placed it into his Qiankuan ring. It's his first harvest since entering the Guishu. A little over 10 minutes later, Xiao Feng encountered another golden spirit seed, similar in age to the previous one. A fly's leg is still meat, he thought, pocketing it. He couldn't help but sigh. Earth was truly too barren, with pitifully few medicinal materials beneficial for martial artists' cultivation, let alone aged herbs. Just look at the Guishu. He had only been in for a short while and had already found two. Suddenly, Xiao Feng seemed to sense something, his gaze directed towards a certain spot. The golden little dragon poked its head out again, pointing with its claw at the location he was focused on. It was trying to convey that it had detected the aura of a Shenlong there. However, Xiao Feng was puzzled. The aura coming from that direction wasn't very strong. How could it be a Shenlong? With doubts in mind, he walked over. At the same time, the creature in that direction seemed to have noticed him and was approaching. As they drew closer, when they were about 500 meters apart, Xiao Feng could see the creature clearly. It was a greenwood wolf, standing 2 meters tall. Its eyes were fixed on him, radiating a fierce light, treating him as prey. The greenwood wolf let out a howl and lunged at him like a sharp arrow. With a swift motion, Xiao Feng executed a hand strike, unleashing an invisible blade of light that severed the greenwood wolf from hundreds of meters away. Approaching the corpse, he fell into deep thought. He then asked the golden little dragon, "Does it have the aura of a Shenlong?" The latter nodded, flying to the severed part of the greenwood wolf's body, dipping its claw in the blood and bringing it to Xiao Feng. "Are you saying that its blood contains the bloodline power of a Shenlong?" Xiao Feng inquired. The golden little dragon nodded again. Xiao Feng spread his fingers and drew a large mass of blood from the corpse, sensing it carefully, but his confusion deepened. There was indeed a trace of dragon blood flowing within the greenwood wolf, but it was extremely thin, almost negligible. This was strange. The relationship between the greenwood wolf and the shenlong was tenuous at best. Normally, it shouldn't possess dragon blood, even if it were thin. Could it be that this greenwood wolf was a descendant of a shenlong and another greenwood wolf? Right, dragons are known for their promiscuity. That possibility can't be ruled out. Xiao Feng shared his thoughts with the golden little dragon. However, the latter tilted its little head, pondering for a moment, then shook its head vigorously, dismissing his speculation. If it wasn't a descendant of a shenlong and a greenwood wolf, then how did this greenwood wolf possess dragon blood? Xiao Feng immediately thought of another possibility, but it was so bizarre that he wasn't sure. He would have to verify it slowly. The golden little dragon opened its mouth and forcefully inhaled, sucking all the blood from the corpse, not even sparing the blood in Xiao Feng's palm. Then, it patted its round belly with its hind claws, showing a satisfied expression. This is not scientific. Xiao Feng looked at the golden little dragon's belly, feeling astonished. The amount of blood from the greenwood wolf far exceeded the little dragon's size. He couldn't fathom how it fit. The golden little dragon devoured the blood to refine the thin dragon bloodline, absorbing it to enhance its own strength. Roar! A deafening roar echoed. In the distance, a massive greenwood wolf, standing 6 meters tall, charged over at high speed. The roar of anger still echoed from its mouth, clearly harboring a deep hatred for Xiao Feng. Killed a small one, and now a big one comes along, still at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Your inner Dan will indeed be helpful for my cultivation. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Feng pierced through the forehead of the giant greenwood wolf with unstoppable force. Bang! The creature, which had been running at full speed, came to a sudden halt and crashed to the ground. It was the mother of the greenwood wolf, having come specifically to seek revenge on Xiao Feng after discovering her son dead at the hands of a human. Unfortunately, she was too weak. Not only did she fail to avenge her son, but she also lost her own life in the process. Xiao Feng killed her without a shred of guilt. In the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, the relationship between humans and ferocious beasts is mostly one of mutual hunting. If you don't kill it, it will kill you. Just like earlier, that smaller greenwood wolf had treated her as prey. Approaching the corpse, Xiao Feng skillfully opened her belly, having done this many times before. During the process, he touched the blood of the greenwood wolf and sensed a faint trace of dragon bloodline. He extracted a green pearl the size of a fishball from the corpse's abdomen. This was the beast Dan that only formed after a ferocious beast reached the foundation establishment stage. Humans preferred to call it an inner Dan. It contained most of the spiritual energy of an adult greenwood wolf. Human warriors often hunted ferocious beasts to obtain their inner dawn for cultivation purposes. Since the previously killed greenwood wolf was only at the 9th layer of chi refinement and had not yet formed an inner Dan, Xiao Feng did not open her belly. With a casual grab, Xiao Feng condensed the surrounding air into droplets of water, washed the inner Dan clean, and swallowed it whole. He activated the Heavenly Emperor scripture and quickly refined the inner Dan. Just a few minutes had passed. The rolling spiritual energy within the inner Dan was absorbed by him, transforming into his own. His cultivation level increased slightly, taking him a step closer to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Although this was the inner Dan of a greenwood wolf at the mid-foundation establishment stage, it was similar to humans eating food. Consuming a pound of food doesn't mean you gain a pound of flesh. In just a short while, the golden little dragon had also absorbed all the blood from the adult greenwood wolf into its belly. Xiao Feng looked at its belly again, amazed at how much it could eat. It was simply a glutton. Wow! Soon, the golden little dragon let out a sound and vomited most of the blood it had previously swallowed. Only a tiny portion of the dragon bloodline was absorbed. Xiao Feng clearly sensed that the golden little dragon's cultivation had also increased a bit, and it seemed to have grown an inch or two longer. This was due to the energy crystals as well as the dragon bloodline, with the latter being the major contributor. Seeing that the ferocious beasts in the return void were beneficial for both his and the golden little dragon's cultivation, Xiao Feng felt very pleased. He had high expectations for the upcoming actions. Little Jean, he'll call you Little Jean from now on. Xiao Feng patted the golden little dragon's head, which showed a look of enjoyment and did not reject the name. Little Jean, continue sensing where there are ferocious beasts with dragon bloodlines and point me in the right direction, Xiao Feng said to the golden little dragon. Little Jean nodded, sensed a bit, and then pointed its claw in another direction. Without any hesitation, Xiao Feng dashed out. Boom! A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Feng killed a foundation establishment early-stage wild boar. He and the golden little dragon each got what they needed. One extracted the inner Dan to swallow, while the other devoured the blood to refine the dragon bloodline. As expected, their cultivation levels increased again. Just as the two were preparing to leave, a prey conveniently presented itself. It was a 20-meter-long two-headed snake, having caught the scent of the wild boar's blood, slithering over with the intention of a feast. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, both of its snake heads extended their long tongues, regarding him as food. When it spotted the golden little dragon, it showed even more excitement. If it ate little Jean, wouldn't it evolve and transform into a dragon? What the hell? Is this guy not afraid of dragons? What about bloodline suppression? Oh right, little gold is still young, at an ignorant age, and doesn't yet understand how to unleash its bloodline power to intimidate fierce beasts. But even so, most fierce beasts should be trembling in fear upon seeing a golden dragon, not like this two-headed snake, so ferocious. Could it be that the fierce beasts in the Return to Ruins are all this bold? Xiao Feng was quite puzzled. The two-headed snake regarded Xiao Feng and the golden little dragon as prey, and Xiao Feng thought the same. Before the opponent could launch an attack, he took the initiative, casually gesturing, and used the great cutting technique to sever the two heads of the two-headed snake. Even in death, this guy couldn't comprehend how he had perished so quickly. Whoosh! The golden little dragon immediately flew above the corpse of the two-headed snake, starting to absorb its blood, which flowed continuously into its body. Xiao Feng was not idle either. He took out the inner core from the snake's abdomen. It was slightly larger than a fish ball. This two-headed snake was the strongest fierce beast he had encountered in the Return to Ruins so far, with a cultivation level reaching the late Foundation establishment stage. Refining this inner core would almost allow him to break through. After rinsing it clean, Xiao Feng swallowed it whole. A few minutes later, with a soft pop, a subtle sound echoed within him, and the barrier between realms was broken, successfully promoting Xiao Feng to the mid-Foundation establishment stage. From the moment he entered the Return to Ruins until now, it had been less than an hour, and he had broken through from the early to the mid-Foundation establishment stage. The speed was astonishing. Only he could achieve such a breakthrough speed. For others, even if they obtained these inner cores, it would be difficult to fully absorb and refine them in less than half a year. This was still considered a relatively fast pace. If it were slower, it could take 3 to 5 years. The Heavenly Emperor's scripture he practiced was said to be a technique passed down from the immortal realm, exquisite and unparalleled, incomparable to other techniques. Its refining speed was no joke. With the breakthrough in realm, Xiao Feng's mood became even more delightful. Once little gold expelled the useless blood, the faint dragon bloodline power was completely refined. A man and a dragon embarked on a new journey. With the golden little dragon as a guide, Xiao Feng could find a fierce beast every so often. 5 hours later, while in the mirage mist, Xiao Feng's cultivation broke through again, reaching the late Foundation establishment stage. After killing that two-headed snake, he had hunted down 13 fierce beasts. They varied widely, including the flame fox, human-faced demon spider, red-spotted ant, triangular giant crocodile, and thorny hedgehog. Without exception, they all had faint dragon bloodlines within them. Through these fierce beasts, he confirmed the golden little dragon statement: they were not descendants of the Xinqiang dragon. Because even if the Xinqiang dragon was promiscuous, it couldn't possibly have relations with fierce beasts like the human-faced demon spider, thorny hedgehog, and red-spotted ant. The thorny hedgehog was covered in sharp, long spines. How could that happen? Just thinking about that scene made it impossible. The Xinqiang dragon was also picky. It wasn't that desperate, not everything it saw would do. The fact that they had Xinqiang dragon blood flowing within them could only be explained in one way. Their ancestors were very likely the ones who had devoured the Xinqiang dragon in the Return to Ruins. They had eaten its dragon meat and drunk its dragon blood. This was what caused the bloodline mutation. The reason it was said that these fierce beasts' ancestors devoured the Xinqiang dragon, rather than them, was that their cultivation was insufficient to even bite through the Xinqiang dragon's flesh. If the Xinqiang dragon had truly been devoured by fierce beasts, it also indirectly explained why these fierce beasts were not afraid of the golden little dragon. Their ancestors had eaten the Xinqiang dragon's meat, naturally diminishing their reverence for the dragon clan. Of course, this was merely Xiao Feng's inference and speculation. It might not necessarily be correct. More evidence needed to be found. As the saying goes, to live is to see people, to die is to see corpses. If he could find a piece of dragon bone or a dragon scale, it would be even more convincing. If the Xinqiang dragon was truly dead, Xiao Feng very much wanted to obtain its reverse scale and skull to forge a reverse scale dragon sword after the successful refinement. The power of the reverse scale dragon sword depended on the strength of the Shandong dragon. Xiao Feng and the golden little dragon continued their journey, and along the way, they made significant gains, collecting numerous medicinal herbs and hunting many ferocious beasts. Both he and the little dragon were rapidly increasing in cultivation. A day later, Xiao Feng had entered the mid-level area of the mist. Here, the number of ferocious beasts sharply decreased. He hadn't encountered any ferocious beasts for several hours. He was only half a step away from breaking through to the great perfection of Foundation establishment. Even if he obtained an inner core from a ferocious beast at the great perfection of foundation establishment, he could take that half step forward. After searching for more than half an hour, suddenly, an angry roar echoed around them. Immediately, a Lihua lion, engulfed in flames, emerged from the mist. Its aura was powerful, filled with murderous intent. As soon as Xiaofeng saw it, he showed an excited expression. This Lihua lion had reached the early stage of golden core. It was considered the overlord of this area, having devoured all the ferocious beasts within its domain, and other beasts dared not step into its territory. That was why Xiaofeng hadn't encountered any ferocious beasts for half a day. At this moment, the Lihua lion's eyes blazed with fire, glaring at them. It despised these intruders who had dared to invade its territory. However, it was also filled with greed. Like the previous ferocious beasts, upon seeing the golden little dragon, it wanted to swallow it whole to achieve a bloodline evolution. Roar! The Lihua lion roared and charged aggressively at the man and the dragon. This time, Xiaofeng did not intervene. Instead, he patted the little gold dragon circling on his shoulder, signaling it to deal with the Lihua lion. Although the little gold had not yet broken through to the midstage of golden core, it was still stronger than the Lihua lion, and with its innate physical advantages, it had a good chance of winning. However, the little gold was still young and lacked any combat experience. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win this battle. Xiaofeng letting it face the Lihua lion was part of his training. A thoroughbred horse cannot be raised in a courtyard, and a 1,000-year pine cannot grow in a greenhouse. He couldn't let the little gold always remain in a comfortable environment. It needed more training. The little gold looked up at him, its eyes clearly showing signs of fear. "You can do it. Believe in your strength," Xiaofeng encouraged. Upon hearing this, the little gold's fear diminished significantly, and it nodded vigorously. "Go!" As Xiaofeng's voice rang out, the little gold shone brightly, charging towards the Lihua lion. Bang! As they drew near, the Lihua lion raised its massive front paw and struck down at the golden little dragon, sending it flying. Immediately, the Lihua lion opened its gaping maw and lunged at the golden little dragon. The latter's figure flickered, narrowly dodging the attack, and it swiftly appeared on the Lihua lion's back, clawing a piece of flesh from its tough hide. Seeing this, Xiaofeng slowly retracted his finger. Just now, he had almost intervened to help the little gold out of danger. If the little gold had truly faced life-threatening danger, he would have decisively killed the Lihua lion. Feeling pain in its back, the Lihua lion grew even angrier. It swung its hard tail, striking the golden little dragon with tremendous force, sending it flying once more. The golden little dragon's golden light dissipated. Fortunately, it had astonishing defense, protected by golden scales. Although it suffered a heavy blow, it wasn't seriously injured. However, it still felt quite uncomfortable, enduring unbearable pain. Roar! The Lihua lion, having succeeded in its attack, charged at the golden little dragon again. It quickly dodged, avoiding the Lihua lion's frontal assault. Once again, it reached the Lihua lion's back, clawing off another piece of flesh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The Lihua lion used the same tactic again, fiercely swinging its tail. The golden little dragon had suffered 2 major setbacks but had learned some combat experience. It was already on guard, quickly moving away from its original position, causing the opponent's tail to miss. Thus, the two sides exchanged blows, each gaining and losing ground, locked in a fierce battle. Xiaofeng stood outside the fighting circle, watching with his arms crossed. In terms of size, strength, and combat, it far surpassed the fire lion. However, the little golden dragon was no pushover. It compensated for its disadvantages with its nimble speed and the tremendous destructive power of its claws. The battle lasted a full 2 hours, ending with a furious and unwilling roar from the fire lion. The victor, of course, was the golden dragon. It became more and more in tune with the fight, gaining richer combat experience. By the last half hour, it had almost completely mastered the battle. In fact, during the struggle, it discovered that the fire lion's most vulnerable spot was its abdomen. It was this discovery that allowed the little golden dragon to seize the opportunity and deliver a fatal blow, eviscerating the fire lion and spilling its intestines everywhere. Thus, the fire lion met its end. "Little Jean, well done." Xiaofeng praised the blood-soaked golden dragon fiercely as he approached. With this battle experience, the golden dragon surely gained a lot, which would greatly help it in the future. Once it grew a bit more and awakened its abilities in all aspects, its strength would become truly astonishing. By then, it would be able to unleash the true combat power of the dragon race. Receiving the praise, the golden dragon smiled broadly, its eyes sparkling with excitement. It seemed that it was still somewhat reluctant to part with this grand battle. The blood of the fire lion gushed out from its wounds, and the little golden dragon hurriedly consumed the blood. Xiaofeng took out a fiery red inner core, a smile appearing on his face. By refining this inner core from a fierce beast in the early stages of the golden core, he would soon be able to enhance his strength. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaofeng completed the refinement. Accompanied by a faint sound from his dantian, he broke through the boundary once again, easily reaching the great perfection of foundation establishment. After foundation establishment, each major realm is divided into 4 minor realms: early stage, mid stage, late stage, and great perfection. Now, he had reached great perfection, and once the spiritual energy within this realm reached saturation, he could attempt to form a core. If he succeeded in forming a core and breaking through to the early stage of the golden core, he would be able to disregard the nascent soul cultivators within the Return to Ruins. From Lu Xing's memories, he learned that the strongest experts in the Return to Ruins were 5 early stage nascent soul cultivators. In fact, with Xiaofeng's current strength, he could already slay early stage nascent soul cultivators, though it would be a bit troublesome. However, once he reached the early stage of core formation, he could almost achieve a one-hit kill. This was the confidence of someone reborn from a tribulation stage powerhouse. Shortly after Xiaofeng's breakthrough, the Golden Dragon also refined all the dragon blood from the Fire Lion. As expected, its cultivation level was also elevated, finally breaking through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. From the moment it hatched, it was at the early stage of the Golden Core. It took such a long time to break through, partly due to previous resource shortages and partly because the higher the martial arts realm, the greater the difficulty of breaking through. Once it broke through, the little golden dragon's body surged in size. Currently, it was at least 50 centimeters long and as thick as 3 fingers. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Xiaofeng encountered fewer fierce beasts. However, the beasts he did encounter were mostly above the Golden Core realm. Hunting one was equivalent to taking down 10 or 20 fierce beasts at great perfection of foundation establishment. By consuming their inner cores, the spiritual energy in Xiaofeng's dantian reached its peak, and he could no longer absorb even a fraction more. He planned to hunt a few more fierce beasts because the process of forming a core would continuously consume spiritual energy, requiring the inner cores of fierce beasts for replenishment. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Xiaofeng had 3 more inner cores in his hand. The Golden Core fierce beasts within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers were nearly all wiped out, leaving very few behind. With everything ready, it was time to proceed to the next step. "Little Jean, protect me," Xiaofeng said to the Golden Dragon. He did not want to be disturbed by fierce beasts during the core formation process, although even if a fierce beast were to attack him at this moment, he could still manage to kill it with a distraction. It was better to focus on improving the quality of his golden core. The golden little dragon nodded. Xiaofeng sat cross-legged on the ground, his palms resting open on his knees. In the center of his palms lay 3 inner elixirs. Taking a deep breath, he quickly entered a meditative state. He used his dantian, post-foundation establishment, as a furnace, drawing in his essence, energy, and spirit into the dantian, mixing it with spiritual energy, treating it as the ingredients for forming the core. He then continuously refined it with internal fire, gradually perfecting the fusion of these 4 medicinal components, followed by repeated hammering, compressing, and kneading. During this process, any mistake could lead to failure, resulting in a ruined dantian and rendering him a waste. In the worst case, it could lead to instant death. Forming the core carries risks and requires caution. It is best done under the watchful eye of an elder. With their care, even a small mistake can be corrected in time. While forming the core sounds easy, it is actually quite difficult. According to big data statistics, the success rate is less than 30%. This means that out of 10 martial artists who have reached the peak of foundation establishment, at most 3 can successfully form a core. This probability is still very low. The success of core formation is closely related to the solidity of the martial artist's foundation, their talent, resources, and so on. For other martial artists, core formation might seem difficult, complex, and fraught with danger. But for Xiaofeng, these issues did not exist. He was essentially retracing his path of cultivation, familiar with all of this due to his past life experience. Thus, Xiaofeng was completely absorbed in his practice, free from distractions. Time rewinds to 2.5 days ago. Wang Can, after 3.5 days of travel, had a relatively smooth journey and finally returned to the human settlement within the Return Ruins. The name of this city was chosen quite casually, called Yunwu City, built on a plain, covering a vast area that could accommodate nearly 1 million residents. Surrounding the city were sturdy walls, erected to fend off the fierce beasts lurking in the mist. Outside Yunwu City, many small villages and towns were scattered about, where those of lower status lived. Only those of higher status were qualified to reside within the city. "Senior Wang, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? And where is young Master Lu Xinghe? Why didn't he come back with you?" As Wang Can arrived at the city gate, a curious guard leader asked. That day, Wang Can had left the city with Lu Xinghe, and it just so happened that this guard was on duty. Seeing Wang Can and Lu Xinghe leave together, now one was returning alone, he couldn't help but speak up. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Wang Can shot him a glare and scolded him harshly. Why are you bringing up old wounds, deliberately pouring salt on my injury? He didn't want to share such disgraceful matters with outsiders. Please don't blame me, Senior Wang. It's my fault for being talkative, I'll slap myself. The guard leader, frightened by the scolding, quickly apologized and slapped his own mouth. From his reaction, it was clear that Wang Can held a high status within Yunwu City. Humph. Wang Can snorted coldly, not bothering to argue further, and swept into the city gate. Soon, he arrived outside the Lu family's residence. Here, he hesitated. He was torn about whether to inform the head of the Lu family about his experiences on Earth. If he told the Lu family, and if Lu Xinghe was not dead and was eventually rescued by the Lu family strong, then the matter of Lu Xinghe abandoning him would surely come to light, and the Lu family would definitely make him pay. But if he didn't tell them, the Lu family would still inquire about Lu Xing's whereabouts. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma. To speak or not to speak, neither option seemed good. It felt like no matter what he did, disaster was imminent. It's all that Xiao Feng's fault. If you had any conscience, you should have killed Lu Xinghe. After much deliberation, Wang Can stepped heavily into the vast Lu family residence. Upon reflection, with his legs severed and his dantian shattered, the disciple should not survive. Yet, he still chose to report the situation to the head of the Lu family. As for the fact that he abandoned Lu Xinghe to escape alone for his own life, of course, he would not mention it. Wang Can had a close relationship with the Lu family and was a distinguished guest. The way was clear, and he was warmly guided by the steward. Senior Wang, please sit for a moment, I will notify the family head right away. After instructing the maid to serve tea, the steward respectfully said and walked towards the backyard. Ha, Brother Wang, you're back so soon. You must have found Senior Su Fu. May I ask if you managed to obtain a healing sacred medicine? Before he arrived, a hearty laugh echoed in. Wang Can immediately stood up and saw a middle-aged man in a blue robe, with a refined appearance and a handlebar mustache, walking in. He was holding a folding fan, exuding a scholarly aura. This man was named Lu Hanxiu, the head of the Lu family in Yunwu City, who had entered the early stage of the nascent soul realm 3 years ago. Originally, there were 4 major families in Yunwu City, each with a powerful nascent soul cultivator stationed, making their family powers quite equal. However, since Lu Hanxiu broke through to this realm, along with his grandfather Lu Honglu, they possessed 2 nascent soul experts. This allowed the Lu family's strength to leap to become the #1 family in Yunwu City. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances arose. Not long ago, his grandfather Lu Honglu went deep into the mist to explore and was attacked by a powerful creature, returning heavily injured and unable to heal. The strength of the #1 family in Yunwu City was thus significantly weakened, but as long as Lu Honglu did not die, they would still firmly hold the top position. Brother Lu, I feel ashamed to say that I did not find the healing sacred medicine, Wang Can said with embarrassment. Did you not see Senior Su Fu? Lu Hanxiu asked again. Senior Su Fu has long gone to the heavenly realm. Wang Can shook his head. Alas, Senior Su Fu is indeed a remarkable person. Without his help, what would we do about the old man's injuries? Lu Hanxiu rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache, and asked again, by the way, where has that child Xinghe run off to? Why hasn't he come to see me upon returning? Brother Lu, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a look of shame and pain appeared on Wang Can's face. What do you mean by that? Seeing his expression, Lu Hanxiu felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Xinghe. Wang Can choked several times, unable to speak. What happened to Xinghe? Lu Hanxiu urged anxiously. He was killed. Wang Can managed to say these few words with great difficulty. By whom? Lu Hanxiu's tone changed. By a brat named Xiao Feng. Immediately, Wang Can tearfully recounted the events. Upon hearing that his most outstanding descendant had his legs severed by Xiao Feng, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. When he heard that his descendant's dantian was destroyed, he gritted his teeth even harder. When he learned that Lu Xinghe had been killed, he was so furious that he overturned the table. How outrageous! To dare kill my descendant, the enmity between me and that Xiao Feng is one that cannot coexist. Lu Hanxiu was furious, exuding a strong killing intent. Brother Wang, I originally wanted to bring Xinghe back with me, but that Xiao Feng was too powerful, and he cruelly killed Xinghe right before my eyes. In desperation, I could only use the void escape talisman to flee. It's my fault for not taking good care of Xinghe, allowing him to fall into the hands of a villain. It's all my fault. If you want to blame someone, just kill me. I'd rather go down and accompany my poor disciple. Wang Can, an old fox, was acting skillfully, crying uncontrollably, tears and snot flowing. He looked more sorrowful than if he had lost his own son. This was a ploy to seek Lu Hanxiu's forgiveness, hoping the other party would not blame him. Sure enough, seeing him cry so heartbroken and full of self-reproach, even though Lu Hanxiu felt angry inside, he found it hard to erupt. This matter cannot be blamed on you. You had good intentions, wanting to seek the sacred medicine for my family's ancestor, which led to this unfortunate incident. I believe you did not wish for this to happen. If there's blame, it should be on that scoundrel Xiaofeng to kill my descendants, then his blood must pay for it, Lu Hanqiu said fiercely. Upon hearing this, Wang Can felt much more at ease, finally managing to slip through the cracks. Steward, go ring the alarm bell in the clock tower and summon the strong from other families for a meeting. Lu Hanqiu commanded the steward waiting outside the door. Yes, old servant will go right away. The steward hurriedly ran to the family's clock tower and struck the alarm bell with a loud clang. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp and resonant sound echoed inside and outside Yunwu City, reaching everyone's ears. If it weren't a major event, the alarm wouldn't ring. The Lu family is ringing the alarm now. Could it be that old Master Lu has been gravely injured and passed away? Not necessarily. Someone saw Wang Can hurriedly returning to the Lu family from outside. It could be something else. No matter the situation, once the alarm rings, we must go over. Let's go, let's see what's going on. Warriors above the golden core stage in the city rushed out in droves, swiftly heading to the Lu family residence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Above Yunwu City, streaks of light flashed by, drawing envious gazes from countless residents. These were all powerful warriors above the golden core stage. Reaching this level meant they were extraordinary individuals, the elite of Yunwu City. For many warriors, the golden core stage was the pinnacle of their lifelong pursuit. As for the nascent soul stage, they were well aware of their limitations and didn't even dare to dream of it. The difficulty was too great, achievable only by top-tier geniuses. Yunwu City was vast, but for golden core warriors, traveling from south to north, east to west, took only a few seconds. Soon, the spacious reception hall of the Lu family was filled with strong individuals. They took their seats according to their strength. The Lu family's maids and servants were busy serving tea and water to these esteemed guests, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Once everyone who was supposed to come had arrived and the idle onlookers had exited, all eyes turned to Lu Hanqiu. Master Lu, why did you summon us in such a hurry? What has happened? Qin Ringquang, the head of the Qin family, was the first to ask. He was also a great cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, having remained at this level for many years, making him one of the older nascent soul cultivators, seated at the top left position. One of my descendants, Lu Xinghe, has been killed, Lu Hanqiu said sorrowfully. This statement caused an uproar in the room. Lu Xinghe was quite famous within the Guishu. He had begun to show his talents at the age of 5, with astonishing martial arts aptitude. Among his peers, he had always been an invincible presence. At just 29 years old, he had broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, creating a record in Gix's cultivation history. If nothing unexpected happened, many elders believed he would surely succeed in forming a nascent soul within 300 years. Unexpectedly, this terrible news had emerged. Truly, it was a case of heaven being jealous of talent, causing deep regret among those present. Master Lu, please accept my condolences, Qin Ringquang said, clasping his fists. Please accept my condolences. Others echoed in unison. Thank you all for your concern. Lu Hanqiu returned the gesture. Brother Lu, did Lu Xinghe die at the jaws of a beast in the mist? Yi Qianshan, a great cultivator of the Yi family, inquired. Although there were various factions within Yunwu City, there was rarely any friction among them. Even if there was, it was usually between the younger generations. The major families had intermarried for generations, creating a harmonious and friendly atmosphere overall. Additionally, they needed to jointly resist the beasts in the mist, sharing both glory and loss. Therefore, the strong in Guishu would not kill Lu Xinghe without reason. That was why he asked, as only the beasts in the mist would actively attack humans in Guishu. No. Lu Hanqiu shook his head. I have heard that Lu Xinghe went to Earth with Wang Can a few days ago. Could it be he encountered misfortune on Earth? Wei Wuchang, a great cultivator of the Wei family, asked. The four major families of Yunwu City were the Lu, Qin, Yi, and Wei families. Indeed, Xinghe was killed on Earth. Lu Hanqiu nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the warriors in the hall began to discuss among themselves. That's not right. Ever since the Earth encountered that disaster in ancient times, the 12 demon lords have been suppressed in the demon suppression prison, and the human powerhouses have suffered heavy casualties. The surviving warriors brought spiritual veins and spiritual herbs into the true martial realm, turning the Earth into a barren land where powerful cultivators cannot be born. Moreover, with Wang Can, a late golden core cultivator, present, no one should be able to threaten Lu Xing's life. Senior Su Fu once said that the spiritual energy on Earth decreases day by day. 1300 years ago, the most a warrior on Earth could achieve was the late foundation establishment stage. Now, so many years have passed, and I estimate that the spiritual energy is almost depleted, pitifully thin. The cultivators there can hardly even establish their foundations. Who has such great ability to kill him? Could it be that the spatial barrier of the true martial realm has loosened, allowing the strong ones inside to come out and kill Lu Xinghe? Oh no, they hate us immensely and might come to the return to ruins to take revenge on us. It's also possible that it was the descendants of the 12 demon lords. Many demon lords are hermaphrodites and can breed their own offspring. They have been suppressed, but the degree of suppression on their descendants is far less than on them. It's possible that those descendants have escaped from the demon suppression prison. Their escape means that the release of the 12 demon lords is not far off. Oh my, our doom is approaching. These warriors expressed their speculations one after another, especially their concerns about the true martial realm and the demon lords, which left them anxious and fearful. Their ancestors had fled without a fight back then, seizing many spiritual veins and heavenly materials while the frontline warriors battled the 12 demon lords to the death, retreating into the return to ruins. Such actions would surely have been resented by the warriors who survived that battle. The warriors of the true martial realm are their descendants, and naturally, that hatred has continued. Therefore, they feared the retaliation from the strong ones of the true martial realm and were also afraid of the demons escaping. This is why they were so panicked. Either situation was unbearable for them. Since their ancestors entered the return to ruins for thousands of years, hardly anyone dared to go to Earth. The events that followed on Earth were all told to them by Su Fu after he entered the return to ruins over 1300 years ago. When Su Fu entered the return to ruins to seek a way to the heavenly realm, he had already reached the transformation stage. The reason he could achieve such astonishing cultivation was that he belonged to the pre-Qin period, when the spiritual energy on Earth was not as scarce as it is now. A group of pre-Qin Qi practitioners emerged, and it was not unusual for one or two to break through to the golden core stage. Su Fu was one of them. Secondly, he somehow obtained an ancient artifact, the Shinnon Cauldron. This cauldron can transform ordinary herbs into miraculous substances, refining pills beneficial for cultivation. Su Fu used these pills to gradually break through from the golden core stage to the transformation stage. Everyone, do not lose your composure until the matter is thoroughly investigated. Lu Hanqiu raised both hands, palms facing down, pressing down a few times to quiet the noisy scene. Originally, Lu Xing's murder was a family matter. If he wanted revenge, he could have gone to Earth to settle accounts with Xiao Feng himself. But he did not do so, precisely because of these concerns. Thus, he gathered the strong ones in the city, turning a family matter into a collective issue. Master Lu, can you tell us in detail about the circumstances of Lu Xing's murder? The more detailed you are, the more accurate our judgment will be. Qin Ringquang, the head of the Qin family, asked. Of course, Brother Wang, as a first-hand witness to this matter, knows more than I do. Let him speak. Lu Hanqiu looked at Wang Can. The latter did not expect things to evolve to this point. Clearing his throat, under the gaze of everyone, he omitted the part where he abandoned Lu Xinghe and recounted everything else as it was. After listening to his account, the expressions of everyone varied. Some furrowed their brows, lost in thought. Others looked puzzled and confused. A few sighed deeply, their expressions relaxing. At that moment, the hall fell into a dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Brother Wang, you just said that the Tianhuang from the east, the land of the rising sun, introduced Xiao Feng to you, claiming he is a native of the Dragon Kingdom? An elder at the peak of the golden core stage asked. Yes, Tianhuang did say that. He specifically investigated Xiao Feng's background and confirmed that he is indeed a native of the Dragon Kingdom. There's no mistake about it. Wang Can replied confidently. That day, he had asked about Xiao Feng's information while traveling from the depths of the palace to the ground with Tianhuang. So, Xiao Feng is not from the true martial realm, nor is he a descendant of the demon clan. That puts our minds at ease. Another mid-golden core expert said with a smile. But that doesn't explain everything. How could someone raised in the Dragon Kingdom possess such formidable strength? Questioned Wei Wuchang, a great cultivator of the nascent soul stage. I don't know how he cultivates. Oh right, I forgot to mention something very strange. He clearly only has the cultivation of the early foundation establishment stage, yet his combat power is even stronger than mine. Wang Can added. What? Is that even possible? That can't be true. You must be mistaken? Wei Wuchang exclaimed in disbelief. I'm not mistaken, I've fought him and know his cultivation level very well. Wang Can asserted earnestly. It's not impossible, though. If he possesses a magical artifact of the same level as the Shinnon Cauldron, it would be feasible for him to defeat Wang Can relying on the artifact's power. Yi Qianshan, the head of the Yi family, shared his thoughts. Everyone nodded, feeling it made sense. Since Su Fu could obtain a Shinnon Cauldron on Earth, it wouldn't be too surprising for Xiao Feng to acquire another powerful artifact. Brother Wang, quickly tell us, what kind of artifact did Xiao Feng use when he fought you? Yi Qianshan asked eagerly. He fought me barehanded, without using any artifacts. Wang Can recalled the might of Xiao Feng's punch, still feeling a lingering fear. As soon as this was said, it directly overturned Qianshan's speculation. The crowd fell into confusion once again. Without relying on a powerful artifact, a person at the early foundation establishment stage managed to make Wang Can flee in defeat. This was simply absurd. No explanation seemed to make sense. Just when everyone was at a loss, the voice of the great nascent soul cultivator Qin Rinkong rang out again. Have you all forgotten? It is said that there is a hidden treasure in Mount Tai. Whoever obtains the treasure will rule the world. I seriously suspect that Xiao Feng has obtained the treasure of Mount Tai, which is why he possesses such formidable combat power. The legend of the Mount Tai treasure circulated during the time between the Great Desolation and the invasion of the 12 demon lords. Therefore, all martial artists within the Return to Ruins had heard rumors about the Mount Tai secret treasure. Now that you mention it, it really is possible. But what treasures are hidden in the Mount Tai secret treasure? No one knows. However, just from that saying about the treasure holder ruling the world, it's clear that the treasure is extraordinary, and its value should far exceed that of the Shinong Cauldron. Qianshan strongly agreed with Qin Renkong's viewpoint. Others nodded in agreement, as it seemed the only possibility that could explain Xiao Feng's extraordinary combat power. Wealth stirs the heart. Moreover, it's the legendary Mount Tai treasure. That makes it even more enticing. At that moment, the strong ones in the hall began to breathe more rapidly. No one could resist coveting the Mount Tai treasure that Xiao Feng possessed. Greed surged among them. Brother Lu, that child Xinghe is related to me by blood. He was killed, and I must avenge him. How about this? I will personally go to Earth to take revenge for Xinghe. After a while, Qin Rinkong, the great nascent soul cultivator from the Qin family, took it upon himself to handle the matter of revenge. Old Qin, you are advanced in years. There's no need for you to toil. It's better for you to stay in the city and enjoy your old age. Leave this matter of revenge to me. Wei Wuchang took the initiative, appearing very eager. Xinghe has a marriage contract with my daughter, making him my son-in-law. As an elder, how can I stand by and do nothing? Only by personally killing Xiao Feng can I resolve my hatred. Qianshan also joined in, not wanting to miss out on such matters. I'm more suitable for this. Killing Xiao Feng is my responsibility. None of you should compete with me. I happen to have plans to visit Earth soon, so let me handle the revenge. The reception room suddenly became lively. It wasn't just the Yuanian grandmasters participating in the debate, the Jindan cultivators were also very active. Their schemes were so loud that even the heavens could hear them. They claimed they were going to take revenge for Lu Xinghe, but in reality, they were after the potential treasures hidden within Xiao Feng. After all, Xiao Feng was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. If he truly defeated Wang Can, who was at the late stage of Jindan, relying on the treasures, how astonishing and tempting could those treasures be? If obtained, they would surely soar to new heights. Quiet! Quiet! Lu Hanxiu tried several times to restore order, but instead of stopping, the arguments escalated. Everyone, stop arguing. Suddenly, a weak voice came from outside the hall. The crowd was so familiar with this voice that they almost simultaneously turned to look outside. They saw 4 guards from the Lu family carrying a chair inside. On the chair reclined an elderly man, pale and weak. This person was Lu Honglu, another Yuanian grandmaster of the Lu family. Old Lu, why aren't you resting properly? How did you come here? Qin Rinkong rushed past everyone to the side of the chair, asking with concern. If I don't come, how long do you think you'll keep arguing? Lu Honglu said weakly, I already know what you are discussing. Let's not beat around the bush. The reason you want to take revenge for Xinghe is to get the treasures from Xiao Feng, right? No one wants to miss this opportunity. Arguing back and forth won't yield a result. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are interested in hearing it. He gasped for breath while speaking. Everyone was afraid he might not catch his breath and pass away. We would like to hear more. Please go ahead, old Lu. Wei Wuchang said. The martial artists in the hall all adopted a posture of eager listening. Then I shall speak. The environment in Yunwu City is harsh, and at any moment, we could face an invasion from ferocious beasts in the mist. To ensure the safety of the city, the 4 of you Yuanian cultivators must not leave easily. And that Xiao Feng, being able to defeat Wang Can, shows he is no ordinary opponent. Without a Yuanian-level cultivator to take action, others cannot kill him. So, let this dying man deal with him. If he truly has the treasures, once I obtain them, I will bring them back to share with everyone. To eliminate your suspicions, I suggest each family send a Jindan peak expert to accompany me. Lu Honglu laid out his thoughts. After hearing this, everyone nodded frequently. If any one of Lu Hanxiu, Wei Wuchang, or the other 2 Yuanian cultivators went to Earth, the other 3 would surely follow suit. In that case, there would be no strong cultivators left in Yunwu City, and if they encountered a beast-tide attack, they would face the destruction of the city and loss of life. Such a massive loss was something they could not afford. Moreover, with Lu Honglu severely injured and his strength greatly diminished, if he fought to the death, he could maintain a brief peak combat power. Having each family send a Jindan Grandmaster to accompany him would effectively restrain him and prevent him from monopolizing the treasures. This was indeed a good plan. It could not only prevent Yunwu City from falling into crisis but also allow them to kill Xiaofeng and share the treasures. Moreover, their understanding of Xiaofeng was entirely based on the limited information brought back by Wang Can, derived from speculation. Who knows if they guessed right? What if Xiaofeng's true identity is that of a descendant of the demon clan or someone from the true martial realm and he doesn't possess the Taishan secret treasure? Wouldn't it be dangerous for these several nascent soul cultivators to go out looking for Xiaofeng? The likelihood of that is small, but not non-existent. Compared to the importance they placed on Yunwu City, even if Lu Honglu were to die on Earth, the loss wouldn't be that significant. Therefore, considering all factors, Lu Honglia's proposal was the most prudent and posed the least risk. Brother Lu, can your current condition withstand the rigors of travel? Wei Wuchang asked. I want die within 10 days to half a month. Lu Honglu understood Wei Wuchang's concern, questioning whether his body could handle it. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Wei Wuchang nodded. The others had no objections either. They finally reached a consensus on this issue. Next, it was up to the various families to decide who would accompany Lu Honglu to Earth. It didn't take long for the personnel to be selected. A total of 5 Golden Core Great Perfectionists and 2 latest-stage Golden Core Cultivators were on the list. Wang Can, you should go along and help us navigate, Lu Honglu said, looking at Wang Can. As you command. Wang Can was more than willing. He held a grudge against Xiaofeng and had long wanted to swallow him whole, but unfortunately he didn't have the capability. If he were to go find Xiaofeng alone, even with 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. However, with so many Golden Core powerhouses together and Lu Honglu, a nascent soul early-stage great cultivator, present, he felt no fear at all. No time to waste, let's set off. Lu Honglu said to everyone. Take care, Brother Lu. Take care. Everyone echoed. Under their watchful eyes, the 4 Golden Core Great Perfectionists carried Lu Honglu away. Lu Honglu was not unable to move. He just wanted to conserve his strength as much as possible. When he moved, it was like a thunderous force. Their main objective this time was to kill Xiaofeng and seize the possible Taishan secret treasure. Therefore, every martial artist heading along was filled with excitement. Yawn. The golden little dragon lay on the ground, yawning, full of sleepiness. It had been 12 hours since Xiaofeng began to form his golden core. The golden little dragon had been guarding him, unable to sleep or play, and was extremely bored. Just as it was yawning endlessly, suddenly, a series of ringing sounds emanated from within Xiaofeng, continuous and unending. This sound only occurs when the golden core is successfully formed. About 10 minutes later, the ringing stopped. Everything returned to calm. Xiaofeng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze becoming deeper and brighter than ever. Ee. The golden little dragon flew in front of him, making a babyish sound, asking about the results of his cultivation. I broke through, I have condensed my golden core. Xiaofeng extended his palm, gently stroking the golden little dragon's head, smiling as he spoke. Forming a golden core is a very complex process, taking as little as 3 to 5 years, and as long as several decades or even 100 years. Yet, he had only taken 10 hours. This was not only due to his talent but also his previous experience in forming a golden core. Upon hearing this news, the little golden dragon immediately displayed a human-like smile, happy for Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was equally delighted. Not only had he condensed a golden core, but it was also a flawless heavenly-grade golden core. There are distinctions among golden cores categorized into 3 grades, 2 grades, 1 grade, and heavenly grade golden cores. The 3 grade is the lowest, while the heavenly grade is the best. The vast majority of golden core cultivators belong to the 3 grade category. Such a golden core would almost certainly not lead to the formation of a nascent soul in the future. The 2 grade golden core has a 10% chance of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. The 1 grade golden core has a 50% chance. As for the heavenly grade golden core, there would be no obstacles to breaking through to the nascent soul realm. It can be said that the grade of the golden core determines the future martial achievements of the cultivator. Xiaofeng had previously possessed a heavenly grade golden core. Breaking through to this realm, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Now, defeating a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul is no longer a problem. Xiaojin, let's put the matter of hunting fierce beasts aside for now. After I resolve the hidden dangers in Yunwu City, we can slowly hunt, Xiaofeng said to the golden little dragon. The latter nodded repeatedly. Anyway, wherever Xiaofeng went, it would follow. After entering the Guishu, Xiaofeng did not rush to settle accounts with Wang Can, as he wanted to first improve his strength. Now, having continuously broken through from the early stage of foundation establishment to the early stage of golden core, it was time to settle old scores. Lu Xinghe was following Wang Can for the first time through the mist to earth and did not remember the way. Xiaofeng used the soul-searching technique on him, but he naturally did not know how to get to Yunwu City. Under the heavy shroud of mist, Wang Can's aura blended with the fog, making it difficult to track him using the great tracking technique. In this situation, it was still quite challenging for Xiaofeng to reach Yunwu City. It would take a lot of time to search. However, Xiaofeng did not choose to do so. He decided to use a rather clumsy yet most effective method, waiting for the rabbit by the stump. After Wang Can returned to Yunwu City and reported the news, strong cultivators would definitely come to Earth to kill him. Xiaofeng just needed to wait near the spatial barrier. It had been about 5 days since Wang Can entered the Guishu, and it was estimated that the strong cultivators in Yunwu City would arrive near the spatial barrier within a day or two. Immediately, Xiaofeng accelerated, taking the golden little dragon back along the original route. When he arrived, he left behind spiritual marks along the way, so he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake as getting lost. In less than a day, Xiaofeng returned to the original spot. The spiritual marks he left there had not been disturbed, so the strong cultivators from Yunwu City had likely not arrived yet. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he patiently waited. The golden little dragon ate an energy crystal and lay beside him, fast asleep. During its sleep, it continuously absorbed and refined the energy crystal. Finally here. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaofeng's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. He had sensed that martial artists were approaching this place. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, at least 9 in total. Among them was the familiar aura of Wang Can. Xiaofeng stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed in a certain direction. Soon, Lu Honglu and others, carried by a perfected golden core cultivator, appeared within Xiaofeng's line of sight. Naturally, Lu Honglu and the golden core cultivators who came with him also saw Xiaofeng, and their gazes intertwined. This person looked very unfamiliar. Martial artists from the Guishu usually wouldn't come here. Who was he? Lu Honglu and the golden core cultivators accompanying him scrutinized Xiaofeng with examining eyes. Old Lu. This is Xiaofeng, Wang Can said excitedly. Then, he became somewhat worried, unsure if this guy had actually killed Lu Xinghe. If he had, then the dirty business of abandoning Lu Xinghe and fleeing alone would have no witnesses. With Wang Can's reminder, everyone's eyes instantly became heated. Kid, I was just about to go to Earth to kill you, but I didn't expect you to come to me. You killed Lu Xinghe, and not only did you not hide, but you also brazenly entered the Guishu. This is a blatant disregard for us. Xiaofeng, right? I know you have the Taishan secret treasure. I advise you to hand it over obediently. It can spare you some physical suffering. The crowd chattered incessantly, their tones filled with a condescending and arrogant attitude. Even though they knew Xiaofeng could unleash combat power stronger than Wang Can, so what? They had so many latest-stage golden core and perfected cultivators plus a nascent soul-grade cultivator, were they still afraid of Xiaofeng? Therefore, they did not take Xiaofeng seriously at all. Taishan's secret treasure, you really have a vivid imagination. Xiaofeng was slightly taken aback, then laughed derisively. How did this group come to think that he had obtained the Taishan secret treasure? He wished he could have it, but he still hadn't gathered all 5 types of talismans. Stop pretending, you can't fool us, my patience is limited. If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless. A fierce and intimidating golden core perfected being from the Qin family declared. He was convinced that Xiaofeng had obtained the treasures of Mount Tai. Hey, look! What is that creature lying behind him? I can't be seeing this wrong, is it a dragon? At that moment, a sharp-eyed expert spotted the golden little dragon that was soundly asleep. Holy crap, it really is a dragon, and a golden one at that. Could this be one of the treasures from the Mount Tai secret stash? If I can tame this little golden dragon and make it my mount, that would be wonderful. You still say you haven't obtained the treasures of Mount Tai? This is evidence. Stop stalling and hand it over quickly. Everyone was particularly excited. After all, it was a young golden dragon, and no one wanted to miss out on it. Even Lu Honglu, who had been half reclining in his chair, sat up straight, staring intently at the golden little dragon. Humph! Xiaofeng snorted coldly, his killing intent evident. These blind fools dared to insult him and even covet the little gold dragon. They were simply asking for death. Xiaofeng decided to leave 2 alive for soul searching to find out the way to Yunwu City, while the others would be killed. Just as he was about to make his move, the sleeping golden little dragon was awakened by the chatter of the group, letting out a few angry cries. It was clear that it was very upset. Although the little gold was young, it could still have a morning grump. It had been dreaming of absorbing the blood of fierce beasts when it was suddenly awakened, and by a group of bad guys wanting to make it their mount, its temper flared. With a whoosh, it lunged at one of the latest-stage golden core experts. Having been hunting fierce beasts in the mist with Xiao Feng for days, it had participated in many battles, awakening the Dragon Clan's combative nature and ferocity. When dealing with enemies, it was all about action. Oh, this little thing has quite the temper. Watch me tame you. The latest stage Golden Core expert, targeted by the little gold, said with a grin. Don't try to take it from me, it's my mount. Everyone, use your own skills. Whoever catches it first gets to keep it. Except for Lu Honglu, the other experts acted like elderly people in the Dragon Kingdom scrambling for free eggs, all rushing towards the little gold, eager to snatch it. Faced with so many enemies, the little gold quickly became alert. Realizing it was outmatched, it began to hesitate. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Xiao Feng, with a not-so-pleasant expression, waved his hand, creating a gust of wind that separated the group of Golden Core experts, leaving only Wang Can and the earlier latest-stage Golden Core cultivator in the area with the little gold. These two would be left for the little gold to practice on. Upon hearing this, the little gold immediately steadied its mind. It showed a fierce expression and began to fight with the two latest-stage Golden Core cultivators. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, flashed into the crowd on the other side. Put! He pointed, and a brilliant sword aura flashed by, effortlessly piercing the forehead of a Golden Core perfected being. The opponent's life ended quickly and comically. Why, you can even kill a Golden Core perfected being in an instant? Oh no, he's not at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, but at the initial stage of Golden Core. Everyone, don't panic. Let's kill him together. In an instant, Xiao Feng had killed one person, and his aura erupted, revealing his cultivation level to the enemies. At that moment, everyone was thrown into a panic. Having not even begun to fight, they were already in disarray. Xiao Feng's strength far exceeded what Wang Can had described. They all cursed Wang Can's ancestors for generations. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Feng made his move, not even using his ultimate techniques. There was no need for that against these people. With each strike, a powerful expert fell. Xiao Feng was very measured in his attacks, not directly exploding their bodies but delivering fatal blows to end their lives. The main issue was that they all wear Qianquan rings and they might have treasures on them as well. If I blow them up, those things will vanish into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng had killed 4 people, adding the one he killed earlier. That makes 5. There were only 9 of them in total, and with 2 still engaged in battle with Xiao Jin, only Lu Honglu and another Golden Core perfected being remained in front of Xiao Feng. The Golden Core perfected being, seeing his companions fall one after another, was terrified to the core. His fear of Xiao Feng had reached its peak. He knew very well that he was about to die at Xiao Feng's hands, and no one could save him. It was a certain death situation. He was also a ruthless person. Since death was inevitable, he decided to fight back with everything he had. Gritting his teeth, he actually lunged at Xiao Feng, preparing to self-destruct his Golden Core, hoping to take Xiao Feng down with him. His thought was simple: if he was going to die, he would at least drag someone down with him. Self-detonating the Golden Core was a common tactic used by Golden Core warriors in desperate situations. The power was terrifying, especially for a Golden Core perfected being like him. The explosion would be even more devastating, enough to make even a nascent Soul Master retreat. Otherwise, it would mean death or severe injury. This was a completely reckless strategy. Unfortunately, Xiao Feng did not allow him to succeed. Bang! With a single palm strike, he sent the man, who was on the verge of self-detonation, flying dozens of meters away. Boom! His Golden Core exploded in midair, producing a deafening sound. The resulting force dispersed the thick fog within 100 meters. I can't believe it, I didn't even take him down with me. Wang Can, you misreported enemy information, causing my death here, damn you! In the moment he was sent flying by Xiao Feng, various thoughts flashed through the mind of the Golden Core perfected being. Filled with intense anger and unwillingness, he died with resentment. Xiao Feng opened his palm, revealing a Qianquan ring resting in his hand. In that environment, he had still found the time to take the Qianquan ring from the self-destructing warrior. Xiao Feng, we underestimated you, you are much stronger than we anticipated. But facing me, you still cannot escape death today. At this moment, Lu Honglu slowly stood up from his chair, his body as upright as a javelin. The sickly appearance he had before was gone, replaced by a healthy complexion and abundant vitality. He no longer looked like a severely injured patient. The reason Lu Honglu hadn't acted earlier was that Xiao Feng had struck too quickly, and he needed to burn his bloodline to restore his peak combat power. Burning the bloodline also required some time. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Xiao Feng would nearly wipe out all the Golden Core warriors? Xiao Feng's combat power was frightening. Even at his peak, it would have been difficult to eliminate 6 top Golden Core experts in just a few seconds, let alone a few hours. This quickly made him realize that even if he burned his bloodline to temporarily reach his peak, it wouldn't be enough to match Xiao Feng's killing spree. To ensure he could kill Xiao Feng and prevent him from rampaging in Yunwu City, Lu Honglu decided to go all out. He decomposed his nascent soul, allowing the energy within to flow throughout his body, significantly enhancing his peak combat power, bringing it close to the mid-nascent soul stage. Generally speaking, nascent soul cultivators would not take such drastic actions as decomposing their nascent soul. Because for cultivators at this level, even if they were killed, it wouldn't be considered true death. If the nascent soul could escape, they could survive through possession, leaving a way out and not completely severing their path. However, Lu Honglu was an exception. During the attack in the fog, not only was his main body injured, but his nascent soul also suffered severe damage. If he died, his nascent soul would not survive either. He decided to go for broke, planning to die alongside Xiao Feng. You are also a ruthless person, actually decomposing your nascent soul. In your condition, you can only maintain this for 2 minutes at most. If I avoid fighting at this moment and come back to kill you in 2 minutes, what do you think? Xiao Feng said teasingly. Lu Honglia's face changed dramatically when his weakness was exposed. Then, he regained his composure and coldly snorted, "Under my attack, you have no way to avoid it. Whether you fight or not, you will die." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Honglu charged at Xiao Feng with overwhelming momentum. He had said so much to buy a little time for the disintegration of his nascent soul. Now that he had completed it, the 2-minute countdown officially began. "Heh, you think too highly of yourself. I never intended to avoid fighting someone like you." Xiao Feng sneered continuously. He could see that Lu Honglu was just stalling for time to disintegrate his nascent soul. But he did not stop him, because whether the other party increased their combat power again had no effect on him. Even if they reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul, it didn't matter. The result would still be the same. That is, a single word: death. Great Luo Divine Palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A surging power emanated from Xiao Feng's right palm. This was also one of his ultimate skills. Now, it was to be used on Lu Honglu. As soon as it was unleashed, the originally confident and murderous Lu Honglu turned pale. He was instantly enveloped by immense panic. Was this the palm power that a latest-stage golden core warrior could unleash? He felt anxious and clearly began to waver. At any other time, he would have chosen to flee. He might even have directly abandoned his physical body to let his nascent soul escape. However, he had not only burned his bloodline but also disintegrated his nascent soul. In 2 minutes, his strongest combat power would disappear. Within 10 minutes, he would die on his own. He had no way out. Fleeing would also lead to death. The only option was to fight to the death. Just a second ago, he was still thinking he could kill Xiao Feng. But now, he lowered his expectations, only hoping to injure Xiao Feng. That way, the 4 nascent soul grandmasters stationed in Yunwu City would have less pressure when dealing with Xiao Feng. The two bodies violently collided. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the next moment, Lu Honglu, struck in the chest by the great Luo Divine Palm, realized how ridiculous his wishful thinking was. His body could not withstand the terrifying power of the great Luo Divine Palm and exploded in an instant, turning into a mist of blood. Only a single finger remained, held in Xiao Feng's hand. Removing the Qian Kuan ring, Xiao Feng tossed the finger far away. Just before, Lu Honglu had launched his strongest attack against him, which he easily dodged. Thus, he was unscathed. That said, even if he had been hit with his robust physique, he would not have suffered much harm. It would only have been a minor flesh wound. After killing Lu Honglu, Xiao Feng turned his gaze to another battlefield. The Golden Little Dragon was still engaged in a fierce battle with 2 latest-stage Foundation establishment experts, and both sides were locked in a particularly intense struggle. Under his training, the Little Gold Dragon's combat experience was becoming increasingly rich, and with its innate advantages, defeating a latest-stage Golden Core expert while crossing a small realm was not out of the question. However, dealing with 2 at once was much more challenging. In the end, it would definitely not be their match. But Xiao Feng's overwhelming kills of other experts had greatly disturbed Wang Can and the others' minds, making it impossible for them to focus on the battle. Especially after Xiao Feng killed Lu Honglu with a single strike. This terrified the 2 of them, leaving them in a state of panic. They were so scared that they had no mood to tangle with the Little Gold Dragon. They just wanted to escape quickly. Therefore, in a 2-known situation, they gained no advantage and were instead suppressed by the Little Gold Dragon. Moreover, the Little Gold Dragon was incredibly fast, blocking their escape routes several times, preventing them from fleeing. This left them in a miserable state. "Little Gold, that's enough, come back," Xiao Feng said to the Golden Little Dragon. The latter was deeply engrossed in battle and reluctant to withdraw. However, it was very obedient to Xiao Feng's words. In the end, it reluctantly flashed back to Xiao Feng's side. Under Xiao Feng's watchful gaze, Wang Can and the other person wanted to escape but lacked the courage to do so. They were all too aware of their situation. Any movement would immediately result in being killed by Xiao Feng. Thud, thud. The 2 of them weakened in their legs and knelt on the ground. If they didn't beg for mercy now, when would they? Senior Xiao, I didn't recognize the great mountain and unintentionally offended you. I beg you, please spare my life. Wang Can said, trembling all over. Senior Xiao, I never intended to oppose you. It was Lu Honglu who forced me to follow him to settle accounts with you. I was coerced. You are magnanimous, please let me go. Another latest-stage golden core expert pleaded. In the cultivation world, there was an unwritten rule that any cultivator of a higher realm could be respectfully referred to as senior, regardless of age. The strong in Yunwu City were too familiar with each other, so when they encountered a stronger cultivator, they did not address them as senior. Hearing their pleas for mercy, Xiaofeng almost laughed. They really knew how to talk nonsense. I remember you both threatening to kill me, demanding I hand over the treasures of Mount Tai, and even wanting to tame Xiao Jin as your mount? Have you forgotten so quickly? Is this what you call unintentionally offending me, never intending to oppose me? Xiaofeng said coldly. The two were left speechless. They were anxious and fidgeting, but could not come up with any rebuttal. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Xiaofeng was too lazy to waste words with them. He unleashed the 1,000 threads binding, and invisible threads swiftly bound the two of them tightly, leaving them no chance to resist. As his cultivation level increased, the power of the 1,000 threads binding grew stronger. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape the binding of the threads. Xiaofeng approached them, placing his hands on their heads, and began to search their souls. Amidst their heart-wrenching screams, Xiaofeng continuously extracted their memories. The two being soul-searched were in unbearable pain. They envied those cultivators killed by Xiaofeng, at least they had a quick death. They didn't suffer too much pain before dying. Unlike their own miserable fate, both were filled with regret, wondering why they had come to take revenge on Xiaofeng. Wouldn't it have been better to stay in Yunwu City and live well? Among them, Wang Can felt the most regret. He had no grievances with Xiaofeng before, no enmity whatsoever. He had gone to Earth's eastern Japan with Lu Xingha only to seek elixirs from Su Fu, and should not have made an enemy of Xiaofeng. Yet they agreed to Tian Huang's request to help him kill Xiaofeng. This was the root of their calamity. It triggered a series of chain reactions, ultimately leading to their current predicament. He hated Tian Huang immensely. If it weren't for that guy, he wouldn't have provoked Xiaofeng. He wouldn't be facing this situation now. Tian Huang, you dog, you've caused great harm. Damn your whole family. Wang Can cursed Tian Huang in his heart. It seemed that only in this way could he vent his emotions. A few minutes later, Xiaofeng finished searching their souls. He removed the Qiankuan rings they wore and ruthlessly killed the two of them. Thus, all 9 powerful cultivators of Yunwu City were dead. Each one died more tragically than the last. Opposing Xiaofeng brought no good outcome. Through the soul search of the two, Xiaofeng learned the path to Yunwu City. He also gained a rough understanding of the power divisions within Yunwu City and the number of martial artists above the Golden Core realm. There were still 36 Golden Core experts and 4 nascent soul great cultivators remaining. Damn it, how many resources will it take to deal with so many martial artists above the Golden Core? The spiritual veins and heavenly materials brought into the Guishu by your cowardly ancestors back then are almost all wasted. Xiaofeng felt a pang of regret. From this, one could see how rich the resources of Earth were back then and how prosperous the martial arts world was. Fortunately, there were still many fierce beasts and medicinal materials in the mist. Enough for him to raise several realms. This made his mood slightly better. Now that everyone was dead, it was time to count the spoils. Xiaofeng placed the 9 Qiankuan rings he had seized on the ground, casually erased the restrictions set by their owners, and probed into them with his divine sense. After a thorough investigation, he was greatly disappointed. Inside each of the Qiankuan rings, there were quite a few items: weapons, elixirs, medicinal herbs, and the inner cores of fierce beasts, among others. But they were of little use to Xiaofeng, because the good stuff had all been consumed by this group of people themselves. For example, when they hunted the fierce beast at the Golden Core stage, they would definitely absorb and refine the inner core they obtained to enhance their cultivation level. They wouldn't leave it for now. However, the items he couldn't use could be given to Yi Sanglong, Yan Nantian, and Xin Xingxue. These spoils of war were treasures they had never even seen before. Helping them break through to the foundation establishment stage would be no problem at all. Xiaofeng could almost imagine the expressions on Yi Sanglong and the others' faces when they saw these items. It would surely be quite spectacular. Little Jean, help me keep these Qiankuan rings, Xiaofeng said to the golden little dragon beside him. The latter opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing all 9 Qiankuan rings into its belly. When Xiaofeng needed them, it could just spit them out. Let's go to Yunwu City. Holding a compass, Xiaofeng set off on a new journey with little Jean, following the direction indicated by the needle. The strong ones in Yunwu City all wanted his life. Xiaofeng would definitely not let them off. He wouldn't allow any trouble to linger for later. At this moment, in Yunwu City, there was a chorus of wails plunged into an unprecedented panic. The 9 strong ones who died at Xiao Feng's hands had each left their life soul lamps in their respective families. When a person dies, the lamp goes out. At the moment of their death, the life soul lamp would extinguish, allowing the strong ones in their families to learn of their demise in advance. This was not a good omen. Those martial artists above the Golden Core stage rushed towards the Lu family from all directions within the city. Head of the Lu family, my nephew Qin Feng's soul lamp has gone out, Qin Runquang said, heartbroken. His nephew was a peak Golden Core expert and one of the strongest in the Qin family. His death was a significant loss for the Qin family. My grandson is dead too, Yi Qianshan said, filled with grief. And my brother-in-law, he has fallen as well, Wei Wuchang said with a heavy expression. Upon hearing this bad news, Lu Hanqiu became momentarily dazed. Head of the Lu family, is brother Lu still alive? Wei Wuchang and the others asked in unison. They had come here to inquire about Lu Honglius news. If Lu Honglu had also met with misfortune, the situation would become serious. My grandfather, his soul lamp has also gone out, Lu Hanqiu said with difficulty. In an instant, everyone's faces turned ashen. Lu Honglu and the others had gone to seek revenge on Xiao Feng, but they were all dead. If they had died at the jaws of fierce beasts in the mist, it could still be somewhat accepted. There wouldn't be too much trouble afterward. But if they died at Xiao Feng's hands, how powerful was Xiao Feng? Even a great cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, Lu Honglu, had been killed. Just thinking about it made them break out in a cold sweat. And they had enmity with Xiao Feng. If the other party came to seek revenge, how would they respond? Could the 4 nascent soul cultivators stand against Xiao Feng? To be honest, they didn't have much confidence. For a moment, everyone was at a loss, anxious and uneasy, not knowing what to do. There was a sense of despair as if the sky was falling. In the vast Lu family mansion, it was silent. The atmosphere on the scene was particularly oppressive, almost suffocating everyone. Each person's mood was quite heavy. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Before the soul lamps of the strong ones in their respective families went out, they were still dreaming of spring and autumn, hoping those people could kill Xiao Feng and bring back the treasures of Mount Tai to share together. But in the end, before they could even finish their beautiful dreams, they were awakened by the successive bad news. At this point, their wishes had become very simple. They no longer sought to kill Xiao Feng to avenge the dead, nor did they seek to obtain the treasures of Mount Tai. They only hoped that Xiao Feng would not come to settle accounts with them. That would be just fine, perhaps. Suddenly, Wei Wuchang broke the dead silence of the scene and spoke up. Perhaps we are worrying too much. If we think positively, maybe old Lu and the others were attacked by the murderer in the fog, which led to their complete annihilation, and it wasn't Xiao Feng's doing. Brother Wei, why deceive yourself? The road from Yunwu City to Earth was explored by many great cultivators in ancient times. There are no powerful ferocious beasts residing there, making it a relatively safe passage. Moreover, with old Lu, a nascent soul cultivator, stationed there, the possibility of being attacked by ferocious beasts and suffering total defeat is extremely low. Qin Runquang shook his head vigorously in denial. He did not share such an optimistic mindset. How about, when Xiao Feng comes to kill us, we surrender outside the city? He might let us go. Back in the day, when Senior Sufu entered the Guishu, there were some short-sighted fellows who provoked him, and in the end, after apologizing, Senior Sufu didn't hold it against them, did he? A Golden Core Great Perfection expert expressed his thoughts. Like his ancestors, he carried the bloodline of cowardice and weakness. When faced with danger, he thought not of resistance but of surrendering or fleeing. His suggestion received some support, but most people opposed it. Ah, you people have been in Guishu for too long, living in comfort, and don't understand the malice of human hearts. That time, our city guards offended Senior Sufu with disrespectful words. It was merely a verbal conflict. And there was no irreconcilable hatred. An apology would naturally earn Senior Sufu's forgiveness. But this time is different. My grandfather, Lu Honglu, my descendant Lu Xingha, and many Golden Core experts all died at Xiao Feng's hands. It shows how cruel and vicious he is. He will definitely not let us go. The hatred between both sides has already reached a point of no return. Do you think that just surrendering can resolve this crisis? Isn't that too naive? Lu Jia's head, Lu Hanqiu, said in a deep voice. The martial artists who had supported surrendering were left speechless by his words. Upon reflection, what he said made a lot of sense. Head of the Lu family, surrendering won't work and we can't fight back. We need to come up with a plan. We can't just sit and wait for death. You are always resourceful. Do you have a good strategy? Yi Qianshan asked expectantly. I do have a method, but Lu Hanqiu spoke half-heartedly, appearing very conflicted. But what? Hurry up and say it. Wei Wuchang urged, thinking that at such a time he still had the mood to keep them in suspense. It's just, the risk is too great. If we're not careful, we would be playing with fire and burning ourselves. Lu Hanxiu still did not make it clear, being evasive. Many people were confused by him and did not understand. However, Wei Wuchang, Yi Qianshan, and Qin Renquan, the three nascent soul great cultivators, immediately understood his meaning and their expressions changed slightly. Brother Lu, you aren't thinking of using that evil sword against Xiao Feng, are you? Yi Qianshan asked anxiously. Within the forbidden area of Yunwu City there was a sealed evil sword. In ancient times, Earth was invaded by 12 demon lords. Among those 12, the blood demon was the strongest, at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, wielding a large red sword, having harvested countless human lives. Its combat power was particularly terrifying, rivaling that of early transformation stage experts. In the end, the only early transformation stage great cultivator on Earth joined forces with 3 golden core great perfection experts to launch a fierce attack against him. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to repel the blood demon, and the opponent's blood-red sword was damaged and left on the battlefield, becoming a trophy for humanity. Later, the ancestors of Guishu escaped before the battle ended, taking many resources from Earth, and the blood-red sword was one of them. They initially thought they had obtained a great treasure and secretly rejoiced. Little did they know, shortly after entering Guishu, the early nascent soul cultivator who was guarding the blood-red sword was drained of blood, flesh, and soul by the sword. Then, the great sword seemed to come alive, unleashing a massacre upon them, slaying a large number of warriors. Without exception, all those killed by the great sword had their flesh and souls drained, dying in a very tragic manner. If it weren't for a group of powerful individuals who had fled into the return ruins, among them a perfected nascent soul cultivator who stepped in to suppress the blood-colored great sword, the crisis would have escalated. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This perfected nascent soul cultivator believed the blood-colored great sword was an ominous object that would eventually become a source of disaster, intending to destroy it. However, the blood-colored great sword was too sturdy, and only a transformation stage cultivator could inflict any damage on it. Thus, the blood-colored great sword transformed from a treasured item into a hot potato, leaving them unsure of how to deal with it. To throw it away would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, as it could very well continue to slaughter them in the future. Not throwing it away meant leaving a hidden danger. Ultimately, after careful consideration, the perfected nascent soul cultivator had no choice but to seal it deep within Cloud Mist City and designate that area as a forbidden zone. With very few exceptions, access was strictly prohibited for the city's inhabitants to avoid any accidents. Years passed, and as the ancestors gradually passed away, people began to forget the blood-colored great sword within the forbidden zone. Nowadays, only 4 perfected nascent soul cultivators knew this secret. They faithfully followed their ancestors' instructions, entering the forbidden zone every 30 years to reinforce the seal on the blood-colored great sword. Due to the sword's malevolent nature, it was referred to as the evil sword by Lu Hanxiu and the others. In the past, they had never considered using the evil sword. But now, with a great enemy approaching, they had no choice but to take the risk and summon that evil sword. Indeed, at this point, this is the only way to save ourselves. Of course, if you have a better method, feel free to suggest it for our consideration. In response to Yi Qianshan's inquiry, Lu Hanxiu said solemnly, "There isn't one, so let's proceed as you suggested." Yi Qianshan pondered for a moment and shook his head. He had no better plan. "What about you?" Lu Hanxiu was asking for the opinions of Qin Renquan and Wei Wuchang. He did not have the authority to use the evil sword without the consent of the other 3 nascent soul cultivators. "Brother Lu, this matter needs to be considered carefully. If we mess up and let the evil sword go out of control, then we won't die at the hands of Xiao Feng, but rather become its nourishment, which would be ridiculous." Qin Renquan stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. Clearly, he had deep reservations about the evil sword and was reluctant to use it lightly. "Your concerns are not without merit, but if we proceed cautiously, gradually lifting the seal on the evil sword while keeping it within a controllable range, we can significantly reduce the risk." Lu Hanxiu had anticipated such a question. "Alright, I agree with your method." Qin Renquan nodded. "I agree too." Wei Wuchang chimed in. "Good, then let's head to the forbidden zone now." Lu Hanxiu then addressed the other confused powerful individuals. "You all quickly initiate the city defense battle and be ready to fight at any moment." "Yes." The Golden Core cultivators replied in unison, quickly leaving the area. After they departed, Lu Hanxiu and the other 3 swiftly made their way to the forbidden zone. Here, within a 10-kilometer radius, there were no living beings. A massive formation created a light shield that enveloped this area, separating it from the outside world. The 4 perfected nascent soul cultivators each held a formation flag, inserting them at 4 different positions, causing a portal to appear in the great formation for them to enter. Soon, they arrived at the center of the forbidden zone. A 4-meter-long red great sword was slanted into the ground. firmly bound by 4 chains inscribed with glowing runes. The surrounding space was filled with dense inscriptions. On the sword's body, there were thousands of sealing talismans and inscriptions. Do we really have to do this? Looking at the great sword ahead, Shin Rinkong swallowed hard, uneasily asking. The evil sword was clearly sealed and showed no signs of attack, yet every time he approached the great sword, an inexplicable fear gripped him, making him feel uneasy all over. What else? Lu Hanqiu shot him a glance and retorted. He thought to himself, why are you always so indecisive in your actions? Can't you be a bit more decisive? Is it that the older one gets, the more one tends to hesitate and waver? Alright, let's proceed as planned. Shin Rinkong sighed inwardly. Lu Hanqiu walked up to a chain and carefully unfastened it. During this process, the 4 of them kept their eyes fixed on the evil sword. If it showed any adverse reaction towards them, they would immediately resecure the chains. This was the strategy they had agreed upon when they arrived. As one chain was unfastened, the great sword showed no reaction. Lu Hanqiu took a deep breath and continued to unfasten the second chain. Still no reaction. One by one, the 4 chains were unfastened, and the great sword remained completely still, as if it were a lifeless object. Now, I will gradually lift the seal. After saying this, Lu Hanqiu tore off a sealing talisman. 1, 2, 3, a total of 20 talismans were torn off, and this process took a full 3 hours. Each time they tore off a talisman, they had to observe the great sword's movements, prepared to escape at any moment. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. So, Lu Hanqiu began to erase the sealing inscriptions on the sword's body. After erasing 1/5 of the inscriptions, he paused, hovering in midair, and pulled the evil sword from the ground. Perhaps because the great sword had been docile all along, they had slightly relaxed their vigilance and were no longer as wary and fearful as before. The others gathered around, examining the great sword from top to bottom. It doesn't seem particularly special, not as terrifying as the ancestors said, Wei Wuchang muttered as he touched the sword's body. Hey, don't underestimate the power of the evil great sword. It's said that the sword's own combat power reaches the late stage of the nascent soul. We can't let our guard down. Shin Rinkong reminded. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Lu, why don't you test the power of the evil sword with this piece of stubborn stone? Remember, suppress your cultivation level, don't let your strength interfere with this test. Wei Wuchang took out a stone the size of a grinding disc from his Qianquan ring. This stone, called stubborn stone, is a type of material for refining weapons and is extremely hard. Even a fully realized golden core expert would find it difficult to break it with brute force. Lu Hanqiu nodded. Once Wei Wuchang placed the stubborn stone on the ground and stepped back, he suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the golden core and then swung the great sword down at the stubborn stone. With a clang, sparks flew where the great sword met the stubborn stone. However, the stubborn stone remained intact, not even a scratch left on it. Now, the 4 of them were dumbfounded. What was going on? The legendary terrifying great sword couldn't even break the stubborn stone. This was too useless. Let me try with my big knife. Yi Qianshan said, pulling out the 9-ring broadsword he had used long ago. Although it wasn't as solid as the stubborn stone, it was not something an early golden core warrior could easily break. Alright. Lu Hanqiu suppressed his cultivation again, lowering it to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Then, he swung the sword down fiercely at the 9-ring broadsword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and after the sparks flew, the 9-ring broadsword also remained unharmed. What the hell? How could this happen? The evil great sword has no power at all. It's even worse than an ordinary weapon. Yi Qianshan said, greatly disappointed. Could it be that the seals are still too many, limiting its power? Shin Rinkong suggested. That's possible. Should we continue to lift the seals? Lu Hanqiu asked. Yes. The 3 answered in unison. In the time that followed, every time Lu Hanqiu unfastened some seals, he would test the great sword's power with various items. The responses were mediocre. As the seal was lifted halfway, the evil greatsword still seemed quite valuable, manifesting in a very ordinary way, without a hint of brilliance. The only trump card they relied on was so useless that it made the dead feel an unusual heaviness in their hearts. If the greatsword couldn't unleash its intended combat power, they would be unable to deal with Xiao Feng. How about we just unseal all the seals? Wei Wuchang suggested. No way, if we do that, even if the evil great sword erupts with the power of a perfected nascent soul, we won't be able to control it anymore, and it will kill us. Lu Hanqiu rejected his proposal. I just remembered, my ancestor once wrote a book that detailed the characteristics of the evil great sword. It needs to absorb human blood or souls to unleash the power within the sword. Shin Rinkong slapped his thigh, feeling quite frustrated for forgetting such important information. Then let me give it a try. Lu Hanqiu said decisively, slicing his fingertip and letting his blood drip onto the sword's body. As soon as the blood fell, it vanished without a trace. It was absorbed by the evil sword. Moreover, a faint energy fluctuation emanated from within the sword. Upon noticing this change, the four of them were incredibly excited, finally finding the key to the problem. They all began to drip blood onto the evil great sword, and as the amount of blood absorbed increased, the energy fluctuations within the sword showed a slight enhancement. This confirmed the description of the great sword's characteristics by Qin Renkang's ancestor. As more blood was absorbed, the power of the evil sword would grow stronger. However, this also meant they faced a huge dilemma, and the excitement on their faces faded. To make the evil sword unleash its proper combat power, it needs to absorb a large amount of blood or souls. It might not even be enough if it drains us dry. Of course, we won't do something as foolish as digging our own graves. So where are we supposed to find blood and souls for it to absorb? Wei Wuchang said with a troubled expression. As soon as he finished speaking, the answer had already appeared in his mind. Not just him, the other three also thought of the same thing. We can only go slaughter the residents outside the city. Use their blood and souls to offer to the sword. Although most of them are commoners and the energy in their blood is far less than ours, their sheer numbers and the abundance of souls should satisfy the evil sword's needs. Lu Hanqiu said calmly. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Wei Wuchang asked, clearly having that thought but still questioning it. If one doesn't act for oneself, heaven will punish them. How can the lives of mere mortals compare to our preciousness? Moreover, they won't die in vain. They are dying to protect the safety of the citizens within the city, and they should feel honored, Lu Hanqiu said. In his eyes, the lives of those lowly people outside the city were worthless, to be trampled upon at will. If necessary, they could be sacrificed directly. Brother Lu, isn't this approach a bit too radical? What if we kill them all and Xiaofeng doesn't come to retaliate against us? Wouldn't that be for nothing? Shouldn't we wait until Xiaofeng arrives to make a decision? Yi Qianshan asked. Old Yi, don't wait until you want to eat pears to plant a tree, and don't wait until danger arrives to prepare. If Xiaofeng reaches Yunwu City, he won't give us any chance to unleash the power of the evil sword. That said, the deaths of those lowly people outside the city are just that, deaths. This level of loss is still completely acceptable to us, Lu Hanqiu said earnestly. Let's go outside the city. Qin Renkang was the first to express his stance. Gather the strong within the city and have them drive the lowly people outside together, so it's convenient for us to offer to the sword, lest they run around and make it troublesome to kill. Wei Wuchang, who had previously questioned the cruelty of killing those people, now feared they wouldn't be able to kill them all. After reaching a consensus, they flew towards the city wall with the evil great sword. Before long, the four of them landed on the high city wall, and the protective mountain formation had already been activated. A large number of martial artists had already gathered around the city walls. Under their orders, these martial artists flew out of the city, hurting the commoners who toiled daily yet struggled to survive into designated areas like ducks being driven. They were still unaware of the truth, not knowing what was happening. Several clan heads, what are you trying to achieve by doing this? A golden core perfected being asked. The other powerful figures were equally curious about the situation. Lu Hanqiu did not hide anything and explained the reasons behind it to them. After listening, not a single person raised an objection. They all felt it was only natural. Kill them if it allows us to live better. It counts as fulfilling their own value. A golden core expert murmured. The others nodded in agreement. After about an hour, over 2 million commoners outside the city had been gathered, divided into 32 areas located in different places. Upon receiving the report, Lu Hanqiu did not hesitate for a moment. Wielding the evil sword, he charged towards one of the areas. There, a sea of heads surged, with at least 70 to 80,000 people. There were elderly, children, and women, all looking nervously at Lu Hanqiu hovering above them. They had no awareness that disaster had already descended. Boom! Lu Hanqiu struck decisively, without any hesitation. He controlled the great sword, rushing into the crowd and killing anyone in sight. With each swing of the sword, a large number when they arrived at the last area where the crowd had gathered. An elderly man with white hair asked in a trembling voice. The screams coming from other areas had already informed them of what Lu Hanqiu was about to do to them. Your mistake lies in your lowly status. Being born into a poor family is a grave error, Lu Hanqiu said coldly. Someone like him, born with a silver spoon, had always felt superior, countless times more noble than the lowly commoners outside the city. They were born to enjoy wealth, while those outside were meant to be exploited, oppressed, and humiliated. Even their worthless lives could be taken at will. We are indeed lowly, but aren't you afraid of divine retribution for killing so many? The old man questioned sadly. He wondered, is being born lowly really a mistake? Yes, it always has been. It has never changed for thousands of years. Humph. Remember, it was Xiaofeng who caused your deaths under the sword. If there is divine retribution, it should fall upon him, Lu Hanqiu said, clearly displeased. But we don't know Xiaofeng, and he hasn't harmed us. It is you who wants to kill us. You will surely face divine retribution, the old man insisted. He still distinguished right from wrong. Die. Lu Hanqiu was enraged. Although he didn't believe he would face divine retribution, he felt a twinge of panic. In a fit of rage, he drew his sword and cruelly cleaved the old man into pieces, along with the thousands of civilians around him who perished unday. On the contrary, he actually hoped that some reckless ferocious beast would come to deliver him an inner core. Unfortunately, he encountered none. As expected, it was a relatively safe path. In a moment, Xiaofeng arrived at the outskirts of Yunwu City. Upon seeing the destroyed villages everywhere and the human remains scattered on the ground, Xiaofeng's brows furrowed tightly. What happened here? According to the information from the Soul Search, there should have been many civilians living here. How could they all be dead? Who killed them? Did they suffer an attack from a beast tide? No, ferocious beasts would devour them completely, leaving no scraps behind. So how could there be so many human remains left? Moreover, these civilians did not seem to have died from beast attacks. So who exactly killed them? With these questions in mind, Xiaofeng climbed to the top of the city wall of Yunwu City, looking down at the many martial artists who were on high alert below. It was obvious, even a fool could see that these martial artists were on guard against him. You guys are well informed, ready for battle so quickly. Xiaofeng scoffed. You are Xiaofeng? Lu Hanqiu asked. He had only heard of the name and had never seen Xiaofeng in person. He needed to confirm. Yes, I am the Xiaofeng here to kill you. Xiaofeng replied. Heh, it should be us killing you. You dog, you have killed so many of our strong ones, your sins are immense, and today you shall be punished. Lu Hanqiu's face was filled with mockery and resentment. You are quite confident, but overconfident. You don't think that with this broken formation and your mediocre strength, you can do anything to me, do you? Xiaofeng said lightly. Anyone can talk big, just bring it on and see who kills whom today. Lu Hanqiu said fearlessly, exuding overwhelming battle intent. Then let's give it a try. Xiaofeng pointed out, sending a surge of energy to strike the protective barrier formed by the city defense formation. Instantly, ripples appeared at the point of impact on the barrier, but it did not shatter. Is this all you've got? How dare you brag in front of us? Lu Hanqiu's eyes were filled with disdain. The city defense formation was very solid. Even a mid-stage nascent soul expert would find it hard to break through easily. Xiaofeng was able to kill his grandfather, Lu Honglu. With that strength, he should at least be able to cause some damage to the formation, right? Yet now, he had not inflicted any substantial harm to it at all. It seems this kid can't get in. Lu brother, why not shut down the formation and we rush out to kill him? Wei Wuchang whispered. No rush, let the formation wear him down a bit first. Lu Hanqiu shook his head. He had been playing the leadership role in this operation against Xiaofeng. His words carried weight. Wei Wuchang listened to him without rebuttal. Is that so? Then let me show you. Xiaofeng struck again, casually unleashing a burst of energy. Crack! The barrier shattered with a sound, becoming utterly ineffective. His first strike was merely to test the strength of the barrier, using very little force. He did not expect to be underestimated by this group. This time, he used his true strength. The city defense formation was broken just like that? Yi Qianshan felt his throat dry, speaking in disbelief. This scene greatly intimidated the strong ones on the city wall, giving them a more intuitive understanding of Xiaofeng's power. This was too strong. Among the strong present, not a single one could break the formation, let alone do it as easily as Xiaofeng did. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of impending danger. Xiaofeng, you are indeed impressive. For this, I specially prepared a gift for you. This evil sword, after absorbing the flesh and souls of over 20 million people, has greatly increased in power. Killing you should not be difficult. I hope you like it. After witnessing Xiaofeng's strength, Lu Hanqiu's expression changed slightly but quickly calmed down. With the evil sword in hand, he felt confident. So those civilians were all killed by you. You truly deserve to die. Xiaofeng's expression instantly turned cold. Although he himself was not a good person, killing without hesitation, he usually did not strike hard against the vulnerable groups who were unarmed and posed no threat to him. For instance, when he rampaged through the Eastern Land, the land of the White-Head Eagle, and various Western countries, he only killed enemies and hardly harmed ordinary civilians. Therefore, he felt immense anger towards Lu Hanqiu's actions. Damn you, Xiaofeng! They all died because of you, and now, I'm here to end your miserable life. Lu Hanqiu swung the evil sword and actually flew out of the city wall, fiercely striking at Xiaofeng with a sword. This blow possessed combat power close to the late stage of the nascent soul. Xiaofeng did not dodge, he unleashed all his power, barehanded, charging directly towards the evil sword. Boom, boom, boom. After the clash between one man and one sword, a series of loud explosions erupted. The destructive force obliterated the nearby city walls. Those martial artists who failed to dodge in time on the walls were instantly turned to ashes. Staggering back, Xiao Feng was pushed back 7 steps. Lu Hanqiu was not much better off, retreating 9 steps. As I expected, within this sword body lies a powerful evil spirit, and the sword's power comes entirely from it. Xiao Feng pondered. When he shattered the protective barrier of the city, he had noticed the evil sword. With his far superior perception, he vaguely sensed that there was something within the sword body. However, the opponent had hidden it too well for him to make a direct judgment. Therefore, when Lu Hanqiu took the initiative to attack, he chose to confront it hidden. Through contact with the evil sword, he uncovered the truth. Indeed, there was an evil spirit inside. That made it easier to deal with. He had many methods to restrain evil spirits. As long as the opponent's combat power did not reach the midstage of the transformation god, it was not a concern and could not threaten him. Xiao Feng's strength once again refreshed his understanding, causing his expression to change repeatedly. A strike comparable to a later-stage nascent soul cultivator had not killed Xiao Feng, and he had even suffered a small loss. This was outrageous. However, he still did not show any panic, because just now he had not unleashed the full power of the evil sword. He was mainly worried that using all his strength might lead to a loss of control. But now, if he wanted to kill Xiao Feng, he could no longer hold back, he had to go all out. Immediately, Lu Hanqiu unleashed the power of the evil sword, surpassing the late stage of the nascent soul, approaching the perfection of the nascent soul. With both man and sword, he once again charged towards Xiao Feng. This time, he swore not to rest until Xiao Feng was dead. Xiao Feng, let's see how you take this sword strike. Lu Hanqiu roared with a fierce expression. This guy not only killed Lu Xinghe but also his grandfather, Lu Honglu, causing their family to lose a later-stage nascent soul cultivator. His hatred for Xiao Feng was enough to scorch the heavens and extinguish the earth, and now he was about to take revenge on his enemy. He was both excited and eager. Xiao Feng also sensed that this sword strike was extraordinary. He could confront it hidden, but there was no need for that. He had a better way to respond, no need for a direct clash. Thunder rumbled. Just moments ago, the sky was clear, but suddenly dark clouds gathered. The sound of thunder echoed through the heavens, accompanied by lightning as thick as a barrel, striking towards Lu Hanqiu and the evil greatsword with lightning speed. Lu Hanqiu hurriedly dodged, avoiding 1 or 2 strikes of lightning. But he could not evade dozens or hundreds. There were simply too many lightning bolts, densely packed, countless in number. Powerful electric snakes completely covered the area he was in. It had turned into a sea of thunder. Ah, ah, ah. The screams rang out. They did not come from Lu Hanqiu but from the evil spirit within the evil sword. Thunder was the nemesis of such sinister beings. They feared lightning attacks the most, especially the thunder law that Xiao Feng unleashed, which even made tribulation-level cultivators tremble in fear. Even though the power of the world-destroying thunder punishment Xiao Feng could currently release was countless times weaker than before, it was still beyond what this evil spirit could endure. The cries of agony made Lu Hanqiu's scalp tingle. He never expected that a malevolent spirit was hidden within the sword's body. The other party had concealed it deeply. After becoming a trophy from that ancient battle, it had never shown any traces. Except for Xiao Feng, no one knew of its existence. The malevolent spirit had been lurking in the shadows, likely waiting for the right moment to strike and kill them all. Yet, without any awareness, he not only unsealed the evil sword's body but also inadvertently provided the malevolent spirit with the flesh and souls of over 2 million people. Wasn't this aiding the wicked and weaving his own doom? At this moment, Lu Hanqiu, closest to the evil sword, felt that the sword was more dangerous than Xiao Feng. The other party could unleash combat power close to the peak of the nascent soul stage, and if it broke free from the remaining seals, he might be the first to be killed. For safety's sake, Lu Hanqiu decisively chose to abandon the sword and stumbled back into the city. As he passed through the area attacked by the world-destroying thunder punishment, he suffered several lightning strikes, unable to dodge in time, and was severely injured, bloodied, and in a dire state. This was still because Xiao Feng had focused the main attacks on the evil sword and had not deliberately targeted him. Otherwise, how could he have possibly left the Thunder Law area alive? Kid. Hurry up and retract the lightning. Otherwise, if you anger this immortal emperor, you'll regret it. The evil sword, surrounded by a sea of thunder, emitted wails. Immortal emperor? You really dare to say that? Xiao Feng was filled with black lines, thinking that this malevolent spirit was just spouting nonsense and bragging. He had once been the strongest in the spirit realm, a great cultivator who transcended tribulations. Above the spirit realm was the immortal realm, and the immortal emperor was a giant in the immortal realm, one of his goals to pursue. For the malevolent spirit to call itself an immortal emperor, what was that? Wasn't it far more impressive than him? In any case, Xiao Feng didn't really believe it. He ignored the other party's shouts and let the lightning attack the evil sword. Once he had exhausted it enough, he could easily take it down. He temporarily shifted his focus from the evil sword to the interior of Yunwu City. Inside the city, there were abundant spiritual veins and rich spiritual energy. If absorbed, his cultivation could grow significantly. He shook his massive body, condensing dozens of sword energies that flew toward various areas within the city. The spiritual veins within the Return to Ruins had been monopolized by the various family forces in Yunwu City. They buried the spiritual veins beneath their own residences and used spirit-locking formations to seal the spiritual energy, preventing it from leaking out and only allowing their own people to use it. As Xiaofeng exited the mist-covered area and approached Yunwu City, he activated the Heavenly Emperor's scripture, opened his mouth, and attempted to absorb all the spiritual energy within the city. Unfortunately, he was hindered by the spirit-locking formations and could not achieve his wish. The Heavenly Emperor's scripture was merely a technique and had no offensive capabilities. It was normal to be obstructed. Soon, under the attack of the sword energies, all the spirit-locking formations in the city were broken. Xiaofeng could finally feast. As he unleashed the Heavenly Emperor's scripture, he opened his mouth and greedily devoured the massive amounts of spiritual energy like a whale swallowing a cow. In less than half a minute, under the impact of the abundant spiritual energy, he broke through from the early stage of the golden core to the mid-stage. The dantian suspended in his abdomen had also expanded, looking even more radiant. Moreover, under the continuous nourishment of the spiritual energy, the quality, energy, and volume of the golden core were all being enhanced in every aspect. Although many years had passed and the spiritual veins brought into the Return to Ruins had been significantly depleted, there were still plenty left. It could satisfy Xiaofeng's continued advancement. 2 minutes later, he broke through again, reaching the late stage of the golden core. After another 5 minutes, he had already advanced to the peak of the golden core. He was still absorbing spiritual energy. When he was within this realm and only 1/5 remained to reach spiritual energy saturation, the absorption finally ended. All the spiritual energy in the city had been drained by him. Not being able to cultivate to the peak state of the golden core left Xiaofeng with an indescribable disappointment. It seemed that in Yunwu City, he could not break the golden core and transform into a nascent soul. He could only hunt fierce beasts in the mist to obtain inner cores. You should know that in the nearly 300 years of Yunwu City, only a few early-stage nascent soul cultivators have emerged. They managed to break through only after their families expended vast amounts of spiritual energy, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and the inner cores of fierce beasts. For Xiaofeng to reach this level so quickly is quite impressive. Lu Hanqiu abandoned his sword and fled, hovering at a distance from the Thunder Sea, his expression grave as he watched the evil sword being struck by lightning. He hoped the evil sword would show some resilience and that both it and Xiaofeng would suffer mutual destruction. That way, they could reap the benefits, turn the tide, and achieve ultimate victory. However, judging by the evil sword's performance, it seemed to be quite disappointing, unable to withstand the lightning. This made him anxious and flustered. What's going on? Why is the spiritual energy in the city leaking out? This is bad. It's being absorbed by Xiaofeng. His cultivation is breaking through. Upon discovering this anomaly, Lu Hanqiu and the other powerful cultivators were left gasping for breath, feeling a deep sense of suffocation. Xiaofeng was already very strong. If he broke through again, they couldn't bear to imagine it. They were doomed. They wanted to stop Xiaofeng from devouring the spiritual energy, but it was already too late. Xiaofeng's absorption speed was too fast. They couldn't possibly set up a spirit-locking array in such a short time. They could only watch helplessly as the spiritual energy flowed into Xiaofeng's body, aiding his continuous breakthroughs. By the time Xiaofeng's realm stabilized at the great perfection of the golden core, their eyes lost their luster, becoming dim and lifeless. They knew that the situation was dire, and there was no turning back. What awaited them would be death. However, just as they were feeling hopeless, a change occurred. Within the area of lightning, the previously wailing evil spirits suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Kid, this emperor thanks you. It was your lightning attack that helped me remove the various seals on my sword body, and I am finally free. 5 elements transformation thunder technique open for me. From the sword body, a dazzling array of colors erupted, forming a shield infused with the energies of gold, wood, water, earth, and fire, evading the apocalyptic lightning punishment and breaking free from the thunder zone. Xiaofeng was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected that this evil spirit had mastered the 5 elements transformation thunder technique. Both the apocalyptic lightning punishment and the 5 elements transformation thunder technique belonged to the realm of celestial arts, existing in the celestial world. In his previous life, Xiaofeng had also obtained half a volume of the apocalyptic lightning punishment by chance. He had heard of the 5 elements transformation thunder technique from some ancient records in the spirit realm, which was on par with the apocalyptic lightning punishment, and the two were in a relationship of mutual generation and restraint. Originally, Xiaofeng could have completely restrained the evil spirit by using the apocalyptic lightning punishment. But since the opponent used the 5 elements transformation thunder technique, he could no longer restrain it. This allowed the opponent to escape. Of course, when Xiaofeng used the apocalyptic lightning punishment, he was still at the early stage of the golden core. If he were to use it now, its power would greatly increase, still posing a significant threat to the evil spirit, even scattering its soul. But he did not do so, because he suddenly became very interested in the identity of the evil spirit. Could it be that the evil spirit was once a celestial emperor? If so, the evil spirit would be an inexhaustible treasure. The experience and knowledge of a celestial emperor far surpassed his own. As long as he subdued the evil spirit and used threats and temptations, he might gain tremendous benefits. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh. Kid, you're about to die. Yet you can still laugh? Although you helped this emperor remove the seals, your lightning technique has caused me great suffering. If I don't kill you, my heart will never be at ease. After breaking free, the evil sword did not fly far. It turned its sword tip and darted towards Xiaofeng like lightning. With the seals on its body lifted, it was no longer bound or suppressed, and its combat power surged significantly, reaching the great perfection of the nascent soul level. Thus, it dared to challenge Xiaofeng, even declaring its intent to kill him. Bang! However, as soon as it approached Xiaofeng, the sword body received a heavy punch, nearly scattering its fragmented soul. Wow, how did your strength suddenly increase so much? The remnant soul said, filled with uncertainty. When it was trapped in the Sea of Thunder, it had focused all its attention on the lightning and had no idea that Xiaofeng had absorbed all the spiritual energy of Cloud Mist City and achieved a triple breakthrough. If it had known, it would have fled immediately and would never have sought revenge on Xiaofeng. Now you know to be afraid? It's too late. Xiaofeng sneered, moving forward and using the dragon capture technique to seize the evil sword. He was eager to see whether the evil spirit hidden within the sword was once an immortal emperor. Nonsense! Would an immortal emperor be afraid of a small fry like you? You underestimate this immortal emperor too much. Take this. The evil spirit was extremely displeased at being looked down upon, feeling insulted. Xiaofeng's formidable strength made it very wary. It should have fled immediately. However, it had once been a powerful immortal emperor, one of the top existences in the immortal realm where immortals were as numerous as dogs. Although now it had fallen from grace. Its strength was less than 1/millionth of its peak. The dignity of being an immortal emperor still remained. A character that it could once easily manipulate dared to belittle it like this. It could no longer hold back. With blood surging, it not only did not dodge but instead charged forward to meet the attack. You ignorant brat, let me show you what true immortal techniques are. Immortal slaying sword technique, kill for me. The evil spirit screeched, unleashing the immortal slaying sword technique that even immortals feared. The sword body shone brightly, flickering incessantly, making it hard to open one's eyes. Moreover, a terrifying sword aura swirled around the sword, its might overwhelming. Even Xiaofeng's expression changed upon seeing it, sensing a hint of danger. The immortal slaying sword technique, indeed an immortal technique. Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a plethora of ultimate moves, each one immensely powerful. However, there were very few moves that could reach the level of immortal techniques. Even the world-destroying thunder punishment was incomplete. He had only practiced half of it. It couldn't even be compared to the exquisite immortal slaying sword technique. In an instant, his greed surged. He desperately wanted to obtain the sword manual of the immortal slaying sword technique. If he succeeded in practicing it, his ability to defeat enemies beyond his level would become even stronger. Once he stepped into the immortal realm in the future, he could still thrive. After all, he was only invincible in the spirit realm, having never encountered a rival and had never ascended to the immortal realm, not knowing if he could dominate there as he did in the spirit realm. But if he could grasp some top-tier immortal techniques from the remnant soul of an immortal emperor, even when he went to the immortal realm, he would have plenty of confidence. With this thought, Xiaofeng's eyes burned with intensity. Looking at the evil sword again, it showed no hostility, only warmth. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed very pleasing to the eye. Xiaofeng's body shook, and he condensed an invisible sword aura over 3 meters long in his hand. Within the sword aura lay the will of the sword path he had comprehended. It was equally powerful. Clang! In the blink of an eye, 2 swords of different forms but astonishing power collided fiercely. Sparks flew, and the sound of their clash echoed continuously. Xiaofeng swung the invisible sword aura, relentlessly striking the red greatsword. The offensive was as fierce as a tide. In contrast, the red greatsword showed no signs of decline, relying on the infinitely exquisite immortal slaying sword technique to withstand Xiaofeng's attacks. From time to time, it even turned defense into offense, launching powerful attacks against Xiaofeng. With rich combat experience, Xiaofeng could always predict the opponent's moves in advance, dodging just in time to avoid the evil spirit's attacks. The stronger the immortal slaying sword technique used by the opponent, the more excited he became. Thus, both sides fought fiercely, locked in a stalemate. A minute passed and they had exchanged 28 moves, still evenly matched. It seemed that neither could gain the upper hand. Since Xiaofeng's rebirth, almost every battle had ended with him defeating his enemies in seconds. Even if there were enemies who could hold on for a while, it was because Xiaofeng had not used his full strength. Now, he has pushed his swordsmanship to the extreme. Even a perfected nascent soul cultivator should have been killed by him long ago. The evil spirit has been able to battle him for so long, which speaks volumes about its formidable strength. However, at this moment, the evil spirit is feeling anxious. It is very clear about its own situation. Using the extermination sword technique is essentially overloading itself. In its current state, it cannot hold on for much longer. It's like a sprinter, you let them run 100 meters, and they can do it quite fast. But that explosive speed only lasts for 100 or 200 meters. If they have to run further, their speed will drop significantly. The evil spirit initially wanted a quick resolution, so it went all out from the start, trying to defeat or kill Xiaofeng. But things did not go as planned, and it failed. This made it extremely irritable. If it couldn't take down Xiaofeng within 10 moves, its strength would plummet, possibly even weaker than an ordinary latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. At that point, escaping would be difficult. In the distance, for early-stage nascent soul cultivators Lu Hanxiu, Qin Ringquang, Wei Wuchang, and Yi Qianshangered together, hovering in the air. Their eyes fixed on the battlefield. The fierce battle between Xiaofeng and the evil spirit left them utterly shocked. They couldn't help but wonder how many moves they could last against either of these two. The answer was none, they would be instantly killed. Thus, their mood was particularly anxious and tense, fearing that either Lu Chen or the evil spirit would win. Because whoever emerged victorious, their fate would be dire. The best outcome would be mutual destruction or both sides suffering heavy losses. Only then could they survive in the cracks and reap the benefits. However, their fantasies were destined to be in vain. It was impossible to realize them. As the battle reached the 39th move, with Xiaofeng growing more and more vigorous, he swung his formless sword energy, striking precisely against the red greatsword. The latter was sent flying several hundred meters away, and the brilliant light on the sword dimmed significantly. The evil spirit's limit of combat power had already passed, dropping several levels from before. It silently lamented, "This guy is truly bizarre, unable to be killed even by the extermination sword technique." It felt both angry and frustrated. Had it known this would happen, it wouldn't have recklessly clashed with Xiaofeng. It should have used the escape light technique to flee directly. Now, with its combat power sharply reduced, even if it used the escape light technique, its speed would definitely not be what it once was, making it hard to escape under Xiaofeng's watchful eyes. Fortunately, its current position was between Xiaofeng and Cloud Mist City. It could easily head towards Cloud Mist City, quickly absorb the blood and souls of the residents within, thereby restoring its combat power and seizing the opportunity to escape. In a hurry, the evil spirit wasted no time and rushed towards Cloud Mist City. Devour the Heavens Demon technique. I absorb, absorb. The evil spirit couldn't defeat Xiaofeng, but dealing with the small fries in the city was still a piece of cake. Under the attack of the Devour the Heavens Demon technique, the humans below the Golden Core realm in the city shriveled at a visible speed. In an instant, they turned into mummified corpses, their blood and souls continuously absorbed by the evil spirit. Hundreds of thousands of people perished on the spot in less than 3 seconds. Xiaofeng's expression was quite remarkable. This guy really knows a lot of celestial techniques. The Devour the Heavens Demon technique is truly astonishing. He couldn't help but confirm in his heart that the evil spirit probably wasn't boasting, it really was an immortal emperor in the past. Otherwise, how could it possess so many powerful celestial techniques? Even if it wasn't an immortal emperor, it must at least be a giant at the immortal king level. Note, I have things to attend to today, so I only wrote 2,000 words. Tomorrow, I will write a 4,000 word chapter to make up for what I owe today. Sorry. After absorbing so many humans' blood and souls, the evil spirit hidden within the red greatsword felt immensely satisfied and exhilarated. The unsealing of the sword's body was particularly enjoyable. Without any restraints, it could unleash many of its celestial techniques. Unlike the past few thousand years, when he had been sealed away, even after Lu Hanxiu had lifted half of the seal, he still could not use the Zuxian sword technique or the Tunshin demon art and other celestial skills. Therefore, when he slaughtered over 2 million civilians outside the city, he had to let Lu Hanxiu personally wield the knife, killing them bit by bit, which was quite time-consuming and laborious. He couldn't directly use the Tunshin demon art to devour them like he had just done. He felt great, but the humans inside the city were doomed. Those people had mostly watched Lu Hanqius' massacre of the civilians outside the city with a sense of entertainment, many even gloating, relieved that they lived inside the city, with a higher status than those outside, and wouldn't be slaughtered. Who would have thought that a nightmare would descend upon them so quickly? Now, they could no longer laugh, and there was no time to cry. The evil spirit within the sword licked its lips and turned its gaze to the remaining 36 golden core powerhouses and 4 nascent soul cultivators. These individuals were stronger, their flesh and souls more nourishing, and absorbing them would be even more beneficial. Unfortunately, their strength was still considerable, and they could not yet use the Tunshin demon art to absorb them directly. He felt an impulse, wanting to rush over and kill these people, but that would take some time. And Xiaofeng had already moved, heading straight for him. The evil spirit knew well the terror of Xiaofeng. Even though it had regained some strength, it still hadn't reached the early stage of the transformation god realm and was still no match for Xiaofeng. Even if it fought to the death, the outcome would be the Samite would still be defeated by Xiaofeng. It was better to escape now. The evil spirit decisively gave up on killing the other powerhouses and used the escape light technique, maximizing its speed. It transformed into a red light and vanished without a trace in an instant. Watching the direction in which it disappeared, Xiaofeng was taken aback. What kind of movement technique was this? The speed was absurd. Even if he used the strongest movement technique he had practiced, shrinking the earth to an inch, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. This was likely another celestial skill. Xiaofeng clenched his fists tightly, greed surging once more. He had to find a way to capture the evil spirit and force it to reveal all these celestial skills. The evil spirit's escape was something Xiaofeng had not anticipated at all. It was a small miscalculation. However, he wasn't too concerned. After all, he had long memorized the aura of the evil spirit and the red great sword. No matter where the opponent fled, he could find them. For now, he should first kill the surviving powerhouses within Yunwu City and eliminate this great disaster. Once that was resolved, he could pursue the evil spirit later. Bang bang bang. Just as he had this thought, he heard several crashing sounds coming from behind him at an angle. Turning around, he saw several figures falling from the void. Trying to escape with a void-breaking talisman? You are too naive. Xiaofeng looked at the falling figures, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Not long ago in the land of the rising sun, Wang Can had used a void-breaking talisman to escape, catching him off guard. Since Wang Can had a void-breaking talisman, it was needless to say that the other powerhouses within Yunwu City must have one too. How could Xiaofeng not be on guard? Therefore, while battling the evil spirit, he had divided some of his attention to seal off the void leading to the spatial barrier of Yunwu City. This was to prevent these people from escaping. Hence, this scene unfolded. Why could Xiaofeng guess that they would choose this direction to escape rather than another? The reason was simple. Because this direction leading to the spatial barrier was an area they had explored many times, making it relatively safer. If they chose another direction, they would surely end up in thick fog, where many unknown dangers lurked, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death at the jaws of powerful beasts. The warriors within Yunwu City were naturally timid, just like their ancestors, and would not take such risks. They were highly likely to choose the direction he had sealed off. How could this happen? Why didn't the void-breaking talisman take us away? Lu Hanqiu, knocked dizzy, asked with a trembling voice filled with confusion and disbelief. When they saw the evil spirit rampaging through the city, they knew the situation was dire, and their hopes of reaping the benefits had turned to dust. Thus, they quickly took out their void-breaking talismans, preparing to use them to escape this place and avoid the crisis. However, just as they vanished from their original spot, the next moment they crashed into an invisible wall. The void-breaking talismans could tear through the void in an extremely short time, transporting them thousands of miles away. The speed was astonishing. Even though they were powerful cultivators, the impact at such a speed was overwhelming. The force of the collision was simply too great. Xiaofeng swiftly moved to the place where they had fallen, simultaneously unleashing dozens of sword energies, killing all the martial artists in the city who had not yet fled or had already begun to escape. Among the 40 cultivators above the Golden Core stage who had survived in Yunwu City, only these 8 remained before him now. 4 were at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and 4 were nascent soul cultivators. Seeing Xiaofeng appear beside them, the 8 were filled with panic, their hearts racing to their throats, making it difficult to breathe. 6 of them quickly took out their void-breaking talismans, preparing to escape in another direction. Humph! Xiaofeng snorted coldly. At such a close distance, they thought they could escape right in front of him. How could it be that easy? A glimmer of light appeared at his fingertips, which he directed at the 6. But, faced with his casual strike, the 6 had no means of defense and could only await their doom. All resistance was futile, and they were slaughtered on the spot by Xiaofeng. Now, only Lu Hanqiu and Qin Runhua were still alive. But they were no different from the dead. The two's faces were as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Upon learning that Lu Honglu and many other powerful figures had perished, although they had prepared for the worst, they still found it hard to accept when death truly arrived. especially Lu Hanxiu, who had done his utmost to devise various strategies to deal with Xiao Feng. Yet the outcome was still so tragic. Xiao Feng, Lu Hanxiu wanted to say something, but a fierce glare from Xiao Feng frightened him into silence. It was clear he was about to plead for mercy. Xiao Feng had no intention of listening. He placed his hands on the heads of both him and Qin Runhua, directly extracting their nascent souls from their bodies. The two nascent souls were pure white like jade, radiating a faint glow, both belonging to the third-grade nascent soul. They struggled desperately in his hands, trying to break free. Crack! Crack! Xiao Feng exerted force, crushing both nascent souls completely. Seeing their nascent souls destroyed, despair deepened in Lu Hanxiu and Qin Renhua's eyes. Without their nascent souls, they were no different from invalids. Even if Xiao Feng showed mercy and spared their lives, it would mean little to them. The two let out piercing screams simultaneously. This was Xiao Feng conducting a soul search on them. Lu Hanxiu and Qin Renhua were among the most powerful figures in Yunwu City. Their understanding of the mist would be more comprehensive. Xiao Feng wanted to glean more information about the mist from them. Soon, the soul search concluded. Xiao Feng directly erased the two. He obtained a wealth of information, but not much of it was useful. One point piqued his interest: the ferocious beasts in the western region of the Return to Ruins were stronger than those in other areas. They even suspected that there might be ferocious beasts at the nascent soul peak level in the western region. If such a beast truly existed, even hunting one could significantly enhance Xiao Feng's cultivation. Consuming the opponent's inner core, he could easily break through to the early or even mid-nascent soul stage. Just thinking about it made Xiao Feng unable to suppress a smile. It was indeed something to look forward to. Coincidentally, the direction in which the evil spirit had fled was the western region. During the pursuit, he could see if there were any unexpected surprises. Xiao Feng swiftly removed all the Qiankuan rings from the corpses, forcibly destroying the restrictions they had left on the rings and spreading his consciousness inside. After a rough scan, there were still quite a few good items, which could be given to Yi Sanglong and the others, helping to cultivate a batch of Golden Core Realm cultivators for the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, a golden little dragon flew out from the city. Without needing to be reminded by Xiao Feng, it had already dashed into the city to collect the Qiankuan rings. This saved Xiao Feng a lot of time in clearing the spoils. Little Jean! Xiao Feng called out, and the little dragon, in perfect sync, opened its mouth and sucked in the 8 Qiankuan rings from his hand, temporarily keeping them safe for him. Let's go, chase the evil spirit. Xiao Feng led little Jean as they flew towards the west. In the treasure vaults of the various families in Yunwu City, there were still many medicinal herbs and cultivation resources, but they were of little use to Xiao Feng. He was eager to catch the evil spirit and had no time to collect them. He would wait until he had some free time later. After all, there were no living witnesses in the city, so nothing would be taken away. Soon, Xiao Feng and little Jean had left the city, entering the gray mist. With the explosive growth of his cultivation, the power of the great tracking technique also increased. Even under the interference of the mist, he could distinguish the aura of the evil spirit and the evil sword. As long as he followed the scent, he would always be able to find the other party. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Feng hadn't pursued the evil spirit immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large red sword swiftly darted through the mist. In just a short while, the location of the evil spirit was already tens of thousands of kilometers away from Yunwu City. To completely shake off Xiao Feng, it had used the escape light technique 5 times in a row. Only now did it stop. Faintly, one could hear the evil spirit within the evil sword panting heavily. The escape light technique had its pros and cons. It was fast, but it consumed too much of his own energy. After using it several times in a row, he had exhausted more than half of his stamina and could currently only exert the combat power of the late Yuanying stage. Damn it, this kid is too despicable, actually forcing this emperor to this extent. Once this emperor finds the medicine to heal the remnant soul and recovers some strength, I will come back to settle the score with you and show you the might of this emperor, the evil spirit said with a heavy sense of resentment. What kind of background does that kid have? It's too bizarre. To be able to defeat me across an entire major realm, and so easily, is just too exaggerated. Even the top geniuses of the northern cold immortal domain can't do that. The evil spirit felt puzzled by Xiao Feng's unreasonable combat power. At the same time, it felt very frustrated. As a powerful immortal emperor, its cultivation was stronger than Xiao Feng's, and the immortal techniques it mastered were far superior to Xiao Feng's. Yet, it still couldn't win. It could only escape in a disheveled manner, disregarding the dignity of an immortal emperor, just to save its life. Anyone in its position would be driven mad. Moreover, it was still an immortal emperor. In fact, the main reason for this phenomenon was that its condition was too poor. It was left with only a faint, severely injured remnant soul parasitizing within this murderous magic sword, unable to detach from it, otherwise, it would immediately be obliterated. Without even its own physical body, it had to rely on controlling the large sword to fight, which was extremely ineffective. It had all the skills, but many of its immortal techniques and methods could not be truly and effectively utilized. If it could seize a human warrior's body and gain control over it, even if the seized body was at the late Golden Core stage, it would have absolute confidence in killing Xiao Feng. Speaking of seizing bodies, it felt a wave of frustration. It still remembered that over 73,800 years ago it had seized a body once, and a cultivator only had one chance to seize a body in their lifetime. It had no way to seize another. To regain a new life, it had to heal its injuries, allow the remnant soul to recover some, and then slowly think of a way to reconstruct its physical body. Although it was difficult to achieve, there was still a glimmer of hope. I wonder if that kid is chasing me. He probably isn't, right? In the mist spewed out by the Shenlong, my scent would be obscured, making it hard for him to find me. However, that kid is quite strange, with endless tricks. I can't guarantee he hasn't found a way to track me, so it's better to get away from him as soon as possible. The evil spirit muttered to itself, continuing to fly forward. He no longer used the escape light technique, as he simply couldn't afford the consumption. His residual soul state possessed the combat power of a perfected nascent soul, but each use diminished that power. Unless he absorbed human flesh and souls, he couldn't replenish his energy. In the mist, there wasn't even a shadow. Where could he go to absorb energy? It was better to save what he could. Yet, reality was often so cruel. He wanted to conserve energy, but fate had other plans. Roar! A deafening tiger roar erupted. Immediately, a pitch-black tiger with shiny fur pounced out from his side. This was a black-striped tiger with the strength of a perfected nascent soul. The black-striped tiger, possessing a strong territorial awareness, rejected any creature entering its domain, not even allowing a sword. Standing over 7 meters tall, the massive black-striped tiger fixed its hostile gaze on the evil sword, extending a front paw and slamming it down onto the sword's body. Damn it, even a little kitty dares to bully me. Do they really think I'm easy to mess with? The evil spirit was furious and began to battle the black-striped tiger with the great sword. After several exchanges, the evil spirit, only able to exert the combat power of the late nascent soul stage, still had the capability to kill a black-striped tiger that was a small realm stronger than himself. But he couldn't afford the consumption. What good was winning? The opponent's flesh, soul, and inner core were of no use to him. They would only greatly deplete his own strength. So, while fighting, he seized an opening and suddenly vanished. Roar! The black-striped tiger, of course, was unwilling to let him go and chased after him relentlessly. Damn it, being chased by a beast, I've lost face big time. The evil spirit wanted to turn back and tear the black-striped tiger to pieces. In the end, reason prevailed over impulse. It wasn't worth it to bicker with such a beast. He continued to flee. However, the black-striped tiger was like a piece of chewing gum, impossible to shake off. Frustrated, the evil spirit reluctantly used the escape light technique. In an instant, he disappeared before the black-striped tiger's eyes. Finally, he had shaken off this trouble. The black-striped tiger looked bewildered at the great sword that had vanished in front of it, shaking its head in confusion before returning to its lair. Wait until I recover, then he'll come back and chop you up. After evading the black-striped tiger's pursuit, the evil spirit vented his anger. This beast forced him to use the escape light technique, further depleting his strength. He was quite furious inside, only able to utter a harsh word to save face. On the following journey, he became much more cautious, no longer recklessly intruding into the territories of powerful beasts. If he encountered another beast at the perfected nascent soul level, there would be nowhere to cry. The black-striped tiger was also furious. On its way back, it was still puzzled about how that sword had such swift speed. When it returned to its lair and lay down for a nap, it sensed the presence of an intruder. This made it furious. Which blind fool dared to trespass in its territory and disturb its rest? It charged out of its lair, racing towards the intruder. Before long, it spotted Xiao Feng and the golden little dragon coiling around his arm. Initially, the black-striped tiger was filled with rage, but upon seeing the golden little dragon, it couldn't help but swallow. No wonder the evil spirit left such a strong presence here. It must have fought with you. Following the scent, Xiao Feng's eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on the black-striped tiger, feeling a surge of joy. He couldn't help but think how powerful the evil spirit was to encounter a beast of this level in the boundless mist. It truly helped him out, and he should thank the evil spirit properly. The black-striped tiger sensed Xiao Feng's gaze and, for some reason, felt uneasy under his intense stare. This feeling made it extremely restless. Roar! With an angry roar, the black-striped tiger lunged at Xiao Feng. It intended to devour this human intruder first, then the golden little dragon. However, as soon as it pounced, it felt a blur before its eyes. The next moment, a heavy punch struck its forehead, cracking its skull. Fortunately, its tough skin and thick flesh saved its life. It bared its fangs and claws, attacking Xiaofeng frantically. But all of its fierce assaults were easily dodged by Xiaofeng. Boom! Another Heavenly Emperor fist landed on the same spot on its forehead. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering bone echoed. The black-striped tiger was starting to falter. It finally recognized the truth, realizing that this human before it was incredibly terrifying, something it could not contend with. In fear, it turned to flee. Xiaofeng would not let his prey escape, launching a storm-like assault against it. Bang bang bang! The relentless Heavenly Emperor fist continued to rain down, causing the black-striped tiger to scream in agony, unable to defend itself at all. Gradually, it fell silent. Xiaofeng had killed it. Next came the familiar procedure. Xiaofeng skillfully opened the black-striped tiger's belly, extracting the inner core located in its abdomen. Little Jean opened its mouth, devouring the blood of its opponent. Looking at the inner core in his hand, which was the size of an orange, Xiaofeng felt quite wonderful. He never expected to obtain an inner core from a fully matured fierce beast so quickly. The happiness came as a surprise. He silently thanked the evil spirit once again. Yawn! The evil spirit suddenly sneezed during its escape. Damn, how could this immortal emperor sneeze? Is someone cursing me? It must be that brat, only he holds a grudge against me. He probably can't find me, stomping his feet in anger and cursing. The evil spirit felt quite pleased, already imagining Xiaofeng's frustrated appearance. This greatly reduced its sense of crisis, making it less tense than before. However, just as it relaxed its guard, a latest-stage Yuaning Iron Eater stood in its way, glaring at it with hostility. Damn it, how unlucky can I be to encounter another beast? My true form is just a sword now. You can't eat this thing, so why block my path? Wait, this beast is an Iron Eater, and I happen to be its favorite food. The evil spirit was so angry it almost spat blood. It didn't want to tangle with the creature, that would be a waste of life. It immediately used its escape technique, disappearing from the Iron Eater's sight. Its strength was once again depleted, now reduced to the mid-stage of Yuaning. I'm enjoying myself too much. I can't let my guard down again, or I might end up with nothing left. The evil spirit sighed deeply, becoming even more cautious than before. Splashing water. After Xiaofeng washed the black-striped tiger's inner core clean, he slapped it into several small pieces. He swallowed them one by one. Feeling the surging spiritual energy flowing from the inner core, Xiaofeng's spirit soared. He activated the Heavenly Emperor's scripture, eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy. Before long, the spiritual energy within the realm of Golden Core Great Perfection reached a saturated state, unable to absorb any more. Xiaofeng sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to begin condensing the Yuaning. This process would take some time. However, it wouldn't delay his pursuit of the evil spirit, as his speed would increase significantly after his cultivation breakthrough. He could easily make up for the time spent in the process of forming the baby. Just like when he formed the Golden Core, Xiaofeng was quite skilled. He was familiar with all the steps. Walking the path of cultivation again. There would be no mistakes. Unknowingly, 6 hours passed. The form of the Golden Core within Xiaofeng underwent a significant change, faintly resembling an infant. This marked the first step toward success. Xiaofeng pressed on, determined to complete the Yuan-Ing formation in one go. While he was cultivating, the golden little dragon also completed its transformation. By absorbing the remnants of the Shunlong bloodline within the black-striped tiger, its cultivation was rapidly increasing. It finally stabilized at Golden Core Great Perfection. After the breakthrough, it didn't rest, lying beside Xiaofeng, protecting him from any fierce beasts that might disturb his Yuan-Ing formation. Time flew by, and another 4 hours passed. Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile on his face. No surprises had occurred. He had successfully advanced to the early stage of the nascent soul. In his abdomen, where the golden core used to be, there was now a palm-sized infant glowing with golden light. This was his true nascent soul. The nascent soul is also divided into 3 grades, 2 grades, 1 grade, and the heavenly grade. Xiaofeng's nascent soul, of course, belonged to the heavenly grade. In the path of cultivation, the further one progresses, the more difficult it becomes to challenge those of higher realms. When Xiaofeng was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, he still had some trepidation towards cultivators in the early stage of the transformation stage. Even with all his means and full effort, there was still a possibility of killing the opponent. But now, having broken through to the early stage of the nascent soul, his chances against a cultivator in the early stage of the transformation stage were very high. Moreover, he had only digested a small portion of the spiritual energy from the black-striped tiger's inner core. The remaining spiritual energy was enough to help him advance to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. There was nothing to worry about. Unless the opponent mastered more than one powerful celestial technique, they wouldn't be able to threaten him in the slightest. Speaking of celestial techniques, Xiao Feng was eager to capture the evil spirit. That guy would be a great help on his path of growth. Oh, little Jean has also broken through. Xiao Feng then noticed that the golden little dragon had reached the peak of the golden core stage. Its growth rate was quite impressive. Besides the increase in cultivation, its size had also grown significantly. It was now over a meter long. The luster on its body was even more golden, beginning to show the aura of the king of beasts. Brother Xiao Feng, congratulations on breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The golden little dragon came to his side and surprisingly spoke human words. This delighted Xiao Feng. Little Jean, when did you learn to talk? Xiao Feng asked in surprise. I could suddenly speak human language after the breakthrough. Little Jean replied in a babyish voice. The dragon race's genes inherently possessed many languages of various races, including human language. With its cultivation increase, it awakened this aspect of its genes. That's great, Xiao Feng said with a beaming smile. This was a double, no, a triple joy. He could finally communicate normally with little Jean, no longer having to guess an estimate like before. Little Jean called him Brother Xiao Feng, not Mom or Dad. This indicated that little Jean had never mistaken him for its parents. It seemed that the dragon race was indeed different from other beasts. They didn't just regard whoever they saw first after birth as their parents. This also reflected the noble lineage of the dragon race, which wouldn't randomly recognize parents. Let's go, let's hunt the evil spirit. We've wasted 10 hours, I wonder where that guy has run off to. I hope he encounters a few fierce beasts at the peak of the nascent soul stage along the way so I can pick up some leftovers, Xiao Feng muttered to himself. He then set off with the golden little dragon on the journey to capture the evil spirit. Xiao Feng's next plan was to first capture the evil spirit, then return to Earth and kill all 12 demon heads sealed in the demon suppression prison. After that, he would enter the return ruins to hunt fierce beasts and search for the corpse of the Shenlong. Once these tasks were completed, he would head to the true martial realm. With his current strength, even without the help of the magical tools from the inner Elder One Jiantong of the Heavenly Sword sect, he could directly use brute force to break open the spatial barrier between Earth and the true martial realm. While tracking the evil spirit, Xiao Feng was multitasking, constantly operating the Heavenly Emperor's scripture, rapidly digesting the vast spiritual energy within him for his own use. Crossing over the hurdle of forming the nascent soul, subsequent cultivation would be much easier than during the formation stage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Feng swiftly darted through the mist. His speed had increased by more than one level compared to when he was at the peak of the golden core stage. After just a few minutes, Xiao Feng broke through to the midstage of the nascent soul. He had completely absorbed the spiritual energy from the black-striped tiger's inner core. With all cultivation resources used up, he needed to continue searching, otherwise he wouldn't be able to advance further. How suddenly, a strange beast roar echoed. A peculiar expression appeared on Xiao Feng's face. Could it be so coincidental? It really was as he thought, under his spiritual perception. He discovered that a latest-stage nascent soul iron-eating beast was approaching. Look at that, cultivation resources are being delivered right to his door. Evil spirit, I am so grateful to you. Thank you to your ancestors for 8 generations. You are truly my gospel. Without doing anything, I can encounter a ferocious beast of this level. Not only was Xiao Feng delighted, but the golden little dragon was also very excited. They quickly rushed to the location of the iron-eating beast. As soon as they met, Xiao Feng unleashed his killing move, instantly slaying the iron-eating beast. This guy was here to kill the intruder in his territory. As a result, before it could react, it was already dead. He took out the iron-eating beast's inner core, crushed it, and swallowed it in 3 bites. This inner core was not enough for him to break through to the late stage of nascent soul, but it could still increase his cultivation level a bit. Indeed, just as Lu Hanqiu and the others remembered, the powerful ferocious beasts in the return ruins mostly resided in the western region. This place was simply his lucky land. He really wanted to thoroughly search the vast western area and start his hunting feast. However, compared to the evil spirit, the former was more important to him. Weighing the two, the plan remained unchanged. He would wait to catch the evil spirit first. That guy was very cunning and had mastered many celestial techniques. It was possible that the opponent had recovered some strength and could use a celestial technique to conceal its own aura. This possibility was not non-existent. After the little golden dragon refined the bloodline of the Shindong dragon and spat out the blood of the iron-eating beast, the man and the dragon continued to move forward tirelessly in the mist. Yawn. Ha ha ha, that damn little brat is cursing this celestial emperor again. If you can't find me, just take your time getting anxious. The evil spirit, far away, was laughing very happily. Having suffered a setback at Xiao Feng's hands, being able to vent his anger in this way was quite satisfying. After laughing a few times, the evil spirit quickly calmed down. He dared not make any more noise. I almost forgot, the mist here is much denser than in other areas. There might be ferocious beasts at the transformation stage lurking inside. It's better for me to keep a low profile and not disturb them. The evil spirit controlled the red greatsword, advancing silently. 3 days later, the evil spirit sensed that the surrounding mist had thinned significantly. Only then did he relax his tense heart. Fortunately, I passed through that area without any danger. After being unlucky for so many years, I finally got lucky once, the evil spirit said with a smile. Since that encounter over 30,000 years ago, he had been down on his luck, never encountering a single fortunate event. During the past 3 days, while in the dense mist area, he had been on edge, walking on thin ice, fearing an attack from a powerful ferocious beast. Fortunately, the way had been smooth. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After flying for a while, the evil spirit laughed again. With his powerful spiritual sense, he detected human presence 130 miles away, a total of 7 people. Moreover, their strength was not bad. 2 were at the peak of foundation establishment, while the others were above golden core. 1 even reached the early stage of nascent soul. This made him extremely happy. Killing them would allow him to absorb their flesh and souls to nourish himself. Immediately, he flew over quickly. At this moment, 130 miles away from the evil spirit, several figures were moving. Leading them was a middle-aged man at the early stage of nascent soul. Behind him were 6 young people, both male and female. The male was handsome, and the female was sweet and cute. They all wore bright red clothing, with a golden sun embroidered on their chests. This was the unique attire of the Liang sect in the true martial realm. Indeed, the true martial realm and the return ruins were interconnected. However, they had been blocked by the mist, and neither side had explored deeply, so they remained unaware of each other's existence. Uncle Chi, the mist isn't as terrifying as the elders of the sect said, is it? We've been in here for half a month and have only encountered some weak ferocious beasts, without any danger. A young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said with a relaxed expression, Young master, you must not underestimate the dangers within the mist. The area we are in is on the outskirts of the mist. Those powerful ferocious beasts have long been hunted down by the strong in the true martial realm, which is why we haven't encountered any danger. If we go another 100 miles forward, we will enter the heart of the mist, where the ferocious beasts are truly terrifying. Even the sect master wouldn't dare to step in lightly. The middle-aged man leading the group kindly reminded, showing great respect in front of the young man. The other party held a noble status, being one of the many offspring of the sect master of the Liang sect. Ah, so dangerous? Then let's hurry back, a girl in red said timidly. She was quite timid and had only come along out of curiosity. Now that they were in the mist, she regretted it and constantly thought about returning to the sect. No way, the elders have finally agreed to let us come in for training. We can't just go back without experiencing anything. Uncle Chi, hurry and take us into the heart of the mist. I want to see if it's as dangerous as the rumors say, the young man who spoke earlier said defiantly. He had just turned 24 this year and had entered the midstage of the Golden Core. Within the powerful Liang sect, he was considered a somewhat famous genius. Being a genius, it was normal for him to be proud. Plus, as the young master, he had been pampered since childhood, leading him to have an even higher opinion of himself, always feeling like he was the master of this era, the chosen one. If he could make a trip to the heart of the mist and return unscathed to the Liang sect, the elders would surely look at him with new eyes. This isn't good. The middle-aged man referred to as Uncle Chi felt troubled. He did not dare to step into the central area of the mist. What's wrong? Are you not going to listen to this young master's words? The young man retorted. I dare not, it's just. Before he could finish his sentence, the hairs on his body stood on end. Danger was approaching. Not good, danger is coming, he hurriedly warned. Is that so? Just in time, let it know how powerful this young master is. The young man drew a large knife from his Qiankuan ring, exuding a fierce battle intent. But the next moment he faltered. A large red sword flew out from the mist. With a whoosh, it severed his head. Blood gushed out. Young master, the middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. Puff, puff. The other 5 people instantly lost their lives on the spot. Their blood and souls were absorbed by the red sword in the blink of an eye. Jia jia jia, the taste is still acceptable. The evil spirit controlling the sword charged at the middle-aged man. In just 3 moves, the opponent fell under the sword. This was the evil spirit conserving its strength, not using powerful moves against him. Sect master, we were attacked by a sword, the middle-aged man said to the artifact in his hand as he faced death. He didn't finish his sentence before he breathed his last. The artifact he held was a communication device that could relay what was happening here back to the sect. After enjoying a feast, the evil spirit left. Since there were humans here, it meant that there were more humans outside the mist. That was a delicacy. He could hardly wait to drain the blood and souls of those humans. The territory of the true martial realm was also vast, divided into 5 regions: east, west, south, north, and center. The Liang sect was located in the eastern region, considered a powerful sect in this area, stronger than the Tianjian sect located in the western region. At this moment, a late-stage nascent soul elder hurriedly arrived at the cave of sect master Li Jiuyang. Elder who, what is the rush? Li Jiuyang asked. Sect master, something terrible has happened. Elder Qi and young master Li Lingfeng have encountered misfortune in the mist and they are all dead. Elder who said with deep sorrow, the periphery of the mist isn't dangerous, and with Elder Qi leading the team, how could they have encountered harm? Could it be that they were killed by powerful figures from other sects? Li Jiuyang's tone suddenly turned serious. No, I don't know. According to the news relayed by Elder Qi, they were killed by a sword. Elder who deduced through the communication artifact and the extinguished soul lamp that they were all dead. Humph. Anyone who kills members of the Liang sect must die, no matter who they are. I will personally go and check. Don't let me find the murderer or they will have no place to be buried. Li Jiuyang said with a murderous aura. Although he had many descendants, most of them were useless. Only a few caught his eye. For instance, Li Lingfeng, whom he doted on quite a bit. He would almost always grant his requests. Recently, Li Lingfeng had been clamoring to venture into the mist. Considering there wasn't much danger inside, he agreed and sent Elder Qi to lead them into the mist for an experience. As long as they didn't enter the central area of the mist, with Elder Qi present, there wouldn't be any accidents. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? He was extremely angry. It was one thing for others to die, but Li Lingfeng was different. Blood must be repaid with blood. Li Jiuyang never held grudges overnight. He immediately took Elder Hu and several other nascent soul experts and rushed angrily towards the area of the mist. The journey was somewhat distant, taking at least a day. After more than 10 hours, the evil spirit burst out of the mist. It arrived on the territory of the true martial realm. To its disappointment, it did not see any humans. Why do I seem to sense the aura of the soul nurturing wood? Truly heaven's help, old man, you finally opened your eyes. With this soul nurturing wood, my remnant soul will recover some, and my strength will return to the early stage of transformation. The evil spirit shouted excitedly, impatiently flying towards the location of the soul nurturing wood. Puff! In the thick mist, Xiao Feng pointed out, piercing the forehead of a mid-nascent soul barbarian bull. This barbarian bull was extremely irritable. Upon seeing him, it charged at Xiao Feng without a word. For such prey delivered to his doorstep, Xiao Feng never turned it away. After killing the barbarian bull, he and Little Jean had clear roles. One took the inner core, and the other devoured the blood. Ever since he killed that late nascent soul iron-eating beast, Xiao Feng had not encountered any fierce beasts along the way. Moreover, nascent soul-level fierce beasts were very good at hiding themselves. Even the golden little dragon found it difficult to sense their locations through the dragon bloodline. Therefore, Xiao Feng did not waste time looking for fierce beasts. Still, the main goal was to capture the evil spirit. Everything else could wait. Now encountering a barbarian bull was an unexpected gain. The inner core of the iron-eating beast had already been fully absorbed. And the inner core of the barbarian bull just filled his resource gap. After consuming the inner core, while waiting for Little Jean to refine the Shandong bloodline, he looked around, surveying the surrounding environment. He had entered the area with the densest mist for over a day. This made him wonder if the corpse of the Shandong was within this area. Unfortunately, in the mist, the divine sense was difficult to spread out, and the range of exploration was very limited. Otherwise, he could quickly investigate. After refining and absorbing the Shandong bloodline, Little Jean's cultivation had also increased. It seemed that breaking through to the early nascent soul stage was just around the corner. Set off, depart. Although the dense mist interfered, the aura left by the evil spirit became faint. But Xiao Feng was still able to capture it accurately. He moved forward at lightning speed, not wasting a single moment. A day later, Xiao Feng left the area with the densest mist, following the aura of the evil spirit to a crime scene. Looking at the 7 incomplete corpses on the ground, Xiao Feng frowned slightly. From his observation, these people hadn't been dead for long. They were all killed by the evil spirit. What puzzled him was, where did the deceased come from? The people within the return ruins should have all perished. No martial artist would come to such a place. So where did they come from? Could it be that there are other humans in areas of the return ruins that have yet to be explored by the strong of Cloud Mist City? Just as he was pondering this, he seemed to sense something and looked up ahead. In just a matter of seconds, 4 figures appeared within his line of sight. The 4 came together, landing about 10 meters in front of him. These individuals were the strong from the Liang sect. The leader was sect master Li Jiuyang. The 3 people beside him were all supreme elders or elders of the sect, each one a Yuan Ing level powerhouse. Among them, Li Jiuyang was the strongest. He had been stuck at the late Yuan stage for 70 years, just one opportunity away from breaking through. He was hailed as the strongest among those at the late Yuan stage in the eastern region of the true martial world. Especially notable was his cultivation of the Liyang True Fire, which was immensely powerful, capable of contending with even the peak Yuan experts. They had come for the deaths of Li Lingfeng and the others to find the murderer and avenge the deceased. Sect Master, look, those are the bodies of Elder Qi and the young master. They died so tragically. The Supreme Elder said with grief and anger, glaring at Xiaofeng and questioning, "You brat, you are too ruthless, killing members of my Liyang sect. Do you not fear our revenge?" There was only one outsider present, and he subjectively concluded that Xiaofeng was the murderer. "You little bastard. Which sect do you belong to, and why did you kill my descendants?" As soon as Li Jiuyang arrived, he fixed his gaze on Xiaofeng. His eyes were icy cold as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Killing is killing, there's no need for so many reasons." Xiaofeng offered no explanation. When the other party has already determined your guilt, no matter what you say, they will not believe you and will still act against you. So he chose not to explain, allowing them to misunderstand. After all, they were all about to die, misunderstandings would have no resolution, so it didn't matter. As for you, calling me a brat and a little bastard, you are simply digging your own grave. Xiaofeng grinned, his smile filled with murderous intent. He was not someone to be easily insulted. Speaking to him like this, if he didn't kill them on the spot, would he let them stay overnight? Very well, since you admit it, then prepare to die. You little bastard, take my palm. The enraged Supreme Elder didn't waste words. Filled with fury, he attacked Xiaofeng. He wanted to personally slay this detestable murderer. Heh, you overestimate yourself. Xiaofeng forcefully exerted his power, raising his palm, and a tremendous force surged forth, crashing into the Supreme Elder. Ah! With a scream, the Supreme Elder exploded, his body turning into a mist of blood, except for one finger adorned with a Qiankuan ring that remained intact. Seeing this scene, Li Jiuyang and the other two elders were nearly wide-eyed in shock. 3 words popped into their minds: impossible. It should be known that this Supreme Elder was one of the top 5 experts in the Liyang sect. He was also a late Yuan powerhouse, strong enough, only slightly inferior to Li Jiuyang. Yet, such a top-tier expert was easily killed by Xiaofeng in one move. This left them horrified, unable to believe it was real. Moreover, judging from the aura Xiaofeng had just emitted, he should be at the mid-Yuan level. How could he unleash such terrifying combat power? Who exactly was this person? He looked unfamiliar, someone they had never seen before. In the eastern region, it seemed there was no such figure. Could he be an old monster from the central region? At that moment, Li Jiuyang and the other two elders began to feel a sense of retreat, no longer possessing their previous arrogance. They just wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible, not wanting to stay a second longer. However, locked in by Xiaofeng's gaze, they dared not act rashly. Fellow Daoist, there must be some misunderstanding. With your identity and strength, you would never hold a grudge against my descendants, nor could you be the murderer who killed them. Forgive me for my lack of consideration and misunderstanding. Li Jiuyang was a person who could bend and stretch. When in a weak position, he would bow his head without a hint of hesitation. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, that doesn't matter. What matters is that you have provoked me, and now you all must die. Xiaofeng said sarcastically. He despised those who, one moment, were filled with murderous intent and bravado, only to turn into cowards the next. Such people were often treacherous and cunning. If you let them go, once they seize an opportunity, they would act like annoying flies. It was better to kill them directly to avoid future troubles. Fellow cultivator, do you truly intend to be so ruthless as to put us to death? If you insist on doing this, my Liyang sect and all the sect forces in the eastern region will not let you off easily. So, I urge you to think twice. Do not let a moment of impulse blind your eyes. Li Jiuyang was very afraid of death and had to invoke the Liyang sect and the sect forces of the eastern region to intimidate Xiaofeng. Among the 5 major regions in the Jinwu realm, the eastern region was the weakest. Therefore, the major sect forces in the eastern region formed a martial arts alliance, uniting to fend off the powerful forces from other regions. The Liyang sect still held significant power in the eastern region, considered a giant. If sect master Li Jiuyang were killed, it was easy to imagine that other sect forces would seek revenge for him. Threatening me when death is imminent? Then I will kill you first and then wipe out the other sect forces, Xiaofeng said disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed 2 sword energies, killing the 2 mid-stage nascent soul elders beside Li Jiuyang. The entire process happened too quickly. The two had no idea what was happening before they met their demise. They didn't even have time to escape, they were obliterated on the spot. You. Li Jiuyang looked at the dead elders, his lips trembling. He was so frightened that he couldn't form a complete sentence. Xiaofeng's willingness to kill at the slightest disagreement showed him what true decisiveness in killing looked like. Just like the enemies Xiaofeng had encountered before, under the pressure of his overwhelming strength, Li Jiuyang didn't even have the courage to strike back. He turned and fled quickly towards the direction of the Liyang sect. Boom! Xiaofeng was much faster than him. In a flash, he appeared above Li Jiuyang. Eagle tread. With one step, he stomped Li Jiuyang directly from the sky to the ground, rendering him immobile. Li Jiuyang still wanted to beg for mercy. However, facing the ground, when he opened his mouth, it was filled with dirt, and he could only make muffled sounds. He knew the situation was dire. This body could not escape Xiaofeng's killing blow. Immediately, he controlled his nascent soul to fly out from his body, attempting to escape from Xiaofeng's grasp. Bang! Xiaofeng squeezed the nascent soul from a distance, and it exploded on the spot. At this moment, Li Jiuyang's heart sank. He was out of options. He had originally hoped that after the nascent soul escaped, it could choose a host and grant him a chance at rebirth. Now, that sole hope was shattered. Xiaofeng spared his life and did not kill him, of course, to search his soul for useful information. He was very curious about where these people had come from. From Li Jiuyang's words, it was clear that there were many sect forces in the eastern region. But where was this eastern region? Did it belong to the Guishu range, or was it adjacent to other spaces? These were questions Xiaofeng could not answer. He needed to find the answers through soul searching. Under his soul searching, all doubts were resolved. A look of surprise appeared on Xiaofeng's face. After all this time, it turned out that to the west of Guishu was the Jinwu realm he had always wanted to enter. This was something he had not anticipated. The Tianjin sect, which had become his enemy, was located in the western region of the Jinwu realm. Xiaofeng suddenly developed a wicked interest, thinking about what kind of expression Wang Jianton would have if he arrived at the Tianjin sect before the agreed time. It was likely to be quite a spectacle. Xiaofeng remembered clearly that Wang Jianton was filled with hostility towards him, always wanting to kill him. For such an enemy, not killing him would be utterly unreasonable. He was quite eager to head to the Tianjin sect and eliminate all of them. However, there were more important matters to attend to. At the moment, he was temporarily stretched thin and had no time to spare. Crack! Xiaofeng lifted his foot and crushed the skull of Li Jiuyang, who had been reduced to a fool after being soul-searched, ending the man's life. A prominent figure who had dominated the eastern region of the true martial realm for many years met a very undignified death. Xiaofeng squatted down, pried open his right hand, and prepared to take the Qianquan ring from his finger. Suddenly, he paused. He saw that Li Jiuyang was clutching a delicate round magical artifact, only the size of a quail egg, in the palm of his hand. Xiaofeng picked it up, glanced at it a few times, and recognized it as a communication artifact. When Li Jiuyang saw the Supreme Elder being killed by Xiaofeng, he knew something was wrong. He quietly took out the communication artifact from the Qianquan ring and activated it. He didn't deliberately speak into the artifact, but all his conversations with Xiaofeng were transmitted through it. Moreover, there were a total of 8 such artifacts, each held by the leaders of the 8 top powers in the eastern region. Presumably, those 7 people must have heard what was happening here. Sure enough, at that moment, voices came from the communication artifact. Master Li, what happened? Who are you talking to? Old Li, who is trying to kill you? Master Li, can you hear me? If you can, please respond quickly. The voices were both male and female. They were the leaders of the other 7 major powers. It was clear that they were anxious and very concerned about Li Jiuyang's safety. Stop calling. Li Jiuyang has already been killed by me, Xiaofeng said into the communication artifact. What? You killed Master Li? How dare you? To kill Master Li, you clearly don't take us seriously. Who exactly are you? Dare to reveal your name. The 7 leaders spoke up in anger, all furious. I won't change my name or my surname. Remember this, I am Xiaofeng. And you are right, I truly don't take you seriously, Xiaofeng said fearlessly. His self-introduction was actually intentional. His mother, who had been missing for many years, likely came from the true martial realm. If his mother was well known, it would be easy to find her. He feared that if she was not famous, the search would be much more difficult. Therefore, he wanted to quickly make a name for himself in the true martial realm so that everyone would know him. His name was given by his mother, and if she heard it, she might come looking for him. Xiaofeng? Never heard of him. No matter who you are, offending us will not end well for you, just wait to die. I swear, there will be no place for you in the eastern region. If I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human. The crowd said angrily. So, you intend to be my enemies? Very well, just as I wish. Xiaofeng knew very well that the spiritual energy in the true martial realm was far greater than in the Guishu. Undoubtedly, the major sects must have sealed the spiritual energy with spirit-locking formations. If he wanted to absorb the spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation, he would have to personally visit the major sections. Originally, he had no grievances with these sects, but forcibly absorbing their spiritual energy would surely make them resent him. At that time, if conflicts arose, it would be a dilemma killing or not killing. If he chose to kill, he would feel guilty for being the first to act unjustly. After all, he was not one to kill innocents indiscriminately. If he chose not to kill, they would not let it go easily. It was quite a headache. But now the situation was different. He had already turned against these major powers. Killing will bring no psychological burden at all. Just as you wish? Ah, you really dare to say that? Do you think that after killing Master Li, you can stand against us? You are truly naive. The leader of the Five Elements sect was infuriated to the point of laughter by Xiao Feng's words. Li Jiaoyan was indeed powerful, but he had not reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, so he was not considered top tier. Within their major factions, there were at least 1 or 2 experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage. With so many strong individuals joining forces plus other nascent soul experts, even if Xiao Feng was at the transformation stage, they would not be intimidated in the slightest. To him, what Xiao Feng said was no different from a joke. I won't waste more words with you. Hurry up and unite so I can come over and finish you all at once. I'll keep this communication artifact on me. When you're ready, choose a location and notify me anytime. I'll be there at your call. Xiao Feng liked to resolve matters in one go, mainly because it was less troublesome. And he, in his life, feared trouble the most. Through Li Juyang's memories, he knew very well the strengths of these major factions in the eastern region. There wasn't a single early-stage transformation cultivator among them. They were simply not worth worrying about. That said, even if there were early-stage transformation cultivators, so what? If they encountered him, wouldn't they still die? Arrogant brat, you will pay a heavy price for your arrogance. I've lived a long life and have never seen such a rampant person. You dog, you've successfully angered me, and the consequences will be severe. Fine, since you seek death so eagerly, just wait for the notification, but don't go back on your word. The leaders of the 7 major factions were all infuriated by Xiao Feng. Their murderous intent towards him was almost uncontrollable. Hearing the insults coming from the communication artifact, Xiao Feng sneered. Go ahead and curse, in the near future, let's see if you can still do it. He didn't want to waste time with these people and tossed the artifact into the Qiankuan ring. He took off the Qiankuan ring that Li Jiaoyang wore on his finger, destroyed the restrictions on it, and spread his consciousness inside. He found several old herbs, which had some effect on mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. He quickly swallowed the old herbs and refined them. Additionally, he found a material in the Qiankuan ring that could repair the heavenly array. Useful. Xiao Feng had been searching for this. Only by repairing the heavenly array could he go to the celestial realm in the future. He had many purposes for coming to the Jinwu realm, and finding materials to repair the heavenly array was one of them. Xiao Feng also discovered 2 scriptures, Liangyang True Scripture and Liangyang True Fire. Both were the sect's ultimate skills of the Liangyang sect, not to be shared with outsiders. Moreover, only core members of the sect could cultivate them. These 2 scriptures were very famous in the eastern region. However, in Xiao Feng's view, they were utterly worthless, too trashy. Nevertheless, bringing them back for the warriors of the Kunlun War Department to cultivate was also a good choice. Although he had mastered many powerful techniques in martial arts, there was no need to pass them on to others. At most, he would teach a few to Yi Sanglong, Yi Wushuan, and Yin Nantian. He collected the Qiankuan rings from the other corpses and patted the little gold that was circling and sleeping in his sleeve, letting it swallow them for safekeeping. Then, Xiao Feng continued to track the evil spirit. Several hours later, Xiao Feng burst out of the fog. He had truly stepped into the realm of the Jinwu realm. There was still quite a bit of spiritual energy in the world. This spiritual energy was emanating from unsealed spiritual veins or from spiritual herbs. He opened his mouth and inhaled, devouring it all. After more than half an hour, Xiao Feng arrived at a desolate place. Beneath his feet was a small pit. It was not large. Left behind by the evil sword that had plunged deep into the ground. The evil spirit must be below. Xiao Feng used the earth escape technique, continuously burrowing deeper underground. He dove down over 6,800 meters. His vision suddenly opened up. He entered an underground cave. The surroundings were filled with fallen stalactites, and an underground river flowed by. Xiao Feng arrived next to a small pit, his brows furrowed into a shape. The aura of the evil spirit had vanished here. There were no traces of the evil spirit in the surroundings. No matter how he employed the great tracking technique, he could not detect the presence of the evil spirit. This was strange. Where had the evil spirit gone? How could it disappear into thin air? Xiao Feng was quite puzzled. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He crouched down, scooped up some soil from the small pit, and sniffed it under his nose. Instantly, his expression changed slightly. It's the scent of the soul-nourishing wood. So, there used to be a soul-nourishing wood growing here? This item is extremely rare even in the spirit realm. How could it exist in the true martial realm? It's likely that the evil spirit obtained the soul-nourishing wood. With the nourishment of the soul-nourishing wood, the remnants of the evil spirit's soul will gradually recover. The better his soul recovers, the stronger he will become. I just don't know how long he has had the soul-nourishing wood. If it helps him reach the void refinement realm, that would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng's expression grew even darker. Since his rebirth, he had felt a sense of crisis for the first time. If a soul suspected to be at the level of an immortal emperor were to enhance its power to the void refinement realm above the transformation realm, the situation would become much more serious. No, I absolutely cannot let him succeed. But he has no aura. I can't find him. Xiaofeng sighed deeply, feeling quite helpless. Things were gradually spiraling out of control. His plans had been completely disrupted. However, Xiaofeng was not without countermeasures. His idea was to first absorb spiritual energy and heavenly materials in the true martial realm and quickly break through to the transformation realm. Then he would hunt fierce beasts in the mist and search for the corpse of the Shunlong, hoping to advance his cultivation further. If he could break through to the mid-transformation realm, he was confident that even if the remnants of the soul recovered to the void refinement realm, he would have the means to capture it. Brother Xiaofeng, I sensed the residual aura of the Shunlong's dragon soul here. A small head popped out from his sleeve. The little golden creature, just waking up, sniffed the air and said sadly, "Oh, where is the aura of the dragon soul?" Xiaofeng asked curiously. "Right here." The little golden creature flew above the small pit and pointed with its paw. Xiaofeng's expression shifted, and he instantly connected many dots. He roughly guessed why there was soul-nourishing wood in this place. In the dim, damp, and chilly cave, Xiaofeng crouched beside the small pit, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. If he was not mistaken, the Shunlong had died in the Return Ruins years ago, its dragon soul separating from its body and escaping to this place. It was likely that due to severe injuries, the dragon soul gradually dissipated, merging into the soil beneath his feet. After a long passage of time, combined with the cave's unique environment, a soul-nourishing wood had sprouted in the soil. Since it was deep underground and in a rarely visited area, it had gone undiscovered for many years. Unexpectedly, it was finally sensed by the evil spirit and claimed for itself. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Xiaofeng had thought he could easily handle the evil soul. But it had turned into this situation. The evil soul had evidently become his greatest hidden danger. In the future, to what extent the evil spirit would recover was all unknown. The unknown was even more terrifying. Had he known this, he should not have divided his focus to seal the void outside Yunwu City, guarding against Lu Hanxiu and others escaping with the void-breaking talisman. He should have gone all out to capture the evil spirit, and there would be no worries now. Sigh, what am I afraid of? What great storms have I not seen? How could I be scared by a mere evil spirit? He uses the soul-nourishing wood to heal his injuries. I can also break through my cultivation continuously in a short time. Both sides are growing. When we meet next time, I want to see who will prevail. Xiaofeng sneered. The events had already occurred. There was no need to regret or worry. Everything should look forward. In the future, when soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it. After searching the cave again and confirming that the evil spirit was not there, Xiaofeng returned to the surface with the little golden creature. Brother Xiaofeng, where are we going next? The little golden creature asked. To the Sunfire sect. Xiaofeng was determined to absorb the spiritual energy within the Sunfire sect. He was now more eager than ever to enhance his own cultivation. All right, little Jean yawned and said. It didn't matter to it where they went as long as it could stay by Xiaofeng's side. Once we reach the Sunfire sect, don't just sleep, you should practice your skills properly. Whenever he had the chance, Xiaofeng wanted to train little Jean's combat experience. MHM. Little Jean nodded. Whoosh! Xiaofeng soared into the sky, flying towards the direction of the Sunfire sect based on the information from Li Juyang's memories. At his speed, he could arrive in about 3 hours. At this moment, tens of thousands of kilometers away, deep underground in a mass grave, lay a large red sword. A piece of black wood, about 10 centimeters long, was stuck in the tip of the sword. This was the rare soul-nurturing wood, even in the spirit realm. Inside the sword, the evil spirit wore a look of enjoyment. The soul power emanating from the soul-nurturing wood constantly nourished his remnant soul, making him feel exceptionally comfortable. He could clearly sense that his remnant soul was gradually recovering. The evil spirit was particularly sensitive to the soul-nurturing wood, so after leaving the Return to Ruins, he had caught the scent of the wood. He easily found the soul-nurturing wood in the cave, and once his injuries healed a bit, his strength would increase, allowing him to use more methods. Thus, he employed the heavenly covering great method to completely conceal his and the sword's aura. This was still to prevent Xiaofeng from finding him in the near future. Although he believed he had thrown Xiaofeng far enough that the latter had no reason to track him down, as a powerful immortal emperor who had lived for countless years, he was extremely cautious. Even with a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would take precautions. So, he still used this secret method. After that, he arrived here to begin his recuperation. This piece of soul nurturing wood can only grow this long under the nourishment of the Shindragon's souls, otherwise, I would truly be reluctant to uproot it, allowing it to continue growing. The larger the soul nurturing wood grows, the more it helps my injuries recover. But it doesn't matter, the small piece of soul nurturing wood is very beneficial to me, allowing my injuries to recover significantly. And my cultivation will return to the early stage of void refinement. Once this immortal emperor exits seclusion, the first thing I will do is find that brat. When he sees me, he will probably be shocked. I can't wait to see his frightened and astonished expression. That brat is too infuriating. Killing him would be letting him off easy. I need to make him my servant, to torment and play with him for a while, and then I can kill him later. Thinking of this, the evil spirit couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. According to his expectations, he should be able to absorb all the soul power from the soul nurturing wood within a month. To seek revenge as soon as possible, he focused his mind and devoted himself entirely to healing. Inside the Sunfire Sect's mountain gate, two old monsters who had been in seclusion for many years emerged from their caves upon hearing the news of Li Juyang's death. One had a head full of white hair and deep wrinkles. The other had hair like a waterfall and a face full of rosy luster. They looked like they belonged to completely different age groups, but in reality, they were of similar age, both having lived for over 900 years. They were both at the peak of the nascent soul stage, with a lifespan of up to 1,000 years. The white-haired elder was named Li Kaiyuan. He had once served as the chief elder of the Sunfire sect but later resigned from his position to focus on seclusion and cultivation, solely seeking to break through to the early stage of spirit transformation. However, breaking through to the spirit transformation stage was not so easy. After being in seclusion for over 100 years, he had gained nothing, not even touching the threshold. This made him quite anxious. If he couldn't break through, his lifespan would be exhausted in 100 years. Therefore, he was in a bad mood, feeling suppressed and irritable. Now, hearing that his grandson Li Juyang had been killed and that the murderer Xiaofeng dared to declare war against the 8 major sects, he was extremely furious and wanted to kill this ignorant fellow to relieve his feelings and avenge his grandson. Long black hair like a waterfall, resembling a middle-aged man named Zhang Chong, the previous sect master and the strongest expert of the Liyang sect. He had also been in seclusion for many years, striving to break through to the transformation stage. However, his talent and luck were far better than Li Kaiyuan's. Years ago, he had already touched the threshold of the transformation stage. Within the next 100 years of his lifespan, he still had a 1 or 2% chance of stepping into the transformation stage. Oldly, I'm going to Haifeng Ridge to meet with the leaders of the other 7 major forces to discuss how to deal with Xiaofeng. For now, I'll leave the Liyang sect in your hands. You must guard the sect well and prevent Xiaofeng from attacking. Once I've discussed the strategies with the other leaders, we'll go together to kill Xiaofeng. Let him know the consequences of provoking us. Zhang Chong said to Li Kaiyuan. The two were as familiar as could be, having been friends for hundreds of years, and their way of addressing each other was very casual. You can go with peace of mind. With me here, the sect will be safe. I'm actually looking forward to Xiaofeng foolishly coming to the Liyang sect to seek death, Li Kaiyuan said with a fierce expression. Old Li, don't be careless. We still don't know Xiaofeng's strength. We must not let our guard down. It's better to be cautious. After I leave, activate the sect's great formation, Zhang Chong reminded. I understand. Li Kaiyuan nodded. He was still able to heed Zhang Chang's words. Alright, I'm off. With that, Zhang Chong flew towards Haifeng Ridge. As soon as he left Haifeng Ridge, Li Kaiyuan scanned the surroundings with confusion. He distinctly felt that there was not a trace of spiritual energy outside. Although the spiritual energy outside was not as abundant as that within the sect, there should still be some. Why had it disappeared? He had no time to ponder or investigate this issue. The meeting was urgent. Haifeng Ridge was located in the central part of the eastern region, and every time the major forces held a meeting, they would choose this location. After he left, Li Kaiyuan ordered his disciples to activate the sect's great formation. This formation was both offensive and defensive, not only solid as a fortress but also possessed strong attacking capabilities. With the great formation and him present, he believed it could ensure the Liyang sect's safety. After killing Xiaofeng, he'll take a trip to the center of the mist to seek opportunities for breaking through to the transformation stage. Li Kaiyuan murmured to himself. Knowing that continuing to remain in closed-door cultivation would not yield any progress in his training, he had to take risks in the dangerous mist. Speaking of the mist, he recalled the encounter from 200 years ago. At that time, he and the other 7 sects experts had ventured into the center of the mist for exploration and were attacked by a ferocious beast. The beast was suspected to have reached the early transformation stage, leaving them with no survivors. Only a few managed to escape, and he was one of them. If he could hunt that beast and obtain its inner core, breaking through to the transformation stage would be just around the corner. But that was just a fantasy. If he truly encountered it, it wouldn't be the beast that died, but him. 3 hours later, in the high sky, Xiaofeng saw the Liang sect not far away. It was located in a basin surrounded by more than a dozen volcanoes. Those volcanic craters were spewing thick smoke, and the hot magma inside was boiling continuously. Most of the Liang sect's techniques and martial arts were related to fire. Building the sect here had a unique advantage. No wonder the Liang sect could become one of the major powers in the eastern region. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofeng arrived outside the sect's great formation, overlooking the buildings and figures inside. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the Liang sect's disciples. "Who are you, and what do you want at my Liang sect?" an elder questioned. "Xiaofeng." The voice spread throughout the entire sect. Instantly, it caused a commotion. Within just a few hours, Xiaofeng's name had already become well known among the major sects in the eastern region of the Jinwu realm. "You are Xiaofeng? You've come at the right time. I was just about to find you to settle the score." Li Kaiyuan rushed out of his cave, glaring angrily at Xiaofeng. The killing intent in his eyes surged endlessly. "I knew you would come to settle the score with me, so I came to kill you first." Xiaofeng laughed. Through the sect's grand formation, he saw a certain area inside where there was a medicinal garden filled with a large number of spiritual herbs, including many precious old medicines. "Dream on if you think you can kill us. Today, I will personally kill you. I'll chop you into meat paste to feed the dogs," Li Kaiyuan said with deep hatred. His most outstanding descendant, Li Zheyang, had died at this man's hands. How could he not hate? "Is that so? Then let's see what you've got." There was no point in talking more. Xiaofeng was eager to absorb the abundant spiritual energy locked within the sect's formation. He raised his palm and was about to attack the sect's grand formation. "Fire at will, burn him to death." Seeing this, Li Kaiyuan immediately took out a disc the size of a grinding stone from his Qiankuan ring. This disc could control the sect's grand formation. Although he claimed he wanted to kill Xiaofeng, he was still very wary of him deep down. Having lived to his age, few would underestimate their enemies. Those who often underestimate their opponents rarely live long. Under his control, the formation emitted crackling sounds. In the next moment, a raging fire ignited on the surface of the grand formation's protective shield. Almost in an instant, all the flames transformed into highly aggressive fireballs shooting toward Xiaofeng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flick of his large sleeve, Xiaofeng sent all the fireballs flying, extinguishing them. A look of astonishment appeared on Li Kaiyuan's face. Just now, there were at least tens of thousands of fireballs. Under such a dense attack, even a perfected nascent soul cultivator could not easily resolve it like Xiaofeng did. Just from this move, he could tell that Xiaofeng was extraordinary and incredibly powerful. Crack, crack, crack. One attack failed. Li Kaiyuan controlled the disc again. This time, he activated the strongest offensive method of the sect's grand formation. The 12 volcanoes surrounding the sect collectively erupted, spewing forth a massive amount of magma that quickly converged, forming a gigantic fire phoenix. Flapping its wings, it charged into the sky with great momentum, launching a shocking attack on Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng looked at the fire phoenix made of magma, his expression revealing surprise. It shouldn't be possible for just a protective formation to achieve this. This formation was likely quite peculiar. The combat power of the fire phoenix was not weaker than that of a perfected nascent soul cultivator. Even Li Kaiyuan himself did not dare to confront it head-on. Li Kaiyuan believed that even if the fire phoenix could not kill Xiaofeng, it could at least make him suffer. However, just as the fire phoenix, with its unparalleled speed, was about to approach Xiaofeng, the latter threw a punch from a distance, producing a deafening sound that directly shattered the fire phoenix into countless pieces of magma, which fell onto the protective shield of the grand formation. Li Kaiyuan's face changed dramatically, and he was once again frightened by Xiaofeng's immense power. Even the fire phoenix formed by the sect's grand formation was resolved by Xiaofeng in one move. This was simply unbelievable. Li Kaiyuan felt a sense of foreboding, as if facing a great enemy. He knew that he could not contend with Xiaofeng alone. So, he hurriedly took out a communication artifact to contact Jiang Cheng. "Old Jiang, where are you?" Li Kaiyuan asked. "Still on the way, almost at Black Wind Ridge." "What's wrong?" Jiang Cheng replied, frowning, having sensed the panic in Li Kaiyuan's tone. "Could it be that something happened to the sect? This is bad. Xiaofeng is coming to kill us, and the fire phoenix formed by the grand formation was taken out by him in one move. I estimate I am no match for him. Hurry back to support. Otherwise, the Liang sect will face extermination." Damn, this is not good. The grand formation has been breached by Xiao Feng. He is coming. At this point, Li Kaiyuan could no longer focus on talking to Jiang Chong as he saw Xiao Feng charging towards him after entering the sect. In a panic, he quickly launched an attack to defend himself. A massive amount of flames erupted from his body, enveloping him. True fire of the Lian, kill for me. Li Kaiyuan thrust both palms forward, shooting out two nearly solid flames from his palms, each possessing tremendous power. The true fire of the Blazing Sun is the signature martial art of the Blazing Sun sect, with boundless power. In this regard, his mastery surpasses that of Li Jiuyang. Once he unleashed this ultimate move, Li Kaiyuan was no longer in a state of panic. He felt a surge of confidence. After all, he was a well-known perfected Yuanying cultivator. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be easy to kill him without the emergence of the transformation stage. Xiao Feng's figure darted around, constantly evading the attacks of the true fire of the Blazing Sun. After a few minutes, he finally closed in on Li Kaiyuan and engaged him in a fierce battle. Other latest-stage Yuanying experts from the Blazing Sun sect rushed to assist, coordinating with Li Kaiyuan to jointly attack Xiao Feng. The two sides fought fiercely, and it seemed that a clear victor would not emerge anytime soon. In fact, Xiao Feng could have easily defeated them in one move, but he chose not to. After breaking through the grand formation, he noticed Li Kaiyuan using a communication artifact to relay information from this location. It was likely that he was contacting other powerful figures from major factions. Thus, Xiao Feng altered his strategy, deliberately not displaying overwhelming strength. He feared that if he killed Li Kaiyuan in one blow, the other powerful figures from the major factions would be wary of his strength and would not dare to unite against him. They might even be scared enough to flee the eastern region. If that happened, eliminating these factions would become significantly more difficult. So, it was better to hide his true capabilities for now. Being too ostentatious would not be wise. Bang bang bang. The two sides battled for over 20 minutes. Seeing that the timing was right, Xiao Feng flicked his sleeve and released the golden little dragon, sending it to find others to fight and accumulate more combat experience. After that, he no longer held back. Boom! With one punch, he killed Li Kaiyuan. The look on the latter's face before he died was one of utter shock. He couldn't understand why Xiao Feng, who had just been evenly matched with them, suddenly exhibited such a significant increase in strength. Until his last breath, he could not fathom the reason. With his death, the other latest-stage Yuanying experts panicked, equally perplexed. Die! Xiao Feng unleashed several heavenly emperor fists, obliterating them all. Aside from the Qiankuan rings they carried, nothing remained. After finishing off these individuals, Xiao Feng glanced back and saw that the little golden dragon was engaged in battle with two early-stage Yuanying cultivators. The little golden dragon possessed strength close to that of an early-stage Yuanying, so dealing with the two was not a problem. Xiao Feng did not pay it any mind and went to kill others. Under his onslaught, disciples of the Blazing Sun sect continued to perish. Wails of despair filled the air, and cries of agony were unending. In just half a minute after Li Kaiyuan's death, out of the 532 members of the Blazing Sun sect, only the two early-stage Yuanying cultivators fighting the little golden dragon remained. Everyone else had died at Xiao Feng's hands. Crack crack. Xiao Feng released sword energy, shattering the spirit-locking formations throughout the sect. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged forth. Upon sensing the richness of this spiritual energy, Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. Even though he had anticipated this, he was still immensely surprised. Operating the Heavenly Emperor scripture, he opened his mouth and inhaled. An endless stream of spiritual energy was drawn into his body, transforming into a torrent of energy that continuously nourished and strengthened the Yuanying in his abdomen. With the influx of massive spiritual energy, the golden Yuanying shone brightly. Soon, his spiritual energy reached a saturated state within the mid-Yuanying realm, and there was still plenty of spiritual energy left in the sect. Coupled with the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden, it was enough for him to elevate to a small realm. During the process of breaking through the boundary, spiritual energy was continuously consumed. Fortunately, the spiritual energy here was abundant, constantly replenishing what was used. Before long, all the spiritual energy was absorbed. Xiao Feng immediately harvested a dozen of the oldest and most potent herbs from the medicinal garden and consumed them all. As the effects of the herbs were fully refined, a loud crack echoed as the boundary shattered. The body of the Yuanying within him grew stronger. He successfully stepped into the late Yuanying stage, and his overall strength rose a level. Old Li, what's going on? Why are you silent? Speak up. Next to Li Kaiyuan's corpse lay a communication talisman from which Zhang Chang's anxious voice could be heard. For a while, he had remained silent, worried about disturbing Li Kaiyuan's battle. But as various screams echoed around him, he could no longer hold back and kept asking questions. However, there was no response. This left him frantic and uneasy, terrified that the worst had happened. The dead cannot speak. Xiaofeng picked up the communication talisman and said, "Did you kill him?" Jiang Chong managed to ask the question with difficulty. "Of course, not only did I kill him, but everyone from the Liyang sect is dead too," Xiaofeng replied. You are so ruthless. You killed my disciple and wiped out my sect. The hatred between us is irreconcilable. Just wait, I will make sure you have no place to die." Jiang Chong roared in anger. The worst outcome had indeed occurred, and he found it hard to accept. He had always been able to control his emotions well, but at this moment he was on the brink of losing control, his mind filled with thoughts of revenge. "Fine, you'll wait." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaofeng crushed the talisman. "Ah, Xiaofeng, I will kill you." Jiang Chong heard the piercing voice from the communication talisman, and he could no longer contain his fury, his anger boiling over as he howled to the sky. Originally, when he received the message from his old friend Li Kaiyuan, he had prepared to return to the Liyang sect. However, he hesitated. If Li Kaiyuan and the other latest-stage nascent soul cultivators couldn't defeat Xiaofeng, then even if he rushed back, it would be of no use, he would only be throwing his life away. To kill Xiaofeng, he would need to unite with the top experts from the other 7 major forces. After a bout of roaring to vent his grief and anger, he gradually calmed down. He felt somewhat relieved that he hadn't rashly returned to the Liyang sect. Now, he needed to hurry to Haifeng Ridge to meet with other powerful allies and discuss strategies to deal with Xiaofeng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He quickened his pace towards Haifeng Ridge. Inside the Liyang sect, Xiaofeng stood with his arms crossed, watching Xiao Jin battle against 2 formidable foes. From time to time, he would offer guidance to Xiao Jin, which proved immensely beneficial. What had started as an evenly matched fight quickly turned into a one-sided crushing victory for Xiao Jin. It fought more fiercely, finally killing one of the opponents. With one less enemy, Xiao Jin's advantage became even more apparent. Before long, the other opponent also fell beneath its claws. After the 2 were killed, without exception, the nascent souls attempted to flee, but all were obliterated by Xiaofeng. "Brother Xiaofeng, I wish I could be as strong as you." After the battle, Xiao Jin flew in front of Xiaofeng, enviously saying. It was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and after such a long fight against 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators, it had only succeeded in killing them with Xiaofeng's guidance. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng, at its level, could easily kill latest-stage nascent soul experts. Compared to Xiaofeng, it felt quite inadequate. Once your various talents and bloodlines awaken, your ability to slay opponents beyond your level will not lose to mine. So, there's no need to feel discouraged. Xiaofeng ruffled Xiao Jin's head, speaking affectionately. "MHM." Xiao Jin nodded obediently. After finishing off the enemies, it was time to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Xiaofeng had been very measured in his actions, only killing and not destroying the spatial rings of those he had slain. Looking around, the ground was littered with spatial rings. "Xiao Jin, there are many spiritual herbs in that herb garden over there. Go eat them all. Try to raise your cultivation to the early nascent soul stage here." Xiaofeng pointed towards the herb garden and said to the golden little dragon. Xiao Jin could not only enhance its cultivation by absorbing the dragon bloodline but also greatly benefit from resources like spiritual herbs and spiritual energy. Xiaofeng was never one to hoard for himself, he was always generous with his friends and family. Although the large number of spiritual herbs in the Liyang sect's herb garden would help him at his current level, he still decided to leave them for Xiao Jin. "Thank you, brother Xiaofeng." Xiao Jin swallowed hard and dashed into the medicinal garden to feast. Xiaofeng watched its greedy appearance and couldn't help but smile. He began to tidy up the scattered Qiankuan rings. In the true martial realm, there were quite a few Shumi crystals. Therefore, Qiankuan rings were not considered rare items. At the Liyang sect, any martial artist who entered the initial stage of foundation building would be given one for free by the sect. The quantity was still quite large. Xiaofeng had collected over 150 of them. He checked each Qiankuan ring in turn, finding mostly weapons, spirit stones, scriptures, talismans, and spiritual herbs. Xiaofeng took out 850 spirit stones and 200 medicinal herbs, handing them all over to Xiao Jin. With these resources, along with the spiritual herbs in the garden, it should be enough for Xiao Jin to break through to the nascent soul stage. Among the other items, aside from a few rare minerals that could repair the heavenly array, Xiaofeng found nothing of interest and discarded them along with the Qiankuan rings. With a flash of his figure, Xiaofeng arrived at the 3rd peak of the Liyang sect. Here stood a 5-story pavilion, the sect's treasure house. He gently tore apart the formation outside the pavilion and strode inside. After wandering around for a while, he returned disappointed. He found nothing useful to him. What a poor sect, Xiaofeng muttered to himself. In fact, the Liyang sect was quite affluent. It was just that Xiaofeng's standards were too high, many things that others considered treasures did not catch his eye. In just a short while, Xiao Jin had absorbed more than half of the spiritual herbs and spirit stones. It was now attempting to break through to the nascent soul realm. Xiaofeng did not disturb it and wandered around the Liang sect on his own. Previously, Li Kaiyuan had manipulated the Great Formation, using the surrounding volcanic magma to condense a powerful fire phoenix. At that time, Xiaofeng felt something was off. The structure of the mountain protecting formation itself was insufficient to unleash such a level of attack. This piqued his interest and he wanted to investigate further. There are fluctuations of fire attribute energy below. When he reached a certain spot, Xiaofeng sensed something unusual deep beneath his feet. He used the earth escape technique and dove underground. After descending about 500 meters, he discovered a golden feather over 3 meters long. Xiaofeng grasped the base of the feather, feeling a wave of intense heat that was somewhat scalding. He brought the feather back to the surface and observed it carefully for a long time but could not identify which bird it came from. Could it be a phoenix feather? Xiaofeng thought of the fire phoenix condensed by the sect's Great Formation, pondering. Moreover, the place he had just dived into happened to be the core area of the sect's formation. It seemed that the aggressive fire phoenix was likely related to this feather. Since he had never seen a real phoenix, he was not certain for now. He needed to wait until Xiao Jin finished its cultivation to ask it. As a dragon, Xiao Jin was closely related to the Phoenix clan and should recognize it. The previous sect master of the Liang sect, Zhang Chong, after several hours of travel, finally arrived at Heifeng Ridge. He was the last to arrive. The top experts from the other 7 major forces greeted him warmly upon seeing him. Old Jiang, you finally made it. It's been over 100 years since we last met. After we kill the Xiaofeng kid, we must have a good gathering. Jin Muyao, the strongest of the 5 Elements sect, punched Jiang Chong on the shoulder. Just from this action, it was clear that their relationship was not ordinary. Both sides had been in seclusion for years, striving to break through to the transformation stage, leaving no time to meet. Good. Jiang Chong nodded absently. Old Jiang, you should take care of yourself. No need to frown and look so troubled. I'm also very angry about what happened to Sect Master Li and the others. Don't worry, we will help you kill the Xiaofeng kid and avenge Sect Master Li and the others. Jin Muyao comforted him. He thought Jiang Chong was gloomy because of Li Juyang's death. Jiang Chong let out a bitter laugh and said, to be honest, the Liang sect was recently exterminated by Xiaofeng and even Li Kaiyuan died at his hands. I am deeply saddened by this. What? The Liang sect was destroyed? Li Kaiyuan was killed by Xiaofeng? Upon hearing this news, the expressions on the faces of all the powerful figures changed. They were extremely shocked, not expecting such an event to occur. Yes, fellow Taoists, that Xiaofeng is truly detestable. I implore you to lend your full support and join me in finding him. And let us tear him to shreds. Jiang Chong clasped his fists and pleaded sorrowfully. Old Jiang, you're being too polite. We, the 8 great sects, have always been in the same boat, sharing the same enemies. The troubles of your Liang sect are our troubles as well. There's no need for such courtesy. Even if you hadn't said anything, we would still go and kill him to eliminate this scoundrel. Jin Muyao patted his chest in assurance. Others nodded in agreement. In the world of cultivation, aside from deceit and violence, there is also warmth. For instance, among the 8 great sects. Because they are located in the eastern region, the weakest among the major areas of the true martial realm, they began to band together long ago to protect their interests, standing united against external threats. Their principle is that when one side is in trouble, all sides come to support. Thank you all for your righteousness. Jiang Chong expressed his immense gratitude. Jiang Daoist, do you know Xiaofeng's cultivation level? Is he a transformation stage cultivator? Asked a perfected nascent soul cultivator from the King Kong sect. This was their most pressing concern. They had very little understanding of Xiaofeng so far and were unclear about his background. If Xiaofeng was indeed a transformation stage cultivator, they would need to plan carefully and not act rashly. He probably isn't. Jiang Chong thought for a moment and shook his head. Probably? It seems you're not too sure either. The strongest expert from the Tsongsong sect inquired. When Xiaofeng attacked the Liang sect, I was on my way here and did not engage him, so I cannot give you an accurate answer. However, at this point, Jiang Chong paused, leaving everyone in suspense. However, what? Jin Muyao asked. However, at the moment Xiaofeng was attacking Li Kaiyuan, I happened to be in contact with him using a communication artifact. From the sounds of the battle, I could tell that Xiaofeng fought against 5 opponents, including Li Kaiyuan and 4 other latest-stage nascent soul cultivators, for about 20 minutes before defeating them. Based on the duration of the fight, it's highly likely that Xiaofeng is not a transformation stage cultivator. Jiang Chong shared his thoughts. Everyone nodded in agreement, endorsing his judgment. Transformation stage cultivators are immensely powerful. Killing Li Kaiyuan and 4 latest-stage nascent soul experts would not take such a long time. If what you say is true, then Xiao Feng is probably at the perfected nascent soul level, stronger than any of us except for Taoist Wuchen. Jin Muyo remarked. Li Kaiyuan was the second strongest in the Liang sect, weaker than Jiang Cheng. In the eastern region, he couldn't even make it into the top 10. However, aside from Taoist Wuchen from the Jinyuan Daoist temple, none of these experts could have killed Li Kaiyuan and the other 4 latest-stage nascent soul cultivators in about 20 minutes. Thus, they concluded that Xiao Feng was stronger than them. It's possible that Xiao Feng's strength exceeds your imagination, perhaps surpassing Taoist Wuchen. Jiang Cheng added. What do you mean by that? Taoist Wuchen, who had remained silent until now, asked. He was recognized as the strongest among them, the number 1 expert in the eastern region. Xiao Feng shattered the protective formation of the Liang sect with little effort. Jiang Cheng stated. I see, it seems I truly cannot compare to him. Taoist Wuchen realized. He had witnessed the power of the Liang sect's protective formation and believed that even with all his means, he could not break it within half an hour. Yet Xiao Feng had accomplished it. This clearly indicated that Xiao Feng's strength surpassed his own. Who cares about their cultivation? As long as they haven't reached the transformation stage, under our combined strength, they are all lambs to be slaughtered. Everyone, since we are all gathered here, I will now contact Xiao Feng and arrange a place for a decisive battle. Do you have any objections? Jin Muyo looked at the crowd and asked. Let's do it your way. I can't wait to kill that brat. Contact him and hope he doesn't avoid the fight. Everyone agreed with Jin Muyo's proposal. There were 10 of them in total, with 2 major forces each sending 2 powerful individuals. All 10 were at the peak of the nascent soul stage. With so many people joining forces, especially with Wuchenzi present, even a cultivator at the early transformation stage would be slowly worn down by them. Therefore, they didn't take Xiao Feng too seriously. They were confident of victory, certain that it was in the bag. Xiao Feng, can you hear me? After getting everyone's consent, Jin Muyo took out a communication artifact that the 8 major sects could use to contact each other, activated it, and spoke loudly. Speak quickly, or let it out. Xiao Feng's voice came through. Just that one sentence made Jin Muyo furious. Brat, where are you right now? Jin Muyo asked, suppressing his anger. At the Liang sect. Xiao Feng replied. Wait for us at the Liang sect, we are coming to find you. Jin Muyo said. Sure, I'm ready whenever. You better not go back on your word and run away. Ha, I'm waiting to kill you, why would I run? Besides, you lot are overestimating yourselves. What right do you have to make me run? Hurry up and come to die. Xiao Feng said coldly. This time, not only was Jin Muyo gritting his teeth in anger, but the others were also furious. Xiao Feng was truly arrogant. Hearing his tone made them want to tear his mouth apart. You better clean your neck and wait for us to come kill you. Jin Muyo shot back. You talk too much. The first one to die will be you. Xiao Feng was very displeased. You, fine, very well, trouble comes from the mouth, you will pay for what you just said. With that, Jin Muyo cut off the communication. He couldn't continue talking to Xiao Feng, otherwise he would be driven to the brink of madness before the fight even began. Damn it, that brat has such a foul mouth. After all these years, this is the first time I've been insulted like this. Jin Muyo's chest heaved, nearly bursting with rage. I really don't know where he gets the confidence to ignore us like this. When I see him, I will cut off his tongue and see if it's really that tough. Killing him isn't enough to quench my anger. I want to use the true fire of the Liang to burn his soul for 14 days, making him experience a pain worse than death. Let's go. Wuchenzi, dressed like a Taoist priest, waved his whisk, interrupting the discussion. He had cultivated for many years, always practicing patience and avoiding anger. However, Xiao Feng's words had provoked him. If he was this angry, how much more so were the others? Each of them was seething with rage, and their killing intent towards Xiao Feng deepened significantly. Swish, swish, swish. 10 powerful figures, led by Wuchenzi, quickly flew towards the Liang sect. They had originally planned to be cautious, setting up a large killing formation at a certain location before inviting Xiao Feng for a decisive battle. However, having roughly judged that Xiao Feng's cultivation had not reached the transformation stage, they felt it unnecessary to go through all that trouble to set up a killing formation. That would be completely redundant. Killing Xiao Feng didn't require such elaborate measures. With just the 10 of them joining forces, it was more than enough to deal with Xiao Feng. Inside the Liang sect, Xiao Feng put the communication artifact back into his Qiankuan ring, wearing a disdainful smile. The strong ones from the 8 major sects were quite proactive in wanting to kill him, gathering so quickly to take action against him. This was exactly what he wanted. He just hoped that more of their strong ones would come, the more, the better. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough for him to kill. 4 hours quickly passed. As Xiaofeng closed his eyes to rest, he suddenly heard a faint sound. Instantly, a look of joy appeared on his face. Opening his eyes, he looked towards the golden little dragon not far away. A brief investigation confirmed that the little gold had successfully broken through. It had advanced from the great perfection of the golden core to the early stage of the nascent soul. Unlike humans, beasts primarily cultivate their inner cores and do not form nascent souls within their bodies. The level of cultivation is related to the size and quality of the inner core. The dragon clan's inner core is also known as the dragon pearl. When the little gold was born, a tiny dragon pearl had already formed within it. Now, the dragon pearl had grown to the size of an infant's fist. Little gold, after your breakthrough, have you awakened your bloodline power and the innate divine abilities of the dragon clan? Xiaofeng asked with a smile. As the strength of the little gold increased, the various abilities inherent to the dragon clan would gradually awaken. Brother Xiaofeng, I've only awakened part of my abilities. If I were to fight against a later-stage nascent soul cultivator now, I would have a good chance of winning, the little gold said excitedly. You're amazing, little gold. Xiaofeng praised the golden little dragon in a tone meant to coax a child. The latter was very pleased with this. Habitually, it rubbed its head against Xiaofeng's cheek. Xiaofeng laughed heartily and then noticed that two small bumps had formed on the little gold's dragon head. It was about to grow dragon horns. By the way, little gold, do you recognize this feather? Xiaofeng took out the golden feather he had found underground and placed it in front of the little gold. I recognize it, this is a phoenix feather. The little gold immediately identified the origin of the feather. Upon receiving this answer, Xiaofeng was quite shocked. How could the Liang sect have a phoenix feather? Where did it come from? Unfortunately, he had killed all the people from the Liang sect, leaving no survivors. Otherwise, he could have used soul searching to get the answers he wanted. He was still unaware that Jiang Chon was also a high-ranking member of the Liang sect and was not dead yet. Staring at the phoenix feather in his hand, Xiaofeng's gaze flickered as he thought of Shang Wanfian. The bloodline of a phoenix flowed within her, and she was born in the true martial realm. Could it be that Shang Wanfian is a descendant of the owner of this feather? There was indeed such a possibility. Just as Xiaofeng's thoughts were wandering, his brow suddenly raised. He clearly sensed several powerful auras appearing 100 kilometers away. Without a doubt, it was the top experts from the 8 major sects arriving. He immediately flew into the sky, standing with his hands behind his back, facing the direction of the enemy's aura. The little gold sensed the presence of the strong ones a moment later, hovering beside him. For a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, 100 kilometers was practically within arm's reach. They would arrive soon. From the moment Xiaofeng detected their auras to when they appeared within his line of sight, only a few seconds had passed. Wachenzi and the others stopped a few hundred meters away from Xiaofeng. Looking down at the once prosperous Liang sect, now reduced to ruins and strewn with corpses, Jiang Cheng felt utterly disheartened. However, in the next moment, all his attention was focused on the golden little dragon beside Xiaofeng. The others were the same, their eyes fixed greedily on the little gold. Jiang Cheng even heard the hurried breaths of everyone around him. Is that a golden dragon? Jean Moya swallowed hard, asking uncertainly. You're not mistaken, and it's a golden dragon in the early stage of the nascent soul. It's so small, it must still be in its juvenile stage. A little dragon of this age is the easiest to tame. If we can invest our resources to cultivate it well, it is very likely to break through to the god transformation stage in the future. With its help, unifying the true martial realm won't be difficult. We must get our hands on the little dragon. At this moment, their gazes towards the little gold were filled with greed. No matter who it was, seeing a golden dragon appear before them stirred something within them. Because everyone knew that the potential of the dragon clan was immense, and their cultivation speed was much faster than that of humans. Obtaining a golden dragon was equivalent to mastering a powerful weapon. What are you looking at, you bad people? The little gold was not foolish, it sensed that these people had ill intentions towards it. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't win, it would have already rushed over to fight them. You must be Xiaofeng, right? May I ask where you come from? Wachenzi asked. Earth. Xiaofeng did not hide it. This answer took everyone by surprise. They thought Xiaofeng came from the central region of the true martial realm, where martial arts flourished and talents were abundant. Instead, Xiaofeng was from the desolate and barren earth. Earth? The 10 suddenly thought of something and became alert. Xiaofeng, you aren't one of the 12 suppressed demon heads, are you? Wachenzi asked nervously. Although they had never been to Earth, they were well aware of the ancient battles between the human race and the demon race. The cultivation resources on Earth had all been brought into the true martial realm. It was impossible for powerful cultivation to exist there. Yet, Xiaofeng came from Earth and possessed the strength to kill Li Kaiyuan, which made it hard for them not to suspect that Xiaofeng was one of the demon heads that had escaped from the demon suppression prison. Moreover, the demon race had a strong ability to kill beyond their level, which explained why Xiaofeng was so powerful. They were almost certain that Xiaofeng was one of the 12 demon heads. In an instant, the 10 became somewhat flustered. The demon race was very powerful and hard to kill. Coupled with the fact that they had been instilled with the idea that the demon race was terrifying since childhood, they had always been very wary of demons. It was normal to show panic when encountering a demon head. Just like many people, when they see a small snake, they could easily kill it, but they are still afraid and can't even run away fast enough. What are you panicking about? Even if he is a demon head, as long as he isn't the most powerful blood demon, we can still seal him. Wachenzi, with the most steadfast temperament, was the first to break free from the panic. The demon race has a special physique, they cannot be killed, only sealed. That makes sense, what are we afraid of? Let's just do it. Jin Muyo felt ashamed of his earlier panic. Xiaofeng, hearing their conversation, was already feeling a black line on his forehead. Damn it, I'm a pure human, okay? How did I become a demon head in your mouths? Is this an insult to me? Xiaofeng was very angry, his killing intent rising. He planned to leave 2 alive for soul searching and kill the others. Little Jean, step aside, I'm going to take care of them. Xiaofeng said to little Jean. Meichem, brother Xiaofeng, you must not go easy on them, these people are very despicable. Little Jean said, retreating to a place several thousand meters away. It knew it could not participate in the upcoming battle unless it broke through to the midstage of the nascent soul. Demon head, you have quite the audacity, you want to kill us, but you don't have that capability. Everyone, attack together and suppress him. Wachenzi waved the floating dust, calling the other 9 to form a formation and charge at Xiaofeng from the front. Jin Muyo hated Xiaofeng to the bone. As soon as he made a move, he used his strongest ultimate move, hoping to show Xiaofeng a bit of color. Humph. Seeking death. Xiaofeng moved. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed to their front. With one punch, he killed Jin Muyo of the 5 Elements sect. Even though the other side put forth their utmost effort and unleashed all their firepower, they still could not avoid the fate of being killed in one move. It was only when he was killed that Jin Muyo realized the terrifying aspect of Xiaofeng. He also understood why Xiaofeng had always looked down on them. When one's strength far exceeded theirs, naturally, they would not take them seriously. Had he known this, he wouldn't have been so eager to charge to the front. Xiaofeng had said that the first one he would kill was him. He kept his word. The powerful Jin Muyo thus died. This scene greatly shocked the remaining 9. Their morale instantly collapsed. The strength Xiaofeng displayed shattered all their confidence. You are only in the late nascent soul stage. Why is your combat power even more ferocious than that of the transformation stage? Wachenzi was horrified, unable to maintain his previous calm. He thought to himself, a demon head is indeed a demon head, incredibly powerful. Misunderstood as a demon head by his enemies, Xiaofeng did not explain. After all, in the eyes of this group, his current image was even more terrifying than that of a demon head. Boom! Xiaofeng struck again, without using any powerful ultimate moves. He attacked the enemy with the simplest and most brutal methods. Under his assault, even a fully realized nascent soul cultivator had no chance of survival, let alone escape. Xiaofeng's speed was far greater than theirs. Whoever showed signs of fleeing was the first to be killed. Since they were here, none would be allowed to leave. He took down one great cultivator with each punch, and with every strike, another life was lost beneath his fists. The deaths were all extremely tragic. In just a few breaths, more than half of the 10 aggressive attackers had perished, leaving only Wachenzi from the Jinyuan Taoist Temple and Jiang Chong from the Liyang sect. Before making his move, Xiaofeng had already planned to leave 2 alive. Otherwise, like the others, they would have no chance to prolong their lives. The reason for sparing these 2 instead of others was that Wachenzi was the strongest and might possess more information. Jiang Chong had just used the Liyang True Fire, a powerful technique which made Xiaofeng suspect he was from the Liyang sect. This brought him unexpected delight. He had thought he had killed all the Liyang sect members, but it turned out there was still one survivor. That was perfect. He could search Jiang Chang's soul to learn about the phoenix feather. At this moment, both Wachenzi and Jiang Chong looked extremely grim. They stood stiffly in place, staring at the bodies of their fallen companions scattered around them, wanting to cry but unable to shed tears. Just a few seconds ago, they had been a lively group, and now they had suddenly turned into this. The change had come too quickly, leaving both with a sense of unreality. Although they were not transformation stage cultivators, they were among the top-tier powerhouses in the entire Jinwu realm. It should be noted that there were no transformation stage cultivators among human cultivators in the Jinwu realm. Fully realized nascent soul cultivators represented the pinnacle of combat power. The strength of the 5 major regions was measured solely by the number of fully realized nascent soul cultivators. The 10 of them combined could fight against early transformation stage cultivators. However, under Xiaofeng's attacks, they were as good as non-existent. The opponent killed them as easily as slicing tofu with a sharp knife. It was that effortless. Xiaofeng's extraordinary combat power shattered their understanding, making it feel unreal. Senior Xiao, is there any room for negotiation in this matter? Wachenzi spoke with difficulty, a hint of hope in his voice. After Xiaofeng killed the other 8, he did not rush to kill them. This led him to mistakenly believe that Xiaofeng wanted to negotiate terms. If they could come to an agreement, he might spare their lives. Otherwise, why wouldn't Xiaofeng just kill them directly? No, don't think too much. I'm keeping your worthless lives to use the soul-searching technique on you, Xiaofeng said lightly. This statement struck the two like a bolt from the blue, as if they had been struck by lightning. They had heard of the soul-searching technique, but no one had mastered it. They understood the evil nature of this spell, which filled them with great panic. Senior Xiao, whatever information you want to know, just ask, and I will tell you everything without holding back. Please show mercy and do not harm us, Zhang Chong pleaded in a low and submissive tone. Unbeknownst to them, they had both begun to address Xiaofeng with honorifics. As for the matter of Xiaofeng wiping out the entire Liyang sect, it no longer mattered to him. The most important thing now was to save their own lives. Yes, Senior Xiao, I promise I won't play tricks in front of you and will answer your questions honestly. No matter how you look at it, Zhang Chong and I are still powerful figures. It would be a pity to die from soul searching. It would be better to become your servants, obey your commands, and be of some use to you. Wachenzi was even more eager to survive than Zhang Chong. His talent was higher, with a 2 or 3% chance of breaking through to the transformation stage. Dying now would be too regrettable. Therefore, even if it meant being Xiaofeng's servant, he would gladly accept. Nothing could compare to being alive. Wachenzi believed this condition would move Xiaofeng. However, Xiaofeng merely smiled disdainfully. He had no interest in servants like Zhang Chong and Wachenzi, who were born with rebellious spirits. Who knew when they might turn against him? Even if he could set up restrictions in the opponent's mind to ensure their loyalty, placing such restrictions on a perfected Yuanian cultivator was quite a troublesome task, consuming both time and effort. He didn't have that much spare time. Right now, his time was extremely valuable, and wasting it on them was not worth it. It would be better to finish searching their souls and kill them directly, putting an end to it all. Senior Xiao, are you really determined to search our souls and must kill us? Wu Jizi observed Xiaofeng's disdainful smile and understood his thoughts. Instantly, his heart sank to the bottom. It felt cold and chilling. That's right. Xiaofeng had already placed his hands on their heads. Not long ago, amidst the fierce battle, he had punched each of them, severely injuring them. They had no power to resist at all. They could only let him manipulate them. Senior Xiao, before we die, may I ask you a question? Wu Jizi asked, his heart feeling like ashes. Speak, Xiaofeng replied. Are you really one of the 12 demon lords? Wu Jizi asked the question he most wanted to know. Regarding Xiaofeng's identity, he was quite puzzled. Before the battle, he thought Xiaofeng was one of the demon lords. However, after the battle, Xiaofeng's strength was clearly much stronger than that of an ordinary early-stage Huashan cultivator, possibly even mid-stage Huashan. Yet, according to the ancestors who migrated to the Jinwu realm, the strongest demon lord, Blood Demon, suppressed on Earth, had a combat power only around early-stage Huashan. Therefore, he was now somewhat uncertain whether Xiaofeng was one of the demon lords. You are the demon lord, your whole family is a demon lord, Xiaofeng said irritably. This guy, how could he still insult others when death was imminent? In his eyes, the demon race was not good, no different from beasts. Wu Jizi kept calling him a demon lord. Wasn't that an insult? Not a demon lord? Are you transformed from a fierce beast in the Huashan stage hidden in the mist? Wu Qinzi exclaimed in shock. He thought of another possibility. There were rumors that decades ago, in the central region of the Jinwu realm, a powerful cultivator who was half a step into the Huashan stage fought a fierce beast that had transformed into human form. After that battle, the cultivator disappeared without a trace. Plus, Xiaofeng had a golden little dragon by his side. Thus, he made this association. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's face darkened even more. Damn, when would this end? First, he was called a demon lord, and now he was said to be transformed from a fierce beast. That mouth was too vicious. He immediately activated the soul-searching technique. Ah, ah, ah. The screams of Wu Qinzi and Zhang Chong echoed. This time, Xiaofeng had more information to search for, which took longer. After more than 20 minutes, he finally removed his hand from the heads of the two. Originally, he intended to kill the two powerful beings, turning them into idiots. But then he thought, just kill the worthless Zhang Chong. As for Wu Qinzi, keeping him was useful, he could kill him later. If he killed Wu Jizi now, the opponent's soul lamp would extinguish, which would be equivalent to announcing to the other 7 major forces that all the experts who came to besiege him were dead. This would cut off all their hopes, and they would likely flee with their sex cultivation resources. With Wu Kensei's soul lamp still lit, it preserved a glimmer of hope for the other sections. They could fantasize that Wu Chenzi would ultimately achieve victory and kill him, thus not having to fear him coming to settle accounts, making it unnecessary to flee in advance. So this phoenix feather was brought out by Li Kaiyuan from the center of the mist over 200 years ago. Xiao Feng extracted this information from Zhang Chang's memories. The phoenix feather was a fire attribute item, complementing the protective formation of the Liyang sect and the surrounding volcanoes. Thus, the formation masters within the sect placed the feather at the core of the protective formation. By using the phoenix feather to manipulate the magma within the surrounding volcanoes, they could condense a fire phoenix with formidable attack power. There are indeed many secrets in the mist of Guishu. There are dead shindragons and feathers dropped by phoenixes. Could it be that there's an injured phoenix inside? Xiao Feng became even more intrigued by the situation within the mist. Since Li Kaiyuan had not seen the phoenix with his own eyes, only its feathers, he could not determine whether a phoenix actually existed inside. However, Li Kaiyuan and a group of powerful martial artists had previously suffered an attack from a beast suspected to be in the early stages of transformation within the mist, resulting in countless casualties. Was that beast a phoenix? There was still no definitive answer, as Li Kaiyuan also hadn't clearly seen what the beast that attacked them looked like. If the beast suspected to be in the early stages of transformation could be killed and its inner core consumed, Xiao Feng's cultivation would experience a significant boost. At this moment, he actually hoped that the powerful beast was not a phoenix. If it were such a rare creature, he would truly hesitate to kill it. A phoenix is incredibly precious, just like the golden little dragon, and is one of the top races among the myriad of beings. Its potential is immense, and if tamed and cultivated, its future prospects would be limitless. It would also become a great asset for him, potentially providing immense help in his future battles across the realms. He suppressed the impulse to rush into the center of the mist to find that beast. It would be better to first go to the other 7 major sects to seize their spiritual veins and herbs. If he delayed too long, those people would escape with their resources. He didn't want to waste his efforts. And the beast in the mist would remain there, not going anywhere. Sooner or later, it would be his. There was no need to rush. He began collecting the scattered Qiankuan rings on the ground. Inside, there were some spirit stones and herbs, though not in large quantities. The same principle applied. Once they obtained good things, these guys would consume them in a short time, leaving nothing for later. Xiao Feng took out the spirit stones and herbs and absorbed them cleanly. Even the legs of a fly are meat, better than nothing. The real feast would have to be taken from the other 7 major powers. Little Jean. Xiao Feng called out to the golden little dragon in the distance. The latter quickly flew over and swallowed 10 Qiankuan rings for safekeeping. Then, it dove into his sleeve and began to spiral around. Its speed was not as fast as Xiao Feng's, so it often hitched a ride on him while he was on the move, enjoying itself. Whoosh! Xiao Feng, carrying the half-dead Wu Chenzi, soared into the sky, heading towards the 5 Elements sect, the closest to the Luyang sect. After breaking through to the late stage of the nascent soul, his speed had significantly increased. The journey to the 5 Elements sect would only take about 40 to 50 minutes. Moreover, he continuously used the earth shrinking technique, which consumed quite a bit of his energy, further reducing the time. It would only take about half an hour. The clouds around him and the mountains below rapidly receded as Xiao Feng rushed forward at full speed. Boom! Half an hour later, Xiao Feng arrived above the 5 Elements sect's headquarters and stomped down, shattering the protective mountain formation. Like an eagle swooping down on a rabbit, he forcefully entered the mountain gate. Who are you? An elder of the 5 Elements sect asked in terror. The ease with which the protective formation was shattered indicated that the visitor was not ordinary. Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng announced himself. You are the Xiao Feng scoundrel who killed my ancestor? The elder asked in grief and anger. Xiao Feng had killed Li Zhouyang of the Luyang sect, and afterward, the powerful figures of various sects gathered at Heifeng Ridge to discuss how to deal with Xiao Feng. He was well aware of all this. Therefore, the name Xiao Feng was like thunder in his ears. Just a few dozen minutes ago, the strongest expert of the 5 Elements sect, Jin Muyao, had his soul lamp extinguished. The higher-ups speculated that he might have died at Xiao Feng's hands. Now, seeing Xiao Feng arrive at the 5 Elements sect, the elder was both terrified and furious. Speak insolently, and you shall die. Xiao Feng pointed, and the elder's body exploded. Then, he began a massacre. After all, both sides held grudges against each other, so there was no concern for innocent lives. The cultivation world is this cruel. Once a conflict arises and reaches an irreconcilable level, it becomes a matter of either your death or mine. The 5 Elements sect ranked relatively low among the 8 major powers in the eastern region. Only Jin Muyao was a perfected nascent soul cultivator. Xiao Feng killed these people effortlessly. With a single move, large numbers of them would die. Ah, why is this happening? The strong from the 8 great powers couldn't kill him, but instead let him come to our door. So it turns out that Senior Wuji was captured by him. Had I known this, I wouldn't have held any hope that Senior Wuji could kill Xiaofeng. Various cries of despair echoed endlessly, creating a cacophony. Fortunately, Xiaofeng's killing speed was fast enough. In just a moment, all sounds ceased. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Xiaofeng quickly destroyed the spirit-locking formations throughout the sect, frantically devouring the spiritual energy from the veins. Little Jean ran to the herb garden to feast. After absorbing all the spiritual energy from the veins, Xiaofeng's cultivation did not break through to the perfected nascent soul stage. The amount of spiritual energy required to elevate from late stage to perfection was far greater than that needed to break through from mid to late stage. It could only be said that the spiritual energy within the 5 elements sect had enhanced him somewhat, but to break through, he would have to wait until he absorbed the energy from the other 6 major powers. Seeing little Jean still munching on the spiritual herbs, he collected the scattered Qiankuan rings from the ground. In order to save time and quickly head to the Tsongsong sect, he controlled his strength and shattered all the Qiankuan rings, causing various items to fall to the ground, piling up into a small mountain. Xiaofeng devoured the spirit stones and spiritual herbs from the small mountain, leaving all other items untouched. He looked down on them, there was no need to take them. After finishing this, little Jean had also devoured all the spiritual herbs in the vegetable garden. The 2 of them hurriedly made their way to the nearby Tsongsong sect. The mountain gates of the 8 major sects were concentrated in the central area of the eastern region, not far apart from each other. This saved Xiaofeng quite a bit of time. Before long, he arrived at the Tsongsong sect. The high-ranking members were holding a meeting in the conference hall. Everyone's expression was serious. The air in the hall was filled with an atmosphere of grief and oppression. Sect Master, the news from the Jinyuan Taoist temple says that Senior Wuji's soul lamp is still burning. He is still alive. However, the outcome of the battle between him and Xiaofeng is still uncertain. The law enforcement elder said to Sect Master Chen, who was seated in a high position. After the soul lamp of the strongest in the Tsongsong sect was extinguished, they quickly contacted other powers. Except for the soul lamp of Wuchenzi in the Jinyuan Taoist temple still burning, the soul lamps of the strongest from other sects had all gone out. This made them feel as if disaster was imminent. Sect Master Chen, at the late stage of nascent soul, was quite conflicted, unsure whether to flee or continue waiting for news. So he called everyone together to discuss countermeasures. Xiaofeng's strength is too terrifying. So much time has passed and Wuji hasn't taken him down. I'm afraid the final outcome won't be satisfactory. My suggestion is to quickly dig out the spiritual veins and herbs and leave while Xiaofeng hasn't arrived. The farther we go, the better. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not worry about firewood. Not at all. Other experts have died at Xiaofeng's hands, which must have greatly exhausted or severely injured him. Senior Wuji still has a good chance of winning. We don't need to abandon the sect and flee. After all, the Tsongsong sect is our home, our foundation. Once abandoned, we will become rootless people, and rebuilding will be incredibly difficult. But what if? There is no what if, and there won't be any. I believe in Senior Wuji's strength. He will personally slay Xiaofeng. Just as both sides were arguing about whether to stay or leave, a tremendous sound erupted from outside the conference hall. The next moment, a figure descended from the sky and burst into the conference hall. Senior Wuji. Xiaofeng? We were tricked. This guy is so cunning. He clearly controlled Senior Wuchenzi but didn't kill him, just to use him to delay us from escaping early. The Tsongsong sect experts, who had been arguing just moments ago, instantly understood they had fallen for Xiaofeng's delaying tactic upon seeing Wuji's disheveled appearance. They were filled with regret. Xiaofeng struck like thunder, killing as easily as drinking water to eye in the blink of an eye. All the high-ranking members were slaughtered. Little Jean was also rampaging outside. Leave not a single survivor. After finishing the killing, Xiaofeng stepped outside and continued his rampage. Under the massacre of one man and one dragon, the Tsongsong sect soon followed in the footsteps of the Liang sect and the Wuxing sect, suffering the calamity of extermination. After the killing, Xiaofeng and Little Jean had clear divisions of labor. One absorbed the spiritual energy buried underground in various places of the sect, while the other wreaked havoc in the medicinal garden. Their cultivation levels were both rising. After a dozen minutes, Xiaofeng and Little Jean left the Tsongsong sect and headed to their next destination. Upon arriving at the Jingang sect, they found that the strong members were all present and had not fled. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. It seemed that keeping Wuchenzi alive was indeed useful. These people had high expectations for Wuchenzi. Kill, kill, kill. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Half an hour later, Xiaofeng, along with Little Jean and Wuchenzi, flew out of the Jingang sect, heading northwest. They had continuously absorbed the spiritual energy from the Wuxing sect, Sangsong sect, and Jingang sect. Xiaofeng, currently at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, had already taken 2/5 of a step forward. The speed of his improvement was relatively not very significant, mainly because the strength of these three sects was not comparable to the Liyang sect. Naturally, the spiritual energy within each sect was less than that of the Liyang sect. It should be noted that the Liyang sect had two peak nascent soul experts, Zhang Chong and Li Kaiyuan, while each of these three sects had only one. If the spiritual veins of the Jingang sect, Sangsong sect, and Wuxing sect were as abundant as those of the Liyang sect, Xiaofeng would have cultivated 3/5 of the process within the late stage of the nascent soul realm. 4 hours later, Xiaofeng arrived at the final stop, the Jinyuan Taoist temple. In the past 4 hours, he had wiped out 3 major forces. Everything was progressing smoothly. Without exception, the high-ranking members of these 3 major forces were also waiting for news about Wujizi. They had not chosen to flee. This created an excellent opportunity for Xiaofeng to take them all down at once. After absorbing the spiritual energy from their 3 major forces, the spiritual energy within Xiaofeng was nearing saturation. With a bit more absorption, he could choose to break through to the peak of the nascent soul realm. Little Jean had consumed so many spiritual herbs that he successfully broke through from the early to the mid-nascent soul stage. His strength had grown even more powerful, and he had also grown a bit larger. Now, little Jean could no longer coil around his arm but could only coil around his waist, looking very much like a dragon head belt. The Jinyuan Taoist temple was the most powerful sect among the 8 major forces, with over 1,500 disciples. Inside, besides many Taoists, there were also several hundred nuns. At this moment, in a heavily guarded ancestral hall, a beautiful Taoist nun, still possessing charm, was kneeling silently in front of a soul lamp praying. This soul lamp naturally belonged to Wujizi. Although it had not extinguished, it had dimmed considerably. This made the Taoist nun anxious, constantly praying for the heavens to bless Wuchenzi to return victorious. The Taoist nun was the head of the Jinyuan Taoist temple and one of Wuchenzi's partners, with cultivation close to the peak of the nascent soul realm. The ancestor has returned, that's great. Ancestor, why are you not speaking? Why are you with this person? Not good, the ancestor is in trouble, he is being controlled by this person. Are you Xiaofeng? What have you done to my ancestor? Why has he become like this? Various voices rang out from outside the ancestral hall, plunging everything into chaos. The Taoist nun was initially very excited and invigorated upon hearing the news of Wuchenzi's return. However, after hearing the latter words, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, the beads in her hand breaking and scattering all over the ground. She did not go outside. With Wuchenzi even being controlled by Xiaofeng, what use would it be for her to go out? In a moment of desperation, she activated the mechanisms of the ancestral hall and entered a secret chamber, intending to use the teleportation array leading to the western region to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaofeng had already begun his massacre. Regardless of whether you were male or female, beautiful or ugly, in his eyes, everything was equal, and everyone had to die. Xiaofeng was like a bamboo breaking through, killing with abandon. In just a short while, the Jinyuan Taoist temple was awash with blood, and corpses piled up like mountains. There's still one more. When Xiaofeng entered the Jinyuan Taoist temple, he spread out his divine sense, locking onto all the Yuanying level powerhouses. The movements of the Taoist nun were completely hidden from him. In the secret chamber beneath the ancestral hall, the alluring and enchanting Taoist nun stood on a teleportation array. A cracking sound came from beneath her feet, the noise of the teleportation array activating. In just a moment, the array would be operational, allowing her to be transported to the western region of the Jinwu realm. She was anxious, fearing that Xiaofeng would come to kill her. Every second felt unbearably long, and she wished time would pass more quickly. However, the more she feared, the more it came true. Bang! A loud crash echoed from above her head. In the next moment, Xiaofeng burst in, dragging the half-dead Wuchenzi from the ground. Looking at the young man before her, the Taoist nun's face turned pale, her beauty fading. Especially upon seeing Wuchenzi's miserable state, despair engulfed her, shattering all her fantasies. Xiaofeng's imposing aura was overwhelming. Standing before him, the Taoist nun felt as if countless mountains were pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe, a suffocating sensation. Senior Xiao, I believe I have not offended you. There's no need for you to go to such extremes against me. The Taoist nun took a deep breath, finally recovering a bit from the feeling of suffocation, looking at Xiaofeng with a pitiful gaze. Just because you haven't offended me, I can't kill you? Besides, I have killed so many disciples of the Jinyuan Taoist temple. As the temple master and Wuchenzi's dual cultivation partner, if given the chance, wouldn't you have thoughts of revenge? Xiaofeng sneered, knowing she must want to kill him, but her strength was insufficient. Letting her go would mean she would plot revenge day and night. He wouldn't leave future troubles behind. If a kill is necessary, then it must be done root out the enemy completely. This was his principle. The Taoist nun was left speechless by his words, just as Xiaofeng said. She wished she could swallow him alive, but her abilities were limited. However, under Xiaofeng's questioning, she still vehemently denied. No, I assure you I have no thoughts of revenge. Humph. Don't lie to me, go die. Xiaofeng would not be swayed by her sweet words. Once he had made up his mind to kill, nothing else mattered. Raising his hand, he was about to deliver a fatal blow to the Taoist nun. Wait. Realizing Xiaofeng was about to strike, she knew that with her strength, there was no way to evade the lethal move. In a moment of desperation, she hurriedly tried to stop him, planning to use her strongest tactic, the beauty trap, to persuade Xiaofeng. She was very confident in her beauty, believing that Xiaofeng would surely fall for it and spare her life. However, Xiaofeng was completely unmoved. Just as she prepared to loosen her garments, he had already struck out with a palm. Boom! With a single strike. Under the terrified gaze of the Taoist nun, he turned her into dust, leaving only a Qiankuan ring that fell onto the teleportation array. Even in death, the Taoist nun couldn't believe that Xiaofeng could truly bring himself to kill her. Was this something a normal man could do? It was too unbelievable. Just before dying, she even doubted whether Xiaofeng was a man. With a grasp from afar, Xiaofeng caught the Qiankuan ring in his hand. Then, he looked at Wu Chenzi beside him. This person had lost all value, and keeping him around was just a waste of resources. Immediately, with a single hand, he snapped Wu Chenzi's neck, ending his life. Wu Chenzi, as the strongest in the eastern region, had been a formidable figure for many years, his strength well known. Even in the central region, where experts gathered, he would still be a hero. Yet, he died so pitifully at Xiaofeng's hands. If this were to spread, it would surely evoke countless sighs. At this moment, the teleportation array fully activated, shining brightly. Anyone standing on it would be transported to the designated location. Xiaofeng did not rush to teleport. Instead, he returned to the ground. He had been too focused on killing and had not yet cleaned up the battlefield. Upon reaching the ground, he found Xiao Jin munching on spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden of the Zhenyuan Taoist temple. What a little glutton! Xiaofeng smiled faintly, not wasting any time. He first shattered the spirit-locking formations in various places, then activated the Heavenly Emperor's scripture, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy within the Taoist temple. The spiritual energy buried in the underground veins converged into a line, like long snakes, quickly being absorbed into his body. Soon, the spiritual energy within his late Yuanying stage reached a saturated state. Without any pause, Xiaofeng directly began to break through to the late Yuanying stage. During the process of breaking through, the spiritual energy was continuously consumed and replenished. This process did not last long. All the spiritual energy at the scene was completely absorbed by him. Xiaofeng stopped the breakthrough, a look of disappointment on his face. The spiritual energy in the Zhenyuan Taoist temple was still lacking, unable to satisfy his breakthrough. What a poor situation, Xiaofeng muttered to himself. In fact, in the past, the amount of spiritual energy in the Zhenyuan Taoist temple was the highest among the 8 major sections. However, the number of disciples in the temple was enormous, 3 times that of the Liang sect. With so many wolves and so little meat, too much was consumed by those disciples. Additionally, there were a full 12 late Yuanying cultivators in the temple who had devoured countless spiritual energy and resources over the years. By now, there was hardly anything left. Xiaofeng was unable to break through to the great perfection of Yuanying here. To be honest, it was quite frustrating. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. There was no need to be upset. The other 4 regions within the Zhenwu realm still had a vast amount of spiritual energy. Not only could it help him reach the great perfection of Yuanying, but breaking through to the transformation stage was also very possible. He just needed to find another place to continue devouring. Xiaofeng set his next target at the Tianjian sect in the western region. Through the soul search of Wu Chenzi, he learned that the teleportation array in the secret chamber could directly transport him to the western region, and the teleportation point was not far from the Tianjian sect. Xiaofeng quickly tidied up the scattered Qiankuan rings on the ground, finding some spiritual stones and spiritual herbs. He tossed the spiritual herbs to Xiao Jin, keeping the spiritual stones to activate the teleportation array. After a while, once Xiao Jin had consumed all the spiritual herbs, he called for his companion, and the 2 of them, 1 person and 1 dragon, entered the secret chamber. At this time, the teleportation array had returned to calm. Around the array, there were 16 grooves. As long as the spiritual stones filled all the grooves, it could be activated automatically. Xiaofeng and Xiao Jin stepped onto the teleportation array, filling the grooves with spiritual stones one by one. Click, click, click. As soon as they filled it up, sounds began to emanate from within the teleportation array. This teleportation array leading to the western region was set up with a lot of effort and resources by Wu Chenzi. He had left this as a backup for himself, thinking that if one day he encountered great danger, he could escape using the teleportation array. Unfortunately, it never came to use, as he was killed by Xiaofeng. Now, it saved Xiaofeng a lot of time in heading to the western region. Tianjin sect, here I come. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Then I'll go and destroy your sect. Just as the teleportation array was about to fully activate, the faces of the inner elder Wan Jiantong and the outer elder Qi Hung from the Tianjin sect appeared in Xiaofeng's mind, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had been keeping an eye on these two, previously hindered by his inability to enter the Jinwu realm. Now, it was finally possible to go directly. The teleportation array shimmered with light, completely engulfing him and Xiao Jin. They vanished from their original spot just like that. When the surrounding light faded, Xiaofeng opened his eyes to find himself in a cave. Beneath his feet was another teleportation array. The two teleportation arrays could direct each other. The cave was very concealed, surrounded by illusion formations and defensive arrays. Wachenzi had set these up out of concern that the teleportation array might be discovered by others. Exiting the cave, Xiaofeng floated above the mountains, sensing faint fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. This was emitted by the spiritual veins and spiritual herbs lingering between heaven and earth. Back when Xiaofeng was still at the 12th layer of qi refining, he had half of his body pass through the spatial barrier and entered the Jinwu realm, feeling that this spiritual energy was abundant. Now, with his significant improvement in cultivation, reaching the late Yuanying stage, he naturally found this spiritual energy to be quite thin. He opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing all the spiritual energy in the western region that was not locked by the spirit locking array into his body. There was a slight improvement, bringing him one step closer to breaking through to the great perfection of the nascent soul. Then, based on the directions in Wachenzi's memory, he flew towards the not-so-distant Tianjin sect. Today, the Tianjin sect was destined for destruction. Just like the 8 major sects in the eastern region, it would be removed from the true martial realm. People are in high spirits when good things happen. Inside the Tianjin sect, the inner door elder Wan Jiantong was in an exceptionally good mood. A few days ago, he had successfully broken through from the mid-stage to the latest stage of the Golden Core. After consolidating his power, he emerged from seclusion today. With his realm elevated, his status within the Tianjin sect had risen. Originally, he was ranked 15th among the sect's experts. Now, he had risen to 14th place. Besides the elevation in status, he could also allocate more resources. With so many good things happening at once, it was hard for him not to be happy. Elder Wan, you've broken through? At that moment, outer door elder Qi Hung approached and noticed Wan Jiantong's change. Wan Jiantong nodded proudly. Congratulations, Elder Wan. You must help me out more in the future. Qi Hung flattered him. Although he was a respected elder, he was still an outer door elder, and his status could not compare to Wan Jiantong's. To get ahead in the Tianjin sect, he had to curry favor with Wan Jiantong. No problem. Elder Qi, what brings you here? You don't usually come to see me without a reason, Wan Jiantong asked. Well, it's like this. After the sect's artifact masters worked overnight, the cracks on the 5 elements bell have been repaired and it can be used again, Qi Hung said. The 5 elements bell is one of the treasures of the Tianjin sect. It has no offensive or defensive capabilities, but it possesses a special ability to break through spatial barriers. Over a month ago, Wan Jiantong used the 5 elements bell to send a puppet, which was in the early stage of foundation establishment but had the combat power of the early stage of Golden Core, to Earth. He intended for the puppet to kill Xiaofeng and avenge the deceased disciples of the Tianjin sect, while also eliminating Shang Wenfian. However, frustratingly, the puppet encountered Xiaofeng shortly after entering Earth. After a fierce battle, not only did Xiaofeng remain unscathed, but he also subdued the puppet. This made Wan Jiantong extremely angry. He had paid a great price, and the 5 elements bell had sustained many cracks in the process of sending the puppet to Earth. In the end, it was all for nothing, and he lost a puppet for no reason. Even after so long, thinking back on this matter still filled him with rage. Very well, the repair speed of the 5 elements bell is much faster than I expected. We can bring that kid in now. There's still quite a bit of time until the agreed date. But I want to kill him now, I can't wait that long. Wan Jiantong frowned and muttered to himself. With his status as a latest-stage Golden Core expert, suffering a great loss at the hands of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator was a huge insult to him. As long as Xiaofeng was not dead, he would not feel at ease. His murderous intent towards Xiaofeng was almost uncontrollable. Had he known this would happen, he should have set the agreed time for these few days. Elder Wan, that kid's nose is sharper than a dog's. Last time we sent the puppet to Earth, he showed up immediately, which means he might have set up restrictions outside the spatial barrier, or he has been staying nearby. If you're eager to kill him, we might as well take the 5 element spell with us. Perhaps we won't have to wait for the agreed date and can see him soon. Shi Hong expressed his thoughts. That makes sense, so what are we waiting for? Let's set off. Wang Jiantong nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Shi Hong's suggestion. Are we going just the two of us? Shi Hong asked. Why not? Do we need to invite other strong cultivators from the sect to deal with a weak early-stage foundation establishment warrior? You're overestimating that kid. If others hear this, won't they laugh at us to death? To kill that kid, I only need one finger. Provided he has the guts to enter the true martial realm. Wang Jiantong said disdainfully. His understanding of Xiao Feng was still based on their last encounter. He had no idea about Xiao Feng's current cultivation level. If he knew, he wouldn't dare to boast like that. He would probably have found a hole to hide in by now. That's true, although I always feel that kid's combat power is outrageous, not something an ordinary person can match. But Elder One, now that you've broken through to the late golden core stage, even if that kid has 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be doomed when he encounters you. Shi Hong also felt he had overestimated Xiao Feng earlier. With Wang Jiantong around, killing Xiao Feng would be a piece of cake. By the way, we need to bring a few disciples at the 12th level of Qi refinement along. After we kill Xiao Feng, we can use the 5 element spell to send them to Earth to kill that woman with the Phoenix bloodline. Shi Hong recalled this matter and reminded him. Wang Jiantong nodded. This time he did not refuse. Killing Shang Wanfian was a task assigned to Wan Jian sect by the recently risen prominent family, the Morong family, in the central region of the true martial realm. It couldn't be taken lightly. It had to be completed as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the task was delayed and angered the higher-ups of the Morong family, Wan Jian sect would be in serious trouble. The other side could easily send a few nascent soul experts over to annihilate Wan Jian sect. Wang Jiantong was very eager to go kill Xiao Feng. He immediately went to find a master craftsman to borrow the 5 element spell. Shi Hong went to select disciples at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Not long after, the two met again and prepared to set off. However, at that moment, the only 3 nascent soul cultivators in the Tianjian sect rushed out from their respective caves. Among these 3, 2 were at the early nascent soul stage, and 1 was at the mid-nascent soul stage. The sect master of Tianjian sect was one of the early nascent soul cultivators. They gathered together, hovering high above the sect, gazing towards the east with serious expressions. Just moments ago, they sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching the sect. What's happening? Why are the ancestors so tense? Could it be that someone is attacking the sect? The disciples and elders of Tianjian sect whispered among themselves, discussing. Their sensing abilities were far inferior to those of the nascent soul cultivators, and they had not yet detected that powerful aura. Silence. A senior is about to arrive at the sect. We do not know if they are just passing by or have come specifically to visit. Everyone must not make noise, and certainly must not speak disrespectfully, lest we offend the senior. Those who disobey will be executed. The sect master of Tianjian sect said in a voice full of authority. Everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to speak again. Wang Jiantong and Shi Hong exchanged glances, quickly tidied their appearance, and stood respectfully in place, waiting for the arrival of the senior. Just a few breaths later, Xiao Feng arrived above Wan Jian sect. When they saw his appearance, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Especially Shi Hong and Wang Jiantong, their faces were particularly vivid. There was shock, confusion, and even more panic. They never expected that the so-called senior would actually be Xiao Feng. Wasn't Xiao Feng on Earth? How could he appear in the true martial realm? Did he come through a spatial barrier? That shouldn't be the case. There were disciples guarding over there, and no one reported an intrusion from outside the spatial barrier. So where did Xiao Feng come from? Also, wasn't Xiao Feng at the early foundation establishment stage? How could he have become a nascent soul-level expert in just over a month? Wang Jiantong and Shi Hong racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. Since the people of Tianjian sect had mostly seen Xiao Feng's portrait, they were all very tense, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Senior, your esteemed presence, is there something you need? The sect master of Tianjian sect suppressed the panic in his heart and said in a deep voice. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. I came here to settle accounts with you, to bring this to an end. Xiao Feng stated his purpose directly. From the changes in their expressions, he could already tell that they recognized him. His gaze swept below, quickly locking onto Wang Jiantong and Shi Hong standing in the crowd, and he grinned at the two. This nearly scared them to the point of wetting their pants, trembling so much that they could barely stand. No matter how one looked at it, that smile was incredibly unsettling. At this moment, both Wang Jiantong and Shi Hong felt like crying without tears. Just a moment ago, they were eager to kill Xiao Feng. In the blink of an eye, such a turn of events had occurred, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Today, they were probably doomed. Senior, our Tianjian sect has some short-sighted juniors who have offended you. Aside from elders Wan Jiantong and Shi Hung, all the others who have wronged you have been killed by you. There are debts with their rightful owners. I will hand over the two of them to you for your disposal. Could you possibly let the Tianjian sect go unpunished? The sect master of Tianjian spoke in a low and humble tone. He was planning to abandon the pawns to save the king. From the aura Xiaofeng emitted when he arrived, they deduced that his cultivation had reached the late stage of the nascent soul. In the western region, the Tianjian sect was only considered a mid-tier force. The strongest person in the sect was only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, and they were no match for Xiaofeng at all. To prevent the disaster of their sect being annihilated, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Upon hearing that the sect master intended to abandon them, Wan Jiantong and Shi Hang's spirits collapsed and they could no longer hold on, both collapsing to the ground, their hearts as dead as ashes. You think too highly of yourself. Back then, you wanted to kill me. But now your Tianjian sect casually offers up two scapegoats to dismiss me? It's simply a delusion. Xiaofeng would not let the Tianjian sect off easily. He came with the intention of annihilating their sect. Senior, do you really want to be so stubborn and escalate this matter? To be honest, we have long since allied with the Morong family, the number one family in the central region. If you kill us all, the Morong family will not let you go. Moreover, I just activated the communication artifact. I believe the strong ones from the Morong family have already heard the commotion here. For the sake of both of us, please calm down and do not bring harm upon yourself. The sect master of Tianjian waved the communication artifact in his hand, appearing to plead with Xiaofeng, but his tone carried a hint of threat. Ha, a mere Morong family thinks they can threaten me? Do you think too highly of them, or do you look down on me? Xiaofeng sneered continuously. He hated being threatened. Boom! He decisively struck out, sending a punch through the air that sent the sect master of Tianjian flying hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep pit. With just this one strike, he shattered the sect master's nascent soul, leaving him severely injured and reduced to a cripple. However, he was careful not to kill him on the spot. He needed him alive for soul searching. The sect master's screams echoed endlessly from the massive pit, clearly reaching everyone's ears. They were all horrified and anxious. Although the sect master was not the strongest in the sect, he was one of the three nascent soul cultivators, immensely powerful. Especially in his understanding of the sword path, he had already reached the level of unity between man and sword. Even under full effort, he should have been able to last a few rounds against Xiaofeng in the late stage of the nascent soul, not be defeated in one blow. But the reality was so cruel. The sect master didn't even last a single strike. This was a huge blow to the disciples of the Tianjian sect. Currently, there were still two ancestors left in the Tianjian sect, one in the early stage of the nascent soul and one in the mid-stage. However, the disciples of the Tianjian sect held no hope for them. If even the powerful sect master couldn't withstand a single strike from Xiaofeng, what could these two do? The outcome was already determined. At this moment, the only ones who could save the Tianjian sect from crisis were the strong ones from the Morong family in the central region, and it was still unknown whether they had received the news. Even if they had, it was uncertain whether they would come to assist. Therefore, everyone felt despondent and collapsed, their hearts heavy with sorrow for their fate. Let's go. The old man in the mid-stage of the nascent soul, at the moment the sect leader was deposed, lost all fighting spirit and had no intention of engaging with Xiaofeng. It was no different from suicide. Thus, he discreetly pulled out a void escape talisman from his Qian Kuan ring. Another person, sharing the same thought, also took out a void escape talisman. They quickly activated the talisman simultaneously, intending to escape through the void. Little did they know, all their small actions were captured by Xiaofeng. Just as the void escape talisman was about to be fully activated, the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator finally calmed his panicked heart, secretly rejoicing that he was about to escape danger. However, he was too early in his joy. For at that moment, Xiaofeng struck at the two of them. He had no time to devise any countermeasures before his body was struck hard, followed by an explosion, obliterating him along with his nascent soul. With a whoosh, the void escape talisman took effect. A flash of light enveloping a cloud of blood mist as it tore through the void. Not only him, but the other early-stage nascent soul cultivator also followed in his footsteps, almost simultaneously killed by Xiaofeng. The void escape talisman only carried away a mass of his blood. In their final moments, both were filled with grief and regret. They were merely a fifth of a second away from escaping. Yet, at this critical juncture, Xiaofeng had unleashed his killing move against them. Time is life. They truly experienced the meaning of this phrase. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Xiaofeng released hundreds of sword energies from within, shooting downwards indiscriminately at the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. The sword energies were like rainbows, filled with killing intent, unstoppable. Like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, they swiftly reaped lives. One by one, vibrant lives were either pierced by sword energies or sliced into pieces. Aside from the trembling Wan Jiantong and Shi Han, who were pissing themselves in fear, and the sect leader lying in a deep pit, wailing incessantly, everyone else was dead. Not a single person was spared. The enmity between Xiao Feng and the Heavenly Sword sect arose from Shangguan Fian, and they had been at odds for a long time. The Heavenly Sword sect wanted him dead and had once made Wan Jiantong use the 5 Elements spell to send that puppet to Earth to kill Xiao Feng, but unfortunately, it failed, yet their murderous intent towards him never waned. And Xiao Feng had always kept them in mind. Who could kill whom depended on who was stronger. That's why Xiao Feng acted so ruthlessly, killing all those who deserved to die, leaving none behind. If he fell into the hands of the Heavenly Sword sect, he believed they would be even more ruthless than he was. With a flash, Xiao Feng appeared before the collapsed Wan Jiantong and Shi Hang. He still remembered how, a month ago, across the spatial barrier, Wan Jiantong had been so arrogant, looking down on him as if he were nothing, thinking killing him was as easy as killing a dog. Now, however, he was in such a pitiful state. No trace of arrogance remained. Senior. Wan Jiantong had many pleas for mercy to voice, but those words stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. At this point, it seemed that saying anything was useless. He was ultimately on a path to death. He was about to die, and he was terrified. He had just broken through to the late Golden Core stage a few days ago, thinking his future would be increasingly prosperous, with limitless prospects. But now, he was about to die so soon, and all his glory and wealth would turn to nothing. He was unwilling, he did not want to die. However, he overlooked Xiao Feng's hatred for him, falling into Xiao Feng's hands. A quick death would be a fortunate thing. What was more terrifying than death was Xiao Feng's means of revenge. That was truly worse than death. Xiao Feng unleashed 2 streams of black flames that drilled into their foreheads. This flame was called the Sin Fire, specifically designed to burn souls. The damage to the soul was terrifying. Encountering the Sin Fire, the pain the soul endured far exceeded that inflicted by soul-searching techniques. The two rolled on the ground in agony, their facial expressions twisted to the extreme from the unbearable pain, no longer resembling human faces. Their shrill screams echoed through the heavens. Only then did Wan Jiantong and Shi Hong realize that they had previously thought too optimistically about the situation. Being killed outright would be countless times better than the current ordeal. At this moment, they were desperate for death, hoping to die quickly and no longer endure such inhuman torment. Senior, please kill me. Give me a quick end. Wan Jiantong was engulfed in flames. Not only was his soul being burned by the demonic fire, but his physical body was also being scorched. Yet this flame would not kill him anytime soon. It was pure agony. Yes, Senior, please kill me, I would be grateful for it. Shi Hong cried out in despair. They longed to end their own lives, to put an end to their existence. But Xiao Feng would not allow it, preventing their attempts at suicide. They could neither live nor die, which tormented them to the brink of madness. After more than 10 minutes, the flames finally extinguished. The screams ceased. Both were reduced to ashes. A gust of wind blew, scattering them into the void. Throughout this process, Xiao Feng stood by, watching with his arms crossed. This was how one should treat enemies. As the two perished in endless pain, the pent-up resentment in Xiao Feng's heart was finally released. He felt quite relieved. He quickly walked to the edge of the deep pit and looked down at the heavily injured leader of the Tianjin sect, who was now on the verge of death, barely hanging on. Even the wailing had diminished significantly, turning into whimpers. It was he who had given the order for Wan Jiantong to take the 5 Elements spell and puppets to kill Xiao Feng. Now, he had met such a fate, entirely of his own making. Xiao Feng used the dragon capture technique to draw him up from the deep pit of over 10 meters. He employed the soul-searching technique to begin extracting information from him. Xiao Feng primarily wanted to obtain 2 pieces of information. First, the background of the Morong family in the central region, and second, to understand why they were so determined to kill Shangguan Fian, and whether there was some hidden reason behind it. After 8 minutes of soul-searching, he learned some details. The Morong family was located in the central region of the Jinwu realm and had been one of the top families for many years, possessing immense power. There were dozens of nascent soul experts in the family, and at one time, there was even an ancestor who was half a step into the transformation stage. Later, that ancestor fought a fierce beast that had transformed into human form. The outcome of the battle was unknown. All that was known was that both the ancestor and the beast had disappeared. People speculated that they likely perished together. With the loss of that ancestor, the Morong family's status wavered, and the clan members became more low-key. About 20 years ago, a nascent soul great perfection expert from the Morong family descended upon the Tianjin sect, coercing and enticing them to ally with the Morong family. Furthermore, that nascent soul great perfection cultivator assigned them a task to send someone to Earth to kill Shangguan Fian, who had the bloodline of a phoenix flowing within her. This was something only the Tianjian sect could accomplish, as they possessed the Five Element spell, a magical artifact capable of breaking through dimensions. The Tianjian sect agreed to this task. Unfortunately, they underestimated the situation, thinking that since there were no powerful cultivators on Earth, they could casually send a few disciples at the 6th or 7th level of chi refinement to carry out the mission. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to send them to Earth. They did not send disciples at the 12th level of chi refinement, which was also a matter of laziness. However, the mission ultimately failed. The dispatched disciples were killed by Shangguan Mu, a high-ranking member of the Kunlun War Department. After learning of the failure, the higher-ups of the Tianjian sect prepared to send out disciples with higher cultivation levels. But at that moment, the Morong family encountered a powerful enemy attack and fell into crisis. For some unknown reason, the Morong family's experts urgently contacted the Tianjian sect, instructing them to terminate the mission and not to disclose any information about Shangguan Fian being on Earth. The plan to kill Shangguan Fian was shelved for 20 years. It wasn't until a little over a month ago that they received news from the Morong family's experts to restart the mission to kill Shangguan Fian. Then, the dispatched disciples encountered Xiao Feng, who was protecting Shangguan Fian. Thus, a grudge was formed between the two parties. It was only today that it came to an end. The phoenix feathers and the protective formation of the Liyang sect were found in the mist, which means there might have been a phoenix residing in the mist. Could the ferocious beast that challenged the ancestor of the Morong family be a phoenix transformed into human form? Xiao Feng deduced this from the information he gathered from the memories of the Tianjian sect's leader. I hope my judgment is wrong. Phoenix, oh Phoenix, please don't come to harm. Xiao Feng thought to himself, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Ever since he speculated that there might be a phoenix in the mist, he had been dreaming of capturing it and turning the phoenix into his spirit pet, or perhaps a close companion. If he were to die at the hands of that Morong family member who was half a step into the transformation stage, it would be a terrible waste. After all, it's a phoenix, which is already rare and difficult to encounter in a lifetime. Losing one means one less. The loss would be too great. He would feel heartache over it. He probably wouldn't be able to sleep for many days. Additionally, he had learned some information about the Morong family. This family is filled with talent and possesses abundant cultivation resources. Under the dual influence, a large number of nascent soul experts have emerged within the family. There are as many as 13 experts at the great perfection level of the nascent soul stage. Just relying on their family's strength is enough to sweep through the 8 major sects in the eastern region. Of course, in a fierce battle, the Morong family would ultimately win, but they would also suffer heavy losses. In the central region, there is another powerful force that is on par with the Morong family, called the Jingqi sect. The two have been vying for the dominance of the true martial realm for many years. Some speculate that the mysterious experts who attacked the Morong family 20 years ago were from the Jingqi sect. There are quite a few great perfection nascent soul experts, but they are of no use. The Tianjian sect is an affiliated sect of the Morong family, so they will surely come to settle the score with me after receiving the news. Then I'll just wait for you. I hope you can come quickly. Xiao Feng sneered and looked towards a certain peak of the Tianjian sect. There, a teleportation array leading to the Morong family was located. The other party would only appear from there. Before they arrived, Xiao Feng planned to cultivate using the spiritual veins within the Tianjian sect. Although the Tianjian sect is not very powerful and has few spiritual veins, fortunately, they have many mediocre talents, and there are only 3 nascent soul cultivators, so the consumption of spiritual energy is not that high. The remaining spiritual veins are enough to help him break through to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. As usual, Xiao Feng first shattered the more than 10 locking spirit formations within the sect. Then he activated the Heavenly Emperor's scripture and began his journey of breakthrough. The golden little dragon flew out from his waist and headed towards the medicinal garden. Just as Xiao Feng was fully pushing towards the next realm, significant changes occurred both on Earth and in the true martial realm. In the central region, far from the Tianjian sect, the Morong family, which had kept a low profile for nearly 20 years, had recently become high profile again. They began to wage wars everywhere, aiming to restore their dominant position. The reason for this sudden change is unknown to outsiders. Only their core high-ranking members are aware of the reason. At this moment, Morong Lan received the order from the family head to go to the western region to support the Tianjian sect. Morong Lan appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, a typical beautiful mature woman. She liked to wear tight-fitting clothes that fully outlined her voluptuous figure. Coupled with her exquisite features and noblewoman's aura, any man who glanced at her would drool. In fact, Morong Lan had lived for over 600 years and was at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Among the talented Morong family, she ranked 13th in strength, which is relatively weak. However, that is relative. In any case, she is still a great perfection nascent soul expert, and her strength is quite formidable. The family head, Morong Huang, learned from the leader of the Tianjin sect that the enemy's cultivation level is at the late nascent soul stage. Therefore, he believed that Morong Lan would be more than enough to deal with that enemy. Moreover, Morong Lan has many tricks up her sleeve, especially her enchanting techniques, which can easily drive men into madness. He was quite reassured about Morong Lan. I didn't respond to the news from the Heavenly Sword sect in a timely manner, so there's been some delay. Right now, I can't get in touch with them, and I don't know the situation over there. If the Heavenly Sword sect is destroyed, besides killing the murderer, you must retrieve the 5 elements bell. Then use the 5 elements bell to send a few chi refining warriors to Earth to kill the woman with the phoenix bloodline and bring back her blood. Morong Huang instructed. Speaking of this matter, he felt quite frustrated. The task given to the Heavenly Sword sect over a month ago still hadn't been completed. He happened to be busy with other matters and had forgotten about it. If it weren't for the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect using a communication artifact to send him a message, he probably wouldn't have remembered it for a while. Understood. Master, I will go right away. Morong Lan slightly bowed and said respectfully. As a member of the Morong family, she was well aware of the master's formidable abilities. Although both of them were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, there were still distinctions of strength among those at the same level. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would be an easy task. Because the master had been in seclusion for many years and was about to break through to the transformation stage. Go, I await your good news. Morong Huang waved his hand, signaling her to leave. After Morong Lan departed, the door of the cave dwelling closed again. He took out a small vial from his Qiankuan ring, which contained golden blood. Only one vial left, I hope it can help me successfully break through. Morong Huang's gaze flickered uncertainly as he tilted his head back and drank the golden blood in one gulp. Earth. The United States. After suffering various blows from Xiaofeng, its international status plummeted. It fell from being the only superpower to the third in the world, behind the Dragon Country and the Bear Country. During this time, the political figures and tycoons of the United States lived in constant fear, even dreaming about Xiaofeng coming to kill them all. As long as Xiaofeng was alive, they could forget about living in peace. They were always thinking of ways to kill Xiaofeng. But the other party's strength was too overwhelming, so powerful it left them breathless. They had no ability to challenge Xiaofeng. To survive, they racked their brains every day to figure out how to deal with him. Surprisingly, they actually came up with an idea. That was to release the demon located in the desolate area of Florida. Let that demon kill Xiaofeng. Over 200 years ago, people from the United States discovered that cave. After years of exploration, with many lives lost, they finally encountered the reedy demon suppressed deep within the cave. It was one of the 12 demon lords, humanoid in form, standing 5 meters tall, with pitch-black skin and hundreds of eyes all over its body, looking extremely disgusting. Each eye emitted a red light, which was terrifying. Making eye contact with it could easily lead one to lose themselves and engage in self-harm. The name of the reedy demon race came from these eyes. About 30 years ago, the reedy demon proposed a deal to them. If they helped him escape, he would help the United States unify the world. However, this was rejected by the higher-ups of the United States. Dancing with demons was no different from seeking skin from a tiger. It was unlikely to end well. Thus, those high-ranking officials jointly issued a death order, stating that they must not agree to the reedy demon's conditions. But now, in order to kill Xiaofeng and restore the former glory of the United States, the political figures and tycoons made a decision that went against their ancestors. They prepared to take the risk of cooperating with the reedy demon. The demon also agreed to help them eliminate Xiaofeng and unify the world. The method to help the reedy demon escape was actually quite simple. They just needed to continuously bomb the demon suppression prison with nuclear bombs. If one nuclear bomb couldn't break it, then 10, 100 at any cost, they would eventually destroy it. Several days had passed since both sides reached an agreement. Under the bombardment of numerous nuclear bombs, the demon suppression prison was now on the brink of collapse. Just a few more bombs should do the trick. This left the politicians and tycoons of the Eagle Nation both excited and worried. They were excited because the reedy demon had made a move and Xiaofeng was doomed. They were worried that if the reedy demon turned out to be untrustworthy after escaping, not only would he not kill Xiaofeng, but he might end up killing them instead, which would be a grave sin. Some of them had already begun to regret their decision, wishing they hadn't made it. But now it was too late to say anything. They could only hope that the reedy demon would keep his promise. Boom, boom, boom. A new round of nuclear bombardment began. One by one, nuclear bombs were dropped onto the demon suppression prison. As the power of the nuclear bombs erupted, terrifying energy radiated out. The barriers and chains on the demon suppression prison shattered completely. After so many years, I'm finally free. It feels so good to see the light of day again. The reedy demon laughed heartily, ignoring the nuclear radiation flying out from the blinding light and heat, heading straight for the nearest city hundreds of miles away. The politicians and tycoons of the Eagle Nation were mostly there as well. The reedy demon was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, his strength only slightly inferior to that of the blood demon. He had been injured when he was sealed all those years ago and had not healed since. He could almost exert the combat power of the late nascent soul stage. However, on Earth he could easily sweep through everything, unstoppable. Moreover, as long as he could absorb human blood, his injuries would heal quickly and his strength would reach its peak state. Before long, he arrived in the city. Looking down at the large crowd below, the reedy demon licked his forked tongue, his appetite stirred. He shook his massive body, and all the hundreds of eyes on him opened wide, projecting red light that enveloped the city. Any human illuminated by the red light immediately faced a terrible disaster. Their blood was instantly absorbed by the red light, turning them into desiccated corpses. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people lost their lives. And it wasn't over. Others wouldn't escape either. The reedy demon planned to drain everyone in the city dry. Only then could he heal his injuries and satisfy his hunger. A monster is coming, everyone run. Why is there such a creature? It's too terrifying. Don't kill me. Where are our superheroes? Spider-Man, Iron Man, Superman, come save us, kill this monster. The crowd cried out in despair, their screams echoing. They never expected that the scenes from disaster movies would actually come to life. Only, there were no superheroes to save the world. How could this happen? Lord Reedy, we were the ones who rescued you. Please don't burn the bridge after crossing it. We're doomed. We made a foolish decision. He's gone mad and wants to kill us too. Quick, get to the helicopter, we need to leave here fast. Those politicians and tycoons shouted into the sky with megaphones, trying to get the reedy demon to stop the slaughter. But the reedy demon completely ignored them, focused solely on killing and drinking blood. Under his massacre, over 300,000 people in the city quickly met their end. The ground was littered with corpses. The politicians and tycoons couldn't escape either, they were all drained dry. They all deeply regretted having allied with a demon, placing all their hopes on a fiend. The reason it had come to this was mainly because they did not understand the true nature of demons. Demons had never kept their promises. Kiki, human blood is truly delicious. I haven't devoured like this in ages. There are so many humans on Earth. Today I'll feast, and then I won't eat for a while, saving some for later. Next, I should go and drag out the other demons. After satisfying his hunger, the reedy demon patted his belly, showing a look of contentment. He swayed and headed to another cave in the Eagle Nation. Inside, another demon was also being suppressed. In the Eagle Nation, in the uninhabited area of Kansas, a military unit was stationed there, guarding and monitoring the situation inside the cave. Since they had been stationed there without any danger or anomalies, the soldiers had become quite lax and lazy. Aside from boredom, their days passed rather leisurely. Suddenly, a monster covered in eyes appeared above the cave. Before the station's soldiers could react, it opened the eyes on its body without a word. A red light radiated out, and in the blink of an eye, it drained the blood of over 200 people below, leaving them as mere corpses. Then, the reedy demon rushed deep into the cave and encountered the tentacle demon trapped in the demon suppression prison. There were countless types of demons, each more bizarre than the last. The tentacle demon was pitch black, lacking facial features, a body, or limbs. Its entire form consisted solely of tentacles of varying lengths covered in barbs. Those tentacles were smeared with a foul-smelling slime, making them particularly disgusting, enough to make one gag at a glance. Red Eye, how did you escape? The tentacle demon, who had been sleeping, had been trapped here for thousands of years, unable to do anything but sleep. Suddenly seeing an old before him, he was both surprised and delighted. It was that group of foolish humans who used their most advanced weapons to blow up the demon suppression prison for me. The reedy demon cackled. Would they be so kind? The tentacle demon expressed doubt. He had once negotiated with the high-ranking officials of the Whitehead Eagle Kingdom, offering benefits in exchange for his release. The result was obvious, no agreement was reached. Gradually, he had given up hope in that regard. It seems there was a cultivator named Xiao Feng who forced them into a corner. To survive, they reached an agreement with me to help me escape first, and then I would go kill Xiao Feng. The reedy demon briefly explained. Ha ha ha, their thinking is too naive. Knowing you as I do, the first thing you'll do after escaping is to kill them, right? The tentacle demon laughed, lacking a mouth but somehow managing to speak. They were both demons, far too familiar with each other. How could he not know the other's nature? That's right, they'll kill them all. The taste is quite good. The reedy demon nodded. You're making my mouth water. Hurry and help me break the great formation. I want to eat a lot of people and taste their flavor. The tentacle demon urged. Boom, boom, boom. The reedy demon raised his hand and fiercely attacked the demon suppression prison. The tentacle demon also exerted force, attacking the formation from the inside. The demon suppression prison, having fallen into disrepair over the years, was no longer as sturdy as before. With their combined efforts, it didn't take long to shatter it. Thus, the second demon was freed. The tentacle demon laughed heartily for a while before leaving the cave with the reedy demon, heading to areas inhabited by humans to unleash a massacre. Half an hour later, the two demons were full and satisfied. The number of humans they had slaughtered this time reached 500,000. Among them, the starving tentacle demon killed over 400,000, which nearly burst him. The reedy demon only consumed the blood of around 80 to 90,000 people, having feasted before. This time it was more like a dessert. The feeling of regaining freedom is so good. There are indeed so many humans on Earth. They are like vegetables in a garden or sheep in a pen. We can eat them whenever we want. The tentacle demon had not yet calmed down from the joy of his escape and had been in an excited state for the past half hour. Of course, humans are food on our menu. It's a pity that the cultivators on Earth are too weak and too few. The taste of mortal flesh and blood cannot compare to theirs. The reedy demon sighed. After we were sealed, a large number of cultivators survived. Where did they all escape to? I haven't seen them in these thousands of years. The tentacle demon asked in confusion. You ask me, who should I ask? No matter where they hide, they will eventually be dragged out by us, and then we can feast. The reedy demon said with anticipation. By the way, the Xiaofeng you mentioned earlier, what level of cultivation does he have? The tentacle demon asked. It's just the early stage of foundation establishment, yet he's the strongest cultivator on Earth. What, are you interested in him? The reedy demon retorted. I am a bit interested. Although he's an inconspicuous little cultivator, for now, he counts as the most delicious food on Earth. Not eating him would be a waste. The tentacle demon licked its tongue again. The flesh and blood of cultivators are much tastier than that of mortals. I heard he's from the Dragon Kingdom. Let's split up to rescue our other colleagues first, then we can eat Xiaofeng. The reedy demon was also eager to devour Xiaofeng. Alright, we'll go save that blood demon guy right now. The tentacle demon agreed. The 12 of them were currently united on a common front, with shared tasks and common enemies, so they were quite cohesive. The two demons then parted ways, each flying towards different underground lairs. Along the way, if they got hungry, countless humans would surely suffer. In the true martial realm, within the Heavenly Sword sect, with ample spiritual energy supporting him, Xiaofeng's cultivation surged forward like a raging tide. He broke through the barriers effortlessly, stepping into the great perfection stage of the nascent soul realm. At this stage, his strength experienced a qualitative leap. He was almost invincible below the void refinement realm. Right now, in this world, aside from the cultivators in the celestial realm, no one else was his match. The golden little dragon, having consumed so many spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden, was also on the verge of a breakthrough, striving hard to push through. Xiaofeng carefully collected the scattered Qianquan rings, clearing the spoils of war. There were some spirit stones and spiritual herbs. If the little dragon successfully advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage, he would bring these resources back to Earth. Otherwise, they would be left for the little gold. The Heavenly Sword sect was the closest sect in the true martial realm to Earth, nearly over 2,000 kilometers away. This distance Xiaofeng could cover quickly. Since he was already here, he was considering whether he should return to Earth for a while. Firstly, there were too many spoils. The Qianquan ring in Little Gold's belly was almost full, and he needed to share with friends and family. Secondly, the demon clan on Earth was always a threat. In the past, he lacked the ability to eliminate them, but now, killing those demons was too easy. It was time to wipe out all 12 demon heads to prevent future troubles. Lastly, and most importantly, he had been away from Earth for quite a long time, and he missed his sister in Xinxingxue. He needed to go back and spend time with them. Ever since his rebirth, he had been busy with various matters, and he had spent little time with his sister in Xinxingxue. Thinking about it, he really owed them both. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Xiaofeng was playing with the 5 elements bell, a faint sound echoed from a certain peak in the Heavenly Sword sect, accompanied by flickering light. They're here. Xiaofeng sneered. This was a sign of the teleportation array in operation. It must be the people from the Morong family. With the little gold breaking through here, outsiders could not be allowed to disturb. Immediately, he stomped his foot and shot towards the location of the teleportation array. The light on the teleportation array dissipated, and a glamorous noblewoman stepped out. The visitor was Morong Lan from the Morong family. What a strong smell of blood! It seems I've arrived a step too late. The Heavenly Sword sect is already in trouble. If they are dead, that's fine, as long as the 5 elements bell isn't lost. I wonder if the 5 elements bell is still here. Morong Lan wrinkled her beautiful nose, murmuring to herself. The next moment, she suddenly looked up, gazing at the figure rapidly flying towards her. Feeling the aura from the other party, her expression turned grim. Didn't the family head say that the enemy of the Heavenly Sword sect was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? How come the other party is at the great perfection stage of the nascent soul realm? This disrupted her plans. With her strength, dealing with a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was completely fine, but handling a stronger great perfection expert was another matter. However, once she clearly saw the appearance of the incoming person, she immediately calmed down, feeling confident and assured. She believed she could handle the other party. The source of her strong confidence came from her practiced art of seduction. This kind of enchantment often has a miraculous effect on men. Once it is cast, it can leave the other person spellbound, losing their rationality. Even if the other person has a strong will, they will still be somewhat affected. Once ensnared by her charm, she can take the opportunity to kill them. And Xiaofeng, not only is he a man, but also a young man full of vigor. Thus, her charm can be even more effective. Men of this age have the worst self-control when it comes to beauty. A simple beckoning can make them submit beneath her pomegranate skirt. Just look at it, most infatuated admirers are young men. From the Morong family? Xiaofeng glanced at her and asked coldly. Yes, young master. This humble girl hails from the Morong family. It is truly a stroke of luck to meet you today. Morong Lan gazed at Xiaofeng with sultry eyes, already beginning to cast her charm. With sweet words, she was about to lure Xiaofeng step by step. But she was interrupted by Xiaofeng. Here to kill me? No, I came to. Before her charm could take effect, Morong Lan certainly wouldn't admit it. She still wanted to say something. Suddenly, a loud slap. A sharp pain shot through her cheek. Xiaofeng had given her a resounding slap from a distance, twisting her mouth. Young master, why did you hit me for no reason? Did I do something wrong? Morong Lan was bewildered, completely confused about what had just happened. The charm had not worked? What shocked her even more was that she had not sensed Xiaofeng's move at all, nor had she reacted in any way. The ease with which Xiaofeng had struck her indicated that his strength far surpassed her own. In that moment, her heart sank. The pressure Xiaofeng exerted on her was far greater than that of the family head, Morong Huang, even surpassing that of the ancestor who had one foot in the transformation stage back in the day. She couldn't act recklessly, otherwise she wouldn't even know how she would die. To kill Xiaofeng, she still had to rely on her charm. Just a single slap from Xiaofeng had shattered her earlier confidence. Humph. Stop disgusting me here, you old woman of a certain age, and still dare to call yourself a humble girl. And if you weren't here to kill me, why did you use your charm right from the start? Xiaofeng sneered. This little trick of hers was no different from showing off in front of an expert. Morong Lan was infuriated by the first half of his statement. Women are most sensitive about their age, whether they are mortals or cultivators. They absolutely detest being called an old woman of a certain age. What was even more infuriating was that Xiaofeng had said it right in front of her, showing her no respect at all. However, due to Xiaofeng's authority, she dared not express her anger, only suppressing it within while forcing a smile. Young master, this is our first meeting. I truly did not come to kill you. Upon seeing your impressive appearance and noble demeanor, I was foolishly tempted to use my charm on you. Such a beautiful day, and with no one else around, why not indulge in a little pleasure together? Morong Lan, for the time being, did not dare to use her charm. To entice Xiaofeng, she boldly spoke these blatant words, inviting him to share a moment of intimacy. As long as Xiaofeng's heart was stirred and he engaged in that illicit act with her, she could quietly cast her charm during the process, gradually dragging him into the abyss and completely controlling him. One must admit, Morong Lan was indeed very charming. Her mature, noblewoman aura easily incited a man's desire to conquer. Especially when she actively invited Xiaofeng, the air around them seemed to condense into droplets, falling on her form-fitting attire that accentuated her curves. This was a definite wet temptation. Like flowers seen through mist, hazy and alluring, it was utterly deadly. This is also why everyone loves black stockings. If it were any other man, 9 out of 10 would fall for it, eagerly rushing in. But Xiaofeng's heart remained completely unperturbed. He even wanted to kill. Boom, do what you want to do. He suddenly struck out, punching Morong Lan until she exploded. The expression on her face was filled with disbelief just before her death. She probably never expected that, despite using all her tricks, Xiaofeng not only remained unmoved but also decisively killed her. At this moment, both she and the head of the Jinyuan Taoist temple, the Taoist nun, doubted whether Xiaofeng was a man. Otherwise, how could he possibly remain unaffected? Xiaofeng picked up the Qiankuan ring next to the blood, feeling quite frustrated. How could he encounter 2 beauty traps in one day? The key was that both were older women, and he felt quite unlucky. You'd think if you were going to use a beauty trap, at least get a young and beautiful woman. In fact, it wasn't surprising that the Taoist nun and Morong Lan used beauty traps on him. Because for women, especially beautiful ones, the most effective means of dealing with men isn't weapons or extraordinary martial arts, but beauty. This head usually worked in their favor when facing men. Unfortunately for them, this time they were unlucky to encounter Xiao Feng, who didn't like older women. Tearing apart the restrictions left by Moron Lan on the Qianquan ring, he probed his consciousness inside. To his surprise, Xiao Feng thought that this old woman wasn't very capable, yet she had quite a few resources. The spirit stones and elixirs she carried amounted to at least 1/10 of what the Tianjian sect possessed. From this, it was evident how rich the Morong family's resources were. If he could absorb all their resources, it might help him break through to the transformation stage. At that moment, a disturbance came from Xiao Jin's side. Xiao Feng's face lit up with joy. Even from several thousand meters away, he could sense that Xiao Jin's aura had significantly increased, indicating a promotion to the mid-Yuan Ing stage. He quickly rushed over. Xiao Jin flew towards him, landing on his shoulder, joyfully saying, "Brother Xiao Feng, I've broken through." Yeah, Xiao Jin is really impressive. Every time it broke through, Xiao Feng would praise it. "Oh, Brother Xiao Feng, you've broken through too." Xiao Jin, who had been focused on its own cultivation, hadn't noticed Xiao Feng's situation until now. "This is a double happiness for us." Xiao Feng laughed heartily, feeling delighted. Next, he had two choices. One was to seize the moment and absorb all the spiritual energy from the major sects in the western region, then head to the Morong family in the central region to quickly elevate his cultivation to the transformation stage. The second was to return to Earth based on proximity. It was a bit difficult to decide. While he was in a dilemma, suddenly, a wave of agitation surged in his heart. "What's going on? It seems like many people are praying to me. Are my followers using the power of incense to tell me something?" Xiao Feng squinted slightly. His statue was spread across various places in Long Country, and many had become his followers. They worshipped him day and night, forming a power of incense. However, since his followers had only believed in him for a short time, it hadn't yet reached a scale. Therefore, he hadn't enjoyed the benefits brought by the power of incense and couldn't clearly hear what his followers were saying. However, the sudden agitation of the power of incense indicated that his followers were encountering difficulties and dangers. Of course, it could also be that the officials or the followers were spontaneously organizing a commemorative event for him, which could also cause such agitation. Regardless of the situation, to be safe, Xiao Feng decided to set off for home immediately. As he and Xiao Jin quickly flew through the spatial barrier between Earth and the Jinwu realm, a wail echoed from the Morong family's residence. Morong Jingtai, who was guarding the family shrine and monitoring the status of the clan members' soul lamps, discovered that Moron Lan's soul lamp had gone out. Moron Lan was one of the few perfected Yuaning cultivators in the family, and her death was a significant loss for the clan. This caused him great sorrow. Moreover, Moron Lan was his cousin, and they had an ambiguous relationship. For both public and private reasons, he was furious and hated the murderer to the bone, wanting to personally take revenge for his cousin. However, Moron Lan was suddenly dispatched by the family head to carry out a mission, and apart from the family head, no one else knew where the mission was to take place. To clarify the situation, he had to find the family head. He hurriedly arrived at the cave dwelling of the family head, Morong Huang, but was stopped by the guard at the entrance. "Fifth Master, what brings you here?" the guard asked. "I'm here to see the family head. I have important matters to report," Morong Jingtao replied. "The family head is currently in seclusion and cannot see you. Please return, and I will notify you as soon as the family head comes out," the guard said respectfully yet firmly. "No, I must see the family head today," Morong Jingtao insisted stubbornly. "Fifth Master, the family head is breaking through to the transformation realm. What could be more important than this?" The guard frowned and countered. "This? I was being presumptuous. Please notify me immediately when the family head comes out." Upon hearing this, Morong Jingtao immediately wilted, no longer daring to insist. Delaying the family head's cultivation could be a death sentence. He silently prayed, hoping that the family head, Morong Huan, would successfully break through. If so, the Morong family would undoubtedly become the overlord of the true martial realm, a position that no one could shake. Earth. The 12 demons had all broken free. Moreover, they had gathered from all over the world. Currently, the demons were in the Dragon Kingdom. Hundreds of thousands of people had already died at their hands. This was still under the condition that they were well-fed and merely snacking, otherwise the death toll would be much higher, at least tenfold. So many people had died unjustly that upon receiving this news, the Kunlun War Department immediately issued an emergency notice nationwide, informing everyone of the demons' emergence and advising them to stay at home for safety. The populace was terrified, trembling in fear of becoming the demons' food. For their own safety, many people knelt before the statue of Xiao Feng they had at home, praying for his protection. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Feng's heroic image had already taken root in their hearts. They regarded him as their savior. In the face of the crisis posed by the demons' invasion, there was no one else but Xiao Feng who could turn the tide and save everyone from peril. He had become their hope and lifeline. For this reason, Xiaofeng felt a stirring sensation through the power of incense in the true martial realm. In the Qianlong Abyss, the high-ranking officials of the Kunlun War Department appeared as if facing a formidable enemy. Yi Canglong, Yan Nantian, and Yi Wushuang had some understanding of the demons and were well aware of their terrifying nature. They never expected the demons to break free so quickly. In the face of the enemy's absolute strength, they had no means to counter it, only waiting for death. Xiaofeng has been in the Guishu for so long, why hasn't he come out? If he were here, he would definitely be able to handle those demons, Yi Wushuang said, gripping his short knife tightly, speaking to himself. Alas, at this point, I actually hope that Taoist Xiao doesn't return to Earth. Each of the demons is at the nascent soul stage. And there are 12 of them. Taoist Xiao hasn't grown strong enough yet. If he encounters them, it would likely be a dead end. If he stays in the Guishu and if luck is on his side, he might gain strength and in the future he could have a chance to suppress the demons. Yi Canglong sighed deeply, feeling powerless against those demons. For days, he had been worried about the demons breaking free and it had almost become a source of anxiety for him. He never expected that this worry would come true so quickly. I hope Xiaofeng has a fortuitous encounter in the Guishu. But it doesn't matter, even if we are killed by the demons, I believe Xiaofeng will avenge us in the future. Yi Wushuang said with a hint of regret. Blood demon, where should we go next? The reedy demon asked. The blood demon was the strongest among the 12 demons, with a perfect nascent soul cultivation level. His combat power rivaling that of early transformation realm experts. Everyone regarded him as their leader and followed his orders. Find the survivors from that great battle back then and devour them. Go find the heavenly demon general to report our mission, to search for that unparalleled treasure that may be hidden on Earth. The blood demon could change forms at will, and at this moment he appeared as a human. Xiaofeng is the strongest person on Earth. He might know the whereabouts of those survivors. Why not go find him first? The blood tree demon suggested. His demon offspring had all been killed by Xiaofeng, and the demon suppression prison where he was held had been reinforced and sealed by Xiaofeng. With all the accumulated hatred, he had long wanted to devour Xiaofeng alive. All right, the blood demon nodded, accepting his suggestion. Within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, demonic energy surged. A shadow of fear loomed over the hearts of all the citizens, leaving them in a state of constant anxiety. Especially in the cities traversed by the 12 demon heads, those with bad luck faced utter devastation, with many humans becoming food for the demons. Those with better luck found the demons satiated but still terrified half to death. No, don't kill me. The tentacle demon extended a tentacle, grabbing a resident who was staying at home. Looking at the grotesque and terrifying tentacle demon up close, the resident trembled uncontrollably, speaking with a quivering voice. He couldn't understand why he was so unfortunate. With so many others around, why did the tentacle demon choose him? Where is Xiaofeng? The tentacle demon's sinister voice echoed, sending chills down the spine just from hearing it. It was more frightening than encountering a ghost in the dead of night. After deciding to find Xiaofeng first, these demons faced a dilemma. They had not been free for long, lacked much information, and had no idea where Xiaofeng was. Thus, they needed to ask someone for information. I don't know. The resident was not a close friend of Xiaofeng, so how could he know where he was? Humph. The tentacle demon was clearly dissatisfied with this answer and let out a cold snort. This nearly scared the resident's soul out of his body, prompting him to quickly change his tune. Xiaofeng's home is in Fengcheng, Hanzhong province. You can find him there. That's all I know. Please spare me. Just as he was pleading for mercy, a tentacle suddenly plunged into his mouth, traveling down his esophagus straight to his abdomen. Gulp, gulp. The tentacle demon used its tentacle to drain his blood and flesh. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a dried corpse. So talkative, it's making me restless. It's better to kill you for some peace. With a flick of its tentacle, the demon discarded the corpse like trash onto the ground. Then, they flew towards Fengcheng. With just a little inquiry, it would be easy to find the location of the Xiao family. At this moment, Xinxing Xuet and Xiao Churui were both cultivating in the Xiao family estate, unaware that the demons were heading their way. Ever since Xiaofeng went to the Return to Ruins, they had been focused solely on cultivation every day. They were quite diligent and hard-working. The qi condensing pills that Xiaofeng had given them were nearly used up. Currently, Xiao Churui had broken through to the 3rd level of qi training. Xinxing Xue was progressing slower, still at the 2nd level of qi training. Both of them had decent talent, especially Xiao Churui, who possessed a special constitution. Coupled with the supreme techniques Xiaofeng had given them, they should have been able to cultivate faster. Unfortunately, due to environmental and resource constraints, their progress could not rise linearly. However, reaching this level of cultivation was still quite impressive. At a certain moment, both of them opened their eyes simultaneously, exiting their meditative state. They heard a knock at the door. Is Xiaofeng back? This thought sprang to both of their minds. It had been too long since they last saw Xiao Feng, and they missed him immensely. Therefore, when the knock sounded, they immediately rushed to the front yard, opened the gate, and saw a group of people. Among them were two familiar figures, Yan Nantian and Yi Wushuang. As for the others, they were strangers to them. Brother Yan, war god Wushuang, why have you suddenly come? Is there news of Xiao Feng? Shin Qing's gaze passed over the two, looking towards the back, but she did not see Xiao Feng, which left her feeling quite disappointed. Miss Shin, this is urgent, so we'll be brief. The demon has escaped and is now gathering within the borders of Longhua. Young Master Xiao has had conflicts with the blood-devouring tree demon and two other demons. My adoptive father is worried that they might take their revenge on you because of young Master Xiao, so he sent us to take you away from here to the Guishu for a while. Yan Nantian went straight to the point. Xiao Feng not only had enmity with the blood-devouring tree demon but had also reinforced the demon suppression prison in two other caverns within Longhua, making him a target of those two demons as well. Yi Sanglong knew that they could not withstand the massacre of the demons this time. Many people might die. If others died, it was unavoidable. However, Shin Xingshui and Xiao Chirui, as Xiao Feng's relatives, must not come to harm. Therefore, he instructed Yan Nantian and Yi Wushuang to lead a group of talented young warriors from the Kunlun War Department, along with Shin Xingshui and the others, to seek refuge in the Guishu, hoping they could escape disaster. This was a way to preserve the spark of humanity and protect Xiao Feng's family. As for himself and the other high-ranking members of the Kunlun War Department, they were prepared for a fight to the death. Knowing they were no match for the demons, engaging them would be like striking a stone with an egg. But as the military of Longhua, they would never flee without a fight or take a step back. If they were to die, they would die on the battlefield. What are demons? Shin Xingshui asked curiously. She and Xiao Chirui had been immersed in their training recently, without checking their phones or the news, and were unaware of the significant events that had occurred today. I'll explain it to you slowly on the way. There's no time to waste, let's set off now. Yan Nantian said eagerly. Okay. Shin Xingshui nodded. They were about to embark on a long journey and likely wouldn't return for a while. She had originally planned to pack her bags, but seeing Yan Nanshan's anxious expression, she felt the urgency of the situation and said nothing more. Go, it's over, they're here. Pressured by the situation, Yan Nantian disregarded propriety and grabbed Shin Xingshui and Xiao Churui's arms, ready to head to the Guishu. Just at that critical moment, the atmosphere around them suddenly changed. It became extremely restless. The heavens and earth were shrouded in an inexplicable pressure. He looked up and saw 12 bizarre creatures hovering above the Xiao family estate, coldly gazing down at them. Yan Nanshan's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He knew it was too late for everything. Now, trying to leave was impossible. These demons had arrived with astonishing speed. Yan Nantian could only smile bitterly. Beside him, Yi Wushuang bit her lip tightly, nearly breaking her drooling red lips. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes filled with despair. Even before they had engaged, just the sight of the enemy hovering there extinguished any thought of resistance within her. Their strength was simply too overwhelming. Any one of them was far more powerful than she was. Compared to them, it was like a firefly against the sun. Could Xiao Feng contend with them? Yi Wushuang fleetingly thought this, shook her head, and feared he could not. Even if Xiao Feng gained opportunities in the Guishu, he was unlikely to be a match for this group of demons. At that moment, Yi Wushuang's heart turned to ashes, and she no longer held any illusions. She felt that the future was utterly dark. Ultimately, they were all destined to die at the hands of the demons. If even Yan Nantian and Yi Wushuang were so panicked, one could only imagine how the others felt. Shin Xingshui and Xiao Chirui trembled in fear at the terrifying appearance of the demons, their muscles stiffening. Especially the blood-devouring tree demon, whose many branches were adorned with hundreds of humans dressed in ancient clothing, each with hollow eyes and a strange smile on their faces. The sight was terrifying enough to make one not dare to look a second time. Who is Xiao Feng? The tentacle demon asked. Although he had no grievances with Xiao Feng, he had been thinking about Xiao Feng's flesh since escaping, eager to taste it. Inside the estate, there was a deathly silence. No one answered his question. That must be him. As soon as the reedy demon arrived, he fixed his gaze on the puppet. Seeing that the puppet was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, the same level as the Xiao Feng he knew, he mistakenly identified the puppet as Xiao Feng. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A tentacle from the tentacle demon shot out, ignoring the puppet's resistance, easily wrapping it up and bringing it before him. He is not Xiao Feng. The bloodthirsty tree demon corrected. He had seen Xiao Feng face to face and recognized his appearance. Since he is not, then there's no need for questioning. Everyone, I want be polite. The tentacle demon cackled, controlling another tentacle to dive into the puppet's mouth, beginning to absorb its flesh and blood. It was clear that among these demons, the tentacle demon had the most gluttonous appetite. Having eaten too much of ordinary people's flesh and blood, he was somewhat tired of it. Now, he could finally taste the flavor of a cultivator, and he expressed great anticipation. He was ready for a feast. However, after just one mouthful, he retracted his tentacle. What the hell is this taste? Ugh, ugh, ugh. So disgusting, so revolting. Enraged, the tentacle demon smashed the utterly defenseless puppet into pieces. The iron-armored puppet had been dead for many years, and its blood was long past fresh. Moreover, during the refining process, various metals and minerals had been infused into it, making it far from a flesh and blood body. For the tentacle demon to devour its flesh and blood was no different from eating metal, and even more unpalatable. No wonder he reacted so strongly, expressing such disdain. Yen Nantian and the others were well aware of the puppet's strength. It could unleash the combat power of the early Golden Core stage. It was many times stronger than he could imagine, capable of killing him in one move. Yet under the tentacle demon's attack, the puppet was as good as non-existent, like paper. This refreshed Yen Nanshan's understanding of these demons. Their strength far exceeded his expectations. For a moment, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart, unsure of what to do. Xiaofeng, where are you hiding? Last time in the cave, weren't you so arrogant? Why are you hiding now? Do you think hiding will let you escape this calamity? Stop dreaming and come out to die. The bloodthirsty tree demon shouted angrily. He had wanted to kill Xiaofeng for a long time and was becoming impatient. What was frustrating was that his divine sense had searched the surrounding area thoroughly, yet he saw no sign of Xiaofeng. This made him both furious and enraged. Seeing no one answer his question, he grew even angrier. He declared loudly, "This is Xiaofeng's home. Surely his relatives are among you. Whoever is his relative, step forward. Otherwise, I will kill everyone." The bloodthirsty tree demon's gaze swept over everyone present. He intended to use Xiaofeng's family to force him to reveal himself. "I am his fiancé." Upon hearing this, Xin Xingxua realized that if she did not admit it, the bloodthirsty tree demon would kill everyone. She did not want to implicate others, so she trembled as she stepped forward and gestured to Xiao Churui not to speak. If the bloodthirsty tree demon found out that Xiao Churui was Xiaofeng's sister, then Xiao Churui would be in danger. As a sister-in-law, she felt a strong sense of responsibility, always thinking about protecting Xiao Churui. Very good. A branch shot out from the bloodthirsty tree demon, heading straight for Xin Xingxue. Stop! Yen Nantian weakly reprimanded. Xiaofeng had done him a great favor, and he was very grateful. He could not just stand by and watch Xiaofeng's fiancé fall into danger. Although he clearly lacked the courage to confront the bloodthirsty tree demon, at this moment he resolutely stepped forward, sword in hand, standing in front of Xin Xingxue. Yi Wushuang did the same. The two, armed with a dagger and a heavy sword, were determined to resist to the death, preventing anyone from harming Xin Xingxue. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds rang out. The bloodthirsty tree demon swung his branch, easily knocking the two to the ground. Their knives and swords shattered in response. "I've seen you two in the cave. And it seems you have a decent relationship with Xiaofeng, so we'll spare your lives for now." As soon as the words fell, the branches of the blood-devouring tree demon tightly wrapped around Xin Xingxue and the two of them, firmly controlling them. Then, it said to the demons beside it, "Once we capture these three, I don't believe Xiaofeng won't show up. As for the others, they hold no value. Feel free to enjoy their flesh and blood." The tentacle demon licked its tongue and laughed heartily. Although these people haven't reached the foundation establishment stage, they have some cultivation, and their taste should be decent. "Everyone, don't wait any longer, let's dig in." Every time the topic of eating came up, this guy always showed particular enthusiasm. It set its sights on Xiao Churui and another rising star from the Kunlun War Department, extending two barbed tentacles towards them. The other demons also couldn't wait to attack their respective targets. Seeing this scene, Yen Nantian and Yi Wushuan's eyes turned blood red. These people were the future of the Kunlun War Department. It was hard for him to accept that they would die like this. He wanted to intervene and save them, but with his own safety at stake, he had no ability to do so. Xin Xingxue deeply regretted her decision. She had urged Xiao Churui not to reveal her identity to protect her. Instead, it backfired. She might survive for now, but Xiao Churui was doomed. She was about to perish. She and Xiao Churui were like sisters, with an inseparable bond. If something happened to Xiao Churui, she would be engulfed in deep sorrow and guilt. Just as Xiao Churui's life hung by a thread, on the verge of suffering a fatal blow, at this critical moment, an unmatched sword energy suddenly flew in from the distant sky. Boom! The sword light rampaged, slicing through the area between the 12 demons and the others, separating the two sides. "Damn it, that hurts!" the tentacle demon cried out. As one of its tentacles was struck by the sword energy, leaving it torn and bleeding, with slime and blood flying everywhere. In pain, it instinctively retracted that tentacle. "Who is attacking us?" The blood demon looked up, staring in the direction of the incoming sword energy, somewhat uncertain. In an instant, a figure appeared in their line of sight. Upon seeing the appearance of the newcomer, the blood-devouring tree demon was very surprised and shouted, "It's Xiaofeng. How has his strength suddenly become so strong?" The blood-devouring tree demon was puzzled. In its memory, Xiaofeng was quite weak, merely a foundation establishment cultivator capable of unleashing the combat power of the early golden core stage. But the power of that sword just now was at least at the late nascent soul stage. Could it be that Xiaofeng recently broke through, and even several realms in succession? Considering this possibility, the blood-devouring tree demon felt not a hint of panic, but rather excitement. The higher Xiaofeng's cultivation, the greater the benefits of his flesh and blood to them. As for whether Xiaofeng would pose a threat to them, it had never crossed its mind. Because the demon race had a very high level, they basically all possessed the ability to kill enemies of higher levels and had immortal bodies. Thus, they did not take Xiaofeng seriously. Time rewound a few minutes earlier. After Xiaofeng sensed the agitation of the incense power, he hurriedly rushed towards the spatial barrier with the golden little dragon. This barrier was exceptionally sturdy, restricted by various factors, making it difficult for Foundation establishment warriors and above to exit, with more restrictions the higher the cultivation level. Normally, a fully realized nascent soul cultivator would be unable to break through the spatial barrier. But Xiaofeng's combat power had long surpassed his own realm. Standing before the spatial barrier, he exerted force with both hands and suddenly tore it open, creating a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. He charged out with the little golden dragon and arrived on Earth. As soon as he entered the territory of Earth, his brows furrowed. There's a fluctuation of demonic energy. This means those demons have indeed escaped. Sigh, they are bloodthirsty. I don't know how many innocent civilians have died at their hands. I hope the death toll isn't too high. Xiaofeng's mood was far from pleasant. He felt a pang of guilt, thinking he should have returned earlier to prevent the demon from escaping. But he couldn't blame himself too much. In his estimation, the demon wouldn't be able to break free from the demon suppression prison without external help for quite some time. Who would have thought that the idiots from the Whitehead Eagle Nation would do something like this? If there was anyone to blame, it was the high-ranking officials and tycoons of the Whitehead Eagle Nation. After a brief assessment, Xiaofeng pinpointed the general direction from which the demonic energy was emanating. He hurriedly set off. As he got closer to the demon, his mood grew heavier. He realized that the demon's location was precisely where his home was. This made him very worried about the safety of Xinxingxue and Xiaochurue. When he was still several thousand meters away from the Xiao family estate, he keenly sensed that the demons were about to make a move against his sister and the others. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a sword energy from such a distance, temporarily averting the crisis for his sister and the others. Due to the long distance, the sword energy had lost much of its power by the time it reached the demons, resulting in only the combat strength of a later-stage nascent soul. Fortunately, the demons didn't take Xiao Churue and the others too seriously and only used a small fraction of their power. Thus, after being struck by Xiaofeng's sword energy, they suffered significant losses. Now, they all glared at Xiaofeng, who had just arrived at the Xiao family estate. Each demon was furious. After breaking free, they had been unstoppable, facing no setbacks, killing whoever they wanted, and this was the first time they had suffered a loss. On the human side, Yan Nantian and Yi Wuxuan were incredibly surprised and excited. They hadn't expected Xiaofeng to show up at such a critical moment. Not only that, but the sword energy Xiaofeng had just unleashed was astonishingly powerful. Initially, they had worried that Xiaofeng had not yet matured and was not a match for the 12 demons. But now, all those concerns were dispelled. Ever since they met Xiaofeng, he had been creating miracles, shocking them every time he acted. They believed this time would be no exception. Xiaofeng would surely create another miracle. Xiaofeng, I'm very curious how you managed to elevate your realm to the great perfection of the nascent soul in just a month or two, the bloodthirsty tree demon said coldly. After Xiaofeng approached, he finally detected the other's realm, great perfection of the nascent soul. It was even higher than he had anticipated. This question left the other demons equally puzzled. Mainly, this kind of cultivation speed was too fast, comparable to the top prodigies among the demon race. Seeing that Xiaofeng did not respond, the tentacle demon sneered. It's probably because he was injured before, his cultivation fell, and now that his injuries have healed, his realm has risen. What does his cultivation matter? It won't stop us from killing him. Do we really fear him with our strength? He spoke with confidence. It should be noted that the blood demon's combat power was on par with early-stage transformation realm cultivators. The combat power of the other demons was not inferior to those who had 1 foot in the transformation realm. In terms of both the number of demons and their combat strength, they had an absolute advantage. He was very confident about the upcoming battle. The other demons nodded in agreement, believing he made sense. Xiaofeng, you are not our match. If you know what's good for you, quickly tell us where the descendants of those surviving cultivators from back then are hiding. If you don't honestly confess, I'll drain the three of them dry right in front of you, the bloodthirsty tree demon said sternly. He wanted to find the warriors of the true martial realm and force them to reveal the treasure hidden on earth. To make Xiaofeng comply, he even shook the three people entangled in the branches. Xinxing Shuai and the others. You think too highly of yourself. You don't have the ability to kill my people in front of me. With that, Xiaofeng made his move. With a casual strike, he severed the branch. At the same time, he used the dragon capture technique to pull the three of them over to him. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye. Even after saving the three, the bloodthirsty tree demon still looked utterly bewildered. Immediately, he was filled with uncontrollable rage, feeling insulted. Xiaofeng had so easily rescued the hostage from him, it was a slap in the face. Kid, you've angered me, I'm going to kill you. Today, we'll settle both new grudges and old debts. The blood-devouring tree demon trembled all over, and the people hanging from the branches seemed to come alive, rushing towards Xiaofeng at an incredible speed. These were all human powerhouses he had killed in the ancient battle. The weakest among them was a golden core cultivator, and the strongest had even reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Under his control, all the cultivators became his puppets. As they were mere walking corpses, they couldn't exert their former combat power. However, they could self-destruct their golden cores and nascent souls. A collective self-detonation would unleash unimaginable power. No matter how strong Xiaofeng was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the force of such explosions. Yet, before these puppet cultivators could close in on Xiaofeng, he pushed them away with both palms, sending them flying thousands of meters into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions erupted, self-destructing in vain. Not even a hair on Xiaofeng was harmed. The destructive power generated by hundreds of puppets self-destructing their golden cores and nascent souls was terrifying. If a peak nascent soul powerhouse were caught in it, unless they had an incredibly strong trump card, they would find it hard to escape death. This was one of the blood-devouring tree demon's strongest moves, and before using it, he felt confident that killing Xiaofeng would be a sure thing. However, the outcome was so dramatic. Xiaofeng had effortlessly neutralized his ultimate move with a casual strike. It had no effect at all. Watching the puppets in the distance still exploding, the blood-devouring tree demon felt deeply frustrated and heartbroken. He had to know that those puppets were his past trophies, which he could have devoured to enhance his cultivation and heal his injuries. But he hadn't done that. Instead, he had spent a lot of time and effort refining them into puppets one by one. In the end, it was all wasted. In fact, he should feel fortunate. Just now, Xiaofeng had the ability to push those about to self-destruct puppets towards the demons, even if they didn't kill them. It would have been enough to give them a good scare. The reason Xiaofeng hadn't done so was that he didn't want to destroy the manor left by his father. Kid, I have to admit you're quite impressive, but that's all there is to it. Due to the limitations of your race, within the same realm, you humans cannot defeat our demon race. In the past years, there have been no less than 8 nascent soul peak cultivators who died at my hands. Now, I will personally slay you, and I believe this time will be no exception. At this moment, the hoarse and sharp voice of the reedy demon rang out. He was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, with combat power comparable to someone who had 1 foot in the transformation stage. Among this group of demons, only the blood demon could overpower him. Even though Xiaofeng displayed sufficient strength, he still didn't take it too seriously. This was the confidence and pride that came from being a demon. You're overthinking it, this time will be an exception. You like to be the first to stick your neck out, so I'll kill you first. Xiaofeng grinned at the reedy demon. Such trash, he didn't know where he got the confidence to spout nonsense in front of him. Seeing him smile, for some reason, the reedy demon suddenly felt a surge of fear. Humph. Laughing when death is imminent, come and take your life. The reedy demon shouted, all the eyes on his body opening simultaneously, red light flickering unpredictably. He was about to use his strongest means to subdue Xiaofeng. However, as soon as his eyes opened, before he could even unleash his technique, he saw Xiaofeng move. Put! Xiaofeng pointed, unleashing a dazzling burst of energy that shot into one of the reedy demon's eyes in the blink of an eye. The reedy demon had thought about dodging, but Xiaofeng's attack was too fast. He was still a step too slow and was hit by the energy. At that moment, the reedy demon froze in place, as if turned to stone, completely motionless. If it weren't for his heavy breathing, one might think he was dead. Is that all the attack methods you have? It's utterly useless. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were just scratching the reedy demon's itch. The bloodthirsty tree demon sneered as it saw Xiaofeng's attack fail to inflict any damage on the reedy demon. Kid, our demon race has a special constitution. Even a cultivator in the early stage of transformation can't kill us, let alone you. Your attacks are nothing but child's play in my eyes. The tentacle demon joined in the mockery, feeling that Xiaofeng was too overconfident. Reedy, what are you waiting for? Are you going to make a move or not? If you don't, then I'll take action. The blood demon urged. From the moment he saw Xiao Feng, he believed that killing Xiao Feng didn't require his personal involvement, that would be overkill. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? So he took on the role of a bystander, letting the other demons do the killing. However, the reedy demon, who had clearly been ready to unleash a trump card, suddenly stood still. This abnormal behavior left him baffled, not understanding what the reedy demon was up to. What infuriated him even more was that the reedy demon didn't answer his question. Just as he was about to explode with anger, bang bang bang, a sudden, violent explosion echoed from within the reedy demon. In an instant, the reedy demon, who had seemed fine just moments ago, was reduced to a mass of flesh and blood scattered on the ground, a truly gruesome sight. Reedied. The sudden turn of events left the demons in shock. Kid, what did you do to the reedied? The blood demon asked, filled with uncertainty. Are you blind? Can't you see? Of course, I killed him. Xiao Feng sneered. Impossible. Our demon race is not so easily killed. The blood demon refused to believe Xiao Feng's words. He enveloped the remains of the reedy demon with his spiritual sense, searching for the demon seed. Soon, he discovered that the demon seed of the reedy demon was shattered, its energy dissipating. This meant that the reedy demon was completely dead. Is it really that hard to kill your demon race? All it takes is to shatter the demon seed within you, and your lives can be easily ended, Xiao Feng said disdainfully. The reason the demon race is hard to kill, aside from their super strong defenses and self-healing abilities, is primarily because they possess a demon seed within them. Even if their body and soul no longer exist, as long as the demon seed is intact, they can come back to life. The demon seed of the demon race is a special substance that only comes into being after they break through to the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage is a watershed moment for them. Killing demons below the nascent soul stage is quite easy, they don't have a demon seed. Therefore, when Xiao Feng killed the descendants of the bloodthirsty tree demon, it was like cutting vegetables. As for demons above the nascent soul stage, if one doesn't master the right methods, it becomes much more difficult. Reflecting on the ancient battle, human cultivators paid a heavy price to suppress the 12 demon heads but failed to kill them because those human cultivators had never encountered demons before and were unaware of the existence of the demon seed within them. Without using the right methods, they couldn't kill them no matter what. In the end, they had no choice but to seal them in the demon suppression prison. But Xiao Feng was different. He had mastered the methods to kill demons while in the spirit realm. Moreover, he had killed numerous powerful demon heads. The finger technique he just used on the reedy demon, seemingly ordinary, was actually extremely powerful, known as the Great Yin Demon Extermination Finger, which is highly effective against demon heads. With this move, the reedy demon was left with no choice but to await its demise. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you not only to know the secret of the demon seed but also to accurately locate the demon seed within the reedied. If I'm not mistaken, you should not be a native cultivator from Earth but rather from the celestial realm or somewhere else? The blood demon's expression darkened. He was well aware that cultivators from Earth did not know about the demon seed within the demon race. But Xiao Feng not only knew but was also able to find and shatter the demon seed within the reedy demon in such a short time. From this, he concluded that Xiao Feng was not a native cultivator of Earth. Guess. Xiao Feng did not directly answer his question, thinking to himself that this guy was quite sharp, suspecting his origins so quickly. I'm not in the mood to guess. No matter where you come from, killing the reedy demon means this matter cannot be settled lightly. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Everyone, attack together and kill him, the blood demon said angrily. He possessed the combat power of the early stage of the transformation god realm and still had considerable confidence in this battle. He was not intimidated by Xiao Feng's method of killing the reedy demon. With a command, the demonic energy around him surged and he charged towards Xiao Feng with overwhelming momentum. The remaining 10 demons also unleashed their full power, following closely behind, determined to turn Xiao Feng into ashes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, just as they made their move, Xiao Feng's fingers moved in succession, unleashing the Great Yin Demon Extinguishing Finger. 7 streams of energy shot out, striking the 7 demons. Unsurprisingly, the demonic seeds within them were instantly destroyed, and their bodies turned to dust. This scene left Yan Nantian, Yu Wuxuan, and Xin Xingxue in awe, greatly astonished. They couldn't help but marvel. Xiao Feng was indeed formidable. Killing powerful demons was easier than eating or drinking. No matter how strong the enemy was, he could handle it with ease. As for the blood demon, their enemy, they had no such sentiments. They were all intimidated by Xiao Feng's methods, their expressions grave, as if facing a great threat. Originally intending to attack Xiao Feng, they immediately changed their minds and turned to flee. What was the point of fighting? In just a second or two, Xiao Feng had killed 7 demons. The combined strength of the 3 surviving demons was not much stronger than the 7 that had just fallen. They were not enough for Xiao Feng to kill. If they didn't escape, they would likely be taken down in one blow. Want to leave? That's a bit too fanciful. Everyone, get down. Xiaofeng moved like lightning, appearing behind the blood demon like a ghost. He kicked out, sending the blood demon spewing blood, his rapidly flying body crashing down from the sky, hitting the ground. Bang! Bang! Xiaofeng was incredibly fast, catching up to the other two fleeing demons, kicking them each and leaving them half dead. Then, he tossed the three heavily injured demons together. These three surviving demons were the blood demon, the blood-eating tree demon, and the tentacle demon. Xiaofeng had many questions to ask them, so he kept them around for now. Senior Xiaofeng, we were blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. We did not mean to offend you. And we ask you to, the blood demon kowtowed like pounding garlic, speaking with great trepidation. Shut up. Be quiet. Xiaofeng scolded. Without a doubt, these three would want to say some words of pleading, and he had no interest in listening, so he cut them off in time. The blood demon opened his mouth, many words of pleading still unspoken, but he was interrupted by Xiaofeng and dared not continue. I know what you want to say, you just want to live, right? If you honestly answer a few of my questions and submit to me as my servants, I won't necessarily have to kill you. Of course, if you hide anything, heh. At this point, Xiaofeng sneered, and the implication was quite clear. If they didn't answer honestly and tried to play tricks, they would be doomed. Senior Xiao, you can ask anything, I will not hide a single thing. The blood demon quickly stated. Yes, we guarantee to speak without reservation and won't fool you. The blood-eating tree demon and the tentacle demon vowed earnestly. They had originally thought that falling into Xiaofeng's hands meant certain death today. They did not expect there to be room for negotiation. However, becoming his servants was quite difficult for the noble demon race to accept. But compared to being alive, it seemed not entirely unacceptable. As long as they could keep their lives, that was enough. Very well, I will ask each of you three separately. If your answers do not match, you know the consequences. After saying this, Xiaofeng cast a light barrier, enveloping himself and the blood demon within it. This light curtain can block the transmission of sound, and those outside cannot see what is happening inside. By doing this, he effectively prevents the three demon lords from colluding. Elder Xiao, feel free to ask anything you want to know. The blood demon said with a face full of forced smiles. Looking at his friendly demeanor, there was hardly a trace of the aura of a demon lord. Aside from his somewhat frightening appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was a demon lord who had killed countless people. Where do you come from? Xiaofeng asked. The heavenly demon star domain. The blood demon blurted out, and a look of nostalgia actually appeared on his face. Xiaofeng frowned slightly, trying hard to recall, but found no information about the heavenly demon star domain. It seemed to be a place he was unaware of. How did you come to Earth, and what is your purpose? Be more specific, Xiaofeng said. It's like this. The blood demon dared not hide anything and recounted the whole story. The demon race is born with a strong aggressiveness, just like the country of the bald eagle. The flesh and blood of various races from the heavens are like a great supplement to them. They eat wherever they go. In ancient times, they followed General Tumo to the heavenly realm, controlling the star demons to arrive there. They immediately launched a frenzied massacre against the various races of the heavenly realm, devouring their flesh and blood. Among the races in the heavenly realm, the human race is the strongest. The human cultivators in the tribulation transcendence period led their strongest to resist tenaciously, and both sides engaged in a protracted war. That battle lasted for over 100 years, causing immense destruction. The land was scarred, and countless lives were lost. Both sides suffered heavy losses. It is unknown how many strong ones fell. Later, in the mid to late stages of the war, one of the forbidden areas of the heavenly realm, the Valley of the Buried Immortals, suddenly erupted with brilliant light, shooting up to the heavens and illuminating the entire heavenly realm. Moreover, it was accompanied by various celestial phenomena, with winds and clouds changing. Even more astonishingly, the sound of the great Tao appeared, with celestial music resonating with heaven and earth, containing boundless mysteries. With so many anomalies, it was clear that a supreme treasure had emerged. General Tumo's greed was stirred, and he temporarily abandoned the slaughter of the various races. In comparison, the supreme treasure was more important. Thus, he led his subordinates into the Valley of the Buried Immortals. On the human side, they were equally moved by the unknown supreme treasure and did not want it to fall into the hands of the demon race. So, they also rushed into the perilous and dangerous Valley of the Buried Immortals. It was no surprise that both sides clashed fiercely in the process of searching for the treasure, resulting in countless casualties. In the end, it was the human strong who got to the treasure first. However, after obtaining it, the human strong were dumbfounded. Inside that supreme treasure, there was clearly a terrifying energy fluctuation. Yet they could not control or use it. There was no time to slowly study its usage. Naturally, the demon race was unwilling to give up and launched wave after wave of attacks against them, determined to seize the treasure. The human side was beaten back step by step. They knew that if this continued, they would eventually be wiped out. Death was one thing, but they were even more unwilling to see the treasure fall into the hands of the demon race after their demise. To prevent this from happening, the strong from the human race and other races discussed and decided to send a few talented juniors from each race to take the treasure to Earth. In the future, if they could decipher the mysteries of the treasure and greatly increase their cultivation, they might be able to return to the heavenly realm and annihilate the demon race. Due to the absolute barrier, it was very difficult for the strong from the heavenly realm to come down. Moreover, the unique terrain of the Valley of the Buried Immortals made it even harder to reach Earth from there. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it was to go to Earth. They used several kinds of boundary-breaking artifacts and exerted tremendous effort to send that group of rising stars to Earth. After General Tumo learned of this, he also used various means to send a group of weak demon lords to Earth to seize that supreme treasure. After listening to the Blood Demon's account, Xiaofeng's heart could not calm down for a long time. He never expected such great turmoil to occur in the heavenly realm, and now he had no idea what the situation was. What was the outcome for the demon race and the various races of the heavenly realm? Who ultimately achieved victory? All of this could only be truly understood if he personally ventured to the heavenly realm. Moreover, what shocked him was that the treasure, which was fiercely contested by powerful beings from various races, had actually been brought to Earth. A treasure that could cause anomalies in the heavens and earth and produce the sounds of the great Tao must undoubtedly be at the immortal level. Only treasures of this caliber could elicit such peculiar reactions. It was indeed an immortal-grade treasure, and Xiaofeng was quite tempted. Even in his previous life in the spirit realm, he had never possessed a treasure of this level. Now that it had fallen to Earth, he had to find a way to claim it for himself. He couldn't let it fall into someone else's hands. How many powerful beings did the various races from the heavenly realm send to Earth back then? Xiaofeng asked. There are just 12 of us from the demon race. On the heavenly side, there are 15, including 2 early-stage transformation gods. Blood Demon recalled for a moment and said with certainty. Their demon race did not have any world-breaking artifacts, and they were also restricted by various limitations within the Burial of Immortals Valley. General Tukue had exerted a great deal of effort to send down the 12 demon heads. As for the transformation stage demon heads, General Tukue was unable to manage that. The heavenly realm was different. They had world-breaking artifacts that allowed them to send 2 early-stage transformation cultivators and 13 nascent soul cultivators to Earth. However, that was also their limit. After sending those powerful beings down, the world-breaking artifacts were shattered into pieces, becoming useless. Where did the powerful beings from the heavenly realm take the treasure? Did you not encounter them later? Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. When this matter was mentioned, Blood Demon sneered sarcastically. We did encounter them, but it seems they all died, and the treasure is missing. What do you mean by that? Xiaofeng was even more confused. Who wouldn't want the treasure? After the powerful beings from the heavenly realm arrived on Earth, they probably became greedy for the treasure, leading to infighting and mutual slaughter. By the time we found that battlefield, the ground was littered with scattered flesh and the left by the great battle. Unfortunately, no treasure was found at the scene, and we have no idea where it ended up. I suspect it was picked up by the local cultivators on Earth, which is why we launched a massacre against them, hoping to find the treasure. Later on, we were suppressed. Blood Demon recounted this past event. Xiaofeng opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. Indeed, wealth stirs the heart, especially when it comes to immortal-grade treasures. Who wouldn't be tempted? It was entirely reasonable for them to slaughter each other over the treasure. The top-tier powerful beings from the heavenly realm who sent them down probably never anticipated such a situation would arise. So, you also don't know where the treasure is? Xiaofeng asked. That's right, but the local cultivators on Earth might know. Of course, this is just my speculation. To get the answer, we need to find the descendants of those cultivators who survived back then and ask them. Blood Demon said. Among the powerful beings that came down from the heavenly realm, were there any Shindragons or phoenixes? Xiaofeng suddenly thought of the Shindragons in the midst of the return to ruins and the possible existence of phoenixes, which prompted his question. He was very curious if there was any connection between the two. No, Blood Demon answered firmly. Although the powerful beings that came down from the heavenly realm included other races besides humans, the Shindragons and phoenixes were not among them. One last question, where did you get that red great sword you used when you came to Earth? Xiaofeng learned from Lu Hankia's memories that the evil sword originally belonged to Blood Demon, and later it became a trophy of the human race. He was also very interested in the evil spirit hidden within the evil sword, as it might have once been a powerful being at the level of an immortal emperor. That sword, I got it while following General Tukue in battles across various places on a certain planet, Blood Demon said, puzzled as to why Xiaofeng was asking about that great sword. Did it hold some secret? It shouldn't be. That great sword was just easier to handle. I didn't notice anything unusual about it. The great sword hides an evil spirit, didn't you notice? Xiao Feng retorted. This. The blood demon was quite surprised and shook his head, saying, no. Alright, I've finished my questions. Now we'll go ask the other two demons. Xiao Feng shattered the light barrier and went to interrogate the blood-devouring tree demon. More than half an hour later, all the interrogations were over. The answers from the three demons were almost identical, with little difference. It seemed they were all telling the truth. There was no deception involved. Xiao Senior, we've said what we needed to say. Can you let us go now? The blood demon asked with an expectant look. The blood-devouring tree demon and the tentacle demon also looked at Xiao Feng with pitiful eyes. Their lives were in someone else's hands, and whether they could survive depended entirely on the other party's mood. You guys are quite ugly, but your thoughts are rather beautiful. Letting you go is impossible. Xiao Feng said coldly. Why don't you keep your promise? Didn't you say that if we cooperated, you would let us go? The blood demon, now anxious, suppressed his anger and said, a joke. Humans and demons are natural enemies. Do you need to keep promises with an enemy? What's the difference between that and being a fool? So, you all must die. Xiao Feng extended his finger and used the Great Yen Demon Destruction Finger on each of the three demons. He shattered their demon seeds and instantly killed them. Xiao Feng, you are burning bridges and being untrustworthy. You won't have a good ending. General Tu Kuei will not spare you, just wait to die. The blood demon roared in a frenzy before dying. Humph. Tu Kuei from the heavenly demon, right? When I get to the heavenly realm, I'll take care of him, Xiao Feng said disdainfully. From the previous interrogation, he had roughly understood that Tu Kuei's cultivation level should be at the tribulation crossing stage, the same as his previous live's realm. What was there to fear? The spiritual energy in the heavenly realm must be abundant. With spiritual energy, his cultivation could rise sharply, and it wouldn't be impossible to reach the tribulation crossing stage in a short time. Coupled with his various powerful methods, killing Tu Kuei would be no difficulty. Moreover, he would soon find that evil sword, control the evil spirit, and force out various celestial techniques from it, which would significantly enhance his combat power. Additionally, if luck was on his side, he might even obtain that supreme treasure and the secrets of Mount Tai, both of which were great opportunities. Was the treasure in the Mount Tai secrets the same as the supreme treasure of the heavenly realm? Although both appeared on Earth around the same time, during the period from the Abyssal Passage to the invasion of the 12 demons, Xiao Feng couldn't be sure. It was still the same reasoning, mere speculation couldn't reveal the answer, he needed to find them to confirm. For now, all 12 demons had died at his hands. However, Xiao Feng's mood was not relaxed. Whether those powerful beings from the heavenly realm were truly all dead was still an unknown. If there were survivors, whether they remained on Earth would be a blessing or a curse, friend or foe, was uncertain. Unfortunately, there were no clues about them. Xiao Feng couldn't find them for the time being. He feared that one day they might emerge and cause harm to the Dragon Kingdom. Hopefully, things would develop positively. Xiao Feng returned to the Xiao family estate. Upon entering, he noticed considerable damage in the front yard. This was caused by those demons. Fortunately, most of the estate's buildings were intact. Young Master Xiao. Xiao Feng. Brother. Upon seeing him return, Yan Nantian and the others immediately came forward to greet him. Each of them wore a radiant smile, and their gazes were mixed with various emotions: admiration, respect, gratitude, and affection. The affection referred to Yi Wushuang and Xin Xingxue. This time, Xiao Feng had saved their lives again and rescued billions of beings on Earth. If Xiao Feng hadn't appeared in time to kill all 12 demons, the consequences would have been unimaginable. One demon needed to consume several meals a day, each meal requiring the blood and flesh of tens of thousands of humans. Together, 12 demons would need to consume tens of millions of people in a day. It won't be long before humanity on Earth is completely consumed by them. Just thinking about that scene sends shivers down their spines. Xiao Feng, thank you for saving us. Yi Wushuang expressed her heartfelt gratitude. It's just a small matter, nothing to fuss about. Xiao Feng shrugged and said nonchalantly. That's true, you've saved us so many times, I've probably thanked you enough to be numb to it, so I won't be overly sentimental. Yi Wushuang smiled and then asked, how did your cultivation become so strong? Did you find an opportunity in the Guishu? And what about those enemies of yours in the Guishu? Did they come looking for revenge? She was very concerned about these questions. There were some opportunities. As for the enemies, I've killed them all. Xiao Feng spoke as if it were a trivial matter. But to Yi Wushuang and Yan Nantian, it was shocking. They knew that the enemies Xiao Feng had offended in the Guishu were nascent soul cultivators. To think they had been killed by Xiao Feng. However, on the other hand, Xiao Feng had easily killed 12 powerful demons. Killing nascent soul cultivators in the Guishu didn't seem like such a rare feat. Notify Elder Yi, let him bring the senior members of the Kunlun War Department over. I have something to discuss with them, Xiaofeng said to Yan Nantian. Foster father and the others are on their way, they should arrive in a few hours. Yan Nantian had contacted Yi Sanglong while questioning the blood demon and the others, reporting the situation here. Yi Sanglong and the senior members of the War Department had been heavy-hearted, unsure how to deal with the 12 demons, believing they were doomed and would surely die. Who would have thought that Xiaofeng, relying solely on himself, had turned the tide and annihilated all the demons? This left them feeling relieved and overjoyed. They immediately set off to thank Xiaofeng in person. Xiaofeng nodded and looked at Yi Wuxuang, asking, is there any news about Yun Zhenghe? That Yun Zhenghe was the ancestor of the Yun family in Jiangcheng, missing for many years without a trace. Xiaofeng had destroyed the Yun family and had always wanted to kill Yun Zhenghe to eliminate this hidden danger. Since he didn't know the whereabouts of the other party, he had assigned the task of finding Yun Zhenghe to Yi Wuxuang. Sorry, there's still no information about him, Yi Wuxuang said apologetically, feeling very guilty. After all, this was the only task Xiaofeng had asked her to handle, and she hadn't done it well. No need to apologize, maybe he's already dead. For a small fry like him, it's fine if we can't find him, Xiaofeng said indifferently. The reason he wanted to find Yun Zhenghe was mainly due to his concern that the other party might take revenge on Xinxue and his sister while he was away. Now that the iron-armored puppet had died at the hands of the demons, the two had no security. However, thinking about how he had brought back so many resources this time, with ample resources, he believed Xinxue and his sister would soon be able to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. This realm was considered top-notch on Earth. It seemed unnecessary to worry too much about Yun Zhenghe. Even if he came knocking, it was highly likely he would be seeking his own death. I will continue to search for him, I must find him, alive or dead, Yi Wuxuang said firmly. You can handle it as you see fit, you'll just catch up with my family. With that, Xiaofeng took Xinxue and his sister's little hands and entered the inner courtyard. Watching their departing figures, Yi Wuxuang pouted. She also wanted to catch up with Xiaofeng. Unfortunately, Xiaofeng had no intention of that, and she couldn't force it. She could only let out a soft sigh. Back in the room, Xiaofeng took out a large amount of spiritual herbs from the Qinkuan ring. As soon as he took them out, the entire room was filled with abundant spiritual energy and the fragrance of the herbs. These spiritual herbs were aged ones, specifically reserved by Xiaofeng for them. They could sustain their cultivation for a long time, at least helping them break through to the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. When he returns from the Jinwu realm next time, he will surely bring back a lot of cultivation resources, and by then, the two of them will be able to cultivate to a higher realm. Wow, it smells so good. It's countless times richer than the spiritual energy in the qi condensation pills, Xiao Chirue exclaimed in delight. Are these all for me and Rue? Xinxue asked, stunned and shocked. Of course, who else would I give them to? Xiaofeng smiled. If they're all for us, then what about you? How will you cultivate? Xinxue asked with concern. I still have plenty. You and Rue can use these spiritual herbs freely. Don't worry about wasting them, aim to establish your foundation as soon as possible. The words establish foundation were emphasized by Xiaofeng. At the same time, he flashed a mischievous smile at Xinxue. The latter understood his meaning instantly, her ears turning red. She raised her delicate pink fist and playfully punched his chest a few times, blaming him for being so improper, always thinking about such things whenever they were together. Meanwhile, she secretly thought to herself that she needed to work hard on her cultivation to break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. After Xiaofeng returned today, the way he looked at me was as if he wanted to devour me. He must have been holding back. And I can't let him keep holding it in like this. Otherwise, it might lead to problems. Who knows, it might even allow Yi Wuxuang to get ahead. Xinxue could see that Yi Wuxuang had a deep affection for her man. With someone so outstanding, it was hard to guarantee that Xiaofeng wouldn't be tempted. Therefore, she had to let Xiaofeng taste the sweetness to firmly capture his heart and body. As Xiaofeng became more and more exceptional, her sense of crisis grew stronger. In the room, Xiaofeng carefully categorized all the medicinal materials. He patiently explained to Xinxue and her sister which ones to take at which stage. Medicinal materials cannot be taken haphazardly, otherwise accidents might occur. They were still low-level qi refining cultivators, and if they directly consumed a herb that would greatly benefit a later-stage golden core cultivator, the spiritual energy in their bodies would far exceed their absorption speed and capacity, causing their bodies to explode. This is similar to the principle of the if an ordinary person were to consume 1,000-year-old ginseng, it would definitely cause problems. Xinxue and Xiao Chirui listened attentively, memorizing every word he said. After explaining the usage of the medicinal materials at the request of the two, Xiao Feng began to recount his recent experiences. During the storytelling, the two of them occasionally gasped in amazement. Xiao Feng's experiences were truly spectacular, even more breathtaking than watching a sci-fi blockbuster. They both yearned for the day when they could be as powerful as Xiao Feng. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Yi Sanglong arrived with the senior members of the Kunlun War Department. By the time they arrived, Xiao Feng had already appeared in the front courtyard. Daoist Yi. Before Yi Sanglong even landed, he cupped his fists in greeting to Xiao Feng. The people who followed him also cupped their fists. Everyone, no need for such formalities. Xiao Feng waved his hand, not indicating for them to come in and sit, but instead receiving the guests in the front courtyard. Daoist Xiao, you called us here for what purpose? Yi Sanglong looked Xiao Feng up and down. He had learned from the phone call that Xiao Feng had killed all 12 demons, and he did so with great ease. This made him very curious about Xiao Feng's cultivation level. However, after observing for a moment, he found that Xiao Feng's aura was no different from before, making it impossible to discern the depth of his cultivation. This was because Xiao Feng had reached a masterful level of control over his own spiritual energy, his aura being restrained. Without using spiritual energy, outsiders could not detect his cultivation level. However, the pressure emanating from Xiao Feng was much stronger than before. Standing in front of Xiao Feng, Yi Sanglong could feel an invisible pressure as deep as the ocean. It was as if the person before him was not a human, but a towering mountain reaching up to the heavens. I don't have any specific orders, just preparing to give you some cultivation resources. After saying this, Xiao Feng took out some spiritual herbs from his Qianquan ring and placed them on the ground. Instantly, the air was filled with spiritual energy. Seeing so many spiritual herbs, everyone's breath caught and their eyes turned red. The spiritual energy on earth is scarce and extremely barren. The number of spiritual herbs is pitifully low, and their age is not high, resulting in very average efficacy. Unlike the spiritual herbs that Xiao Feng has brought out, each one is rich in spiritual energy. They have never seen so many high-quality spiritual herbs in their lives. Just casually consuming one could allow them to directly establish their foundation and break through to the realm they have pursued all their lives. Xiao Daoyu, what is this? Yi Sanglong asked, puzzled. Didn't I mention last time? Once I returned from the Guishu, I would bring back some resources to help you improve your cultivation. Now I'm fulfilling that promise, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Yi Sanglong and the members of the Kunlun War Department have been silently guarding the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Feng truly appreciates them. If he can help, he will. Moreover, during the invasion of the Demon Lord into the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Sanglong was concerned about the safety of Xinqingshui and Xiao Chirui, specifically sending Yan Nantian and Yi Wushuang to take the two to Guishu for refuge. Although it didn't have much effect and they were ultimately caught by the Demon Lords, the intention alone was enough for Xiao Feng to be generous. As always, Xiao Feng never holds back for his own people. Really? Xiao Feng, you are so generous. I love you, Yi Wushuang exclaimed excitedly. She is currently at the early stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, and given her 10 years, she should be able to break through to the midstage. However, at this level, her martial arts path would basically reach its end. Without resources to support her, taking another step forward would be nearly impossible. With the spiritual herbs given by Xiao Feng, the outcome would be different. With her martial arts talent, she could completely establish her foundation in a short time. Xiao Daoyu, thank you for your generosity. The others were also moved to tears, their eyes brimming with excitement. Especially Zhou Chao and Zhuge Yan, a group of latest-stage Earth Immortal warriors whose lifespans were nearing their end. Once they established their foundation, their lifespans could increase by several decades. For the latest-stage Earth Immortal warriors, 3 herbs each, and for the others, 2 herbs each. Do you have any objections? Yi Sanglong quickly assessed the spiritual herbs and made a distribution plan. No objections, we all follow your arrangements, Yi Lao. Ha, I can get 2 spiritual herbs. This surprise came too suddenly, it's something I never even dared to dream of. 3 spiritual herbs. I've never been this extravagant in my life. Everyone's faces lit up with smiles, and some were even moved to tears of joy. Seeing their exaggerated reactions, Xiao Feng couldn't help but smile. This was just the beginning. He had merely taken out the surplus spiritual herbs from his Qianquan ring, and it made them so happy. If he were to take out the resources stored in the belly of the golden little dragon, they would surely be overjoyed. Little Jean, wake up, don't sleep anymore. Xiao Feng patted the dragon head at his waist. Yawn. Brother Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Little Jean woke from its slumber, yawned, and opened its sleepy eyes, looking drowsily at Xiao Feng. Spit out the Qianquan rings. Xiao Feng laughed. Okay. Little Jean twisted its body and flew out from Xiao Feng's waist, opening its mouth to spit. Clatter, hundreds of Qianquan rings were poured out onto the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone present was left speechless, stunned into silence. Just moments ago, when Xiao Feng was speaking to little Jean, they were shocked beyond measure. They had previously thought that the dragon coiling around Xiao Feng's waist was just a dragon head belt. They never expected it to be a golden dragon, and one that could speak human language. Dragons, such creatures, only exist in the myths of Earth. It was the first time seeing one, and anyone would be left agape. However, compared to the mountain of Qiankuan rings piled on the ground, a golden dragon seemed less shocking. Xiao Daoyu, where did you get so many Qiankuan rings? Yi Sanglong was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. After a while, he finally managed to suppress his inner excitement and asked, I got them all from Guishu in the Jinwu realm. Within these Qiankuan rings, besides spiritual herbs, there are many weapons, techniques, martial skills, talismans, formation plates, and rare minerals. Old Yi, you'll leave the distribution of these items to you. I won't interfere, Xiao Feng said lightly. The crowd opened their mouths, unsure of what to say to express their feelings at that moment. It seemed that only the words awesome could describe Xiao Feng's grand gesture. This was too extravagant. They had originally thought that receiving 2 or 3 spiritual herbs each would be a tremendous surprise. However, an even greater surprise was yet to come. They had celebrated too early. Xiao Feng drew one of the Qiankuan rings towards him and took out a short knife and a long sword. He handed them to Yi Wushuang and Yan Nantian, respectively. Their weapons had been destroyed by the demon, and these two were just right for them. Yi Wushuang and Yan Nantian received them with both hands, overjoyed and reluctant to part with them. Friend Yi, what's the situation in the Guishu? And where is the Jinwu realm? Yi Sanglong asked curiously. Xiao Feng did not hide anything and gave a rough description. As everyone listened to his account, it felt like they were hearing a mythological story. Their expressions were incredibly vivid. They had not expected that there were so many neighboring spaces around Earth where martial arts flourished and spiritual energy was abundant, making it a place to yearn for. Unlike Earth, which was so backward and barren. Whether it's Guishu or the Jinwu realm, you all should refrain from going there for now. There are many dangers hidden there. Focus on your cultivation first and raise your levels. After some time, when I have cleared those places, it won't be too late for you to go, Xiao Feng reminded them. He could see that these people were eager to visit the Jinwu realm and Guishu, but their cultivation levels were too low. If they went, even a slight misstep could lead to death. Hence, he kindly advised them. Understood, I will heed your advice. Yi Sanlong nodded. Has there been any intrusion by outsiders at the witch cult's stronghold recently? There was a damaged heavenly array in the witch cult's stronghold. Once he gathered the materials to repair the formation, Xiao Feng planned to use the heavenly array to reach the heavenly realm. He was very concerned about the heavenly array, so he had previously asked Yi Sanglong to send a troop and some strong individuals to guard it, preventing others from intruding. No, Yi Sanlong replied. Very well, send more strong individuals over to ensure tight security, Xiao Feng instructed. Understood. Yi Sanglong turned to the other 2 recipients of the Kunlun order, Zhou Chao and Zhu Gaiyan, and said, How about you two go? Happy to serve. They replied in unison. These individuals had all received great favors from Xiao Feng and were very willing to assist him. They felt it was an honor, and there was no reason to decline. Alright, once the resources are distributed to you, set off immediately, Yi Sanlong said to the 2. This was the first time he had seen Xiao Feng take such a matter so seriously, even more than when he first encountered the blood-devouring tree demon in cave number 3. Therefore, he regarded this as a top priority. In addition to sending Zhu Gaiyan and Zhou Chao, he would also dispatch other strong individuals to go along. That's all for now, you all can go back. Xiao Feng dismissed them. Then we won't disturb you any longer. Yi Sanglong was perceptive, instructing his men to collect the Qiankuan rings from the ground and then let everyone away. Among them, Yi Wushuang was the most reluctant. As she left, she turned back 3 times, wishing Xiao Feng would ask her to stay a little longer. After not seeing him for so long, it was a rare reunion and she hadn't even had the chance to talk. She was very unwilling to leave like this. However, Xiao Feng showed no intention of keeping her. If he kept her at home, Shin Kings's jealousy would surely erupt. He wouldn't do such a thankless thing. It was better to let Yi Wushuang go, the farther the better. On the way back to Qianlongjian, Yi Sanglong and the others were in exceptionally good spirits. Reflecting on the events of the day, it truly had been a roller coaster full of twists and turns. At noon, they had heard that the demon had escaped and was within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone's hearts had jumped to their throats. Feeling as if they were facing a great enemy, utterly despairing then, upon hearing that Xiao Feng had effortlessly defeated the 12 demon lords, they felt a sense of relief, as if they had survived a catastrophe. Later, when Xiao Feng provided them with so many cultivation resources, they were overwhelmed with excitement and elation, even waking up laughing in their dreams. Their emotions that day were like a roller coaster, full of ups and downs. Fortunately, the final outcome was beautiful and fulfilling. And all of this was brought about by Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng is truly a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom, the savior of the world. Everyone felt this sentiment in their hearts. Wuxuan, once we return, notify the publicity department to widely promote the news of Daoist Xiao killing the 12 demon lords and saving all of humanity. We can't let Daoist Xiao work hard for nothing, Yi Sanglong said to Yi Wuxuan. In fact, Xiaofeng had just had this thought. After all, with such publicity, his reputation would become even more resounding worldwide. Surely many more people would become his followers, offering him their devotion and support. But Xiaofeng didn't want to bring it up himself, so he remained silent. Unexpectedly, Yi Sanglong took care of it for him, which was a good thing for him. Got it, Yi Wuxuan said sullenly. She was still feeling disappointed for not staying at Xiaofeng's house. After sending off these guests, Xiaofeng returned to the inner courtyard to accompany Xin Xingxue and Xiao Chirui. By this time, the sky was getting late and it was time for dinner. There weren't many extra dishes at home. So, Xin Xingxue suggested going to the supermarket to buy groceries. Xiaofeng readily agreed and took her hand as they headed out. Xiao Chirui, being perceptive, did not follow. She didn't want to be a third wheel and disturb her brother and sister-in-law's rare time together. Going to the supermarket was a mundane task. But for Xiaofeng, being able to shop for groceries with his beloved was incredibly warm and happy. In his previous life in the spirit realm, he had dreamed of living such a life but had never been able to achieve it. Now that his wish had finally come true, he cherished it deeply. After some selection, they bought a lot of groceries. At the checkout, the supermarket manager recognized him and declared that he would waive the bill. Not only that, but other customers also rushed to offer to pay for him. It was clear that his image had already taken root in people's hearts, holding an unparalleled status among the public. Xin Xingxue, seeing everyone so enthusiastic, felt a sense of pride as well. Being Xiaofeng's lover made her feel immensely proud and honored. Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude and declined their kindness. To avoid attracting more onlookers, after paying, the two quickly left. Back home, Xiaofeng and Xin Xingxue went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. As the younger sister, Xiao Chirui simply sat on the sofa waiting to eat, enjoying herself. She turned on the TV and found that all the channels were overwhelmingly reporting on Xiaofeng's defeat of the 12 demon lords and the salvation of the earth. Although Xiao Chirui knew more details than what was being reported, she still watched with great interest. With the spread of various media, Xiaofeng's deeds quickly reached every corner of the world. His prestige and credibility were further enhanced. The demon lords just died like that? I can hardly believe it. I thought the apocalypse was coming, that we couldn't escape death this time, but it turns out the one who saved us wasn't God, but Xiaofeng. In the past, the Holy Church was destroyed by Xiaofeng, and our country was almost wiped out by him. I held a grudge against him, but now I don't hate him at all. On the contrary, I'm very grateful. Having believed in the Holy Church for so many years, God never cared for me even once. I might as well believe in Xiaofeng. That makes sense. From now on, we will be Xiaofeng's followers. The people of the Western countries, who had the most hatred towards the Dragon Kingdom and Xiaofeng, began to change their beliefs after seeing the news. Even their attitude towards Xiaofeng made a complete turnaround, not to mention the people of other countries. It could be said that everyone was returning to him. The collective devotion they formed would surely benefit Xiaofeng in the near future. Late at night, Xiaofeng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In a body in its 20s, it's quite normal to have a lot of energy. Especially in the past few days, having encountered 2 beauty traps in a row has affected him somewhat, leaving a surge of desire within. Poor Xiaofeng, despite having his delicate wife Xin Xingxue at home, cannot indulge in her charms. By the time I return next time, Xingxue should be able to establish her foundation, and then we can share the same bed. Stop thinking about it. The more I think, the less I can sleep. I might end up sneaking into Kingsu's room. Sleep. Xiaofeng forced himself to close his eyes. For female cultivators, it's best to engage in intimate relations only after establishing their foundation. Doing so prematurely can affect their cultivation. Tonight, the Dragon Kingdom is destined to be restless. Several individuals have broken through the shackles of martial arts and entered the foundation establishment stage. They are Yi Sanglong, Yan Nantian, Zhou Chao, and Zhu Gayan. They were already exceptionally gifted, having been suppressed for many years under the late stage of the Earth Immortal. Now, with the provision of cultivation resources, they have made a smooth breakthrough. Zhang Tianchi from Longhushan and the leader of Wodan will receive their resources a bit later, and they are expected to break through tomorrow. It is anticipated that in the coming days, a batch of foundation establishment martial artists will emerge in the Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, there will be continuous advancements. In the next 3 days, Xiaofeng did not rush to the true martial realm but instead took Xin Xingxue and his sister out for some fun. He completely gave himself a break to spend quality time with his family. To prevent being recognized, Xiao Feng wore a mask and sunglasses the entire time, concealing himself thoroughly. He truly experienced the troubles of being a star. The outing was naturally enjoyable, and the three had a great time. However, happy times are always fleeting. On the fourth day, Xiao Feng made a request. He had many things to do next. First, to quickly find more resources in the true martial realm to break through to the transformation stage. Second, to search for the treasured item that fell from the heavenly realm. And third, to hunt powerful beasts in the mists of the return ruins, looking for the remains of the Shenlong and possibly existing phoenixes. You all practice well at home. Don't be lazy. Xingxue, I hope you'll be at the foundation establishment stage when I return. Xiao Feng looked at Xingxue and said meaningfully, I don't want that. Xingxue pouted, instantly understanding Xiao Feng's meaning. Even as he was about to leave, he was still concerned about matters between men and women. What was he thinking day by day? Amidst their reluctant gazes, Xiao Feng disappeared from their sight. Leaving like this, Xiao Feng felt somewhat uneasy. He made a call to Yan Nantian, asking him to send strong individuals to secretly protect Xingxue and his sister, and to have someone repair the front yard of the manor. After giving these instructions, Xiao Feng felt relieved. He could focus on his own matters. Little did he know, during his absence, significant events were unfolding in the true martial realm. A large-scale operation targeting him was underway. Warriors from various sects were searching for his whereabouts, determined to capture him and hand him over to the Morong family. This situation arose because the head of the Morong family, Morong Huang, had broken through. He became the first openly recognized cultivator in the true martial realm to reach the transformation stage. Time rewinds to yesterday morning. After Morong Huang emerged from seclusion, the core high-ranking member of the family, Morong Jingtao, came to visit, informing him that Morong Lan's soul lamp had extinguished. Upon hearing this news, Morong Huang was furious, extremely enraged. Morong Lan was one of their family's 13 perfected nascent soul cultivators, a precious asset to the family. Being killed was a significant loss for the Morong family. Moreover, it happened right at the critical moment of his promotion to the transformation stage. If the murderer was not severely punished, where would the Morong family's authority lie? It would be difficult for others to accept their dominance in the true martial realm in the future. Therefore, the murderer of Morong Lan must die. This was their first step towards becoming the overlords of the true martial realm. Morong Huang intended to use the murderer to establish authority and intimidate the strong in the true martial realm. Have you found out the background of the murderer? Morong Huang asked coldly. This, Patriarch, it was you who sent Morong Lan to carry out the mission. I had no idea where she was sent, so I can't track down the murderer. Morong Jingtai said with a gloomy expression, thinking that the Patriarch must know the identity of the killer. Previously, the Tianjian sect sent an urgent message saying that a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator was causing trouble, so I sent Morong Lan to assist. That latest-stage nascent soul cultivator must be the murderer, but unfortunately, I don't know who he is. However, the people from the Tianjian sect should know. Morong Huang said, Patriarch, the Tianjian sect has been destroyed. Aside from a few disciples who happened to be out on errands, there are no survivors. As Morong Jingtai said this, he suddenly connected the recent major events that had occurred in the Jinwu realm. So Morong Lan died at the Tianjian sect. I think I have a rough idea of who the murderer is, he said thoughtfully. Who? Morong Huang asked eagerly. A cultivator named Xiao Feng. Morong Jingtai replied. Xiao Feng? Morong Huang filtered through the names of latest-stage nascent soul cultivators in the Jinwu realm. It seemed there was no one named Xiao Feng. Yes, it's Xiao Feng. Patriarch, you may not know, but recently all 8 major sects in the eastern region have been wiped out, and the culprit is none other than Xiao Feng. He has the ability to destroy the 8 major sects, so he definitely has the capability to kill Morong Lan. Moreover, Xiao Feng disappeared after destroying the Jingyuan Daoist temple. Later, someone went to the temple to investigate and found the belongings of the temple master in a secret chamber, as well as a teleportation array leading to the western region. That teleportation array is conveniently located not far from the Tianjian sect. Considering all the circumstances, all the clues point to Xiao Feng. He is the prime suspect. Morong Jingtai spoke confidently, sharing his thoughts. He had only recently learned about the destruction of the 8 major sects in the eastern region and, connecting it to Morong Lan's death at the Tianjian sect, made this judgment. That makes sense. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one go, for now. Let's consider Xiao Feng the murderer. Morong Huang nodded and said, You should announce to the world that I have broken through to the transformation stage, and summon the leaders of the major sects to meet me. Anyone who does not come will be regarded as an enemy of the Morong family. In addition, have all sects search for Xiao Feng. Whoever finds him will be heavily rewarded. He quickly made arrangements. Understood, I will take care of it right away. Morong Jingtai accepted the order and left. Morong Huang had advanced to the transformation stage as a great cultivator. Once this news spread, all the powerful figures in the world were shocked. The Morong family already had 13 fully realized nascent soul cultivators, and their family power was immense, with only the Jingqi sect able to compete with them. The two major forces had been vying for dominance for many years, engaging in both open and covert struggles. Now, with Morong Huang's breakthrough, the balance maintained for years was shattered. The Morong family also became the undisputed number one power, the absolute overlord of the Jinwu realm. No one could shake their position. In an instant, all sects, intimidated by their might, voluntarily surrendered, sending their leaders to the Morong family residence to pay their respects to Morong Huang, expressing loyalty and willingness to become vassals of the Morong family. Looking across the entire Jinwu realm, only the Jingqi sect and a few other forces had not bowed to the Morong family. If nothing unexpected happened, once Morong Huang dealt with Xiaofeng, he would turn his attention to them, clearing away the obstacles on his path to dominance. The Morong family was now in a position where their call was met with 100 responses, riding high on their momentum. Since the announcement of the bounty for information on Xiaofeng, a frenzy of searches for his whereabouts had erupted. Many sects joined in this effort. However, none of them had ever seen Xiaofeng, and it was like a headless fly searching aimlessly. Fortunately, not long after, the Morong family provided them with a portrait of Xiaofeng, which reduced the difficulty of the search. As long as Xiaofeng remained in the Jinwu realm, he would be unable to evade capture, and they would eventually find him. Apart from the deceased Morong Lan, no one from the Morong family has ever seen Xiaofeng. The reason they have a portrait of Xiaofeng is thanks to the few remaining disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Over a month ago, Xiaofeng had a confrontation with the people from the Heavenly Sword sect near the spatial barrier. The outer elder, Shi Hong, held a grudge against him and sketched his appearance after returning to the sect. So many within the sect have seen that portrait. Those few who happened to be out on a mission when Xiaofeng annihilated the Heavenly Sword sect narrowly escaped disaster and became the lucky few. Upon learning that the Heavenly Sword sect was destroyed by Xiaofeng, their hatred for him was beyond measure. When they found out that the Morong family was seeking revenge on Xiaofeng, they were overjoyed and sent the portrait of Xiaofeng to the Morong residence. For providing the clue, they received a handsome reward, which made them extremely happy. At this moment, within a radius of several thousand kilometers around the spatial barrier, dozens of small and large forces had gathered, totaling around 4,000 to 5,000 people. They launched a carpet search, vowing to find Xiaofeng. Now that the Morong family was the dominant force, they were all vassals of the Morong family. If they could achieve merit in the search for Xiaofeng, they would surely gain the Morong family's favor. At that time, their status would rise, and soaring to success would be a given. Therefore, they all worked exceptionally hard, leaving no corner that could hide a person unchecked. Valley Master, we've searched the area around the Heavenly Sword sect, but we haven't found any trace of Xiaofeng. Do you think he might have gone to Earth? An elder from the Wild Wolf Valley asked the middle-aged man beside him near the spatial barrier. Are you an idiot? The spatial barrier is incredibly solid. Even a cultivator in the early stage of the transformation of God would find it difficult to pass through. What qualifications does Xiaofeng have to cross the barrier? The middle-aged man replied irritably. He was the Valley Master of Wild Wolf Valley, a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul. After searching for more than a day without finding any useful clues, he was quite agitated. I was foolish. Xiaofeng must have already left the western region. If we keep wasting time here, it would be better to look elsewhere, the elder said with a fawning smile. He knew well that his Valley Master was not only powerful but also had a bad temper, and he was afraid of saying something wrong that would upset him. Sigh, the western region is our territory. If Xiaofeng has gone elsewhere, it will be much harder for us to find him. It's infuriating, such a great opportunity to curry favor with the Morong family, and we can't seize it. It's truly a pity. If another force gets ahead of us, that would be even more frustrating. Xiaofeng, oh Xiaofeng, how I wish you would appear before me so I could step on your corpse and climb up the towering tree that is the Morong family. The Valley Master of Wild Wolf Valley sighed deeply. Just then, a ripple suddenly appeared on the spatial barrier just a few hundred meters away from him. Following that, an unbreakable barrier was torn open, and a young man walked in from the outside. Who else could it be but Xiaofeng? He looked at the scene before him, his expression somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Why were there so many martial artists gathered here? Having just arrived, Xiaofeng had yet to grasp the situation. He remembered that when he left here a few days ago, there was no one around. Why had it become so lively today? Valley Master, look, that's Xiaofeng? The elder, who had been facing the spatial barrier, saw him the moment Xiaofeng appeared. Hey, it really is that kid. Great. Quickly activate the communication artifact and report this news to the Morong family. The Valley Master of Wild Wolf Valley, who had just been sighing, instantly became extremely excited upon recognizing Xiaofeng. In his eyes, Xiaofeng was a prized asset, a stepping stone to elevate his status. Valley Master, since the message has been sent, our task is considered complete. We should hurry and escape to claim the reward. The elder was not as optimistic as the Valley Master, his face filled with terror. Escape? Are you joking? Can the clues to find Xiaofeng and the rewards for capturing him be compared? The latter is many times more generous than the former. It's not easy to see him. How can we miss this heaven-sent opportunity? Everyone, follow my orders and let's catch Xiaofeng, the leader of Wolf Valley said with a sinister grin. In fact, he didn't have much information about Xiaofeng, only knowing that he had destroyed the Heavenly Sword sect. As for Xiaofeng killing the perfected Yuanying Moronlan, the Morong family had not leaked a word to the outside world. Firstly, Moronglan's death would damage the family's prestige. The saying that family shame should not be aired is precisely this reason. Secondly, the Morong family was worried that if others knew Xiaofeng had the ability to kill Moronglan, they would fear him and thus become passive in the search. Wolf Valley was a mid-tier force in the western region, significantly stronger than the Heavenly Sword sect. The valley leader believed that with his late Yuanying cultivation he could single-handedly destroy the Heavenly Sword sect. Therefore, he didn't think much of Xiaofeng, who had also destroyed the Heavenly Sword sect by himself. They were just two sides of the same coin, and he had many Yuanying experts by his side, showing no fear of Xiaofeng. But, the elder wanted to say, Xiaofeng had torn through the spatial barrier to enter. Just this ability alone was enough to prove that Xiaofeng's strength was extraordinary, far surpassing theirs. If he didn't escape, he would likely face death. But what? Elder Hu, have you been living like a dog these years? Why are you getting more timid as you age? If you dare to speak nonsense again, watch out or he'll kill you. The leader of Wolf Valley was excited to capture Xiaofeng, but this elder was singing a different tune, making him quite annoyed. Fool, if you want to seek death, then I won't care about you. The elder, feeling angry, cursed inwardly, thinking that aside from his high cultivation, the leader of Wolf Valley was useless in every other aspect. Especially his intelligence, it was clearly not high. He was like a fool. If it weren't for having a good father, how could someone with such intelligence become the valley leader? Just like many leaders of state-owned enterprises in Manhwa, as dumb as pigs, they give absurd orders yet can sit in high positions. The elder had already made plans to slip away if things went south, not wanting to be foolish enough to get involved in the battle against Xiaofeng. Stealthily, he took a few steps back to make it easier to escape. Xiaofeng, will you surrender obediently, or do you want me to take action myself? The leader of Wolf Valley, leading a group of experts, surrounded Xiaofeng. Oh, you know me? Upon being called out by name, Xiaofeng was quite surprised. Seeing their malicious expressions, it was clear they were here for him. No wonder so many people had appeared. He, you are notorious and infamous. Who in the true martial realm doesn't know you? Although I don't know what you did to offend the Morong family, now that I've found you, your end has come. The leader of Wolf Valley said arrogantly, his eyes filled with fervor as he looked at Xiaofeng. Hearing this, Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes slightly, not expecting it to involve the Morong family. He wanted to ask what was going on, but then thought it unnecessary. He probably wouldn't get an answer anyway, so it was better to soul search directly. Leader, why waste words with him? Hurry up and capture him so we can go back and claim our reward. An impatient mid-Yuanying expert urged. Alright, attack. Don't give him any chance to escape, we must capture him alive, don't kill him. The leader of Wolf Valley issued the attack order. A large group of experts rushed towards Xiaofeng like a swarm. Humph. You bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals dare to be arrogant in front of me, seeking death. Xiaofeng was amused by the leader of Wolf Valley, especially when the other party claimed not to kill him. It sounded utterly ridiculous to him. Do you worthless fools have that capability? As the enemies were about to close in, Xiaofeng moved. With his right hand, he executed the dragon capture technique, and in the blink of an eye, he seized the leader of the Wild Wolf Valley, who was charging at the front. His tiger's mouth, the area between the thumb and index finger, tightly gripped the opponent's neck, and a powerful force surged into his body, sealing all of the opponent's meridians, rendering him unable to use spiritual energy. Meanwhile, his left hand struck several times, reducing the remaining enemies to nothing but pulp. A spray of blood mist erupted, exuding a sense of tragic beauty. From the moment Xiaofeng made his move to the end of the battle, only a second or two had passed. It was fluid and clean. Surely, the strong men of the Wild Wolf Valley never imagined Xiaofeng was this powerful. They hadn't even begun to launch their attacks before they inexplicably met their end. They died too quickly, too unexpectedly. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were gone. Tick-tock, tick-tock, large beads of sweat dripped from the leader of the Wild Wolf Valley's forehead. In a moment, he was drenched in sweat, leaving a puddle on the ground. Those unaware might think he had wet his pants. The The leader of the Wild Wolf Valley had never encountered a master of this level, nor had he ever faced such a perilous situation. In the face of this predicament, he was filled with terror, wanting to cry but having no tears. More than anything, he felt regret. If he had known, he should have listened to the elder's advice to take the good fortune and run, to avoid provoking Xiaofeng. If he had done that, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. However, on the other hand, who could have imagined Xiaofeng's strength was so exaggerated? In the true martial realm, there was only one known cultivator at the transformation stage, while Xiaofeng's realm was at most the peak of the nascent soul stage. With his late nascent soul strength, he should have been able to hold out for a few moves, not be so easily captured by Xiaofeng. Reflecting on the scene just now, he felt a lingering fear. Just one move. Xiaofeng had killed all his elite soldiers with a single strike, and he himself had been captured. Such combat power could only be achieved by someone at the transformation stage. At this moment, he truly wanted to slap himself several times, wondering why he had provoked this master. Senior Xiao, I slap. Seeing him about to speak, Xiaofeng struck him several times across the face, knocking him to the ground, blood flying, leaving him speechless. Boom! A punch landed on the leader of the Wild Wolf Valley's abdomen, killing his nascent soul. Now, the leader's heart was like dead ash, rendered a useless person, which felt worse than being killed. Little Jean, it's your turn to act, kill them all. Xiaofeng patted the golden little dragon coiling around his waist. The latter flashed and charged towards the disciples of the Wild Wolf Valley. Previously, the martial artists who had come to besiege Xiaofeng under the leader's command were mostly at the late Golden Core stage or above. Scattered around were many lower-level disciples of the Wild Wolf Valley. Upon seeing their leader captured and the upper echelons killed, they were terrified. They dropped their weapons and fled in all directions. Xiaofeng's principle was always to either not kill or to eradicate completely. He could not let these remnants escape. He then pursued the elder who was frantically fleeing. This person was at the early nascent soul stage and could not be spared. This is bad, our valley leader and the upper echelons have fallen into Xiaofeng's hands, his strength off. The elder, sensing the situation was dire, had already started to flee, activating a communication artifact to report the news to the core members of the Morong family. He originally intended to inform them that Xiaofeng's combat power might surpass the nascent soul stage, reaching the transformation stage. However, before he could report, he was caught up by Xiaofeng. From hundreds of meters away, a fierce and unmatched punch struck his back, exploding his body and destroying the communication artifact along with it. Xiaofeng glanced back. Over there, the golden little dragon was on a killing spree. Little Jean was at the mid-nascent soul stage, easily capable of dealing with peak nascent soul experts. Sending it to handle those small fries was a piece of cake. Xiaofeng didn't bother with the situation over there, leaving everything to Little Jean. Instead, he turned to the half-dead leader of the Wild Wolf Valley and began to perform the soul-searching technique. He wanted to see what had happened in the true martial realm during the days he was away. In the central region, within the Morong residence, Morong Jingtao frowned slightly. He had just received news that Xiaofeng had appeared near the spatial barrier and had wiped out the experts from Wolf Valley. The deaths of the Wolf Valley people were inconsequential. The key issue was that Morong Jingtao had finally discovered Xiaofeng's whereabouts. If the latter killed and then hit again, it would be troublesome. He was eager to kill Xiaofeng to avenge the deceased Morong Lan and did not want to wait any longer. No matter what, he could not let the trail of Xiaofeng go cold. Therefore, he immediately notified other forces within a few thousand kilometers of that area to hurry over and capture Xiaofeng. Those forces were actually nearby the spatial barrier, just not at the scene of the incident. Upon hearing the explosion, they rushed over immediately. Meanwhile, the stronger forces that were slightly farther away, upon receiving Morong Jingtao's message, also excitedly headed towards the spatial barrier. Morong Jingtao considered that revealing the truth about Xiaofeng annihilating Wolf Valley would discourage the other forces' experts, so he concealed this information. At the same time, he hurriedly found Morong Huang and informed him of the situation. Head of the family, I have sent the various forces near the spatial barrier to hold Xiaofeng. Given their strength, they probably won't last long. To avoid Xiaofeng disappearing again, we must act quickly. I am ready to set off to find him immediately. Morong Jingtao volunteered to personally confront Xiaofeng and bring him back. But Xiaofeng's strength is extraordinary. He has even defeated the 8 major sects in the eastern region. He is not someone you can handle. Morong Huang shook his head. Hearing this, Morong Jingtao suddenly woke up to the reality. Indeed, Xiaofeng's strength was too formidable, and he alone did not have the ability to kill him. How about this? For safety's sake, and to ensure we can capture Xiaofeng with certainty, I will provide you with some assistance. Morong Huang said. All right, I will follow the head of the family's arrangements. Morong Jingtao had no objections to this. Follow me. Morong Huang led him from the back hall to the front reception room. Inside the hall, A crowd of strong experts had gathered, all of them at the nascent soul stage. On 2 rows of seats sat the peak nascent soul experts. Those of lower realms could only stand at the back, not qualified to take a seat. These individuals were the leaders of the major forces within the true martial realm. Yesterday, after receiving the Morong family's notice, they had all come to pay their respects to Morong Huang. By today, except for the righteous sect and a few major forces, most of the leaders who were supposed to come had arrived. Among them was Du Feng, the strongest expert from Wolf Valley. He was the father of the Wolf Valley Master and at the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, his seat was positioned further back because the overall combat power of those sitting in front of him was stronger. Head of the Morong family. Upon seeing Morong Huang enter the hall, everyone quickly stood up and greeted him respectfully. Morong Huang pressed his hands down a few times, signaling for them to be seated, and said, "Everyone, the whereabouts of the scoundrel Xiao Feng have been exposed. Who among you is willing to follow Morong Jingtao to capture this scoundrel? It is my honor to serve the Morong family. How could I miss out on such a matter? I will go." Du Feng, the strongest from Wolf Valley, was eager to make a contribution in front of Morong Huang, showing great enthusiasm. "Count me in. I will go too." Many people actively signed up to participate. However, more remained silent, observing the situation without making a statement. It must be said that there are indeed many clever people in this world. Especially those who can become leaders of major forces are exceptionally shrewd and cunning. Although they did not know Xiao Feng and had little understanding of him, this did not prevent them from feeling apprehensive about him. The mere fact that Xiao Feng could provoke such a strong reaction from the Morong family was enough to prove that he was not simple. He could be a very powerful and troublesome figure. Moreover, with the participation of the powerful Morong Jingtao, who has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, Morong Huang still needed to gather helpers. This shows just how difficult it is to deal with Xiao Feng. Of course, among them, there were a few who were well informed and had heard about the annihilation of the 8 major sects in the eastern region, which was suspected to be related to Xiao Feng. Therefore, they could not get involved in the operation to capture Xiao Feng. It would be no different from seeking death. Thus, they all chose to stand by and gave up the opportunity to achieve merit this time. Since the people from the 8 major sects in the eastern region had mostly been killed by Xiao Feng, there were only a handful of survivors left. The events that occurred there had not yet spread widely, and due to the distance, very few people were aware of it. This included the core high-level members of the Morong family. Soon, the number of participants was decided. With Morong Jingtao, there were a total of 17 people, all of whom were cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Some mid and later stage nascent soul cultivators also wanted to participate but were rejected by Morong Huang. How could they dare to embarrass themselves with such low cultivation? Take this fan for self-defense. Morong Huang handed a fiery red feather fan to Morong Jingtao. The latter, filled with excitement, received the feather fan with both hands. This was one of the most powerful magical artifacts of the family, known as the Phoenix Fan. With a single strike, it could slay ordinary nascent soul peak cultivators, and its power was immense. With this fan, the pre-breakthrough Morong Huang had become one of the top 2 experts below the transformation stage in the true martial realm. The other, of course, was the old sect master of the righteous Qi sect. Morong Huang was now a transformation stage expert, so the Phoenix Fan had little effect on him. He temporarily lent it to Morong Jingtao. From this, it was clear that Morong Huang took Xiao Feng very seriously. It was precisely because he had the Phoenix Fan that he felt at ease handing the task of capturing Xiao Feng to Morong Jingtao. The reason Morong Huang did not personally go after Xiao Feng was mainly to guard against the righteous Qi sect attacking the Morong residents while he was away. Others might not know, but he was very clear that the righteous Qi sect was far from as simple as it appeared. Head of the family, I will definitely complete the task and live up to your expectations. Morong Jingtao said solemnly. Go, I await your good news. Morong Huang nodded. Let's go. Morong Jingtao turned around and, accompanied by more than a dozen nascent soul peak cultivators, marched grandly to the teleportation array leading to the Tianjian sect. Xiao Feng, I know you are strong. But we have so many powerful experts here, and I also have the Phoenix Fan, a great killing weapon. What do you have to fight me with? You will ultimately become my captive, unable to escape my grasp. Morong Jingtao sneered repeatedly. With the Phoenix Fan, he felt confident. As long as Xiao Feng was not a transformation stage cultivator, he could suppress him with a wave of his hand. He had an extremely strong confidence in this mission. Crack, crack, crack. The teleportation array was activated under the abundant supply of spirit stones, producing a crisp sound. As the light burst forth, these powerful cultivators were enveloped in blinding light and disappeared from their original location, soon being teleported to the entrance of the Tianjian sect in the western region. The pain brought by soul searching need not be elaborated. The howl of the Wild Wolf Valley's master was truly tragic. His eyes gradually became hollow and devoid of spirit, and his consciousness began to blur. Meanwhile, the information Xiao Feng extracted from his memories increased. No wonder the Morong family suddenly became so formidable. It turns out Morong Huang has broken through to the transformation stage. A mere early-stage transformation cultivator dares to act so arrogantly and is making a big fuss about capturing me all over the world. This is a rhythm of seeking death. I originally planned to go to your family to settle accounts, but unexpectedly, you are eager to find me for revenge. That works perfectly. Also, since the vast majority of forces in the true martial realm are involved in searching for my whereabouts, then when I destroy you and seize your cultivation resources, I will have no psychological burden. After the soul-searching ended, Xiao Feng wore a cold smile. It's not that he is arrogant. In his view, there isn't much difference between Morong Huang in the early stage of transformation and a cultivator in the qi refinement stage. Both can be taken down with a single move. If the opponent were in the mid-stage of transformation, he might be able to exchange a few blows, but the outcome would still be the same. They would all die. There's no helping it. After all, he is a great cultivator who has undergone tribulation and been reborn. The spells, martial techniques, and body movements he has mastered are far more profound than those possessed by cultivators in the true martial realm. Dealing with them is akin to a dimensional strike. It's like comparing $1 to 1 trillion Zimbabwean dollars, the same amount, yet worlds apart. Bang! Xiao Feng casually struck, killing the master of Wild Wolf Valley beside him. Under the promotion of the Morong family, my reputation has spread throughout the true martial realm. I should be a household name. If my mother were still alive, she would surely be looking for me. I hope to reunite with her soon. Xiao Feng came to the true martial realm with many purposes, among which finding his mother is his greatest wish. Just as the image of his mother from the photo left by his father surfaced in his mind, suddenly he raised an eyebrow, keenly sensing several auras rapidly approaching from all directions. More people are coming to seek death. Xiao Feng grinned, having learned from the memories of the Wild Wolf Valley master that there were dozens of people from various factions nearby searching for him. They must have come to capture him after hearing the news. Xiao Feng welcomed this. He hoped all those people would come over so he could deal with them all at once. It would be much more convenient than searching for them one by one. The golden little dragon was rampaging, sweeping away the remnants of Wild Wolf Valley like autumn winds scattering leaves. At this moment, it returned to Xiao Feng's side. Just then, two large forces charged in from two different directions. They recognized Xiao Feng at a glance, their faces lighting up with ecstatic expressions. Like the master of Wild Wolf Valley, they regarded Xiao Feng as a stepping stone to curry favor with the Morong family. What excited them even more was that there was a golden little dragon beside Xiao Feng. It nearly made their mouths water. Each of them stared greedily at the little golden dragon, their eyes burning with desire. They were itching to capture both Xiao Feng and the golden little dragon. However, upon seeing the corpses of the Wild Wolf Valley disciples scattered around, especially the body of the Wild Wolf Valley master right next to Xiao Feng, they were filled with trepidation and dared not act rashly. The master of Wild Wolf Valley was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, stronger than the highest cultivator among the two factions. If they were to attack Xiao Feng, their fate would likely be as tragic as that of the Wild Wolf Valley disciples. Nevertheless, the people from the two factions did not retreat or flee, because others from different factions were about to arrive. Once everyone gathered together and attacked in unison, they believed there was no way Xiao Feng could defeat them. He would surely become a turtle in a jar. Xiao Feng also did not rush to act. He was waiting for all the enemies to arrive. If he killed someone now, it would definitely scare off those enemies rushing here, and he didn't want to alert the snake in the grass. Thus, both sides stood their ground, confronting each other without making a move. Everyone was waiting. Seeing that Xiao Feng had no intention of fleeing, the leaders of the two factions were internally sneering. They thought Xiao Feng was too foolish. We're not making a move because we're waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? To die? This standoff did not last long, only about 7 or 8 minutes. During this time, enemies from various sects arrived one after another. Upon seeing the corpses on the ground, they also did not act rashly. Moreover, they reached a tacit understanding among themselves to take down Xiao Feng together. Finally, everyone who was supposed to come had arrived. The scene gathered thousands of people. Previously, these dozens of factions had nearly emptied their nests to search for Xiao Feng as quickly as possible, leaving only a small number to guard their headquarters while the rest participated in the search. Which is why there were so many people. Ha, Xiao Feng, I don't know what's wrong with you. Just now, when we were few in number, you actually didn't choose to run away. That was your best chance to escape. The leader of the Guangdao sect laughed wildly, his joy evident. The others also mocked Xiao Feng for his foolishness. Why are you all laughing so happily? Don't you know disaster is looming over you? Do Do you think you can do anything to me just because there are more of you? I have to say, you are a bit too naive. Little do you know, I was waiting for all of you to arrive so I could catch you all in one net and annihilate you completely. Xiaofeng also let out a laugh. The enemy probably always regarded him as the prey. And wasn't he thinking the same way? Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? In the end, it depends on whose fist is harder. Humph. You are about to become a prisoner, and you still dare to be tough here. I see you want shed tears until you see the coffin. Soon, I will let you taste our power. Everyone, let's not dawdle, let's all take action together and quickly suppress him and that golden little dragon and bring them back to the Morong family. Whether it's him or the golden little dragon, both can earn a tremendous reward from the Morong family and we can split it evenly. What do you all think? The leader of the Quangdao sect said loudly. He hadn't even captured Xiaofeng and the little golden dragon yet, and he was already distributing the rewards. Well said, let's get to it. I'd been waiting for this. The crowd all eagerly.